My system is a little quirky. Other people's systems are all about killing monsters to level up and cultivating hard to become stronger. My system is sleep in class, reward, full-time automatic cultivation, watch a female streamer play games, reward, arm strength increased by 200 kilograms, the teacher wants to help you break through, you refuse on the spot, reward, laying flat value plus 29. In this apocalyptic world where everyone is desperately grinding, I spend my days figuring out new ways to slack off. My classmates all thought I was a good-for-nothing, until I sent their class's top student flying with one spear thrust. Only then did they understand that the strongest talent in this world is called laying flat. I was originally a standard corporate slave on Blue Star. I woke up after a drunken night and became a high school student with the same name, Zhang Chen, in this high martial arts apocalypse. Martial arts flourished here, but it was also fraught with danger, alien invasions, scarce resources. The Iron Law dictated that any male who reached the age of 18 and had a combat power value below 10.0 had to serve 2 years on the front lines, a 9 in 10 chance of death. The original owner of this body was a grind king. To avenge his parents who were killed by aliens, he trained desperately, but his nutrition couldn't keep up, and he literally worked himself to death, which is how I took over. I inherited his body and his last wish, and also faced his final predicament. I would be 18 in a few months, and my combat power value was still far from the mark. Just as I was preparing to inherit the original owner's grind king spirit, the laying flat destiny awakened. I didn't need to work hard. I just had to fully embrace laying flat to gain laying flat value to improve everything, and I could even unlock all sorts of bizarre abilities. So-called laying flat wasn't about waiting to die, but about not engaging in the rat race, not being anxious, and calmly slacking off. And so, my style changed. In the martial arts cultivation room, during the breathing technique class, my classmates were all desperately practicing their breathing, trying to awaken their chi sense, all in the hopes of getting into a divine martial university and escaping this hell on earth of a city, Nanchang. I walked into the classroom at the very last second of the bell, not early, not late. This was the first step of laying flat. Our head teacher, Yang Liru, was explaining herself hoarse at the front. I was at my desk, scribbling furiously, a whole page of aha. She spoke with passion, and I would nod from time to time, feigning deep thought, looking more serious than anyone else. Half an hour later, everyone began to practice their breathing techniques with the instructor's guidance, racing against the clock. I, on the other hand, slowly unscrewed my water bottle, took a sip, and then unhurriedly joined them. Yang Liru's brows were furrowed so tightly you could have crushed a fly between them. Ever since I had overcultivated and fainted, she felt like I had become a different person. She had spoken to me in private several times, trying to persuade me, but I continued to do as I pleased. She couldn't help but walk over and pick up my notebook. When she saw the full page of ahas, several black lines instantly appeared on her forehead. She said nothing, threw the notebook down, and from then on, looked at me as if I were a puff of air. I knew she was completely disappointed in me. At 6 in the afternoon, as soon as class was over, Yang Liru told everyone that those who wanted to stay could continue training, and she would personally guide them. Everyone stayed, except me. I stood up on time and, under the contemptuous or confused gazes of the others, was the first to leave the cultivation room. The moment I walked out the door, a line of text appeared before my eyes. You have persisted for 1 month in the breathing technique cultivation class, not arriving early, not leaving late, not engaging in the rat race, not striving. You have obtained the ability of all-weather breathing and cultivation. I almost laughed out loud. All-weather breathing and cultivation meant that I was cultivating at all times, my body automatically refining essence into chi. Wasn't this 100 times better than their painstaking meditation? What was the point of working hard? Laying flat, I had to lay flat. In the cafeteria, I collected my food subsidy for the day. 2 bowls of yellow millet porridge, a piece of bloody rat meat, half a head of cabbage, and a wilted apple. In this city polluted by nuclear radiation, this was a feast in the eyes of ordinary people. I broke the meat, vegetables, and apple in half. I ate one half and saved the other. Ever since my parents sacrificed themselves, I had been living with my second uncle, Zhang Lei. Back in Shitsong Community, the largest slum in Nanchang, the corridors were dark and narrow, with off-the-charts radiation levels. I ran into my middle school teacher, Mr. Liu. His body was as stiff as a robot's. He sighed and told me that my childhood playmate, De Wu, had died at the hands of a fish demon less than 2 months after going to the front lines. I passed by De Wu's house and heard crying from inside. His father, the man who had lost a leg and an arm and whom we called Iron Man, was sobbing at the table. In this era, death was a common occurrence. When I got home, my second uncle was already back. He looked at me with a grim expression. My second aunt, Lu Feng, saw the lunchbox in my hand and frantically tried to signal me. Too late. Bring that over here. My second uncle's voice was like ice. I had no choice but to hand him the lunchbox. He opened it and saw the half-eaten food. His fists clenched instantly. Smack! He slammed his hand on the table and pointed at my second aunt, roaring, "Was it you who told him to save half for Qingqing?" My cousin, Zhang Qingqing, was only 4 months younger than me and also attended 9th high school. "I just have a small appetite," I tried to explain. "I told you to bring it over." My second uncle didn't believe me at all. Just then, Qingqing pushed the door open. Seeing her father, she blurted out the truth. "Dad, you've misunderstood. Mom said that since Zhang Chen won't become an initiated martial artist anyway, she told him to give half to me." "Didn't Mom tell you? When he goes to the front lines, our family will find a way to get him a logistics position." "Shut up!" My second aunt interrupted her in a panic. Everything became clear. The original owner had died of exhaustion because of long-term malnutrition and desperate cultivation. And all of this was my second aunt's doing, for the sake of her own daughter's future. My second uncle trembled with anger. He raised his hand as if to strike my second aunt, but in the end, he let it fall limply. "Second uncle, don't blame second aunt. I did it willingly, I took his hand." I understood that in this family, my second uncle was the only one who truly cared for me. If your head teacher hadn't come to me and told me that you've been giving up on yourself lately, I would have still been in the dark. My second uncle's face was full of guilt. "Xiao Chen, pull yourself together. Second uncle will find a way to help you." I nodded and took the lunchbox back to my bedroom, a small partition space converted from the balcony. After finishing the rest of the food, I checked my panel. I had gained 4 more laying flat value points. My combat power value had also increased to 8,00213 thanks to the all-weather breathing and cultivation ability. Without hesitation, I spent all 7 of my accumulated laying flat value points on the 13 basic spear techniques. The value changed from 93/100 to 100/100. Although I hadn't broken through to minor accomplishment, my combat power value had increased to 8,08332. Still not enough. Lying in bed, I entered the Star Realm, a virtual world created by the alliance of the 7 major star systems. Yang Liru had asked us in the class group chat to watch the live broadcast of the sparring match between 9th High School's prodigy, Tung Qingshan, and 1st High School's Su Bin, but I had no interest in such rat race activities. My target was the female streamer Angry Littleia. She was a former frontline soldier. A fish demon had eaten one of her arms, and she had been fitted with an implanted muscle arm. Her live streams consisted of her using this muscle arm to fight monsters and level up in a game. Her style was very unique. She always liked to get herself surrounded, then ask her audience for help. She would use the donations to upgrade her equipment and then make a comeback. I had been her loyal fan for half a month. Tonight, she was in a swamp, battling 2 humanoid fish demons. She quickly attracted more. "Help me. Big brothers, little brothers, I need nutrient solution," she cried out in a coquettish voice in the live stream. In the game, her muscle arm was torn apart by the fish demons, and the energy fluid spilled out like blood. The audience in the live stream was overwhelmed with sympathy, and donations flooded the screen. "Thank you, little brothers." Super muscle arm transformation. Littleia was revived with full health. Her arm was instantly upgraded, her punching power doubled, and she went on a rampage. I was so excited. As soon as the live stream ended, I immediately recorded and took screenshots of her highlight moments and forwarded them to the class group chat, even tagging her. Yang Liru had just finished watching Teng Qingshan's match and was about to summarize it in the group chat when she saw my message. The students in the group, who had been enthusiastically discussing Teng Qingshan's 3 layers of skillful force, were instantly sidetracked by me. "That muscle arm is awesome. 4,000 kilograms of punching power. If I had one of those, I wouldn't be afraid of the front lines at all." Yang Liru's face probably turned green. She quickly left a message, righteously telling everyone not to pin their hopes on external objects and to focus on cultivating themselves. Then she realized that the time I had sent the message was exactly when Teng Qingshan's match was happening. Not only had I not watched it, but I had also gone to watch a female streamer play a game. The next second, my wristband vibrated. A holographic projection of Yang Liru appeared before me, her face like ice. "I'm in the Star Realm, in the schoolroom. I'm waiting for you." I knew trouble was coming, but what could I do? If I didn't watch the female streamer, how could I embrace the way of laying flat? How could I get laying flat value? I had just gained a new ability from watching the live stream. Arm strength increased by 200 kilograms at any level. I entered my exclusive room in the Star Realm. Yang Liru had been waiting for a long time. "Instead of letting you die on the front lines and bring shame to the school, I might as well kill you with a spear right now," she said, her voice filled with frustration. She took a spear from the weapon rack and threw it to me. I caught it easily. The 200 kilogram strength increase even stunned her for a moment. "Watch out." She suppressed her strength and attacked me with basic spear techniques. Clang! After a few moves, she was even more surprised. My arm strength far exceeded her expectations, and my spear technique showed signs of a breakthrough. I was just one step away from transforming from proficient to minor accomplishment. She forgot that she was supposed to be punishing me and subconsciously began to guide me towards a breakthrough with her spear technique. I instantly sensed her intention. Help me break through? That wouldn't do. That went against my way of laying flat. How could I get laying flat value if I worked so hard at night? I had to cut my losses immediately. So, just as the tip of her spear was about to strike again, I suddenly gave up all resistance and let her spear pierce my heart. Teacher Yang, I'm sorry, I have to go to bed, I said hastily before my virtual figure dissipated. Back in reality, to consolidate my laying flat achievements, I browsed a game forum for another hour. In the Star Realm, Yanliru looked at the spot where I had disappeared, completely dumbfounded. She felt a breath caught in her chest, unable to go up or down. She comforted herself, perhaps I was really tired, perhaps the last fainting spell had left some aftereffects. But when she returned to reality, she inexplicably clicked on the link I had shared. In the game forum, she saw a very active ID, my ID. I was chatting animatedly with angry Littleia and her fans. Littleia asked me, "Don't you usually have to cultivate and study?" I replied, "In this sacred game forum, I don't want to see the words study and cultivate. I just want to lay flat. Useless mud can't be plastered on a wall. You should die." Yang Liru almost swore in anger. The next morning, I reaped a full 29 points of laying flat value. Sure enough, refusing to join the rat race at a critical moment yielded the highest rewards. Without hesitation, I put it all into my spear technique. Combat power value, 9. 28,812. 13 basic spear techniques, minor accomplishment, 29 out of 100. My combat power value had soared by more than 1 point. At the breakfast table, my second uncle divided a precious bottle of nutrient solution in half and dripped it into my and Qingqing's bowls. I quickly refused, but he held me down. "You and Qingqing are both my children." My second aunt pouted in distress and let it slip. "Your second uncle bought this bottle of nutrient solution last night by taking out a high-interest loan." The hand holding my bowl trembled slightly. At school, during the spear technique class, Yan Liru had invited the famous spear master from Nanchang, Su Ziyuan, to conduct a 1-hour remote projection teaching session. She had paid a high price for this, and the students were all extremely excited. Yang Liru completely ignored me, but my performance made it impossible for her to do so. With my spear technique at minor accomplishment, my combat power value approaching 9.6, plus the 200 kg strength increase and the effects of the nutrient solution, even my casual practice made my spear technique roar with power. There were faint sounds of air explosions, and I was even stronger than Lai Jijun, the top student in the class who had just broken through. The way Yang Liru looked at me changed. She thought I had been pretending to be weak all along, secretly cultivating. Just as a smile of relief appeared on her face, I put my spear back on the weapon rack and sat in the corner, massaging my own shoulders and legs. My laying flat principle, practice for 20 minutes, rest for 10. Yang Liru's smile froze on her face. "What are you doing?" She strode over and roared in a low voice. "Relaxing, teacher. Do you know how precious this class is? It's only 1 hour." "I know, but my rest time isn't over yet." She was so angry she couldn't speak. She returned to her spot and watched as I lay on the ground in a starfish position, motionless. When my rest was over, I rejoined the queue. I didn't look at Su Ziyuan, but instead observed the postures of the female students with great interest. Su Ziyuan noticed me. When our eyes met, I smiled politely and then looked away. He, a grand spear master, felt a sense of inexplicable disdain. But Yang Liru discovered that although I was grinning and joking, the rhythm of my spear technique was becoming more and more stable, and my skills were improving at a visible rate. It seemed I was about to have another breakthrough. She excitedly glanced at the time. There were still a little over 10 seconds left. At this most critical moment, with a clang, I threw my spear back onto the weapon rack, plopped down in the corner, and fell asleep as if I had finished a day's work. "Fuck you!" Yang Liru couldn't control herself and swore. Her entire face turned green with anger. After class, Lai Jijun publicly challenged me, wanting to seek justice for the teacher. "Student Zhang, please enlighten me." He thrust his spear forward in a move called Green Dragon emerges from the water. I had just woken up and was still a little dazed, but my body reacted instinctively. I caught the spear he threw at me and met his attack with the same Green Dragon emerges from the water. The two spears clashed. With a flick of my wrist, Lai Jijun's spear flew out of his hand, and the tip of my spear stopped steadily at his throat. The entire place fell silent. Everyone concluded that I was an old fox, laying flat on the surface, but secretly grinding harder than anyone else. I couldn't be bothered to explain. Seeing that it was time, I slipped away. In the cafeteria, Yang Li-ru found me. She suppressed her complex emotions and told me, "Tomorrow in the breathing technique class, I will teach a new method for awakening chi sense. Don't miss it." I knew she hadn't completely given up on me. On the way back, I checked my panel and had gained another 28 laying flat value points. I once again put it all into my spear technique, and my combat power value soared to 970,011. That night, Lai Ji-jun thought I was secretly cultivating. To surpass me, he went to the rooftop and practiced his spear all night. As for me, after interacting with the female streamer, I checked the weather forecast. Tomorrow, strong winds and rain, pollutants coming, not suitable for travel. So, I sent a message to the cultivation committee, asking for leave. The next day, Yang Li-ru came to the classroom full of anticipation, ready to give this old fox some special training. But she found 2 empty seats in the classroom. "Where's Zhang Chen?" she asked with a frown. The cultivation committee member stood up. "Teacher Yang, student Zhang Chen said that the wind is strong and it's raining today, so it's not convenient to travel. He'll come when the weather is better." Yang Li-ru almost choked. What about Lai Ji-jun? Student Lai was practicing his spear on the rooftop last night. He accidentally tripped over a steel bar and was drenched in the rain all night. He has caught a cold and has taken 2 days of leave. In the Shitsong community, inside an old tea house, Zhang Chen sat in a corner, reviewing the rules for the ranking matches. According to the requirements of the 7 Major Star Systems Alliance, only those who become entry-level martial artists can participate in the ranking matches. A combat power value of 10.0 is considered an entry-level martial artist. Furthermore, to qualify for rewards in the ranking matches, one must win 3 consecutive matches against opponents of the same level. The rewards, funded by the 7 Major Star Systems Alliance, start at 1,000 and have no upper limit. However, based on the characteristics of his laid-back fate, the event itself did not align with the laid-back requirements. Actively participating in the ranking matches and winning 3 times to earn a reward was inherently a form of striving for success. Fortunately, the 7 Major Star Systems Alliance has strict regulations. Once anyone becomes an entry-level martial artist, regardless of their background, they must participate in 3 ranking matches in the Star Realm every week, during the designated time period. Each match ends when they are defeated by an enemy. This is akin to those who have turned 18 but have not yet become entry-level martial artists. Regardless of gender, they will be sent to the front lines to fight, except for a few special conditions. These rules are established for the survival of humanity. The 7 Major Star Systems Alliance urgently needs to cultivate more martial arts talents to combat alien races and extraterrestrial beings, so as long as one possesses strong combat power, even in this resource-scarce world, the strong can enjoy a luxurious lifestyle. After understanding the relevant rules, Zhang Chen faced a new problem. According to the laid-back fate requirements, he could not strive to become an entry-level martial artist. Currently, his combat power value was still 0.3 short of becoming an entry-level martial artist. Based on the previous laid-back value promotion criteria, he feared he would need to obtain around 60 laid-back values to raise his combat power value to 10.0 in one go. Even with the help of his all-day breathing and exhaling abilities, Zhang Chen estimated it would take at least 6 or 7 days to become an entry-level martial artist. As for the so-called high-interest loans, not only are the interest rates steep, but the terms are also quite short. Otherwise, Zhang Lei wouldn't risk his safety by making 3 trips a day to the heavily irradiated area for tasks. Therefore, Zhang Chen could only fully embrace the laid-back approach, hoping to soon accumulate enough laid-back values. After checking the rules for the ranking matches, Zhang Chen dozed off in the tea house. It was a rare day when the weather met the laid-back requirements, and he should have been sleeping at home. However, he had just consumed half a vial of nutrient solution, and his second uncle, Zhang Lei, was in debt due to high-interest loans. If they found out he was hiding in his room instead of going to school to train, it would only disappoint them. So, Zhang Chen went to the tea house early in the morning. At his age, it was uncommon to be in a tea house, especially sitting there all day, which inevitably drew attention. Fortunately, being the only sober one among a crowd of drunks was also a form of laid-back living. Those voices and gazes not only had no effect on Zhang Chen but also made his actions more in line with the laid-back attribute. "Teacher Yang, are you going to the Shitsong community?" Wu Weiwei asked as school let out in the evening. "Classmate Lai Ji-jun has been training diligently and accidentally got injured. I need to check on him," Yang Li-ru casually replied. In fact, she was thinking about Zhang Chen, wanting to give him a piece of her mind, but she couldn't say that out loud. "Teacher Yang is so dedicated, I really don't understand how someone like Zhang Chen exists in our class," Wu Weiwei sighed. At that moment, it was drizzling, with rain mixed with pollutants, and everyone was either hiding under eaves or wearing protective gear, rushing towards the school gate. No need to worry about him, let him fend for himself. Just thinking about how Zhang Chen was using the bad weather as an excuse to hide at home instead of coming to school to train made Yang Liru's blood pressure rise. However, just then, a figure in protective gear, with discernible facial features, ran in from the school gate, heading straight for the cafeteria. Both Yang Liru and Wu Weiwei were drawn to that figure, watching as he dashed into the cafeteria. Teacher Yang, I think I saw Zhang Chen, Wu Weiwei said, looking bewildered. I saw him too. Yang Liru also seemed taken aback. After a while, the two arrived at the cafeteria and saw Zhang Chen, who had taken off his protective suit, savoring the survival resource subsidy in a corner. Attendance at school for study and training could be decided based on the weather, but regardless of the storm, Zhang Chen had to enjoy his daily resource subsidy. Didn't he say that strong winds and rain make it inconvenient to go out? Wu Weiwei said in a daze. That refers to studying and training. It has nothing to do with eating subsidies. Yang Liru clenched her fists and replied. She didn't know whether to cry or laugh. Her unique method of awakening the sense of qi she taught was actually less effective than a meal of survival resource subsidy. Help me send my regards to classmate Lai Jijun and replicate the training content I taught today for him, Yang Liru said, utterly disappointed. She turned and left the cafeteria, vowing to herself that from now on, she would no longer care about Zhang Chen's life or death. Even if Zhang Chen were to die on the front lines immediately, she wouldn't furrow her brow. In this environment of scarce resources, where human survival was precarious, Zhang Chen's behavior was not only irresponsible but also a parasite in human society. Giving someone like him a daily survival resource subsidy was a waste. Fortunately, it wouldn't be long before he turned 18, and when he was sent to the front lines, it would be a certain death. Alright, Wu Weiwei shook her head and followed her out. After finishing the survival subsidy, Zhang Chen took the hover nuclear vehicle back to the Shitsong community. That night, he continued interacting with the female streamer in the Starry Realm until late before going to bed. The next morning, Zhang Chen checked the panel information. Name, Zhang Chen. Fate, lying flat. Occupation, senior high school martial arts student. Combat power value, 9.72833. Lying flat value, 15. Basic gun techniques. 13 forms, minor achievement, 58 out of 100. Title, breathing method, entry level, 35 out of 100. Ability, all-weather breathing and exhaling ability, arm strength increases by 200 kilograms at any level. Through the all-weather breathing and exhaling ability, Zhang Chen's combat power value had changed slightly from the decimal places compared to yesterday. Additionally, because he did not study the unique method of awakening the sense of qi taught by Yang Liru yesterday, he indirectly increased his lying flat content, resulting in a significant increase in his lying flat value, reaching 15 points. He then added those 15 points to his basic gun technique. Combat power value, 9.79664. Lying flat value, none. Basic gun techniques. 13 forms, minor achievement, 73 out of 100. With the improvement in his skills, Zhang Chen's combat power value saw a significant change in the decimal places. Based on the all-weather breathing and exhaling ability, his combat power value could reach 9.8 before tonight. Becoming an entry-level martial artist was just around the corner. After a while, he finished breakfast and waited for the tram with Zhang Qingqing at the community entrance. How much has your combat power value increased after finishing the nutrient solution? Zhang Qingqing suddenly asked. Half a bottle of nutrient solution had raised her combat power value from 9.3 to 9.6, and she felt that she hadn't fully absorbed the nutrient solution yet. Once she did, her combat power value could reach around 9.8. You're about to become an entry-level martial artist, Zhang Chen casually remarked. You're about to turn 18, if you don't strive for yourself, no one can help you. Zhang Qingqing thought Zhang Chen was brushing her off and couldn't help but remind him. Zhang Chen didn't elaborate further. After a while, the tram arrived, and the two got on. Just as they sat down, a warm current slowly surged in his abdomen. The sense of qi was an essential force for martial artists. Only by possessing this force could one become a true martial artist. The admission standard for Xinwu University was a combat power value of 15.0 and the awakening of 6 lines of qi. During this time, the school had been helping everyone awaken their sense of qi, and many teachers were sharing the cultivation secrets of the tidal breathing method. Everyone was working hard to awaken their sense of qi. Zhang Chen seemed indifferent, but in reality, he felt anxious inside. He had thought that he would have to wait until he mastered or achieved minor success in the tidal breathing method to awaken his sense of qi. He didn't expect that the all-weather breathing and exhaling ability could also help him awaken his sense of qi. In just 3 days, he awakened his first sense of qi. This sudden surge of heat filled him with ecstatic joy. He knew that as long as this sense of qi coalesced and remained in his abdomen, he would become a beginner martial artist. Just moments ago, he was still saying he was about to become a beginner martial artist, and now, in the blink of an eye, he had succeeded. Thanks to his all-weather breathing technique, Zhang Chen didn't have to quickly utilize the tidal breathing method like others to firmly grasp that sense of qi after finding it. So, while maintaining his breathing state, when the sense of qi appeared in his abdomen, he looked no different from usual. Instead, he thought of the relevant regulations. After becoming a beginner martial artist, he had to report to the 7 Major Star Systems Alliance immediately and fulfill various responsibilities. Of course, with this change in status, he would also receive more survival benefits. Every school, and even every community, had facilities for the examination and reporting of beginner martial artists. Once he arrived at school, Zhang Chen only needed to complete the examination to smoothly obtain the title of beginner martial artist and receive corresponding rewards and resource support. Thinking of his second uncle who left early in the morning to deliver goods to the heavily irradiated area and returned late every day, Zhang Chen felt a surge of anticipation. He then looked at the panel information. Under the influence of his all-weather breathing technique, the sense of qi had appeared and had not disappeared since. In fact, it was gradually growing stronger. As a result, his combat power value and panel information had changed significantly. Name, Zhang Chen. Fate, lying flat. Occupation, beginner martial artist. Combat power value, 10.77256. Lying flat value, none. Basic gun technique. 13 forms, minor. Achievement, 73 out of 100, tidal breathing method, entry level, 35 out of 100, ability, all-weather breathing technique, increases arm strength by 200 kilograms at any level. Zhang Chen discovered that his combat power value had finally reached 10.0, and his occupation title had changed from senior martial arts student to beginner martial artist. He had finally become a beginner martial artist before turning 18, avoiding the front lines as cannon fodder, and could help alleviate his second uncle's burdens. With this thought, Zhang Chen felt a sense of satisfaction. Suddenly, a figure rushed in from the community, running into the tram just before the doors closed. The person was none other than Lai Jijun. After falling unconscious and catching a cold, his family had taken 2 days off for him, but after resting for just 1 day, he couldn't hold back his desire to go to school to study and practice, sneaking out behind his family's back. Upon seeing Zhang Chen in the tram, he snorted coldly and thought to himself, "I'm working so hard to practice and study." He definitely wouldn't expect that. Sooner or later, I will become a powerful Yuan martial artist. Come on, Lai Jijun. On the way to school, Lai Jijun sat down and silently began to practice the tidal breathing method. His serious attitude towards training, not wanting to miss a single moment, moved the people in the tram. Even Zhang Qingqing was deeply inspired and began to practice her breathing beside him. Zhang Chen, on the other hand, focused on the scenery outside the window. After a while, the tram arrived at 9th High School. The 3 of them got off one after another. Lai Jijun rushed towards Class 8 of the senior year, fearing he would miss some secret of cultivation, while Zhang Qingqing quickened her pace towards her class. Zhang Chen, however, walked leisurely towards the examination room. Inside the examination room, Yang Liru was accompanying the training committee member Wu Weiwei for the beginner martial artist examination. Last night, Wu Weiwei successfully awakened a sense of qi, reaching a combat power value of 10.0, and she rushed to school early this morning to share the good news with Yang Liru. Yang Liru was happy for her and personally brought her in for the examination. There are 3 criteria for determining whether one has become a beginner martial artist. The first is strength. Some people have strong flesh and bones, and their combat power value can reach 10.0 solely based on strength. The second is technique. Techniques are the best defense and attack against alien races and extraterrestrial beings. Those with exceptional skills can achieve a combat power value of 10.0 with just one technique. The third is the combination of strength and technique. The two combined allow for a transformation of both power and skill, possessing extraordinary strength, which is also what the 7 Major Star Systems Alliance prefers in beginner martial artists. Hiss, when Zhang Chen walked into the inspection room, Wu Weiwei was testing the instruments in front of the staff, channeling her energy to enhance her swordsmanship, smoothly executing a basic sword technique. Wu Weiwei had nearly reached the tangible realm of swordsmanship. At that moment, under the influence of her energy, the long sword emitted a chilling sword howl, as if the sword energy was about to burst forth, which made Yang Liru very satisfied. After a while, the sword practice ended. Wu Weiwei's combat power value appeared on the testing instrument. 10.6725. Congratulations, you have become the 8,921,378,654th entry-level warrior of the 7 Major Star Systems Alliance. A congratulatory voice came from the testing instrument. The number above represented the accumulated number of entry-level warriors since the establishment of the 7 major cultivation systems, not the current number of human warriors. Nevertheless, this was still a very large number, yet the survival environment for humans remained harsh, highlighting the strength of alien races and extraterrestrial beings. Teacher, I finally succeeded, Wu Weiwei exclaimed excitedly. Congratulations! Yang Liru clapped in approval. Congratulations, classmate Wu. Zhang Chen also joined in the congratulations. It was only then that they noticed Zhang Chen had also come to the inspection room. Good morning. Teacher Yang, Zhang Chen greeted upon seeing Yang Liru. Yang Liru acted as if she didn't see him, leading Wu Weiwei out of the inspection room. She thought Zhang Chen had come to the inspection room to apologize to her, hoping for her forgiveness. Wu Weiwei thought the same, signaling Zhang Chen with her eyes to be smart and quickly catch up to Yang Liru to explain properly. However, by the time they reached the classroom, Zhang Chen had not followed them. Faced with his attitude, Wu Weiwei felt helpless. Boom! In the inspection room, Zhang Chen channeled his energy and began to practice the basic 13 forms of gun techniques in front of the testing instrument. After a while, combat power data appeared on the instrument. 10.777496 Congratulations, you have become the 8,921,378,679th entry-level warrior of the 7 Major Star Systems Alliance. A congratulatory voice came from the testing instrument. Congratulations on becoming an entry-level warrior. The school will send the entry-level warrior badge to your class shortly, and the related bonus will be automatically credited to your account, said a staff member in charge of assessments. Thank you. Zhang Chen checked the time, it was just right to go to class. Arriving at the training room of Class 8 in the 3rd year, Yang Liru was already teaching everyone how to awaken their energy using the tidal breathing method she had imparted. She informed everyone that Wu Weiwei had successfully awakened her energy and had become a qualified entry-level warrior. Everyone was congratulating Wu Weiwei. Zhang Chen felt happy for Wu Weiwei, but he sadly discovered that he couldn't find a place to sit in the training room. The same people were still there, but the seating arrangement had changed. His designated spot was piled high with various items. He couldn't help but look at Yang Liru. Training for you is as uncomfortable as being in prison, the teacher can't bear to see you like that, so from now on, if you can train at home, do it there. Unless there's something important, don't come to school casually. This way, it won't affect other students and it won't waste your time, right? Yang Liru explained. She had been holding this in all day. If Zhang Chen had admitted his mistake in the inspection room and promised to train and study properly in the future, she could have let it go, but after not seeing Zhang Chen for half a day, it felt as if he was also participating in the inspection room. Yang Liru finally couldn't hold back and blocked Zhang Chen's spot with the clutter. She knew that as long as Zhang Chen showed even a little desire to train and study, he would definitely bow his head and admit his mistake, turning over a new leaf. So after explaining, Yang Liru waited for Zhang Chen's response. Oh. However, Zhang Chen merely nodded lightly and very readily walked out of the training room, as if coming to school to train was, as Yang Liru said, as uncomfortable as being in prison. Having finally gained freedom, he didn't think twice and immediately turned to leave. Zhang Chen, where are you going? Wu Weiwei knew that Yang Liru's actions were purely for Zhang Chen's good, and she hurriedly called out to him. Teacher Yang asked me to go home and collect the survival subsidy later, I'll come back. Zhang Chen said calmly. Ensuring that his words, actions, and emotional fluctuations all met the requirements of lying flat, he could actually understand Yang Liru's good intentions. However, according to the requirements of the lying flat fate, if he didn't leave immediately, his lying flat value would be ruined, and it could even lead to other repercussions. People like you don't deserve to receive survival resource subsidies. Every survival resource subsidy is prepared for those who can become entry-level martial artists, who can fight against alien races for humanity, who can resist extraterrestrial beings. You simply don't deserve it. Someone like you would only become a burden to everyone, even if sent to the front lines. Do you understand? Yang Liru said, unable to contain her anger. After teaching for so many years, she had never seen anyone as shameless and unmotivated as Zhang Chen. In fact, as a martial artist with a combat power value exceeding 30.0, Yang Liru could stay in the inner city and enjoy superior material resources. But for the sake of humanity, she voluntarily came to the outer city to teach, hoping to do her part in nurturing more entry-level martial artists and changing the living environment for humanity. She hoped that one day in the future, there would be no distinction between the outer and inner cities, that everyone could enjoy abundant material resources, and that there would be no more survival pressure. All alien races and extraterrestrial beings would disappear from the 7 major star systems. But if more people like Zhang Chen continued to exist, she felt that humanity would never be able to defeat the alien races, repel extraterrestrial beings, and might even gradually face extinction. For this reason, she couldn't help but roar in frustration, wishing she could kick Zhang Chen out. Teacher Yang, I'm sorry to interrupt your training, I'm here to deliver the entry-level martial artist badge. Just then, a laboratory instructor named Wu entered the training room of Class 8, Grade 3, holding the entry-level martial artist badge. It's no problem, Weiwei. Come and collect your martial artist badge. With this badge, you will officially be a qualified entry-level martial artist from now on. Yang Liru quickly changed her tone. Thank you, Instructor Wu. Wu Weiwei had been eagerly anticipating this moment and hurried over. Everyone, please applaud for classmate Wu Weiwei, congratulating her on becoming an entry-level martial artist and contributing to humanity's survival. Yang Liru took the lead. Clap, clap, clap. Congratulations, classmate Wu Weiwei. Congratulations to classmate Wu Weiwei on becoming an entry-level martial artist. You are a role model for all of us. Everyone should learn from classmate Wu Weiwei. The crowd applauded again for Wu Weiwei. Becoming an entry-level martial artist meant being able to fight for humanity's survival, and every student sincerely felt happy for Wu Weiwei. Thank you for your encouragement, classmates. I will not let you down, let's all work hard together. Wu Weiwei said, her face filled with emotion. She understood the significance of this badge, having it meant more resource subsidies. But it also meant greater responsibility and pressure. For the sake of humanity's survival, she was willing to bear this pressure and fulfill this responsibility. Congratulations, classmate Wu Weiwei, on becoming the 8,921,378,654th entry-level martial artist in the 7 major star systems. After saying this, Instructor Wu solemnly placed the entry-level martial artist badge on Wu Weiwei. The crowd felt both happy for Wu Weiwei and enviously watched her become an entry-level martial artist. Thank you, Instructor Wu. Thank you, Teacher Yang. Thank you, classmates. Wu Weiwei's eyes were red, only she knew how much effort she had put in for this day. Keep it up, Yang Liru encouraged. She then looked at Zhang Chen, secretly mocking him in her heart, thinking that Zhang Chen would never understand the honor of becoming an entry-level martial artist or the happiness of fighting for humanity's survival. Next, please come up, classmate Zhang Chen, to collect your entry-level martial artist badge. However, Instructor Wu took out a wooden box from his pocket and retrieved another entry-level badge with a different number. He curiously looked at everyone in the training room. Instructor Wu, who did you just say this badge belongs to? Yang Liru thought she was hearing things. Teacher Yang. This badge is mine, Zhang Chen explained. He did not feel the joy of having slapped someone in the face, nor did he find Yang Liru's actions particularly amusing. He understood that Yang Liru had good intentions, bearing a heavy burden, and that everything she did was for his benefit, and even more so for the future of humanity. For this, Zhang Chen felt a deep sense of guilt. He regretted not telling Yang Liru directly in the testing room that he was there to participate in the entry-level warrior examination. What did you say? Yang Liru looked dazed. The classmates were also silent. Lai Jijun couldn't help but rub his eyes. So you are Zhang Chen. Congratulations on becoming the 8,921,378,679th entry-level warrior of the 7 star systems. Instructor Wu was taken aback, not expecting Zhang Chen to be standing at the door. He solemnly placed the warrior badge on Zhang Chen and said to Yang Liru, Teacher Yang, congratulations on having 2 entry-level warriors emerge from your class in one day, especially this Zhang Chen, whose combat power has reached over 10.7. After placing the entry-level warrior badge on Zhang Chen, Instructor Wu hurriedly left to avoid disturbing everyone's training. Zhang Chen, wearing the entry-level warrior badge, stood at the door, glancing at Yang Liru and then at the other classmates in the training room. This strange atmosphere made him feel somewhat uncomfortable. He couldn't help but ask, Teacher Yang, do I still need to go back? Did you just go to take the entry-level examination? Yang Liru was still a bit slow to react. If she hadn't known how significant the entry-level badge was, she might have thought Zhang Chen was just fooling around with Instructor Wu. Yes, I successfully awakened a sense of qi using the method you taught, and I became an entry-level warrior. Thank you for your guidance, I will continue to work hard, Zhang Chen expressed his gratitude. The teacher misunderstood you just now. Lai Jijun, you get up and put the clutter at the door, leave your spot for Zhang Chen to sit, Yang Liru said, her face filled with embarrassment. If it weren't for Lai Jijun telling her that Zhang Chen hadn't come to school yesterday and had spent the whole day in the tea house, she wouldn't have lost her composure like this. Okay, Lai Jijun responded, finally realizing after being kicked by someone next to him, and he gloomily went to clear the clutter. After becoming an entry-level warrior, you have to participate in 3 ranking matches in the Star Realm every week. Don't forget when you go back, Yang Liru reminded him. Yes, I remember, thank you, Teacher Yang. Zhang Chen nodded and sat down in Lai Jijun's seat. Today we will continue practicing the tidal breathing technique, trying to awaken the sense of qi from within our bodies. Yang Liru took a while to recover from the shock of Zhang Chen becoming an entry-level warrior. Many classmates felt the same. They couldn't believe that Zhang Chen, who usually had a lax attitude towards training and often slacked off, could become an entry-level warrior before them. Zhang Chen couldn't explain himself to everyone. He continued to maintain a relaxed state, stopping frequently to rest and drink water during the breathing exercises. This behavior still irritated Yang Liru's eyes. She couldn't understand why Zhang Chen's training attitude allowed him to have a combat power value stronger than Wu Weiwei. There must be something fishy going on in the tea house. He must be secretly training without anyone knowing. Lai Jijun, who was feeling weak from catching a cold and had just cleared a pile of clutter, sat in Zhang Chen's former spot, sweating profusely as he muttered to himself. Talent. It must be talent. I need to report this to the school. We absolutely cannot let a talent like Zhang Chen go to waste. Yang Liru finally thought of the reason. She believed that Zhang Chen's rapid rise to becoming an entry-level warrior, despite his attitude, was related to his training talent. It was like the difference between a top student and a poor student. Lai Jijun was the poor student. Zhang Chen was the top student. Even if he joked around in class, he could rely on his talent to rank at the top. Meanwhile, a poor student like Lai Jijun, even if he stayed up all night practicing marksmanship on the rooftop, would find it hard to catch up to Zhang Chen's pace. For this reason, Yang Liru had a bold idea. If Zhang Chen could put in a bit more effort, receive special attention from the school, and have dedicated personnel guiding him through his training, then it would only be a matter of time before he became a Yuan warrior. With such a lax and carefree attitude, he could still stand out in class. Once he took things seriously, it was almost unimaginable what he could achieve, perhaps even representing the school in competitions. He could also excel in the Star Realm ranking matches. Thinking of this, Yang Liru felt a surge of excitement in her heart. No matter what, she couldn't let Zhang Chen's talent go to waste. If she couldn't help him focus on his training, she would report to the school and have them create a relevant plan for him. Everything was for humanity. Yang Liru felt she had made the right choice by coming to 9th high school. So when Zhang Chen was distracted in the training class, she no longer found it glaringly inappropriate. Instead, she felt a sense of guilt, realizing that she hadn't shown enough concern for him. If she had discovered Zhang Chen's training talent earlier, perhaps he could have become an entry-level warrior much sooner. She almost let a genius go unnoticed. How infuriating. Zhang Chen had no idea what Yang Liru was thinking, otherwise, he might regret becoming an entry-level warrior today. A day of training quickly came to an end. After becoming an entry-level warrior, the survival resource subsidy Zhang Chen received increased from 1 meal to 3, and the nutritional content of each meal also improved significantly. Although it was still rat meat and cabbage or apples, both the quality and quantity had increased considerably. This was due to the need for more food supplements after becoming an entry-level warrior, hence the increased subsidy, which also meant greater responsibilities and missions. Before, he hadn't worn the entry-level warrior badge and didn't understand its significance. Now that he had it, he was aware of the mission and responsibility hidden behind it. Contribute to humanity. Fight for human survival. These two phrases sprouted like seeds within Zhang Chen, and because of this, he increasingly wanted to fully embrace a laid-back attitude. When he went to collect the entry-level warrior survival resource subsidy, Zhang Chen and Wu Weiwei arrived at the cafeteria designated for entry-level warriors. 9th high school had over 10,000 students. In fact, every day, someone became an entry-level warrior. But today, the number was particularly high because, at their age and at this time, many had gained insights and accumulated experience with the tidal breathing technique. In the days to come, more and more senior martial arts students would successfully become entry-level warriors. It wouldn't be until a new batch of senior martial arts students appeared that the growth trend of entry-level warriors would sharply decline, only to flourish again after a period of settling, repeating this cycle. Of the 3 survival resource subsidies, Zhang Chen only consumed 2, planning to take the remaining 1 home to give to Zhang Qingqing. Zhang Lei had taken out a loan to buy nutritional supplements for the 2 of them to become entry-level warriors, and now that Zhang Chen had become one, he couldn't forget about Zhang Qingqing. Before he became an entry-level warrior, he had set aside half of his survival resource subsidy for Zhang Qingqing, following the original owner's wishes and wanting to repay Zhang Lei's kindness in raising him. Now that he had become an entry-level warrior, he couldn't forget about Zhang Qingqing even more. However, this action of Zhang Chen was soon stopped by the officials. It turned out that the resource subsidies given to entry-level warriors by the 7 major Star Systems Alliance were vastly different from those given to senior martial arts students. Historically, some had exploited loopholes, selling their survival subsidies at low prices, even forming an industrial chain, which led to a very slow advancement in the strength of entry-level warriors over time. From then on, strict regulations were established. All entry-level warriors had to consume their survival resource subsidies on site, and could not take any away. If caught hoarding survival resource subsidies and reselling them to others, they would lose their subsidies, and any bonuses would be revoked as well. Zhang Chen returned to the Shitsong community. As soon as he entered the house, he saw Zhang Qingqing comforting Lu Feng, who seemed a bit off, as if she had just been crying. Second aunt, what happened? Zhang Chen asked. Lu Feng ignored Zhang Chen and simply slapped a debt collection notice on the table. Zhang Chen leaned over to take a look. It was the high-interest loan Zhang Lei had taken out to purchase nutrient solution. A single nutrient solution was worth 200,000. Zhang Lei borrowed 160,000, with a 7-day term and an interest rate of 3%. When Zhang Lei withdrew the cash, he only received 155,200. And when the time was up, he had to repay a full 160,000. The collection agent had come to remind him. Lu Feng looked at the bill, feeling a bit breathless. Second aunt, I can help gather some of this money, Zhang Chen comforted her. Where are you going to get it from? Lu Feng scoffed. I just completed the assessment to become a ranked warrior today and received a 50,000 bonus. I'll transfer it to uncle's account shortly. I'll be participating in the ranking competition in the next couple of days. Maybe I can earn a few thousand more, Zhang Chen explained. You've ranked up? Zhang Qingqing exclaimed. Yeah, I just got the warrior badge this morning. Zhang Chen took out the badge, knowing that only this badge could convince Lu Feng and Zhang Qingqing that he had indeed become a ranked warrior. This, Xiaofeng, I'm really happy for you. Let's take out the dragon meat from the fridge tonight and stir-fry it, Lu Feng stammered. Zhang Chen had actually become a ranked warrior. It seemed the nutrient solution really worked. I've already eaten at school. After becoming a ranked warrior, the survival allowance from the school has increased quite a bit. Unfortunately, the school has a rule that the survival allowance for ranked warriors cannot be taken home privately, otherwise, Zhang Chen explained. My mom and I both know that. Besides, I still have several months until I turn 18, I'll soon become a ranked warrior too, Zhang Qingqing hurriedly added. Yeah, I need to prepare for the ranking match. Zhang Chen nodded and walked towards the small room on the balcony. Brother, congratulations! Zhang Qingqing called out. Zhang Chen was taken aback. It was the first time Zhang Qingqing had called him that. Zhang Chen nodded slightly. The original owner had always longed to fit into uncle's family, so when Lu Feng suggested leaving half of the resource allowance for Zhang Qingqing, the original owner, wanting to gain recognition, had unhesitatingly brought back half of the resource allowance for Zhang Qingqing to use. As a result, due to overtraining and insufficient nutrition, he had died suddenly, which gave Zhang Chen the opportunity to cross over. In the small room on the balcony, Zhang Chen transferred 50,000 in cash to Uncle Zhang Lei. While delivering goods in the heavily irradiated area, Zhang Lei, who was preparing to make another trip, suddenly felt his wristband vibrate. He opened it to see a transfer notification appear before his eyes. The amount was 50,000. The sender was Zhang Chen. Ling Feng. Zhang Lei rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Brother Lei, who did you borrow money from this time? The co-driver Lin Zhongxing asked. As Zhang Lei's partner, Lin Zhongxing knew that Zhang Lei had borrowed a high-interest loan recently to buy nutrient solution for his daughter. A few of their colleagues had also chipped in a small amount to help him. In this resource-scarce and extremely harsh environment of the outer city, money was equivalent to life, and everyone was living quite frugally. Where did Lingfeng get the money? Could it be he became a ranked warrior? Zhang Lei pondered, then exclaimed in surprise. 50,000 was not a small sum. Given Zhang Chen's age, Zhang Lei couldn't think of any other way he could have come by such a large amount of money. Just as he was about to dial Zhang Chen's wrist number, the ground suddenly trembled. The truck, navigating through the fog, detected a terrifying creature approaching. Brother Lei, it's a catfish demon, it's coming after the signal source, Lin Zhongxing exclaimed. The heavily irradiated area was dangerous not just because of high radiation and pollutants, but also because fish demons often roamed here. The catfish demon had a human form with a fish body and a massive catfish head, capable of detecting human signal sources and fond of devouring human flesh and blood, possessing powerful healing abilities. Buzz. The truck was equipped with a nuclear electromagnetic cannon and had locking and detection functions. Zhang Lei immediately released the electromagnetic cannon, and with a loud bang, blood mist appeared in the fog. The ground shook violently, as if a collapse had occurred ahead, and a large number of catfish demons crawled out. Run! Lin Zhongxing quickly activated all signal sources to notify the platform that they had encountered an attack from fish demons on their way back and reported the emergence of a large number of fish demons. The electromagnetic cannon was powerful. It could handle 1, 2, 3, or even 10 catfish demons without issue, but facing a swarm of them made the situation precarious. Fortunately, the truck they were driving not only blocked radiation and pollutants, but also had impressive defensive and impact capabilities, allowing it to move rapidly on both land and water. Zhang Lei did not turn back. Instead, he charged forward before the catfish demons had fully emerged from the ground, heading back towards the southern city. Meanwhile, the officers stationed at the platform saw the red signal lights from various departments light up one after another. In the Star Realm, Zhang Chen began Participating in the ranking matches. This was a strict requirement of the 7 Major Star Systems Alliance. Every ascending martial artist had to participate 3 times a week, with no one able to escape. Otherwise, they would lose relevant subsidies and benefits, and even lose recognition as an ascending martial artist, being sent to the front lines to participate in battles. Moreover, during the matches, one could not surrender or intentionally go easy. If locked by the system, they would face severe penalties. This regulation was meant to cultivate more martial arts experts and to prevent collusion to cheat for rewards. Soon, Zhang Chen's figure appeared in a live broadcast room where about 100 people were watching. Then, a figure gradually solidified in front of Zhang Chen. Wu Weiwei, Zhang Chen, both exclaimed in surprise as the figure solidified. Wu Weiwei had also become an ascending martial artist today and chose to participate in the ranking matches that evening. Unexpectedly, in the first match, she was matched against Zhang Chen. Both became ascending martial artists on the same day, with their numbers only 20 apart and their combat power values quite similar. Now matched against each other, it truly felt like fate. I'm curious why your combat power value exceeds mine. You don't need to be polite, I won't hold back, Wu Weiwei said. Alright, Zhang Chen nodded. He took a silver spear from the drop platform, while Wu Weiwei selected a suitable sword. The ranking match scores were related to the duration of the duel and the power of the moves used. The higher the score, the more survival points would increase. Accumulating enough points would allow one to move from the outer city to the inner city. Therefore, after selecting her sword, Wu Weiwei wasted no time and swiftly thrust her sword at Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen quickly entered a defensive stance. Participating in the ranking matches was partly to help his uncle with his troubles and partly to comply with the 7 Major Star Systems Alliance's review. Although his fate was to take it easy, he couldn't just let Wu Weiwei stab him to death. Doing so would also incur punishment. Thus, under the circumstances where he couldn't actively surrender or go easy, Zhang Chen could only aim for a quick resolution to align his actions with the requirement to take it easy. The sooner it ended, the sooner he could return to playing games. He absolutely would not stay in a place that consumed his energy and lacked freedom for too long. Clang! Zhang Chen countered with a shot, blocking Wu Weiwei's thrust. Not only did his combat power exceed Wu Weiwei's, but his arm also had an additional 200 kilograms of strength. What seemed like a light thrust nearly overwhelmed Wu Weiwei's swordplay. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Chen pressed down with his spear technique, simultaneously channeling his energy to unleash all his strength at once. Wu Weiwei seemed to hear an explosive sound from Zhang Chen's spear technique. Caught off guard, she barely managed to block 2 more strikes after Zhang Chen's first shot, but her sword slipped from her grip, and her chest was pierced by Zhang Chen's spear. Her figure quickly faded. You? She looked at Zhang Chen in disbelief, never expecting to be defeated in such a near-instant manner. Safe travels, classmate Wu Weiwei. Zhang Chen said apologetically. Participating passively in the ranking match was not his intention. But since he was participating, he couldn't hold back, nor could he concede. Winning came with rewards, so Zhang Chen could only pursue an explosive performance and aim for a quick victory. This approach not only met the relevant requirements but also did not violate his laid-back nature, and it could help alleviate his uncle's troubles, achieving a perfect balance. He won the first ranking match and automatically entered the second. He was matched against a sophomore martial artist from the first high school who had just become an entry-level warrior a couple of days ago. Being an entry-level warrior at the sophomore level indicated that the opponent had good talent or a notable background in the outer ring city. Moreover, the opponent was a girl named Hu Xichin who had a high popularity. There were actually 600 people watching her livestream, and among that crowd, Zhang Chen spotted a familiar face. It was Hu Bin, the genius representing the first high school, who had sparred with Teng Qingshan in the Star Realm. Although Zhang Chen hadn't watched their livestream and had been in the angry little girl's stream all day, he had seen their promotional posters in the cafeteria and recognized him immediately. Xiaoqin, if you win this match, you'll have 6 consecutive victories and can earn a reward of 20,000 yuan. Hu Bin sent a barrage of messages. When the two began their battle, the surrounding messages and sounds would be muted. Zhang Chen was taken aback. Winning 3 matches would earn a reward, with amounts ranging from 1,000 to 10,000. Winning 6 matches would yield a whopping 20,000. However, winning 6 matches was too difficult, and Zhang Chen didn't dare to hope for it. Whether he could earn a reward to help his uncle was something he thought about, but he could only do his best and not force it. Zhang Chen? You just became an entry-level warrior today, and matching with me is quite unfortunate for you, Hu Xichin said apologetically after reviewing Zhang Chen's profile. She had already won 5 matches in a row. The highest level of her opponents had a combat power of 11.0, and she couldn't understand why she was matched with Zhang Chen, who had just become an entry-level warrior today and had a combat power of only 10.7. Facing her, who was about to awaken 2 senses of chi, there was no way he could win. Hiss. Girls always liked to use swords, and Hu Xichin was no exception. However, she used a two-handed sword. The barrage disappeared. Zhang Chen and Hu Xichin entered a completely undisturbed state. Hu Xichin took the initiative to attack, closing in to leverage her distance advantage and prevent Zhang Chen from using his gun skills. Boom! Zhang Chen quickly retreated 2 steps, executing a series of rapid shots with the green dragon emerging from water technique, swiftly blocking Hu Xichin. After gaining the ability to breathe and circulate chi at all times, Zhang Chen not only awakened the first sense of chi from his body but also kept his mind clear with the help of this ability. Although they were in the star realm, and their consciousness was projected here rather than fighting for their lives in the outside world, Zhang Chen's body maintained a state of breathing and circulating chi in his subconscious. Additionally, his arm strength increased by 200 kilograms at any level. Even though Hu Xichin's combat power reached 10.9, the significant difference in their levels meant that this 200 kilograms of strength advantage still allowed Zhang Chen to gain some upper hand. Thus, when her dual swords met Zhang Chen's long gun, Hu Xichin realized something was off. She found that not only was Zhang Chen's marksmanship steady, but his strength was also increasing. In a daze, it seemed Zhang Chen was gradually becoming stronger. At the same time, Zhang Chen's gun skills became faster and faster, as if he wanted to unleash all his skills in one go, pouring them onto her. This was clearly a chaotic and desperate fighting style. But for some reason, Zhang Chen's expression remained calm, as if he was secretly hiding a killing move. Or perhaps he just wanted to finish this battle quickly and leave the star realm. Hu Xichin instinctively chose to believe the first possibility. Who would rush to leave during a ranking match and unleash all their skills at once? This kind of fighting style was unheard of and unseen. Zhang Chen must still have a powerful move hidden up his sleeve. Thus, Hu Xichin couldn't help but adopt various defensive strategies. Unfortunately, the more he defended, the more Zhang Chen's advantage in strength became apparent. For a while, Hu Xichin could still hold on, but if it continued, her defense would inevitably collapse. Hu Bin also noticed this and wanted to send a message to remind Hu Xichin, but unfortunately, she couldn't see it at all. Boom! At that moment, a loud rumble echoed. Hu Xichin held her sword to block, but her long sword was deflected by the spear, and she took a hit to her waist from Zhang Chen's spear. As her body bent, a spear pierced through her back and into the ground. Hu Xichin's eyes widened. Before she could say anything, her figure quickly faded away. Zhang Chen automatically entered the next room, matching with another opponent. This quick and decisive style of play seemed to suit him very well. Not only could it fully unleash his strength, but it often caught his opponents off guard, allowing him to resolve battles swiftly through his advantage and power. He truly achieved a quick resolution. Shao Qin. In Weiyuan Community, in the outer ring of the city, a wealthy neighborhood. Hu Bin cautiously pushed open his sister's room. He saw his sister waking up from the bed, staring at the ceiling. Brother, did I misinterpret his intentions, or can he easily defeat me without using any killing moves? Hu Xichin asked. Well, Hu Bin didn't know how to explain. If you want what's best for me, just tell me directly, don't lie to me, Hu Xichin sat up and said. I actually don't know either. He's currently matching with an opponent. We can see how he performs in his third match, Hu Bin said. Although his combat power was much higher than Zhang Chen's, he couldn't tell if there were hidden killing moves in Zhang Chen's spear techniques. Okay. Hu Xichin thought it made sense. The siblings entered the star realm again, and through information search, they quickly found the room where Zhang Chen was, and he was still matching with an opponent. Inside the room, Zhang Chen checked the panel information. Although it was a projection of consciousness, the panel information appeared as real as usual in front of him. Name, Zhang Chen. Fate, lying flat. Profession, entry level. Warrior combat power, 10.78579. Lying flat value, 7. Basic spear technique. 13 forms, minor achievement, 73 out of 100. Title breathing method, entry level, 38 out of 100. Ability, all-weather breathing and breathing ability. Arm strength increases by 200 kilograms at any level. Zhang Chen discovered that after a whole day, he had only gained 7 points of lying flat value. Although he didn't want to waste time and aimed for quick victories during the ranking matches, wanting to leave quickly to play games, the total lying flat value he accumulated was only 7 points. It seemed that to gain higher lying flat value, he needed to lie flat at critical stages, such as during Su Ziyuan's spear technique lessons. Simply following the requirements for lying flat step by step wouldn't yield much in terms of lying flat value. However, having some was better than none. Zhang Chen added the 7 lying flat points to his basic spear technique. Combat power, 10.81121. Basic spear technique. 13 forms, minor achievement, 80 out of 100. At that moment, Zhang Chen finally matched with an opponent. It was a boy named Lin Shuxing from the 8th high school, with a combat power of 10.97 and a sturdy build. His opponent was also skilled in spear techniques. Buzz. The two exchanged no words and quickly entered into battle. It's starting. Through permission control, Hu Xixin and Hu Bin also entered Zhang Chen's live broadcast room. Boom! The 7 major star systems alliance jointly established 7 major cultivation systems. There was no distinction of strength among these 7 systems, only suitability. Coincidentally, both Zhang Chen and Lin Xusheng practiced the same techniques. They both used the tidal breathing method and the basic spear technique 13 forms. As their long spears clashed, although Zhang Chen's arm strength increased by 200 kilograms, Lin Xusheng was tall and strong, with a combat power of 10.97. Initially, Zhang Chen couldn't gain the upper hand in their spear clashes. Fortunately, he had all-weather breathing and breathing ability, was full of energy, and his basic spear technique was significantly higher than Lin Xusheng's. Lin Xusheng was able to surpass Zhang Chen in combat power mainly due to the advantage of his breathing technique's numerical level. Unfortunately, this advantage vanished under the all-weather breathing and exhaling ability. Thus, under Zhang Chen's swift and decisive offensive, Lin Xusheng's marksmanship quickly fell into a passive defensive state. Here it comes again. This scene was deeply etched in Hu Xixin's memory. When she faced Zhang Chen, he gave her the impression of being very anxious, yet his expression was extremely calm, and his strength was very steady, showing a trend of layered progression, as if a great killing move was hidden behind him, ready to explode at the right moment. Because of this, she was suppressed by Zhang Chen from the beginning and quickly defeated. At this moment, she did not miss any details of Zhang Chen. Boom! Suddenly, a peculiar rumbling sound came. His marksmanship is taking shape, he's about to break through, Hu Bin exclaimed. Both he and Tang Qingshan had reached the tangible realm in marksmanship and had cultivated the 3 layers of skillful strength, also having touched upon the more profound flying leaf lotus spear technique. They had a clear understanding of the signs of forming tangible marksmanship. As long as Zhang Chen maintained this state and continued to demonstrate it, he could achieve the tangible realm in marksmanship. Therefore, the usual approach was to slow down the offensive speed, allowing Lin Xusheng to cooperate and guide his strength out. Teacher Yang, Zhang Chen, Wu Weiwei and Yang Liru were also in the live broadcast room. She participated in the ranking match and invited Yang Liru to watch, so Yang Liru not only saw Wu Weiwei being defeated by Zhang Chen but also witnessed Zhang Chen just now defeating Hu Bin's sister, Hu Xixin. Now seeing Zhang Chen's marksmanship about to break through, she could hardly believe her eyes. Was this really the Zhang Chen she knew, who had a lax attitude towards cultivation and could skip a whole day of practice due to weather issues? Could it be true, as she imagined, that Zhang Chen was exceptionally talented and could surpass ordinary people without much training? Bang! Suddenly, in the live broadcast room, Zhang Chen's marksmanship broke through Lin Xusheng's defense, blowing Lin Xusheng's head apart. After defeating Lin Xusheng, he continued to practice his marksmanship, using that momentum to achieve a breakthrough and successfully reach the tangible realm in marksmanship. But after blowing Lin Xusheng's head apart and winning, Zhang Chen immediately entered the next round of matchmaking, and his figure disappeared from the live broadcast room. The people watching his live stream in his room were momentarily dumbfounded. This guy is just like last time. Yang Liru suddenly recalled the scene when she was with Zhang Chen in the Star Realm, where Zhang Chen's marksmanship was on the verge of progressing from proficient to minor success. If she could just hold on a little longer, she could help Zhang Chen guide it out. But then Zhang Chen said he was going to sleep, allowing his consciousness to be blown apart by her and quickly disappearing from the Star Realm. Now, at a critical stage of breakthrough, he wasted a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, as if the breakthrough in marksmanship was of no concern to him. Congratulations on winning 3 consecutive ranking matches. According to the results and competition rules, you will receive a bonus of 5,000, and you will continue to participate in the 4th ranking match, where the system will match you with even stronger opponents to help you improve your strength. An electronic voice echoed in the Star Realm. 5,000? The bonus surprised Zhang Chen. But thinking about the opponents he faced and the time taken to resolve the battles, the 5,000 seemed quite reasonable. He then checked the changes in his lying flat value. Lying flat value, 20, gained 20 points. Zhang Chen was overjoyed, even more excited than receiving the 5,000 bonus. He knew that by ending the match promptly and not being greedy for breakthroughs, he could gain lying flat value assistance without consuming more time inside. But he didn't expect to gain 20 points all at once. However, tangible marksmanship was a crucial force. Only by mastering the tangible realm could he cultivate the 3 layers of skillful strength. Once this force formed, his combat power would soar. So Zhang Chen added the 20 points of lying flat value to the 13 forms of basic marksmanship. The panel information immediately underwent significant changes. Name, Zhang Chen Fate, lying flat occupation, entry-level warrior combat power value, 13.0 lying flat value. Non-basic gun technique 13 forms, minor achievement, 100 out of 100, title breathing technique, beginner, 38 out of 100, ability, all-weather breathing and inhalation ability, arm strength increases by 200 kilograms. At any level. With the basic gun technique 13 forms reaching minor achievement at 100%, Zhang Chen seemed to have indirectly mastered the tangible realm of gun techniques. His combat power value increased from 10.8 to 13.0, a direct increase of about 2.20. It is evident how powerful the tangible gun technique is for entry-level warriors. Is he crazy? Hu Bin was baffled. If this person isn't sick, then he must be hiding a greater killing move, Hu Xichin speculated. She couldn't understand why someone would refuse to break through in gun techniques. Whether it was the tangible gun technique or the tangible sword technique, both could significantly enhance combat power, so Zhang Chen had no reason to refuse. Thinking about Zhang Chen participating in the 4th ranking match, the siblings remained in Zhang Chen's live streaming room. This is ridiculous. Even if he has exceptional talent, he shouldn't give up on breaking through in gun techniques. It's not just a transition from proficiency to minor achievement, it's about comprehending the tangible realm of gun techniques. At least it could increase his combat power by over 1.5. How can he just say he doesn't want it? Yang Liru was also exasperated. She believed that even if Zhang Chen had exceptional talent, he should remain humble, learn earnestly, and practice diligently. How could he not take the breakthrough in gun techniques seriously? Will not breaking through this time affect future breakthroughs? Wu Weiwei asked. Of course. It will. The tangible gun technique is like awakening a sense of qi. Once encountered, it must be firmly grasped. Otherwise, if missed, even if such a response appears next time, it may not be possible to awaken it. Yang Liru lamented. He's really something, Wu Weiwei said, speechless. If she had touched the threshold of the tangible sword technique, she would definitely not miss the opportunity and would do everything possible to awaken it. Others would likely feel the same way. Only Zhang Chen made people feel like something was off. Yet, for some reason, his cultivation had been rising rapidly recently. Match found. Someone exclaimed in the live streaming room. People saw Zhang Chen, who had just disappeared, reappear in the live streaming room, and at the same time, another figure appeared. It was the opponent matched for Zhang Chen by the system. Yang Qi. It's him, combat power value 11.2. The system actually arranged for him to face Zhang Chen, Hu Xichin exclaimed. Yang Qi was also a martial arts student from their first high school, a sophomore like him, and a genius in the grade. His practice technique was dual blades. Although he hadn't yet cultivated the blade technique to a tangible state, the dual blades were as fast as lightning, and he had awakened the sense of qi for both, thus achieving a combat power value of 11.2. 10.9? Yang Qi frowned. According to the system display, Zhang Chen's combat power value was 10.9. Zhang Chen had only used his lying flat value to enhance his gun technique after the ranking match, so the changes in his combat power value were not captured in time by the Star Realm system. Only after he made a move could the system analyze the changes in his combat power value based on his strength and gun technique speed. Yang Qi had just finished 2 ranking matches. The combat power values of the first 2 opponents were 11.0 and 11.1, respectively. He had thought that for the 3rd ranking match, he would be matched with an opponent of combat power value 11.2, but unexpectedly, it was someone below 11.0. This left him somewhat amused. However, winning 3 matches in a row would earn him a bonus. Moreover, today, he planned to win at least 7 matches, as he had just learned from the previous live streaming room that Hu Xichin had won 5 ranking matches in a row. His combat power value was a few points higher than hers, and with an additional sense of qi, he had to win at least 2 more matches. Please. Yang Qi cupped his hands. Please. Zhang Chen held the long gun in a dripping style, the gun barrel above his head, the gun tip angled toward the ground. Teacher Yang, can Zhang Chen win? Wu Weiwei asked. Need I say more? Yang Liru was filled with anger. If Zhang Chen had broken through his marksmanship in the previous ranking match, his combat power should have reached 12.3 or even 12.5. Of course, the opponent matched would not have been Yang Qi. Roar! Yang Qi was the first to launch an attack. His dual blades whirled like fire wheels, rushing towards Zhang Chen. At high speed, Zhang Chen spun his spear. He felt that although Yang Qi's swordsmanship was fast, it couldn't surpass the spear in his hand. He forcefully swung the spear, which emitted a piercing sound of air explosion. The tangible realm of his spear technique was laid bare, and the terrifying power instantly shattered Yang Qi's sword defense. One strike pierced through Yang Qi's forehead. The battle was over. The figures of Zhang Chen and Yang Qi almost simultaneously vanished from the livestream. The audience in the livestream was silent. Many had followed Yang Qi in. Compared to Yang Qi's family and friends, they had high hopes for him. only to see him being taken down in the third ranking match with a single shot. Moreover, it was in a direct confrontation, and that person only used one shot. It was known that one had to win 3 matches in a row to earn a prize. Yang Qi had only won 2 matches and earned no prize at all, leaving his family and friends, who had high hopes for him, extremely disappointed. Although they soon realized something was off, believing that Zhang Chen's combat power was too high and the system had matched incorrectly, the battle was already over, and there was no point in arguing. Yang Liru, Wu Weiwei, and even Hu Xiqin and Hu Bin, those who had been watching Zhang Chen's live streams continuously, felt a bit dazed. Zhang Chen, it seems he has mastered the tangible realm of spear technique, Wu Weiwei ventured. He broke through? Even if he stopped cultivating halfway, such a terrifying talent. Yan Liru thought of something and said excitedly. The spear technique is tangible, could this be his trump card? Hu Xiqin exclaimed. Why didn't the Star Realm system detect this? Did he break through during the match? Hu Bin understood that a person's combat power was almost impossible to hide once they entered the Star Realm and participated in ranking matches, unless that person's combat power was exceptionally high. But Zhang Chen was just a senior high school martial arts student. He had only just received the entry-level martial artist badge today. How high could his strength be? No, he just became an entry-level martial artist today? Hu Bin exclaimed as he realized something. This. Hu Xiqin was also dumbfounded. This indicated that Zhang Chen's combat power had been tested by the system of the 7 major star systems today, so the tangible realm of his spear technique was not intentionally hidden but rather had broken through during the matching period. Or rather, when Zhang Chen defeated Lin Shushang, it seemed he hadn't displayed the power of the tangible spear technique, but in reality he had already mastered it at that time. It was just that neither the system nor they had noticed. Otherwise, Zhang Chen's combat power in the 4th ranking match wouldn't have shown only 10.9, nor would he have been matched with Yang Qi. Congratulations on winning 4 ranking matches in a row. You will receive a prize of 10,000 yuan, and you will continue to participate in the 5th ranking match. We wish you victory. The electronic voice of the Star Realm system appeared again. I actually received a prize of 10,000 yuan. How much would the prize be if I win the 5th match? Zhang Chen's mind raced. The next moment, he reappeared in the live stream, and the system matched him with another opponent. Wow! When this opponent appeared, a gasp echoed in the live stream. A master from the Inner Ring City. Hu Xiqin exclaimed. Zhang Chen had actually matched with a martial arts student from the Inner Ring City. Wang Liping, a first-year martial arts student from the Inner Ring City, combat power 12.6. After reading the opponent's information, Zhang Chen was also astonished. As expected of a martial arts student from the Inner Ring City, being able to become an entry-level martial artist in the first year of high school, and with a combat power of 12.6, it seemed the survival and cultivation resources there were indeed much better than those in the Outer Ring City. Outer Ring City martial arts student. How could I be matched with you? Forget it, I'll give you a chance. Wang Liping was also quite surprised to be matched with an Outer Ring City martial arts student. Originally filled with anticipation for the 5th ranking match, he suddenly lost interest. He unleashed his boxing skills, delivering a fierce tiger roar fist aimed at Zhang Chen's chest. Boxing was also a powerful art, especially a style that could harness the energy of the entire body, which could only be cultivated by martial artists from the inner city. This was because such boxing techniques consumed immense strength and vitality, and the martial artists from the outer city simply could not keep up with the nutritional demands. Zhang Chen was already eager to go. He immediately executed another move. The Azure Dragon emerges from water, launching a series of thrusts at Wang Liping. As his spear technique reached a tangible realm, the spearhead automatically formed a circle during Zhang Chen's movements. As the saying goes, a staff fears a nod, a spear fears a circle. This required the seamless integration of the 3 basic spear movements: lifting, hooking, and thrusting. Once mastered, the spear tip could be shaken into a circle, a technique known as the circle is the mother of spear techniques. When the spear tip formed a circle, both the power and speed of the spear's attack would greatly increase, making it difficult for the opponent to defend. In that moment, Wang Liping put aside his contempt. His advancing steps were halted, and his wrist instinctively blocked Zhang Chen's spear. Bang! His arm's strength surged by 200 kilograms. Wang Liping's combat power was already below Zhang Chen's, and at this moment, he lost his advantage in strength. Not only was his boxing technique deflected, but his figure was also pushed back by Zhang Chen's long spear. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Chen executed another move, pulling grass to find the snake, thrusting upward towards Wang Liping's jaw. Wang Liping crossed his fists, attempting to push down Zhang Chen's spear, but he felt a surge of power erupting from the spear. It easily pried his fists apart. The advantage of arm strength and the All-weather breathing technique seemed to merge with the tangible power of the spear technique, allowing Zhang Chen's thrust to far exceed Wang Liping's expectations. He simply could not suppress this strike from Zhang Chen. Puff! Zhang Chen pressed the attack, piercing Wang Liping's throat with a thrust before he could defend a second time. You wait for me, Wang Liping said in his final moments. A martial artist from the inner city had been defeated by one from the outer city, and it was a throat strike at that, leaving him utterly powerless to retaliate. Before his consciousness shattered, he glanced at Zhang Chen's identity information, a combat power value of 12.5, which left him bewildered. In the previous ranking match, Zhang Chen had blown apart Yang Qi's head with a single thrust, although he had also unleashed the tangible power of his spear technique. The system had not detected his full strength. This led to him matching against an opponent with a combat power value of 12.6 in the 5th ranking match. However, as an inner-city martial artist, Wang Liping was well experienced and enjoyed resources and treatment far superior to those in the outer city. Under equal combat power values, his performance would only be stronger than that of an outer city martial artist. Unfortunately for him, Zhang Chen had the advantage in arm strength. Additionally, his own combat power value had reached 13.0, and with Wang Liping being unarmed and deliberately overconfident, it was no surprise that he was not instantly defeated by a few thrusts. It was not uncommon for someone like Zhang Chen to match against inner-city martial artists during ranking matches, but it was rare for someone like him to easily defeat an inner-city martial artist, especially since it was his first time participating in the ranking matches. This achievement also caught the attention of some higher-ups. Congratulations on winning 5 consecutive ranking matches, earning a bonus of 20,000 yuan. You will continue to participate in the 6th ranking match, and we hope you can win another reward. The system's electronic voice reappeared. Zhang Chen checked his lying flat value and found that there was no change this time. After a while, the Star Realm system matched him with another opponent. Zhang Chen's figure reappeared in the live broadcast room. His identity information and strength also appeared in the live stream. Name, Zhang Chen. Identity, Senior 3 martial artist from number 9 high school. Combat power value, 13.0. He easily defeated another inner-city martial artist with a combat power value of 12.6, and the Star Realm system finally detected Zhang Chen's true strength, 13.0. This guy really has astonishing talent, Yan Liru exclaimed. He increased by 2.2 in one go. Wu Weiwei's expression was excited. She had also touched the tangible threshold of swordsmanship. She wondered if, after mastering the tangible power of swordsmanship, her combat power could reach the same level as Zhang Chen's. Even if it didn't reach 13.0, it should be above 12.6, right? It's actually 13.0. A tangible gun technique has increased his combat power by so much, Hu Bin exclaimed in surprise. After breaking through 10.0 in combat power, improvements weren't that easy. Back when he and Tang Qingshan comprehended the tangible power of gun techniques, their combat power only increased by 2.0. Yet Zhang Chen had improved by 2.2. There are catfish demons appearing in the Great Radiation Zone. The catfish demons have attacked several military bases within the Great Radiation Zone. Several factories in the Great Radiation Zone have been occupied by catfish demons. The city lord has already led the Yuan warriors to provide support. Suddenly, many bullet comments appeared in the livestream. The opponent Zhang Chen had just matched with was named Shuequan, with a combat power of 13.2, having awakened 2 senses, mastering both sword and gun techniques, and his swordsmanship had also reached the tangible realm, being a martial artist from the Outer Ring City. Upon seeing the bullet comments, he was equally captivated as Zhang Chen. Great Radiation Zone, Uncle. Zhang Chen was shocked. Uncle Zhang Lei was still delivering goods in the Great Radiation Zone. What if he encountered a catfish demon? As someone who had merged with the original owners' memories, Zhang Chen knew that catfish demons were common mutated beasts near South City, capable of ignoring radiation, able to devour pollutants to enhance their strength, and they favored human flesh and blood. Living in active groups. Every time they launched an attack, they came out in swarms. Adult catfish demons had combat power comparable to Yuan warriors, possessing strong healing abilities, their slime carrying potent toxins, and they had a layer of strange defenses. Blades and swords striking against them would have their power absorbed by the slime covering their bodies. To break through their defenses, one would need to exceed their strength significantly. Uncle is just delivering goods. Their convoy is equipped with electromagnetic cannons. He will definitely be able to turn misfortune into fortune, and it's even possible that he has already returned from the Great Radiation Zone and is waiting for me at home, Zhang Chen thought hopefully. Zhang Lei treated him like his own, and the original owner had devoted himself to cultivation, giving half of his resources to Zhang Qingqing, solely to repay Zhang Lei's kindness and integrate into Zhang Lei's family. Teacher Yang. Wu Weiwei noticed that Yang Liru had suddenly left the livestream. She realized the seriousness of the situation. As a Yuan warrior with a combat power exceeding 30.0, Yang Liru's sudden departure likely meant she had received a summons from the city lord and was heading to the outer ring city to slay the fish demons. At that moment, all the bullet comments and sounds in the live stream vanished. The 6th ranked match began. Shuequan shot towards Zhang Chen, swinging a knife towards his forehead. The speed was so fast that it seemed to have a significant impact on his combat power. Zhang Chen raised his gun to block. With Zhang Lei on his mind, he couldn't fully concentrate on the fight. Moreover, Shuequan's combat power was above his and the opponent's. Swordsmanship had also reached the tangible state, having awakened 2 senses. After 5 minutes of resistance, Zhang Chen was finally broken through by Shuequan, and a knife struck his throat. His consciousness quickly faded in the star realm. The next moment, lying in a small room on the balcony, he quickly opened his eyes, got up, and stepped out of the room, only to see several figures sitting in the living room. Uncle. Big. Brother. Zhang Chen was stunned. In the living room, Zhang Lei looked at him with joy. He hadn't seen his cousin Zhang Taisheng, who had been specially recruited to the nuclear power plant, for a long time. He was also in the living room, along with Aunt Lu Feng and Zhang Qingqing. The 4 of them looked at him in disbelief. Xiao Feng, well done. Zhang Lei hugged Zhang Chen tightly and said softly, if your parents knew that you became a tiered warrior before turning 18 and that your combat power reached 13.0, they would definitely be comforted. Uncle, when did you come back? I saw in the star realm that there were catfish demons causing trouble in the Great Radiation Zone. You have no idea how worried I was about you. Zhang Chen also embraced Zhang Lei. My dad just came back with my brother. You were participating in the ranking competition in the star realm, and I found out about it through the school class group. I originally wanted to go in and watch, but then I suddenly heard that there was an incident in the Great Radiation Zone. My mom and I were both startled. But thankfully it was nothing serious. My dad is safe, and my brother is back too, Zhang Qingqing explained. We had just returned home when Qingqing said you had become a beginner martial artist. We were just about to go into the star realm to see you when you came out, Zhang Taisheng added. As Zhang Lei's eldest son, Zhang Taisheng had always had a good relationship with the original owner. Ever since he was specially recruited into the nuclear power plant to participate in the development of new weapons, he had been in less contact with the original owner. However, he would generally return home every couple of months. This time, the father and son returned together mainly because of the incident in the Great Radiation Zone. Humanity had been strengthening the cultivation system and developing various defensive and offensive weapons to combat alien races and extraterrestrial beings. Many devices, during their development, would impact humans and the living environment, so many research factories were established in the Great Radiation Zone. Although Zhang Taisheng was a cultural special recruit, the higher-ups had ensured his safety in the Great Radiation Zone by providing him with nutrient solutions, gene agents, and one-on-one martial arts training over the past 2 years, which had raised his combat power to 21.2, significantly enhancing his physical fitness. He was now the only Yuan martial artist in the family. Upon returning and seeing Zhang Chen become a beginner martial artist with a combat power of 13.0, he was very surprised, even somewhat shocked. Although his combat power was much higher than Zhang Chen's, he understood how difficult it must have been for Zhang Chen to achieve such a level at his age. Under the current conditions, it was only upon returning that he learned Zhang Chen had been giving half of his resource subsidies to Zhang Qingqing for over a month, and now having such combat power was simply a miracle. I won 5 matches in the Star Realm and earned a bonus of 20,000 yuan. My uncle took that money to pay off a loan, Zhang Chen said with a smile. No, you've already given your uncle 50,000. You should keep this 20,000 for yourself. See if there are any good things at school, buy some to eat, or enroll in tutoring classes. While you're young, learn as much as you can. If you can get into Xinwu University, you can leave the Outer Ring City and become a Yuan martial artist to fight for humanity in the future. Zhang Lei refused. Uncle doesn't need to worry about me. I participate in ranking competitions 3 times a week and can continue to earn bonuses, Zhang Chen said without hesitation, transferring the newly acquired bonus to Zhang Lei's account. Zhang Lei wanted to return the money. Dad, Lingfeng is right. Now that he has become a beginner martial artist, the living resource subsidies he enjoys are very different. With his talent, as long as he practices diligently, it shouldn't be difficult for him to get into Xinwu University. The money I can give you isn't much. The company has paid a considerable price to help me become a Yuan martial artist. A large part of my current salary has to be repaid to the company, and it will take a few more years to pay it all back, Zhang Taisheng said helplessly. He had already learned that Zhang Lei had taken out a loan to buy a nutrient solution to help Zhang Qingqing and Zhang Chen become beginner martial artists, and the family's savings had been completely drained. But he didn't blame Zhang Chen and Zhang Qingqing. Instead, he felt somewhat guilty, knowing that his family had previously made significant sacrifices to help him enter the nuclear power plant and avoid military service. The money earned over the past 2 years had all gone to repay the company's debts, and he had never been able to help with anything at home. Xiaofeng, our family owes you, Zhang Lei said apologetically. Family members don't need to say such things, Zheng Chen replied with a smile. It's rare for your brother to come back together. Let's take everything edible out of the fridge tonight. Aunt Lu Feng said excitedly. I brought back a few pounds of catfish meat. This meat has already been processed by the company, so you can eat it with peace of mind. It's just right to nourish Lingfeng and Qingqing and strengthen their vitality, Zheng Taisheng said, taking out a package of nearly 10 pounds of meat from a black bag. The meat was taken from the catfish demon. The slime on the catfish demon is highly toxic. Once it enters a wound, it becomes inedible, and there isn't much edible catfish demon meat available. If it weren't for Zhang Tiesheng's special status, along with the emergence of a large number of catfish demons in this major radiation zone, Zhang Chen and the others wouldn't have had this fortune at all. All right. Although second aunt was reluctant, she still took out 2 pounds of meat to fry, 2 pounds to stir fry, and 1 pound to stew, while the remaining nearly 5 pounds of meat was put into the refrigerator for storage. Eating 5 pounds of meat in one meal for a family was nothing in the past life. In some meat-loving places, it was even a regular occurrence. But in the outer ring city, it was a very luxurious affair, and even in the inner ring city, not many families could afford to consume that much meat in one meal. During the meal, Zhang Chen asked about the events in the major radiation zone. Through Zhang Lei's explanation, Zhang Chen learned that Zhang Lei had indeed encountered an attack from the catfish demon, but fortunately, there was an electromagnetic cannon clearing the way, and there was a heavy weapons factory nearby. Additionally, many were on guard. In the end, they broke through the obstacles without any danger and returned to the outer ring city one after the other with Zhang Taisheng. However, the major radiation zone was vast. This time, many factories couldn't hold their ground against the catfish demon invasion, and now the city lord had led a large number out of the city to confront them. Whether they could eliminate the catfish demons was still uncertain. Zhang Taisheng was even more worried, saying, recently, the company's higher-ups have been planning to relocate the factory, preparing to withdraw from the major radiation zone. I've heard some rumors that this catfish demon invasion might just be a prelude. If the major radiation zone falls, the outer ring city will be leveled, so Lingfeng, Qingqing, you must do everything possible to improve your strength. If our family wants to live in the inner ring city, the current points are simply not enough, unless you both become like me and pass the assessment smoothly, so that our parents can enter the inner ring city together. Brother, I will work hard, Zhang Qingqing nodded earnestly. Me too, Zheng Chen followed. Your mother and I don't need you to worry about us. If your company moves away from the major radiation zone, that's good too, then I won't have to worry about your safety. As for Qingqing and Lingfeng, don't put too much pressure on yourselves, but I hope you both can get into Xinwu University, Zhang Lei advised. Dad, living in the inner ring city is a goal we set together as a family, Zheng Taisheng said. I just hope Qingqing can become a tiered martial artist soon. As for whether we can enter the inner ring city, we'll talk about that later. I think this place is still relatively safe. It's not so easy for the fish demons to break in. Lu Feng brought over a bowl of freshly stir-fried meat. Zhang Chen remained silent. Getting into Xinwu University required a combat power value of 15.0 and awakening 6 senses, which wasn't difficult for him. But to become he needed a combat power value of 20.0 and to pass various assessments, which wouldn't be so easy to achieve in the short term. For now, he could only hope that the situation in the major radiation zone would stabilize, and that everyone was just alarmed without real danger, and that the outer ring city wouldn't fall so easily. The next day, everyone was focused on the events in the major radiation zone. There were all kinds of rumors. Many nuclear-powered warplanes flew out from the inner ring city to support the major radiation zone. Online and within the Star Realm, there were many video broadcasts about the battle situation in the major radiation zone, where people saw the army led by the city lord charging into the pit to slay the catfish demons. Suddenly, a mutated catfish demon, entirely golden and with human facial features, burst out from within, and a large number died at its hands. The broadcast abruptly cut off. What kind of monster is that? It seems to be the Beast King. Beast King? Could it be an existence with combat power exceeding that of A? People were discussing fervently, both online and in real life. That golden catfish demon king left many feeling anxious, as even powerful were smashed to pieces by its punch, and it could even evade anti-aircraft fire while directly confronting electromagnetic cannon attacks. It had already surpassed the understanding of most people. Zhang Chen also saw that scene. He was incredibly shocked inside. The combat power range of a Yuan warrior is between 20.0 and 40.0. Those who could enter the Great Radiation Zone and fight alongside the City Lord had a combat power of at least 25.0, making them junior warriors among Yuan warriors. However, even junior Yuan warriors are considered unattainable by many. Yet, facing the Catfish Demon King, they were actually turned into a mist of blood with a single slap. Zhang Chen felt that the combat power of the Catfish Demon King was at least above 40.0, greatly surpassing the Yuan warrior category. Perhaps only the superficial warriors from books could deal with it. The 7 galactic alliances created 7 cultivation systems, continuously strengthening the human body and vital energy, allowing humans to evolve through transformations of vital energy and bone structure. Whether they are entry-level warriors or Yuan warriors, they are essentially the starting point of the 7 cultivation systems. It was just that Zhang Chen and the others were too weak. In the eyes of many, Yuan warriors were the supreme existence. Due to scarce resources and harsh living conditions, it was already very difficult for the citizens of the Outer Ring City to become entry-level warriors, and even fewer could become Yuan warriors. Now, seeing the seemingly unattainable Yuan warriors who could enter the Inner Ring City being shattered by the Catfish Demon King, one can imagine the mood of the crowd. But the broadcast quickly resumed. A fiery red figure leaped down from a warplane, jumping from over 100 meters high. When his feet hit the ground, the earth cracked, and the entire ground trembled. He held a round shield and a long knife, charging towards the Catfish Demon King like a beam of blood-red light. Boom! He kicked the Catfish Demon King flying. The man and the demon fell into a pit. Several drones followed behind, capturing the battle situation inside. The man relentlessly pursued and attacked the Catfish Demon. The Catfish Demons in the pit were affected by the blood-red beams released by the red figure, their bodies severed. In the end, the area below was a sea of blood. The force unleashed even shattered the drones filming above the pit. The scene changed again. The blood-red energy rampaged in the pit. 3 minutes later, a blood-red figure emerged from the ground, dragging the Catfish Demon King, which was many times stronger than him, and flung its corpse into a dilapidated factory. The Catfish Demons there were thrown into a panic, rushing back into the pit. The blood-red figure continued to slaughter, leaving countless Catfish Demons dead or injured in its wake, with none able to withstand the blood-red beams it released. Those beams were akin to the internal energy released by warriors, enhancing their speed and defense while possessing immense lethality. The crowd was stunned by the scene on the screen. Countless people were in tears, unable to stop banging on the table, feeling they had found their life's purpose, holding deep respect for that blood-red figure. The words superficial warrior appeared in the live broadcast. Shortly after, an existence that surpassed Yuan warriors. A superficial realm warrior with a combat power exceeding 40.0. That was a power beyond the mundane. If everyone were like this, what could the alien races and extraterrestrial beings do to humanity? The crowd was exhilarated. Who knows how many students were inspired to strive hard, vowing to one day become superficial realm warriors. Zhang Chen was also filled with passion as he watched. Especially when he saw that blood-red figure crushing the Catfish Demon King, he couldn't help but applaud, feeling greatly impressed and excited. It was as if he had also found his life's purpose. But, under the influence of his laid-back fate, he quickly regained his composure and did not shout like his classmates. An hour later, good news spread across the internet and the Star Realm. Thanks to thorough preparations, humanity's fearless bravery, and the assistance of superficial realm warriors, the Catfish Demons in the Great Radiation Zone were finally exterminated. The outside world returned to calm. Then came the tally of casualties. Humanity had slain over 20,000 Catfish Demons this time, the sacrifice numbered 333. The injured and disabled totaled 756. The Catfish Demons were numerous, unafraid of radiation, and capable of refining pollutants, appearing in swarms each time. This time, the ability to exterminate so many Catfish Demons was mainly due to the presence of several large weapon research factories in the major radiation zone, many of which were equipped with a large number of electromagnetic cannons and even anti-aircraft guns. Coupled with the timely arrival of the city lord leading the army, and the support from the demon infestation in the major radiation zone was quickly quelled. However, the sacrifice of 333, along with the casualties of those entry-level not yet accounted for, was enough to illustrate that humanity, when facing alien races, had to pay a painful price each time, even if they could repel them. The Catfish Demons were merely one of the more common alien groups in the southern city. This shows just how harsh the human living environment is. Everyone is truly on the brink of collapse. If it weren't for the timely response this time, the more than 20,000 Catfish Demons charging into the inner city would likely have resulted in countless deaths and injuries. This incident deepened Zhang Chen's determination to enter the inner city as soon as possible. He must quickly become a so that the Zhang family could gain the right to live in the inner city. Otherwise, if another alien invasion occurred and there were no to arrive in time, the outer city would likely be reduced to rubble in an instant. On this day, whether it was martial arts students from universities, the common people of the outer city, or the high-ranking youths of the inner city, all were paying attention to the battle situation in the major radiation zone. The lying flat value that Zhang Chun obtained was very minimal, only 2 points. He added these 2 points to the basic gun technique, the 13 forms. Lying flat value, 2 basic gun technique 13 forms, great. Achievement, 2 out of 100, combat power value, 13.31151. With the all-weather breathing and exhaling ability, Zhang Chen's combat power value could increase daily. Although the change was small, it added up over time. He did not expect that the basic gun technique would transform from a small achievement of 100% to a great achievement of 2%, increasing his combat power value by 0.3. Thus, that evening, Zhang Chen participated in the second ranking match. Every week, participating in 3 ranking matches was a rigid requirement of the 7 Major Star Systems Alliance, and Zhang Chen could not avoid it. This time, he matched with a middle-aged man whose combat power value reached 13.2. The middle-aged man leaned on a cane, named Su Gang. He was once having participated in battles on the front lines, and had assisted in fighting during the last catfish demon invasion of the outer city. He participated in the ranking match not for the prize money, but simply because he couldn't sit still. Seeing that he was matched with a senior high school martial arts student, he smiled and said, "Young man, don't be fooled by my cane, my specialty is also gunplay." Su Gang raised his cane. His leg, which had issues, was made of steel, resembling a mechanical leg. For some unknown reason, the mechanical leg had aged somewhat, making movement less convenient than before. Junior pays respects to the old hero, Zhang Chen said respectfully. Humanity values martial power and holds great respect for those who fight for humanity. Su Gang had transitioned from A to an entry level, with a combat power value of only 13.2, mainly due to injuries sustained on the front lines. Otherwise, at his age, he could still strive for several more years. "I can't be considered a hero, come, let's show some gunplay," Su Gang invited. The cane in his hand was his weapon. Alright. Zhang Chen did not hesitate and once again executed the basic gun technique, the 13 forms, launching a series of shots at Su Gang with the move Azure Dragon emerges from water. He had the advantage in arm strength and had practiced his gunplay to a tangible realm. His combat power value was also above Su Gang's. In terms of strength collision, Su Gang could not gain an advantage, but having once been he was well-versed and experienced in combat. Although his combat power value was not as high as Zhang Chen's, he could continuously block Zhang Chen's gunplay. Moreover, with the cane's flicks, it seemed to contain a deeper power of gunplay. "Young man, your gunplay is quite good, you've reached the level of great achievement." "Very well, let's go again." The gunplay I honed on the front lines is called the Fire God gun, which is a mid-level gun technique. Today, since we are fated to meet, I will teach you a few moves. Follow my rhythm and fight. Hey, what are you doing? I'm telling you to follow my rhythm. I'm teaching you the Fire God Spear. Hey, you guy. Bang. Su Gang saw that Zhang Chen's marksmanship was solid and wanted to teach him a few moves, deliberately slowing down the pace, hoping Zhang Chen could see the trajectory of his shots clearly. To his surprise, Zhang Chen's shooting became faster and faster, forcing him to use all his strength. With a swing of his cane, he knocked Zhang Chen's spear away, and with a kick, he smashed Zhang Chen's head. This young man, why is he so impatient? Su Gang watched as Zhang Chen's consciousness faded from view, feeling somewhat speechless. At his age, he was eager to participate in ranked matches, hoping to share his experiences and insights with the younger generation, wishing to help them in their cultivation. Basically, all the young people matched with him would follow his rhythm, always grateful, treating him as a teacher. But someone like Zhang Chen, who was eager to compete with him and couldn't wait to shake him off, was a first for Su Gang. Feeling a bellyful of frustration, he entered the next ranked match. Coming out of the star realm, Zhang Chen sought his lying flat value change from 0 to 9. It seemed Su Gang indeed had genuine skills that could provide him with crucial help in his cultivation. So he added the 9 points to his basic marksmanship. The panel information changed again. Name, Zhang Chen Fate, lying flat occupation, entry level. Warrior combat power, 13.41029 lying flat value, none basic marksmanship 13 styles, great achievement, 11 out of 100, title breathing technique, beginner, 41 out of 100, ability, all-weather breathing and exhaling ability, arm. Strength increase of 200 kilograms at any level. The next day, Zhang Chen returned to 9th high school. Yan Liru had already come back from the Great Radiation Zone. The classmates surrounded her, eager to hear her explain what had happened in the Great Radiation Zone. Yan Liru shared several videos in the group. The videos depicted scenes of Yuan warriors battling catfish demons, allowing people to understand the power of Yuan warriors and the terrifying aspects of catfish demons. Several scenes were quite bloody, but for those who grew up in such an environment, it was nothing unusual. Zhang Chen, congratulations on reaching a combat power of 13.3. If you reach 15.0, you will awaken 6 senses, and you can get into Shinwu University. Of course, before that, I hope you can awaken 3 senses soon and raise your combat power to 14.0, so you can enter the elite class for training and receive more survival resource subsidies, Yang Liru encouraged. Congratulations, Zhang Chen. Wu Weiwei congratulated. After hard training, she had brought her swordsmanship to a tangible state last night, reaching a combat power of 12.9. She thought she could compete with Zhang Chen, but after Zhang Chen participated in the ranked match last night, his marksmanship advanced from minor achievement to great achievement, and his combat power rose from 13.0 to 13.3. Congratulations! Everyone applauded. Thank you, Teacher Yang. Thank you, classmates, I'll do my best. Zhang Chen expressed his gratitude. Yang Liru frowned. She always felt Zhang Chen's response was like saying, let's see when the time comes, relying on his good talent and not taking cultivation seriously. After this class ends, I have something to tell you. Yang Liru reminded. Okay, Zhang Chen said, somewhat curious. After a while, the training class ended. The school has assessed you and confirmed your exceptional talent. To ensure you are not overlooked, they have specially invited a teacher to guide you in practicing the breathing technique. This teacher is not simple. If it weren't for the catfish demon disturbance in the Great Radiation Zone, he might not have come to assist you at all, Yang Liru advised. Zhang Chen was taken aback. The school had actually arranged a teacher just for him, and he was waiting for him in a private training room. Teacher Ma, this is Zhang Chen, Yang Liru introduced. Nice to meet you, Teacher Ma. On the way, Yang Liru had already introduced Zhang Chen to him. Teacher Ma's name was Ma Yong, with a combat power of 35.0, and he was a teacher specializing in guiding the practice of breathing techniques. Several training classes have opened in the inner city. Well, just leave this to me. Ma Yong sent Yang Liru away. As a private teacher who makes a living by teaching breathing techniques, Ma Yong usually charges for the instructional videos he posts in the Star Realm and online. Although he was invited this time without payment, he didn't want his teaching content to be easily leaked. Yang Liru understood Ma Yong's intention and tactfully exited. Sit down and show me how you can run the tidal breathing technique for 2 cycles, just like your teacher taught you. Ma Yong instructed Zhang Chen to sit on the mat and practice his breathing. He settled into a chair, crossed his legs, and took a sip of coffee. In this era of scarcity and harsh living conditions, coffee is a very luxurious drink, and it seems the school didn't dare to neglect him at all. However, Zhang Chen glanced at the time on his wristband and said, let's wait 5 more minutes, class hasn't started yet. Arriving early or late to class was a hard-earned lesson for Zhang Chen. Yang Liru had brought him over right after class, and with 5 minutes left until the next class, Zhang Chen absolutely could not start practicing before class time, otherwise, he wouldn't earn a single point for lying flat. Today. What did you say? Ma Yong thought he was hearing things. No need to rush, Teacher Ma. When class time arrives, we can start. There are only 4 minutes left now, Zhang Chen replied with a smile. I'm not in a hurry, not at all, Ma Yong said, half amused and half annoyed. Even in the inner city, no high-ranking offspring would dare waste a second in his breathing practice class. It was the first time he had encountered a student like Zhang Chen. Ding ding. 4 minutes later, the class bell rang. Ma Yong casually said, first, breathe and exhale for me, let me see how many cycles of the tidal breathing technique you can run at once. Since Zhang Chen didn't take the practice seriously, Ma Yong naturally couldn't devote himself fully to Zhang Chen. After all, it was Zhang Chen who would suffer the loss, not him. If he could slack off, why not enjoy it? Zhang Chen obediently followed the instructions. Under the influence of his all-weather breathing ability, the value of the tidal breathing technique had already reached an entry level of 41 out of 100. Such a result was not enough for Zhang Chen to run many cycles at once. Fortunately, the all-weather breathing ability could indirectly boost the tidal breathing technique, so even if Zhang Chen didn't practice, the value of the tidal breathing technique would still increase a few points each day. Thus, Ma Yong noticed that although Zhang Chen seemed lazy and casual, during the breathing process, his breath was long and powerful, seamlessly connected from start to finish, without any interruptions or difficulties in breathing. This surprised him. He had been invited here, and Yang Liru had told him that Zhang Chen was exceptionally talented. As long as he could patiently guide him through a few techniques, Zhang Chen would make rapid progress. Now, it seemed that Zhang Chen indeed had a certain talent for breathing technique practice based on his current performance. Just as he was about to explain the key points to Zhang Chen, he saw Zhang Chen, who had been maintaining his breathing state, suddenly stop and look at him seriously, saying, Teacher Ma, let's take a break. Zhang Chen felt helpless. This was a one-on-one teaching session. Unlike Yang Liru's classes, where he could slack off without much consequence, facing Ma Yong alone, stopping suddenly without notice felt a bit disrespectful. Lying flat simply meant not striving or competing, not that Zhang Chen should be impolite. So, he maintained a very good attitude and even got up to pour a glass of water for Ma Yong. Is this how you usually approach your practice? Ma Yong questioned. Teacher Ma, you may not know, but I once fainted from overtraining. Since then, I've maintained a sense of restraint towards my practice, and I hope you can understand, Zheng Chen explained. There was no way around it. In the private training room, it was just him and Ma Yong, and he couldn't just ignore Ma Yong. This is the first time I've heard such an excuse from you. You should know the survival threats humanity faces. If everyone were like you, who would fight against the alien races in the future? Who would eliminate the extraterrestrial beings? Ma Yong said angrily. Although teaching was meant to improve the quality of life, Ma Yong couldn't understand how someone raised in the current environment could be so apathetic. Especially in a situation where he was personally teaching. Teacher Ma, please calm down. I have my reasons. For doing this, Zheng Chen vowed never to attend private lessons again, even if the school arranged them for free. It was too easy to offend people and to be taken advantage of. What reasons? You just fainted, right? I almost died in the radiation zone, you know? I was nearly eaten by the catfish demon king. Should I just not go and fight demons next time? Ma Yong scoffed. Even if you have exceptional talent, if you continue like this, don't even think about getting into the Divine Martial University. You won't even be able to awaken 2 strands of chi, Ma Yong reminded him, unable to hold back his frustration. Buzz. A warm current suddenly emerged in Zhang Chen's abdomen. The all-weather breathing technique allowed Zhang Chen to maintain a state of breathing continuously. The first 3 months of practicing the breathing technique were the easiest time to awaken the chi. Once the first strand was awakened, the second, third, and even fourth and fifth strands could be quickly awakened. Zhang Chen had maintained this all-weather breathing ability. It had been 2 days since he was close to awakening the first strand of chi. At this moment, the second strand of chi finally appeared in Zhang Chen's abdomen. What's wrong with you? Don't play dumb with me. Ma Yong frowned. I awakened the second strand of chi, Zhang Chen said awkwardly. Just like when he faced Yang Liru, Zheng Chen knew that Ma Yong meant well, so he didn't feel the satisfaction of proving him wrong, but rather felt apologetic. If it weren't for the teacher's teachings to be an honest and good child, Zheng Chen wouldn't have spoken up. What? Ma Yong was taken aback. Zheng Chen noticed that the break time was over. So he activated the 2 strands of chi, breathing in and out according to the tidal breathing method. The 2 strands of chi flowed like warm currents, successfully completing a full cycle with each breath, repeating endlessly. During the breathing process, the power of the chi was slowly strengthening at an imperceptible rate. As someone with a combat power value above 35.0 and a teacher of the breathing technique, Ma Yong immediately noticed the 2 strands of chi within Zhang Chen. One had already grown stronger, while the other had just been awakened. Even if you can awaken 2 strands of chi, you shouldn't waste this rare training time. You know that to get into the Divine Martial University, you need to awaken 6 strands of chi. Although he was still criticizing Zhang Chen, his tone couldn't help but soften. Yes, thank you, Teacher Ma. I understand, Zhang Chen nodded, but once the break time was over, he would immediately stop training. After several rounds of this, Ma Yong couldn't help but follow Zhang Chen's rhythm, stopping to rest when the time was up. The tidal breathing method is just a basic breathing technique. Once a person awakens more than 20 strands of chi, they should switch to the day-night breathing method. This method not only allows for the awakening of more strands of chi but also integrates the awakened chi together, enabling quantitative changes to produce qualitative changes, even allowing a Yuan warrior to become a physical warrior. Now let me tell you some key points in common knowledge about the day-night breathing method. Ding ding ding. Teacher Ma, I'm sorry, the class bell has rung. It was rare to encounter a training genius, and Ma Yong wanted to guide him, leaving a good connection for himself. In fact, he couldn't elaborate much on the knowledge of the day-night breathing method, and according to the rules, Zhang Chen shouldn't be exposed to it too early. But just as he was getting into the topic, the class bell and Zhang Chen's reminder interrupted him. Thank you for your guidance, Teacher Ma. I will remember it, Zhang Chen said as he stood up. Oh, class is over. Ma Yong was a bit taken aback to I in the inner city, which student seeking private tutoring from him doesn't hope for a few extra minutes in each class? Whenever he goes over time, both students and parents express their gratitude. Unlike Zhang Chen, who not only habitually takes breaks during class but also cares more about the passage of time, as if listening for 1 more second would bring him a loss. Zhang Chen felt deeply apologetic. He was the first to leave the training room. On the way back, he looked at the information panel below. Name, Zhang Chen Fate, Lying Flat Profession, Entry-Level Warrior Combat Power Value, 14.00029 Lying Flat Value, 46 Basic Gun Technique 13 Forms, Mastery, 11 out of 100, Title. Breathing technique, beginner, 41 out of 100, ability, all-weather breathing and exhaling ability, arm strength increases by 200 kilograms at any level. After awakening the second sense of chi, Zhang Chen saw his combat power value increase by nearly 0.6. The sense of chi is a power cultivated through breathing techniques. When this power first appears, it is not very strong, especially for each subsequent sense after the first. It needs to be continuously strengthened and expanded through breathing techniques to allow the combat power value to undergo a transformation. Generally, after awakening the first sense of chi, people will strive to awaken subsequent senses in the following months, racing against time to accumulate chi and create significant changes in their combat power value. However, it is relatively rare for someone like Zhang Chen to awaken the second sense of chi just 2 days after the first. According to the training essentials of the title breathing technique, after awakening the first sense of chi, one should first strengthen and expand it, then use the power of the first sense to seek a response from the second sense, and only after finding the response can it be awakened. But Zhang Chen possesses an all-weather breathing and exhaling ability. Although only 2 days have passed since awakening the first sense of chi, the first sense has also been invisibly strengthened and expanded, and his body has remained in a breathing and exhaling state. Therefore, awakening the second, even the third, fourth, and subsequent senses is relatively easy for Zhang Chen. The only regret is that, like others, each sense after the first does not show much change in power before being strengthened and expanded. Fortunately, the all-weather breathing and exhaling ability can continuously strengthen and expand each sense of chi, ensuring that Zhang Chen will be ahead of others in this regard. Not only is it easier to strengthen the power of the senses, but he can also awaken them more easily. Of course, what excites Zhang Chen the most at this moment is the additional 46 points of lying flat value. It seems that Teacher Ma is extraordinary. In just one class, I gained as much as 46 points of lying flat value from him, even more than Teacher Su Ziyuan. Of course, this is also related to one-on-one teaching. It seems that if I'm not afraid of offending other teachers, I should continue to participate next time I have such an opportunity. Seeing that he had suddenly gained so many lying flat points, Zhang Chen's expression was filled with excitement. Unable to control himself, he added all the lying flat points to the basic gun technique 13 forms. Lying flat value, 0. Basic gun technique 13 forms, mastery, 57/100, combat power value, 14.50323. Zhang Chen felt that his understanding of the basic gun technique 13 forms seemed to have changed unconsciously, as if he could sense a power about to be awakened from the technique. This change in numerical value brought him a change in perception. Zhang Chen, what did Teacher Ma teach you? Did you study hard? Ma Yong was invited by Yang Liru through connections, and she valued this class greatly. As soon as it ended, she rushed over to ask. Teacher Ma is very nice. I learned a lot from him. He shared with me the essentials of the day and night breathing technique. Since class time was up, I knew he needed to rest, so I didn't disturb him and left the training room first, Zhang Chen explained. What? You? I'll settle this with you later. Yang Liru almost cursed, hurriedly heading towards the training room. Upon entering, she saw Ma Yong sitting on the cushion, looking at the empty chair. Ma Yang wanted to change his perspective and see how he would react if he were Zhang Chen, with someone explaining the invaluable cultivation content to him. He realized he would be just as excited as those students who sought him out for private lessons, listening intently to every detail. Teacher Ma, I apologize on behalf of Zhang Chen. He doesn't know what's good for him and has upset you, Yang Liru said, bowing slightly. You're being too harsh, Teacher Yang. Zhang Chen is a rare talent in cultivation. He awakened his first sense of chi just 2 days ago and has already awakened his second. A student like him should be nurtured by the school. If he can cultivate seriously, perhaps he can get into Starry Sky University, Ma Yong said earnestly. Zhang Chen's cultivation attitude was lax, yet his progress was rapid, all due to his innate talent. What? He awakened his second sense of chi? Yang Liru exclaimed in shock. As a teacher of breathing techniques herself, she understood what it meant to awaken a second sense of chi just 2 days after the first. When he was breathing just now, I vaguely assessed that his combat power has already reached 14.0. Perhaps before this semester ends, he will be able to enter the elite class for cultivation, Ma Yong continued. 14.0, Yang Liru gasped. Last night, Zhang Chen participated in a ranking match, and his combat power information in the star realm was 13.3. Just one night had passed, and his combat power had already reached 14.0. There are very few people in the Outer Ring City who can get into Starry Sky University. If the school can correct Zhang Chen's cultivation attitude, perhaps this year, 9th high school will have a martial arts student who gets into Starry Sky University. Ma Yong said. To get into Starry Sky University, he must at least become a Yuan warrior, Yang Liru said, her voice trembling. A lax cultivation attitude stems from insufficient desire. If he can recognize the Situation in the Outer Ring City. I believe he will strive to improve, completely changing his previous cultivation attitude and dedicating himself to training, making every second count to become stronger, Mayong said. As members who had participated in the Great Radiation Zone battle and had just repelled the Catfish Demon Horde, both Mayong and Yang Liru were aware of the true state of the Great Radiation Zone. Although the Catfish Demon King had been slain by a martial artist of the Appearance Realm, and the Catfish Demon Horde had retreated back into the rivers and seas, the detected Catfish Demon genes indicated that this attack on the Great Radiation Zone factory was composed of 3 forces. The locations of the other 2 Catfish Demon Kings had yet to be detected. Currently, martial artists of the Appearance Realm were still stationed in the Great Radiation Zone, searching for the other 2 Catfish Demon Kings to prevent the Horde from returning. Thus, while the Outer Ring City seemed to have passed the danger, a greater threat was about to descend. Only by eliminating all the Catfish Demon Kings and ensuring that there were no traces of Catfish Demons living underground in the Great Radiation Zone and Outer Ring City could the South City enjoy a period of peace. What you mean is... Yang Liru's eyes lit up. If life and death truly confronted Zhang Chen, she didn't believe he could remain indifferent. Only those who had experienced life and death could truly undergo transformation. What Zhang Chen lacked was a transformation. If it comes to that, we can ask a mentalist to treat him, Mayong reminded. Yes, I know what to do now. I'll immediately have the school grant permission for Zhang Chen to come into contact with the Catfish Demons. He will realize how small he is in front of a combat power of 14.0. Yang Liru already had a plan. After school, Zhang Chen went to the entry-level martial artist area to collect his survival resource subsidy. Weighing 2 kilograms, the subsidy included catfish demon meat that had been marinated and smoked, sprinkled with nutrient liquid, 2 specially cultivated cabbages, and a cup of juice. Such a food combination seemed extravagant to most people in the Outer Ring City. However, at that moment, a martial arts student walked past Zhang Chen, carrying a tray that not only had a larger portion of catfish demon meat, vegetables, and juice, but also a cup of green nutrient water and 2 pills for replenishing chi and blood. He walked through the cafeteria, under the envious gazes of everyone, and entered a private room where several martial arts students, enjoying the same treatment as him, were seated. Zhang Chen spotted a familiar figure inside the room, Teng Qingshan, the genius representative of 9th High School. The martial arts student who had just entered the room was a member of the elite class, who not only enjoyed more training resources, such as practicing in private training rooms, but also received higher quality survival resource subsidies. The meat, fruits, and vegetables they received were not only more abundant but also of better quality, and each meal included a cup of nutritional water along with 2 pills to replenish energy and blood. Although the nutritional water was not as rich in nutrients as the nutritional solution, it still contained a lot of nutrients that allowed for better release and absorption of muscles and bones. Additionally, the 2 pills could quickly replenish the strength and energy of a martial artist after excessive consumption, enabling them to participate in more rigorous training programs and continuously improve their combat power. Although Zhang Chen had never considered training as hard as those people, allowing his muscles and bones to fully absorb, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy at the survival resource subsidies received by the elite class members. Teacher Yang said that reaching a combat power of 14.0 and awakening 3 senses would allow one to become a member of the elite class. My current combat power is 14.5, and I have awakened 2 senses. I just need to awaken 1 more, and I can also become a member of the elite class. Zhang Chen thought to himself. Envy aside, he felt no urgency. Having obtained a laid-back fate, he was very clear about how to gain his own strength. He must not become radical due to temptation, like those elite class members who trained hard. He sat in the corner, seriously enjoying his survival subsidy. Inside the private room, I heard that teacher Mayong from the inner Ring City has come to our school. It's said that he is here to teach a student named Zhang Chen the secrets of breathing techniques. Zhang Chen? Isn't he the one who defeated Hu Xichin and Yang Qi from First High School in the Star Realm, and even beat the experts from the Inner Ring City? That's right, it's said that his combat power has already reached 13.3. As far as I know, he just became a martial artist a few days ago. How could his combat power increase so much in such a short time? I asked someone I know. Zhang Chen has a cousin working as a researcher at the nuclear power plant of Xingyao Group. With the help provided by Xingyao Group over the past 2 years, he has become a Yuan martial artist. Recently, there was an incident in the large radiation zone, and he returned to the Outer Ring City. Zhang Chen should have taken the medicine developed by Xingyao Group, otherwise, his combat power couldn't have risen so quickly. Several people discussed one after another. So he's a resource 2nd generation, no wonder he was previously unknown. Someone who mistakenly thought Zhang Chen's rise in strength was due to the help of medicine said disdainfully. The medicine developed by Xingyao Group is mainly for cultivating Yuan martial artists and for them to take a bottle of Medicine costs at least 6 to 70,000. Even if Zhang Chen has a cousin working at Xingyao Group, the one taking the medicine should be his cousin's sister, not him, Tang Qingshan reminded. Zhang Chen won 5 consecutive matches in his first ranking competition and successfully defeated martial arts students from the inner ring city, making headlines at 9th high school on the same day. If it weren't for the incident in the large radiation zone diverting most of the attention, Zhang Chen would have received even more focus. What if both he and his cousin's sister took it? Someone questioned. Their family lives in Shizong, and his cousin still owes a huge debt to Xingyao Group. Even if there are significant breakthroughs in research, it would take years to pay it off, Tang Qingshan replied again. As the representative of 9th high school, Tang Qingshan knew many things that were not widely known. Now he had already obtained the qualification for direct admission to Xinwu University, but he harbored greater ambitions in his heart. He wanted to become a student of the Starry Sky University, to be the first in the history of the 9th middle school, leading his family to permanently reside in the inner city, truly changing their lives. The day Zhang Chen rose, he took the initiative to pay attention to him, to learn about his life and past. Brother Qingshan seems very interested in Zhang Chen, a member of the elite class remarked. If he awakens 3 senses of qi, he will be one of us in the elite class. I hope more and more people from the 9th middle school can get into the Divine Martial University, and in the future become Yuan warriors, or even exist beyond Yuan warriors, fighting for humanity, fighting for survival. Tang Qingshan declared with righteous fervor. Brother Qingshan is right. Let's all get into the Divine Martial University, become Yuan warriors, fight for humanity, fight for survival. Let's do it. A group of elite class members raised their green nutrient drinks in unison, their voices echoing from the private room, drawing the attention of those outside. The words Divine Martial University, Yuan warriors, fighting for humanity, fighting for survival, each one alone could ignite people's fighting spirit. Not to mention when shouted together by the members of the elite class. Everyone wished to join in, hoping to break through their combat power and become one of them soon. After a while, the door opened. Tang Qingshan walked out, followed by a group of elite class members. Everyone watched their figures as they exited the cafeteria and headed towards the training room. Tang Qingshan cast a casual glance at the crowd. To those who looked at him kindly and greeted him with smiles, he maintained his smile and even nodded in acknowledgement. Suddenly, in a corner, a glutton who was buried in his food, seemingly out of place in this world, caught Tang Qingshan's attention. When the other person looked up to bite into the catfish demon meat, Tang Qingshan clearly saw the person's face and immediately recognized him as Zhang Chen, the very person they had just been discussing. He couldn't help but stop and walk towards Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen only felt a shadow looming over him. He saw Tang Qingshan surrounded by a group of elite class members at his table. Classmate Zhang Chen, I hope you can soon become one of us, become an elite class member, and join us in entering the Divine Martial University, Tang Qingshan said loudly on purpose. Tang Qingshan looked at Zhang Chen with great anticipation. Thank you, I will do my best. Zhang Chen didn't expect Tang Qingshan to come looking for him specifically. After all, the two had no prior interaction. In the eyes of the 9th middle school students, Tang Qingshan was guaranteed admission to the Divine Martial University, and last time he defeated Hu Bin from the 1st middle school, his combat power had exceeded 16.0, and he had developed a skillful strength. He must be even stronger now. After all, the training resources and survival subsidies that elite class members received far exceeded those of ordinary entry-level martial artists, and their combat power was surely changing every day. Not to mention Tang Qingshan's outstanding talent. His progress in cultivation was at least very encouraging. In the eyes of the public, they were from 2 different worlds. Could it be that geniuses are always so confident and have such vision? Do your best? Tang Qingshan frowned, feeling for some reason that Zhang Chen's attitude was somewhat perfunctory. He smiled and said, entering the elite class not only means an extra cup of nutrient drink at every meal, 2 more qi and blood pills each day, but also the meat, vegetables, and fruits you receive contain higher nutritional value. The sooner you enter the elite class, the sooner you become a Yuan warrior. Such opportunities are not available to everyone. What you say is true, I will work hard, Zhang Chen nodded, acknowledging the kind reminder without reason to contradict. I've seen your data, your combat power has already reached 13.3. You only need 0.7 more combat power and 2 more senses of qi to meet the elite class requirements. Don't keep us waiting too long, keep it up. Tang Qingshan encouraged. Thank you, to be honest, I have already awakened 2 senses of qi, and my combat power meets the entry standard for the elite class, Zhang Chen said proactively, seeing that the other party had high hopes for him. Oh? Tang Qingshan was taken aback. The others were equally shocked. Congratulations, we will take our leave now, Tang Qingshan said with a smile. He then left with the elite class members. Brother Qingshan has such spirit. Brother Qingshan truly embodies the spirit of a hero. Fighting for humanity, fighting for survival, Brother Qingshan will surely become an existence that surpasses thee in the future, making us all proud of him. The crowd was inspired by Tang Qingshan's charisma. Watching his departing figure, they couldn't help but praise him. Zhang Chen also admired him greatly. As a genius from the 9th middle school, Tang Qingshan not only practiced diligently but also had a humble and helpful personality. Almost everyone who trained with him had received his guidance. However, just moments ago, when Tang Qingshan learned that his combat power met the entrance requirements for the elite class and awakened 2 senses, he seemed not only surprised but also a bit displeased. In the private training room, Xiao Sun, reorganize Zhang Chen's data for me. I want the latest and most reliable data analysis. I need to understand why his combat power has changed so drastically and whether he has really taken the potions. From Xingyao Group. Also, ask the people at Xingyao Group if Zhang Chen's cousin, Zhang Taisheng, has ever applied for gene potions and brought them out of the high radiation zone. Tang Qingshan said to a holographic screen. Okay, master, this will take about 5 minutes. Xiao Sun was an intelligent electronic assistant, always residing in Tang Qingshan's wristband. As a genius from the 9th middle school, Tang Qingshan had received many honors and rewards. He understood very well that only by maintaining his position at the top could he enjoy more attention and resource support. Xiao Sun was an A-level intelligent assistant upgraded by the school. Not only could it efficiently analyze various data, but it could also point out his mistakes in cultivation and even collect all the data of his enemies during battles to analyze and provide him with the best strategies to defeat them. When he represented the 9th middle school and sparred with Hu Bin, defeating him in front of everyone, Xiao Sun played an indispensable role. Although the school leaders were aware of the underlying issues, the methods of data analysis had long been widespread in the inner city, and since it brought honor to the school, Tang Qingshan's actions were not curtailed. On the contrary, to help Tang Qingshan maintain his undefeated record, the school opened permissions for him to access the specific data changes of every student in the school in real time. This allowed Tang Qingshan to have a thorough understanding of his competitors' data, enabling him to achieve victories more easily. Now, Tang Qingshan had become addicted to this. He seemed unaware that although Xiao Sun could help him analyze data and provide the most reasonable battle strategies to defeat his opponents, it also limited his performance. Over time, if Xiao Sun were to lose its effectiveness and there were no corresponding content analyses, he might find himself flustered. Of course, it was also possible that even if he and the school leaders recognized the drawbacks, they wouldn't care too much. In this era of scarce resources and harsh living conditions, every victory felt incredibly precious, and Tang Qingshan would not allow failure to happen to him. Soon, the data analysis regarding Zhang Chen, as well as videos of Zhang Chen demonstrating his gun techniques and analyses of his moves and strength, appeared before Tang Qingshan in detail. In the Star Realm, battle videos from ranking matches are automatically saved. Participants can review their battle replays anytime and anywhere, even gaining relevant data analyses from them, which helps them become stronger. However, to protect privacy and related security matters, while the video content can be downloaded for playback, the data analyses provided by the Star Realm can only be viewed by the participating parties in certain departments and institutions. The data Tang Qingshan received about Zhang Chen was precisely the analysis provided by the Star Realm system. Power difference. His arms can unleash more power than other warriors of the same rank, with a power gap reaching between 100 and 150 kilograms. Breathing? Sustained power explosion? His marksmanship has reached perfection. Looking at the string of data, Tang Qingshan fell into deep thought. His strength exceeds that of other warriors of the same rank by over 150 kilograms. Could he really have taken a gene serum? Wait a minute. Zhang Taisheng didn't take the gene serum from the Xingyao Group. Could it be due to innate talent? Or has Zhang Chen awakened his power? Tang Qingshan's expression grew increasingly grim. The data analysis provided by the Star Realm made him feel as if he could see Zhang Chen one day replacing him, representing the 9th middle school in battles, achieving victory after victory, and returning home in glory. Amidst the support of the crowd, honor meant more resources and survival opportunities. As a martial arts student from the Outer Ring City, Tang Qingshan understood very well that once he missed these opportunities and benefits, even if he entered the Inner Ring City in the future, it would be difficult to compare himself with the martial arts students there. Moreover, becoming a martial arts student at the Starry Sky University was his goal and aspiration. Zhang Chen has just entered the Star Realm. The intelligent assistant Xiao Sun detected changes in Zhang Chen's information within the Star Realm. Inside the Star Realm, Zhang Chen wore a puzzled expression, thinking, what does it mean that Teacher Yang is so eager for me to come in and participate in this week's final ranking match? Forget it, it doesn't matter. My uncle's loan is due tomorrow, and I hope to win a few matches in a row and earn a bonus again. Zhang Chen entered the matchmaking for the ranking match. After a while, his vision changed. His consciousness was projected into a simulated environment in the Great Radiation Zone, where a standing catfish demon appeared before him. The catfish demon belonged to the category of mutated beasts. It ignored radiation, could devour pollutants, and had a preference for human flesh, constantly undergoing mutation and evolution. The data on the catfish demon collected by the Star Realm was updated periodically. The catfish demon Zhang Chen matched with had a combat power value of 13.5. Last night, when he participated in the ranking match, the system recorded his combat power value as 13.3. After awakening his second sense of Qi, his combat power value reached 14.0, and once his basic marksmanship value reached perfection at 57 out of 100, his combat power value increased to 14.5. Currently, only a small number of people knew that Zhang Chen had awakened two senses of Qi and that his combat power value had reached 14.0. No one knew that he had raised it to 14.5 through changes in his marksmanship value. Squeak! The catfish demon charged at Zhang Chen, excited as if it had seen human flesh in reality. Zhang Chen stood firm with his gun. As the catfish demon rushed towards him, he executed a sweeping move that sent the demon flying, then thrust his gun towards the demon's heart. However, the collision between the gun's tip and the demon's body released a slime that seemed to significantly weaken the power of the shot. Only a small part of the gun's tip penetrated the catfish demon's body. Zhang Chen, like countless others living in the Outer Ring City, was familiar with the attributes and characteristics of the catfish demon. The slime on the demon was both a defensive and offensive weapon. It not only contained potent toxins but also had the power to weaken the enemy's attack. However, the combat power value of this catfish demon was 1 point lower than Zhang Chen's, and Zhang Chen's arm strength increased by 200 kilograms at any level. With a strong push forward, the spear pierced through the catfish demon's chest, and then with a flick, he sent the demon flying from in front of him to behind. Bang! After landing, the catfish demon's figure gradually faded. Zhang Chen also entered a new round of matchmaking. His combat power value has broken through again, Yang Liru exclaimed. This ranking match was set up by her through the school's permissions, allowing Zhang Chen to match with the catfish demon, and she naturally watched the entire process. It should be close to 14.5. Ma Yong had not yet returned to the Inner Ring City. Xiao Sun, tell me Zhang Chen's specific data. Tang Qingshan's face was serious. He knew that the data updates in the Star Realm had a delay, and since Zhang Chen had only awakened his second sense of Qi today, seeing Zhang Chen matched with a catfish demon with a combat power value of only 13.5, he knew Zhang Chen would undoubtedly win. I just didn't expect Zhang Chen to win so easily. It seemed that his combat power value was far more than 14.0. His basic marksmanship has reached mastery, and his arm strength far exceeds that of warriors. At the same level, with an estimated combat power value between 14.3 and 14.6, the intelligent assistant Xiao Sun estimated. So much? In just one day, his combat power value has increased by more than 1. Tug. Qingshan was shocked. He knew that when Zhang Chen finished the ranking match yesterday, the data analysis in the Star Realm showed 13.3. Now, just a day later, his combat power value had actually reached over 14.3. At this rate, it was a sure thing that Zhang Chen would be admitted to the Divine Martial University, and he might even aim for the Starry Sky University. After all, there was still the next semester of senior year. While waiting for the match, Zhang Chen couldn't help but recall the scene of his spear piercing the catfish demon, where the power on the spear was absorbed by the slime on the demon's body. He felt that layer of slime was like an incredibly defensive nano armor, capable not only of absorbing power but also possessing strong defensive capabilities. To pierce through that membrane with a single thrust, mere brute force was not enough, unless one's power exceeded that of the catfish demon by a large margin. Otherwise, at equal combat power, the catfish demon had a far greater chance of winning than a human. The 3 layers of clever strength: bounce, entangle, penetrate. If I could incorporate one of these strengths into my marksmanship, it would be much easier to penetrate the catfish demon's defenses, Zhang Chen muttered to himself. The 3 layers of clever strength could appear in marksmanship, swordsmanship, staff techniques, and even in fist and leg techniques. It all depended on how one awakened this strength. But no matter how one awakened this strength, it required the technique to be cultivated to a tangible realm. Now, Zhang Chen had already cultivated the 13 forms of basic marksmanship to a tangible realm, with a mastery value of 57 out of 100. He estimated that when the basic marksmanship reached perfection, he would at least be able to awaken the first layer of clever strength. At this moment, in the second ranking match, Zhang Chen successfully matched again against a catfish demon, and his combat power value reached 14.3. His own combat power value was updated to 14.5. Many people looked shocked. In the live broadcast room, Yang Liru and Ma Yong were conversing. Indeed, he has extraordinary talent. He has already cultivated his marksmanship to a tangible realm. As long as he can calm down, perhaps in just a few days, he can awaken the first layer of clever strength, Yang Liru said. You had the school enable permissions for him to match against the catfish demon, not only to let him feel the importance of survival but also to force him to awaken the 3 layers of clever strength through the catfish demon's attributes, Ma Yong realized. The slime on the catfish demon is very special, ordinary entry-level warriors can only rely on clever strength to defeat them. With his talent, he will surely realize this soon, Yang Liru nodded. 14.5? He wants to awaken clever strength through the catfish demon? Tong Qingshan frowned. He and Yang Liru and the others were watching Zhang Chen's live match, and Yang Liru and Ma Yong's conversation was not deliberately muted. He and many others could hear it. Creak. At this moment, the catfish demon struck first again. Zhang Chen was not to be outdone, using the 13 forms of marksmanship to attack the catfish demon's vital points. With his arms gaining an additional 200 kilograms of strength at any level, he had an advantage in power. Coupled with his combat power being higher than that of the catfish demon in front of him, Zhang Chen initially held the upper hand. However, as the slime secreted by the catfish demon increased, its defensive and impact resistance capabilities grew stronger, and Zhang Chen's offensive was affected. At this point, according to normal logic, he should have remained calm, thought carefully about how to break through the catfish demon's defenses, and attempted to transform his marksmanship to awaken clever strength. Yang Liru and the others watched Zhang Chen with great anticipation, hoping to see him achieve a transformation in his marksmanship through repeated attempts. Instead, they saw that Zhang Chen seemed to dislike thinking and cared little about whether he could break through. He only pursued a quick resolution. Even though his marksmanship couldn't break through the catfish demon's defenses, he charged forward as if eager to finish this ranking match. The deafening roar of gunfire echoed, as if each shot was executed to perfection, not just a half-hearted attempt at the competition. Zhang Chen, calm down. Yang Liru shouted uncontrollably. Unfortunately, once the battle began, all surrounding information was automatically blocked, and even if Zhang Chen could hear her now, he wouldn't take it to heart. Boom! Ultimately, Zhang Chen's spear struck the catfish demon on the head, shattering the spear and causing the demon to bleed profusely, while Zhang Chen was also torn open at the chest by the demon's minions, with the slime entering his wound, quickly leading to his death from poisoning. His figure then vanished from the star realm. Bang! How could he do this? Yang Liru stomped her feet in anger. Zhang Chen's actions were reckless. If he were to confront the catfish demon in reality, he would only die faster. Is that it? Tong Qingshan's expression shifted from tense to one of disdain. In the Shitsong community. In a small room on the balcony. A line of text suddenly appeared before Zhang Chen. You have continuously fought swiftly in the ranking matches for several days, gaining the ability to be faster than others. Finally awakened another ability. Faster than others? Does that mean I'm faster in any situation? Zhang Chen exclaimed excitedly. Unable to contain himself, he threw 2 punches but found no change in speed. I can only explore slowly. I hope the speed can intuitively change in various aspects like attack and defense. Of course, some aspects can be left out. Zhang Chen felt inexplicably nervous. He then looked at the information panel below. Name, Zhang Chen Fate, lying flat occupation, entry-level warrior combat power, 14.52977 lying flat value, 21 basic. Marksmanship 13 styles, great achievement, 57 out of 100, title breathing technique, entry level, 43 out of 100, ability, all-weather breathing and exhaling ability, arm strength increases by 200 kilograms at any level. Speed faster than others. The lying flat value actually increased by another 21 points. Teacher Yang is really trying hard. My performance tonight will surely infuriate her to death, Zhang Chen sighed. He knew it was difficult for entry-level warriors to match against non-human creatures, especially targeted beasts like the catfish demon. Because ordinary entry-level warriors could hardly defeat them one-on-one, otherwise, Zhang Chen's combat power of 14.5 wouldn't lose to a catfish demon with a combat power of 14.3. This was because beasts had a physical quality that humans lacked. Only when humans became Yuan warriors would their physical quality reach 1. Before becoming Yuan warriors, human physical quality could be negligible compared to beasts. They could only compensate through techniques. Only after awakening 20 senses would human physical quality significantly improve and break through 1. At that time, humans would have the ability to confront beasts one-on-one. Thus, even though Tang Qingshan and others knew Zhang Chen's combat power reached 14.0, they were still shocked when he defeated a catfish demon with a combat power of only 13.5 in just a few shots. Zhang Chen then added the 21 points of lying flat value to the basic marksmanship 13 styles. Lying flat value, none. Basic marksmanship 13 styles, great achievement, 78 out of 100, combat power, 15.0 Zhang Chen frowned. This morning, the value of basic marksmanship changed from Great Achievement 11 out of 100 to Great Achievement 57 out of 100, and his combat power only increased by 0.5. Tonight, the marksmanship value changed from 57 out of 100 to 78 out of 100, and his combat power increased by nearly 0.5. Could this change in value have touched upon some kind of power? 4. Example, the first layer of skillful strength. Thinking of this, Zhang Chen's expression became excited, wanting to return to the Star Realm to test it out once the time restriction was lifted. But considering his fate, attributes, he had to give up and quickly forget about it, stepping out of the room to get some fresh air on the rooftop. However, he saw a crowd of people gathered in the living room. Everyone was chatting and laughing. In the corner, there were quite a few gifts, mostly survival supplies, including earth dragon jerky, pickled rat meat, and some cauliflower fruits. Lingfang, come over and greet your uncles and aunts. They know you got into Shinwu University and came specially to celebrate with you, Zhang Lei called out. Hello, uncles and aunts. I just finished the ranking match and stepped out for some fresh air. You all take your time to chat, Zhang Chen greeted. He noticed that Lai Jijun and his son were among them. Good, we all saw your match against the catfish demon just now. At such a young age, you can hold your own against the catfish demon, that's truly rare. Jijun, you should learn more from Lingfang, Lai Dazu said. I got it, Dad. Lai Jijun nodded. Ever since Zhang Chen became a tiered martial artist, participating in the ranking match that day and winning 5 consecutive matches, earning 20,000 in prize money, and even defeating a martial arts student from the inner city, everyone in the Shitsong community was talking about him. Although people couldn't enter the Star Realm to watch the ranking match tonight, they cheered for him in the live broadcast room and could still see the entire process through video software in their living rooms. When the combat power value of 14.5 appeared above Zhang Chen's head, people automatically overlooked the fact that he lost to the catfish demon. Their minds were filled with another thought, Zhang Chen getting into Shinwu University and gaining the opportunity to live in the inner city would turn the old Zhang family upside down. So even his father, who usually prevented him from interacting with Zhang Chen, dragged him to Zhang Chen's house today to get close to Zhang Lei. He even prepared to help Zhang Lei pay off part of a high-interest loan. With a total of 160,000 in high-interest loans, Zhang Chen prepared 70,000 for Zhang Lei, and the remaining 90,000 had already been raised by Zhang Lei in recent days. The loan shark even intentionally reduced some of the interest and delayed the repayment period. All the goodwill from the neighbors was politely declined by Zhang Lei. On the rooftop, Zhang Chen followed the projection from his wristband, watching how angry Lilia smashed the catfish demon's head with her augmented muscle arm. The ranking match she participated in, along with the 7 Major Star Alliance, was slightly different from the mandatory ranking matches for tiered martial artists. Besides a reduced difficulty level and looser matchmaking, it also had some entertainment value, allowing everyone to participate. Due to time constraints, although Zhang Chen's consciousness couldn't be projected into the Star Realm to enter Angry Lilia's live broadcast room and smash the catfish demon's head with her, he used other software to connect and watched her live stream of leveling up and fighting monsters from outside the Star Realm. He occasionally captured battle scenes and shared them on social media, even posting the link to Angry Lilia's live stream in his class group. The next moment, a pop-up appeared on the screen. It was a video call from Yang Li Ru. Zhang Chen, who was watching Angry Lilia chase the catfish demon down the street with her augmented muscle arm, could only block Yang Li Ru's message upon realizing her purpose. He's not studying, he's watching a female streamer level up and fight monsters? Yes, it's always like this? Which female streamer? Let me see if we've misunderstood. Angry Lilia. Yang Li Ru and Ma Yong were conversing. Both were shocked by Zhang Chen's talent and didn't want him to go astray. How can he be so indulgent? Game streaming is really harmful. Ma Yong quickly entered Angry Lilia's livestream and saw her in a revealing short skirt, wielding her augmented muscle arm, chasing a group of catfish demon minions, screaming in the mountains. In the ranking match, he was so eager for quick success. After the match, instead of reflecting immediately, he ran off to interact with a game female streamer. With such a lack of ambition, even if you have exceptional talent, how can you replace me? You are not qualified yet. Tang Qingshan, based on the content Zhang Chen posted on social media, learned what Zhang Chen was doing at that moment. He couldn't help but sneer, feeling a sense of relief again. After the angry little girl finished her live stream, Zhang Chen posted another related message. Just as he was about to head downstairs to rest, a sudden wave of heat surged in his abdomen. The third sense of qi? Zhang Chen felt a surge of joy inside. Although his level of practicing the tidal breathing technique was not high, its all-weather breathing and exhalation ability surpassed all breathing methods in the world. This continuous all-weather breathing allowed him to easily awaken one sense of qi after another, continuously strengthening them. He felt that the newly emerged wave of heat quickly began to operate automatically. within his body under the influence of his all-weather breathing ability, running continuously week after week. Unknowingly, the faint sense of chi was gradually strengthening. Combat power value 15.0, 3 senses of chi. Tomorrow I can enter the elite class for training and receive resource subsidies. Compared to obtaining more advanced cultivation methods, Zheng Chen cared more about the resource subsidies. Whether for senior high school martial arts students or entry-level martial artists, the resources they received could only be called survival resources, meant to help them maintain enough stamina to avoid fainting during cultivation. The resources obtained by elite class students were the true cultivation resources. The meat, fruits, and vegetables they received not only satisfied the body's consumption but also provided energy reserves to enhance their vitality and foundational strength. Becoming an elite class martial arts student meant that the pressure of survival was lifted. Not only could they enjoy abundant meat, fruits, and vegetables, but they could also consume nutrient water and chi replenishing pills. Each elite class member's combat power value would soar with the help of these resources. It should be noted that there was still one semester left in senior high school, and before Zhang Chen became an entry-level martial artist, Tung Qingshan already had a combat power value exceeding 16.0 and had cultivated the third layer of skillful strength, practicing more advanced gun techniques. His combat power value could change slightly every day, and once he broke through in skill, his combat power value would skyrocket. Of course, Zhang Chen had no intention of comparing himself to Tung Qingshan. Whether it was becoming an elite class member or obtaining a guaranteed spot in Shenwu University, Zhang Chen did not care. The only thing he cared about was the corresponding resource subsidies. Awakening to a laid-back fate, he aligned his actions and thoughts with this fate. Coming down from the rooftop, the guests had already left. Zhang Qingqing had just come out of the star realm, and with the help of half a nutrient solution, her combat power value finally settled at 9.7, not the ideal 9.8. She had to raise her combat power value to 10.0 before turning 18 to become an entry-level martial artist and avoid being sent to the front lines as cannon fodder. After just practicing techniques with classmates in the Star Realm, she faced continuous setbacks due to her lack of skill, and her expression was rather grim. "What's wrong?" Zhang Chen asked. "It's nothing, just need to rest early," Zhang Qingqing replied, not wanting to talk, and went back to her room after pouring a glass of water. "Qingqing's talent isn't as good as yours. She's been practicing every day during this time, but her combat power value just won't go up," Lu Feng explained. "Qingqing, don't put too much pressure on yourself, you still have several months," Zhang Lei comforted from the doorway. Last time, De Wu stagnated in the last few months and was eventually sent to the front lines, leaving only his father all alone. "If we could buy another nutrient solution for Qingqing, perhaps." Lu Feng glanced at Zhang Chen, hesitating to finish her thought. Zhang Chen instantly understood her meaning. Now, in the eyes of outsiders, he had the potential to be admitted to Shenwu University and live in the inner city, making it much easier to take out a loan to buy nutrient solutions than it would be for Zhang Lei. "It's getting late. Lingfeng, you should rest first. I need to talk to your aunt," Zhang Lei said with a grim expression. "Okay, you all should rest early too," Zhang Chen replied as he returned to the small room on the balcony. Zhang Lei also pulled Lu Feng back to the bedroom, where they argued. Zhang Lei insisted Lu Feng not set her sights on Zhang Chen, while Lu Feng believed Zhang Chen's current situation was related to that half a nutrient solution and the care from home, and it was time for him to give back. Zhang Chen lay on the bed. Ever since he gained the ability to breathe and exhale at all times, his senses, flesh, and even bones had been changing little by little every day. He didn't need to eavesdrop, he could hear the argument between Zhang Lei and Lu Feng in the bedroom. If he became a member of the elite class, he would indeed receive a student loan and a bonus of 100,000. Additionally, if he bought nutritional liquid himself, he would also benefit from a price advantage, saving nearly 20,000 per bottle. If he obtained the qualification for direct admission to Shenwu University, the loan interest and the price of the nutritional liquid would decrease again, and he would receive a one-time bonus of 200,000. If he became a Yuan warrior, the school would directly grant him a bonus of 500,000 and 2 bottles of nutritional liquid. All these reward rules were clearly posted on the bulletin board, and Zhang Chen was very aware of them. Currently, Zhang Qingqing had 5 months left until she turned 18. During this time, as long as Zhang Chen could accumulate enough lying flat points, he wouldn't have to worry about not being able to help her. Moreover, in 5 months, Zhang Qingqing might be able to break through and successfully awaken her chi perception. There were many who stagnated like De Wu in the last few months, but there were also quite a few who managed to turn things around in those final months. In short, even if he wanted to help Zhang Qingqing, Zhang Chen could only take it step by step. The next morning, he continued along the timeline and arrived at school to report. Yang Liru and Ma Yong were waiting for him, eager to know what he had gained from his confrontation with the catfish demon last night. "Teacher Yang, I awakened my third chi perception," Zhang Chen said before either of them could respond. Becoming an elite class member as soon as possible and obtaining resources for cultivation was the most important thing.
What? Yang Li-ru and Ma Yong were taken aback. Zhang Chen had only awakened his second chi perception yesterday.
In the testing room, the examiner said, student Zhang Chen has indeed awakened 3 chi perceptions, and his combat power has
reached 15.2. How is that possible? Yang Li-ru and Ma Yong were dumbfounded.
With the help of the all-weather breathing ability, the awakened chi perceptions could continue to grow, and Zhang Chen's combat power was increasing at an accelerated rate. Upon waking up, his combat power had already reached 15.2.
Congratulations, student Zhang Chen. Welcome to the elite class.
Your rewards will soon be credited to your account, the
examiner congratulated.
Thank you, Zhang Chen said gratefully, then looked at Yang Li-ru, who was stammering and took a while to regain her composure before saying, I'll take you to report to the elite class first. And we'll talk about the ranking competition later.
Thank you, Teacher Yang, Zhang Chen nodded.
He then followed Yang Li-ru to the elite class. At that moment, the elite class students had just finished a training
session. Tang Qingshan saw Yang Li-ru bringing Zhang Chen from the playground and noticed that Yang Li-ru seemed to be in poor spirits. Remembering Zhang Chen's participation in the ranking competition last night, a smile
appeared on Tang Qingshan's face, thinking that Yang Li-ru was going to punish Zhang Chen. However, when he saw Yang Li-ru bringing Zhang Chen to them to find their instructor, he was surprised.
Teacher Hong, congratulations on adding a new student to your elite class.
Zhang Chen just underwent testing, and his combat power has reached 15.2, having awakened 3 chi perceptions.
Now I'm handing him over to you, Yang Li-ru said. Teacher
Hong, named Hong Li-san, was a powerful Yuan warrior with a combat power close to 40.0, highly respected in the school, and had trained many martial arts experts for humanity over the years.
Oh, with a combat power
exceeding the standard by so much, it seems you found it quite difficult to awaken your chi perceptions, Hong Li-san assessed Zhang Chen. Usually focused on the elite class students, Hong Li-san was unaware of Zhang Chen's
recent achievements.
What you don't know, Teacher Hong, is that Zhang Chen awakened his first and third chi perceptions in less than 10 days, Yang Li-ru explained.
What did you say? Hong Li-san was left speechless. Teacher Hong, there's something I need to tell you. Zhang Chen has exceptional talent. Ever since he became a beginner martial artist, it's as if he has suddenly awakened. Yang Li-ru took Hong Li-san aside and recounted
everything that had happened with Zhang Chen recently. I didn't realize our school had such talent.
Don't worry, Teacher Yang.
Now that he has entered the elite class, his training cannot be left to his own devices.
Hong Li-san looked at Zhang Chen with surprise and excitement.
His combat power has surged recently, it must be a burst of potential.
If we can't harness this power, once the momentum weakens, it won't be easy for him to make further progress.
I've encountered similar students before, and I have a complete training method. Rest assured, I won't let him fall behind, nor will I allow his talent to go to waste. Perhaps this year's college
entrance examination will see a student from our school enter Starry Sky University. Hong Li-san was very excited. With your words, I can rest easy. No matter what, you must change his training habits. Yang Li-ru let out a quiet sigh of relief. She was afraid that Zhang Chen would become an ordinary person due to his attitude towards training. Leave it to me, Hong Li-san said confidently, personally seeing Yang Li-ru off. Just now, Teacher Yang said your combat power reached 15.2 and that you awakened 3 senses. Is that true?
Tang Qingshan controlled his breathing. I didn't expect to progress so quickly.
Just yesterday, you encouraged me to train diligently and enter the elite class as soon as possible.
I didn't expect that just a day later, here I am, Zhang Chen replied with a smile.
It really is unexpected, Tang Qingshan's smile stiffened. Zhang Chen, Teacher Yang has already informed me about you. You must remember that from today onward, you are a member of the elite class.
Your behavior and conduct must comply with the elite class regulations, especially your attitude
towards training. I won't indulge you like Teacher Yang does, understand? After seeing Yang Li-ru off, Hong Li-san warned him.
He didn't realize how significant his words were. Many elite class students looked at Zhang
Chen with suspicion.
After all, Zhang Chen's rapid progress in cultivation was achieved without serious training.
If he took it seriously, wouldn't he quickly surpass them all? Tang Qingshan, you are one of the first to enter the elite class for training this year.
I want you to supervise Zhang Chen closely. If he shows any signs of slackness in his training, you must report to me immediately and continue to correct his mistakes.
Hong Li-san said to Tang Qingshan.
Yes. Zhang Chen, we will train together from now on, Tang Qingshan said eagerly.
All right. Zhang Chen sighed.
If he trained according to Hong Li-san's methods, he would eventually be kicked out of the elite class, let alone gain the qualification for direct admission to Shinwu University or become a Yuan martial artist. This is the training plan for elite class students.
Zhang Chen, take a good look at it. Then Han Lisan took out a training plan for Zhang Chen to see. Zhang Chen saw that the plan stated he had to report to school at 5:30 every day, practice breathing techniques with everyone for 2 hours, and then go to the cafeteria to receive training resource subsidies. After that, he would return to practice skills and engage in mutual sparring assessments. There would be no lunch break or holidays. There would also be evening classes for training. Aside from a few remaining hours for rest, the rest of the time would be spent on training and studying. Such an intense training regimen is hard for most people to endure. Fortunately, elite class students have expensive training resource subsidies, with a cup of nutritional drink at every meal and several energy replenishing pills each day, allowing them to maintain their energy without suffering from overtraining. In fact, the high-intensity training is designed to help them absorb the energy from the daily training resource subsidies, enabling their vitality and foundation to continue evolving, laying a solid foundation to become Yuan martial artists. After reading through it, Zhang Chen felt dizzy at first. It was impossible for him to come to school at 5:30 in the morning to practice breathing techniques, let alone the fact that there were no holidays, and he still had evening classes to attend. If he really followed this training plan, Zhang Chen felt that even if Zhang Qingqing became a young lady, he would never become a Yuan warrior. Not to mention buying her nutritional fluids. Time is precious, let's start training. Han Lisan was eager to let Zhang Chen feel the atmosphere of the elite class and change his lazy attitude towards training. The breathing technique was a method to enhance vitality, strengthen the bones, and absorb the power of food and nutritional water, which played a significant role in Han Lisan's training plan. Almost half of the time each day was spent on it. To supervise Zhang Chen's training, Han Lisan arranged for Zhang Chen to sit at the front and had Tang Qingshan monitor his practice. Zhang Chen, although both the elite class and the ordinary class practice the tidal breathing technique, the rhythm of inhalation and exhalation between the two classes is very different. The ordinary class emphasizes a long, sustained breath, while the elite class focuses on speed, using continuous and intense breaths to constantly strengthen vitality in bones. If you start practicing at this rhythm, your brain will experience oxygen deprivation, and you might feel drowsy. You must remember, no matter what, you cannot fall asleep. As long as you can hold on, the subsequent practice of the tidal breathing technique will yield twice the result with half the effort. Do you understand? Han Lisan reminded him. What? Fall into a coma? I understand, Teacher Hong, you can rest assured. Zhang Chen was taken aback, then excitedly replied. Now breathe and exhale with my rhythm. Han Lisan nodded in satisfaction and then led everyone in breathing exercises. Zhang Chen followed his rhythm, but after a while, his eyes became hazy and his body swayed unsteadily. Han Lisan was not lying. High-intensity breathing exercises could easily cause oxygen deprivation in the brain, leading to drowsiness. Even with the ability to breathe continuously, that feeling of sleepiness would still come. Han Lisan immediately noticed Zhang Chen's condition and couldn't help but let out a long breath, wanting to remind Zhang Chen to hold on. Bang! However, as he exhaled, Zhang Chen's vision went dark and he collapsed to the ground. Tang Qingshan nearly choked, his face flushed as he looked at Zhang Chen's unconscious figure, wondering if Zhang Chen's combat power was obtained through cheating. Zhang Chen's head tilted, and he fell hard to the ground. The sound nearly disrupted everyone's breathing rhythm. Zhang Chen. Han Lisan was caught off guard. He had high hopes for Zhang Chen, but he didn't expect Zhang Chen to fall asleep just 10 minutes into following his breathing rhythm, as if he had no resistance at all, allowing the drowsiness to wash over him, giving up on his practice. He couldn't help but tug at Zhang Chen. He found that Zhang Chen was indeed fast asleep and sleeping very soundly. Moreover, even in his sleep, his breathing was surprisingly rhythmic, as if he were practicing breathing techniques in his dreams. As a teacher in this area, Han Lisan knew that no one had ever achieved this. If a person could maintain their breathing ability after fainting, how precarious would human survival be? Everyone, continue practicing. He treated it as an illusion, and to avoid disturbing everyone's training, he ordered everyone to breathe in rhythm with him, while he temporarily ignored Zhang Chen. He wanted to see how long it would take for Zhang Chen to wake up after this fainting spell. He also understood that after a student fainted, they should be allowed to wake up on their own. Forcibly waking them would only lead to them fainting again during the next training session. He knew that in the current environment, every human was trying to find ways to become stronger, and only those lacking resources and techniques would be forced to give up training and pursue other endeavors. Zhang Chen's entry into the elite class for training was a rare opportunity. Even if his training attitude was lax, it wouldn't mean he would disregard the elite class training courses. Han Lisan thought that Zhang Chen was just having trouble adapting to the rhythm of his breathing and meditation for the first time, which caused him to faint uncontrollably. Time passed little by little. Tang Qingshan noticed that since Zhang Chen had collapsed on the ground and fallen asleep, there were no signs of him waking up to continue his
training. Instead, he was sleeping very soundly, as if he were having a beautiful dream, even drooling at the corners of his mouth later on. Hong Lee-sun swore that if it weren't for the fact that this fainting spell required Zhang Chen to wake up on his own to allow his body to adapt to that breathing rhythm, he would have kicked Zhang Chen out. In the end, Zhang Chen remained unconscious until 3 o'clock in the afternoon when he slowly woke up. By this time, there were no other people in the training room. Tung Qingshan and the others were in another training room suitable for practicing techniques. Only an intelligent assistant remained to monitor Zhang Chen's every move. Zhang Chen is awake. It quickly sent the news of Zhang Chen's awakening to Hong Lee-sun. Hong Lee-sun quickly found Zhang Chen. He wanted to ask how Zhang Chen felt after fainting and if there were any other changes in his body. Zhang Chen, you slept from a little after 8 in the morning until after 3 in the afternoon. How do you feel? Hong Lee-sun's expression was serious. I feel really tired, like I've fought a battle, Zhang Chen replied sincerely. After fainting, he had just collapsed on the ground, and his sleeping position was unhealthy. Hong Lee-sun and the others hadn't helped him adjust, and upon waking, he felt sore in his waist and back, with some numbness in his feet. Hong Lee-sun's lips twitched, and he patiently said, "The reason you fainted so quickly is that during the breathing and meditation process, your mind wasn't focused enough to resist that dizziness. Your condition is quite serious and must be corrected in time, otherwise, it will become very difficult to improve your combat power in the future. Now, in the training room, it's just the two of us. I'll guide you in breathing and meditation, you follow my rhythm and try again." Hong Lee-sun decided that today, no matter what, he had to help Zhang Chen overcome that dizziness and could not let him fall behind. But I'm really hungry, Zhang Chen said, rubbing his stomach. With 3 portions of training resources provided each day, Zhang Chen had only eaten 1 portion in the morning, and since he fainted at noon, he hadn't eaten anything since. Although he was in a fainted state, his ability to breathe and meditate was still active around the clock, which consumed a lot of energy. Moreover, the training resources were extremely precious, it would be a waste not to eat them. As someone who practiced a laid-back lifestyle, Zhang Chen couldn't afford to waste any food. Wait for me a moment. Hong Lee-sun didn't argue with Zhang Chen and personally went to help him retrieve the resources. Considering that today might be a prolonged battle, Hong Lee-sun directly collected 2 portions, one for Zhang Chen's noon allocation and one for his evening allocation. He brought them all at once, planning to stay in the training room with Zhang Chen until the end, no matter what, to help him quickly adapt to that breathing rhythm. So, in front of Hong Lee-sun, Zhang Chen finished both portions of training resources in one go. Hong Lee-sun hesitated but thought that since they would be training intensely soon, even if Zhang Chen ate everything, he would digest it quickly, so he didn't stop him. Zhang Chen, on the other hand, didn't think too much about it. As someone who practiced a laid-back lifestyle, he had no reason to remain calm in front of abundant food resources. If he could eat it all at once, why save some for later? Besides, classes ended at 6 o'clock, and it was already past 3. Come on, breathe and meditate with me, concentrate your strength to resist that dizziness, and no matter what, you have to persist, Hong Lee-sun urged earnestly. A quarter of an hour later. Zhang Chen was once again on the verge of collapsing, his eyelids heavy as if they weighed 1,000 pounds. Hong Lee-sun couldn't help but shout, hoping to wake him up. However, as soon as he spoke, Zhang Chen's eyelids completely closed again, and he fainted once more. Hong Lee-sun checked the time and found that this time, Zhang Chen had only managed to hold on for an extra quarter of an hour compared to the last time. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Zhang Chen slowly woke up from the training room. Hong Lee-sun was waiting by the side, his face as dark as a judge's. Zhang Chen had just entered the elite class for training today, but the total time spent training was less than 15 minutes, with the rest of the time spent dozing off. To avoid worrying Zhang Chen's family, he had Yang Li-ru inform them that he was taking his training seriously today and would return only after finishing his evening class. At this moment, the evening class had ended. Zhang Chen coincidentally woke up, finding that he was alone in the training room with Hong Lee-sun. "Teacher Hong, did I fall asleep again? I'm really sorry, I don't know what happened, I just suddenly dozed off," Zhang Chen said, scratching his head with an apologetic expression. He noticed it was already 9 o'clock in the evening, and from Hong Lee-sun's demeanor, it was clear he had wasted a lot of his time. In this harsh survival environment, Zhang Chen understood how important time was for a martial artist, especially for a Yuan martial artist whose strength was on the rise. "It's fine, when you get back, take a look at some books on cultivating focus, and you can slowly try using the breathing technique I taught you," Hong Lee-sun said as gently as possible. "Thank you, Teacher Hong, I'll head back now," Zhang Chen replied gratefully. He then hurriedly ran towards the school gate. Yang Li-ru and Hong Lee-sun stood on the upper floor of the teaching building, watching him get into a hovering nuclear-powered vehicle, quickly disappearing from their sight. "He's in such a hurry to go back, what do you think he wants to do?" Hong Lee-sun asked. "It doesn't
Seem like he's rushing back to train, Yang Liru speculated. Ding ding.
Detected that Zhang Chen has entered the Star Realm, watching the game streamer Angry Little Girl play.
Just as the two were wondering, a
light screen automatically popped up on Hong Lisan's wrist, showing Zhang Chen interacting with Angry Little Girl in the Star Realm. As a teacher in the elite class of number 9 middle school, Hong Lisan, a Yuan martial artist with a combat power close to 40.0, had very high authority and could know what his students were doing in the Star Realm.
Interacting with a female streamer was a public act, and even Yang Liru could quickly receive notifications.
At this rate, if he continues to practice the breathing technique tomorrow, he might just sleep the whole day again, Hong Lisan said, frustrated.
Don't you have any other methods? Yang Liru didn't want Zhang Chen to waste his potential. I do.
Let him spar with his classmates. As long as he's a man, there will be a desire to win.
If he loses in front of everyone, I don't believe he won't be affected, Hong Lisan said.
Oh, right, let's investigate Zhang Chen's past.
He must have someone he likes.
If he loses to someone in front of that person, I think he won't just let it go, Hong Lisan added. Since Zhang Chen was unwilling to cooperate, he had to take some drastic measures.
Okay, I agree.
This method will definitely stimulate him. I'll find that person tomorrow, Yang Liru's eyes sparkled with excitement.
Around 10 o'clock, Zhang Chen returned to the Shitsong community.
At this point, he had completed his interaction with Angry Little Girl and was lying in the small room on the balcony, checking the panel information.
Name, Zhang Chen. Fate, lying flat. Profession,
entry-level martial artist. Combat power, 15.26688. Lying flat. Value, 12. Basic gun techniques, 13 forms. Mastery, 78 out of 100. Title, breathing technique, beginner, 48 out of 100. Ability, all-weather breathing and exhaling. Ability, arm strength increases by 200 kilograms at any level, speed faster than others. Strange, I slept the whole day at school, yet my lying flat value only increased by 12 points.
You know, Teacher Hong
has a combat power close to 40.0.
Could it be because I've become an elite class member and can train in his class every day?
Zhang Chen had long realized that the more one chose to lie flat in rare situations, the
higher the lying flat value one could obtain.
If he hadn't entered the elite class and received individual guidance from Hong Lisan, then sleeping the whole day in front of Hong Lisan should not yield a lying flat value. Less than what he could gain from Mayong, but after he became a member of the elite class, he faced Hong Lisan every day. Although he was committed to lying flat, the lying flat value he gained was reduced due to various
factors. However, the lying flat value continued to accumulate. By continuing to lie flat, he occasionally gained unexpected abilities.
So Zhang Chen was not in a hurry. He added the 12 points of lying flat value to his
basic gun skills.
Lying flat value, basic gun technique 13 forms, great achievement, 90/100, combat power value, 15.27819. Do I really have the skill to wield the gun with finesse? Zhang Chen was filled with
curiosity.
After sleeping all day, he hadn't tested his gun skills to see if he had awakened the finesse power. After thinking it over, he decided to test it on the rooftop.
Xiao Feng. Coincidentally, Lai Dazu was practicing gun skills on the rooftop with Lai Jijun.
Uncle Lai, Zhang Chen greeted quickly. I just found out tonight that you entered the elite class for training, congratulations.
Lai Dazu congratulated him. Today,
Zhang Lei had informed Zhang Lei that Zhang Chen had become a member of the elite class, and the news quickly spread throughout the Shitsong community. Unbeknownst to him, Zhang Chen had already become the envy of others.
Thank you, Uncle Lai, Zhang Chen smiled.
I heard you slept all day in the elite class today, is that true?
Lai Jijun asked displeased.
After Zhang Chen arrived, all of Lai Dazu's attention was on him.
Well, the
training methods in the elite class don't suit me, Zhang Chen didn't hide it.
If you keep this up, how will you get into Xinwu University? Lai Jijun immediately became interested.
Lai Dazu beside him also looked
curious. If I can get in, then great, if not, then it's fate.
Zhang Chen said casually.
You can't say that.
You've already entered the elite class, and you have training resources every day. I heard that the combat power value of elite class students can change every couple of days. You can't just hog the training resources without utilizing your training abilities.
Lai Jijun teased. So it's all about fate, if it doesn't work out. There's nothing I can do, Zhang Chen replied nonchalantly.
Now, he not only understood how to lie flat in training and studying but also tried to align his conversations with the lying flat attribute, avoiding conflicts
easily. Xiao Feng, that's not right. Since you've entered the elite class, you need to give it your all. No matter what, you have to get into Xinwu University, you can't waste the training resources the school provides. You, Lai Dazu said earnestly.
He didn't expect Zhang Chen to sleep all day in the elite class, this was big news, an unprecedented event.
I understand, Uncle Lai.
I will work hard, Zhang Chen replied in agreement.
What are you doing up here so late? Lai Jijun asked again.
I was going to test my gun skills, but now it seems I'll pass. Zhang Chen said casually.
Why pass? My dad and I are here, how do you want to test it? I can help you. Lai Jijun was still brooding over the incident at school when Zhang Chen had knocked him down with a single shot. Help me? This? What do you mean, this? Do you look down on me? Zhang Chen felt awkward, while Lai Jijun was a bit angry. Xiao Feng, you and Xiao Jun used to be good friends, you can help each other in training, Lai Dazi reminded him. Uncle, my combat power value is 15.2, how can he help me? Zhang Chen retorted. 15.2. Both father and son were taken aback. Can't you hold back a bit? I've already mastered the gun technique to a tangible level and successfully become a beginner martial artist. Lai Jijun said, holding up a bamboo pole. Originally, he wanted to show off his status as a beginner martial artist, but now Zhang Chen overshadowed him by entering the elite class today. Well, in that case, I'll show off a bit. Zhang Chen picked up a bamboo pole. Go ahead and show off, just watch out. Lai Jijun said angrily, charging at Zhang Chen with the bamboo pole. Zhang Chen quietly watched him come forward, and when he was right in front of him, he easily flicked the bamboo pole, feeling a resonance between his breath and the long gun. The bamboo pole collided, the first layer of skillful strength flicked from his wrist, transmitting through the bamboo pole into Lai Jijun's body. Bang! Lai Jijun, rushing in at high speed, was thrown back as if electrocuted, the bamboo pole clattering to the ground incessantly. Lai Jijun, are you okay? Zhang Chen asked with a face full of concern, certain he had awakened the first layer of skillful strength. Flick. I'm fine, Lai Jijun forced himself to say, taking a long time to stand up. That's good, you all continue practicing, I'll head back to sleep. Zhang Chen waved and smiled, quickly disappearing from the rooftop. Even if she sleeps all day, she's still better than you, Lai Dazu said, frustrated. Impossible, he must be hiding to cultivate. One day I will catch him off guard. Lai Jijun refused to believe it, unable to accept that Zhang Chen could easily defeat him without training. The next day, Zhang Lei and his wife left early. Zhang Qingqing was also getting up and tidying up, preparing to head to school to study and cultivate, while only Zhang Chen remained sprawled on the bed, sleeping. I heard that becoming a member of the elite class comes with a reward of 100,000 yuan. If he's willing to give us that money, we could gather some people to buy Qingqing another bottle of nutrient solution, Lu Feng said on the way to the community entrance. That money is from the 7 Major Star Systems Alliance, meant for him to enhance his strength, not to buy nutrient solutions for Qingqing. I will handle Qingqing's issues myself, so don't worry about it, Zhang Lei reminded. Are you going to borrow from loan sharks again? Why not take the easy way out? Lu Feng said, exasperated. How does dragging him down benefit our family? Zhang Lei countered. This. Lu Feng was at a loss for words. Xiao Feng is a grateful child. When he becomes successful in the future, he will not forget us. If you want to move into the inner city, stop talking nonsense to avoid being disliked, or you won't even have a chance to regret it. Later, Zhang Lei warned. I was just saying it casually, Lu Feng hurriedly replied, Zhang Lei's words making her break out in a cold sweat. In this world of scarce resources and harsh living conditions, who doesn't look out for themselves? Angering Zhang Chen would only lead to future troubles. Zhang Chen arrived at school to cultivate at the usual time. Since yesterday's elite class training, where he slept the entire day, Zhang Chen's reputation at school had become well known. Some were indignant, believing Zhang Chen was wasting cultivation resources and should be expelled from the elite class. Others lamented that Zhang Chen was a prodigy, someone like him could lead the pack even without much training. Some even speculated that Zhang Chen was a second-generation resource user, having taken advanced potions and undergone genetic modifications, which made him extraordinary. At this moment, his body had yet to adapt, leading to episodes of deep sleep. After finishing breakfast in the cafeteria, Zhang Chen returned to the elite class. Hong Lisan, as usual, led everyone in breathing exercises, the high-intensity rhythm making the 2 new students in the elite class feel dizzy. But both endured, fearing that if they lost focus, they would fall asleep. They knew that if they could get through this phase, they would master the tidal breathing technique and advance to the next level. Bang! As expected, Zhang Chen fainted again. Under the influence of the all-weather breathing ability, this time Zhang Chen lasted nearly 15 minutes before the drowsiness hit. Moreover, this nap only lasted until noon when the cultivation resource subsidies were to be distributed. Have you found the person? Hong Lisan eagerly wanted to teach Zhang Chen a lesson. I just contacted her, she's in the inner city, named Shen Duling. Their parents were comrades and previously lived in the Shitsong community. Later, Zhang Chen's parents died in the battle against the alien invasion, while Chen Duling's parents quickly rose to prominence during that conflict and gained the opportunity to live in the inner city. Since then, the two of them had lost contact.
However, according to the information I received, after Chen Duling moved to the inner city with her parents, Zhang Chen had tried to contact her multiple times until her parents intervened and cut off communication. Yang Liru said. In this harsh environment, where the threat of alien invasion loomed at all times, finding Zhang Chen's beloved was not an easy task. That's great. The girl he likes has moved to the inner city, and he wants to pursue her but is stopped by her parents. If he could be given a chance to perform well in front of her, I believe he would cherish it. Hong Lisan said. Well, I've already talked to Chen Duling and arranged for her to enter the live stream to watch Zhang Chen participate in the ranking matches. Zhang Chen hasn't participated in any ranking matches this week yet, so I'll tell him that there's a martial arts student named Chen Duling from the inner city waiting to see him compete. I don't believe he won't react. Yang Liru smiled. To change Zhang Chen's attitude towards cultivation, the two of them thought of many methods, ultimately believing that having Zhang Chen compete in front of the girl he liked would most easily ignite his competitive spirit and change his attitude towards cultivation. Alright, leave it to me. Hong Lisan said confidently. In the afternoon skills training class, Tang Qingshan watched as Zhang Chen practiced the basic 13 forms of spear technique nearby. Zhang Chen had nearly perfected this basic spear technique and could practice intermediate techniques at any time, but practicing in the training room was different from competing in ranking matches or life and death battles, where every move had to be executed to the fullest. Therefore, while Zhang Chen performed well, he did not truly unleash his strength and speed. Tang Qingshan could not see that Zhang Chen had already developed finesse in his technique. Moreover, after completing a round of spear practice, Zhang Chen would take a break to drink water, and this lax approach to training made Tang Qingshan and several other students feel that Zhang Chen might have used connections to enter the elite class. Zhang Chen, when do you plan to participate in the 3 ranking matches this week? Hong Lisan asked. Probably on Friday. Zhang Chen replied casually. Last time, in order to help Zhang Lei pay off a loan shark, he became a beginner martial artist that day and participated in the ranking matches that night. Now that the loan was paid off and he had won 100,000 yuan in prize money yesterday, Zhang Chen wanted to take a few days to rest, gather his strength, and then participate in the ranking matches to see if he could break his previous winning streak and earn another hefty prize to buy nutritional fluid for Zhang Qingqing. Of course, the reason for delaying the ranking matches was also to align with his fate attributes. After all, a person who enjoys taking it easy would naturally have a habit of procrastination. Last time, he was forced to participate in the ranking matches out of necessity, but this time he was determined to rest for a few days first. Well, I have good news for you. There's a martial arts student named Chen Duling from the inner city who heard that your combat power has been skyrocketing lately. She actively contacted the school to inquire about you and wants to watch your live stream during the ranking matches to cheer you on. Hong Lisan said with a smile. Zhang Chen's expression froze. Chen Duling? This name felt like a forbidden word, sealed away by the original owner, and hearing it brought a strange sensation, a mix of excitement, heartache, confusion, and sadness. Prepare well and don't let her down. Seeing Zhang Chen's change in expression, Hong Lisan felt even more certain that Chen Duling would completely change Zhang Chen's attitude towards cultivation and help him grow rapidly. Okay. Zhang Chen nodded. He quickly searched for the original owner's memories about Chen Duling. So it was unrequited love. One in the outer city and one in the inner city, how could you two be a match? Zhang Chen sighed inwardly. Reflecting on the original owner's memories, during the alien invasion campaign, Chen Duling's parents seized an opportunity and quickly became martial artists with a combat power exceeding 30.0. 2 months later, they both transcended to the appearance realm beyond martial artists. Since then, no one in the Shitsong community has seen them. The original owner, who grew up alongside Chen Duling as classmates, tried to contact her after they moved into the inner city. However, within 2 months, all of Chen Duling's contact information was changed, making it difficult to find any trace of her life even within the star realm. From that point on, everything about Chen Duling was buried in the original owner's heart, only to be awakened today. Yet, just a name allowed Zhang Chen to quickly recall all memories related to Chen Duling, highlighting the depth of the original owner's obsession with her. Of course, as someone with a laid-back fate who wishes to align everything with a laid-back attribute, Zhang Chen could never become a sycophant, nor would he develop any unusual thoughts. Due to Chen Duling's appearance, the so-called laid-back attitude is not only about being uncompetitive in cultivation, avoiding struggles, anxieties, and internal competition, but it also applies to emotions and career. Therefore, the awakening of Chen Duling's memories did not affect Zhang Chen's life at all. In terms of studying and cultivating, he remained as carefree as ever, as if he were living in a peaceful era without worries about food and clothing, free from the pressures of mortgages and generational succession, enjoying a stable and comfortable life every day. Days passed by. Under the influence of his all-weather breathing ability, on the 5th day, while practicing the tidal breathing method according to Hong Lisan's rhythm, Zhang Chen finally no longer felt that drowsiness. For this reason, both Hong Lisin and Yang Liru believed that Chen Duling's appearance had made an impact, and Zhang Chen was finally going to change his habits and start practicing earnestly. Although in class he still took breaks from time to time, compared to his previous state of sleeping all day in the training room, Zhang Chen had indeed changed a lot. This filled Hong Lisin and Yang Liru with anticipation. Soon, Friday night arrived. Participating in ranking matches 3 times a week was a strict requirement of the 7 Major Star Alliance, and Zhang Chen could not avoid it. Before entering the star realm, he looked at the information panel below. Name, Zhang Chen. Fate, laid-back profession, entry-level martial artist. Combat power, 15.61991. Laid-back value, none. Basic gun techniques, 13 forms, perfect, 21 out of 100. Title, breathing method, beginner, 69 out of 100. Ability, all-weather breathing ability, arm strength increased by 200 kilograms at any level, speed superior to others. The acquisition of laid-back value had become relatively slow over these 5 days, averaging around 7 to 8 points daily. Fortunately, his gun techniques had finally reached perfection. Moreover, during these 5 days, Zhang Chen awakened 2 more senses of qi, bringing the total to 5. His combat power also reached 15.6. According to the admission requirements of Shenwu University, if he awakened 1 more sense of qi, he would qualify for direct admission and receive another scholarship of 200,000. At that time, he would have enough money to buy nutritional solutions for Zhang Xingqing, helping her become an entry-level martial artist, and Zhang Lei would also have to make fewer trips to the heavily irradiated areas. Xiaofeng, uncles and aunts are all waiting to see you participate in the ranking match. Today, the house was bustling with excitement. Ever since Zhang Chen's last ranking match, where his combat power was fixed at 14.5, people realized that he would likely be admitted to Shenwu University and live in the inner city. Since then, their attitude towards his family had changed. Subsequently, after entering the elite class for training, Zhang Chen's combat power broke through 15.0, and he awakened 3 more senses of qi, leading many to believe he was likely to qualify for direct admission. As a result, everyone was paying attention to Zhang Chen's match status. However, they did not expect that Zhang Chen would wait until Friday to participate in the ranking match. Well, everyone, please wait a moment, I will enter the star realm shortly, Zhang Chen greeted. I have a clear grasp of your movements these past few days. I don't believe that with such an attitude towards cultivation, you can achieve good results in the ranking competition, Lai Jijun thought to himself. Feeling wronged, he closely monitored Zhang Chen's every move, only to find out that Zhang Chen was not only slacking off at school but also at home, without any signs of secretly cultivating. This discovery made him both happy and sad. The good news was that with Zhang Chen's attitude towards cultivation, even with exceptional talent, he would eventually become useless over time, while as long as he practiced diligently, he would surpass Zhang Chen sooner or later. Everyone here had heard the story of the tortoise and the hare. The sad part was that Zhang Chen's cultivation talent was too formidable. He had heard that Zhang Chen had already adapted to the breathing rhythm of the elite class teacher and would no longer faint and sleep through the lessons. Classmate Chen, I need your help. Yang Liru sent a message to Chen Duling. Teacher Yang, could you please send me the room number later? Chen Duling replied. After a while, under everyone's anticipation, Zhang Chen entered the star realm to participate in the ranking competition, and his livestream quickly filled with viewers. Among them were Yang Liru, Hong Lisin, Ma Yon, Teng Qingshan, Hu Bin, Hu Xichin, and others. Soon, a clean and pure beautiful figure appeared in the livestream, causing a small stir. The gazes of Teng Qingshan, Hu Bin, and others were drawn to her. She was none other than Chen Duling, a martial arts student from the inner city. Compared to the outer city, Chen Duling's life in the inner city was not only resource-rich but also guided by renowned teachers. As a senior martial arts student, her combat power had already exceeded 20.0, and she had received a guaranteed admission contract from Starry Sky University. This time, at Yang Liru's request, she entered the live stream of the martial arts students from the outer city for the first time. Soon, Zhang Chen's figure also appeared in the live stream. He glanced at everyone, his gaze lingering on Chen Duling, and couldn't help but marvel at how the girls growing up in the inner city not only surpassed those from the outer city in looks and temperament but also in strength. Wu Weiwei and Hu Xichin standing next to Chen Duling seemed like ugly ducklings in comparison. Chen Duling smiled slightly and waved at Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen politely smiled and waved back, then entered the matchmaking process. The two did not exchange much, which surprised Chen Duling. Hong Lisin and Yang Liru exchanged knowing smiles, thinking that Zhang Chen was eager to prove himself to Chen Duling. Soon, Zhang Chen matched with an opponent. The identity and appearance of the opponent left him stunned. It was the game streamer, Angry Little Girl. It's you! They exclaimed in unison. Zhang Chen watched Angry Little Girl's live streams every day, interacting with her and sharing her live updates. She remembered him well as a loyal fan, and sometimes when she saw Zhang Chen sharing live clips, she would click on his page to learn about his past. They both knew each other's identities, one a professional game streamer, the other a senior martial arts student.
My family urged me to
participate in the ranking competition. They said the rules are strict, which is perfect for testing the power of my muscle arm implant. I can now skillfully use it and harness the strength it gives me, raising my combat
power to 15.6, angry little girl said, waving her muscle arm.
I just entered the elite class not long ago, and my combat power is about the same as yours. I have to participate in the ranking competition 3 times a week, and I didn't expect to run into you, Zheng Chen replied. Then let's have a match according to the ranking competition rules.
I won't go easy on you, and you don't have to hold back either, angry little girl said.
Sure, Zheng Chen naturally had no objections. However, Yang Liru and Hong Lisan in the livestream felt something was off. They all knew that Zhang Chen was a devoted fan of Angry Little Girl Thy in the ranking match. Encountering the angry little girl might confuse some, as they felt that after her appearance, Zhang Chen seemed to have forgotten about Chen Duling's existence. They brought Chen Duling into the live broadcast room, hoping her presence would ignite Zhang Chen's fighting spirit and encourage him to perform well. Unexpectedly, in the first ranking match, Zhang Chen matched up with the angry little girl.
Before either could say anything,
the battle between Zhang Chen and the angry little girl began immediately, and the information and sounds in the live broadcast room were all muted. Little Wind Brother, I'm here, take my little iron fist first.
The
angry little girl's shy and cute voice echoed through the live broadcast room, instantly igniting her fans.
Sister little girl, watch the gun! Zhang Chen exclaimed excitedly. He changed his usual quick finish attitude
and treated this ranking match as a private gathering between a devoted fan and their idol. He just hoped time would pass more slowly so they could continue to spar. He was afraid that if he wasn't careful, the angry
little girl would disappear from the star realm.
Similarly, the angry little girl also hoped this ranking match could last forever. As Zhang Chen's idol, it was rare for them to meet in a ranking match, and she wanted to use this battle to express her gratitude and appreciation to him. She also wanted her family in the live broadcast room to see her attitude towards them, hoping they would like her even more. She knew her family wouldn't want to see her treat them the same way she treated the catfish demon, smashing it with a single punch. She wanted to seize this rare opportunity to have a thrilling match with Zhang Chen, allowing her family to feel her
enthusiasm and understand her strength.
Thus, the two exchanged blows, with the armored muscle arm countering the basic gun techniques.
Zhang Chen tried to slowly break through the angry little girl's defense, while
she attempted to gradually snatch Zhang Chen's long gun away. Although they didn't unleash the most direct clash of power, they cautiously probed each other, gradually increasing their strength and speed, bringing the
battle to a heated state.
In no time, the live broadcast room was filled with cheers from the angry little girl's family.
Some cheered for Zhang Chen, hoping he would break through the armored muscle arm defense and force
the angry little girl to reveal her ultimate move. Others shouted the angry little girl's name desperately, hoping she would quickly defeat Zhang Chen and knock his long gun away.
Amidst these voices, Yang Liru, Ma Yang, Hong Lisan, and others felt isolated and helpless, unsure of what to do. Chen Duling frowned slightly.
Although Zhang Chen and the angry little girl's combat style didn't violate any rules, for some reason, she found this closed-knit approach very uncomfortable to watch. As a martial artist who grew up in the inner ring city, she knew that in real life, encountering alien beasts or extraterrestrial beings would never allow for such a combat state. To survive and protect humanity's home, one must give their all, constantly seeking the enemy's weaknesses in the attack and swiftly breaking through their defenses for a decisive kill.
Zhang Chen and
the angry little girl's gradual approach to fighting felt like child's play, lacking any passion. She nodded apologetically at Yang Liru, then disappeared from the live broadcast room, leaving the star realm and returning to the real world to enter a state of cultivation. Ever since moving to the inner ring city, her contact with Zhang Chen had become very rare, and after her parents changed their contact information, she lost all
connection with him.
The memories of their past had long turned into fleeting clouds, and they were no longer on the same wavelength. This time, she was invited to the live broadcast room to watch Zhang Chen participate in the ranking match mainly due to Yang Liru's invitation, and she also wanted to see how her friends from the outer ring city were doing now. Although she was a bit surprised that Zhang Chen's combat power had reached 15.6, making him a student in the elite class of the 9th middle school, she believed that with such a laid-back attitude towards cultivation, no matter how high his talent, he was destined not to achieve much in the future. Secondly, based on Zhang Chen's attitude towards the angry little girl and his own attitude, it was clear that Yang Liru wanted to provoke Zhang Chen with herself, hoping to make him more aggressive and eager to learn, but this method had evidently failed. So, Chen Duling acted as if nothing had happened and focused on cultivating in the inner city. Hong Lisan and Yang Liru watched as Chen Duling disappeared from the livestream, wanting to say something but hesitating. Both realized that Chen Dueling had not provoked Zhang Chen. Instead, Zhang Chen's close-knit fighting style with the angry little girl made Chen Dueling feel out of place. Bang! At this moment, the battle in the live stream reached a fever pitch. According to the rules of the ranking match, neither side could voluntarily concede or intentionally throw the match. Initially, they tested each other, slowing down the pace, which did not violate the rules, but as time passed, both had to reveal their true strength. At this point, Yan Liru, Hong Lisan, and Tang Qingshan noticed that the angry little girl's augmented muscle arm was actually deflected by Zhang Chen's spear. Meanwhile, Zhang Chen's shooting speed suddenly increased, as if he was a level faster than the angry little girl. But Zhang Chen felt apologetic. With the help of the clever strength and an additional 200 kilograms of power from his arm at any level, along with his superior speed, the angry little girl was simply no match for him, unless her augmented muscle arm could continue to upgrade. Ultimately, the angry little girl's chest was pierced by Zhang Chen's spear. I hate you, little Feng brother, she said with a wronged expression, stomping her foot before her figure faded away. Sorry, little girl, Zhang Chen waved with a smile. Although they saw Zhang Chen win, Yan Liru and Hong Lisan couldn't smile, as Zhang Chen's attention was entirely on the angry little girl. Both were worried that Zhang Chen would sink deeper and eventually become a game streamer like the angry little girl, neglecting his cultivation and studies. Zhang Chen quickly entered the matchmaking for the second ranking match. Clever. Strength, first layer. Combat power value 15.6. He not only awakened the clever strength but also awakened at least 2 senses of qi. Tang Qingshan frowned tightly. Zhang Chen's change in combat power was beyond his expectations. I need to find a way to make him stop contacting the angry little girl, otherwise, I'm afraid Zhang Chen will completely fall into it, Yang Liru said gravely. She realized that the angry little girl's status in Zhang Chen's heart was far higher than that of Chen Dueling, and the method of using Chen Dueling to provoke Zhang Chen was no longer effective. Perhaps we can only use school authority to persuade the angry little girl to block Zhang Chen, Hong Lisan suggested. If we do that, what if Zhang Chen doesn't understand and it backfires? Ma Yang worried. We can't just watch him fall into this and waste his exceptional talent. Yang Liru said helplessly. At this moment, the matchmaking ended. Zhang Chen and his opponent's figures reappeared in the live stream. Hello, I am the intelligent being Xiao Ji. I will analyze all your data during our battle and provide you with a relevant cultivation plan afterward based on the data. Zhang Chen surprisingly matched with an intelligent being this time. Wow, it's Xiao Ji. How lucky is that? So enviable. The live stream erupted in excitement. Xiao Ji was a wise being in the star realm, capable of accurately analyzing people's combat power and providing cultivation plans based on relevant data. In the outer city, it was a rare encounter, only some lucky individuals could meet one. Then let's get started, Zhang Chen said, but there was no joy on his face. He quickly pressured Xiao Ji with his spear technique. After defeating the angry little girl, he had been thinking about leaving the star realm as soon as possible, returning to the real world to comfort the angry little girl through social media, as that would align with his laid-back nature. Therefore, it didn't matter that the intelligent being couldn't provide him with a cultivation plan through data analysis. What mattered was that this ranking match needed to end quickly so he could go out in comfort. The angry little girl thus, Xiao Ji seemed to become his enemy, unleashing all his strength at once, his marksmanship like a torrential storm, relentlessly pressuring the opponent, wishing he could immediately smash the opponent's head. In order to better analyze your relevant data and formulate a more perfect training plan for you, I suggest you slow down, take it step by step, and let each move reach its ultimate explosion. Rest assured, doing so will not violate the ranking match rules and will not bring any negative impact on your reputation and points, Xiao Ji reminded, noticing Zhang Chen's impatience. Boom! Zhang Chen ignored him, as if he hadn't heard Xiao Ji's reminder, or didn't care about Xiao Ji's training plan at all. Not only did his speed not decrease, but under the advantage of his superior strength, he unleashed a speed that caught Xiao Ji completely off guard. With a loud crash, Xiao Ji's arm was shattered by Zhang Chen. His figure was covered by Zhang Chen's gunfire, with 2 consecutive shots piercing through Xiao Ji's chest, causing his figure to become ethereal in an instant. Sorry, due to your lack of cooperation with Xiao Ji's examination, Xiao Ji was unable to collect all the data about you and cannot formulate a relevant training plan for you. The intelligent being Xiao Ji apologized. Zhang Chen paid him no mind and quickly entered the next match. The people in the live broadcast room were dumbfounded. Yang Liru, Hong Lisan, Ma Yon, and others felt more uncomfortable than if they had swallowed a fly. It was as if they had witnessed Zhang Chen personally destroy something they cherished in front of them. If it weren't for the fact that they couldn't touch Zhang Chen in the star realm at that moment, all 3 would have wanted to tear him to shreds. They all knew how rare it was to encounter the intelligent being Xiao Ji in a ranking match, especially in the Outer Ring City, which was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, equivalent to receiving guidance from a master. Yet Zhang Chen seemed completely unconcerned, as if Xiao Ji were a sworn enemy he wished to obliterate instantly. Although he achieved victory, he couldn't even obtain a complete data analysis, let alone the corresponding training plan. What a brainless idiot, Hong Lisin gritted his teeth. He couldn't believe that someone like Zhang Chen existed in the elite class. Perhaps he thinks that with 3 teachers guiding him, Xiao Ji is nothing at all? Tong Qingshan said, suppressing a laugh. Seeing Zhang Chen encounter Xiao Ji in the ranking match made his eyes widen. Because even he and Hu Bin had never received such treatment. When he saw Zhang Chen destroy Xiao Ji and fail to obtain a training plan, his gaze, filled with jealousy and hatred, was instantly filled with laughter. At that moment, Tong Qingshan completely relaxed. With Zhang Chen's intelligence and training attitude, no matter how gifted he was, as long as he maintained a sincere training attitude, he could ensure that Zhang Chen would never catch up to him. Hu Bin hesitated to speak. He really couldn't understand how Zhang Chen's combat power had changed so drastically recently. Could it be that Zhang Chen was a resource second generation, supported by nutrient solutions and genetic agents? It must be that angry little girl who made him lose his rationality, causing him to miss out on a great training opportunity, Ma Yong said. No one else could do that, Yang. Li Ru agreed, having never disliked a game female streamer so much. She knew the other party hadn't done anything wrong, but seeing Zhang Chen's thoughts focused on her made her feel frustrated. At that moment, Zhang Chen completed his 3rd match. His opponent turned out to be a young man bare-chested, wielding 2 iron hammers, with a combat power of 16.7, directly surpassing Zhang Chen's by 1.1. Such a large gap was hard to encounter in ranking matches, as opponents matched in ranking matches were generally of comparable strength. It was evident that with the advantage of superior speed and an arm strength increase of 200 kilograms, Zhang Chen's combat power had already been assessed by the Star Realm system to be around 16.7. Otherwise, they wouldn't have arranged such a powerful opponent for him. Yang Liru and the others were first taken aback, then they all thought of this point, looking at Zhang Chen with incredulity. Recalling the scene where Zhang Chen smashed Xiao Ji, perhaps Zhang Chen's combat power was not as simple as the data provided by the system. 15.6. He Hu frowned slightly upon seeing the combat power value above Zhang Chen's head, then felt a bit disdainful. Ha! Suddenly, Zhang Chen lunged at him with a spear. He raised his hammer to block. However, he found that the spear suddenly changed direction, stabbing at him at an extremely tricky and bizarre angle, breaking through his iron hammer defense in an instant. He Hu's expression changed, realizing that Zhang Chen's spear technique speed was not something a combat power of 15.6 could possess. Fortunately, he held 2 hammers and quickly used the other iron hammer to block. The spear was pinned against the hammer. His arm's ability to increase by 200 kilograms at any level erupted completely at that moment, causing He Hu to stagger, caught off guard once again. Just as he was about to steady himself, he saw a cold light rushing towards his chest. He hurriedly resisted, pressing down with both hammers, but the cold light circled around the hammers, and the spear pierced through his throat. He stared blankly, his figure gradually fading in front of Zhang Chen. The people in the live broadcast room were dumbfounded. Tong Qingshan, who had just been smiling, now had a completely stiff expression. This was Zhang Chen's first battle where he fully unleashed both his superior speed and the ability to increase his arm strength by 200 kilograms at any level. Zhang Chen entered matchmaking again. Congratulations on winning 3 consecutive matches, you have earned a prize of 10,000 yuan. At that moment, the Xingchenji system congratulated Zhang Chen. 10,000 yuan. Zhang Chen was somewhat taken aback. Last time, he won 5 matches in total and only received 20,000 yuan. This time, winning 3 matches earned him 10,000 yuan. It seemed that as his combat power increased, the stronger the opponents he defeated, the greater the rewards. In the live broadcast room, Yang Liru, Hong Lisin, and Ma Yong took a while to regain their senses. Did you see that shot just now? The speed suddenly skyrocketed. Could it be a transformation in technique? Zhang Chen's mastery of basic spear techniques far exceeds what any of us imagined. How did he do it? I've never seen him practice spear techniques seriously at school. Could it be that he has a master guiding him outside of school? The 3 exchanged glances. The fact that Zhang Chen could defeat an opponent with a combat power of 16.7 was indeed explosive news in the entire Xingchenji ranking competition. At that moment, Zhang Chen's matchmaking ended. Inner Ring City Martial Arts. Student. Someone exclaimed. A combat power of 17.0, and they actually matched him with such an opponent. It seems the Xingchenji system believes Zhang Chen's true strength far exceeds the combat power value he has achieved. People gasped. How did he do it? Tong Qingshan clenched his fists. In the live broadcast room, he had witnessed Zhang Chen's spear thrust towards He Hu, which was like a collision with a booster, suddenly increasing in speed and power, catching He Hu completely off guard. Despite only having a combat power of 15.6, the Xingqianji system had matched him with a 17.0 opponent. At that moment, the combat power value above Zhang Chen's head changed from 15.6 to a red 17.0, indicating that his combat power had been estimated at this level.
However, due to uncertainty, the Xingqianji system could not fully define his combat power as 17.0.
On the battlefield, in the ranking competition, there are always those who perform exceptionally, unleashing power that does not belong to their combat power value. Such individuals will have a red data above their heads. That is higher than their true combat power for a period of time. Clearly, the Xingqianji system judged that Zhang Chen's process of defeating He Hu was an extraordinary performance.
The Inner Ring City Martial Arts. Student was named Lin Quanlong, wielding a large mountain-cutting knife.
Upon seeing the red data above Zhang Chen's head, he was slightly taken aback, then cupped his fists in salute to Zhang Chen. After Zhang Chen returned the gesture, he took the initiative to attack again, thrusting his spear towards Lin Xuanlong's throat.
Clang!
The opponent quickly blocked. When the long knife collided with Zhang Chen's spear, not only was there a force of rebound transmitted, but the knife technique seemed to entangle Zhang Chen's spear technique. It was evident that Lin Quanlong had already mastered the first and second layers of subtle strength. Furthermore, as a martial artist from the inner city, with a privileged background and abundant training resources, his attack power far exceeded that of martial artists from the outer city.
Zhang Chen wanted a quick victory but
was swiftly suppressed.
Bang!
In the end, the spear was knocked away.
A knife struck his throat. His figure quickly vanished within the star realm. The crowd was left wanting more, feeling regret for Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen, quite interesting, Lin Quanlong muttered.
A martial artist from the outer city with a combat power of only 15.6 was able to fight him for over 30 rounds, and several times his spear technique nearly broke
through his defenses, leaving a deep impression on him.
Zhang Chen must be more than just exceptionally talented. I always feel there's a master guiding his training. Otherwise, his spear technique wouldn't have undergone such a transformation, and the school has never taught him, Huang Lisan said. As an elite class teacher, he spoke with certainty, suddenly realizing that Zhang Chen's lax training attitude might only be directed at them. Perhaps he had a different demeanor in front of a true master. Could it be that he's indifferent towards us because he looks down on us? Ma Yong speculated. It shouldn't be the case, Yang Liru doubted. If that were true, she would go crazy. Why should Zhang Chen look down on them? Let's see what he's doing now. If he really has a master guiding him, he would definitely go find him, Han Lisan said.
You have a point, Yang. Li Ru agreed.
So the three of them left the star realm. Using school privileges, they located Zhang Chen's wristband position while also keeping an eye on his social media updates.
They discovered that Zhang Chen's wristband
was located in the Shitsong community. His social media also quickly showed traces of his activity. Sister Xiaoya, I didn't mean it just now. The three saw Zhang Chen leave the star realm and immediately interacted with the angry Xiaoya on the live streaming platform, explaining why he defeated her tonight and telling the furious Xiaoya that she was amazing, expressing that it was his honor to meet her in the live stream. Overall, this series of actions made Yang Liru and the others' blood pressure rise significantly.
What nonsense about a master. With this kind of training style, how could anyone take him seriously? Hong Lisan said indignantly. But his strength? Ma Yang was puzzled.
In this resource-scarce, training resource-critical apocalyptic era, they couldn't understand how Zhang Chen could have such strength with his training attitude. Perhaps. Yang Liru bit her teeth and boldly suggested, perhaps it's a potential explosion rather than the top talent we think. Once the potential is exhausted, Zhang Chen will become just like an ordinary person.
Potential? Hong Lisan and Ma Yang echoed in unison. When he was in the ordinary class, I was his homeroom teacher. He used to work hard like many others, but his talent was poor, and with insufficient resources, his strength was below average in the class. Later, he even fainted from overtraining, and since then, he has been uncharacteristically indifferent, going with the flow in both training and studying, yet his strength has skyrocketed. I suspect that perhaps that fainting incident awakened some potential in his body, leading to such a significant change in his combat power in a short time. So Zhang Chen may not be as we imagine. It's not just because
of exceptional talent that he has advanced so rapidly. No matter how great the talent, it's impossible to increase combat power by so much in such a short time, especially from the outer city, Yang Liru said seriously. This,
Hong Lisan and Ma Yang were deep in thought.
I have indeed heard of such things in the inner ring city. There was a named Ao Dagong, who was originally unknown, but later awakened his potential and suddenly
became A in less than a few months.
It is said that he has now reached the level and is among the top 10 in Jiangbei province, Ma Yang said. I have also heard of this person's deeds.
If Zhang Chen truly awakens his potential, what does that mean for his future? Hong Lisan looked at the two.
Whether it's talent or potential, the three of us are not suitable to continue teaching Zhang Chen. I suggest we report this to
the higher-ups and let them handle it, Yan Liru suggested. I agree. I agree as well. Honglisen and Ma Yom had no objections. After interacting with the angry little girl, Zhang Chen fell into a deep sleep. He did not summarize or record anything. Instead, he treated participating in the ranking matches as a routine task, hoping to escape this state as soon as possible and no longer have to participate in the ranking matches every day. However, it seemed that the regulations of the 7 Major Star Systems Alliance dictated that even after becoming A, one had to participate in a ranking match every so often. It appeared that only after surpassing A could one avoid being forced to participate in ranking matches. The next morning, Zhang Chen checked his panel information. Name, Zhang Chen Fate, lying flat profession, entry-level combat power value. 15.72219 lying flat value, 62 basic gun techniques 13 forms, perfect, 21/100, title breathing technique, beginner, 73 out of 100, ability, all-weather breathing and exhaling ability, arm strength increases by 200 kilograms at any level, speed faster than others. Yesterday, after refusing to cooperate with Xiao Ji, he received a targeted training plan, which led to a significant increase in his lying flat value, reaching 62 points. It is evident how fortunate and rare it is to encounter an intelligent person like Xiao Ji. For this reason, last night Zhang Lei was also prepared to talk to Zhang Chen, wanting to hear Zhang Chen explain why he was so eager to defeat the intelligent person Xiao Ji. Zhang Chen's answer was very simple. He said that his gun technique seemed to have an unusual feeling, and he was eager to release that feeling, fearing it might disappear if he waited too long. Although the answer was somewhat perfunctory, Zhang Lei chose to believe Zhang Chen and did not pursue the matter further, but still reminded Zhang Chen that if there was another opportunity, he must seize it and never lose a precious training plan again. If Zhang Lei felt this way, those residents of Shitsong community who watched Zhang Chen's live broadcast with Zhang Lei last night thought that a freak had appeared in the community, lamenting Zhang Chen's youthful arrogance and ignorance of Xiao Ji's value. Especially Lai Jijun, who was heartbroken. Sometimes mocking Zhang Chen for his short-sightedness, sometimes cursing Zhang Chen for being ungrateful, and sometimes calling Zhang Chen a fool. In his view, if Zhang Chen had obtained Xiao Ji's training plan, as Zhang Chen's childhood friend, he would at least have had the chance to witness it and perhaps gain significant benefits. Unexpectedly, Zhang Chen did not cooperate with Xiao Ji and quickly defeated him, entering the third ranking match. Just when he thought Zhang Chen would regret it, he saw Zhang Chen defeat the opponent with a combat power value of 16.7, the Black Tiger, with a value of 15.6, and then matched with a student from the Inner Ring City with a combat power value of 17.0. Although he lost in the fourth ranking match, the strength he displayed left everyone in Shitsong community once again astonished. It was hard to imagine what Zhang Chen would become if he continued to grow at this pace. Now Lai Jijun felt like a pile of mush. First of all, as Zhang Chen's childhood friend, living in the unit next door, he had witnessed Zhang Chen's training attitude during this time. He couldn't even match 1/10 of Zhang Chen's effort, yet Zhang Chen had already become an entry-level and quickly entered the elite class for training. Now his combat power value had reached 15.6, and he had awakened 5 senses of qi, even defeating an opponent with a value of 16.7. Every time he thought of this, Lai Jijun felt that heaven was too unfair. I must believe in myself. Heaven rewards diligence. Diligence can make up for shortcomings. Golden stone can be opened. Accumulation leads to release. More work, more gain. Fortunately, Lai Jijun still firmly believed that hard work would be rewarded by heaven, and he did not lose his fighting spirit in this regard because of Zhang Chen. He even continued to hold on to the idea that one day he could surpass Zhang Chen through effort. He continued to train every day with fervor. Besides him, there were Tang Qingshan and Hu Bin among others. Ever since they saw Zhang Chen defeat the Black Tiger with a combat power value of 15.6 against 16.7, everyone felt a sense of crisis, especially Ting Qingshan. As the genius representative of number 9 high school, he had already been recommended to Xinyu University and aimed to challenge Shinkong University. He could not allow Zhang Chen to surpass him. So after watching Zhang Chen's ranking match last night, Tang Qingshan trained at home all night and even drank a bottle of nutritional liquid before going to school in the morning. His family background was much better than Zhang Chen's. Being a genius from number 9 high school, his parents would fulfill any of his requests, and friends and relatives were also supporting him vigorously. Last night, his parents had just learned that he was preparing to challenge Shinkong University and hoped to prepare a few more bottles of nutritional liquid for him. Just as he was about to go to school this morning, he saw his parents bringing him a bottle of nutritional liquid. After finishing the entire bottle, Tang Qingshan clenched his fists secretly and thought to himself, more training resources than you, a more devoted training attitude than you, more training time than you, and more effort than you, Zhang Chen, I don't believe you can surpass me. Even if your potential awakens, it's impossible to easily surpass me without training. I am the number 1 genius of number 9 high school. Only I, Tang Qingshan, can get into Shinkong University. Go for it. After pumping himself up, Tang Qingshan boarded the floating nuclear-powered car and quickly entered a state of breathing and meditation. He needed to refine that bottle of nutritional liquid. Why does Qingshan suddenly want to apply to Shinkong University? Our family has already accumulated a lot of debt over the years to cultivate him. Tang Qingshan's mother said anxiously. If he can get into Shinkong University, what does it matter how much we owe? As long as he succeeds in the future, our whole family can enjoy a good life. Tang Qingshan's father, Tang Dalong, said boldly. You're right. As long as Qingshan can succeed, what does it matter if we suffer a bit? Let's sell all my jewelry later and buy him a few more bottles of nutritional liquid. Tang Qingshan's mother resolved. Our house can also be mortgaged for quite a bit of money. Tang Dalong said seriously. Number 9 High School. In the elite class training room. When Zhang Chen arrived right on time, Tang Qingshan and the others were already sweating profusely from training. After participating in the ranking match last night, the entire competition process not only stimulated Tang Qingshan but also every elite class student. Regardless of whether Zhang Chen's success was due to talent or awakened potential, everyone had a thought in their hearts: they did not want to be surpassed by Zhang Chen. At the same time, they firmly believed, like Li Jijun, that hard work would make up for shortcomings. Therefore, seeing Zhang Chen's relaxed attitude in the training class, occasionally taking breaks, everyone was pleased and no one reminded Zhang Chen to train properly. Even Tang Qingshan, who was supposed to supervise Zhang Chen's training, ignored it. In fact, after class, he found Zhang Chen and gave him a game account, saying, Zhang Chen, I see you are very interested in game streamers. Since you entered the elite class, I haven't given you a gift yet, so this account is for you. The permissions are much higher than what you used before. You can interact with many game streamers, check their life trajectories, and contact them to meet and communicate privately. Additionally, it allows you to fight alongside female streamers and team up with them. Thank you, brother Qingshan. Zhang Chen's eyes lit up. He was genuinely grateful to Tang Qingshan. With this higher permission game account, he could fully embrace a laid-back approach, gain more laid-back points, and quickly enhance his combat power value. Soon it was the next evening. Zhang Chen participated in the second ranking match of the week. Before participating in the ranking match, Zhang Chen first checked the information on the panel below. Name, Zhang Chen Fate, Lying Flat Occupation, Entry-Level Warrior Combat Power, 15.80011 Lying Flat Value, 70 Basic Gun Technique 13. Forms, Perfect, 21 out of 100, Tidal Breathing Technique, Beginner, 76 out of 100, Ability, All-Weather Breathing and Inhalation Ability, Arm Strength increases by 200 kilograms at any level, Speed surpasses others. Through the all-weather breathing and inhalation ability, the 5 senses within Zhang Chen's body continuously strengthen, causing his combat power to change subtly every moment. Last night's ranking match, due to Xiaoji's appearance, allowed him to gain 62 points of lying flat value. Today, continuing his leisurely training, along with Tang Qingshan's game account assistance, Zhang Chen gained another 8 lying flat points, bringing the total to 70 points. A bottle of nutrient solution, if purchased in my name, would require at least 170,000. Entering the elite class earned me a 100,000 bonus, and participating in last night's ranking match earned me another 10,000. Now I still need 60,000. If I want to earn more bonuses, I need to buy nutrient solution for Xingqing sooner. I must change my strategy during the ranking matches. I can't let the Star Realm system detect my true strength, otherwise, my chances of winning will become very slim. Zhang Chen muttered to himself. Yesterday, he was unexpectedly matched with a combat power of 17.0 from the Inner Ring City martial arts students because he unleashed his superior abilities, leading the Star Realm system to believe his strength far exceeded the combat power standard. Otherwise, he could have won a few more matches and earned more bonuses. So, looking at the 70 points of lying flat value, Zhang Chen decided to add them in batches. He first added 20 points of lying flat value to the basic gun technique. Lying flat value 50 basic. Gun technique 13 forms, perfect, 41/100, combat power, 16.5. Zhang Chen felt he had a new understanding of the basic gun technique 13 forms. The third layer of skill could be guided through the gun technique. Generally, when the gun technique reaches a tangible state, continuous training can lead to the first layer of skill, followed by the second and third layers. Previously, Zhang Chen had already guided out the first layer of skill through the changes in the basic gun technique value, which was a flick. Now that the basic gun technique value had perfectly reached 41%, Zhang Chen vaguely felt that he had awakened the second layer of skill, entanglement. Otherwise, his combat power wouldn't have suddenly reached 16.5. At that moment, Zhang Chen completed the match. It's you again. Surprisingly, the opponent matched this time was Lin Quanlong, the Inner Ring City martial arts student from yesterday. Just like yesterday, his combat power was still 17.0.
But yesterday, Zhang Chen's combat power was 15.7, and now it was 16.5, while the Star Realm system had not detected the change in Zhang Chen's strength.
Running into him again, does that mean he won't win a single match today? Hu Xichin said. Now there's a good show to watch.
You played my game account all day. I don't believe you can gain an advantage in the ranking match tonight, especially since you encountered that person from last night again. Tong Qingshan was also in the
live stream.
Yang Liru, Hong Lisan, and Ma Yong seemed uninterested in continuing to interfere with Zhang Chen's training, but they were actually paying attention to Zhang Chen's match status and appeared together in the livestream.
Consider yourself unlucky,
Lin Quanlong said apologetically, swiftly covering Zhang Chen with his knife technique. Although he won against Zhang Chen last night, it was quite a frustrating victory, and today he aimed to redeem himself, seeing if he could
end the battle in just a few strikes.
Buzz. Zhang Chen remained calm, and as he saw Lin Xuanlong's knife technique approaching, he quickly thrust his gun out, the power of the perfected basic gun technique exploding instantly.
The two forces of skill collided. The long gun and the large knife were evenly matched.
Lin Quanlong was slightly taken aback, quickly changing his skill power, the second layer of entanglement bursting forth, intending to entangle Zhang Chen's gun technique and swiftly break through his defense to end the fight with one strike. But at that moment, a pulling sensation was released from Zhang Chen's gun technique. The two swordplay and gunplay became entangled, neither wanting to let the other break
free. This, Yan Liru and the others' expressions changed.
As martial artists with a combat power exceeding 30.0, they immediately recognized that Zhang Chen had comprehended the second layer of the skill, entanglement.
It had only been one night. How did Zhang Chen manage that?
It should be noted that he hadn't practiced much at all that day.
Whoosh!
At that moment, the advantage of his arm strength and his superior speed erupted simultaneously. The long spear, entangled with Lin
Xuanlong's long knife, suddenly broke free from its restraints and pierced through Lin Xuanlong's throat, quickly ending the battle.
The figures of the two faded in the live stream. Zhang Chen entered the second match, while Lin Quanlong disappeared from the Star Realm, returning to the real world, still unable to recover from the shock of being pierced by Zhang Chen's spear. As a martial artist from the inner city, he not only lost to a martial artist from the outer city but also to one whose combat power was clearly inferior to his. This incident would undoubtedly spread throughout the school, and he would soon become the laughingstock.
Zhang Chen won. He comprehended the second layer of entanglement. How did he do it? Is it really due to talent, or perhaps a potential awakening?
Those familiar with Zhang Chen were left dumbfounded. Even Yang Liru and the others were at a loss. Tong Qingshan and the others were even more stunned.
He clearly didn't practice much today. How could he suddenly comprehend the second layer of entanglement? How did he do it? Is his talent really beyond everyone else's? Tong Qingshan clenched his fists.
Given the current trend, Zhang Chen would likely surpass him soon, and he might even become the first martial artist among the senior students. In the midst of matching, Zhang Chen looked at the information panel below and then added the 20 points of lying flat value to his basic spear technique.
Lying
flat value, 30 basic spear technique, 13 forms, perfect, 61/100, combat power, 17.0. Zhang Chen felt that his grasp and understanding of the basic spear technique 13 forms had undergone a new change, and the second layer of entanglement
became more solid and reliable.
In a daze, the third layer of entanglement also felt within reach. This behavior of exploiting the Star Realm system's bug made Zhang Chen extremely excited. Soon, Zhang Chen matched with a new opponent. It was someone named Long Zai, with a combat power of 17.2, from the first high school.
It's Senior Long, Hu Xichin exclaimed.
As a martial artist from the first high school, Long Zai's reputation was second only to his brother Hu Bin, and he had also
received a recommendation to Xinwu University. Moreover, he was a sophomore martial artist. 16.4? Long Zai frowned.
The Star Realm system approved Zhang Chen's combat power as only 16.4, yet he was matched against Long Zai's 17.2.
Tough luck for you, let's go.
Thinking that the Star Realm system sometimes had glitches, he assumed this match was a mistake that led Zhang Chen to face him. He drew his long sword and slashed towards Zhang Chen's throat. Zhang Chen raised his spear to block. Unable to help but use the second layer of entanglement, he quickly entangled Long Zai's long sword, then unleashed his superior speed and arm strength simultaneously. Long Zai only felt a flash of cold light before him. The long sword seemed
to be ensnared by silver, and a binding force appeared in his swordplay.
This was the second layer of entanglement. In fact, he also mastered this power, but Zhang Chen's level was clearly higher, especially with that sudden thrust of the spear, which made his scalp tingle. By the time he wanted to swing his sword to defend, it was already too late. He could only stagger back 2 steps, but unfortunately, he couldn't escape Zhang Chen's spear.
Put!
His throat was pierced by Zhang Chen's spear.
He looked at Zhang Chen in disbelief as his figure slowly faded in the star realm. This was his first ranked match of the day, and he was unexpectedly killed by someone whose combat power was displayed as 16.4. Sorry, tough luck. For you. Zhang Chen said apologetically before entering the next round of matching. Did I win? Senior Long was also defeated in an instant? Isn't there something wrong with his combat power value? I feel like his second layer of skill seems to be much stronger than before. The people in the live broadcast room were once again left speechless. A figure appeared in the corner. Chen Dueling, a martial arts student from the inner ring city. Her eyes were also filled with shock. After leaving Zhang Chen's live broadcast room yesterday, her curiosity got the better of her, and she searched for Zhang Chen's competition data in the star realm. As a result, she saw that Zhang Chen failed to seize the opportunity when he faced the intelligent being Xiao Ji, but in the third match, he defeated the Black Tiger with a combat power value of 16.7, and later faced Lin Quanlong, a martial arts student from the inner ring city, almost injuring him. Knowing that Zhang Chen would participate in 2 more ranking matches this week, she actively followed his updates. Just after finishing her training, she received a notification that Zhang Chen had mastered the second layer of skill and defeated Lin Quanlong, and at that moment, he had also defeated Long Zhe, who had a combat power value of 17.2. It seemed that overnight, Zhang Chen's combat power had undergone a tremendous change. Classmate Chen. At this moment, Yang Liru also noticed Chen Dueling. Teacher. Yang, what's going on with Zhang Chen? Chen Dueling asked proactively. Well, I'm not too sure either. Teacher Hong and I suspect that Zhang Chen may have awakened some potential. Of course, he might just be exceptionally talented. We have already applied to the school to bring in a tester from Inner Ring City to check his physical condition. If he really has awakened potential, he will be sent to Inner Ring City for training soon, Yan Liru said. You've been in Inner Ring City for a long time. Have you ever encountered someone like Zhang Chen, whose combat power skyrocketed in a short time due to potential awakening and didn't need much training? Hong Lisan asked. Well, there have indeed been cases of potential awakening in Inner Ring City, and quite a few, but to have such a rapid improvement in cultivation without much training after awakening potential, that has never happened in Inner Ring City. Of course, it could also be that I haven't encountered it before. Chen Dueling explained. Hong Lisan's words made her frown even deeper. Could it be that Zhang Chen's strength suddenly increased so much without ever training properly? She didn't believe it. In the midst of matchmaking, Zhang Chen thought for a moment and decided to add the remaining 30 points of lying flat value to the basic gun technique 13 forms. Lying flat value, no basic gun technique 13 forms, perfect, 91/100, combat power value, 17.6. Zhang Chen saw that his combat power value had increased by 0.6. At the same time, the basic gun technique 13 forms seemed to generate a coherent image of gun techniques in his mind. Unconsciously, the third layer of skill seemed to have been awakened. Furthermore, he had also mastered this gun technique to an extraordinary level, feeling as if the long gun and his body had merged, allowing him to unleash every move to its fullest. Only one step remained to achieve absolute perfection. At that moment, Zhang Chen completed the third round of matchmaking. He faced a man who had retired from the front lines, once a Yuan warrior, but whose combat power value had dropped to 17.0 due to injuries. His name was Ma Daji, and he had rich combat experience. Although his combat power value had sharply decreased, the third layer of skill had not disappeared. He would livestream every day through ranking matches, sharing his experiences from the front lines. Seeing that he was matched with a senior martial arts student with a red combat power value of 17.0 displayed above his head, he felt a bit puzzled. Young man, our combat power values are equal, but my combat experience is much richer. You should be careful when facing me, Ma Daji reminded. Yes, please be careful too, brother Ma, Zhang Chen nodded. Ha ha ha, come on. Ma Daji chuckled. Although he was no longer a Yuan warrior, with years of accumulated combat experience, defeating a martial artist of the same level was still very easy. Moreover, Zhang Chen's combat power value was red. So he waved at Zhang Chen, indicating that he would take the first move, as it was customary for elders to let juniors have a few moves first. Boom! Zhang Chen didn't think much of it. It's not that he lacks the thought of respecting the elderly and cherishing the young. Rather, after spending a long time in the star realm, he had been dawdling, which was contrary to his fate attributes. Thus, he used the strength of his arms for his first shot. Ma Daji's weapon was also a large broadsword. He locked onto Zhang Chen's gun shadow and swung down hard, only to see the gun shadow flicker, the gun tip dodging the long knife and stabbing towards his throat. The sudden change in the speed of the gun caught Ma Daji off guard, and he hurriedly slashed with his knife, finally making contact with Zhang Chen's long spear at the last moment. In an instant, both of them unleashed their subtle strength. Bounce, entangle, penetrate, and push forward in succession. Buzz! Zhang Chen sensed the resonance of his blood energy.
With the long spear in his hand, a force seeping out from the spear. It collided with the subtle strength on Madaji's long knife.
Relying on the advantage of his arm strength, Zhang
Chen thrust the long spear forward with force, the third layer of subtle strength successfully penetrating into Madaji's body.
Madaji couldn't control his retreat. The rhythm of his
knife technique instantly fell into chaos. Just as he wanted to continue defending, he found Zhang Chen's full-force horizontal sweep coming at him, this thrust being the ultimate explosion of arm strength. His combat power had already surpassed Madaji's, and Madaji could match Zhang Chen mainly due to his excellent combat experience, easily crushing martial
artists of the same rank.
Little did he know that Zhang Chen had discovered a loophole in the Star Realm system, enhancing his strength with each match, making it impossible for the system to detect his true power. At this moment, with the full-level spear technique unleashed, Zhang Chen not only released the 3 layers of subtle strength but also executed the
basic 13 spear forms flawlessly.
Whether in strength, speed, or skill, Zhang Chen had surpassed Madaji at this moment.
Thus, in the eyes of the crowd, the once confident and
experienced hunter Madaji was quickly thrown off balance in both attack and defense by Zhang Chen.
Although the broadsword blocked Zhang Chen's sweeping thrust, it couldn't stop that
subsequent series of thrusts, ultimately resulting in Zhang Chen stabbing him in the chest, his figure rapidly disappearing in the Star Realm.
Zhang Chen achieved victory once again.
Congratulations on winning 3 consecutive matches in the ranking tournament, earning a prize of 20,000 yuan. After defeating Madaji, the Star Realm system immediately
rewarded Zhang Chen. That's 10,000 more than last night.
It seems that the stronger the defeated opponent, the shorter the time taken, the more prize money earned.
Zhang Chen was overjoyed.
20,000 yuan in prize money. This was his first time participating in the ranking tournament, and he had only received a reward after winning 5 matches. But now he had earned 20,000 yuan after just 3 consecutive wins.
What if he won another match?
He quickly entered the state for the 4th match.
Won again.
He has awakened the 3 layers of subtle strength.
Why didn't the Star Realm system detect it earlier? How did he win again? No, how did he win so easily? What is his combat power?
As Zhang Chen entered the 4th match state, the people in the live broadcast room erupted in excitement. Madaji had once been a Yuan warrior, retired from the front lines, possessing rich combat experience. And he himself had 3 layers of subtle strength. Logically, their combat power values should not differ much, and there were few in the younger generation who could match him.
Yet, unexpectedly, Zhang Chen easily defeated him again.
His combat power clearly exceeds 17.0, vaguely reaching 17.5.
Ma Yang said. But the data that appeared just now was clearly 17.0.
Chen Dueling was puzzled. Perhaps he has truly
awakened some kind of potential.
If he can grasp that potential and train well, he might be the first student from 9th middle school to get into Starry Sky University.
Hong Lisan said. Tong Qingshan, standing
nearby, seemed struck by lightning.
Unable to control his shaking head, he said, what kind of potential awakening allows one to grow in combat power without training every day? The crowd was momentarily at
a loss for words. Even if it is truly a potential awakening or extraordinary talent, only a serious and earnest attitude towards cultivation can maximize its value. With a perfunctory attitude like his, no
matter how high the talent, how far can one really go in terms of awakening potential in the true sense? Tong Qingshan couldn't suppress his inner thoughts and said loudly in the live broadcast room. Seeing him clench his fists tightly, veins bulging, the crowd exchanged glances.
Yang Liru, Hong Lisan, and Ma Yang hesitated to speak. They seemed to understand Tong Qingshan's feelings.
Tong Qingshan's efforts and
dedication were evident to all. He had always been the pride and representative of No. 9 High School, enjoying various honors and receiving the most cultivation resource subsidies among the senior martial arts students. If Zhang Chen could easily surpass him without much effort, it would be too unfair.
After all, who could endure seeing their hard-earned achievements easily surpassed by others? The appearance of
Zhang Chen seemed to bring Tong Qingshan the most brutal blow. For a moment, no one could bear to contradict Tong Qingshan. Hu Bin, who once lost to Tong Qingshan and represented No. 1 High School, couldn't help but agree. What Tong Qingshan said is right. I would rather believe that Zhang Chen's potential has exploded and he has made rapid progress in a short time than think that anyone in the world can surpass
everyone present solely based on talent without much cultivation.
If there's a chance next time, I hope Zhang Chen can represent No. 9 High School and compete with me. By the end, Hu Bin was radiating intense
fighting spirit.
It seems that there will be a friendly match between No. 9 High School and No. 1 High School in half a month. I can arrange for Zhang Chen to spar with you, Yang Liru suggested after a
moment of thought.
Hu Bin was a representative of No. 1 High School, with formidable strength. His basic marksmanship had long been perfected, and he was now practicing true marksmanship techniques, having
awakened 9 senses of Qi and was currently in a state of fusion. Recently, Zhang Chen's combat power had surged, and both Teng Qingshan and Hu Bin, under corresponding resource subsidies and the influence of intermediate marksmanship techniques, had seen significant changes in their combat power. Both had awakened 9 senses of Qi, and once their Qi senses fused, the resulting power would reach an astonishing level. Perhaps after successful fusion, their combat power could reach 20.0. According to the admission standards of Starry Sky University, a combat power of 20.0 and the awakening of 12 senses of Qi had been the threshold in previous years. Although this year's admission standards were still unknown, with 1 semester left in their senior year, Teng Qingshan and Hu Bin had a great chance of being admitted to Starry Sky University under Zhang Chen's stimulation. Alright, thank you, Teacher Yang, Hu Bin expressed his gratitude. Teng Qingshan frowned. The last time he fought Hu Bin was his defeated opponent. In the upcoming friendly match in half a month, Hu Bin was not thinking of fighting him again to redeem himself but instead focused on Zhang Chen. Could it be that in Hu Bin's mind, Zhang Chen was more promising and threatening than himself? With this thought, Teng Qingshan had an idea. Since it was a friendly match between number 9 high school and number 1 high school, both sides would surely have main representatives. Zhang Chen could be a representative, and so could he. When campaigning to become a representative, perhaps he could spar with Zhang Chen first. Now, like Hu Bin, he needed a battle to prove that his efforts and hard work were indeed effective. At that moment, Zhang Chen's 4th ranking match concluded. Zhang Chen's figure reappeared in the live broadcast room, and a girl with a ponytail appeared before him. Xiao Ya! Chen Dueling exclaimed in surprise. Zhang Chen had matched with a martial arts student from the inner ring city, and it was someone she knew, her classmate, Xiao Ya. With a combat power of 18.5, at such a young age and with such achievements, she was undoubtedly a prodigy in the eyes of students from the outer ring city, with only a few like Teng Qingshan and who been able to compare, but Xiao Ya's academic performance in the inner city was at the bottom. She was skilled in swordsmanship, having moved beyond basic sword techniques to practicing intermediate sword arts, and her sense of Qi was at the integration stage. Zhang Chen had almost no chance of winning against such an opponent. Zhang Chen frowned as well. This time, the Star Realm system had matched him with an inner city martial student with a combat power value of 18.5. It seemed that after 3 consecutive quick kills, the Star Realm system had classified him as a martial student with a combat power value around 18.5. He wondered if he could achieve victory, relying on his arm strength advantage and superior speed. 17.6? Xiao Ya frowned. Zhang Chen's data was red and only 17.6. Whoosh! At that moment, Zhang Chen took the initiative and drew his gun. The sounds and messages in the live broadcast room were instantly muted. Basic gun techniques? Xiao Ya was startled again. As a martial student from the inner city, she could tell at a glance that Zhang Chen's gun skills were merely basic. Not good. But at that moment, she saw a cold light flash from the long gun, and the gun shadow suddenly appeared in front of her, leaving her dumbfounded. Under the influence of his superior speed, Zhang Chen's long gun always managed to catch opponents off guard, taking the initiative with a speed that surpassed that of martial artists of the same level. Screech! The sword technique Xiao Ya practiced was called the Changchun sword technique, an intermediate sword art tailored for Yuan martial artists within the 7 Star Systems Alliance. Although Xiao Ya was not a Yuan martial artist, she had been exposed to this sword technique since her first year of high school. It not only produced a ringing sound but also released a faint sense of Qi from the sword technique. Her sword skills had reached a proficient level. Therefore, facing Zhang Chen's unexpected shot, she quickly raised her sword to block, and as she swung her long sword, a loud sword ringing sound echoed, as if it could sever Zhang Chen's long gun. But at that moment, a force exceeding Zhang Chen's combat power value erupted from the long gun. At the same time, although Zhang Chen had only practiced basic gun techniques, his movements were very fluid and unpredictable, as if he had mastered the 13 basic gun techniques to a level of profound understanding. It should be noted that in the current cultivation system, whether it was basic gun techniques, basic sword techniques, basic staff techniques, or basic knife techniques, they all laid a solid foundation for practicing corresponding intermediate skills. Generally, when a basic skill reaches a high level of mastery, one can then access intermediate skills. People like Zhang Chen, who had cultivated a basic skill to this extent, were quite rare. Usually, only students lacking cultivation resources and background could achieve this. However, the speed and power of the gun techniques Zhang Chen displayed at this moment did not resemble those of such students. Based on his combat power value and performance, even in the inner city, he could receive focused training in some schools. In the outer city, it was even less necessary to mention. Why had he not been exposed to intermediate gun techniques? Or was it that he looked down on using intermediate gun techniques against her?
When this thought crossed her mind, Choya felt it was absurd, yet she couldn't help but feel a surge of anger as she realized that although Zhang Chen was using basic gun techniques, he was becoming increasingly impenetrable in their confrontation, and her sword techniques could not break through his defense. It was important to note that her combat power value had reached 18.5, and she was practicing the intermediate Changchun sword technique, having also reached a proficient level. Boom! Zhang Chen, however, did not think too much about it. With his awakened laid-back fate, he had little desire for victory or defeat, especially during the ranking matches. He was solely focused on unleashing the gun techniques he had learned, pouring them all towards Choya. If he lost to her, it would mean she was more skilled. If he won, it would be due to luck. In any case, winning or losing had little impact on his reputation. Moreover, he had already earned a prize of 20,000. The accumulated prize money on him had reached 130,000, and he could continue to participate in the ranking matches tomorrow. Even if he couldn't win any more prize money in the following days, he would still have 40,000 left for purchasing the necessary nutrient solution. He and Zhang Lei could think of a way to manage it. So with this mindset, Zhang Chen's shooting skills were undergoing an invisible transformation. His attacks were not only flawless but his defense was also as solid as a fortress. He managed to suppress Choya from start to finish. Logically, the difference in combat power between the two was significant, and Zhang Chen shouldn't have been able to gain the upper hand. However, with the enhancement of his arm strength and superior speed, the advantage Zhang Chen gained became increasingly apparent. Not only did he maintain the upper hand, but he also forced Choya into a passive defensive state. People observed that Choya's intermediate swordsmanship couldn't gain any advantage at all. Zhang Chen, what on earth has happened to you? Chen Dueling frowned. Zhang Chen's performance in recent days had left her utterly astonished. Knowing Zhang Chen's family background, she was very clear about how much effort he must have put in to grow to this level. However, Yang Liru and the others were saying that Zhang Chen's attitude towards training was lax, that he was just going through the motions and not taking it seriously at all. If casual training could yield such results, then her own training in the inner ring city, as a senior martial arts student with the strength of a Yuan warrior, would be nothing special. If Zhang Chen could train in the inner ring city, what kind of combat power would he possess? Would he completely surpass her? Chen Dueling shook her head. She didn't believe that Zhang Chen had such talent for training that he could casually practice a few times and surpass her. She thought there must be some unknown circumstances surrounding Zhang Chen. Perhaps he had obtained a powerful genetic potion, or he had a sudden epiphany and was secretly training hard. In any case, it was impossible for him to achieve such results by merely going through the motions. Is he going to win again? Someone asked. It's not that easy. This girl named Choya, a martial arts student from the inner ring city, is just a bit anxious and hasn't been able to fully utilize the advantages of the Changchun sword technique. Once she calms down, Zhang Chen's basic shooting skills will quickly lose their defensive capability, Yang Liru analyzed. As a Yuan warrior with a combat power exceeding 30.0, she had a keen eye and understood the advantages of the Changchun sword technique very well, as she was also a sword practitioner. In fact, just as she had imagined, after a series of unsuccessful attacks, Choya gradually calmed down. And her swordsmanship became increasingly stable, the sword shadows forming an impenetrable barrier that continuously blocked Zhang Chen's shooting skills. In contrast, Zhang Chen's rhythm remained as swift as ever, as if he couldn't wait to end the battle. However, if this continued, prolonged attacks would lead to significant energy consumption, and naturally, both his defense and offense would develop vulnerabilities. That would be the moment for Choya to claim victory. Choya seemed to realize this as well. As a martial arts student from the inner ring city, she not only had more training resources but also richer experiences than those from the outer ring city. Although she was at the bottom in the inner ring city, she was not someone that the outer ring city martial arts students could easily provoke. She allowed herself to be at the bottom of her class but would not allow herself to lose to an outer ring city martial arts student with lower combat power. Thus, as she gradually calmed down, her swordsmanship defense became increasingly stable, and she was slowly mastering Zhang Chen's rhythm. If this continued, it seemed that soon she would be able to turn the tide and win unexpectedly. As expected of an inner ring city martial arts student. Well, losing to her isn't embarrassing. Zhang Chen also realized his predicament. He had pushed his shooting skills to the limit, with both strength and speed fully unleashed. If it weren't for his all-weather breathing ability, which allowed for more sustained energy consumption, he might have already perished under her sword. Fortunately, under the influence of his laid-back fate, Zhang Chen didn't have an absolute desire to win or lose. Losing to Choya didn't seem shameful to him. Thus, while his shooting rhythm appeared to be at its peak, his heart remained very calm. However, just as he was preparing to face this defeat, a completely new current surged within his abdomen.
He discovered that under the influence of his all-weather breathing ability, the 6th, 7th, and even 8th sensations of chi suddenly emerged all at once. With the aid of this ability, these sensations of chi fused rhythmically with the 5 previously enhanced sensations. The all-weather breathing ability meant that the body could breathe and exhale involuntarily at any moment, surpassing countless breathing techniques in the world. With this ability, Zhang Chen's speed in awakening the sensations of chi not only exceeded that of ordinary people, but his capacity to amplify these sensations also far surpassed that of the martial artists in the Outer Ring City. At this moment, his body, having accumulated over time, awakened 3 sensations of chi all at once. The 5 sensations that already existed seemed to be irresistibly merging with these 3 newly emerged sensations under the influence of the all-weather breathing ability. This natural awakening and involuntary fusion relied entirely on the all-weather breathing ability. Because of this ability, Zhang Chen did not need to enhance the tidal breathing technique, he could invest all his effort into his marksmanship skills. At this moment, the advantage in this area felt like it had been fully unleashed. In an instant, with the addition of these 3 sensations of chi and the involuntary fusion of the 8 sensations, Zhang Chen's marksmanship, in terms of both speed and power, suddenly improved. Boom! Xiaoya's originally impenetrable sword barrier rippled as if a giant stone had been thrown into a calm lake, stirring up monstrous waves. The previously flawless defense of her sword technique quickly revealed flaws due to the sudden increase in Zhang Chen's speed and power. Clang! The long spear struck the long sword repeatedly. The foundational spear technique reached perfection at this moment, achieving a complete 100%. This was a natural transformation of skill, a metamorphosis formed through the accumulation of his efforts. Whoosh! Xiaoya saw a white light pierce through her sword defense. A spear shadow lunged toward her throat. Her expression changed drastically. She wished she could unleash all her long spring sword techniques at once, but found that despite using all her strength, she couldn't even touch Zhang Chen's spear shadow. Thud! She felt a chill at her throat. Seeing the calm look in Zhang Chen's eyes, which contained a hint of apology, she smiled faintly before the long spear trembled, and her body shattered, quickly disappearing from the livestream. Zhang Chen also entered the next match. The livestream fell silent once again. Many people from the Inner Ring City had entered the livestream to watch Xiaoya, and when they saw her being suppressed by the martial artist from the Outer Ring City, just as she seemed about to turn the tide, that Outer Ring martial artist's marksmanship, power, and even speed seemed to have broken through and transformed all at once, piercing through Xiaoya's sword defense and instantly killing her. After both figures vanished, the viewers in the livestream were still unable to come to their senses. He won again, Hu Xichin remarked. Ever since being defeated by Zhang Chen, she had been brooding over it, always thinking about redeeming herself in the rankings. However, in just 2 weeks, she had witnessed Zhang Chen's combat power soar, now able to defeat a martial artist from the Inner Ring City with a combat power of 18.5, and it was an overwhelming victory. She couldn't help but glance at Hu Bin, feeling for some reason that Zhang Chen's strength surpassed that of her brother, even stronger than Teng Qingshan, the representative of the 9th middle school. It was important to note that Xiaoya, as a martial artist from the Inner Ring City, not only had a combat power higher than Zhang Chen's but had also practiced the intermediate technique, long spring sword. Yet, Zhang Chen had successfully defeated her solely with his perfected foundational spear technique. At this moment, both Teng Qingshan and Hu Bin felt a strong sense of crisis, while also sensing the unusual gazes around them. They understood the changes in people's eyes, realizing that in the hearts of the people, Zhang Chen had already become comparable to them, even replacing them. He has perfected the basic gun techniques. He awakened the power of the 3rd level of skill using only the basic gun techniques. Just now, his strength and speed seemed to have undergone a transformation. Yan Liru, Hong Lisan, and Ma Yong were in conversation. All 3 were with combat power values exceeding 30.0, and they could all see the changes in Zhang Chen's gun techniques at the critical moment, as well as his advantages in speed and strength. The sudden burst of lethality caught all 3 off guard. He clearly hasn't practiced the basic gun techniques much. The breathing technique is the same. Could it really just be talent and potential awakening? The 3 of them were teachers, having taught hundreds of students, but they had never encountered someone like Zhang Chen. In a daze, they began to doubt their own knowledge. Is it really possible for someone in this world to casually practice a few times and master a technique to perfection? Hong Lisan couldn't help but ask. He found this idea very ridiculous, and many martial arts students nearby couldn't help but glare at him. No one could accept someone like Zhang Chen. People would rather believe that Zhang Chen's potential had exploded or that he had taken gene drugs than to believe he could reach such mastery purely through talent and casual practice. This was an insult to all martial artists. I remember he has a cousin working at the Xingyao group, perhaps? That's unlikely. He has a younger cousin who hasn't become a beginner martial artist yet, but maybe he got gene drugs somewhere and awakened his potential. Ma Yong speculated but was quickly dismissed by Yang Liru. Both were willing to believe that Zhang Chen had taken gene drugs to awaken his potential, which explained his current strength. Otherwise, how could he have changed so much in just half a month? The martial arts students around them looked somewhat better upon hearing this, but their hearts were still filled with jealousy and disdain, among other complex feelings. Congratulations on winning 4 consecutive ranked matches, earning a total of 40,000 yuan in prize money. While in matchmaking mode, Zhang Chen once again heard the announcement from the Star Realm system. The prize money had unexpectedly doubled. It was clear that defeating a martial artist with a combat power value of 18.5 was highly challenging, otherwise, the prize wouldn't have increased so much. Taking this opportunity, Zhang Chen also looked at the information on the panel. Name, Zhang Chen. Fate, lying flat. Profession, beginner martial artist. Combat power value, 18.3. Lying flat value, 3 basic gun techniques. 13 forms, perfect, 100 out of 100. Title, breathing technique, beginner, 77 out of 100. Ability, all-weather breathing and inhalation ability, arm strength increases by 200 kilograms. At any level, speed superior to others. With the awakening of 3 senses and the emergence of a fusion trend among 8 senses, Zhang Chen's combat power value changed again, reaching 18.3. Fusion can produce a transformation of power. If all 8 senses fuse together, perhaps my combat power value can approach 20.0, Zhang Chen murmured to himself. He understood that awakening the senses was the first hurdle in practicing the breathing technique, while fusing the senses was the watershed in cultivation. Only by fusing the senses together and continuously strengthening them could one become a true under the all-weather breathing and inhalation ability. Awakening and fusing the senses was clearly faster and simpler for him than for ordinary people. At that moment, the matchmaking ended, and Zhang Chen and his opponents' figures reappeared in the live broadcast room. The viewers in the live room were quickly drawn to the figures of Zhang Chen and his opponent. People first observed the changes in Zhang Chen's combat power value. Seeing the red 18.0 combat power value above Zhang Chen's head, the Star Realm system could capture the changes in Zhang Chen's strength, judging his approximate combat power value through factors like speed and strength. However, it still couldn't pinpoint the exact data, especially as it captured the changes in Zhang Chen's senses, under the effect of the all-weather breathing and inhalation ability. The 8 senses were in the fusion stage, and as the fusion continued to strengthen, Zhang Chen's combat power value was also increasing. The Star Realm system is unable to accurately determine this point. Therefore, the combat power value given is only 18.0, and it is marked in red. Even so, Tung Qingshan, Hu Bin, and others in the live broadcast room found Zhang Chen's combat power value incredibly eye-catching. If Zhang Chen continues to grow at this rate, not only could he get into the Starry Sky University, but he might also become a representative of the Outer Ring City, competing for the annual martial arts student quota against the Inner Ring City's martial arts students, leading his family from the Outer Ring City to move into the Inner Ring City. This thought left Tung Qingshan and Hu Bin feeling breathless. Zhang Chen, however, acted as if nothing had happened, looking at his matched opponent, whose combat power value of 19.0 left him stunned. Even with his advantages in arm strength and speed, such a significant difference in combat power meant he had no chance of winning. The Star Realm system seemed both intelligent and unintelligent at the same time. People were quite surprised that this time the Star Realm system matched Zhang Chen with an opponent whose combat power value was 19.0, and the opponent was a soldier. "Hello, I just returned from the front lines, you can call me Big Soldier," the man said. "Hello, Big Soldier," Zhang Chen greeted. Those who defend against alien races and extraterrestrial beings on the front lines deserve respect. The two were about to clash. Big Soldier's weapons were 2 sides, not only fast in attack speed but each strike was lethal, without any hesitation. Additionally, he incorporated body techniques into his attacks. Zhang Chen managed to hold off his opponent for a while with his superior strength. But ultimately, he was cut down by the sides, his legs severed, and a slash to the throat completed the 5th ranking match. Upon waking from the Star Realm, Zhang Chen successfully received a prize of 40,000 yuan. Now, the total amount of money he had reached 150,000. Hearing commotion in the hall, he stepped out from the balcony room and saw the hall packed with people. Neighbors like Lai Daodu had gathered in his home, surrounding his uncle and others, exchanging pleasantries. When they saw him, the room fell silent for a moment, then they rushed over with various congratulations and acknowledgements. Clearly, everyone had witnessed the ranking competition in the Star Realm, and it seemed they saw him as having been accepted into the Starry Sky University, treating him as a martial arts student from the Inner Ring City. Even Lu Feng had become gentle and considerate. Zhang Qingqing sat in the corner, looking at him with a strange expression. The two took nutritional supplements together. And as a result, Zhang Chen's cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds.
In just half a month, he not only became a beginner martial artist but also entered the elite class for training. Now, his combat power value had reached 18.0, qualifying him for direct admission to the Divine Martial University, and he might even be able to get into the Starry Sky University, becoming a prodigy in the eyes of others. That night, the Zhang Lei family was sleepless, and their home was filled with many gifts. The next day, Zhang Chen arrived at 9th Middle School punctually as usual. He had now become a celebrity at 9th Middle School, with classmates watching him wherever he went. Those who had practiced with him in the ordinary class even formed groups to visit him in the elite class. Everyone's expressions were quite complex. They had all witnessed Zhang Chen's attitude towards cultivation, and no one had expected him to make such rapid progress in combat power in such a short time. Not only had he become a beginner martial artist ahead of others, but he had also quickly entered the elite class, now standing out as one of the best in the elite class. Some people at school had already begun to compare him to Tang Qingshan. After finishing his meal in the school cafeteria, Zhang Chen and a group of elite class students went to the training room. Before becoming a yuan martial artist, he aimed to awaken as many qi sensations as possible, ideally merging all of them together. The training class for elite students remained unchanged, with Han Lisan leading everyone in practicing the tidal breathing technique as usual. Zhang Chen's state was the same as before, although he didn't faint during the breathing exercises, he occasionally stopped to rest, displaying a lackadaisical attitude that made others uncomfortable. However, his strength and progress were evident, leaving Hong Lisan feeling both angry and helpless. Fortunately, the inspector invited from the inner ring city would arrive at the school in the afternoon. Zhang Chen was either exceptionally gifted or had taken genetic drugs. The truth would be revealed by afternoon. Time flew by, and soon it was noon, the time to replenish food. Zhang Chen preferred to sit in a corner because he savored every bite of his food, eating slowly and with reverence. Each time he came to the cafeteria, he would finish his meal only after several groups of students had come and gone. The others, busy with their training, simply couldn't adapt to his pace, so hardly anyone was willing to sit down and eat with Zhang Chen. But today, Tang Qingshan took the initiative to bring his food and sat down in front of Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen, there's something I hope you can tell me honestly, Tang Qingshan said, pushing his nutritional drink towards Zhang Chen, hoping to exchange it for Zhang Chen's most truthful answer. Handing over one's training resource subsidy to someone else was against school regulations, but Zhang Chen was also a member of the elite class, and since they were in the cafeteria, Tang Qingshan's actions generally wouldn't cause much trouble as long as he didn't make a big deal out of it. As a representative of the school, the restrictions on him weren't too strict. Let me finish eating first, Zhang Chen replied. He focused on eating during meals and playing games when it was time for that. He didn't want any interruptions while doing things to avoid affecting his laid-back nature. Under Tang Qingshan's watchful gaze, Zhang Chen finished an entire portion of training resource subsidy, taking his time to ensure that every bit of it was released in his mouth. Finally, he had eaten everything clean. Looking at the empty cup of nutritional drink that Tang Qingshan had pushed in front of him, he smiled and asked, "What do you want to exchange it for?" "I want to know if you've taken any genetic drugs," Tang Qingshan said, looking into Zhang Chen's eyes. Zhang Chen picked up the cup of nutritional drink and downed it in one go, until every drop that clung to the walls of the cup fell into his mouth, then said, "No." After saying that, Zhang Chen stood up and left. Tang Qingshan stared at the empty cup, feeling as if he had done something foolish. "Zhang Chen, hurry, someone from Xinwu University is here." Just as Tang Qingshan was lost in thought over the empty cup, Yan Liru's voice caught the attention of all the students in the cafeteria. Someone from Xinwu University had arrived. The school had sent someone in advance, which meant the possibility of a direct admission. Zhang Chen's combat power had reached 18.0, and he had awakened 8 senses. In the ranking competition in the Star Realm, he had defeated several martial arts students from the inner ring city multiple times. Especially in his duel with Xiaoya, he had turned the tables at the last moment, defeating a martial arts student with a combat power higher than his, who had also learned intermediate techniques, using only a basic marksmanship skill. The incident sparked a small wave of excitement. The head of the admissions office from Xinwu University quickly noticed Zhang Chen and had come to the outer ring city today to meet with him at 9th Middle School. "Oh, they're here," Zhang Chen replied. He appeared calm on the surface, but inside, he was extremely excited. Gaining the qualification for direct admission to Xinwu University would grant him a bonus of 200,000, which would allow him to buy nutritional solutions for Zhang Qingqing. With his previous savings, he could purchase 2 bottles of nutritional solutions. Zhang Qingqing wouldn't have to worry about not becoming a martial artist. There was even a possibility for her to enter the elite class for training and receive better training resource subsidies. "Hello, Zhang Chen, I'm a teacher
From Shinwoo University. The students like to call me Old Lee. I've seen the changes in your combat power and your results in the Star Realm competitions during this time. I'm here to sign a direct admission contract with you. Based on your strength and potential, once the contract is signed, you will receive a bonus of 200,000 plus a daily portion of training resources provided by Shinwoo University. Old Lee was a middle-aged man with a strong aura. His combat power was clearly above that of Hong Lee-sin and others, surpassing the level of a Yuan warrior, making him an absolute giant in the eyes of the 9th middle school students. Despite having obtained a laid-back fate, Zhang Chen still felt a stir in his heart when faced with such a character. Contract? He was a bit puzzled. Did signing the contract mean he would miss the opportunity to attend Shinchong University and would no longer be able to take the entrance exam in the future? The contract from Shinwoo University is very precious, but if you are confident about getting into Shinchong University, you can think it over first. If you truly awaken your potential, the school will focus on nurturing you and help you enter Shinchong University, Yang Liru reminded, noticing Zhang Chen's confusion. Although Shinwoo University is not as good as Shinchong University, there is a saying, better to be a head of a chicken than a tail of a phoenix. With your qualifications and performance, if you cultivate at Shinwoo University in the future, not only will the school fully support you, but it will also provide you with more cultivation resources. Your future will definitely not be worse than if you were to cultivate at Shinchong University. Teacher Yang, am I right? Old Lee chuckled. This Yang Liru was at a loss for words. Old Lee was not wrong. If Zhang Chen was outstanding enough, Shinwoo University would wholeheartedly nurture him just like the current number 9 middle school. And with so many talented students at Shinchong University, Zhang Chen, coming from a humble background, might not be able to compete with them. Sometimes, a school is not necessarily better just because it is more prestigious. It should be about what suits you best, Old Lee added. If you really awaken your potential, the cultivation resources the school provides you will also increase. Not every student who gets a guaranteed admission can start receiving university-level cultivation resources during high school. Moreover, the cultivation resources Shinwoo University offers you will far exceed those of an ordinary university student. As far as I know, there is a student named Teng Xingshan at your school who has guaranteed admission. He only receives ordinary cultivation resources, and his treatment is far inferior to yours, Old Lee reminded. Teng Xingshan stood at the door, his face pale. As a guaranteed student of Shinwoo University, he had always been proud until he heard Old Lee's words, which ignited a strong desire in him to get into Shinchong University. What chicken head and duck tail? He only wanted to associate with phoenixes. He knew that as long as he was outstanding enough, even if he signed a contract with Shinwoo University, Shinchong University would help him sort this out. At worst, they would pay a breach of contract fee to Shinwoo University. As long as he could enter Shinchong University, the money he would earn in the future would far exceed the breach of contract fee. But Zhang Chen was still hesitating. It wasn't that he valued Shinchong University more, he just felt that being laid back at Shinchong University would yield more benefits than being laid back at Shinwoo University. Therefore, he didn't want to sign the guaranteed admission contract with Shinwoo University. How about this, Teacher Lee? The tester will come over shortly to check if Zhang Chen has awakened his potential. Let's discuss the contract after the test, Hong Lee-sin suggested. He wanted to fight for more cultivation resources for Zhang Chen. Yes, let's talk. After the test, Yang Liru also thought this was a good idea. Teacher Hong, Teacher Yang, although Shinwoo University is not as good as Shinchong University, obtaining a guaranteed admission is not that easy. You should know that the guaranteed admission contract I gave Zhang Chen is an A-level, which is 2 levels higher than that of another guaranteed student. The reason for giving an A-level contract is that we believe Zhang Chen may awaken his potential. If the test results show that he has not awakened his potential, the contract will be downgraded from A-level to D-level, Old Lee reminded. As the head of the admissions office, he knew that the initiative should be in his hands. Otherwise, once Zhang Chen's potential was tested, he would be very passive. How outrageous, giving him an A-level contract, Teng Xingshan said indignantly. He had only known that Zhang Chen's treatment was better than his, but he didn't realize it was 2 levels higher. Upon hearing this, Hong Lee-sin and Yang Liru were both shocked, not expecting Shinwoo University to give Zhang Chen an A-level contract. Not only would the scholarship be more, but the cultivation resources he would receive would also be more than those of ordinary students at Shinchong University. Zhang Chen, what do you think? Yang Liru knew the decision was in Zhang Chen's hands. Can I assume that as long as I am outstanding enough, the training I receive at Shinwoo University will be no less than that at Shinchong University? Zhang Chen asked tentatively. It will be even better, Old Lee replied confidently. Alright, I'll sign. Zhang Chen nodded. As long as Shinwu University can achieve this, the value of lying flat there will not be less than that at Shinkong University. After all, the more precious the opportunity, the greater the rewards for choosing to lie flat. Just imagine the experience of obtaining the most coveted cultivation resources at Shinwu University. While having a laid-back attitude towards cultivation, how much more lying flat value would that yield? Therefore, Zhang Chen decided to sign. Soon, he completed the contract. Once Shinwu University stamps and signs it, the contract will automatically take effect. However, Old Li did not upload the contract for the school authorities to stamp and sign. This A-level contract's value depended on whether Zhang Chen awakened his potential. If he did, he would just need to upload the contract immediately for the school to sign and stamp, and it would automatically take effect. The opposite would also hold true. Teacher Huang, long time no see. I didn't expect you to be the one testing Zhang Chen's potential, Old Li said with a smile. The tester who came from the inner ring city was named Huang Ling. She was accompanied by a familiar face, Chen Duling. Zhang Chen. Upon seeing Zhang Chen again, Chen Duling gently called out. Zhang Chen nodded slightly. Teacher Li. Suddenly appearing at number 9 middle school, could it be? Huang Ling frowned. I'm here to deliver a guaranteed admission contract to Zhang Chen, Old Li replied with a smile. What level? Huang Ling asked curiously. A-level, Old Li answered. Oh. Huang Ling looked surprised. And Chen Duling beside her also had her mouth slightly agape. Huang Ling finally sized up Zhang Chen and said, Zhang Chen, I am Chen Duling's mother and the tester who came specifically to check if you have awakened your potential. Hello, Auntie, sorry to trouble you, Zhang Chen nodded. In the memories of the original owner, Chen Duling's mother had not appeared often, leaving little impression, but a significant reason for Chen Duling's family moving into the inner ring city was indeed her mother. Zhang Chen, you must cooperate with Teacher Huang's testing. If it weren't for Chen Duling, we wouldn't have been able to invite her here, Yang Liru reminded. Zhang Chen understood the situation. It seemed that his rapid increase in combat power had not only puzzled Yang Liru and the others but also surprised Chen Duling, who persuaded Huang Ling to come out from the inner ring city to test his qualifications. According to the regulations of the 7 major star Systems Alliance, when someone shows remarkable talent and cultivation ability, a tester will come to check for awakened potential to prevent the loss of human geniuses. However, the testers sent typically do not reach Huang Ling's level. I understand. Zhang Chen was aware of the stakes involved, but knowing how he had progressed so rapidly, he realized this test might disappoint. Regardless of whether he awakened his potential, with the help of the lying flat fate, his cultivation would advance significantly, so he felt no psychological burden in signing the A-level contract with Shinwu University. He then went with Huang Ling to the testing room. He sat in a chair connected to many electronic devices. As he placed his hands on the armrests, 2 iron rings automatically popped out and clasped around his wrists, the cold metal biting into him as if it could capture the subtle changes within his body. In the testing room, only Zhang Chen and Huang Ling remained. Huang Ling's gaze was piercing. As a tester, one must possess strong mental power. Her family was able to move from the outer ring city to the inner ring city because she suddenly awakened her mental abilities. In just a few months, she had developed powerful mental strength, enabling her to easily locate the hiding places of alien creatures and release mental energy to attack them from a distance. At the same time, her mental power could also, with the aid of instruments, detect whether a human had awakened their potential. In the inner city, she was not only an outstanding tester, uncovering many talented individuals with potential, but also a mental master skilled in mental techniques. Not only was she highly respected, but her combat power also far exceeded that of a Yuan warrior, even surpassing that of a superficial warrior. Even Old Li from Shinwu University treated her with courtesy. The reason she could come out from the inner city this time was mainly due to Chen Duling's insistence, hoping she could personally test Zhang Chen. Otherwise, even if the school used connections, it would be impossible to invite her. So, for the sake of her daughter, and having once lived in the outer city, she wanted to come back and see the situation here, which is why she came in person. Upon seeing Zhang Chen ready, Huang Ling's mental power seemed to follow the chill from the wristband, entering Zhang Chen's body to examine his physical condition. My mental power can stimulate your flesh and bones, even awaken your latent potential. When my mental power enters your body, you will feel extremely fatigued, but you must hold on and try to follow that chill. Controlling the sensation of energy in your body to work together, you will gain unexpected rewards afterward, Huang Ling reminded. The reason mental masters are esteemed and can enjoy the best cultivation and survival resources is that they can not only uncover geniuses among humans but also help awaken potential through mental force. Even if there is no awakening of potential, it can still cleanse and strengthen.
The human body, akin to drinking several bottles of nutritional liquid. Generally, Huang Ling would not expend her mental power to offer such an opportunity to a junior, but Chen Duling was particularly concerned about Zhang Chen, and since Zhang Chen might have already awakened his potential and signed an A-level contract with Shinwu University, Huang Ling decided to use her mental power to bless him. Little did she know, as soon as she mentioned it, Zhang Chen lost control and quickly fell asleep. This sense of fatigue was not like Hongli-san's rapid breathing due to lack of oxygen, but rather a fainting spell formed from an overwhelming weakness, as if his energy and spirit had been completely drained. This fainting spell plunged Zhang Chen into a deep sleep. Bang! The door to the testing room burst open as if struck by brute force. Huang Ling emerged with an unfriendly expression. The testing took less than a quarter of an hour, and at this moment, Zhang Chen was in a state of deep slumber. Mom, what are the results? Chen Duling and her group were waiting at the door, with Old Li among them. He hasn't awakened any potential at all, neither his mental power nor his physical attributes show any signs of awakening potential. I wasted a portion of my mental power for nothing. I've never seen anyone fall asleep immediately after receiving my mental blessing. His mental power is the weakest I've ever encountered. Someone like him cannot be a cultivation genius, let alone awaken latent potential. You all misjudged him, Huang Ling said angrily. She had thought that through the ranking match footage and the information provided by Chen Duling and others, she could uncover a genius for the 7 Major Star Systems Alliance and earn a reward. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be a fruitless endeavor. If she could help the 7 Major Star Systems Alliance discover a genius, not only would there be a corresponding bonus, but she would also receive a bottle of invaluable mental potion, which would replenish the mental power consumed during testing and effectively enhance her mental strength. Thus, Huang Ling's appearance, seemingly reluctant, was actually filled with anticipation for Zhang Chen. However, to her dismay, Zhang Chen not only had weak mental power but also ordinary physical attributes. Although he had received some enhancement through breathing techniques, the trend of evolution was not obvious. Given Zhang Chen's constitution, it would be difficult for him to become a Yuan warrior, let alone surpass one in the future. She couldn't help but glance at Old Li. An A-level contract for a student who struggled to become a Yuan warrior. How would Old Li explain that when he returned? Old Li turned around silently and quickly withdrew the contract that was scheduled for upload. What? Everyone was caught off guard. Tang Qingshan let out a quiet sigh of relief, and the image of the nutrient water that Zhang Chen had finished flashed before his eyes. At that moment, he really wanted to slap himself. But his combat power value clearly increased from below 9.0 to the current 18.0 in just half a month. If he hasn't awakened his potential, how do you explain this? Yang Liru was puzzled. That's right, especially since Zhang Chen usually doesn't practice much, Hong Lisan added. It's just a matter of opening up one's mind. The power he had accumulated before was sufficient, and it was only fully released now, which caused this unusual phenomenon. This kind of situation is rare on our side, but not uncommon within the 7 major star systems. However, looking at him, it's clear that he has already released everything. From now on, his combat power value will increase at the same rate as before, or even decline. Huang Ling said impatiently. This, opening up one's mind? This answer was clearly unacceptable to Yang Liru, Hong Lisan, and Ma Yong. 2 months ago, wasn't he just like everyone else, working hard to practice, even more intensely than others? Huang Ling noticed that Yang Liru and the others were not satisfied with her answer, so she asked. That's right, for a long time, Zhang Chen worked very hard, even fainting from overtraining. After that, it was as if he had become a different person. Yang Liru nodded, knowing Zhang Chen's past as his homeroom teacher. That's it. Once a person opens up their mind, they will release the power that has been suppressed before, and Zhang Chen is just like that. This release has nothing to do with awakening potential. If he wants to maintain his progress, he can only work harder than before, otherwise, he won't be able to get into Starry Sky University, let alone secure a guaranteed admission spot, Huang Ling declared confidently. Everyone secretly sighed in regret. Tang Qingshan smiled without speaking, unable to resist taking another look at Old Li. An A-level contract? Let's see how Old Li explains this when he goes back. A person who hasn't awakened their potential doesn't deserve to have such a contract. This matter is also my fault for not investigating clearly beforehand, making you all excited for nothing, Huang Ling sighed. She was secretly blaming Chen Duling. If it weren't for Chen Duling insisting that she come to test Zhang Chen, she wouldn't have made a special trip from the inner city. Mom, you just said that as long as Zhang Chen practices seriously in the future, he can seize this momentum and continue to grow, right? Chen Duling asked. Of course, but the progress will slow down more and more. Even a prodigy will encounter
bottlenecks, let alone him. However, if he can work as hard as before, his combat power value should exceed 30.0 in the future. Beyond that, I can't guarantee, Huang Ling nodded. A value of 30.0 is already outstanding among Yuan warriors, allowing free access to the inner city. It is seen as a strong person in the eyes of ordinary people. But everyone present was not ordinary, 30.0 was just their starting point, while it was Zhang Chen's endpoint. Teacherly, I hope my test results won't cause you any trouble, Huang Ling said apologetically. As a tester with mental power, her words carried authority, more effective than testing instruments, determining that Zhang Chen's future could only reach 30.0. With such talent and qualifications, let alone obtaining an A-level contract from Shinwu University, even a D-level contract would be difficult for old Li. After all, every guaranteed admission contract means the school will provide more scholarships and training resources. If sufficient performance feedback is not received, it will affect the school's ratings and the resource allocation from the alliance of the 7 major star systems. No, I should thank you. If it weren't for you, I would have made a big mistake, Old Li said, with a smile, relieved that he hadn't uploaded the contract to the school right away. Teacher Li, what do you mean? Yang Liru frowned. Although Zhang Chen signed the contract, I haven't uploaded it to the school yet, and the school hasn't stamped or signed it, so that contract is not yet effective, Old Li explained. This matter needs to be addressed with Zhou Zhong. So what do you plan to do now? Yang Liru asked. Well, since the test results are out, Shinwu University naturally cannot offer Zhang Chen an A-level contract. However, considering that his combat power has reached 18.0 and he has awakened 8 senses, I can make an exception and offer him a D-level contract, but on the condition that he needs to change his attitude towards training, working hard like other students, and not slacking off. Otherwise, the school will terminate the contract and even expel him from campus, Old Li said after some thought. If it weren't for the fact that the A-level contract was almost in effect earlier, Old Li would never have offered Zhang Chen a D-level contract. This contract was out of guilt, not wanting to create conflict with Zhou Zhong. Changing from A-level to D-level is not impossible, but can we skip that rule you mentioned? Hong Lisan said. In fact, both he and Yang Liru understood Old Li's predicament. After all, an A-level contract is worth a fortune, and if Old Li signed incorrectly, it would have various repercussions for him, Zhang Chen, and even Shinwu University. It could also bring negative reputation to Zhou Zhong. But Zhang Chen came from a poor family and had worked hard to gain the recommendation qualification. If he lost the recommendation contract, it would be quite a pity, so both Yang Liru and Hong Lisan wanted to fight for Zhang Chen a bit more. The school doesn't support idlers, especially given our current situation, which everyone is well aware of. If Zhang Chen cannot realize his value, let alone the recommendation contract, it will be difficult for him to enter Shinwu University. He can't possibly keep improving without training. 30.0 is his limit, and that's under intense training. I hope you can understand my position, Old Li firmly refused. He couldn't let Zhang Chen ruin his future. How about we wait until Zhang Chen wakes up and hear what he has to say? Yang Liru suggested. I think we shouldn't force it. Zhang Chen has been in a coma for at least a day or two, Huang Ling reminded. She really couldn't understand why Zhang Chen would give up on her spiritual power baptism and completely slack off in front of her. Just thinking about it made her angry, and she turned to leave Zhou Zhong with Chen Duling. Yang Liru and Hong Lisan had no choice but to send Huang Ling off first, then return to look after Zhang Chen. Seeing Zhang Chen still in a deep sleep, both Yang Liru and Hong Lisan felt anxious, wishing they could slap him awake. After all, this was related to whether Zhang Chen could obtain the recommendation qualification. As Zhang Chen's teachers, both Yang Liru and Hong Lisan hoped he could improve and excel at Shinwu University in the future. I think we should just let it go. Just treat what I said as nonsense. Every training resource subsidy and every scholarship from the school is squeezed out for humanity to defeat alien races and resist extraterrestrial beings. Given Zhang Chen's situation, even if he really signed the recommendation contract, he would likely lose that privilege due to training issues in the future. Rather than letting him be disappointed later, it's better to let nature take its course and see how much he can achieve next semester. As long as his combat power can stabilize and he can awaken a few more senses, the treatment he will enjoy at Shinwu University will definitely not be worse than a D-level contract, Old Li thought, seeing Zhang Chen sleeping soundly and drooling. Feeling somewhat uneasy, and decided once again to change his mind, not even planning to give Zhang Chen the D-level contract. But teacher Li, this matter is settled, I'm sorry. Old Li hurriedly left Zhou Zhong, worried that he would soften and agree to Yang Liru. Zhang Chen, wake up quickly. Yang Liru shouted angrily at Zhang Chen. He has a ranking match to participate in this week, and if he doesn't wake up,
Today, the school will have to issue a leave of absence for him, and he will have to make it up next week, Hong Lee-san said helplessly. According to the regulations of the 7 Major Star Systems Alliance, once one becomes a beginner martial artist, they must participate in 3 ranking matches each week, especially for a senior martial arts student like Zhang Chen. The Star Realm system will monitor in real time, and any unexcused absence will face severe penalties. Teacher Huang said he needs to sleep for a day or 2, and given the current situation, 2 days might even be too little, Ma Yong said gloomily. The 3 had high hopes for Zhang Chen. They initially thought he had awakened his potential and had a chance to get into Starry Sky University, but it turned out he had merely opened his mind. His combat power had surged recently, simply because he had accumulated enough strength beforehand. We need to find a way to wake him up, let him know that Shinwu University won't even offer him a D-level contract. I hope this blow will make him realize the importance of cultivation and not fall any further, Yang Li-ru suggested. You're right, he needs to quickly understand how cruel reality can be, Hong Lee-san nodded. Zhang Chen, Shinwu University has cancelled the A-level contract and won't even give you a D-level contract. Do you know that? Ma Yong shouted. Pooh. Hong Lee-san splashed a basin of cold water over Zhang Chen's head. Yang Li-ru poked Zhang Chen's nostrils with a cotton swab. The 3 tried various methods, stopping just short of slapping Zhang Chen, but he remained in a deep sleep with no signs of waking up. In desperation, Yang Li-ru could only call Huang Ling to ask if there was a way to wake Zhang Chen, to prevent him from missing the ranking match tonight due to his coma. Huang Ling said that only through mental power could Zhang Chen be awakened, otherwise, they would have to wait for him to wake up on his own, as he had actively given up resistance when facing her mental power, resulting in his coma lasting longer than others. For this reason, Yang Li-ru requested Huang Ling to help wake Zhang Chen, but was met with a cold refusal. Mom, please help wake Zhang Chen. Chen. Dueling urged on the phone. It was her insistence that Huang Ling come to test Zhang Chen, but Huang Ling's mental power was too strong, causing Zhang Chen's coma to extend significantly. In this era of scarce resources and precarious human existence, time was exceptionally precious. Especially for a senior martial arts student, making it even more invaluable. Chen Dueling felt guilty. I've already wasted a mental power on him for nothing and even specially ran out from the inner ring city. What more do you want from me? You don't really like him, do you? Huang Ling said, somewhat angrily. Recently, Chen Dueling had been very concerned about Zhang Chen, and she felt something was off. Not at all. I just hope to see childhood friends in the inner ring city without always having to think about coming back to check on them. You know, friends from the past are only getting fewer, Chen Dueling explained, feeling wronged. Sigh, Mom knows that moving to the inner ring city has made you lose many friends, but that's just how the world is, survival of the fittest, we have no control over it, Huang Ling said helplessly. I don't think living in the inner ring city is bad, I just hope that all the friends I know can have the opportunity to live in the inner ring city like us, Chen Dueling clarified. Mom understands, go to Jiuzhong, Huang Ling nodded. Thank you, Mom, Chen Dueling said, her expression brightening. Under the influence of Huang Ling's mental power, Zhang Chen finally woke up from his deep sleep. Is the test over? Seeing Huang Ling standing beside him, Zhang Chen asked as Ma Yong and the others looked at him. Yes, the test is over. You haven't awakened your potential, you just suddenly opened your mind, which is why your combat power has surged, Hong Lee-san explained. Teacher Li from Shinwu University has already left. Since you didn't awaken your potential, the previously signed A-level contract is void, and you can't even sign a D-level contract. To get into Shinwu University, you'll have to go through the normal admission process, Yang Li-ru said. Looking into Zhang Chen's eyes, she hoped to see disappointment, melancholy, anger, helplessness, and other negative emotions reflected in his eyes and expression. However, Zhang Chen seemed to have anticipated this or was indifferent, merely responding with a soft and nodding slightly. Your A-level contract has been cancelled, and you've lost your qualification for direct admission. You won't receive any bonuses, nor can you access the cultivation resource subsidies from Shinwu University in advance. Ma Yong thought Zhang Chen hadn't understood and added, I understand. Zhang Chen nodded slightly. Don't you think it's a pity to lose the direct admission qualification to Shinwu University? Hong Lee-san questioned. Zhang Chen's attitude made him feel extremely angry. It is indeed quite regrettable, Zhang Chen replied with a silly grin. Hong Lee-san felt as if he had punched a cotton ball, even thinking that Zhang Chen's remark about it being regrettable was meant to comfort them. Teacher Huang is not only a tester but also a powerful mental energy master. She has determined that your combat power limit is 30.0, and that's under serious and diligent training. If you can't change your attitude towards cultivation, even if you manage to get into Shinwu University, they might not accept you, Yang Li-ru emphasized. Zhang Chen felt the gazes of those around him as if they were about to devour him.
He then said earnestly, I understand Teacher Yang's point.
I will train seriously and strive to contribute
to humanity.
From now on, you need to train well and not fall behind any further, otherwise, Shenwu University really won't accept you.
Yang Liru's expression softened considerably.
If you could cooperate a bit when I test your physical foundation with mental energy, even if you haven't awakened your potential, your body would still receive significant enhancement from my mental energy baptism.
Perhaps your limit isn't 30.0, Huang Ling sighed.
She hoped Zhang Chen would realize the losses this test had brought him.
I'm sorry, I really can't
control it, Zhang Chen said apologetically. The mental energy baptism is most effective the first time. It can help you find the responses
within your body.
Once you've tried it, even if a mental energy master is willing to help you find those responses, the effect will be far
less than before.
When I baptized my daughter for the first time, her physical quality improved by 30%, and her combat power value changed from a beginner warrior to a primary warrior, Huang Ling said again. Not letting Zhang Chen realize how significant the loss was made her feel uncomfortable. Hiss. Yan Liru and the others were dumbfounded, looking at Chen Duling with envy.
No wonder Chen Duling was
extraordinary. She hadn't even graduated from her senior year, yet her combat power value exceeded 20.0. They also couldn't help but curse Zhang Chen in their hearts, feeling heartbroken over his actions.
If it weren't for my daughter considering you a friend and hoping I could help you, you wouldn't have had the chance to meet me at all.
It's a pity you don't take my mental energy seriously.
I really don't know
if you're arrogant or if you simply don't understand the importance of mental energy masters.
Huang Ling released a powerful wave of mental
energy, hoping Zhang Chen would realize his mistake and apologize to her. I'm sorry, I was wrong, Zhang Chen said with deep regret. 2. Lie flat is to be uncontentious, not to compete, not to strive, not to struggle, and not to complain.
Regardless of Huang Ling's intentions, Zhang Chen could not deny that the mental energy baptism was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for any warrior. Even if Huang Ling's mental
energy was only offered to him out of consideration for Chen Duling, it was still a chance.
Refusing this opportunity and not fully experiencing
the mental energy, trying to awaken more responses from his body, was inherently disrespectful. Therefore, Zhang Chen could recognize his mistake and remained calm in the face of Huang Ling's questioning. Of course, it was impossible to change his attitude towards cultivation.
Because of this, as someone with a laid-back fate, Zhang Chen was very clear that when faced with others' kind criticisms, he should first
acknowledge their thoughts, politely brush them off, and once they left, continue to maintain his previous state, leaving them with no way
to deal with him. You think I'm wrong, I admit it. You want me to change, I will.
But when it comes down to it, I will still be the same
as before. This is the basic principle of lying flat.
Huang Ling hesitated, not expecting Zhang Chen to apologize so readily, but for some reason, she felt that his apology lacked sincerity, as if he were just brushing her off. Take care of yourself.
Huang Ling finally left. With this remark, taking Chen Duling back to the inner city.
Zhang Chen, I hope you can truly recognize your mistakes and, like the other students, work hard on your training. You have a ranking match to attend tonight, so we won't waste your time. After you finish your resource
supplement, hurry back. Yang Liru advised.
Yes, thank you, Teacher Yang, Teacher Hong, Teacher Ma, and all the other teachers and classmates. Zhang Chen remained very obedient, responding well to whatever the teachers said.
After finishing the training resource supplement, Zhang Chen quickly returned to the Shitsung community.
He first glanced at the panel information.
Name, Zhang Chen Fate, lying flat profession.
Entry-level warrior combat power, 18.4051 lying flat value, 127 basic gun technique 13 forms, perfect, 100 out of 100, title breathing method. Beginner, 85 out of 100, ability, all-weather breathing and inhalation ability, arm strength increases by 200 kilograms at any level, speed surpasses others. Zhang Chen was pleasantly surprised to find that his lying flat value had reached 127 points.
No wonder Huang Ling was so angry.
It turned out that the baptism of mental power was indeed extraordinary. If he could grasp that mental power, it might truly awaken
many responses, rapidly transforming from an entry-level warrior to a Yuan warrior.
Where should I add these lying flat points, or should
I just keep them? Zhang Chen hesitated.
The all-weather breathing and inhalation ability surpassed over 90% of breathing methods. In the world, adding lying flat points to it would be a waste. But now that the basic gun technique had been cultivated to a perfect 100%,
it seemed that lying flat points could no longer be added.
According to school regulations, once the basic gun technique reaches
a certain level, I can start training in intermediate gun techniques. Since I am a member of the elite class, I should just find teacher Hong to learn the intermediate techniques. Unfortunately, it's too late now. As soon as he arrived at school today, he underwent testing
by Huan Ling, which caused him to faint for an entire day, leaving Zhang Chen no opportunity to request the intermediate technique training.
Methods from the school. Basic, intermediate? I wonder if reaching perfection in basic techniques can lead to a transformation with the help of lying flat points? Zhang Chen suddenly had a bold idea. Having obtained so many lying flat points, I can't waste them casually. I should enter the star realm first.
Zhang Chen immediately opened his wristband, projected his consciousness, and entered the star realm once.
Again. I already have 150,000 yuan on me.
If I can win 3 more matches tonight, earning another 10 to 20,000
yuan, I can buy some nutrient solution for Qingqing.
It's a pity that if the guaranteed admission contract from Xinwu University were still in place, I could have received 200,000 in rewards and bought 2 bottles of nutrient solution for Qingqing all at once. But given my situation, even without the guaranteed admission contract, it won't be difficult to enter Xinwu University in the future.
It's just that Old Li is a bit cunning. After signing the contract, he didn't upload it back to the school immediately for signing, but waited until I finished the testing before coming up with this. If someone had a bit of ambition or desire, how could they withstand his kind of torment? Zhang Chen lamented. In fact, even though he had the lying flat fate, he felt a bit angry upon learning about Old Li's manipulations. It should be noted that Old Li had come all the way to sign him up. In the end, because he hadn't awakened his potential, he unilaterally breached the contract, and in the end, he wouldn't even give him a D-level contract. Most people couldn't endure such humiliation.
Fortunately, he had the lying flat fate, which made him magnanimous and not hold grudges.
A moment later, Zhang Chen's figure reappeared in the live broadcast room.
Ever since he had continuously defeated several martial arts students from the inner ring city, and his combat power had increased from below 9.0 to 18.0 within half a month, he had become a celebrity at school, even gaining a reputation in the outer ring city. Therefore, there was a lot of attention on his ranking match. When he appeared in the star realm and entered the live broadcast room, many people's wristbands immediately popped up messages, and they rushed to check it out. Yan Liru, Hong Lisan, and Ma Yang all chose to watch Zhang Chen's ranking match through video broadcast instead of entering the live broadcast room to support him. The 3 of them hoped that Zhang Chen would realize how disappointed they were in him, wishing for him to find his way back and change his attitude towards cultivation, fulfilling the responsibilities that a martial artist should have. Mom, Zhang Chen has entered the matching state, Chen Duling reminded. In the inner ring city, in a villa, she hadn't entered the live broadcast room tonight but was instead following Zhang Chen's match through video streaming. You can watch it yourself, I'm not interested, Huan Ling said, reading in the study. Chen Duling had no choice but to temporarily give up. In the star realm, Zhang Chen was in the matching state. The previous thought appeared in his mind again. Anyway, trying it out won't kill me. At worst, I'll waste some lying flat points, and I can still earn more lying flat points. Zhang Chen was determined to give it a try. So he added 27 lying flat points to his basic marksmanship skill. The panel information changed. Lying flat points, 100. Intermediate marksmanship 13 styles, entry level, 27 out of 100, combat power, 18.7 really useful. Zhang Chen's expression was filled with joy. He didn't expect that the basic marksmanship skill could truly undergo a transformation through lying flat points. Although it was still the same 13 styles of marksmanship, it had transformed from basic to intermediate. For some reason, those 13 styles suddenly seemed to have elevated in power and technique. They looked exactly the same as before, but Zhang Chen felt that every move had undergone a transformation, allowing him to express this skill with a different charm and lethality. At that moment, Zhang Chen's match ended. He appeared in the live broadcast room alongside his opponent. It was a senior martial artist from another city named Yu Sui who had a combat power of 19.0 and was also skilled in marksmanship, practicing intermediate marksmanship techniques. He was also a martial artist from the outer ring city, but the level of his city was clearly higher than that of Nan City. Hello? The two greeted each other. Then they quickly began to fight. Zhang Chen continued to take the initiative. Under the influence of the lying flat fate, even though he was tempted by the prize money, during the match, he couldn't help but align his actions towards lying flat. He aimed for a quick victory, wanting to complete the Star Realm task early, go out to play games, and relax, trying not to waste time in the Star Realm. Thus, with the advantage of arm strength, superior speed, and the power of his transformed marksmanship, Zhang Chen unleashed everything he had. Because of the soldier he encountered yesterday, who also had a combat power of 19.0, Zhang Chen couldn't hold out for long and was defeated. Today, in his first match, he faced an opponent with the same combat power. Neither Yang Liru, nor Hong Lisan, nor Chen Duling had any hope for Zhang Chen. They even looked forward to seeing him get defeated quickly, hoping that the outcome of failure would awaken his fighting spirit and teach him to start over. However, from the moment he struck, Zhang Chen's marksmanship suppressed Yu Sui. Clearly using basic marksmanship, he displayed the momentum and power of intermediate marksmanship, and the continuous barrage of gunfire made it seem as if Zhang Chen had already mastered intermediate marksmanship. Strange, his marksmanship? Hong Lisan was the first to notice something was off. Mom, something's wrong with Zhang Chen? Chen Duling couldn't help but shout to Huang Ling, what's wrong? Don't bring his matters to me, Huang Ling replied impatiently, using the remote control to close the bedroom door. Bang! In the live broadcast room, Zhang Chen felt that every move of the basic marksmanship 13 styles had undergone a complete transformation. Although the techniques were the same, they produced extraordinary effects. Combined with his arm strength advantage and superior speed, he managed to completely suppress Yu Sui, causing signs of panic in his opponents. Intermediate marksmanship. Finally, seizing the opponent's flaw, he shot the long gun out of Yu Sui's hand and blew his head off with a single shot, successfully winning the first match. The entire process lasted less than a minute. Ah! Chen Duling exclaimed. What happened? Did Zhang Chen die? Huang Ling replied impatiently. Zhang Chen won. He defeated an opponent with a combat power of 19.0. His marksmanship seems to have transformed. I need to check out the Star Realm, Chen Duling said, dumbfounded. She immediately opened her wristband, lay back on the sofa, and projected her consciousness into Zhang Chen's livestream. Zhang Chen was entering the second match. Teacher Yang, Teacher Hong, Teacher Ma. Upon entering the livestream, Chen Duling saw Yang Liru, Hong Lisan, and Ma Yang appear one after another, clearly drawn in by Zhang Chen's change in marksmanship, unable to resist coming in to take a look. I haven't even taught him intermediate techniques yet, Hong Lisan said, puzzled. Zhang Chen was just using basic marksmanship, it wasn't intermediate techniques, Ma Yang corrected. But his marksmanship power has reached an intermediate level. Could it be a transformation of skills? Yang Liru said, lowering her voice. Involuntarily. To cultivate a skill to the point of transformation requires not only long-term practice but also exceptional comprehension. In fact, a transformation of skills is even more precious than the awakening of potential. Because for a skill to undergo transformation, it requires not just comprehension but also unwavering determination, patience, and a steadfast martial arts heart. Anyone who possesses these three conditions will not have achievements lower than those of a law manifestation martial artist. Although the three of them did not see the 3 layers of brilliance emanating from Zhang Chen, they could tell from the previous match that his basic marksmanship had undergone a transformation. They thought they were hallucinating and entered the livestream to check. I didn't expect the transformation of marksmanship skills to have such great power, much stronger than directly practicing intermediate marksmanship techniques. Zhang Chen, in the matching state, was also shocked by the power of his own marksmanship skills. He couldn't help but add 20 points to his intermediate marksmanship technique. Lying flat value, 80 intermediate marksmanship 13 styles, beginner 47/100, combat power 19.1. Zhang Chen noticed that his combat power had increased by 0.4, reaching 19.1. How frightening would this rate of progress be if it got out? Buzz. At that moment, the match ended. It's you, Big Brother Soldier. 2 figures appeared in the livestream. Zhang Chen was surprised to find that his second opponent was the Big Brother Soldier who had defeated him yesterday. The Big Brother Soldier was equally astonished. However, according to the Star Realm system's matching rules, after a general increase in strength, there is a high probability of encountering opponents who have previously defeated you. But encountering them just a day later is still quite rare. After all, who can have a combat power that changes like Zhang Chen's in just one day? 18.7, you've broken through, the Big Brother Soldier said, seeing the combat power data above Zhang Chen's head and the information that he had just won a ranked match, realizing that his opponent had reached 19.0. Yeah, my marksmanship skills have improved a little, Zhang Chen nodded. Then let me see. The Big Brother Soldier crossed his 2 sides over his chest. Yesterday, he had attacked from the bottom lane, severing Zhang Chen's 2 legs, and delivered the final blow to send Zhang Chen out of the Star Realm. Alright. Zhang Chen didn't waste words and took the initiative to attack the Big Brother Soldier again. The information in the livestream was instantly blocked as the two entered a focused battle. Boom! As the marksmanship was executed, the power of the transformed marksmanship skills was evident. Is this really a transformation of skills? Huang Ling came out of her bedroom just as Chen Duling had entered the Star Realm, but the home player was still projecting the situation in Zhang Chen's livestream.
As a mental power master, the combat power was an extraordinary existence. Even if she wasn't a master of marksmanship, she could see at a glance that Zhang Chen's marksmanship skills had undergone a transformation. Clearly, it was a common basic marksmanship, yet it unleashed a terrifying power advantage even greater than that of intermediate marksmanship techniques. Clang! In less than a minute, the big brother soldier's sides were knocked away by Zhang Chen's continuous gunfire, and his chest was pierced by Zhang Chen's shot. Zhang Chen quickly won the second qualifying match. A golden light curtain appeared in the live broadcast room, along with a voice and subtitles from the Star Realm system. Congratulations, Zhang Chen, for transforming your basic marksmanship skills. You have caught the attention of the higher-ups in the Star Realm. We hope you continue to work hard and create more miracles. This announcement from the Star Realm system was visible and audible not only to Zhang Chen but also to everyone in the live broadcast room. As a result, those who were already suspicious, like Yang Liru, couldn't help but gasp in shock when the news was confirmed. Huang Ling, who was watching the live content through a video, quickly appeared in the live broadcast room, her expression one of shock and confusion. As a tester with mental powers, she had just tested Zhang Chen earlier that day and determined that his combat power limit was 30.0. Now, she learned that Zhang Chen had pushed a basic marksmanship technique to its limits and achieved a transformative power. It is known that for any skill, regardless of its level, achieving a transformation requires diligent practice and exceptional talent. Only through consistent effort can a skill undergo such a transformation over time. It is impossible for a skill to suddenly transform based solely on talent during practice. Only through rigorous training and remarkable insight can a skill evolve. Because of this, a transformed skill will have its power greatly increased. It may seem to have only reached an intermediate level, but its actual power far exceeds that of most intermediate skills. However, this is not the most significant aspect. What truly astonished Huang Ling and others was that Zhang Chen could cultivate a skill to a transformative state, indicating he possesses extraordinary willpower, perseverance, and exceptional talent. Now that humanity faces an invasion from alien races, survival is precarious, and the 7-Star System Alliance desperately needs talents like Zhang Chen. Not only can he cultivate a skill to its peak, but he can also generate a transformation within that peak, creating a higher-level skill that can be passed down, allowing more people to cultivate to advanced techniques. This is a blessing for all humanity and one of the rarest talents. Whether it is a technique or a skill, each one has been gradually perfected after many sacrifices by predecessors. Although the 7-Star System Alliance has established 7 cultivation systems, each system faces a lack of techniques or skills as it progresses, remaining incomplete. If someone can improve upon the existing cultivation foundation and provide humanity with higher-level cultivation methods, it would bring revolutionary changes. Therefore, major universities and colleges are trying every means to cultivate and find individuals who can cause techniques or skills to undergo transformation. Unexpectedly, in this small place of Nanchang, especially in the outer ring city, Zhang Chen emerged. This event was like a storm, instantly stirring countless people. First, it was the major institutions. In the inner ring city, a martial arts student capable of causing a transformation in skills means humanity will at least gain a more advanced technique for cultivation, making his value immeasurable. At this moment, the Dean of the Starry Sky Academy, the Dean of the Divine Martial University, and several powerful masters of skills from the inner ring city were all in one room. They were originally discussing martial arts insights, aiming to devise a more perfect cultivation plan when their wristbands simultaneously displayed a message. The content was the same. Zhang Chen, a senior martial arts student from the 9th high school in the outer ring city, has cultivated the 13 forms of basic marksmanship to perfection and achieved transformation, and is currently participating in the qualifying match in the Star Realm. The group was taken aback. Then, unable to contain themselves, they all descended into the Star Realm and entered Zhang Chen's live broadcast room. However, with their immense power, they had very high permissions, allowing them to easily view the replay of Zhang Chen's qualifying match and enter the live broadcast room with an invisibility effect. Only individuals with the same permission level could detect their presence. At least Huang Ling and Yang Liru did not notice their arrival. Zhang Chen, from Jiuzhong, a martial arts student from the outer ring city? That sounds somewhat familiar. The president of Xinwu University frowned. Old Qin, you can't be saying he's one of your guaranteed students from Xinwu University, can you? Joked Di Yang, the president of Xingkom University. Whenever a good talent appears, they always claim it's one of their guaranteed students from Xinwu University, a master of swordsmanship mocked. Old Qin always does this, as long as it's a good talent, if it's not his, it becomes his. Ha ha ha. The crowd laughed derisively. I'm not joking, the Zhang Chen is indeed one of our guaranteed students at Shinwoo University. The contract we offered him is an A-level, Data said. Old Lee went to the
Outer Ring City during the day to sign contracts with several guaranteed students, one of whom is named Zhang Chen.
After discussions among the school's higher-ups, the contract offered was A-level. This matter was approved by Data.
Each year, the number of students who can sign A-level contracts does not exceed 30, and this was just discussed yesterday, so Data remembered it clearly.
After tapping his
wristband a few times, a holographic screen popped up. On the screen was a document. The document contained the approval report regarding whether Zhang Chen could sign an A-level contract, with Data's signature and seal, and the executor was Old Lee Taisheng, the director
of Shinwoo University. You really discovered it ahead of time? Di Yang from Shinkong University exclaimed. What a stroke of luck! Is Shinwoo University about to rise?
Old Qin, how about this? Let me teach Zhang Chen, and I'll join your Shinwoo University as a faculty member.
Master Zhuge Ho, a master of marksmanship, said.
As a master of firearms, Zhuge Ho was known as the god of guns in Nanchang and often taught
at larger institutions like Shinkong University and Shinwoo University.
All universities wanted to hire him as a teacher and name the school after him, but he had always declined.
Unexpectedly, a Zhang Chen could make Zhuge Ho voluntarily join Shinwoo University. But thinking of the
other party's skills, everyone understood, as a master of firearms, what he most hoped for was to have someone inherit his extraordinary
skills and carry them forward.
Clearly, Zhang Chen had such potential and strength. All right, but we need to sign an exclusive agreement.
Data nodded.
An exclusive agreement meant that Zhuge Ho could only teach marksmanship at Shinwoo University and could not run around
teaching at various universities.
Okay, I agree, Zhuge Ho hesitated before saying.
Wait, given Zhang Chen's qualifications, isn't it a bit stingy for you to offer him an A-level contract? We at Shinkong University can offer Zhang Chen an S-level contract and pay you a penalty for breaking the contract, Di Yang said seriously. He couldn't bear to watch Zhang Chen be taken away by Shinwoo University. After all, Shinkong University was the strongest first-class institution in Nanchang, one level above Shinwoo University. We at Shinwoo University can offer Zhang Chen the highest level of contract, 3 S levels, so you at Shinkong University should stop wasting your efforts, Data snorted coldly. You can't just rely on a document to prove that Zhang Chen is your school's guaranteed student. At the very least, we need to see the content of the agreement. Di Yan thought for a moment. After all, this matter was only discussed and approved by Shinwoo University
yesterday, and it was perfectly normal for the contract to take a couple of days to finalize.
No problem, I'll have Director Lee send over the agreement content right now, Data said, doing this to make Di Yang give up hope. Receiving attention from the higher-ups? I might
as well just get a bonus, Zhang Chen muttered. At this moment, he still didn't understand what it meant to receive attention from the higher-ups of the Star Realm, nor did he know that several figures with the authority to become invisible, capable of shaking the entire inner and outer ring cities, had entered the live broadcast room. Having won the second match, he took advantage of the matchmaking phase to add 20 points to his intermediate skill in marksmanship, lying flat value, 60 intermediate gun technique 13 styles, beginner, 67 out of 100. Combat power value, 19.2 this time, the combat power value increased by 0.4 again. Zhang Chen hazily realized the power of intermediate gun techniques, especially the self-evolving skills. Once this skill evolves to perfection, his combat power value would likely far exceed that of many elemental martial artists, even reaching 30.0. This is the advantage of skill evolution. At this moment, Zhang Chen completed the match. He matched with a martial arts student from the Inner Ring City, a high school sophomore with a combat power value of 19.2, who had awakened 12 senses of qi, named Ming Chang. Outer Ring City martial artist. Combat power value 19.1, 8 senses of qi? Ming Chang looked puzzled. Zhang Chen had only awakened 8 senses of qi, yet his combat power value reached 19.1. Could it be that his skills and physical qualities were exceptionally outstanding? With your results, you should have already obtained the qualification for direct admission to Shinwoo University in the Outer Ring City. Ming Chang inquired. Data was still waiting for Director Lee's reply. Coincidentally, Ming Chang also asked about this, so everyone looked at Zhang Chen. The contract was already signed, but they rejected me for not awakening my potential. So the contract was voided, Zhang Chen said truthfully. Oh? Ming Chang pondered, thinking Zhang Chen wasn't as powerful as imagined. The contract wasn't signed. Old Qin, are you trying to trick us? Ha, you guys at Shinwoo University actually voided the contract yourselves. Zhuge Ho and Di Yang couldn't help but exclaim. Director Chin, when I went to 9th middle school to have Zhang Chen sign the contract, coincidentally, teacher Huang Ling also came out from the inner ring city to test Zhang Chen's potential. I was cautious and didn't upload the contract back to the school immediately. As a result, teacher Huang Ling didn't detect Zhang Chen's awakened potential but instead found that his combat power value had skyrocketed, purely a breakthrough. Teacher Huang Ling even asserted that his combat power limit was only around 30.0. I originally wanted to offer him a D-level contract, but after investigating, I found out that Zhang Chen's usual training attitude was lax, with little potential, so I refused to give him the contract. However, today I came out to the outer ring city and found 3 impressive martial artists for the school. They are. Old Lee's reply finally came. Chin Dada's wristband projected a hologram, and Old Lee explained the reason. Awakened your pig brain, your training attitude is lax, your grandfather's head. Zhang Chen has already evolved his gun technique, and you dare say his training attitude is lax? I want you to sign Zhang Chen no matter what. If someone snatches him away, you go to the front lines. But before Old Lee could finish explaining, Chin Dada exploded, cursing at Old Lee. One could imagine that if Old Lee were in front of him, it would likely be a flurry of punches and kicks. What? You must be mistaken. Old Lee looked bewildered. I won't mistake this thing. I also won't misjudge Zhang Chen. He is currently participating in the ranking competition. You can go in and see for yourself. Chin Dada was furious. Old Lee's hologram quickly disappeared. A moment later, he appeared in the live broadcast room. Please advise. At this moment, Zhang Chen and Ming Cheng both cupped their hands in greeting. One wielded a gun, the other a knife. Boom! As the gun technique evolved, every shot Zhang Chen fired was like a bamboo being split apart. Coupled with his arm strength and speed advantage, when matched against others with the same combat power value within the realm of entry-level martial artists, they could only be crushed. Moreover, Zhang Chen's combat power value was still above Ming Cheng's. So as soon as Old Lee entered, he saw Zhang Chen using an extraordinary basic gun technique, forcing Ming Cheng to retreat step by step. A basic continuous shot made Ming Cheng, who was practicing intermediate knife techniques, flustered. Another move, pulling grass to find the snake, easily broke through Ming Cheng's defense, piercing through his throat with a single shot, swiftly ending the battle. Not to mention, Old Lee was caught off guard. Ming Cheng, who lost to Zhang Chen, was still in shock. Upon learning that Shinwu University had breached the contract, he thought Zhang Chen was nothing special. However, the gun skills that erupted were clearly basic moves, yet they carried an irresistible charm. His intermediate knife skills couldn't withstand a few blows from Zhang Chen, and he quickly lost his defensive power, getting shot in the throat. In that fleeting moment when his figure vanished, Ming Cheng felt that Zhang Chen was deceiving him. Congratulations on winning 3 consecutive matches, earning a prize of 50,000 yuan, the Xingchenji system announced. 50,000 yuan. Zhang Chen's expression was filled with excitement. With this money, he wouldn't have to worry about buying nutritional fluid for Zhang Qingqing. It seemed that the transformation of his gun skills indeed had its perks, otherwise, it wouldn't be possible to gain so many rewards at once. Thus, he entered the 4th match. Transformation of skills? How is that possible? As the director of Shinwu University, Old Lee was in existence beyond the Yuan warriors, his strength surpassing that of Hong Lisin and others. Not to mention having a keen eye, he was almost on par. He clearly saw that Zhang Chen's few shots were indeed a transformation of gun skills. In a daze, he saw Huang Ling's figure in the livestream and couldn't help but ask, Teacher Huang, could you explain how the conclusion that Zhang Chen's combat power limit is around 30.0 was reached? Huang Ling was at a loss for words. How could someone who can transform basic gun skills have a lazy training attitude? Teacher Yang, Teacher Hong, I hope you can also provide me with an explanation? Old Lee quickly noticed Yang Liru and Hong Lisin among others. Yang Liru and the others were also at a loss for words. Even if my mom and Teacher Yang misjudged, you shouldn't have breached the contract after signing it. Now, Zhang Chen will likely have many schools vying for him, Chen Duling reminded. Old Lee's sudden breach of contract left a deep impression on everyone. Now. It was Old Lee's turn to be at a loss for words. I don't know what his usual training attitude is like, but he indeed hasn't awakened his potential. My tests are accurate, Huang Ling said, forcing herself to speak. Perhaps the transformation of skills is related to enlightenment. Yang Liru found an excuse for herself. Indeed, Teacher Huang's tests are accurate, but Director Li, you shouldn't go back on your word. Hong Lisin nodded in agreement. Let's talk this out. I'll immediately provide Zhang Chen with another contract. You, as Zhang Chen's teachers, should be able to advocate for him, right? Old Li said with a forced smile.
We can't make that decision. Yang Liru and Hong Lisan said in unison. Old Li's expression froze, feeling a chill down his back. He knew that Chin Data and the others were also in the live stream, able to see and hear their conversation. In the matching state, Zhang Chen took this opportunity to add 20 points to his intermediate gun. Skills lying flat value. Lying flat value, 40 intermediate gun skill 13 styles, beginner, 87/100, combat power value, 19.6 each. Time it increases by 0.4. If I used the remaining 40 points of lying flat value all at once, wouldn't my combat power exceed 20.0, officially? Becoming a Yuan warrior? The admission standards for Shinkong University seem to require not only the integration of at least 12 types of chi perception but also a combat power value of at least 20.0. For direct admission, it should be even higher. Forget it, I won't think too much for now, but since Shinwu University breached the contract first, I must strive to become a direct admission student of Shinkong University. Although he possessed a lying flat fate, leaning towards a laid-back approach in everything, Zhang Chen's heart also yearned to slap faces and redeem his past shame, showing only the significant losses that breaching the contract would bring to Shinwu University. As for Huang Ling's conclusion that his combat power limit could only reach around 30.0, Zhang Chen didn't think much of it. Firstly, he had let the other party waste a mental energy point for nothing, and they had come all the way from the inner ring city to test whether he had awakened his potential. Their original intention was good, hoping he could turn over a new leaf, train earnestly, and not waste his life as he had in the past. So Zhang Chen felt no impulse to slap Huang Ling in the face, but in return for her kindness, he would use his lying flat value to raise his combat power to 30.0 as soon as possible, allowing her to feel at ease. At this moment, the match ended. Zhang Shen and his opponent reappeared in the live broadcast room. This time, he matched with a female martial arts student from Beicheng, whose combat power reached 19.3. She had already integrated multiple senses of qi and practiced intermediate techniques, specifically the Changchun sword technique. With a ponytail, she exuded a fresh and refined aura, dressed in a blue school uniform, possessing a unique charm. Upon seeing that she was matched with a senior martial arts student from the outer ring of Nanchang, she was a bit surprised. As far as she knew, Nanchang was close to the Great Radiation Zone, often facing disturbances from alien creatures, with a harsh living environment and a lack of training resources. It was surprising that Zhang Shen, as a martial arts student from the outer ring, had such combat power. But why did his Qi sense show only 8 strands? Zhang Chen, have you felt your marksmanship technique transform? Yang Liru shouted. Before the battle began, the sounds and activities in the live broadcast room would not disappear unless Zhang Chen actively muted them. In response, Zhang Chen nodded at Yang Liru. Technique transformation? Meng Kor looked astonished. Beicheng was behind Nanchang, as it rarely faced disturbances from alien and extraterrestrial beings, making the living environment and training resources much better than those in Nanchang. As a martial arts student, Meng Kor was only in her second year of high school today, with hopes of being recommended to Shinkong University next semester. She had always been proud of her grades and strength. She never expected to match with someone like Zhang Chen in the ranking competition. Although he was a martial arts student from the outer ring, being able to transform a technique was extremely rare in Beicheng, and even in the history of their school, not many had achieved it. Thus, Meng Kor focused entirely on facing Zhang Chen. Practicing the Changchun sword technique, she chose to take the initiative, hoping to suppress Zhang Chen at close range, preventing him from utilizing his marksmanship. Boom! However, as soon as she moved, Zhang Chen quickly swept in with a shot. This shot, with its speed advantage, turned Meng Kor's close combat strategy into a fleeting dream. At the same time, the power released from the marksmanship and the transformed techniques caught Meng Kor off guard. Clearly, it was a common basic marksmanship move, yet under that layer of transformative power, it possessed devastating destructive force, combined with arm strength and speed advantages. Like other martial arts students, Meng Kor could only withstand 3 of Zhang Chen's shots before he broke through her defense, sweeping across her chest with one shot and another shot, sealing her throat, her figure quickly disappearing within the star realm. Congratulations on winning 4 consecutive ranking matches, earning a prize of 100,000 yuan, the Star Realm system announced. The prize has doubled. Thank you. Zhang Chen was overjoyed. He understood that such a high prize was entirely due to the transformation of his marksmanship technique, and he was very grateful that he dared to try adding lying flat value to his perfected basic marksmanship technique. Otherwise, how could he have encountered such a good fortune? In the bustling city of Beicheng, within a luxurious community, Meng Kor woke up startled from her room. She couldn't help but touch her neck. That was the power after the transformation of marksmanship. Why can't I make my sword technique transform? Is it because my conditions are superior, allowing me easy access to intermediate sword techniques, that I lost the opportunity for transformation? Meng Kor murmured. If an outer ring martial arts student can transform his marksmanship, why can't I? Zhang Chen, right? However you train, I will train the same way.
No, I will put in double the effort and double the training resources.
I refuse to believe that my sword technique cannot transform.
Just wait, I will defeat you openly with my transformed sword technique.
Meng Kor declared resolutely. She had experienced
both failure and victory, but this time, being easily defeated by a martial arts student from the Outer Ring City who transformed their power solely through a gun technique and effortlessly defeated her while only awakening 8 senses, was a first for her.
Power, speed?
The transformation of skills has such great power. Scenes of her battle with Zhang Chen in the Starry Realm involuntarily appeared in her
mind. Although there were only 3 shots, the speed and power of each shot exceeded her understanding of a combat power value of 19.2. She
attributed all of Zhang Chen's arm strength and his superior speed to the transformation brought about by his gun technique.
This also ignited
an obsession within her regarding the transformation of sword techniques.
Thus, Meng Kor began searching for information related to Zhang Chen.
Having participated in the ranking competition with Zhang Chen, she quickly found relevant content about him, as well as various
updates on social media.
She examined it carefully. The more she looked, the worse her expression became, until she was left utterly confused. The imagined image of Zhang Chen, like a martial arts fanatic, locking himself in a training room all day or participating in ranking competitions in the Starry Realm every day, yearning for breakthroughs, was nowhere to be found. Instead, she saw Zhang Chen engrossed in games, interacting daily with a game streamer named Angry Little Girl, appearing in her live streams like a fervent fan, spending his days either studying muscle builds or figuring out how to help Angry Little Girl clear levels in her streams.
Is this an illusion? She couldn't help but think. Is this an illusion?
Not only Meng Kor thought this way, but so did Yang Liru, Hong Lisan, Ma Yong, Huang Ling, and Old Li. They saw that not only had Zhang Chen's gun technique transformed, but he also seemed to be getting stronger, as if he was constantly undergoing
transformations.
With the support of his laid-back value, Zhang Chen's mastery of his transformed gun technique became increasingly proficient. And unknowingly, his combat power value kept changing. His strength could also be intuitively reflected through the ranking competitions. Yang Liru, Hong Lisan, Ma Yong, Old Li, Huang Ling, and others had combat power values of at least 30.0 or above, making Zhang Chen's changes particularly evident in their eyes. This guy's gun technique is still getting stronger, his talent is not inferior to what I was back in the day, Zhu Gaho sighed. As a master of gun techniques, he had naturally undergone transformations in his own skills, creating a
high-level gun technique called the Death Spiral Gun.
Over the years, although countless people had practiced his Death Spiral Gun, no one had surpassed him in this technique so far. Zhu Gaho longed for someone to inherit his legacy and carry the Death Spiral Gun forward. Now, it seemed he had found hope in Zhang Chen.
Starry Sky University will offer Zhang Chen an S-level contract.
Old Ho, you should come teach at Starry Sky University and take care of Zhang Chen, only then can I feel at ease, Di Yang said. The contract from Divine Martial University
is 3S levels. Zhang Chen belongs to our Divine Martial University, Qin Dada reminded.
You have already rejected Zhang Chen, do you
think he would agree to go to your Divine Martial University? Di Yang pointed out.
As the school principal, he had significant authority and could offer Zhang Chen the highest level contract, 3S levels, but Zhang Chen, relying solely on his transformed gun technique, was
not yet eligible for such a contract.
After all, Starry Sky University was a level above Divine Martial University.
Although it was just an S-level contract, it was not inferior to the 3S level contract from Divine Martial University. Alright, as long as I can teach him well,
I'll go to whichever school he goes to, Zhu Gaho said. At his age, he had already established enough status and position, even in this
resource-scarce environment. His living conditions were impeccable.
What he cared about most now was finding a suitable successor to carry on the Death Spiral Gun, and he clearly saw hope in Zhang Chen.
Upon hearing this, both Di Yang and Qin Dada were taken aback as Zhu Gaho's words meant that whoever obtained Zhang Chen would indirectly gain Zhu Gaho's support.
Both Xinkom University and Xinwu University had extended multiple invitations to Zhu Gaho, hoping to hire him as a faculty member and offering the highest, but all had been declined.
Unexpectedly, it was a single Zhang Chen that could bring Zhu Gaho back into the fray. Zhang Chen entered a new round of matchmaking. He looked at the information on the panel below.
He added 20 points to his intermediate gun technique 13 styles.
Lying flat value, 20 intermediate.
Gun technique 13 styles, proficient, 7 out of 100, combat power value, 20.2 physical quality, 0.8 now I'd become a Yuan warrior, but unfortunately, my physical quality hasn't kept up, only at 0.8, Zhang Chen exclaimed. Combat power values from 10.0 to 19.9 classify one as an entry-level warrior, while a combat power value of 20.0 signifies entry into the ranks of Yuan warriors. At this point, most people's physical quality would also surpass 1. The composition of an entry-level warrior's combat power value mainly consists of skill level and the quantity of internal energy perception, whether they are fused or not. For Yuan warriors, the combat power value adds a component of physical quality. This is because, after becoming a Yuan warrior, the internal energy perception awakened generally enters a fused state, and once fused, it can continuously enhance physical quality. Whether it be strength, speed, reaction, or perception, all will gradually improve. Although Zhang Chen possessed the ability to breathe and exhale at all times, continuously enhancing his physical quality, this ability had awakened only recently, totaling no more than half a month. Achieving a physical quality of 0.8 was already quite impressive. At this rate, his physical quality would soon exceed 1, and his combat power value would also fluctuate significantly. Of course, the prerequisite for enhancing physical quality was to awaken the energy perception again and fuse it together. The all-weather breathing and exhaling ability just happened to possess such capability. 20.2. I understand now, the reason for such a significant change this time is that my mastery level of the transformed technique has reached proficiency. Entry level can only be considered a novice. Proficient means I have initially grasped this technique, Zhang Chen muttered to himself. After becoming a Yuan warrior, he felt very excited, but soon, under the influence of the lying flat fate, he quickly calmed down. His gaze shifted. He returned to the live broadcast room, and a brand new yet familiar opponent appeared before him. Classmate Tung Qingshan. Zhang Chen, what's your combat power value? Both were taken aback, never expecting to encounter each other in the ranking match, and they simultaneously looked at each other's combat power values. Due to enhancing his gun technique. During the matchmaking process, Zhang Chen's combat power value had not been matched correctly by the Xingchenji system. Therefore, the combat power value displayed above Zhang Chen's head was only 19.5. Tung Qingshan's combat power value was 19.8. The difference of 0.3 left. Both of them extremely surprised, shocked by each other's combat power value changes. It should be noted that half a month ago, during the live broadcast between Tung Qingshan and Hu Bin, although Tung Qingshan's combat power value exceeded 16.0, it was still quite far from 19.8. It seemed that after obtaining the direct admission qualification to Shenwu University, the training resources Tung Qingshan enjoyed daily were far superior to those of the elite class students. Coupled with his decent family background, which allowed him to frequently consume nutrient solutions, it was no wonder he experienced such changes in a short time. Of course, Zhang Chen's appearance also stimulated Tang Qingshan, making him dare not slack off, practicing tirelessly every day. Zhang Chen participated in the ranking match to complete the mandatory assignments set by the 7 Major Star Systems Alliance, while Tung Qingshan entered the ranking match purely to enhance his combat power value. Zhang Chen could participate in the matches a maximum of 3 times a week, while Tung Qingshan wished he could participate every day. One wanted to end the battle quickly, unleashing all his skills in a swift resolution, and then quickly leave Xingchenji to go back to gaming, chatting, and having fun. One of them wished he could spend all day in the Star Realm, interacting with more experts, constantly learning from their experiences and continuously improving his own strength. The two were vastly different in terms of family background, life attitude, and enthusiasm for cultivation. They seemed like people from 2 different worlds. Unexpectedly, they encountered each other in the ranking match. Zhang Chen, I'm glad to be matched with you, Tung Qingshan said through clenched teeth. Zhang Chen's combat power value of 19.5 was striking. He clearly remembered that Zhang Chen's combat power value was only 18.0 when the ranking match ended yesterday. How could it have suddenly changed to 19.5 and matched with him? Just this afternoon, Huang Ling had determined that Zhang Chen had not awakened his potential and that his combat power would not exceed 30.0 in this lifetime. How could it have increased by 1.5 in the blink of an eye? If it weren't for Huang Ling's words and the breach of contract by Shenwu University, he would have watched Zhang Chen's ranking match tonight, as he had confirmed that Zhang Chen posed no threat to him, which was why he participated in the ranking match together. He never expected they would meet in the ranking match. Moreover, Zhang Chen's combat power had changed from 18.0 to 19.5, a glaring figure that made Tang Qingshan tremble uncontrollably. He felt a strong surge of anger and desire. No matter what, he had to crush Zhang Chen in this ranking match.
defeating him without any chance to fight back. Only then would his own prestige not be overshadowed by Zhang Chen and the resources provided by the school would not lean towards Zhang Chen. The attention of the crowd would continue to remain on him. Please. Both were skilled in marksmanship. However, after Tung Qingshan obtained the qualification for direct admission, he quickly got in touch with intermediate marksmanship techniques, the flying leaf lotus spear, which was being practiced by elite class students. Currently, among the 9th middle school, only Tung Qingshan had cultivated this technique to a certain level of finesse. Eager to defeat Zhang Chen and secure his own status, he didn't even think about why Zhang Chen's combat power could rise from 18.0 to 19.5 overnight with only 8 senses. He just wanted to prove through actual combat that he was superior to Zhang Chen, that he could completely outclass Zhang Chen in marksmanship. Thus, Tung Qingshan took the initiative. With a move called Wind Sweeps the Lotus Leaves, he attacked Zhang Chen's vital points. Zhang Chen remained silent. Tung Qingshan's quick and decisive attitude was exactly what he wanted to see, so he wielded his spear like a spirit snake emerging from its hole, executing a simple series of thrusts towards Tung Qingshan. With his skills having undergone a transformation and having mastered this power, Zhang Chen's series of thrusts not only easily intercepted Tung Qingshan's technique but also, with a speed and arm strength advantage, surged towards Tung Qingshan's vital points. This move was called Strike the Snake as it Rises. It was the best technique for entanglement in marksmanship. Previously, when his skills had not yet transformed, even if Zhang Chen practiced this move to perfection, he would not have been able to entangle Tung Qingshan's technique, let alone follow up with a thrust that locked onto Tung Qingshan's vital points. This was a force that could only be formed under the condition of a transformation in marksmanship skills, a force that gave an ordinary technique a captivating magic, making it difficult for Tung Qingshan to escape easily. His expression changed drastically. He believed his combat power was above Zhang Chen's. The marksmanship he practiced was also more advanced than Zhang Chen's. The awakened senses were also more robust than Zhang Chen's. Why, when facing this ordinary and simple thrust, did he feel flustered and powerless? In a panic, he retreated, wanting to create distance from Zhang Chen. However, the moment he retreated, he became flustered, losing all composure. Zhang Chen's spear transformed seamlessly, turning Strike the Snake as it rises into the serpent turns back to strike the throat. With a soft thud, Zhang Chen's spear pierced Tung Qingshan's throat. Tung Qingshan's body stiffened, quickly fading away. He felt all his honors and praises dissipate with Zhang Chen's thrust, leaving him dumbfounded, staring fixedly at Zhang Chen as if Zhang Chen had become his father's murderer. In the eyes of the crowd, Tung Qingshan took the initiative, originally believing victory was in his grasp, but unexpectedly, his superb marksmanship was easily disrupted by Zhang Chen's single shot. Just as he intended to retreat and evade, he was pierced through the throat by an even stronger shot from Zhang Chen, almost instantaneously killed upon their first encounter. Such strong talent, his mastery of the transformed skills has already reached a proficient level. Is this really just a breakthrough? Teacher Huang, Zhang Chen can easily kill Tang Qingshan. How do I feel his combat power is no less than 20.0? Can someone like him really have a future limit of only 30.0? The crowd was dumbfounded, and Yang Liru once again inquired of Huang Ling. Yes, I understand, 3S rank, give Zhang Chen a 3S rank contract. Nearby, Old Li was nodding and bowing to the void. Everyone realized that someone with the authority to be invisible in the live broadcast room was conveying orders to Old Li. A 3S rank contract. That was the highest level of contract at Shinwu University. Could the person giving the orders be the dean of Shinwu University? Hiss. This thought made everyone gasp. Even the dean personally descended into the live broadcast room to watch Zhang Chen participate in the ranking match. Remembering the earlier announcement from the Star Realm system that Zhang Chen had already attracted high-level attention, could the so-called high-level be someone of the dean's caliber? For a moment, Yang Liru, Hong Lisan, Ma Yong, and others present in the live broadcast room became more restrained in their behavior. Although they were with combat power exceeding 30.0, in front of true big shots, even someone with the strength of Huang Ling and Old Li had to bow and scrape, let alone them. So even Huang Ling's expression was stiff at this moment. She hesitated several times, wanting to defend herself, wanting to apologize to the teachers from Jiuzhong and Old Li. She knew that her testing report might cause Shinwu University to lose an outstanding student like Zhang Chen. But the words always stuck in her throat. Bang! In the current world, Tung Qingshan felt as if he had fallen into an abyss. After waking up in bed, he stared at the ceiling, as if he had lost all strength, not even knowing where his soul had gone. Qingshan, don't think too much. Zhang Chen is an anomaly. He can cultivate basic marksmanship to transformation and raise his combat Power from below 9.0 to 19.5 in just half a month. Losing to someone like him is not shameful. Tang Qingshan's parents watched every ranking match in real time.
Seeing Tang Qingshan almost killed by Zhang Chen, they were also dumbfounded, but after looking at Zhang Chen's relevant data, they felt relieved. Someone who could cultivate basic marksmanship to transformation not only had extraordinary talent but must have put in more effort than their son. Losing to such a person, the old couple did not feel embarrassed. They wanted to comfort Tang Qingshan with this. What are you saying? Upon hearing this, Tang Qingshan felt as if struck by lightning and quickly stood up from the bed. Zhang Chen is exceptionally talented, he has cultivated basic marksmanship to transformation. Losing to him is not shameful, Tang Dalong consoled. Impossible. How could he cultivate basic marksmanship to transformation? I've never seen him practice seriously, he can't do it. Tang Qingshan shouted hoarsely. Tang Dalong was stunned. But according to the information displayed by the Star Realm system, Zhang Chen has indeed cultivated basic marksmanship to transformation. Could it be that you didn't notice when he was practicing seriously? Tang Qingshan's mother reminded. No, in the entire Jiuzhong, he is the most laid back and lazy. Even I couldn't cultivate marksmanship to transformation. How could he possibly do it? This is impossible, it must be impossible, I don't believe it. Tang Qingshan was extremely agitated. If Chen could defeat him, it would be because he awakened potential or took a gene potion, but to say he had cultivated a basic marksmanship skill to transformation, he could never accept that. A person who usually doesn't practice much, has a lazy attitude, and spends all day thinking about interacting with female streamers and making jokes, how could he possibly surpass him in marksmanship skills? If he himself couldn't transform his basic shooting techniques, how could Zhang Chen achieve that? Tang Dalong felt that Tang Qingshan was somewhat obsessed. So, through video broadcasting, he projected Zhang Chen's match status in the living room for Tang Qingshan to see. Just then, Zhang Chen had just completed his 6th match. A martial artist with a combat power of 20.3 appeared before him, and when Tang Qingshan saw that Zhang Chen was matched with such an opponent, his eyes widened in disbelief. Please follow for daily updates on the latest chapters, thank you. In the match, Zhang Chen once again added a 20-point lying flat value to the intermediate shooting technique 13 forms. The panel information changed again. Name, Zhang Chen. Fate, lying flat. Profession, martial artist. Combat power, 20.6. Physical quality, 0.8177. Lying flat. Value, none. Intermediate shooting technique 13 forms, proficient, 27 out of 100, title. Breathing method, beginner, 91 out of 100, ability, all-weather. Breathing and exhaling ability, arm strength increases by 200 kilograms at any level, speed surpasses others. Zhang Chen discovered that as he became more proficient in the intermediate shooting technique 13 forms, his combat power increased by another 0.4, and under the enhancement of the all-weather breathing and exhaling ability, his physical quality showed several decimal places, with the value reaching 1 just around the corner. Meanwhile, his opponent had a combat power of only 20.3. At the same time, people also saw the value above. Zhang Chen's head changed from 19.5 to the striking red value of 20.1. This meant that the Starry Sky system judged Zhang Chen's combat power to have reached the level of a martial artist. This also indicated that Zhang Chen's mastery of the transformed shooting techniques had reached a new height, otherwise, the combat power wouldn't have changed so significantly. It should be noted that his chi perception remained at 20.1. Tang Qingshan's eyelids twitched. Zhang Chen had actually transformed his shooting techniques and become a martial artist. First, truly defeating him in every aspect. This kid is a natural talent for practicing shooting techniques. I don't care who admits him. No matter what, he must not be treated poorly. He should be given the best training resources and support. This child must not lose to those who have awakened their potential due to a lack of resources, Zhu Gaho demanded. In his eyes, Zhang Chen was already his closed door disciple, and he would wholeheartedly teach him to promote the deadly continuous shooting technique. Anyone who was stingy with Zhang Chen's training resources would be opposing Zhu Gaho. As a result, Qin Dada and Di Yang's attitude towards Zhang Chen also improved. If Zhang Chen had only transformed his shooting techniques, that would be one thing, but with Zhu Gaho's backing, even the two deans had to take it seriously and couldn't afford to be negligent. This was the influence of a master of shooting techniques. The opponent Zhang Chen matched with this time was a woman, also a martial arts student from the inner ring city. As soon as she appeared, Chen Dueling was taken aback. The woman was named Yi Xian. She was a student at Jingxing High School in the inner ring city, and like Zhang Chen, she was a senior martial arts student. 2 months ago, Yi Xian was still relatively unknown in the inner ring city, but later her potential awakened, and the tester was none Other than Chen Duling's mother, Huangling Yixian's awakened potential was speed, lightning fast. Now, this potential had almost been fully awakened by Yixian, and Huangling asserted that Yixian could become the fastest martial arts student in the South City. Moreover, this speed potential could enhance her techniques and movement, making Yixian famous in the inner ring city and earning her a guaranteed spot at Starry Sky University with a double S-level contract. Unexpectedly, Zheng Chen had matched with her. Chen Duling, Huangling, and even Qin Dada and Di Yang were all quite surprised. What a coincidence! Zhu Geho frowned. He had also paid attention to Yi Xian and tried to take her as a direct disciple, but unfortunately, Yi Xian was not interested in shooting techniques. Otherwise, the deadly chain gun, under the enhancement of the speed potential lightning speed, would double its power and could create various miracles. Please. Yi Xian practiced the intermediate technique of the Changchun sword technique. Upon seeing that she was matched with a martial arts student from the outer Ring City, she did not underestimate him in the slightest. She knew that anyone who could match her was not to be taken lightly. Please. Zheng Chen also cupped his hands in greeting. Although the students from the outer Ring City did not know much about the prodigies from the inner Ring City, a martial arts student with a combat power value of 20.3 would never be underestimated at any time. Zheng Chen also did not dare to be careless. His intuition told him that Yi Xian's combat power value was not as simple as the data provided by the Starry Realm. After the two exchanged pleasantries, Yi Xian moved her body, and Zheng Chen only felt a cold light rushing towards his brow. Under the enhancement of the lightning speed potential, it seemed as if Yi Xian had transformed the Changchun sword technique. Once potential awakens, it will continuously strengthen in the days to come until it fully erupts. Yi Xian's potential was in a stage of continuous enhancement, and her combat power value was also constantly changing. Zheng Chen felt that although his combat power value exceeded Yi Xian's by 0.3, his attack speed and movement speed were clearly faster than his combat power value's reaction speed. Clang! Fortunately, he had the advantage of superior strength. With a sweep of his spear, the spear had blocked Yi Xian's sword tip. Yi Xian was taken aback. Clearly, she did not expect Zheng Chen to block her sword. Today, she had already participated in 5 ranking matches, and none of her opponents had been able to withstand her sword. With the enhancement of her potential, she was confident that even if her opponent's combat power value exceeded hers by a few points, they would not be her match. Originally, she thought that in this 6th ranking match, her opponent would be someone with a combat power value above 20.5, but unexpectedly, it was Zheng Chen with a value of 20.1, and it was even red data. Although she did not harbor any contempt in her heart, seeing her sword technique blocked by Zheng Chen's spear still surprised her immensely. At the same time, Zheng Chen quickly launched a counterattack. With the advantage of his arm strength, he not only blocked Yi Xian's sword but also deflected it. The transformed spear technique, under the enhancement of superior strength, seemed to move as swiftly as Yi Xian's sword technique. Clang! The two exchanged blows back and forth. Zheng Chen unleashed his full speed, throwing out all 13 techniques as if he were disregarding everything to defeat Yi Xian. Yi Xian, who was usually calm, gradually showed a brilliant expression, momentarily thinking that Zheng Chen had also awakened his speed potential, until she realized that Zheng Chen was displaying an extraordinary charm in his basic spear technique. Only then did she realize that this was a transformation of spear technique. But why was the speed of the transformed spear technique so fast? If it weren't for her awakening the speed potential lightning speed, she feared that even with a combat power value exceeding 20.5, she might not be Zheng Chen's opponent. As a martial arts student from the inner Ring City who had received a dual S-level recommendation contract from the Starry University, she had never thought that a martial arts student of the same level from the outer Ring City could match her in speed and technique. Unfortunately, in the end, the speed potential was still superior. The speed of lightning was far swifter than that of superior strength. At the beginning, Zheng Chen was able to hold his own against Yi Xian mainly due to the transformation of his spear technique and the advantage of his arm strength. However, after failing to take down Yi Xian in a round of fierce attacks, she quickly found his flaws and grasped his attack rhythm, using her speed to break through Zheng Chen's defense. Zheng Chen only felt the sword light slicing straight towards him. Just as he was about to resist, the sword light suddenly turned and sliced horizontally towards his neck, and then his figure disappeared from the Starry Realm, returning to the small room on the balcony of the Shitsung community. What a fast woman! Clearly, my combat power value surpasses hers, yet I am not her opponent. Zheng Chen touched his neck, feeling exhilarated from the fight. He had unleashed all his spear techniques, strength, and speed, yet in the end, he still lost to Yi Xian. How stunning could the awakening of Potential beef, of course, this is also related to the potential that Yi Xian awakened, particularly in terms of speed. However, winning 5 consecutive matches and earning 200,000 yuan in prize money has already made Zhang Chen very satisfied. He didn't ponder why Yi Xian was so fast. Instead, he quickly opened the angry little girl account page to watch her livestream, showcasing her muscle-augmented arms as she fought monsters. This was his daily relaxation routine. He treated participating in ranked matches as a mere obligation rather than an opportunity to learn and improve his skills, never summarizing or reflecting afterward. As Zhang Chen's marksmanship skills transformed, he became a Yuan warrior, and the Shitsong community was completely abuzz. Zhang Chen's participation in ranked matches was a public event, and with his previous status as an elite class member, he gained immense popularity within the community. Each time he participated in a ranked match, many people would stay home to watch the live stream. Especially tonight, during the 6th match, the number of viewers in Zhang Chen's livestream had already surpassed 1,000. At this moment, the neighbors all knew that Zhang Chen's marksmanship had undergone a transformation, and the Star Realm system had recognized him as a Yuan warrior. Zhang Lei's home became lively again. There was no need to wait for Zhang Chen to win the prize money to buy nutritional liquid for Zhang Qingqing. Someone had already sent over nutritional liquid. Hoping to get closer to Zhang Lei. Having spent years in the heavily irradiated zone, Zhang Lei was well acquainted with the warmth and coldness of human relationships and understood that the neighbor's enthusiasm was entirely due to Zhang Chen's change in strength. He knew that accepting these gifts would mean he would have to return them in the future, and he must not create trouble for Zhang Chen's future. Therefore, he returned all the items sent by the neighbors and the big shots from nearby districts. Later on, even those who had lent him money returned the interest. But Zhang Lei always upheld his principles. No matter how anxious Lu Feng's gaze was, he never exploited Zhang Chen's fame for personal gain in the days that followed. He was very clear that he could not drag Zhang Chen down at a critical moment. After sending those people away, Zhang Chen also finished interacting with angry little girl. He came out of the room and said to Zhang Lei and Lu Feng, "Uncle, Aunt, I now have over 300,000 yuan in prize money, which can buy 2 bottles of nutritional liquid for Qingqing. You no longer have to worry about her not becoming a stage warrior. She might even enter the elite class for training next semester." This semester was about to end soon. The final exams were approaching, and many third-year martial arts students were racing against time to train, hoping to achieve excellent results in the final exams to secure more training resource subsidies. The winter vacation lasted a total of 1.5 months, and the living subsidies during this period would be determined by the final exam results, which students would then collect daily from the community. Therefore, the higher the final exam scores, the more resource subsidies they would receive during that 1.5 months. Buying 2 bottles of nutritional liquid for Qingqing at this time would completely change her future, possibly allowing her to enter the elite class for training next semester. "Lingfeng, that's your hard-earned prize money," Zhang Lei said excitedly. "Uncle, we're family, and Qingqing is my sister. I can't just watch her turn 18 and go to the front lines to fight." Zhang Chen replied with a smile. "Our whole family doesn't know how to thank you," Lu Feng said tearfully. "Aunt, I've already said it, we're family." Although Lu Feng was usually quite self-serving, even making the original owner give half of the living subsidies to Zhang Qingqing, that was under the original owner's willing circumstances. Moreover, Zhang Lei treated him as his own, and even now that he had gained fame, he maintained the right balance. Zhang Chen would not overlook this, nor would he hold a grudge against Lu Feng. With his laid-back disposition, he often appeared quite zen about many things. "Thank you, brother," Zhang Qingqing said. Previously, she called Zhang Chen cousin, but now cousin had become brother. She was well aware of how much the family had changed due to Zhang Chen's rise, and even at school, she received much more attention and guidance from her teachers than usual. All of this was because Zhang Chen and they were family. No need to be polite. Zhang Chen smiled. "Lingfeng, just now, both Shenwu University and Xingkong University, as well as your principal Wang, called." Principal Wang said that both universities are eager to offer you a guaranteed admission contract. He advised you to temporarily ignore them and discuss it with the school before making a decision, Zhang Lei said. Ever since Zhang Chen's marksmanship skills had transformed, his wristband had been buzzing non-stop. I understand," Zhang Chen nodded. He then returned to the small room on the balcony and used the advanced account Tung Qinshan had given him to play games. He didn't pay much attention to the guaranteed admission contracts from Xingkong University and Shenwu University. The results of the final exams would determine the resource subsidies for the next month and a half, and these matters were even less likely to catch his attention. He immersed himself in the game and didn't sleep until late. During this time, various Messages came into his wristband, including calls from school teachers, congratulatory messages from classmates, and information from Oldley and Shinkong University. But he couldn't afford to be distracted while playing, so Zhang Chen took off his wristband and didn't put it back on until the next day. Zhang Chen. As soon as he stepped out of the community, a group of people approached him. Among them was Oldley, the director of Shinwu University. Shin Dada had given him a strict order to sign Zhang Chen no matter what, or he would be sent to the front lines to participate in battles. Therefore, after the ranking competition ended last night, Oldley rushed to Shitsong community to meet with Zhang Lei and Zhang Chen, but was stopped by community staff. This was specifically arranged by Zhou Zhong. So before Oldley could reach Zhang Chen, a group of people emerged from the corner and took Zhang Chen away, led by Honglisen. Principal Wang had specifically arranged for him to come over to prevent Zhang Chen from being misled and accidentally signing a contract with Shinwu University. Shinwu University had previously breached the contract, which seemed to make Zhang Chen lose an opportunity, but in reality, it was a slap in the face for Zhou Zhong. Zhang Chen could take it easy due to his laid-back fate, but Principal Wang was still brooding over it and had long thought of a series of measures. Even when Shin Dada called him, he didn't relent. Zhang Chen, you are now the school's treasure. No matter which university you sign a contract with, the school won't interfere, but the school hopes to use you to help Zhou Zhong students gain more resource subsidies. I wonder if you are willing to cooperate. Upon arriving at the school, Zhang Chen met Principal Wang after finishing the resource subsidy. The other party was usually elusive, and few students had seen him, but as the head of the school, Principal Wang's strength was unfathomable. Zhang Chen's intuition told him that even several Oldleys combined would not be a match for Principal Wang. It was known that Zhou Zhong was an outer ring city school. It seemed a bit absurd for a principal to be stronger than the director of an inner ring city university. As long as I can help the school and my classmates, I am willing to cooperate to the best of my ability, Zhang Chen said firmly. The reason why students from the outer ring city found it very difficult to rise was that their resource subsidies were far less than those of inner ring city students. If he could take this opportunity to increase everyone's subsidies, it would greatly change the harsh reality of Zhou Zhong and prevent classmates from becoming cannon fodder on the front lines. Good, you just need to train seriously with me during the final exams. If you can elevate your marksmanship to a new level and awaken more of your chi perception, integrating them together, you may obtain the highest level contract, and the subsidies for all the teachers and students in the school will also rise to a new level, Wang Dashan said with a smile. Ha! Zhang Chen was taken aback. Train seriously? That's not going to happen. In the office, Wang Dashan dismissed a group of curious teachers, leaving only Hong Lisan and Yan Liru. He said to Zhang Chen, after you finished the ranking competition last night, both the principal of Shinwu University and the principal of Shinkong University called me. Director Qin of Shinwu University is willing to offer you a 3S level contract and let your cousin enter Shinwu University to train as well. Director D of Shinkong University is willing to offer you an S-level contract and provide resource subsidies for your cousin. I want to hear which school you would like to go to. May I ask which school the principal thinks I should attend? Zhang Chen hesitated and replied. Upon hearing this, Wang Dashan and the others laughed, realizing that Zhang Chen was quite clever. Although the 3S level contract from Shinwu University is the highest level, the help the school can provide you is far less than that of Shinkong University, Wang Dashan said with a smile. Does the principal believe that the S-level contract from Shinkong University is better than the 3S level contract from Shinwu University? Zhang Chen frowned. The conditions are quite similar, but as long as you are willing to cooperate, I have a way to help you obtain the double S-level contract from Shinkong University. The girl who defeated you last night is a guaranteed student of Shinkong University, and the contract she received is a double S level, Wang Dashan reminded him. Yi Xian has awakened the speed potential lightning flash, which enhances her skills and agility, and she has already received significant attention, Hong Lisan added. The transformation of skills is not bad either, but to be on par with Yi Xian, your mastery of the transformed skills must reach at least another level, Yang Liru followed up. If you can obtain the double S-level contract from Shinkong University, I can apply for more training resource subsidies from the 7 major star systems alliance for the school, to cultivate more Yuan warriors and prevent students from going to the front lines too early, Wang Dashan said earnestly. Zhang Chen understood the meaning behind their words. Clearly, Yang Liru and Hong Lisan had discussed his attitude towards cultivation with Wang Dashan. The purpose of their actions was both for himself and for the school, while also hoping to use Yi Xian to awaken his fighting spirit, allowing him to devote himself wholeheartedly to cultivation. If I fail to obtain the double S-level contract from Shinkong
University, can the school not apply for more resource subsidies from the 7 Major Star Systems Alliance? Zhang Chen countered. We can apply, but the amount won't be much. You know that human survival resources are scarce. If there are no representative students from the 9th middle school, it won't attract much attention from the 7 Major Star Systems Alliance, and it will be even more impossible to obtain generous resource subsidies. I think you can see that there are many exceptionally talented martial arts students in the school, but the reason they remain unknown, and even cannot become entry-level martial artists before the age of 18, is mainly due to the lack of training. Resource subsidies. If you can bring honor to the school, all the teachers and students will be grateful to you, remember you, admire you, and worship you, Wang Dashan said emphatically. Last night, he had discussed with Yang Liru and Hong Lisan, believing that to awaken Zhang Chen's fighting spirit for cultivation, they needed to make him recognize reality while also instilling a strong sense of honor and responsibility in him. They aim to approach this from multiple angles to ensure Zhang Chen's full commitment to cultivation. If it's just about obtaining the SS level guaranteed contract from Shinkong University, perhaps I can do my part, but Zhang Chen could see their intentions, but if he were to seriously cultivate, let alone the SS level contract, even the S level contract would be out of reach. 2. Obtain the SS level contract from Shinkong University, it's not enough to simply improve your mastery of the transformed skills. To be absolutely certain, you must excel in the final exam, surpassing not only all the martial arts students from the 9th middle school but also those from all the outer ring cities. Now that you are in the outer ring city, you have already attracted the attention of various major institutions, and your relevant information has been downloaded and recorded by them. Many outstanding martial arts students are eager to defeat you to gain the attention of Shinkong University and Shinwu University. Therefore, the school has applied for protective measures for you. Before the final exam, you do not need to continue participating in the public ranking matches of the Star Realm, and the Star Realm system will not continue to update regarding your strength changes. However, you must continue to improve your strength and defeat all opponents, so that Shinkong University can see your potential, and only then can you obtain the SS level contract. Wang Dashan noticed Zhang Chen's hesitation and encouraged him again. Master Marksman Zhuge Ho has already taken notice of you. He contacted the principal and promised that as long as you can obtain the SS level contract from Shinkong University, he is willing to take you as his disciple and teach you the advanced marksmanship technique, deadly chain shot, Hong Lisan added. If you can obtain a SS level contract from Starry Sky University, the benefits won't just be for you, your uncle, aunt, and cousin will also enter the inner city with you. Starry Sky University will apply for asylum for your family, and Zhozhong will also do its part in this matter, Yang Liru continued. The three were afraid that Zhang Chen would lose heart and waste his great talent like before. Zhang Chen hadn't forgotten his intention to let his uncle's family live in the inner city, but he was very clear about how to help them. So he said, I understand the intentions of the principal and the 2 teachers. I will strive to obtain the SS level contract from Starry Sky University, but this matter of cultivation, I'll guide you through the entire cultivation process. Don't worry, I will do everything I can to bring out your talent and make you the most outstanding martial artist in the outer city, defeating all your opponents, Wang Dashan said, patting Zhang Chen's shoulder. The principal has been slaying alien creatures in the Great Radiation Zone for years, even powerful extraterrestrial beings. Having the principal teach you personally is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Zhang Chen, you should know what to do? Hong Lisan said with envy on his face. Thank you, principal. Zhang Chen said helplessly, it seemed he couldn't decline any longer. I'm really nothing special, it's teacher Zhuge Ho who is the true powerhouse. You must strive to become his disciple in the future, Wang Dashan reminded him. Okay, I'll do my best, Zhang Chen nodded. Hearing this, Yan Liru and the others smiled, looking as if their scheme had succeeded. During this time, just follow me. Don't interact with anyone from Shinwu University or Starry Sky University. If you sign a contract too early, you won't get the best treatment. Wait until your final exam results are outstanding, then they will treat you with the utmost sincerity, Wang Dashan continued. Yes, I will follow the principal's lead, Zhang Chen replied obediently. Come on, I'll take you to a good place where you can focus on your cultivation without any interruptions, Wang Dashan said with a beaming smile. He felt that Yang Liru and Hong Lisan had exaggerated their introduction of Zhang Chen last night. This child was so obedient, how could he possibly be lax in his cultivation, only knowing to interact with female streamers every day? There must be some misunderstanding. Following Wang Dashan, Zhang Chen arrived at a cool tunnel behind Zhozhong. The depths of this tunnel were a shelter. When alien creatures invaded the outer city, the shelter would open immediately, allowing the citizens to hide from the Alien beings. As the principal of Zhouzhong, Wang Dashan's strength was unfathomable and his authority seemed very high. He could not only become invisible within the starry realm but also enter and exit the shelter freely. Walking in the tunnel, he said, there aren't usually many people here, so you won't be disturbed while you cultivate. I know you young people like to be unconventional. Perhaps Teacher Yang and Teacher Hong have some misunderstandings about you. I don't believe that someone who can transform basic marksmanship would have issues with their cultivation attitude. So here, you don't need to be nervous, do whatever you want. I won't restrict you, but you must remember that your final exam results are particularly important. You must find a way to improve your strength. And just so you know, as far as I know, there are Yuan warriors appearing in Yizhong, Sunzhong, Jingxing, and Liren, but their methods are secretive. The identities of those few have been very well protected, especially the Yuan warriors from Jingxing and Liren. Even the information I know is very limited. However, one thing is certain, they have all awakened their potential. Currently, among those your age in the entire outer city, you are the only one who has become a Yuan warrior through skill transformation. In the long run, skill transformation can create lasting value for humanity. But if we talk about combat power, it will be quite difficult for you to defeat those Yuan warriors who have awakened their potential. I think you have already experienced this last night, Wang Dashan's voice echoed in the tunnel. The potential power is indeed extraordinary. Zhang Chen agreed. Yi Xian's speed potential lightning flash is indeed more powerful than his own. However, when Wang Dashan mentioned Jingxing University, he was referring to the Jingxing University in the outer ring city, not the one in the inner ring city where Yi Xian is located. Both universities are part of the same system, but they simply have campuses in both the inner and outer ring cities. This indirectly indicates that Jingxing University is strong enough on the southern city side. Let's practice here. You can demonstrate the basic 13 styles of gunplay for me a few times, and I'll try to guide you with a few moves, Wang Dashan said humbly. Yes, Zheng Chen replied. Obediently. He began practicing the basic 13 styles of gunplay in the tunnel. With the enhancement of the lying flat value, this gunplay had already transformed into the intermediate 13 styles and reached a proficient level. As an elder expert, Wang Dashan could see at a glance that Zhang Chen's gunplay had undergone a genuine transformation and his control over this power was already quite skilled. With just a little guidance and diligent practice, he should be able to master this power before the final exam. At that time, with the value of this skill, along with some of his private operations and the help of Zhu Gaho, it would be a sure thing for Zhang Chen to obtain a double S-level contract from Starry Sky University. The resource subsidies from the 7-Star Systems Alliance to the 9th Middle School would also rise to a new level. The reason Wang Dashan, as the principal of 9th Middle School, rarely appeared was not to act mysterious or irresponsible, but because he often went to the front lines or the large radiation zones to slay alien creatures, hoping to exchange his merit points for more resource subsidies for the school. Every time he saw students unable to become entry-level martial artists before the age of 18 due to insufficient resources and having to go to the front lines to participate in battles, Wang Dashan felt immense pain in his heart. Now, seeing a promising talent who could potentially change the school's environment through Zhang Chen, Wang Dashan would not easily let go. Thus, he focused intently on watching Zhang Chen demonstrate the intermediate 13 styles of gunplay over and over again, slowly seeming to find corresponding flaws in the gunplay technique, understanding how to enhance Zhang Chen's skill. But at that moment, Zhang Chen stopped practicing the gunplay. Why did you stop? Keep practicing, I've already found some issues, Wang Dashan urged. I'm too tired. Principal. I need to take a break. Is there any water here? I'm really thirsty, Zhang Chen wiped his sweat and said. According to the lying flat principle, he could only practice the gunplay 3 times at most before needing to rest. He couldn't exceed that number, or his lying flat value for the day would be ruined. Tired? Thirsty? Wang Dashan was a bit confused. Although Zhang Chen's physical fitness hadn't reached 1, it shouldn't be that exhausting to finish a few rounds of gunplay. Could you please get me some water? Zhang Chen pleaded. I'll have someone bring water, Wang Dashan said, opening his wristband to notify the caregiver. Principal, didn't you say that my information needs to be protected? Zhang Chen reminded him. You asked me to go outside to get it myself, Wang Dashan frowned. How about I go myself? Zhang Chen placed the long gun inside the tunnel and turned to walk outside. Stay here, I'll get you some nutrient water, Wang Dashan called out to Zhang Chen. For some reason, when he saw Zhang Chen turn to leave, he had a feeling that once Zhang Chen went out, he wouldn't come back. Thank you, Principal, Zhang Chen said with great joy. To avoid wasting time, Wang Dashan went quickly and returned just as fast.
He brought back 2 boxes of nutrient water, each containing 24 bottles, which would be enough for Zhang Chen to drink for several days, even if he drank a lot. However, when he returned, he did not see Zhang Chen in the tunnel. He was right. When Zhang Chen turned to leave, he felt that Zhang Chen would not return after going out, so after he left, Zhang Chen also left. Sigh. For humanity, for 9th middle school. Principal, I had no choice. If I were to cultivate according to your method, I wouldn't even be able to get into Starry Sky University, let alone obtain a double S-level contract. Zhang Chen ran all the way to the school gate and bought 2 buckets of spray paint. Ever since he entered the tunnel, his mind was filled with graffiti ideas. He knew that according to the requirements of his laid-back fate, if he encountered something he liked and that could help him relax, not doing it would affect his laid-back value acquisition. If he followed through, the laid-back value would be quite considerable, especially when practicing with Wang Dashan. So when Wang Dashan contacted Zhang Chen through the wristband, Zhang Chen was hurrying towards the school with 2 buckets of paint in hand. You can tell me your ideas slowly later, and I'll find someone to paint your thoughts on the tunnel, Wang Dashan said, suppressing his anger upon learning that Zhang Chen wanted to graffiti in the tunnel. No, Principal, some things can only be understood but not explained. My mind is filled with the arc of gun techniques, and I need to record it down, otherwise, I feel like it will disappear at any moment, Zhang Chen said, holding his head. What? This? I'll prepare the materials for you. Wang Dashan was taken aback, then exclaimed in surprise, thinking Zhang Chen had a brand new insight into gun techniques. He quickly opened the 2 buckets of paint and eagerly handed a brush to Zhang Chen. Wang Dashan was even more excited than Zhang Chen, personally mixing the paint for him and even opening a bottle of nutrient water, letting Zhang Chen take a few sips first. Zhang Chen felt complicated emotions. After several moments of hesitation, he finished the nutrient water, took the brush stained with paint, and began to carefully ponder before starting to smear it on the tunnel wall. Zhang Chen understood that if his graffiti content was not related to gun techniques, Wang Dashan would definitely be hurt later. No matter what, he treated him like his own, even bringing 2 boxes of nutrient water for him to drink. He couldn't disregard Wang Dashan's feelings just to earn laid-back value and enhance his strength. So he painted seriously while thinking, and finally, an image appeared in his mind that could reflect gun techniques, meet the graffiti requirements, earn laid-back value, and not hurt Wang Dashan too much. Wang Dashan stood by, filled with anticipation, watching every stroke Zhang Chen made with rapt attention. Gradually, he saw Zhang Chen first paint a patch of green grass on the wall, and at that moment, he felt a bit confused. What was the connection between the green grass and gun techniques? But he held back from asking, fearing it would disturb Zhang Chen's train of thought. After a while, he saw many watermelons and watermelon vines appear in the green grass. It turned out Zhang Chen was painting a patch of melon field. What was the connection between the melon field and gun techniques? He held back from asking again, worried about interrupting Zhang Chen's thoughts. At that moment, Zhang Chen added black paint and a honey pot appeared in the melon field. To be precise, it was a weasel sneaking a bite of watermelon. Wang Dashan became even more perplexed. He was anxious to hold back his questions, afraid of disturbing Zhang Chen's thoughts. Suddenly, Zhang Chen's brush turned. Above the melon field, he painted a gun, the barrel aimed directly at the weasel. Wang Dashan began to feel a bit excited. Was true mastery of gun techniques, pure insight into gun techniques, about to emerge? But he saw that the gun had an extra hand on it, the arm extending into a boy wearing a white shirt, with a red garment. Underneath, a purple belt around his waist, poised to stab the weasel with the gun. The boy glared fiercely, raising the long gun as if charging in from outside the melon field. Wang Dashan widened his eyes, looking at the boy from multiple angles, not knowing why, but he always felt that the gun in the boy's hand looked like a farming pitchfork. Everything in the painting seemed unrelated to gun techniques. But Zhang Chen's serious and focused demeanor left him feeling uncertain. Although his strength far surpassed Zhang Chen's, he could never achieve a transformation in a skill. Therefore, he took Zhang Chen's thoughts very seriously. Alright, Zhang Chen said, glancing at the time. To complete this grand work, he had actually spent a whole day, and it was time to go home. He wrote the theme in the corner. Luan Tu stabs the weasel. Stab the weasel? Wang Dashan frowned, trying to glean extraordinary insights into gun techniques from the painting, but having examined every detail clearly, he racked his brain and still couldn't see any mastery of gun techniques in this painting, but Zhang Chen had witnessed the transformation of basic gun techniques, so at this moment, Wang Dashan dared not speak lightly, fearing he might have misjudged. Principal. It's getting late, let's call it a day. I need to head back first, Zhang Chen said. Alright, we'll continue tomorrow, Wang Dashan nodded. Zhang Chen walked out of the tunnel and quickly glanced at his lying flat value. Lying flat value, 33. Wang Dashan's strength was Unfathomable, although he wasn't a master of gun techniques, he had killed alien races and extraterrestrial beings, making his guidance particularly valuable. Focusing on doodling in his class allowed Zhang Chen to instantly gain 33 points of lying flat value. If I keep doodling and lying flat in Principal Wang's class, could I gain unexpected abilities, even more terrifying than the all-weather breathing technique? After all, Principal Wang's strength is much greater than that of Teacher Yang and the others. I gained 33 points of lying flat value on the first day. Zhang Chen's heart was restless with excitement. Following Wang Dashan for training, he felt both guilty and ecstatic. After a while, Zhang Chen returned to the Shitsong community. Yang Liru and Hong Lisan were very curious and went into the tunnel to find Wang Dashan. Wang Dashan wished he could press his face against the painting to feel the charm of that shot. Deep in thought, he felt that Zhang Chen's painting had nothing to do with gun techniques at all. Principal, how did Zhang Chen perform? Yang Liru asked. Why is there an extra doodle here? Hong Lisan felt puzzled. It's drawn by Zhang Chen. When I was training him, he suddenly said a storm of gun techniques appeared in his mind and wanted to record it, so he painted this, Wang Dashan explained. Run to stabbing the porcupine? Yang Liru saw the title. Run to, who? Hong Lisan was even more confused. You two have interacted with Zhang Chen more, let's see what you can glean from this painting, Wang Dashan suggested. Immediately, Yang Liru and Hong Lisan widened their eyes, staring at the painting. The four eyes grew wider. But the more they looked, the more confused they became. So, what do you think? After a while, Wang Dashan asked. This, let's have Teacher Hong speak first. Yang Liru hesitated to speak, fearing she might misjudge and be laughed at by Wang Dashan later. About this, how about you go first, Principal? Hong Lisan was also worried about being ridiculed. Did you not see any essence of gun techniques in it? Wang Dashan frowned. Yes, Yang Liru and Hong Lisan exchanged glances and nodded decisively. That's strange, could that kid have played me for a whole day? Wang Dashan had a bad premonition. Hearing this, Yang Liru and Hong Lisan were taken aback, recalling Zhang Chen's past behavior. They thought it might be possible, but to play tricks on Wang Dashan, Zhang Chen was too bold. However, considering that Zhang Chen could transform basic gun techniques, to avoid wronging an innocent person, Yang Liru suggested, Principal, why don't you send this painting to Master Zhuge for his opinion? He is a master of gun techniques and should be able to tell if this painting contains any gun technique. Insights. You have a point, Wang Dashan's eyes lit up. He then took a picture of the painting from multiple angles and sent several images to Zhuge Ho, leaving a message, Old Gu, take a look at how much gun technique insight is hidden in this painting. This is a genius who has transformed basic gun techniques. The painting was created after a storm of gun techniques erupted in his mind. After doing all this, the three began to wait anxiously. In their hearts, they hoped that this painting truly contained gun technique insights they couldn't comprehend, which could benefit all the teachers and students in the school. But after more than 10 minutes, there was still no response from Zhuge Ho. Wang Dashan felt a bit strange and sent another message, Old Go, are you there? Did you see the painting I sent you? The message failed to send, instead popping up a red dot with a line of small text. You maliciously fooled the other party and have been blacklisted. Please pay attention to your communication methods. Wang Dashan, Yang Liru, Hong Lisan. Did Master Zhuge blacklist the principal? After a long silence, Hong Lisan broke the stillness. Principal Wang had not spoken for a long time, staring at the painting of the Wanto and the hedgehog, and finally said, notify me as soon as Zhang Chen arrives at school tomorrow. Yes. Yang Liru and Hong Lisan replied in unison. Although Wang Dashan appeared calm, both of them knew that he was suppressing endless rage inside. How dare Zhang Chen toy with him? It's time for him to suffer a bit. The principal is not like us. Zhang Chen deserves to be punished. Hong Lisan said gleefully. I hope he remembers this lesson. Yang Liru was filled with anticipation for Zhang Chen's situation. Shitsong community. Zhang Chen handed 2 bottles of nutrient solution to Zhang Lei. After finally becoming a Yuan warrior, his cousin Zhang Taisheng specially took leave from the Great Radiation Zone to come back, and the family prepared a lavish feast. However, due to resource scarcity, the meat consisted of rat meat and processed catfish demon meat, along with 2 large bowls of dragon meat. With the nutrient solution, Zhang Qingqing no longer had to worry about not becoming a tiered warrior. That night, Zhang Chen and Zhang Taisheng went to the rooftop. Congratulations on becoming a Yuan warrior, and thank you for everything you've done for our family. Zhang Taisheng expressed his gratitude. As a Yuan warrior himself, he was still repaying a loan from the Xingyao group, while Zhang Chen could use his bonus to buy nutrient solution for Zhang Qingqing without repaying Zhang Lei's loan. As the older brother, Zhang Taisheng felt somewhat inferior.
Family members don't speak as if they were strangers.
Zhang Chen knew how much effort Zhang Taisheng had put in to transform from a liberal arts student to a Yuan warrior, entering the Xingyao group to develop strategic weapons was already a very difficult task, let alone becoming a Yuan warrior during that time.
I've received some
internal news. Recently, the catfish demons have been unusually active and are likely to swarm out.
Based on the reserve forces in the Great Radiation Zone, it won't be easy to hold them back this time.
Our group is already planning to relocate, and I'm worried that the outer ring
city will also fall.
Zhang Taisheng said.
The South City has a Dharma aspect warrior stationed there. Humans should be safe, right? Zhang Chen exclaimed. The Dharma aspect refers to the 8 layers of physical, muscular, organ, and spiritual aspects. Each layer of Dharma aspect surpasses that of a Yuan warrior.
The last time the chaos in the Great Radiation Zone was quelled, it was led by a physical aspect warrior. Ordinary Dharma aspect warriors are of no use. Our Xingyao group has detected that the number of catfish demons mobilized this time
will be in the tens of thousands.
That's why we had to withdraw from the Great Radiation Zone, and many important pieces of equipment are
already being dismantled.
This time I came back not only to celebrate your becoming a Yuan warrior but also to ask you to help me find a way for my dad and the others to leave the outer ring city and move to the inner ring city.
Zhang Tiesheng's expression was serious. He took out an electronic card and said, over the years, I have accumulated 21 points.
According to the regulations of the 7 major star systems alliance, as long as a person's points reach 20, they can live in the inner ring city. My dad, my mom, and Xingqing don't have enough points.
But if you sign a 3S level guaranteed admission contract with Shinwu University, they can not only let Xingqing enter Shinwu University, but my parents can also move into the inner ring city. The people from Shinwu University have contacted you. Zhang Chen frowned.
Yes.
It was their director, surnamed Li, with the same name as mine.
Zhang Taisheng nodded.
Zhang Chen knew he was talking about old Li. After
pondering for a moment, he said, the principal asked me not to contact anyone from Shinwu University or Shinkong University for the time being, but if the outer ring city is in danger, I will definitely ensure that my uncle and aunt move into the inner ring city. I will not let them encounter danger. I'm worried that the catfish demons might suddenly launch an attack, and my dad and mom won't have time to enter the
inner ring city.
Zhang Taisheng sighed.
Zhang Chen hesitated. Zhang Tiesheng's concerns were not without reason.
It's not the fear of a thousand, but the fear of 1 in 10,000. At the same time, having Zhang Li's family move into the inner ring city was also his wish and goal. After thinking seriously for a moment, Zhang Chen said, tomorrow I will talk to the principal. Since he told me not to get in touch with Shinwu University and Shinkong University, he should be able to help me with the matter of my uncle and aunt moving into the inner ring city. If you can get into Shinwu University, both Xingqing and I will indeed benefit significantly, but if you don't like Shinwu University, I won't force you, Zhang Taisheng said hesitantly.
I understand.
Zhang Chen smiled. At that moment, he realized that Zhang
Tiesheng's sudden return from the Great Radiation Zone was related to Shinwu University. However, regarding the abnormal catfish demon and
Xingyao group's plan to evacuate the Great Radiation Zone, Zhang Chen knew that Zhang Taisheng was not lying to him.
After a while, the two
brothers returned to their respective rooms.
Zhang Taisheng sent a brief message to Old Li. My cousin is very unhappy about your sudden breach of contract and lacks trust in your Shinwu University, unless you let my parents move into the inner ring city first. Zhang Chen then focused on playing games seriously.
The next day, Zhang Chen checked his panel information.
Name, Zhang Chen Fate, lying flat profession.
Yuan Warrior Combat Power, 20.69881 Physical Quality, 0.8599 Lying Flat Value, 37 Intermediate Gun Technique 13 Styles, Proficient 27 out of 100, Tidal Breathing Method, Beginner, 98 out of 100, Ability, All-Weather Breathing and Inhalation Ability, Arm Strength increases by 200 kilograms at any level, Speed surpasses others. Yesterday, in front of Wang Dashan, he doodled in the tunnel, earning 33 points of lying flat value in one go, and after school, he continued playing games, gaining another 4 points, bringing the total to 37 points. His combat power and physical quality slowly improved with the help of the all-weather breathing and inhalation ability, and the decimal places reappeared. Early in the morning, Zhang Taisheng had already returned to the Great Radiation Zone.
Zhang Chen went to the 9th middle school alone, during
which he added the 37 points of lying flat value to the Intermediate Gun Technique 13 Styles.
Lying flat value, non-intermediate.
Gun Technique 13 Styles, Proficient, 64/100, Combat Power, 21.2 With his mastery of the transformed gun techniques, Zhang Chen's combat
power also reached 21.2.
After a while, Zhang Chen finished his meal in the cafeteria, and Yang Liru found him, her face serious. The Principal is waiting for you in the back mountain tunnel, don't dawdle, hurry up.
Oh. Zhang Chen felt a bit anxious. Wang Dashan's strength
Was unfathomable, and he feared that he already knew that the Luan 2 stabbing the hedgehog was just a ruse. What surprised him was that, in addition to Principal Wang Dashan, there was another familiar figure in the tunnel. It was actually Yi Xian, a martial arts student from
Zhengxing High School in the Inner Ring City.
The night before last, they had encountered each other in the ranking match, where she easily defeated him with her speed potential lightning flash. Despite her combat power being far inferior to his, she won solely based on her
potential, leaving a deep impression on Zhang Chen. He was somewhat puzzled as to why Yi Xian would appear at the 9th middle school. Wang
Dashan, with his hands behind his back, saw Zhang Chen coming from a distance and really wanted to kick him. He had thought about it all night. What men care about most is their pride, especially in front of women. So he specifically used his connections to let Yi Xian come out from the Inner Ring City, hoping she would humiliate Zhang Chen once again, making him correct his bad habit of not taking his training seriously. Yi Xian looked at Zhang Chen with a complex expression. Although she had defeated Zhang Chen that day, he had left a deep impression on her. She found it hard to imagine how a martial arts student from the Outer Ring City could cultivate a skill to the point of transformation.
It must have taken immense effort and dedication.
As a martial arts student from the Inner Ring City, defeating an opponent like Zhang Chen did not excite Yi Xian in the slightest. Instead, she felt deep admiration. So when Principal Wang Dashan invited her to the school for another match with Zhang Chen, she agreed without any hesitation. However, Wang Dashan's words made her frown. It turned out that the intention was to humiliate Zhang Chen through her, to strike a blow to his self-esteem, thereby prompting him to change his ways and take his training seriously. When Yi Xian learned of this purpose and reasoning, she thought Wang Dashan was joking.
How could someone who didn't take training seriously cultivate a skill to the point of transformation?
But Wang Dashan's serious demeanor stirred complex emotions within her.
If Zhang
Chen could transform a skill without much training, then compared to him, she would be worlds apart. Although she admired someone like Zhang Chen, the thought of losing to him, or being too far behind, made Yi Xian uncomfortable. People are inherently competitive. How many can
face failure?
For this reason, she asked Wang Dashan several times to confirm he wasn't joking, and only after that did she come to Zhouzhong this morning with her mother. At this moment, Hong Lisan was attending to her mother, and in the tunnel, it was just her, Wang Dashan, and
the approaching Zhang Chen.
You've already met in the Star Realm, so I won't say much.
To obtain the double S-level contract from Starry Sky University, you need to have the strength of someone like classmate Yi.
I finally managed to invite her here, so you two should have a real fight in this tunnel, and let me see how big the gap between you is, Wang Dashan stated straightforwardly.
Today, no matter what, he
had to make Zhang Chen taste the bitterness of defeat. He knew that being defeated in reality was far more painful than in the Star Realm. Especially losing consecutively to a girl, which would be particularly cruel for a student of Zhang Chen's age.
Does the principal mean,
if I defeat her, I can get the double S-level contract from Starry Sky University?
Zhang Chen asked.
If he could obtain the double S-level contract, his points should be enough for Zhang Lei, Lu Feng, and Zhang Qingqing to move into the inner city together. It would be just in time to avoid the catfish demon storm. Of course, this still depended on Wang Dashan's arrangements.
You need to have that
strength first, Yi Xian replied. Zhang Chen's tone made her feel as if defeating her was very easy. Yes, you need to defeat her first, Wang Dashan laughed, as if he could see Zhang Chen's fighting spirit
being awakened.
Then I'll give it a try, Zhang Chen said with a smile.
Watch my sword. Yi Xian, feeling indignant, thought, can he really defeat her just by trying?
She hadn't seen how high Zhang
Chen's marksmanship was when he was shooting at the thorny beasts.
Immediately, she infused her potential ability lightning speed into her movement and Changchun sword technique, swiftly slashing towards
Zhang Chen. In real combat, there could be casualties and various influencing factors.
Generally, the combat power people exhibit in reality is often diminished due to various concerns. However, as a martial arts student from the inner city, Yi Xian was not new to real combat. She had even killed alien creatures and fought against the catfish demon, so she had plenty of experience in this regard. Her attacks were not only as fast as lightning, but her sword techniques were also unpredictable, matching her performance in the Star Realm in terms of momentum and power.
Clang! Zhang Chen quickly
raised his gun to counter. Under the influence of his laid-back fate, he remained calm and unhurried in the face of everything, especially since this was just a sparring match. Although there was danger, it was far less than a life-and-death struggle.
Thus, with the enhancement of his superior strength, Zhang Chen easily blocked Yi Xian's first strike.
He then changed his gun technique and instinctively unleashed his intermediate marksmanship skills. As his proficiency increased, Zhang Chen became more adept at controlling this skill, handling it with ease. Yi Xian quickly realized that Zhang Chen's
Marksmanship was stronger than it had been that day in the Star Realm. And this was only one day later. If Zhang Chen wasn't training seriously, Yi Xian wouldn't believe it. She thought Wang Dashan was deceiving her. Remembering Wang Dashan's earlier words that defeating her would grant him the double S-level contract from Starry Sky University, she wondered if the purpose of bringing her out was to let Starry Sky University know that Zhang Chen was stronger than her, wanting to secure the double S-level contract for him. What made her think that teaching Zhang Chen a few moves would change his attitude towards cultivation was simply an excuse, one that she foolishly believed. With this in mind, Yi Xian found both Zhang Chen and Wang Dashan utterly disgusting. There were definitely various cameras in the tunnel, and if she couldn't defeat Zhang Chen, the people from Xingkong University would soon receive the relevant video. She represented the Jingxing school in the inner city. She knew that in this resource-scarce world, major institutions were trying every means to prove to the Seven Star Systems Alliance that they were stronger than other schools in order to obtain more cultivation resource subsidies. Perhaps this was Wang Dashan's tactic. Anger surged from her heart. Yi Xian's potential seemed to explode to its utmost, her swordsmanship becoming faster and fiercer, her moves increasingly sharp, as if she had unknowingly entered a life-and-death combat state. She couldn't leave a negative image for Jingxing University. She also couldn't let Zhang Chen think that the double S-level contract from Xingkong University was so easy to obtain. With this thought, Yi Xian was practically seeing red. It was no wonder she imagined such things, as Zhang Chen today was at least 0.5 stronger than his performance that day in the Star Realm. The change in just one day was so significant. Who would believe that someone like him wasn't serious about cultivation? Hey, girl! Wang Dashan noticed something was off. Why did Yi Xian suddenly become so anxious like a little wife? And what was up with Zhang Chen's marksmanship? It was completely different from his performance that day in the Star Realm, showing a much more mature control over his transformed skills. Could it be that the story of Luan Tu stabbing the weasel really contained gunplay mastery? Had he misjudged? Otherwise, how could Zhang Chen's change in strength be explained? Wang Dashan felt overwhelmed, unable to control himself as he glanced at the graffiti content again. Clang! Zhang Chen retreated while defending. Yi Xian's potential burst forth, and the speed she released was too fast. The Changchun sword technique was a mid-level skill, although his own skills had improved under Yi Xian's relentless pursuit. He still felt a sense of helplessness, remaining in a passive defensive state. However, it wasn't so easy for Yi Xian to break through his defense. Moreover, defeating Yi Xian would allow his uncle and the others to gain the qualification to live in the inner city, so Zhang Chen remained calm and patient, waiting for the right moment to counterattack. In reality, sparring wasn't just about strength and speed, it also involved psychological quality and physical endurance. Under the influence of his laid-back fate, although Zhang Chen longed for Zhang Lei and the others to move into the inner city, he wasn't anxious. The quick-finish combat style he created was mainly to leave the Star Realm as soon as possible and return to reality to play games. Now, in reality, sparring with Yi Xian, Zhang Chen appeared calm and unhurried, trying not to exhaust too much energy, treating this spar as a form of enjoyment. Additionally, under the effect of his all-weather breathing ability, his physical endurance far exceeded that of ordinary people, allowing him to continuously replenish his stamina through this ability. Although the replenishment speed was still not as fast as the consumption speed, it was better than nothing. Even if his physical quality was not as good as Yi Xian's, at this moment, Zhang Chen had the advantage in endurance. Thus, in Wang Dashan's view, although Zhang Chen was being pushed back step by step, he always managed to hold his ground at critical moments, maintaining a defensive line that left Yi Xian with no way to break through. On the contrary, because Yi Xian couldn't break through after a long attack, her swordsmanship, though seemingly becoming sharper, actually revealed a sense of impatience. Coupled with her continuously exploding potential, her physical energy was greatly consumed, and gradually, she was no longer as strong as Zhang Chen. It could even be said that she could only suppress Zhang Chen relying solely on her potential explosion. Under the effect of an increase of 200 kilograms of strength at any level in her arms, Zhang Chen's marksmanship ultimately formed an indestructible barrier, leaving Yi Xian helpless. It was at this moment that Yi Xian revealed a flaw. Zhang Chen, who had been waiting for a long time, quickly launched a counterattack. Clang! He swept out with his gun, fully unleashing the strength in his arm. Yi Xian's swordsmanship instantly shifted from offense to defense, and Zhang Chen seized the opportunity to unleash the full force of the 13 styles of gunplay. As his skills evolved and his control over this power became increasingly adept, under the related effects, Yi Xian began to retreat step by step, just as Zhang Chen had before. She even became flustered. With a look of panic, she felt something was amiss. Fearing that she would truly lose to Zhang Chen and bring negative repercussions to the school. Under these psychological pressures, Yi Xian yearned to turn the tide, to make her swordsmanship faster, to enhance her potential. Unfortunately, in this day and age, she had already done everything she could. Faced with Zhang Chen's relentless gunplay, her Changchun sword technique had lost its advantage. Coupled with being nearly crushed in strength, every counterattack left her arms sore and numb, even her palms had cracked open. It was not easy to turn the tables. Boom! Zhang Chen unleashed a powerful sweep with his gun. With a move to intercept, he sent Yi Xian's long sword flying, forcing her against the tunnel wall, right next to the graffiti of the runt earth piercing the cha. She seemed to have become a cha in reality. Zhang Chen only needed to take one more step forward to pierce through Yi Xian's chest with his gun. Thank you for the lesson. Zhang Chen put away his long gun and smiled. Yi Xian breathed heavily, her chest rising and falling, glancing at Zhang Chen and then at Wang Dashan. Feeling wronged, her eyes gradually reddened. A lax attitude towards training? She hoped to strike Zhang Chen down, to make him change his ways. In just one day, she had gained the strength to turn defeat into victory. This was not a lax attitude towards training, but rather a relentless pursuit of improvement. Wang Dashan had gone to great lengths to ensure Zhang Chen signed the SS level contract with Starry Sky University, even resorting to unscrupulous means. Girl, I think you misunderstood. Wang Dashan sensed the situation was turning sour. Humph. Yi Xian picked up the long sword from the ground. Xianer. A voice came from the tunnel entrance. It was Yi Xian's mother. Mom. Hearing her mother's voice, feeling set up and mistakenly thinking she had embarrassed the school, along with a sense of frustration, Yi Xian could no longer hold back her sobs. Xianer, what's wrong? Lu Qing's expression changed in surprise as she hurried into the tunnel, followed closely by Hong Lisan and Yang Liru. Mom, Principal Wang, and the others. Yi Xian rushed over and hugged her mother tightly, like a wrong child, spilling out everything about being set up by Wang Dashan. What? You, Wang Dashan, is this how you play with people? Lu Qing was furious, her daughter was so outstanding, when had she ever been treated this way? Big sister, it's a misunderstanding, let me explain. Wang Dashan was at a loss for words. He had never thought Zhang Chen could win, let alone knock Yi Xian's long sword away. What the hell are you explaining? Is it just a SS level contract with Starry Sky University? Is it worth it? There's still a semester left before Zhang Chen graduates. Why are you in such a hurry? Why should my daughter be a supporting character? What do you really mean? Lu Qing was agitated. Upon learning that Yi Xian had lost to Zhang Chen, and so thoroughly, she felt that both mother and daughter had been played by Wang Dashan. Zhang Chen's rapid progress, not to mention the relentless training, at least involved day and night practice. What lax attitude towards training? The mother and daughter had actually believed Wang Dashan's nonsense, coming all the way from the inner ring city to teach Zhang Chen a lesson, hoping he would change his ways. It turned out that the lax attitude towards training was a lie, while the pursuit of the SS level contract with Starry Sky University was the truth. Big sister, things are really not as you think. I never expected Zhang Chen to win. I never intended for him to obtain the SS level contract through Yi Xian. Wang Dashan hurriedly explained. Principal, you clearly said just now that as long as I defeated Yi Xian, I could also obtain the SS level contract with Starry Sky University like her, Zhang Chen reminded. There might be a catfish demon storm in the outer ring city, which concerned the safety of Zhang Lei's family. He had to take it seriously. Did you hear that? Lu Qing was anxious. Things are not as simple as you think. I'll explain the contract matters to you later, Wang Dashan said, patting his forehead. Zhang Chen could only put it aside for now. You defeated Yi Xian? Hong Lisan and Yang Liru finally reacted. Humph. Upon hearing this, before Zhang Chen could say anything, Lu Qing pulled Yi Xian away. Wait a moment, big sister, Wang Dashan hurriedly chased after them. Let me tell you, to obtain a SS level contract from Starry Sky University, you have to go through layers of assessments. Don't think that a transformation in marksmanship is something extraordinary. If your physical fitness doesn't reach 1.5, you won't get it. And don't think that defeating my daughter once will make everything go your way. In the face of speed potential, an ordinary marksmanship transformation is nothing at all. Moreover, it's not just my daughter who has awakened her potential at Jingxing High School. There will be others who will help us seek justice for today's humiliation, Lu Qing coldly snorted. Mom, I will surpass Zhang Chen soon, Yi Xian said earnestly. Mom believes in you, Lu Qing said, her face filled with concern. Her daughter was so outstanding, and upon learning that Zhang Chen had a lax attitude towards cultivation, she felt he was wasting his rare talent. She had come all the way to number 9 middle school just to help Zhang Chen turn over a new leaf, but unexpectedly, her pride was completely shattered by Zhang Chen. After all this, it turned out that Wang Dashan had set up a scheme for Zhang Chen to obtain the SS level contract. As a mother, Lu Qing despised Wang Dashan deeply, and no matter how much he explained, the mother and daughter refused to believe him. In despair, Wang Dashan returned to the tunnel, dejected and puzzled.
He found Zhang Chen doodling in the tunnel again, drawing a child wearing a red bellyband. Standing on two fiery wheels, wrapped in a red satin ribbon, holding a long spear, with a steel ring around his neck.
Wang Dashan hesitated, unsure whether to interrupt Zhang Chen's doodling. Reflecting
on Zhang Chen's changes in marksmanship, he had begun to believe that Zhang Chen's mind was experiencing a storm of marksmanship. Thus, Wang Dashan ultimately sat on a bench, watching Zhang Chen doodle.
In the tunnel all day.
Before school ended in the afternoon, Zhang Chen finally finished drawing Neza.
Tell me, how can I understand the marksmanship skills depicted in this? Wang Dashan couldn't hold back any longer and asked for clarification. Marksmanship skills? Zhang Chen frowned.
Yes, the marksmanship storm you mentioned appearing in your mind yesterday, Wang Dashan reminded him.
The principal misunderstood.
I actually can't express the marksmanship storm in my mind through doodling, but doodling allows me to relax completely and gain a higher understanding of cultivation, that's all, Zhang Chen hesitated and said.
He had verified that when his actions appeared more aligned with a laid-back attitude in the eyes of others, the laid-back value he gained would be higher. If Wang
Dashan and the others thought doodling was to release the marksmanship storm and record its skills, thus cooperating with him, then the nature of being laid back would be greatly diminished.
What did you say? Wang Dashan felt as if he had been electrocuted.
His heart was filled with both joy and anger. It turned out that it wasn't his lack of skill that prevented him from seeing the marksmanship skills in the drawing, but rather that there were no skills at all, and he had overthought it. Yet, Zhang Chen had clearly said yesterday that he wanted to record it. If he had indeed overthought it, then he had just watched Zhang Chen relax for 2 days for no reason. I'm sorry, Principal, I might not have expressed myself well yesterday. I did have many thoughts about marksmanship in my mind, but those thoughts were hard for me to adapt to. I needed to doodle to distract myself, otherwise, I wouldn't be able to sleep at night, Zhang Chen explained.
So you're saying that you had insights into marksmanship yesterday, but you didn't like those insights, so you used doodling to resolve them? Wang Dashan asked, trembling.
Sort of.
Zhang Chen knew this answer might be infuriating, but for the sake
of his laid-back value and becoming stronger, he still nodded.
Do you have any idea how difficult it is to gain insight into a skill? If you miss that moment of understanding, that's one thing, but to distract yourself with doodles and dissolve that insight, do you know what that means?
Wang Dashan tried to control his tone, feeling his blood pressure soar, his veins nearly bursting.
I'll have a much
easier time, and I won't be lost in thought all the time, Zhang Chen replied softly. Wang Dashan closed his eyes, unable to stop rubbing his temples.
He finally understood why Zhang Chen's marksmanship had improved so much in just one day. It turned out that Zhang Chen had an epiphany yesterday.
How much do you remember about the thoughts that appeared in your mind yesterday? He suddenly asked, recalling.
Something.
I've forgotten it all. I've been focused on these 2 paintings for the past couple of days, Zhang Chen said innocently.
Wang Dashan couldn't help but look at the 2 doodles, unable
to believe that he had watched Zhang Chen create them.
Go to the first training room tomorrow and wait for me. Don't come over to this side of the tunnel anymore, Wang Dashan said, trying to use a softer tone.
Okay, I'll head back then, Zhang Chen replied, still looking obedient. As Wang Dashan watched him gradually disappear from view, he looked again at the fierce Neza and the steel gun. Runtu, suddenly feeling like the pitiful creature in the story. Angered, he ordered the caretaker to bring 2 buckets of white ash to erase the 2 paintings.
On the way back, Zhang Chen glanced at the panel information.
Name, Zhang Chen Fate, Lying Flat Profession, Yuan Warrior Combat Power, 21.2113 Physical Quality, 0.8755 Lying Flat Value, 53 Intermediate Marksmanship 13 Styles, Proficient. 64 out of 100, Tidal Breathing Technique, Proficient, 6 out of 100, Ability, All-Weather Breathing and Exhaling Ability, Arm Strength increases by 200 kilograms at any level, Speed surpasses others.
Sorry,
Principal, Zhang Chen said apologetically. On the way back yesterday, he realized something was off. Principal Wang's identity and status were certainly not much different from Huang Ling's. That day, he had refused Huang Ling's mental energy baptism and gained over 100 lying flat points. However, when he refused Wang Dashan's guidance, his lying flat value was only 33. Although the nature of the 2 was different, it should have been over 40. After careful consideration, Zhang Chen quickly realized that his actions must not have seemed lying flat enough in Wang Dashan's eyes, especially after defeating Yi Xian today. He worried that Wang Dashan might mistakenly think that doodling was a positive energy behavior, so he took this opportunity to clarify the truth. Sure enough, his lying flat value increased by 20 points compared to yesterday, reaching 53 points. He was extremely excited inside. He quickly added these 53 lying flat points to his intermediate marksmanship skill. Lying flat value, non-intermediate marksmanship 13 styles, mastery, 17 out of 100, combat power, 22.3. The transformation of skill mastery from proficient to mastery meant a new level of control over this power. and the change in combat power exceeded Zhang Chen's expectations, directly reaching 22.3. Unfortunately, his physical quality had not yet reached 1, otherwise, the power he could unleash with his current
combat power would be even more terrifying.
However, with the help of the all-weather breathing and exhaling ability, reaching a physical quality of 1, or even the admission standard of 1.5 for the
SS level contract at Starry Sky University was not far off for Zhang Chen.
Meanwhile, the fusion of the 8 senses was gradually nearing perfection.
Once successfully fused, Zhang Chen's combat power would increase again.
Additionally, he felt that the 9th sense should appear in the next couple of days. By the time his physical quality reached 1.5, he expected to have no less than 12 senses. So he didn't need to worry about not obtaining the SS level contract from Starry Sky University. The only thing he needed to consider was whether the catfish demon storm would arrive before he got
the SS level contract.
If the large radiation zone fell and the catfish demon rushed into the outer city, he would have to ensure that his second uncle and their family moved into the inner city
ahead of time.
This was the only thing Zhang Chen was currently worried about. To this end, he had to explain the truth to Principal Wang, allowing himself to gain more line flat points and quickly
enhance his strength. Inner Ring City.
At Yi Xian's home, Lu Qing had just sent off a martial artist and said to Yi Xian, "Xianer, Mr. Who said that your intermediate sword technique will reach a minor
success in a while. Don't take what happened today to heart."
I know." Yi Xian was polishing her sword. "I've already informed the principal of the Outer Ring City. He won't let Zhang Chen step over Zhenxing School to rise to power. Kang Ning will be looking for him in the next few days," Lu Qing said after a moment of thought. "I don't need anyone else to interfere in my matters with Zhang Chen," Yi Xian said excitedly. Kang Ning was a martial arts student from Jingxing High School in the Outer Ring City who had awakened his power potential. It was said that his combat power had already
reached 22.2, and he was also a recommended student for Shinkong University.
"This isn't just a matter between the two of you," Lu Qing reminded. Yi Xian hesitated, knowing Lu Qing was right. This concerned the reputation of Jingxing High School. She lost to Zhang Chen, and the school would naturally seek to restore its reputation.
Shitsong Community. A sea of lights. Zhang Chen stood in a small room on the balcony.
Today, the angry little girl seemed to have encountered some issues and couldn't live stream her gaming, so he had to leave a message on her account to show his concern. He then prepared to connect with other female streamers. Suddenly, a cheerful melody came from downstairs.
Zhang Chen leaned out to look and saw several aunties in the community pulling out speakers and dancing square dance downstairs.
In this world of scarce resources and harsh living conditions, entertainment facilities were lacking. Square dancing was a rare and stress-relieving form of entertainment.
However, due to the immense pressure everyone faced, those who danced were generally aunties who had lost their combat abilities. Zhang Chen stood on the balcony, watching them dance gracefully, and in a
daze, he felt as if he had returned to his past life. The cheerful sounds from below felt incredibly familiar, and he couldn't help but walk downstairs to join the group, dancing square dance with the
aunties.
As a celebrity in Shitsong community, Zhang Chen was already well known. The aunties were quite surprised but welcomed him warmly, as he might be the most impressive dance partner they had ever encountered in their dancing careers.
What is Zhang Chen doing now? Wang Dashan called Yang Liru and Hong Lisan for a meeting.
Upon learning that Zhang Chen was so indifferent to enlightenment, even dismissing it, Wang Dashan's blood pressure rose significantly. He felt it necessary to have a serious talk with Yang Liru and Hong Lisan to gain a deeper understanding of Zhang Chen and prevent a repeat
of the recent events.
After he left a message on the angry little girl's account, "He hasn't appeared online," Yang Liru said. "The principal's method is really effective, controlling the angry little girl means Zhang Chen might be focusing on serious cultivation now," Hong Lisan remarked. "Whether he can obtain a SS level contract from Shinkong University relates to his future and the school's future. Anyone who dares to interfere with his cultivation will be at odds with me," Wang Dashan said seriously, adding, "Find a way to figure out what Zhang Chen is doing."
"Okay, I'll contact Lai Jijun right away.
He lives across from Zhang Chen, so he can see through the window if Zhang Chen is cultivating." Yang Liru nodded and quickly reached out to Lai Jijun. Lai Jijun was very obedient and
immediately sent over a video. Yang Liru opened the video and projected it in the office.
The camera showed a high-angle shot, and in the frame, Zhang Chen was dancing square dance with a group of aunties
in the community.
Since he had just learned today, his rhythm and steps were clearly out of sync, stumbling as he danced, causing the aunties to giggle.
In an instant, the expressions of Wang Dashan and the others in the office turned to a mess.
Seeing Wang Dashan's face turn red, as if his blood vessels were about to burst, Yang Liru quickly turned off the video and said, "Could it be that he's
under a lot of pressure and wants to distract himself?"
Crack. Wang Dashan crushed his teacup. Yang Liru's words reminded him of Zhang Chen's actions, which seemed to be a way to resolve the insights
of marksmanship swirling in his mind through square dancing. Otherwise, why would a young man run out at night to dance with aunties? Moreover, he was a senior martial arts student. Should we control them too? Hong Leeson asked nervously. A group of aunties was not easy to manage.
Explain the situation to Zhang Chen's family.
Starting tomorrow, we will keep him at school until the final exams are over, Wang Dashan said decisively.
Rather than controlling others, it was better to control Zhang Chen directly.
What if Zhang Chen refuses to cooperate? Yang Liru worried. The school couldn't force a
student to practice martial arts, even for their own good. Then we need to find a way to make him cooperate.
Tomorrow, I will make it clear to him, Wang Dashan said firmly. Yang Liru and Hong Leeson
said no more. If they could persuade Zhang Chen to completely change his attitude towards training, it would be a good thing for both the school and Zhang Chen. In the Shitsong community, Lai Jijun was sweating profusely. On the rooftop, he practiced the basic 13 forms of marksmanship, recording the entire scene of Zhang Chen dancing downstairs through the camera. He muttered to himself, no matter how talented you are, if you waste your time and drift through life, one day, I, Lai Jijun, will surpass you. As the saying goes, diligence can make up for clumsiness.
As long as there is perseverance. An iron pestle can be ground into a needle. I, Lai Jijun, can do it too.
Lai Jijun practiced the basic marksmanship over and over again, as if he were on fire, until he heard a scream from downstairs. He hurried over to check and saw Zhang Chen being supported by two aunties as he walked upstairs. Curiosity got the better of him, and he couldn't help but replay the recorded video, only to find that Zhang Chen had mismanaged his rhythm and steps while dancing and had accidentally twisted his ankle.
Ah, you have your day too. Lai Jijun couldn't help but laugh out loud. Now that Zhang
Chen had injured his foot, he practiced harder than ever, fearing nothing about catching up to Zhang Chen, and thus he trained on the rooftop until late at night.
The next day, Wang Dashan waited for Zhang Chen in the first training room.
After a night of contemplation, he felt that forcibly controlling Zhang Chen's training was indeed not a good idea, as it could easily provoke Zhang Chen's rebellious mentality, leading to unintended consequences. Therefore, he planned to change his approach and have a serious talk with Zhang Chen, hoping to change his attitude towards training through emotional appeal
and reason.
He had been waiting in the first training room since early morning. However, when the time came, Zhang Chen did not show up. Instead, Yang Liru brought an excited ordinary class student,
who turned out to be Lai Jijun.
After twisting his ankle while dancing yesterday, Zhang Chen deemed it inappropriate to study and had entrusted Lai Jijun to deliver a leave request to Yang Liru.
Yang
Liru had just had a meeting with Wang Dashan the night before and was well aware of the serious consequences of this leave request, so she brought Lai Jijun along.
Dear Principal, Zhang Chen twisted
his ankle while dancing last night and asked me to bring you this leave request, Lai Jijun said, handing over the leave request with both hands. Upon hearing this, Wang Dashan snatched the leave request and opened it, finding it was indeed Zhang Chen's handwriting, stating that he had twisted his ankle while dancing last night and was unable to come to school for training, requesting a leave of
absence for 100 days. 100 days.
Wang Dashan thought he had read it wrong. Zhang Chen said it would take 100 days for the injury to heal, Lai Jijun explained. He had also read the content, although he had long known Zhang Chen's indifferent attitude towards training. Seeing the request for a 100-day leave left him dumbfounded. He looked at Wang Dashan with excitement,
eager to see how he would deal with Zhang Chen.
By the time 100 days are up, the final exams will be over, and I'll be long gone. Wang Dashan was furious, pacing back and forth in the training room. He had previously thought that forcibly controlling Zhang Chen's training was a bit excessive, but now it seemed that this was the best approach. He cursed under his breath. Does he really think that defeating Yi Xian yesterday means he can get a double S-level guaranteed admission contract from Starry Sky University? What does he take Starry Sky University for?
Principal, what did
you say?
Lai Jijun felt as if struck by lightning. Zhang Chen had received a double S-level guaranteed admission contract from Starry Sky University?
If Zhang Chen lay at home for 100 days, the additional resource subsidy that the 9th middle school applied for from the 7 Major Star Systems Alliance would definitely not be realized. Wang Dashan would not allow such a thing to happen. He immediately decided to go to the Shitsong community to drag Zhang Chen over, but at that moment, his wristband vibrated. Someone was requesting a video call. To his surprise, it was Gao Yao, the principal of Jingxing School in the Outer Ring City. Remembering what had happened yesterday, Wang Dashan sighed and had no choice but to answer the call. The wristband immediately projected a holographic screen, revealing a figure with graying hair at the temples but full of vigor. Gao Yao, the principal of Jingxing School. Old Wang, I heard that your school has produced a student who has transformed his basic gun techniques and defeated our Inner Ring City martial arts student, Yi Xian, yesterday. I didn't expect that even before the second semester of senior year has started, your ninth middle school would have such a genius, Gao Yao said with a forced smile. There was a misunderstanding about yesterday's events, I was just about to explain. Wang Dashan knew that Gao Yao was here to cause trouble. Coincidentally, our school also has a student with good grades named Kong Ning. After learning about Zhang Chen's achievements, he hopes to invite Zhang Chen to our school for a spar, or he could come to your school to learn a few moves from Zhang Chen. I think you wouldn't refuse, would you? Gao Yao interrupted. I've heard that Kong Ning has awakened his power potential, with a combat power value exceeding 22.0. Zhang Chen is not his opponent, and besides, he was injured last night, so let's skip the sparring. They can exchange ideas another time, Wang Dashan decisively refused. It was already beyond his expectations that Zhang Chen could win against Ji Xian. Facing Kong Ning would only lead to him being bullied. If he sprained an ankle and took 100 days off, what if Kong Ning hit him a couple of times? What would he do lying at home, unable to go out? It's fine, our school has a doctor to treat him. Tomorrow, I'll have him go to the 9th middle school with Kong Ning, just like that. Gao Yao took Wang Dashan's refusal as a mere formality and hung up before Wang Dashan could change his mind. Hey, old Gao, why is this guy so petty? Wang Dashan was speechless, knowing he couldn't push this matter away unless he really let Zhang Chen lie at home for 100 days. Principal, what should we do now? Yang Liru asked. Zhengxing wants to apply for additional resource subsidies. Just like us. Clearly, they believe that Zhang Chen might achieve first place in the final exam, so they sent Kong Ning over to test the waters, Wang Dashan said helplessly. But looking at Zhang Chen's leave request, he felt furious, lamenting, with his attitude towards cultivation, no matter how talented he is, he won't achieve good results in the final exam, let alone get first place. Let's go. I need to talk to Zhang Chen. Wang Dashan decided that he had to change Zhang Chen's attitude no matter what. Yes. So, Yang Liru and Wang Dashan, led by Lai Jijun, arrived at Zhang Lei's home in the Shitsong community and knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Zhang Chen, the principal and teacher Yang are here to see you, Lai Jijun shouted while knocking. However, there was no response from inside. The three felt puzzled, and Lai Jijun knocked a few more times, but Zhang Chen still didn't come out. There's no one in the house, Wang Dashan sensed carefully and found that no one was inside. If he didn't sprain his ankle, where could he go? Yang Liru wondered. Just as she was about to call Zhang Chen, Wu Weiwei sent a message along with a video. Upon opening it, they saw Zhang Chen leaning on crutches in the martial artist cafeteria, collecting cultivation resource subsidies, sitting in a corner and eating slowly. I forgot that he always goes to school to collect resource subsidies whenever he takes leave, Yang Liru said awkwardly. Previously, Zhang Chen took leave mainly due to weather issues, this time it was because of a sprained ankle. He usually wouldn't run around, but he still didn't forget about the cultivation resource subsidies. Keep him here, don't let him run away. Wang Dashan tried to speak in a calm tone. Yes. Yang Liru immediately replied to Wu Weiwei, insisting that she must keep Zhang Chen in the cafeteria no matter what. So the three of them hurried back to Zhouzhong, finally finding Zhang Chen in the cafeteria. Is your foot feeling better? Wang Dashan asked. He was filled with anger, but upon seeing Zhang Chen, he couldn't help but lower his tone. After all, whether they could apply for additional resource support for Zhouzhong, Zhang Chen was their only hope. Just lying at home for a few days will be fine, Zhang Chen replied. Wang Dashan's face twitched, and he smiled. I've already called the school doctor for you. In a bit, after applying the medicine and a little massage, you'll be fine. Although life was lacking in resources, technology was very advanced. A sprained ankle in today's society was hardly a problem, a simple bottle of medicine could cure it and immediately make someone feel lively again. So when Wang Dashan saw Zhang Chen taking 100 days off under the excuse of a sprained ankle, he almost spat blood. In the end, with the help of the school doctor, Zhang Chen's feet returned to normal. In fact, although his physical fitness hadn't reached the standard of a Yuan warrior, it was close to 0.9. He sprained his ankle last night and healed himself by this morning. But as someone with a laid-back fate and a traveler from Blue Star, 100 days of injury was a rule left by the ancestors. If Chen didn't follow it, how could he gain laid-back points? After a while, Wang Dashan took Zhang Chen to the training room. He didn't force Zhang Chen to train but prepared to have a good talk with him. Zhang Chen, tell me honestly, what would it take for you to cooperate with the school teachers, train seriously, and strive to achieve good results in the final exam to help the school apply for additional resource support? After thinking it over, Wang Dashan felt that Zhang Chen might be trying to threaten the school through these means. If that was the case, why not lay it all out? As long as Zhang Chen could cooperate and contribute to Zhouzhong, he could personally give Zhang Chen some money. It wouldn't be impossible to provide more resource support. Principal, if you are willing to believe me, I truly want to help the school and work hard to improve my strength to obtain a double S-level contract from Starry Sky University, Zheng Chen countered.
I believe you, Wang Dashan nodded.
Last night, while dancing square dance in the community, I suddenly realized something. I feel it can enhance my marksmanship skills, and I want to perform it for the principal.
But I hope the principal won't
get too excited or stop me after watching. I hope you can believe me, I'm doing this to bring glory to Zheozhong and apply for more resource support for my classmates.
Zheng Chen had a bold idea.
Oh. Okay, I promise not to get excited or stop you. Wang Dashan deliberately sat down on a chair. As an elder, he understood that he needed to know Zheng Chen as a person first to reach his heart and ultimately change his various outrageous behaviors.
Principal, I apologize in advance. Zheng Chen walked to the weapon platform and took down a 2-meter-long spear. Wang Dashan was taken aback. With Zheng Chen holding the spear, was he going to attack him? If it was to spar and improve skills, he was willing to accompany him to the end and impart all he knew. Bang!
Suddenly, Zheng Chen thrust the spear into the floor of the training room, then danced around the spear, striking poses, shaking his hips, and began performing the steel spear dance. Slap! Wang Dashan, who had been sitting in anticipation on the chair, couldn't control himself and fell off the chair. The attack was too fierce, and he simply couldn't defend against it. Wang Dashan, despite his age and having seen many storms, was still startled by Zheng Chen's dance, stumbling and falling from the chair. Zheng Chen hadn't expected that a set of steel spear dance would have such a powerful effect, but the more so, the greater the number of laid-back points he might gain. This was an inspiration that had suddenly struck him while dancing square dance last night. He thought about how Wang Dashan, as the strongest in Zheozhong, usually elusive, would see him performing the steel spear dance in a private training session. What a sight that would be! At the very least, his actions would align perfectly with the laid-back attribute. After all, dancing the steel gun dance in a solemn and serious training class is itself a form of indulgence and slacking off, which aligns perfectly with the attributes of lying flat from any angle. Moreover, with Wang Dashan's high status and power, as long as he finished the steel gun dance, the lying flat value he would gain would likely surpass anything before. With this in mind, Zheng Chen circled around the long gun, rolled up his pant legs to reveal a long leg covered in hair, and tried hard to recall how people danced on poles in his past life. He wanted to hang his body on the gun barrel, twisting around like a snake, or grab the long gun and spin in the air. Unfortunately, he couldn't manage these difficult moves. In the end, he could only hang on the gun barrel like a monkey. It was at this moment that Wang Dashan finally got up from the ground. Zheng Chen worried that Wang Dashan would rush over to hit him, and since the dance was over, he hurriedly got down from the gun barrel, grabbing the gun with one hand and spinning around it several times. For the final move, he blew a kiss like Wang Dashan to thank him for not stopping him. Wang Dashan finally managed to sit back down in his chair, remaining silent and continuously pressing on his wristband. Principal, what are you doing? Zheng Chen asked. He knew that his actions seemed to Wang Dashan like a serious mockery, so he wanted to soothe his emotions. I'm looking for the contact information of Dean De Young from Starry Sky University, Wang Dashan replied. Does that mean the double S-level contract with Starry Sky University has been settled by you, and I can sign with them? Zheng Chen said excitedly. No, I want them to cancel all your qualifications, blacklist you, and prevent Starry Sky University from being embarrassed because of you. Wang Dashan said emphatically. Ha! Zheng Chen was taken aback. Even if you have exceptional talent, you shouldn't waste time and cultivation resources focusing on playing games and dancing. Just look at the dance you just did, it was a mess. What's the difference from a catfish demon? Wang Dashan said angrily. What if I say that's my way of cultivation, would you believe it? Zheng Chen said helplessly. Believe your mother, Wang Dashan retorted. After Zheng Chen performed a segment of the steel gun dance just because he said he believed him, Wang Dashan no longer dared to say those 3 words easily in front of Zheng Chen. Instead, he threatened in a stern tone, if you continue to waste time and cultivation opportunities like before, I will immediately have Starry Sky University and Divine Martial University blacklist you, or even expel you from 9th middle school. Zheng Chen scratched his head. Under the influence of the lying flat fate, if he softened up now, he wouldn't be able to gain any lying flat value today. Plus, he was filled with doubt about whether Wang Dashan had such authority. So, with a mix of regret and relief, he said, maybe someone like me really isn't suited for school. I'm sorry, principal, I'm leaving. Ha! Wait, hold on, stop right there. Wang Dashan was confused by Zheng Chen. Could it be that Zheng Chen really didn't care at all about the guaranteed contract with Starry Sky University and Divine Martial University? It made sense. If he truly cared, how could he indulge himself like this in a training class and arrange for the steel gun dance? It was his oversight to threaten someone with what they cared the least about. After calling Zheng Chen back, Wang Dashan said seriously, the Outer Ring City.
is in a precarious state, and a catfish demon storm could happen at any time. Don't you care about the safety of your uncle and aunt? Don't you want them to live closer to the inner ring city? Wang Dashan thought Zhang Chen couldn't possibly not care about his family's lives. I do care, which is why I need to obtain the SS level contract from Starry Sky University. That way, I will have enough points to let my uncle's family move into the inner ring city, Zhang Chen said without hesitation. This matter had nothing to do with lying flat, the key was that in the process of pursuing his goals, he needed to ensure his actions aligned with the lying flat attributes. The more aligned, the easier it would be to get things done properly. In that case, why don't you cultivate properly? Do you know that the people from Jingxing School have already noticed you? Tomorrow, a student from Kongning will come to challenge you. He has awakened his potential abilities. If you lose to him, how will you get first place in the final exam? How will you secure a SS level contract? Wang Dashan said, distressed, stomping his feet. Awakening potential abilities, someone so outstanding, even if I lose to him, it's only natural, Zhang Chen replied nonchalantly. Victory and defeat are common in battles. Moreover, as someone who strives to lean towards a laid-back lifestyle in every aspect of life, winning or losing is not important to Zhang Chen. After all, it's not a life and death struggle. If losing meant death, that would be a different story. If you can defeat Kongning, you will earn more points. Perhaps you won't even have to wait to get your SS level contract from Starry Sky University, you could let your family move into the inner city, do you understand? Wang Dashan said excitedly. But if I can't win, what can I do? Zhang Chen said helplessly. As long as you train seriously, you can defeat Kongning and let your family move into the inner city ahead of time. Wang Dashan said emphatically. Isn't he coming to find me tomorrow? Zhang Chen countered. There's still a month until the final exam. Losing to him tomorrow doesn't matter, as long as you can win in the final exam, that's what counts, Wang Dashan said, stepping forward. He felt he was about to awaken Zhang Chen's fighting spirit, turning him into a good kid. He's so strong, defeating him won't be easy. Unless I really change, Zhang Chen frowned. He felt that Wang Dashan's admiration for Kongning meant that Kongning was definitely much stronger than Yi Xian. So, he needed to speed up his laid-back value acquisition. Clearly, using Wang Dashan to accelerate the acquisition of laid-back value was a better strategy. You should change as much as you want. I look forward to your transformation. Wang Dashan was almost in tears, thinking he had convinced Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen checked the time again and said to Wang Dashan, sorry, principal. Wang Dashan was taken aback, thinking Zhang Chen was going to perform the steel gun dance in front of him again, and in his anger, he quickly snatched the long spear from Zhang Chen's hands and threw it forcefully into the corner of the training room, where it stuck into the wall. When he turned around, he saw Zhang Chen had jumped out of the window and run away. Since he had already taken leave, he couldn't linger around the school, especially for training, he had to go back immediately. Even if his foot was better, he had to make the most of this holiday. Regardless of the 100 days of leave, whether the school approved it or not, today's holiday had to be fully realized. Zhang Chen. Wang Dashan rushed to the window, only to see Zhang Chen vanish in a flash. The ability to be quick can enhance skills, and of course, it can also enhance speed. However, with Wang Dashan's strength, if he wanted to catch Zhang Chen, it would be a matter of minutes. But in his extreme disappointment, he didn't do that. He knew very well that even if he caught Zhang Chen back 10 times, it wouldn't matter as long as Zhang Chen resisted training from the bottom of his heart and was unwilling to train, forcing him wouldn't help. He had laid everything out in the open, even informing Zhang Chen that there might be a catfish demon storm in the outer city, yet Zhang Chen still did as he pleased. What else could he do? Thus, feeling disheartened, Wang Dashan proactively contacted the principal of Jingxing School, Gao Yao. Once the call connected, he said, have Kongning come to our school tomorrow. If he can break Zhang Chen's legs, then he's capable. Also, bring Yi Xian over, let him see how strong Zhang Chen really is. After finishing, Wang Dashan hung up the phone. He hoped Kongning could thoroughly trample Zhang Chen, making him feel crushed, powerless among his peers, and utterly embarrassed in front of the beautiful female classmates. Tomorrow, gather all the teachers and students to watch the match between Zhang Chen and Kongning. I want everyone to know that no matter how talented a person is, if they don't train seriously, they are just a failure. Wang Dashan issued another order to Honglisen. Principal, there are confidentiality requirements regarding Kongning's combat power. If we gather all the teachers and students. Honglisen hesitated. Then just call over those who meet the requirements, the more the better. I want Zhang Chen to experience how painful failure can be, Wang Dashan said firmly. Understood. Honglisen looked helpless. Wang Dashan then glanced at the contact information for Shenwu University and
Shinkong University hesitated for a moment but ultimately decided to connect with them, saying, "Tomorrow, the genius Kong Ning from the Outer Ring City will spar with Zhang Chen at our school. If you wish to watch, I will broadcast the live situation to you." Wang Dashan believed that it was the attention from the higher-ups in the Star Realm and his excessive concern for Zhang Chen that made Zhang Chen feel invincible and reckless. Graffiti in the tunnel, taking 100 days off, performing the steel gun dance in front of him, and then disappearing without a trace, he was simply lawless. Therefore, he needed to withdraw his favoritism towards Zhang Chen. He wanted Zhang Chen to feel the taste of being neglected, only then would Zhang Chen realize his mistakes and change his ways. Only then would he have the opportunity to cultivate Zhang Chen into a powerful martial artist, contributing to the 9th middle school and humanity. His intentions were sincere, it seemed he wanted to abandon Zhang Chen, yet he held on tightly. Finally, he assigned a task to Yang Liru: "Even if Zhang Chen breaks his leg tomorrow, you must bring him to school and let him have a real fight with Kong Ning." "Yes," Yang Liru replied. After hanging up, she looked at another figure in the office, which was Hong Lisan. Why would the principal suddenly agree to let Zhang Chen spar with Kong Ning at school? Yang Liru asked, puzzled. "Zhang Chen just ran away, and the principal was furious," Hong Lisan said, having just learned that someone saw Zhang Chen run out of the school. "What? I really hope Kong Ning can break his leg tomorrow," Yang Liru said indignantly, finally understanding why Wang Dashan was so furious and agreed to let Kong Ning come to school to spar with Zhang Chen. In the Inner Ring City. Director Li just told me that tomorrow, Kong Ning from the Outer Ring City will spar with Zhang Chen at the 9th middle school. Kong Ning has awakened his power potential. I tested him, and at that time, his combat power was already close to 20.0. After such a long time, it should be at least above 22.0, or even higher. Huang Ling said. I heard that Shinkong University offered Kong Ning an S-level contract, but he rejected it, Chen Duling said. He awakened the strength of 9 bulls and 2 tigers, which is on par with Yi Xian's lightning-fast level. Coupled with his extraordinary physique, the conditions offered by Shinkong University were indeed not very good, Huang Ling analyzed. Yi Xian has already obtained a double S-level contract. Tomorrow's spar between Kong Ning and Zhang Chen should be a way for Jingxing School to fight for a double S-level contract for Kong Ning, Chen Duling said. They also received news about Yi Xian losing to Zhang Chen yesterday. If I'm not mistaken, what Kong Ning wants is a triple S-level contract. His potential can awaken and evolve. When I tested him last time, I noticed that his potential power was stirring. Once the strength of 9 bulls and 2 tigers transforms into the power of dragons and elephants, the contract offered by Shinkong University can only be a triple S level, Huang Ling said seriously. She was very concerned about Kong Ning. But unfortunately, Jingxing School's confidentiality measures were very strict. Kong Ning's combat power had always been a matter of speculation from the outside, but as Kong Ning's tester, possessing mental power, Huang Ling knew that Kong Ning's potential was more active than Yi Xian's. Perhaps it would be easier for him to evolve his potential. Once the strength of 9 bulls and 2 tigers transformed into the power of dragons and elephants, his combat power would likely exceed 25.0. Not to mention the martial artists from the Outer Ring City, even among those from the Inner Ring City, few could match Kong Ning. Potential transformation, this, then Zhang Chen tomorrow. Chen Duling gasped due to the spiritual baptism from Huang Ling, combined with her privileged background and abundant resources. Chen Duling's combat power had long surpassed 20.0, making her a Yuan warrior. Even so, she was quite surprised by Kong Ning's transformation. Zhang Chen was never going to win, it's just that Principal Wang made such a grand show of it that it puzzled me. With his insight, he must know that Zhang Chen is no match for Kong Ning. Even if Kong Ning's potential hadn't transformed, Zhang Chen wouldn't have had a chance to win. Could it be he was angered by Zhang Chen? Huang Ling pondered. Mom, I want to go see it live tomorrow, Chen Duling said. She was eager to see just how strong Kong Ning really was. Huang Ling shared the same thought, and the two received an invitation. Outer Ring City. After Zhang Chen collected his resource subsidy, he returned to the Shitsong community. Before he even reached the ground floor, he heard the delightful melody and saw several aunties preparing for the upcoming square dance. Zhang Chen's face lit up with joy. He knew that to continuously dance the square dance was to reap unexpected abilities. So when the square dance began, he once again appeared in the crowd, dancing gracefully with the aunties. Lai Jijun, who was practicing the basic 13 forms of spear technique on the rooftop, sent the video of Zhang Chen dancing to Yang Liru again. Although it was expected, seeing Zhang Chen's antics still made Yang Liru and Hong Lisan unable to refrain from cursing a few times. After finishing the square dance, Zhang Chen returned home. Zhang Lei said, Ling Feng, you haven't been practicing much lately and are off dancing square dances. Teacher Yang has called me several times, you need to change your current state.
Uncle, I've been feeling dizzy lately. If I force myself to practice, I feel like I might go astray. Once I feel better, I will practice seriously, so you don't need to worry about me, Zhang Chen explained. What? Then you need to make sure to rest, Zhang Lei said with concern. In his eyes, Zhang Chen had always been an honest child, and with his recent rapid progress in strength, he didn't dare to ask too much of him, only worried that Zhang Chen might go down the wrong path. Okay, then I'll go rest in my room, Zhang Chen said. In the small room on the balcony, Zhang Chen checked the updates from the angry little girl again, only to find that she seemed to have completely disappeared. Many people were leaving messages on her account inquiring about her, but he had not received any replies. With no other choice, Zhang Chen started playing games. He maintained this habit daily to avoid losing his lying flat value or awakening abilities due to missing a day. The next morning, Zhang Chen checked his panel information. Name, Zhang Chen Fate, lying flat profession, Yuan Warrior combat power, 22.34489 physical. Quality, 0.8922 lying flat value, 136 intermediate spear technique 13 forms, proficient, 17/100, tidal breathing technique, skilled, 12 out of 100, ability, all-weather breathing and inhalation ability. Arm strength increases by 200 kilograms at any level, speed faster than others. He hadn't practiced at all yesterday and even danced the steel gun dance in front of Wang Dashan, which ignited his lying flat attribute, and the lying flat value had also surpassed 100, even more than when he had refused Huang Ling's spiritual baptism. When he woke up this morning, it had accumulated to 136, meanwhile, his physical quality was also about to reach 0.9. Ah, if only physical quality could also be enhanced through lying flat value, Zhang Chen thought. Although he had the all-weather breathing and inhalation ability to continuously improve his physical quality, causing his combat power to change slightly every day, he felt a bit anxious seeing that his physical quality had yet to reach 1.0. Once this thought arose, he couldn't suppress the urge to try it out. Ultimately, he allocated 36 points of lying flat value to his physical quality and then closed his eyes, wondering if there would be any changes in the panel information. The next moment, a surge of heat appeared. Zhang Chen was startled and quickly looked at the panel information. Lying flat value, 100 physical quality, 1.1321. Combat power value, 23.2. Zhang Chen was astonished to discover that his physical quality had actually broken through 1.0, reaching 1.1. That surge of heat indicated the emergence of a new sense of qi. At this moment, he had actually reached 11 strands, an increase of 3 all at once. The admission standards for Shinkong University required a combat power value of over 20.0 and 12 strands of qi 4. The previous year. As for the direct admission requirements, not only did one need to merge the 12 strands of qi, but physical quality also had to exceed 1.0, while a double S-level contract required physical quality to reach 1.5. Although his combat power value and physical quality had been continuously enhanced through all-weather breathing techniques, there remained a significant gap to 1.5. He never expected that the lying flat value could truly enhance physical quality, allowing him to jump from nearly 0.9 to 1.1. Although it was only a 0.2 increase, breaking through 1.0 in physical quality signified a qualitative transformation, as if his bones, flesh, senses, endurance, and explosive power had all been comprehensively enhanced. His combat power value had surprisingly surpassed 23.0, reaching 23.2. Now, with 100 points of lying flat value remaining, he wondered how much his physical quality would change if he allocated it all there. Zhang Chen felt a surge of excitement. He also hoped to obtain a double S-level contract from Shinkong University soon, allowing his uncle's family to move into the inner city and avoid the catfish demon storm. However, to be cautious, after some thought, he decided to add points gradually, so he allocated another 10 points to physical quality. Lying flat value, 90 physical quality, 1.1798 combat power value, 23.2776. Zhang Chen noticed that once his physical quality changed from below 1.0 to above 1.0, there was a significant change in combat power value. However, further growth above 1.0 was difficult unless there was a substantial leap in physical quality, otherwise, combat power value would hardly change significantly. Based on this conclusion, he believed that even if he allocated the remaining 90 points of lying flat value to physical quality, the increase in combat power value would be far less impressive than improving his marksmanship skills. Additionally, physical quality could be enhanced through all-weather breathing techniques, while marksmanship skills could only rely on lying flat value for improvement. After much contemplation, Zhang Chen decided to first elevate his intermediate marksmanship 13 styles from proficiency to minor success. Thus, he allocated 84 points of lying flat value to it. Lying flat value, 6 intermediate marksmanship 13 styles, minor success, 1/100, combat power value, 24.9 is his mastery of the
Technique shifted from proficiency to minor success. Zhang Chen's understanding of marksmanship seemed to transform from being flawless to being impeccable. Although it was still the same 13 styles of marksmanship, for some reason, Zhang Chen found himself gaining a lot of insights, enabling him to achieve unexpected victories with the same skills. Looking at the remaining 6 points of lying flat value, he hesitated for a moment before adding them to physical quality, hoping to reach 1.2. Lying flat value, 0 physical quality, 1.201 combat power value, 25.1. Zhang Chen saw that there was still a noticeable change in combat power value between physical qualities of 1.1 and 1.2. Bang bang! Zhang Chen! Suddenly, there was a loud knocking at the door. It was Yang Liru's voice. Zhang Chen was curious about why Yang Liru had come to his doorstep so early. Was she worried that he wouldn't go to school today? To be honest, given the current conditions and the speed at which he was acquiring lying flat value, Zhang Chen really didn't want to go. Coming. After putting on his clothes, he went to open the door. Hurry up, you're supposed to spar with Kong Ning soon, a lot of people are waiting. For you, Yang Liru said impatiently. To prevent Zhang Chen from slipping away today, she had been sent to bring him to school. Can we skip the sparring? I'm so tired, and besides, my foot just got better. Zhang Chen didn't take the matter seriously at all. However, if defeating Kong Ning could allow his uncle's family to move into the inner city sooner, he was willing to give it a try. Stop talking nonsense. Since I'm here, there's no way I'm letting you run away. Hurry up, don't keep everyone waiting, Yang Liru said with a stern face. She glanced around Zhang Chen's home and noticed that although Zhang Li's income was higher than that of many people in the Shitsong community, the house was quite cramped, and everything inside was very ordinary. It was clear that all their income had been spent on raising the children. She couldn't understand why Zhang Chen, growing up in such an environment, didn't strive to improve his family's living conditions. Clearly, he had the ability and opportunity. Why didn't he cherish it, work hard, and put in the effort? You rest for a moment, I'll get you a glass of water, let me take a shower first. Hey, Teacher Yang, don't pull me. I haven't brushed my teeth yet. Teacher Yang. The people in Shitsong community watched as Zhang Chen was dragged out of the hallway by Yang Liru and locked inside the hovering electric car, seeking monthly tickets and chapter subscriptions. Zhang Chen was almost forcibly escorted by Yang Liru from Shitsong community to Zhouzhong. When he arrived at school, Kong Ning and the others hadn't come yet, but Chen Duling and Huang Ling reappeared at Zhouzhong, and Old Li was standing with the school leaders. It seemed that today, he and Kong Ning's sparring was unavoidable. But no matter how big the event, one must not forget to eat. Zhang Chen first went to the cafeteria for a hearty meal, consuming all the cultivation resource subsidies he was entitled to, leaving nothing behind, and then happily approached Wang Dashan. Your sparring with Kong Ning has already attracted the attention of Shinkom University and Shenwu University, which will determine whether you both can obtain a higher level contract and gain early access to the university's cultivation resource subsidies. If you don't care about entering Shinkom University for cultivation, you can voluntarily concede later. Wang Dashan said coldly. Isn't there any additional assessment? Zhang Chen asked. No need, because later you and Kong Ning will be assessed in the alien dimension of the Star Realm. All your data will be collected by the Star Realm, and Shinkom University and Shenwu University will formulate corresponding plans based on your specific data, Wang Dashan explained. What? Zhang Chen was astonished. The Star Realm is a vast network system built by the alliance of the 7 major star systems, where the alien dimensions can not only simulate various harsh survival environments but also match powerful alien creatures, making it feel like participating in battles on the front lines, facing various survival challenges. Generally, to enter the alien dimension for assessment, one must not only possess the strength of a Yuan warrior but also have a high enough authority to do so. It seemed that this sparring was indeed treated by Shinkom University and Shenwu University as an admission assessment specifically for him and Kong Ning. If his displayed strength level fell far short of the requirements, he might truly be unable to obtain the SS level contract from Shinkom University. Fortunately, his combat power had reached 25.1, his mastery of intermediate marksmanship had also reached a minor achievement of 1 out of 100. His physical fitness had reached 1.2, and he had developed 11 lines of chi perception. Although the relevant data, aside from the combat power, was quite disappointing, whether in terms of chi perception requirements or physical fitness, it seemed to fall short of the SS level contract requirements of Shinkom University. However, he had the advantage of arm strength and speed. As long as he was careful and avoided powerful alien creatures, his performance shouldn't be too bad. Even if he couldn't obtain the SS level contract from Shinkom University today, he could achieve it in time, though he was somewhat worried about whether the catfish demon storm would really come. Zhang Chen, this sparring is closely related to your future. No matter what, you must give it your all and show your true abilities. Losing to Kong Ning is not a big deal, the most important thing is not to give up on yourself.
Hong Leeson said meaningfully. Zhang Chen nodded.
About half an hour later, Kong Ning and the representatives from Jingxing University finally arrived. Zhang Chen saw two familiar faces again, Yi
Xian and Lu Chang. He appeared calm upon seeing them, but Wang Dashan looked awkward.
That day, Zhang Chen had an epiphany about marksmanship and, by some twist of fate, defeated Yi Xian, leading both Yi Xian and Lu Qing to believe that he wanted to use Yi Xian's help to secure a double S-level contract at Starry Sky University, thereby enhancing the reputation of Zhou and applying for higher subsidies from the 7 Major Star Systems Alliance. He couldn't deny that he personally taught Zhang Chen to improve the cultivation resources for all the teachers and students in the school, but he never intended for Zhang Chen to step over Yi Xian to rise to power. At this moment, the mother and daughter were following Kong Ning's group, clearly seeking revenge.
On behalf of Zhou, I welcome
your arrival, Wang Dashan said as he led Hong Leeson and others forward to greet them.
Yi Xian quickly locked onto Zhang Chen's figure in the crowd.
After losing to Zhang Chen a couple of days ago, she had been practicing tirelessly, her speed potential like lightning, with hopes of advancing to Thunderbolt. Once her potential advanced, even if Zhang Chen's marksmanship reached perfection, he would still not be her match. She was very much looking forward to Zhang Chen being admitted to Starry Sky University, hoping for future opportunities to spar with him. Suddenly, she noticed a pure and beautiful figure beside Zhang Chen. Her eyes sharpened.
The person was none other than Chen Duling. Chen Duling was also watching Yi Xian.
Both were students from the Inner Ring City.
Chen Duling was a
martial arts student from Inner Ring City No. 1 High School, while Yi Xian was from Jingxing Martial Arts School. One had awakened her potential, while the other had the support of a mental power master. Compared to Yi Xian, Chen Duling was always mysterious, having received information protection early on, and did not need to participate in public ranking competitions in the Star Realm. People only knew that Chen Duling's combat power had exceeded 20.0 early on, but only a few knew her exact strength. Rumors had it that both Starry Sky University and Divine Martial University had extended olive branches to Chen Duling, wanting to sign contracts with her in advance, but were stopped by Huang Ling. There were rumors that Chen Duling was accumulating strength to obtain the highest level contract, aiming for a meteoric rise. Therefore, Yi Xian was very curious about who was stronger between her and Chen Duling. Now seeing Chen Duling standing next to Zhang Chen, she felt an overwhelming sense of jealousy, as if Chen Duling, with Zhang Chen's support, shone even brighter in the crowd than she did. Lu Qing was also staring at Huang Ling. Both were rare talents from South City, one a mysterious pharmacist and the other a mental power master, and even Wang Dashan treated them with great courtesy. The two had interacted in Inner Ring City before, although they were in different fields, they were both comparing whose daughter was more outstanding and whose achievements were higher. It seemed that every excellent woman liked to compete secretly. Little sister, let me explain, that day. Lu Qing, the mysterious pharmacist with extensive social connections, felt it necessary to clarify things upon seeing the other party again. But at that moment, Zhang Chen couldn't help but stretch and yawn, drawing everyone's attention. After dancing at the square the night before, he had started playing games, and although he had slept in the latter half of the night, he had been thinking about why the angry little girl had been out of contact for several days. Plus, he had been forcibly dragged to school by Yang Liru early in the morning, leaving him looking exhausted, as if he hadn't slept. Well, Kong Ning frowned slightly. He had recognized Zhang Chen under someone else's guidance. Why was Zhang Chen in such a mental state? As he thought of something, he couldn't help but glance at Yi Xian and Lu Qing, seeing the anger in their eyes. To Yi Xian and Lu Qing, Zhang Chen's current appearance was clearly the result of neglecting his cultivation, otherwise, how could he look so listless so early in the morning? Wang Dashan, however, was still defending himself, claiming that Zhang Chen's attitude towards cultivation was lax and that he never intended for Zhang Chen to step over Yi Xian to rise to power. He just wanted Yi Xian to correct Zhang Chen's attitude towards cultivation. Now, with irrefutable evidence before him, Wang Dashan still dared to argue. The poor mother and daughter, filled with passion, ended up being tricked by Wang Dashan, which even tarnished the reputation of Jingxing School. As a result, the two of them directly bypassed Wang Dashan and chose to ignore him. Wang Dashan's body stiffened, wanting to cry but having no tears. He looked gloomy. He knew that facts speak louder than words, so he didn't beat around the bush and quickly arranged for people to enter the observation room and take their seats. Then, together with Jingxing School, he granted Zhang Chen and Kong Ning access, allowing their consciousness to be projected into the alien dimension of the Star Realm. The chosen dimension was the Catfish Demon dimension. As soon as their consciousness entered the Star Realm, they hadn't even regained their senses in the matching space when, in the next moment, the scene before them turned upside down. Zhang Chen found himself in a stinking sewer. The foul smell here was the favorite living atmosphere of the Catfish Demon. There were also various
Radioactive materials. The reason why only Yuan warriors can be immune to radiation in the high radiation zone is that once a Yuan warrior's combat power reaches 20.0, their vitality and recovery ability undergo significant changes. Ordinary radioactive materials cannot affect the development of their organs. But in such a simulated environment, Zhang Chen felt that even if his physical quality reached 1.5, he might not be able to withstand it. He felt dizzy. Clearly, if he were in a real situation, appearing in such an environment would require his body to adapt, and the initial dizziness would be unavoidable. Unless his physical quality exceeded 2.0, or even higher. This is not a place for humans at all. Zhang Chen temporarily did not see Kong Ning's figure. The two were dropped in different locations, with Kong Ning at the other end of the sewer. They both needed to advance towards the middle of the sewer, continuously slaying the catfish demons that appeared, until they met in the middle for a showdown. Before entering the Star Realm, they were already aware of this rule. So after descending, both of them headed in opposite directions. Soon, they both encountered their first catfish demon. Both of their strengths had reached the Yuan warrior level, so the matched catfish demon was naturally of the same tier. The catfish demon that appeared before Kong Ning had a combat power of 20.7, puff. With a swift stroke, Kong Ning beheaded the catfish demon in one blow. As a Yuan warrior who had awakened the strength of 9 bulls and 2 tigers, his combat power exceeded Lu Qing's estimated 22.2, reaching 23.1. Faced with a catfish demon with only 20.7 combat power, he could easily kill it in one hit. Not bad. The people in the observation room looked on with admiration. As a martial arts student from the outer city, Kong Ning's ability to awaken his potential was already a miracle, and the fact that his combat power significantly surpassed Yixian was even more unexpected. His combat power had always been a secret of Jingxing School, and today, as he and Zhang Chen participated in the simulated assessment, everyone was eager to see what Kong Ning's combat power truly was. Puff! Zhang Chen shot through the chest of the catfish demon that appeared before him, which also had a combat power of 20.7. Compared to Kong Ning's swift execution, Zhang Chen first defended against a few attacks before finally piercing the catfish demon's chest with a single shot. As someone with a laid-back fate, Zhang Chen preferred a method of killing that required the least effort. If he could eliminate the catfish demon without exerting himself, he would do so to avoid exhausting too much energy. The earlier blocks were to expose the catfish demon's weaknesses, allowing him to use a more relaxed technique to pierce through the catfish demon's chest. Otherwise, with his combat power of 25.1 and his minor transformation ability, he could have also killed the catfish demon in one move. Like Kong Ning, or even faster and more elegantly. But that would consume more stamina. So, to the people in the observation room, the gap between Zhang Chen and Kong Ning was evident. The two continued to move forward. Kong Ning was moving quickly and soon encountered the second catfish demon, which had a combat power of 21.0. Howl! The demon-slaying blade technique erupted, with the same swift and precise strike the catfish demon was. The representatives from Jingxing School watched with excitement. Kong Ning's swordsmanship was not only fast and fierce but also incredibly graceful and decisive. After a while, it was Zhang Chen's turn. Once again, he faced a catfish demon with a combat power of 21.0. Clang! As Zhang Chen defended himself, he retreated, stepping back 4 times before. He saw a clear opening in the opponent's defense. Thud! A shot pierced through the catfish demon's chest, successfully ending the battle. Zhang Chen shook the blood off his spear and continued forward. Facing another catfish demon with a combat power of 21.0, Zhang Chen took noticeably more time, and his pace was slower. However, Yixian felt quite uncomfortable. Her combat power was now 20.6, and relying on her speed potential, she could exert a combat power of 21.0. If she were to face the catfish demon in the sewer, wouldn't she be killed by Zhang Chen in just a few moves? This was even more brutal than the outcome of their previous encounters in the tunnel. At least back then, she had managed to suppress Zhang Chen. Ultimately, she considered the catfish demon to lack speed potential and intermediate swordsmanship. Although their combat powers were similar, the effectiveness of their abilities was vastly different. If it were her, although she couldn't win against Zhang Chen, she definitely wouldn't be killed in just a few moves. Wang Dashan, sitting in another row, also frowned. Zhang Chen seemed to be progressing slowly, yet his attacks and defenses were quite appropriate, managing to kill the catfish demon without expending much energy. In a daze, Zhang Chen's strength had increased again. Strange. In the observation room of the inner ring city, Zhu Gaho also frowned. As a master of marksmanship, he felt that Zhang Chen's few shots showed a new level of control over his skills. According to Wang Dashan's report, Zhang Chen had only recently experienced a breakthrough, and his strength had significantly increased. It was impossible for him to grow again in such a short time.
Thus, he felt puzzled and carefully observed every movement of Zhang Chen.
Howl. Kong Ning encountered the third catfish demon, which had a combat power of 21.5. Although it was only 1.6 higher than his, it was no longer easy to kill it instantly, so he resolved the battle within 3 strikes. Then, he continued forward. His performance was indeed stunning, and both Yi Xin and Chen Dueling felt admiration. After all, Kong Ning was a martial arts student from the Outer Ring City, with resources and conditions far inferior to theirs. 5 minutes later, Zhang Chen also encountered a catfish demon with a combat power of 21.5 in the sewer. Gah!
The catfish demon let out a chilling scream, darting
towards Zhang Chen like a humanoid wolf.
Based on Zhang Chen's previous victory over Yi Xian, Wang Dashan knew that Zhang Chen's combat power was around 21.5. Even if he could rely on his skill transformation ability to kill the catfish demon, the process would be quite perilous. He worried that at the current matching speed, Zhang Chen might not encounter Kong Ning in the sewer and could potentially die at the hands of the catfish demon beforehand. However, if that were the case, Zhang Chen would surely feel utterly ashamed, as this simulation assessment was primarily meant for him and Kong Ning to compete against each other. Even if he were killed by Kong Ning, it would be better than dying at the hands of a catfish demon. For this reason, Wang Dashan felt a bit anxious and even regretted preparing such an assessment, fearing that the blow would be too heavy for Zhang Chen, leaving him disheartened and counterproductive. Clang! Then people saw Zhang Chen facing the catfish demon with a combat power of 21.5, continuing to retreat, stepping back 7 times before thrusting his spear. It directly pierced through the catfish demon's chest. In the observation room of the Inner Ring City, Zhuge Ho's eyes widened. As a master of marksmanship, Wang Dashan and the others might not immediately notice the changes in Zhang Chen's shooting skills, but Zhuge Ho could not overlook them. He clearly realized that Zhang Chen's control over his transformed skills had reached at least a proficient level. It seemed that he was initially suppressed by the catfish demon, but in reality, he was using his marksmanship to deflect the force, guiding the catfish demon into making a mistake, ultimately delivering a fatal blow. Zhang Chen's mastery of his skills after the transformation was even more outstanding than what he had displayed during the ranking competition in the Star Realm, as if he had achieved a brand new breakthrough. For this reason, Zhuge Ho was visibly excited, feeling as if he had discovered a rare treasure, with a deep obsession in his heart to teach the deadly chain gun technique to Zhang Chen at all costs. Old Gu, is that Zhang Chen's marksmanship? Di Yang asked, puzzled. As the president of the Starry Sky University, he was an equal to Zhuge Ho, and although he was not as skilled in marksmanship, his keen insight was essential. He could tell that Zhang Chen's shooting style was vastly different from before. Yes, I have decided to take him as my disciple, Zhuge Ho declared earnestly. Qin Dada hurriedly sent a message to Old Li, as the president of the Divine Martial University. He too had noticed the change in Zhang Chen's marksmanship. Even Wang Dashan sensed something was off. He felt that Zhang Chen's skills were far superior to what they had been when he faced Yi Xian, and he couldn't help but glance at her. As the victim, Yi Xian had a deep memory of Zhang Chen's shooting style. Facing the 21.5 strength catfish demon, Zhang Chen was still much more relaxed and simple in his killing than he had been against her. Could it be that in just a few days, Zhang Chen had made another breakthrough? If so, how long would it take for her to defeat him? Although her speed potential could advance, transforming from a flash of lightning to the power of thunder still required a period of hard training. Roar! At that moment, Kong Ning encountered a catfish demon with a combat power of 22.0, and he finally unleashed his full strength potential. After slashing 4 times, the 22.0 catfish demon was cut in half. He shook the blood off his blade and continued forward. The representatives from Jingxing School watched in amazement at his performance. Compared to Zhang Chen, Kong Ning not only finished quickly and decisively but also exuded the aura of a great general, as if he possessed an unstoppable force. In the sewer, he was like a living war god, instilling fear in all the catfish demons with his killing intent, swordsmanship, and potential. 5 minutes later, Zhang Chen finally encountered his own 22.0 catfish demon. Wang Dashan knew in his heart that this level of catfish demon had already exceeded the combat power limit Zhang Chen faced against Yi Xian. How would Zhang Chen win? Did he really have to finish the assessment before encountering Kong Ning? Bang! Everyone saw that, just like before, Zhang Chen kept retreating, while the 22.0 catfish demon charged forward like a humanoid tank, seemingly overwhelming him. But at that moment, a cold light appeared in the sewer. Zhang Chen's marksmanship surged forth like a sudden storm, piercing through the catfish demon's forehead and swiftly ending the battle. Yi Xian's palms were sweating. That was a 22.0 catfish demon, and Zhang Chen's speed in resolving the fight was still faster than when he had faced her. What was Zhang Chen's combat power? Because this was a simulated assessment, and both Zhang Chen and Kong Ning were martial arts students under information protection, no one knew their combat powers so far. But since both could kill a 22.0 catfish demon, it was clear their combat powers exceeded 22.0. How could Zhang Chen have changed so much in such a short time? Wang Dashan had said he wasn't training hard, and Yi Xian felt both angry and wronged. Lu Qing couldn't help but link arms with Yi Xian. She understood her daughter's feelings well. Although Zhang Chen would be taught a lesson by Kong Ning after they met, the strength Zhang Chen was displaying at that moment had already far surpassed her daughter's. To defeat Zhang Chen, perhaps she would have to wait for her speed potential to advance. But given Zhang Chen's talent for cultivation, by the time Yi Xian's potential advanced, how powerful would Zhang Chen have become? Mom! Chen Duling couldn't help but glance at Huang Ling did not respond. She knew what Chen Duling wanted to say. Clearly, she also did not understand why Zhang Chen's combat power had changed so drastically in such a short time. But even as a mental power master, she had no idea how Zhang Chen had cultivated. Could it be a genetic potion? She suspected that Wang Dashan had expended a tremendous cost to bring about Zhang Chen's transformation. But she quickly realized something was off because Zhang Chen's change in combat power seemed to stem primarily from the transformation of his marksmanship skills, rather than an enhancement of his physical attributes. Genetic potions could alter physical qualities but could not improve a person's mastery of skills. At least, such a potion had not yet been developed. Poof! Kong Ning encountered the catfish demon again. He was progressing rapidly, and this time the catfish demon he faced had a level of 22.5, already close to his combat power. However, with the strength potential of 1,000 bulls and tigers, Kong Ning's third strike broke through the demon's defense, and after 5 consecutive strikes, he finally hit the catfish demon's vital point, severing its head. At this moment, his breathing began to quicken. Although he had awakened his strength potential and possessed more enduring combat power than ordinary people, this simulated assessment was exhausting, much like a wheel battle. Kong Ning could still fight, but he felt his stamina had been significantly depleted. Yet, a contrary smile appeared on his face. If I am like this, what about Zhang Chen? If he encounters a 22.5 catfish demon, even if he can defeat it, he should be lying on the ground right now. No, perhaps he has already failed and returned to the real world. I wonder if Yi Xian will be angry. Will his mother still give me the potion she promised? Zhang Chen, I hope you can meet me. Kong Ning thought to himself, and with that thought, he couldn't help but quicken his pace towards Zhang Chen's direction. 7 minutes later, a catfish demon with a combat power of 22.5 appeared before Zhang Chen. At this moment, the observers in the room were filled with doubts about whether Zhang Chen could eliminate the catfish demon before him. But regardless of the outcome, even the representatives from Jingxing School had to admit that Zhang Chen's performance exceeded their expectations. As a previously unknown martial arts student from the Outer Ring City, and having grown up in an environment like No. 9 Middle School, Zhang Chen's current combat power at his age was already a miracle. People had never dared to hope he could defeat Kong Ning. Ga. The catfish demon charged rapidly towards Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen caught a whiff of a foul odor and instinctively dodged backward, only to see slime spraying toward him. He continued to evade, retreating another 50 or 60 meters. Just when people thought he could not hold on any longer, his marksmanship swept out, and with one shot, he severed the catfish demon's head, achieving victory once again. Yi Xian closed her eyes. She felt weak all over, enveloped by a deep sense of failure. Wang Dashan opened his mouth, hesitating several times to speak. The person most shocked by Zhang Chen's change in strength was actually him. The observers in the room all sensed something was amiss. Even the representatives from Jingxing School were whispering to each other. Oldly glanced at the message just sent by Qin Data and couldn't help but lean closer to Wang Dashan. The school had already issued a death order. If he could not sign Zhang Chen, he would have to go to the front lines to atone in a few days. For this, he had brought in help. The helper was Huang Ling. He showed Huang Ling the message from Qin Data, and after reading it, Huang Ling felt a bit suffocated. Although she had anticipated Zhang Chen's breakthrough in skills, upon learning the truth, she couldn't help but feel horrified. She thought that if she hadn't made a mistake in her assessment that day, Oldly wouldn't have made an error either, especially since her relationship with Shinwu University was quite good. Huang Ling whispered to Wang Dashan, Principal Wang, I'm sorry, I made a mistake in the previous assessment, which caused Shinwu University to also make an error. I hope you can overlook this small fault. Now, Shinwu University is willing to offer Zhang Chen the highest level of contract and provide all necessary resources. We just hope you can persuade Zhang Chen to join Shinwu University. I can't make that decision, Wang Dashan replied, aware of his own limitations. Zhang Chen wouldn't even listen to him about serious training, so how could he accept his arrangements? But Huang Ling smiled and said, Principal Wang, you don't need to be so humble. Since you took charge of Zhang Chen, his strength has changed so dramatically in just a few days. If it weren't for your wholehearted guidance in passing on your hidden skills to him, he wouldn't have such progress.
So, he will definitely listen to you. Upon hearing this, Wang Dashan's face turned purple. Wholehearted guidance? Passing on hidden skills to Zhang Chen? How could those words be so jarring? Wang Dashan couldn't help but recall the events of the past few days and realized that aside from bringing Zhang Chen 2 boxes of nutrient water and mixing some paint for him, he hadn't done anything for Zhang Chen. At all. If there was anything, it seemed to be just watching Zhang Chen perform a steel gun dance in the training room. Other than cursing and resenting various obstacles, there was nothing that could make Zhang Chen happy. Thinking of the day Zhang Chen escaped through the window of the training room, Wang Dashan suddenly felt like a failed principal. Here was a prodigy with extraordinary talent and terrifying training speed, yet he had no way to handle it, even thinking of suppressing him through others to make him comply. Time and again, he discovered that the other party's strength exceeded his expectations. Wang Dashan suddenly realized that perhaps Zhang Chen's lack of cooperation in training wasn't due to a lack of seriousness, but because in Zhang Chen's eyes, he wasn't qualified to teach him. Previously, Wang Dashan would have thought Zhang Chen was ungrateful and unaware of his own limitations. But now, in just a few days, with minimal training, Zhang Chen's cultivation had changed. So much that Wang Dashan had to start reflecting on whether he had made a mistake somewhere. It seemed that since discovering Zhang Chen's talent, he had unilaterally wanted to teach him without ever asking if Zhang Chen was willing to train with him. Perhaps that was what had caused Zhang Chen's resentment. If he were to arrange Zhang Chen's future now, it would be somewhat presumptuous. With this thought, Wang Dashan felt extremely uncomfortable and said very seriously, "The school will not interfere with which university Zhang Chen signs an agreement with, the school will only help him fight for the most favorable rights, understand?" Although Wang Dashan was the head of the school, as a mental power master, Wang Ling was still taken aback by such a tone. But thinking of her previous actions in Zhang Chen's current performance, she hesitated to speak, then awkwardly returned to her seat. Old Li witnessed the whole scene. Although he forced a smile, his expression was worse than crying. He could only pin his hopes on Yang Liru and Hong Lisan, hoping they could help persuade Zhang Chen. But with Wang Dashan saying that, how could Yang Liru and Hong Lisan dare to act recklessly? They all left Old Li aside. In the simulated examination environment of the Starry Realm, after Zhang Chen killed the catfish demon with a combat power of 22.5, he continued to move forward. At that moment, the faster Kong Ning encountered a catfish demon with a combat power of 23.0. Roar! Just like before, he wanted to quickly resolve the battle, find Zhang Chen, kill him, and complete this simulated assessment. His latent power erupted. As his sword technique operated, it seemed as if the sounds of tigers roaring and cattle mooing echoed. Normally, creatures like the catfish demon had greater strength and defense than human warriors of the same level. Only someone like Kong Ning, who had awakened latent power, could suppress a catfish demon warrior of the same level in terms of strength. He initially held the upper hand and forced the catfish demon back. However, this time, the speed at which he dealt with the catfish demon was much slower than before. Although he suppressed the catfish demon in terms of strength, its reactions were not weak at all. It was not only able to defend and resist but at times could even continuously counterattack against Kong Ning's sword techniques. Puff! In the end, Kong Ning broke through the opponent's defense with 3 consecutive strikes, landing blows on the opponent's vital points. With the opponent losing too much blood, he successfully ended the battle. Although the process took less than 3 minutes, Kong Ning's effort and consumption were evidently at a much higher level than before. It seemed he was nearing the limit of his combat power. He continued to move forward. 10 minutes later, he finally encountered Zhang Chen ahead. However, Zhang Chen had also run into a catfish demon with a combat power of 23.0, and he needed to kill this catfish demon before he could face Kong Ning directly. Holding his long knife, Kong Ning watched as Zhang Chen was being pressured and forced back by the catfish demon, unable to hold back any longer. He couldn't just stand by and watch Zhang Chen die at the hands of the catfish demon, disappearing before his eyes. So he decided to help Zhang Chen slay the catfish demon in front of them, giving Zhang Chen the opportunity to confront him directly. What he did not violate the assessment rules. But just then, the sewer shook and a collapse suddenly appeared between the two of them, followed by a 3-meter-tall catfish demon king appearing in their line of sight. Zhang Chen, who had been pushed back by the 23.0 catfish demon, suddenly changed his shooting technique, firing 2 shots in quick succession, rapidly breaking through the catfish demon's defense. He exploded its head with a single shot, swiftly finishing the battle. Zhang Chen's expression was serious. He realized that the suddenly appearing catfish demon king had a combat power of 24.0. If he continued to exhaust his strength, once the 24.0 catfish demon king charged at him, attacking him alongside the other demon, even if his combat power reached 25.1, he would still be in danger. Therefore, he needed to resolve the battle quickly to avoid encountering greater trouble. Skill, minor achievement? Zhuge He was dumbfounded.
Zhang Chen's last 2 shots were extraordinary. Without a high level of marksmanship, he couldn't have transformed the basic 13 styles of shooting into such power.
Not only did Zhuge He notice the
change in Zhang Chen's shooting, but Di Yang, Qin Dada, and several elders also caught a glimpse of Zhang Chen's extraordinary marksmanship from those last 2 shots.
In a daze, they realized that Zhang
Chen wasn't unable to quickly resolve the battle. He had chosen a more cautious and relaxed way to deal with the catfish demon. It was only because a catfish demon king with a combat power of 24.0 suddenly appeared that he had to change his plan, paying the price of consuming more strength to quickly end the battle.
Another win. That was a 23.0 catfish demon. Compared to the incredulous reactions of Zhuge He and others in the inner city observation room, the outer city observation room erupted in excitement, whether it was the representatives from Jiuzhong or Jiangxing. They clearly hadn't
expected Zhang Chen to handle a 23.0 catfish demon. Although it took longer, he ultimately won, and upon careful reflection, they realized that while Zhang Chen took more time to win, he also consumed less
strength and took on less risk.
In a daze, people also began to realize that Zhang Chen wasn't unable to win battles quickly. He actively chose a more cautious way to end the fight.
Mom, can you see Zhang Chen's combat power? Chen Dueling couldn't help but ask.
Not for now. Huang Ling realized at that moment that Zhang Chen had never used his full strength. If this guy could heed my advice and
train hard with me, his future would be unimaginable, Wang Dashan couldn't help but exclaim.
Perhaps he simply looks down on us, otherwise, he wouldn't resist training so much, Hong Lisan realized.
Belatedly witnessing the change in Zhang Chen's strength firsthand, he suddenly realized that Zhang Chen's lack of cooperation in training might not be an issue of attitude or understanding, but rather
a matter of him looking down on them altogether. Wang Dashan's expression froze. For some reason, he felt that Hong Lisan's sentiment seemed to make sense. Yet, he felt somewhat unconvinced.
No matter
what, he was still an existence that surpassed the Yuan warriors, and even in the inner ring city, he could compete for the title of principal.
Why would Zhang Chen look down on him? Ultimately, it was
because he had hidden himself too deeply, failing to show enough strength for Zhang Chen to see, leading Zhang Chen to mistakenly believe he was no different from the principals of other schools in the outer ring city, thus disregarding him.
Gah! In the sewer,
the catfish demon king quickly locked onto Kong Ning's figure. Standing over 3 meters tall, with fish fins evolved into arms, wielding a steel fork and a hammer, it charged towards Kong Ning with an almost eerie agility.
Kong Ning was already on high alert.
The demon-slaying sword technique erupted swiftly, his latent power ready to burst forth, with both his aura and potential enhancing his sword technique and his physical strength fully unleashed. He struck at the catfish demon king with several consecutive slashes, but unfortunately,
they were all blocked by the demon king's steel fork and hammer.
As a small demon king with a combat power of 24.0, it had already developed a certain level of intelligence.
To avoid being caught
in a pincer attack by Zhang Chen and Kong Ning, it moved closer to Kong Ning, and after a few exchanges, quickly dodged to Kong Ning's back.
Then, the steel fork and hammer rained down on Kong Ning,
accompanied by splashes of slime, attempting to crush Kong Ning's body with its weapons or invade his nostrils, mouth, and even eyes with the slime, aiming to poison him to death.
Under normal circumstances,
humans would wear gas masks and nano armor when hunting catfish demons to avoid contamination by the venom and to enhance their physical defenses.
However, in this simulated assessment, neither Zhang
Chen nor Kong Ning wore such equipment, so Kong Ning, hindered by the slime, found his attacks and defenses severely restricted.
At first, he could still utilize his latent power to match the catfish
demon king, even having the potential to suppress it. But as the catfish demon king adapted to that power and understood his attack rhythm, its higher combat power of 0.9 quickly turned into an advantage.
Clang!
The observers in the observation room quickly saw Kong Ning shift from an all-out attack to a combination of offense and defense, ultimately losing the possibility of attacking and being forced to retreat continuously, defending all the while. Finally, the catfish demon king seized on Kong Ning's opening. The hammer seemed to break through Kong Ning's sword technique, smashing towards his chest. At the critical moment, Kong Ning's latent power erupted, using his strength advantage to slow the catfish demon king's attack speed. In the final moment, the long sword and hammer collided.
Bang!
In the hasty collision, Kong Ning's strength advantage was exhausted, and his body flew back towards Zhang Chen.
Gah! The catfish demon king pressed the attack, quickly throwing the steel fork towards Kong Ning's chest. Kong Ning's face was filled with despair.
He finally realized that in front of the 24.0 catfish demon king, his own combat power of 23.1, even with the enhancement of latent
power, was still too weak.
Fortunately, this was just a simulated assessment, and his life was not in danger. The unfortunate part was that Zhang Chen had actually held on until the end. Of course, he could not defeat the catfish demon king, and both of them were failures in this assessment.
Ding!
However, just as Kong Ning prepared to disappear, a silver spear suddenly pierced from behind, directly deflecting the steel fork that was about to stab into his chest. At the same time, a figure leaped over his head, sweeping the spear continuously. All that could be heard were the sounds of clashing metal. Clang! 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 3 loud noises rang out. Kong Ning could hardly believe his eyes as he saw the Catfish Demon King, with a combat power of 24.0, being pushed back 3 times in a row by the figure before him. And that person was none other than the indifferent Zhang Chen. Buzz! After blocking the Catfish Demon King's offensive trend with 3 consecutive shots and even pushing it back, Zhang Chen seized the opportunity to pursue. The 13th style of gunplay erupted to its limit, showcasing his mastery of the minor achievement realm to the fullest. The ordinary 13th style of gunplay seemed to be crowned with a layer of divine light, bursting forth with scorching gun shadows and cold glimmers in the dark sewer. Compared to the more cautious approach earlier, this time Zhang Chen was more aggressive, eager to unleash all his strength in one go to quickly resolve the battle. According to the data, once the Catfish Demon's fins evolved into complete arms, its recovery and endurance would surpass that of human warriors of the same level. Its physical quality far exceeded that of human warriors at the same rank. Their combat power was solely reliant on the transformation of physical quality, unlike humans who relied on skills, potential bursts, and techniques to stimulate their blood energy. The two had an essential difference. The stronger the physical quality, the greater the recovery ability and sustained combat power. Therefore, facing the Catfish Demon King, Zhang Chen had to change his strategy. He not only fully displayed the transformative power of minor achievement level skills, making the ordinary basic gunplay of the 13th style seem to be cloaked in divine light, but also fully harnessed the advantage of arm strength and superior speed in his gunplay. In an instant, Zhang Chen's gun shadows filled the sewer, as if completely enveloping the Catfish Demon King. During the Catfish Demon King's retreat, bursts of bloodlight sprayed out from its body. In the inner city observation room and the outer city observation room, whether it was Di Yang, Wang Dashan, or others, they were all prepared for Kong Ning to disappear in the Catfish Demon's realm. And for Zhang Chen to end in failure as well. In fact, the reason the Catfish Demon King had a combat power value of 24.0 in this assessment was due to the deliberate arrangement of the Star Realm system. Aiming to let Zhang Chen and Kong Ning fight side by side, understanding that only by uniting humans could they overcome difficulties and create miracles. Unexpectedly, the Catfish Demon King was too fast, and Kong Ning performed too poorly, being knocked away by the Catfish Demon King in just a few exchanges. Once the two lost the opportunity to combine, it seemed impossible for them to defeat the Catfish Demon King in the eyes of the onlookers. Although both Kong Ning and Zhang Chen had defeated the 23.0 Catfish Demon King, as Zhang Chen had imagined, the Catfish Demon King, with its fins completely transformed into normal arms, not only possessed powerful recovery abilities but also had enduring stamina. In an environment like the sewer, Zhang Chen and Kong Ning were already at a disadvantage. Once they lost the opportunity to combine, neither could defeat the Catfish Demon King. Kong Ning was a prime example. If he was in such a situation, what about Zhang Chen? To everyone's surprise, Zhang Chen not only saved Kong Ning at a critical moment but also suppressed the Catfish Demon King from the very beginning through the transformative power of his gunplay, forcing the Catfish Demon King to retreat step by step, unlike Kong Ning, who only managed to establish dominance in the initial moments of their encounter. At that moment, Zhuge He clearly saw that Zhang Chen's transformative power in gunplay had reached minor achievement, and it was this power that kept the Catfish Demon King trapped, always shrouded in the power of gunplay, even causing problems in its defense. In just a few exchanges, it had already been pierced with a dozen blood holes. Unfortunately, the Catfish Demon King had tough skin and thick flesh, coupled with its astonishing recovery ability. Although those wounds could affect it, they were not fatal. At the same time, the Catfish Demon King realized its predicament, wanting not only to shake off Zhang Chen's gun shadows but also to create distance from him, even disappearing from his line of sight. In this simulated environment, the data and reactions of the Catfish Demon King were identical to those in the real world. It had a frenzied desire to devour humans and a deep fear of death. Seeing the situation turn dire, it wanted to flee. "Get in there!" Hong Lisan shouted as he saw Kong Ning dazed. If Kong Ning charged in at that moment, perhaps Zhang Chen's gunplay could strike the Catfish Demon King's vital points and quickly resolve the battle, but for Kong Ning, who was experiencing it firsthand, the shock he received from Zhang Chen was clearly many times stronger than merely observing the people in the observation room. His face was filled with disbelief. He could hardly believe his eyes, especially when he saw the impenetrable shadow of the gun, as if he could envision himself being rapidly turned into a beehive by Zhang Chen's marksmanship during their confrontation. His own swordsmanship was utterly defenseless. Even if he awakened the Strength of 9 bulls and 2 tigers, he would still pale in comparison to the absolute speed and superb skill on display. Put. He saw blood splatter. He also saw the Catfish Demon King's attacking gaze. And even more, he witnessed the Catfish Demon King's chaotic steps. Suddenly, a blinding cold light flashed through the sewer. With the advantage of speed, Zhang Chen's marksmanship became even more bizarrely swift, and with this slight edge, he broke through all of the Catfish Demon King's defenses, accurately piercing the Demon King's throat with a single shot, swiftly lifting it off the ground. And then with a flick of his wrist, blood sprayed forth as the Catfish Demon King's body was split in two by Zhang Chen's shot. The massive body fell into the sewer, and the nerve endings caused it to bounce several times on the ground before finally settling down. Ha! Zhang Chen let out a long breath. Although he had suppressed the Catfish Demon King from start to finish with the advantage of his transformed marksmanship, the opponent's recovery and endurance far exceeded his own. Even with the ability to breathe and replenish energy at all times, in this harsh sewer environment, Zhang Chen's endurance could not compare to that of the Catfish Demon King, unless his physical condition could evolve to be on par with the Demon King. Although his combat power exceeded that of the opponent, his victory relied mainly on the absolute advantage of his transformed marksmanship, which had dictated the rhythm from the moment they engaged, ultimately leading to the Demon King losing its defensive capability, being pierced through the throat by one shot and then cut in half by another. The entire process lasted less than 2 minutes. This nearly frenzied explosive output had drained a lot of Zhang Chen's strength. In fact, if Kong Ning had chosen a more conservative approach from the beginning, even though the outcome would still have been failure when facing the Catfish Demon King, he would have lasted longer and perhaps made the Demon King pay a price. Unfortunately, it had come to this, the disparity in their strengths was evident. Even if Kong Ning regretted it, he could not change the current outcome. Zhang Chen not only saved his life but also killed the Catfish Demon King right in front of him. It was easy to imagine how great the gap between them was. Kong Ning realized this and felt incredibly awkward as he looked at Zhang Chen, suddenly filled with anger. If it weren't for Yi Xian's mother, he would still be under the school's protection and wouldn't have to face such a blow. Not only could he not bring glory to the school, but he also lost his fighting spirit due to being crushed by Zhang Chen. The final exams hadn't even started, and it seemed that the first place was already in Zhang Chen's pocket. In the observation room, Wang Dashan was excited. Earlier, he had mistakenly thought that Zhang Chen looked down on him and felt a bit annoyed, but now seeing Zhang Chen's marksmanship transformation reach a small success, he suddenly realized that he must get Zhang Chen to join Zhuge He's faction as soon as possible. At the same time, Zhang Chen's goal should not be just to be the first in the outer city for the final exams, but to compete with the martial arts students from the inner city. Perhaps by the time of the college entrance examination next semester, Zhang Chen's strength could break into the top 10 in South City, competing on the same stage as those gifted individuals from the inner city with superior resources and physical qualities exceeding 3.0. If he could achieve this, the resource subsidies obtained by number 9 middle school would exceed his expectations, and perhaps in the future, the ratio of students who could not become entry-level martial artists before the age of 18 would drop to single digits. Perhaps Zhang Chen's understanding of marksmanship has always been there and has never disappeared due to doodling. Yang Liru thought of something and sighed. Hong Lisin and Wang Dashan were taken aback, then immediately realized the same thing as Yang Liru, all looking at Zhang Chen on the screen with excitement. Principal Wang, you really planned this move far ahead. Lu Qing gritted her teeth. She realized that Wang Dashan must know about Zhang Chen's change in strength, otherwise, he wouldn't have suddenly called to accept Gao Yao's proposal. After rejecting him, arranging this mock assessment to make people aware through the Starry Realm that number 9 high school had surpassed Jingxing School, thus obtaining higher resource subsidies. Sister! Hey! Wang Dashan didn't know how to explain, especially seeing the representatives from Zhenxing School, their faces dark as coal. He understood that no explanation could mend their inner wounds. Who is that? Someone suddenly exclaimed. People looked at the screen and saw a figure descending from the collapsed area in the sewer where Zhang Chen and Kong Ning were located. This mock assessment was taking place in a sewer within the Catfish Demon dimension of the Starry Realm. Although the school had applied for rule protection from the Starry Realm system to prevent catfish demons with combat power far exceeding that of the two from appearing, making the mock assessment dramatic, they didn't expect that after Zhang Chen successfully killed the Catfish Demon King, a human powerhouse would emerge. His name was Wu Feiyu, a martial artist from the Inner Ring City with a combat power of 25.5. The system assessment isn't over yet, it automatically matched them with a new opponent, someone questioned. In such an environment, how do you fight a human powerhouse? Someone felt confused. Kong Ning has already lost, what's the point of continuing? Someone raised a doubt. Old Gu, what are you doing? Di Yang in the Inner Ring City observation room asked in confusion. How much strength is Zhang Chen still hiding? Today, I must observe closely. I need to know clearly what level is cultivation. Talent belongs to, Zhu Gaho said seriously. To cultivate a transformed skill to a minor success in such a short time, even if he isn't at the peak, he is still in existence among the rarest, Qin. Data aside, as Zhang Chen originally belonged to their Shinwu University. Seeing is believing, hearing is deceiving. Zhu Gaho wanted to see for himself. In fact, Di Yang and the others felt the same. Even if Zhu Gaho hadn't arranged for Wu Feiyu to enter, they would have been unable to hold back and would have arranged for a stronger catfish demon to enter. Moreover, Wu Feiyu was skilled in marksmanship and was also a named disciple of Zhu Gaho, making his actions self-evident. Besides us, there are others paying attention to Zhang Chen, Lu Qing exclaimed. She knew that in a formal mock assessment, a human powerhouse wouldn't suddenly appear unless someone with a higher cultivation level used their authority to suddenly insert such an opponent. Wang Dashan immediately thought of the Inner Ring City. He had also invited the heads of Starry Sky University and Shinwu University, as well as Zhu Gaho, to watch this mock assessment, and it seemed that Wu Feiyu's appearance was caused by them. Especially when he saw Wu Feiyu holding a long spear, Wang Dashan could already confirm that the instigator was undoubtedly Zhu Gaho. Did you all kill this catfish demon king together? Wu Feiyu asked. Although the catfish demon king had become a corpse, the data showed that its strength was only 24.0. Where did you pop up from? Kong Ning hadn't reacted yet. Pick up the knife, Wu Feiyu said provocatively. Kong Ning frowned and quickly picked up the long knife. Zhang Chen also felt something was off and hurriedly looked at the panel information. Name, Zhang Chen Fate, lying flat. Profession, Yuan Warrior Combat Power, 25.17721 Physical Quality, 1.2201 Lying Flat Value, 7 Intermediate Marksmanship 13 Styles, Minor Success, 1 out of 100, Tidal Breathing Technique, Proficient, 19 out of 100. Ability, All-Weather Breathing and Exhaling Ability, Arm Strength increases by 200 kilograms at any level, Speed surpasses others. In today's mock assessment, he chose a relatively safe fighting style to conserve energy. Although he won multiple victories, his lying flat value didn't increase much. The 7 points of lying flat value that appeared were accumulated based on his usual lying flat attributes. However, in just half a day's time, he had accumulated 7 points of lying flat value, which was more or less related to his previous approach and attitude. Without any hesitation, he quickly added the 7 points of lying flat value to the Intermediate Gun Technique 13 Styles. Lying flat value, 7 Intermediate Gun Technique 13 Styles, Minor Achievement, 8 out of 100, Combat Power Value, 25.20981. You all come at me. Wu Feiyu understood the sudden arrival's purpose. What are you being so arrogant for? Kong Ning, already simmering with anger from losing to Zhang Chen, couldn't tolerate Wu Feiyu's provocation and charged at him first, unleashing the demon-slaying blade technique. Clang! 2 sounds of blocking rang out. Then came a piercing buzzing sound. Wu Feiyu's spear shot out like a venomous dragon, piercing through Kong Ning's chest. He stood atop the collapsed mound of earth, looking down at Kong Ning, and before Kong Ning's figure faded away, he said, "Even if you awaken your power potential, it won't change the fact that you are a martial arts student from the Outer Ring City. To defeat a martial arts student from the Inner Ring City, with your meager combat power and thin potential, you are still far from enough." Boom! The spear roared again, like a giant dragon's roar, and Kong Ning's figure seemed to be shattered into pieces, disappearing in an instant. In the sewer, only Zhang Chen and Wu Feiyu remained. Teacher Zhuge asked me to come in and properly train you. After dealing with Kong Ning, Wu Feiyu finally sized up Zhang Chen. He had heard about a martial arts student from the Outer Ring City who had transformed the basic gun techniques. However, as a martial arts student from the Inner Ring City, he had access to richer training resources. The basic gun techniques were merely a foundation for him. He had been exposed to the intermediate gun technique, the flying leaf lotus spear, early on and had made considerable progress. At the same time, he had awakened the potential ability Insightful Eye through mental cleansing, allowing him to detect subtle forces in combat and predict the enemy's next move, thus taking the initiative to turn the tide. He had successfully employed this tactic many times. Even if the enemy's combat power exceeded his, as long as it wasn't too outrageous, he could still win against multiple opponents. Teacher Zhuge? Zhang Chen frowned. Upon reflection, he recalled the name Zhuge Ho. When Wang Dashan first encountered him, he had mentioned that if he performed well, he might have the chance to study under the gun Master Zhuge Ho. Only someone of that caliber would have enough authority to send him and Kong Ning new opponents during the simulated assessment. But this guy was too arrogant. Not only did he look down on martial arts students from the Outer Ring City, but he also had a disdainful expression towards himself, even using the term trained to describe him. As someone with a lying flat fate, Zhang Chen could not be easily manipulated. He said, "The simulated assessment is over. I don't want to continue fighting you.
If you have the ability, just stab me to death with one shot, I will not resist. Clang. Saying this, Zhang Chen threw away the silver spear in his hand. Wow! This action immediately caused an uproar among the people in the 2 observation rooms. This guy knows that Master Zhuge specifically arranged for him to assess his strength, yet he still refuses to appreciate it? If he misses this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, he can forget about studying under Master Zhuge. Wang Dashin and Hong Lisin both felt speechless. This kid has quite the temper, Zhuge Ho said with a wry smile, then quickly tapped a few times on his wristband. In the space where Zhang Chen and Wu Feiyu's consciousness was projected, a voice immediately appeared. According to the rules set by the 7 Major Star Systems Alliance, anyone who voluntarily surrenders or throws down their weapon during the Star Realm simulated assessment will be stripped of all rewards and points. If they refuse to comply with the assessment rules, they will be forcibly sent to the front lines to fight. Damn! Zhang Chen looked speechless and hurriedly picked up the spear. Truly ungrateful, Teacher Zhuge asked me to come in to train you, wanting to give you a chance for transformation. Wu Feiyu dove down from the mound, thrusting his spear towards Zhang Chen. He knew that Zhuge Ho and many prominent figures were watching this simulated assessment. Whether he could obtain more resource support depended on whether he could fully demonstrate the advantages of the martial artists from the inner city. I don't care. Zhang Chen replied, quickly raising his gun to block. He combined the strength of his arm and his superior speed to enhance his marksmanship. The transformed 13 styles of spear technique intertwined with Wu Feiyu's flying leaf continuous gun. Does he not know who Master Zhuge is? So arrogant and full of himself. With such high aspirations, what does it matter if he has talent? In the observation room of the 9th middle school, people were discussing animatedly, believing that Zhang Chen's remark of "I don't care" was a great disrespect to Zhuge Ho. Ha ha ha. In contrast, in the observation room of the inner city, Di Yan and Qin Dada and others couldn't help but laugh when they saw Zhuge Ho being looked down upon by Zhang Chen. Could it be that he thinks joining my sect for training is quite easy? Has someone leaked to him that I want to take him as my disciple? Zhuge Ho thought to himself with suspicion. If he really has such thoughts, I must show him some consequences. It won't be easy to discipline him later. With this in mind, Zhuge Ho tapped a few times on his wristband. Keep hitting him until he breaks down and begs for mercy. The next moment, a phrase appeared in Wu Feiyu's mind. Yes. Wu Feiyu replied. He was right, Zhuge Ho was indeed watching this simulated assessment. So he activated his keen insight ability, wanting to quickly capture any flaws in Zhang Chen's marksmanship to predict his next move and defeat him in one strike, knocking Zhang Chen's spear down, making him pick it up again and knocking it down repeatedly until Zhang Chen broke down and knelt to beg for mercy. However, although the keen insight potential was good, when applied to the transformed spear techniques, Zhang Chen's seemingly ordinary 13 styles of spear technique appeared to be flawless, without any openings. Even knowing the content of Zhang Chen's next move, due to his slight speed advantage, Wu Feiyu could not achieve a surprising victory. Instead, he felt that Zhang Chen's skills, whether in attack or defense, had reached a level of perfection. He found himself at a loss. Moreover, in their spear clashes, whether in speed or strength, he actually found himself at a slight disadvantage. He could only rely on the flying leaf lotus flower spear. Being a mid-level technique and having cultivated it to perfection to temporarily suppress Zhang Chen's spear technique. The imagined scene of knocking down Zhang Chen's spear, making him pick it up, and knocking it down again did not occur. Instead, he found himself in a situation where he could not overcome Zhang Chen despite his persistent efforts. The flying leaf lotus flower spear, Tang Qingshan has practiced it too, and his spear skills are indeed much higher, but unfortunately, I have the advantage in arm strength and speed, which just compensates for the gap in technique. If I could enhance my control over the transformed technique a bit more, this guy would be no match for me, Zhang Chen thought to himself. He found Wu Feiyu quite disgusting and couldn't help but provoke. What kind of training are you talking about? Is it that you can't even break through my defense? You'll find out soon. Wu Feiyu's expression darkened as his spear technique erupted with the remnants of the lotus flower, but unfortunately, it was caught by Zhang Chen's most ordinary continuous spear. Under normal circumstances, with a potential advantage, it would be very easy for Wu Feiyu to defeat an opponent of Zhang Chen's level. Unfortunately, his potential mainly lay in finding flaws. And although the transformed spear technique was not invincible, at least Wu Feiyu's potential could not yet reveal any flaws, and as his control over this transformed technique continued to improve, the hidden flaws would become fewer and fewer, until they were flawless, leaving no openings. The only way to break through would be through higher level techniques, strength, and speed. And Wu Feiyu clearly did not yet possess this ability. Boom! At that moment, the two long spears collided. They both exerted force against each other's gun barrels. Relying on the advantage of arm strength, Wu Feiyu stepped back 2 more paces.
With a combat power value of 25.5, he couldn't break Zhang Chen's spirit, instead, it left him feeling somewhat overwhelmed. If this continues, aside from annoying him, it seems I can't defeat him. I need to think of a way to improve my shooting skills, Zhang Chen thought to himself. Wu Feiyu couldn't do anything to him, nor could he do anything to Wu Feiyu. They could only annoy each other. This outcome was clearly unacceptable to Zhang Chen. So, before Wu Feiyu continued his attack, Zhang Chen hurriedly said, "Wait, if we keep fighting like this, unless we exhaust our stamina, it will be hard to determine a winner. How about we take a break together, then look for each other's weaknesses and flaws, and finally settle the score?" Well, Wu Feiyu hesitated. "Are you afraid I'll find your flaw and lose to me, so you don't dare?" Zhang Chen provoked. "What's there to be afraid of? Fine, let's take a half-hour break, and then we'll fight again." Wu Feiyu scoffed. Although his shooting skills hadn't transformed, they had reached a perfect level, and he didn't believe Zhang Chen could find a flaw. He possessed the potential of keen insight, and if given enough time to think, he was sure he could find Zhang Chen's weakness. "There's no rush, let's fight again in an hour." Zhang Chen intentionally extended the time. All right. Wu Feiyu had no objections. So the two found a place to sit down and think. Wu Feiyu was genuinely contemplating and continuously demonstrating his shooting techniques, practicing the 13 basic shooting forms several times, hoping to identify the problem. Meanwhile, Zhang Chen closed his eyes with the long gun in his arms. To an outsider, it seemed he was recalling the previous fight, but in reality, he was taking the opportunity to have a good sleep. His idea was simple. He wanted his actions to align with the requirements of lying flat, earning lying flat points to enhance his shooting skills. As for how many lying flat points he could gain from sleeping for an hour, he left it to fate. In any case, he would improve as much as he could. "Isn't this against the rules?" someone in the observation room questioned. "As long as we don't surrender or admit defeat, continuing the assessment to the end won't violate the rules," said the representative. From Zhengxing School. Wu Feiyu's shooting skills have already reached a perfect level. Even if Zhang Chen thinks for an hour, he won't come up with a way to win against Wu Feiyu, Kang Ning said. Seriously. He had fought against Wu Feiyu, who had pierced through his chest with just 2 shots, mocking him that students from the outer ring city shouldn't have unrealistic dreams. He felt a great humiliation and secretly hoped Zhang Chen could help the martial artists from the outer ring city regain some dignity. Cluck cluck. Suddenly, a strange sound came from somewhere, as if someone was sleeping. "Look, Zhang Chen is asleep," people said in confusion, following the sound to the screen, and then saw Zhang Chen's head tilt as he fell into a deep sleep. Is he sleeping? Weren't we supposed to recall the fight and try to find each other's flaws? Why is this guy always so unreliable? The people in the observation room were left dumbfounded by Zhang Chen's snoring. Even Zhu Gaho frowned. Zhang Chen's behavior seemed like an active surrender. What does he mean by this? Wu Feiyu, who was practicing the 13 basic shooting forms and trying to find flaws, quickly noticed Zhang Chen's movement. He was taken aback, feeling as if Zhang Chen was mocking him. Angered, he wanted to poke Zhang Chen awake with a shot. But in the end, he stopped, thinking to himself, the teacher let me in here, intending for me to train him, yet this guy is matching me blow for blow. If I can't take him down, how will I explain it when I go back? Fine, if he wants to sleep, let him sleep as much as he wants. After all, the one who loses is him, not me. With that thought, Wu Feiyu regained his composure and began to study seriously. Why did he suddenly fall asleep? Yi Xian felt puzzled. He has always been like this, never taking cultivation seriously. Can you believe me now? Wang Dashan wanted to laugh and cry at the same time. Zhang Chen could even perform a pole dance in front of him. And it seemed perfectly normal for him to find a moment to sleep during the simulated assessment. Yi Xian and Lu Qing were somewhat skeptical. But regardless, Zhang Chen's current behavior truly felt absurd to them. Was his current strength really something that could be achieved without regular practice? Thus, everyone waited in the observation room for Zhang Chen and Wu Feiyu for an hour. When the time was up, Wu Feiyu immediately shouted, "Zhang Chen, we can continue fighting now." Ah! Zhang Chen slowly opened his eyes, yawned, stretched lazily, and twisted his neck. Taking this opportunity, he checked his lying flat value. Lying flat value, 12. Although it wasn't much, it was better than nothing. He quickly added it to the intermediate gun technique 13 styles. Lying flat value, none. Intermediate gun technique 13 styles, minor achievement, 20 out of 100, combat power value, 25.40113, bring it on. Zhang Chen laughed heartily. A combat power value of 25.4 was already close to Wu Feiyu's 25.5. Combined with his arm strength and superior speed, if he couldn't defeat Wu Feiyu this time, Zhang Chen wouldn't believe it. He knew in his heart that the increase of 200 kilograms in arm strength at any level, along with his superior speed, was not included in the combat power value.
Otherwise, his combat power value would be even higher. Wu Feiyu's combat power value was mainly composed of physical fitness, potential energy, and skill level. Although it seemed to be 0.1 higher than his, in reality, he had already surpassed Wu Feiyu. If it weren't for Wu Feiyu having perfected the flying leaf lotus gun technique, which was indeed impressive in both defense and attack, he wouldn't have been able to hold his ground against Zhang Chen until now. He can actually laugh? Lu Qing shook her head. During this hour, Zhang Chen had only known deep sleep, while Wu Feiyu was pondering how to break through Zhang Chen's defense and had gained a new understanding of the basic gun technique 13 styles, as if he had made significant progress. Zhang Chen could no longer fight Wu Feiyu on equal terms as he had before. Perhaps Zhang Chen's intention was to hope that Wu Feiyu could defeat him early, allowing him to finish the simulated assessment and return to reality, Yang Liru suddenly said. As Zhang Chen's homeroom teacher, who had once taught him in the Star Realm. She recalled the last time Zhang Chen's gun technique was on the verge of breaking through, only to let himself be pierced by his own spear and disappear before her eyes. Because it was a simulated assessment. He couldn't concede automatically and didn't want to continue stalemating with Wu Feiyu, so he came up with this bad idea. He lay on the side and slacked off, giving Wu Feiyu ample time to improve, thus quickly ending this simulated assessment. Sigh, what can be done to change his attitude towards cultivation? No, it should be said, his character, Honglisen, fully agreed with Yang Liru's statement. Wang Dashan also nodded slightly. The three of them had witnessed how resistant Zhang Chen was to cultivation. Better to stand and die than to kneel and live. Zhang Chen, why don't you fight? For yourself? Kang Ning, upon hearing Yang Liru and the others, was very angry. Although he understood that it was nearly impossible for Zhang Chen to defeat Wu Feiyu, seeing Zhang Chen's slack attitude in the face of opposition still made him feel furious and disdainful. If it were him, even if he were torn to shreds by Wu Feiyu's gun technique, he would do everything possible to find a way to defeat Wu Feiyu and would never give up. For a moment, people held negative views about Zhang Chen's behavior, and even Zhuge He felt quite disdainful. If Zhang Chen was eager to lose to Wu Feiyu and leave the Star Realm early, then such a person, no matter how high his talent, would find it difficult to promote his deadly chain gun. Buzz. In the sewer. Wu Feiyu was already impatient. He wasted no time and quickly attacked Zhang Chen. Deep down, he was just as eager as Zhang Chen to end this assessment as soon as possible. The longer the stalemate lasted, the more he felt his heart breaking. After all, he was a student of Zhuge He, while Zhang Chen was just a martial arts student from the outer ring city. If even Zhang Chen couldn't be defeated, how could he establish himself in the inner ring city? Let alone become a formal disciple of Zhuge He in the future? Buzz. Zhang Chen quickly moved to meet the challenge. As his skill level increased from 80% to 20%, Zhang Chen clearly felt that his grasp of the 13 styles of spear technique had undergone some subtle changes. He had previously thought that Wu Feiyu's flying leaf lotus spear was exceptional in both defense and offense, almost impenetrable, giving a sense of being unable to break through after a long attack. But at that moment, as their spears clashed, Zhang Chen seemed to see a flaw, which quickly widened, filling him with excitement. He swiftly utilized the strength of his arms and his superior speed. Boom! In an instant, that flaw seemed to transform into a door. His 13 styles of spear technique finally enveloped Wu Feiyu. With a decisive sweep, he struck fiercely at Wu Feiyu's waist. No! Wu Feiyu shouted in terror. In the moment of their confrontation, he hadn't noticed any change in Zhang Chen's spear technique. He only felt the pressure of the continuous attacks. Suddenly, he saw Zhang Chen's spear technique evade several of his consecutive strikes. He tried to use his awakened power and keen insight to predict Zhang Chen's next move, but found that Zhang Chen's techniques were unpredictable, and even his latent abilities couldn't determine which spear technique Zhang Chen would use. At that moment, Wu Feiyu was flustered. The flaws in his defense grew larger, like a door opening for Zhang Chen. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Chen swept down with his spear, striking hard at Wu Feiyu's waist, sending him flying backward. Watching Wu Feiyu's figure fly away, Zhang Chen didn't hesitate and quickly hurled his spear. Thud! The spear hit Wu Feiyu's chest with a loud bang. Wu Feiyu's body was pierced by the spear thrown by Zhang Chen, pinning him against the collapsed mound of earth. His eyes were vacant, and before he could say anything, he dissipated into nothingness under the system's rules, leaving only Zhang Chen in the sewer. The people in the two observation rooms fell silent. Zhuge He stared intently at Zhang Chen on the screen. Although Wu Feiyu was not his disciple, he was his student, and that flying leaf lotus spear had been perfected. Even if Zhang Chen's spear technique had transformed, it shouldn't have been easy to break through Wu Feiyu's defense. Moreover, Zhang Chen's spear technique had seemed to just reach the minor achievement level, yet for some reason, after a nap, his control over the spear technique seemed to have increased by several percentage points. It was that small change that caused Wu Feiyu's defense to falter, allowing Zhang Chen to seize the flaw and quickly end the battle.
If he can exceed a physical quality of 3.0 before the end of next semester, I can
offer him a 3S level contract, Di Yang said. Offering a 3S level contract to a martial arts student from the Outer Ring City was unprecedented in the history of Starry Sky University. I will help him improve his physical quality, Zhuge Ho replied. Sigh. Jean Dada let out a deep sigh. He knew that in Zhuge Ho's eyes, Starry Sky University was clearly more suitable for Zhang Chen than Divine Martial University, and from another perspective, Zhuge Ho would prefer to teach at Starry Sky University. Zhang Chen was destined to have no connection with their Divine Martial University. Thinking of this, Jean Dada moved his hands, and in the 9th observation room, Old Li quickly received a message, simple in content, instructing him to go to the front lines and slay 2 demon beasts of the Dharma phase level, or he would not be allowed to return to school. Old Li looked frustrated but helpless. Principal, Zhang Chen 'Yang Liru tentatively said. I saw it, Wang Dashan replied, though his eyes were filled with disbelief. The representative from Jingxing School felt the same. Yi Xian clenched her fists tightly, but ultimately had to release them, feeling that even if her potential advanced and she gained the power of lightning, she still couldn't defeat Zhang Chen. If even Wu Feiyu lost, how strong would Zhang Chen have to become by the time her potential advanced? Congratulations on your final victory in this simulation assessment. The Star Realm system has detected that your talent has reached the excellence level. To facilitate your training, the 7 major star systems Alliance will arrange for personnel to connect you and your family to life in the Inner Ring City within 7 days. Additionally, regarding your talent and strength, the 7 major star systems Alliance will provide protection, and even the school will not be able to directly access your related information. We look forward to your next breakthrough. At that moment, Zhang Chen disappeared into the sewer. Just as he thought his consciousness would return to his body, he found himself in a space within the Star Realm system, where an electronic figure appeared before him, congratulating him. It seemed that only he could hear what the figure was saying. Excellence level, living in the Inner Ring City? That's great. I can finally stop worrying about Uncle and Aunt's safety. Zhang Chen's expression was filled with joy. He had been diligently following the laid-back rules, even performing the steel gun dance in front of Wang Dashan, all to enhance his strength and secure a double S level contract with Starry Sky University, allowing the Zhang family to move into the Inner Ring City and avoid the Catfish Demon Storm. He never expected that a simulation assessment would enable his family to live in the Inner Ring City simply based on his talent. You just mentioned that my talent has reached the excellence level. May I ask how many levels of talent there are in total? Zhang Chen inquired. According to the rules set by the 7 major star systems Alliance, talent is divided into 5 levels: excellence, monstrous, astonishing, extraordinary, and divine awakening. Excellence is the weakest, and divine awakening is the strongest. Each of these 5 talents can enjoy corresponding training resources and protective measures from the 7 major star systems Alliance, the electronic figure explained. But it's just the weakest type of talent, Zhang Chen said with a self-deprecating smile. Please don't misunderstand. These 5 types of talent are all extremely rare training talents for ordinary people. So far, in the Outer Ring City area of South City, there is only one person who, like you, possesses a talent at the excellence level, the electronic figure stated. Oh, who is that person? Zhang Chen asked, but immediately felt something was off. His related information was protected, and so was that person's. How could the electronic figure possibly tell him? However, the situation surprised him. The electronic figure replied, that person is called Ao Dagong, one of the top 10 experts in Zhangbei province. His talent is an open secret, it's fine for you to know. Oh. Zhang Chen was taken aback. He had heard of this name. It was said that Ao Dagong was originally just an ordinary Yuan warrior, but after awakening his latent abilities, he quickly became a Dharma aspect warrior. It was rumored that he now possessed bone-level strength. He never expected that the other party's talent was also so exceptional. No wonder he could become one of the top 10 in Zhangbei province in just a few years. We look forward to your contributions to humanity. Goodbye, the electronic figure said with a smile. Then the scene before him changed, and Zhang Chen opened his eyes, emerging from the sleep pod to see Yang Liru, Hong Lisan, and Wang Dashan. The representative from Jingxing School had already left. Lu Qing, Yi Xian, Chen Duling, and Huang Ling had also left number 9 middle school and were on their way back to the Inner Ring City. Due to confidentiality measures, the results of this simulation assessment were kept secret, but as the victorious side, Yang Liru, Hong Lisan, and Wang Dashan had no reason not to be happy. However, their gazes towards Zhang Chen were filled with complexity. Principal, Teacher Yang, Teacher Han, hello, Zhang Chen greeted. Starry Sky University has already sent word, someone will come to contact you tomorrow. The contract will be at least double S level, and you don't need to worry about your family moving into the Inner Ring
City, Starry Sky University will help arrange it, Wang Dashan said with a smile. Yes, thank you, Principal, Zhang Chen expressed his gratitude. He did not mention what had happened to him in the star realm. His true information was now inaccessible even to Wang Dashan. Whether Starry Sky University could arrange for the Zhang family to move into the inner ring city was no longer a concern for Zhang Chen, as the relevant personnel from the 7 major star systems alliance would naturally bring the Zhang family into the inner ring city to live. Thank you for your hard work today, make sure to rest. Well. Wang Dashan patted Zhang Chen's shoulder and then left with Yang Liru and Hong Lisan. Zhang Chen was taken aback. It was not like Wang Dashan to suggest he take a break. Principal, are we really going to indulge him? Yang Liru asked, puzzled. Of course not, but he has made a contribution to the school today. Let's reward him with a day off so he understands the benefits of winning, and he will be more motivated to practice diligently in the future, Wang Dashan explained. I see, to deal with someone like Zhang Chen, we need to be strategic and take the opposite approach, Hong Lisan realized. Zhang Chen didn't think too much about it. Since he was given a break, he couldn't possibly stay at school to practice. Besides, he had just resolved the issue of his uncle's family moving into the inner city, so how could he not celebrate properly? He sent pop-up messages to every classmate, inviting them to play games together. Upon receiving the message, Lai Jijun immediately reported to Yang Liru, only to be scolded by her for always keeping an eye on Zhang Chen. His uncle's family could finally move into the inner city. The relevant officials from the 7 major star systems alliance would finalize everything within 7 days. Zhang Chen felt completely relieved and found it easier to relax, playing games all day long. That evening, Zhang Lei returned from the Great Radiation Zone. Zhang Chen intended to tell him about the move into the inner city, but after some thought, he decided to wait until everything was finalized to give them a surprise. The next day, Zhang Chen arrived at number 9 middle school right on time. After finishing his training supplement, he went to the training room. Wang Dashan was already accustomed to Zhang Chen's habits and did not wait for him in the training room early in the morning. Instead, he deliberately delayed by more than 10 minutes to let Zhang Chen experience the feeling of waiting. As a result, when he walked into the training room and saw Zhang Chen napping, he was so angry that he almost kicked him awake. Physical fitness is a crucial strength for a Yuan warrior. Only with strong physical fitness can one awaken more power from the body, thus surpassing Yuan warriors and becoming a law manifestation warrior. Your combat power has made tremendous progress recently, but your physical fitness is clearly lagging behind. Even if the Starry Sky University makes an exception and signs a double S-level contract with you, if your physical fitness does not improve, it will be difficult for you to achieve greater success, and you may even fail to become a law manifestation warrior. Teacher Huang previously asserted that your combat power limit is around 30.0, this is not an exaggeration. So before you leave number 9 middle school for Starry Sky University, I will do my best to teach you the breathing technique to help you improve your physical fitness. If necessary, I will also impart to you the methods of body refinement, Wang Dashan continued. Zhang Chen's victory over Kong Ning and the defeat of Zhuge Ho's student, Wu Feiyu, made Wang Dashan realize that teaching a student like Zhang Chen required a gradual approach and could not be rushed. It was best to first gain Zhang Chen's recognition and avoid being rejected by him, while starting with lighter content and gradually increasing the level and intensity. If he started with high value and difficulty, it would only backfire. Thank you, Principal, Zhang Chen said gratefully, understanding that Wang Dashan was doing this for his own good. Run the title breathing technique. For me to see what level you have reached in this technique. Proficient? How could it be just proficient? How can your physical fitness improve? How did you awaken your sense of qi? Forget it, I'll just directly teach you the body refinement method. When you have mastered the title breathing technique to perfection, I will teach you a more advanced breathing technique, Wang Dashan said. Somewhat exasperated. He had thought that with Zhang Chen awakening 11 senses of qi and achieving a physical fitness level above 1.2, his proficiency in the title breathing technique would at least be at a high level, if not perfect. To his surprise, it was only at the proficient level. He couldn't understand how Zhang Chen managed to awaken 11 senses of qi and reach a physical fitness level of 1.2, could it be purely due to the training resources and skill transformation driving his physical changes? The so-called body refining method is to use special breathing techniques to stimulate the circulation of vital energy and blood throughout the body, repeatedly honing the internal organs and even the flesh and bones, thereby allowing the body to evolve and continuously improve its physical quality. My body refining method is called the golden sand body refining technique, which allows the vital energy and blood to flow within the body like sand, refining the body over and over again. It is the most basic and effective body refining method among the 7 cultivation systems established by the 7 major star systems alliance. Now, first take a look at the key points of the golden sand body refining technique, and later I will guide you in practicing it.
Wang Dashan brought a paper manual of the body refining technique for Zhang Chen to review. Zhang Chen's hands trembled. The idea of having the vital energy and blood flow like sand within the body, refining it repeatedly, sounded like self-torture. Indeed, after reading the explanations and related key points, Zhang Chen's face turned pale, and he couldn't help but wonder which pervert had come up with the golden sand body refining technique. It clearly stated that the technique would only take effect when the body felt like it was burning like flames, extremely hot, with dry mouth and unbearable pain. As someone with a laid-back fate, it was obviously impossible for him to endure such suffering. If he followed Wang Dashan's training, how could he ever achieve his laid-back value in the future? Alright, let's get started. Wang Dashan brought over 2 large boxes of nutrient water and prepared 2 vials of nutrient solution. The golden sand body refining technique would severely deplete vital energy and blood. Without sufficient nutritional support, it would only backfire. For safety's sake, he personally prepared 2 vials of nutrient solution for Zhang Chen. At the same time, he was filled with anticipation, believing that with Zhang Chen's talent for cultivation, he might grasp the golden sand body refining technique in a day, become proficient in 2 days, and master it in 3 days. So he had prepared ample resources for training in advance. Principal, can I drink some nutrient water first? Zhang Chen tried to ask. Sure. Wang Dashan knew that after Zhang Chen read the content of the golden sand body refining technique, he was already rejecting it. However, the body refining method could effectively enhance Zhang Chen's physical quality, ensuring he achieved good results, and even had the potential to compete with the elite students of the inner city in the final exam. Therefore, today, no matter what, Wang Dashan had to ensure that Zhang Chen learned this body refining technique. Just in case, he had locked the doors and windows to prevent Zhang Chen from suddenly running out when he couldn't bear the torment. Zhang Chen quickly downed 3 bottles of nutrient water, and just as he was about to drink the 4th, it was snatched away by Wang Dashan. Let's start practicing. Wang Dashan said with a warm smile. Zhang Chen had no choice but to comply, but his breathing was intermittent, showing no cooperation at all. As soon as he felt even a hint of pain, he cried out in agony and even rolled on the ground. How are you supposed to improve your physical quality like this? Wang Dashan had anticipated such a scene, so he asked seriously yet gracefully, prepared to endure with enough patience to see it through with Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen could only practice for a while and then take a break, ensuring he could still earn his laid-back value. Soon, a day passed. Principal, I'm heading back now. Alright. Wang Dashan watched as Zhang Chen boarded the floating nuclear-powered vehicle and disappeared at the school gate. He turned to glance at the scattered nutrient water bottles on the ground, feeling as if he had punched a cotton ball. Unpleasant. Principal, how is Zhang Chen doing with his practice? Yan Liru and Hong Lisan were both very concerned about Zhang Chen's training status and came over to ask. He still can't adapt for now, Wang Dashan said, rubbing his forehead. He then briefly summarized what had happened that day. The principal is too focused on Zhang Chen. How about this, tomorrow let Zhang Chen practice the body refining technique with the elite class students. The atmosphere might motivate him to take it seriously, Hong Lisan suggested. He will continue to slack off, but it's still better than him practicing alone, Yang Liru said with deep understanding. No need, I want to see how long he can put on a show, Wang Dashan replied, as he didn't have that much nutrient water to share with the elite class students. Returning to the Shitsong community, Zhang Chen encountered Zhang Lei, who was preparing to lead a team to the Great Radiation Zone. In the past, Zhang Lei only delivered goods to the Great Radiation Zone once or twice a day, and it was almost unheard of for him to lead a team there in the evening like today. Moreover, a convoy had come to pick him up at the community entrance. Zhang Lei was also carrying large bags, suggesting he might stay in the Great Radiation Zone for a while. Uncle, where are you going? Zhang Chen hurriedly called out to him. Oh, Xiaofeng, you're back. Come here, look, these are all my teammates. Quickly greet your uncles. Seeing Zhang Chen, Zhang Lei's face lit up with surprise as he pulled Zhang Chen in front of his teammates. Hello, uncles. Zhang Chen greeted. This is my nephew, a senior martial arts student from Jiuzhong, named Zhang Chen. He's a genuine Yuan warrior. Xinyu University has been calling me, wanting to sign a guaranteed admission agreement with my nephew, but he has ambition and wants to take the entrance exam for Xingkong University. Zhang Lei proudly wrapped his arm around Zhang Chen's shoulder. To become a Yuan warrior at such a young age, you must be training very hard. Brother Lei will be blessed in the future. Only a few people from the outer ring city get into Xingkong University each year. Little guy, you're going places. Zhang Lei's teammates praised. Thank you, uncles, for the compliments. Zhang Chen smiled and exchanged pleasantries before pulling Zhang Lei to a corner and asking, Uncle, it's almost dinner time. Where are you going? There's work to be done over in the Great Radiation Zone. I'm leading a team to work there for a few days. Many
Factories need to relocate, and the pay is many times higher than usual, Zhang Lei said excitedly.
Uncle, you can't go.
The reason those factories are moving away from the Great Radiation Zone is that there might be a catfish demon storm happening there. Zhang Chen's expression changed as he hurriedly said. If it were just a daily delivery, it would be one thing, but Zhang Lei was planning to stay in the Great Radiation Zone for several consecutive days. Even without the danger of a catfish demon storm, Zhang Lei's physical condition wouldn't withstand the pollution in the Great Radiation Zone.
Even wearing various protective gear wouldn't prevent all problems from occurring.
I know, Taisheng has already told me, but according to the latest monitored data, the catfish demon storm is only likely to happen in a month, and I'm only staying there for 6 days, Zhang Lei laughed.
No way, what if it happens early? Zhang Chen decisively shook his head. Uncle knows what he's doing. I've already contacted Taisheng.
I'm working for the Xingyao group this time, Zhang Lei chuckled.
Did cousin send you? Zhang Chen's expression stiffened.
Yeah, the Xingyao group urgently needs manpower and
resources.
Taisheng happens to be in charge of this area, and I need to help him. He still owes the Xingyao group a lot of loans, and if the task is completed, Taisheng can also receive important training.
From the group, Zhang Lei hesitated before nodding. Zhang Chen wanted to say something but hesitated.
Cousin had asked Zhang Lei to lead the team to help, and there was no way Zhang Lei wouldn't go.
He couldn't stop it at all. Uncle will come back safely.
You focus on your training and wait for me at home, Zhang Lei said, patting Zhang Chen's shoulder before turning to walk towards the convoy.
Uncle, there's something I haven't told you yet. Our whole family can move into the inner ring city now.
My training talent was recognized by the 7 Major Star Systems Alliance yesterday. They will arrange everything within 7 days, and when you come back, we can move into the inner ring city together and no longer worry about living supplies, Zhang Chen hurriedly said.
Originally, he wanted to
wait until everything was settled before giving Zhang Lei a surprise, but seeing that he had to go to the Great Radiation Zone for work, he could only inform him in advance.
In case something happened, Zhang Lei could have a bit more hope in his heart. What, you're not lying to me?
Zhang Lei said incredulously. Yeah, besides moving into the inner ring city, I will also receive a double S level guaranteed admission contract from Xingkong University, Zhang Chen said seriously.
This is the best news I've heard in many years, Lingfeng.
I promise you, Uncle will definitely return safely with your cousin, Zhang Lei said, his eyes brimming with tears, filled with unwavering determination.
Well, I will wait at home for you and cousin to come back. Zhang Chen nodded heavily. Thank you, Xiaofeng. Zhang Lei hugged Zhang Chen.
Moving into the inner city had always been the family's goal, and Zhang Lei had originally placed his hopes on Zhang Taisheng, which is why he took the risk to lead a team to support Zhang Taisheng in the Great Radiation Zone. Unexpectedly, Zhang Chen gave him a big surprise by allowing their family to move into the inner city ahead of time. Second uncle, go early
and come back early. Zhang Chen waved goodbye until Zhang Lei's convoy disappeared from sight. Just as he turned around to head back to the community, he saw a familiar figure behind him. Principal. It was Wang Dashan, standing next to a refined old man. Lingfeng, let me introduce you. This is the Dean of Xingkong University, the esteemed Elder Di Yang.
Wang Dashan said with a smile.
When the two
approached, they only saw Zhang Chen and Zhang Lei hugging goodbye.
Hello, Dean. Zhang Chen was taken aback. The Dean of Xingkong University had personally come from the inner city. Was this to finalize the dual S-level admission contract?
Wang Dashan had mentioned it yesterday, and today at school, Zhang Chen had been waiting for someone from Xingkong University to arrive.
He didn't expect them to show up right after his training ended and at the entrance of the community no less. You don't need to be nervous.
I'm here to ask if you would like to join Xingkong University and sign an admission
contract. Di Yang asked kindly. I would like to, but I don't know what kind of contract it is. Zhang Chen quickly nodded.
I have prepared 3 types of contracts for you.
The first is the S-level contract, the second is the dual S-level contract, and the third is the triple S-level contract. Which one would you like? Di Yang smiled. Wang Dashan was shocked. Xingkong University was actually willing to offer Zhang Chen a triple S-level contract, which would bring glory to the 9th middle school.
I've always heard that the higher the contract level, the better it is, but I've never understood what
the differences are between each type of contract? Zhang Chen inquired. Let me explain it to you.
The S-level contract provides all the training resources needed for a Yuan warrior, along with a monthly scholarship of 200,000, plus 3 teachers who will each spend 2 hours a day training you.
The dual S-level contract, based on the S-level contract, allows your entire family to live in the
inner city together, with an additional 100,000 in monthly scholarship, and 4 teachers each spending 2 hours a day training you.
As for the triple S-level contract, on top of the S and dual S-level
Benefits: you will receive an additional training resource subsidy that only law manifestation warriors can obtain, a monthly scholarship of 600,000, and 6 powerful teachers who will train you daily, imparting powerful skills and techniques, allowing you to undergo a transformation and become a law manifestation warrior in the shortest time possible. However, this contract requires you to raise your physical fitness to above 3.0 and complete it before the college entrance examination. Di Yang stated emphatically. He believed that the benefits of the SSS level contract would successfully catch Zhang Chen's attention, prompting him to find ways to improve his physical fitness to meet the requirements. Is there a contract that allows me to cultivate at Shincheng University without needing a teacher to guide me every day? After hearing Di Yang's explanation, Zhang Chen asked curiously. All 3 contracts were good, but each required him to train under supervision, which was not feasible. Especially the SSS level contract, which was extreme, with 6 teachers guiding him daily. How could he manage daily life with eating, drinking, and sleeping? Zhang Chen's thoughts were simple. He had previously favored the dual S-level contract from Shincheng University because it could solve the problem of Zhang Lei's family moving into the inner city. He had even considered that if he couldn't secure the dual S-level contract, he would collaborate with Xinwu University to help his uncle's family move into the inner city early, avoiding the catfish demon storm. Now, the heavy burden on his mind had been lifted. Signing a contract with Shincheng University, Zhang Chen's main goal was to see if he could gain more passive benefits. It is clear that the 3 guaranteed admission contracts provided by Starry Sky University do not align with the requirements of a laid-back attitude. Even if one does not adhere to the corresponding rules after signing, the moment the contract is signed, one's actions are in direct contradiction to the laid-back approach. This will affect the subsequent acquisition of laid-back points. How can you obtain a guaranteed admission contract without putting in the effort to cultivate? At Starry Sky University, not every student can receive guidance from a dedicated teacher, most are crammed into a single class, do you understand? Wang Dashan said with a dark expression. Providing dedicated teacher guidance for exceptionally talented students is a hallmark of Starry Sky University. If you have any requests for the teachers, feel free to voice them. Di Yang replied with a smile. He still did not understand Zhang Chen's meaning. Can I get a guaranteed admission contract and then have the school not interfere with my cultivation, allowing me to do whatever I want? Zhang Chen tentatively asked. What do you think Starry Sky University is, an amusement park? You want to enjoy the best cultivation resources while wasting your days? Do you think you deserve that from the 7-Star System Alliance and humanity? Wang Dashan retorted angrily. Zhang Chen knew he was in the wrong and lowered his head in silence. Every teacher at Starry Sky University is a law manifestation warrior, and there are even mental power masters to help you awaken your mental abilities. Each teacher is a rare gem. With their guidance, you will break through your physical limitations more easily and become a law manifestation warrior sooner. Di Yang thought Zhang Chen looked down on the teachers at Starry Sky University. It was normal for young people to be arrogant, especially since Zhang Chen, as a martial arts student from the Outer Ring City, had managed to transform his marksmanship skills, so his arrogance was understandable. The principal misunderstands. I have no objections to any teacher. I just am not accustomed to the cultivation methods you endorse. I can sign a guaranteed admission contract with Starry Sky University, but once I am at the school, you cannot forcibly interfere with my cultivation, nor assign me a dedicated teacher. If you can agree to this, I can sign the contract with you right now, Zhang Chen said earnestly. You're crazy. Without a dedicated teacher, do you think you can continue to receive expensive cultivation resource subsidies? Wang Dashan quickly pulled Zhang Chen aside and said seriously, Zhang Chen, I don't care what your issue is, even if you can't get the 3S level contract from Starry Sky University, you must sign the double S level contract and adhere to the contract rules, focusing on your cultivation. Seriously, not wasting time or youth, understand? What the principal doesn't know is that my cultivation method is different. Being too serious about cultivation is actually detrimental to my progress. If Starry Sky University cannot meet my requirements, then I cannot sign this contract, Zhang Chen stated firmly. I don't care what kind of cultivation method it is, in any case, if you don't take cultivation seriously, no matter how high your talent is, you will end up achieving nothing in the future. There has never been a strong person who became strong without diligent cultivation, even with powerful genetic drugs to modify the body, it's impossible, Wang Dashan insisted more firmly. Sigh. Zhang Chen sighed. Wang Dashan pulled Zhang Chen back in front of Di Yang and said, I see that he doesn't need to strive for the 3S level contract, let's just sign the double S level contract. Rest assured, he will adhere to the contract rules and cooperate with the school teachers to cultivate diligently, never wasting any cultivation resource subsidies. I can't do that, Zhang Chen reminded. You must do it. Wang Dashan tightly gripped Zhang Chen's wrist, and Zhang Chen felt that with Just a slight exertion, Wang Dashan could crush his wrist, making him wonder what kind of realm Wang Dashan was in.
Then let's sign the double S level contract first. If you can improve your physical fitness to above 3.0 before the college entrance examination, the contract will automatically upgrade to 3S level, and the school will definitely not treat you poorly, Di Yang said with a smile. He thought Zhang Chen was just going through a rebellious phase, with a rather prominent personality, and would gradually correct himself once he entered the university campus, under the pressure of Wang Dashan. Zhang Chen signed a double S level contract with Shinkong University. Because of Wang Dashan's influence, Zhang Chen's actions remained within the realm of complacency. In the end, Zhang Chen watched as the two principals left. The next day, after receiving his resource subsidy, Zhang Chen returned to the training room. Since Zhang Chen had already signed the contract with Shinkong University, Wang Dashan could apply for more resource subsidies from the 7 Major Star Systems Alliance based on the contract details and Zhang Chen's victories over Kong Ning and Wu Feiyu. Therefore, theoretically, even if Zhang Chen couldn't secure first place in the Outer Ring City for the final exam, or if he couldn't make it into the top 10 in Nan City next year, it wouldn't affect the assessment results for applying for more resource subsidies from the 7 Major Star Systems Alliance. As a result, Wang Dashan was no longer as excited about Zhang Chen's training as he had been before. When he saw Zhang Chen arrive, he said lightly, "First, read the body refinement technique a few more times, and then we'll train." Okay. Zhang Chen pretended to flip through it a few times, but secretly looked at the panel information below. Name, Zhang Chen. Fate, Complacent Profession, Yuan Warrior. Combat Power, 25.46771. Physical Quality, 1.2791. Complacency Value, 42. Intermediate Gun Technique, 13 Styles. Minor Achievement, 20 out of 100. Tidal Breathing Technique, Proficient, 33 out of 100. Ability, All-Weather Breathing and Exhaling Ability. Arm strength increases by 200 kilograms at any level. Speed, faster than average. Yesterday, practicing the body refinement technique, he took breaks after training for a while, which earned Zhang Chen 42 points of complacency value. Unfortunately, in order to better maintain his complacency, he refused to sign a contract with Di Yang, but was forcibly made to press his fingerprint by Wang Dashan. Although it wasn't voluntary and wouldn't deduct his complacency value, he also couldn't gain more complacency value from this matter. After a while, Wang Dashan took Zhang Chen to practice the body refinement technique. Zhang Chen used the same trick again, feeling pain in his body, and immediately stopped training, drinking nutritional water to relieve it. Although Wang Dashan already had some understanding of Zhang Chen, he was still furious during the process. In the end, he took all the nutritional water away, forcing Zhang Chen to train seriously, promising him a bottle of nutritional water if he could run his vital energy for just 15 minutes. Zhang Chen insisted he could do without the nutritional water, but he absolutely wouldn't train seriously. This back and forth continued for a total of 4 days, and Zhang Chen not only failed to grasp the essentials of the body refinement technique but also couldn't even get it recorded on his panel. Wang Dashan was greatly disappointed in him. He didn't want to waste more time with Zhang Chen and proactively said today, the school has applied for more resource subsidies and the 7 Major Star Systems Alliance has approved it. Starting tomorrow, you can return to the elite class for training. If you want to practice the body refinement technique in the future, come find me. Thank you, Principal. Zhang Chen felt guilty inside, knowing that Wang Dashan had high hopes for him, yet he couldn't improve his strength in the way the other expected. As he walked out of the training room, a line of text appeared before him. You have continuously been disruptive in Wang Dashan's training class, acting recklessly, and have gained all-weather body refinement ability. All-weather body refinement ability. Zhang Chen's expression was one of wild joy. He had been fooling Wang Dashan for several days, all while bearing various pressures, fearing that Wang Dashan might lose his temper and strike him down. This persistence and teasing were not only for the complacency value but also because he had been hoping for some kind of ability to awaken. He never expected to actually awaken the all-weather body refinement ability. Based on this ability, combined with the all-weather breathing and exhaling ability, the improvement in physical quality would likely progress rapidly. By the time of the next semester's college entrance examination, raising his physical quality to above 3.0 would be a certainty. I didn't expect that following Principal Wang for training, in less than 10 days, I would gain an ability. It seems Principal Wang's strength is indeed extraordinary, otherwise, it wouldn't be possible to awaken an ability in such a short time. Zhang Chen thought to himself. He quickly looked at the panel information below. Name, Zhang Chen. Fate, Lying Flat. Occupation, Yuan Warrior. Combat Power Value, 25.50221. Physical Quality, 1.2997. Lying Flat Value, 138. Intermediate Gun Technique, 13 Styles. Minor Achievement, 20 out of 100. Tidal Breathing Technique, Proficient, 47 out of 100. Ability, All-Weather Breathing.
An exhaling ability, arm strength increase of 200 kilograms at any level, speed surpassing others, all-weather body tempering ability. In the days of practicing body tempering techniques, Zhang Chen, due to excessive lying flat, even failed to incorporate the golden sand body tempering technique into the panel information. As a result, the lying flat value he accumulated daily was around 40. After a few days, the lying flat value reached 138. Originally, Zhang Chen intended to use these lying flat values to enhance the body tempering technique value after the panel successfully recorded the golden sand body tempering technique, thereby maximizing his physical quality. Unfortunately, to have the body tempering technique recorded in the panel, he needed to practice it seriously several times, which contradicted his lying flat attribute, so Zhang Chen could only wait patiently. Unexpectedly, he awakened the all-weather body tempering ability this time, which was evidently much stronger than the golden sand body tempering technique. Looking at the 138 lying flat points, Zhang Chen hesitated for a moment and added them to the intermediate gun technique 13 styles. Although lying flat values could also be used to enhance physical quality, the least of his worries regarding enhancement was physical quality. Whether it was the all-weather breathing and exhaling ability or the all-weather body tempering ability, both could continuously improve his physical quality invisibly. Especially the newly awakened all-weather body tempering ability. With the accumulation of time, his physical quality and combat power value would only grow stronger, so using the lying flat value to enhance his gun technique was the wisest choice. Lying flat value, non-intermediate gun technique. 13 styles, major achievement, 58 out of 100, combat power value, 28.8. The transition from minor achievement to major achievement is a watershed moment, especially transforming from 20% minor achievement to 58% major achievement. This leap in class brought Zhang Chen about a 3.3 change in combat power value. Yuan warriors range from 20.0 to 40.0. A combat power value of 30.0 is a watershed among Yuan warriors. Once the combat power value reaches 30.0, it means the physical quality will exceed 2.0, and the awakened chi perception will exceed 20, even merging completely to form a powerful blood energy force. Currently, Zhang Chen has awakened 11 chi perceptions and is slowly merging them together. Unfortunately, he has not yet evolved into blood energy force. Although it can enhance strength and speed, the true power will only manifest after completely transforming into blood energy force. Therefore, the combat power value of 28.8 is mainly formed by the transformation of skills into strength. Once his physical quality breaks through 2.0 and the chi perception awakening reaches 20, his combat power value will undergo a qualitative leap. Now that Zhang Chen possesses all-weather breathing and exhaling ability and all-weather body tempering ability, both his physical quality and the number of chi perceptions will only grow stronger. Surpassing a combat power value of 30.0 is just around the corner. With his current strength, even with the final exams approaching, Zhang Chen is confident he can achieve first place in the Outer Ring City. It is worth noting that even Wu Feiyu, a martial arts student from the Inner Ring City who awakened the potential of keen insight, is not his match, let alone Kong Ning and others. Although he has not yet interacted with the geniuses from Liren High School, Zhang Chen estimates that even if some of them awaken potential like Kong Ning, their combat power values will not exceed Kong Ning by much. Because so far, in this year's senior martial arts students, he is the only one who has obtained a double S-level contract from Starry Sky University, while even Kong Ning has only obtained an S-level contract. Although his combat power value is above Yi Xian, his strength potential is considerably inferior to his speed potential. Obtaining an S-level guaranteed admission contract is already extremely difficult. It's already the 5th day. Why haven't the relevant officials from the 7 Major Star Systems Alliance come to find me? Zhang Chen wondered on his way back. After the Star Realm system detected his outstanding talent, the relevant departments of the 7 Major Star Systems Alliance would arrange for Zhang Lei's family to move into the Inner Ring City within 7 days. Today is the 5th day. Zhang Chen has yet to see any movement. He thought about arranging for people to move into the inner city. There are relevant procedures to handle, needing to change their identity information and provide suitable housing. Perhaps it would be tomorrow or the day after before someone comes to bring Aunt Air and the others into the inner city. Uncle Air has been in the Great Radiation Zone for 3 days. If he returns the day after tomorrow, we can all move into the inner city together. Zhang Chen has been waiting for Zhang Lei to come back, contacting him every day to confirm that he is safe. The next day, Zhang Chen continued to arrive at the 9th middle school for cultivation right on time. After finishing his training resource allowance, he went to report to the elite class. Teng Qingshan and some classmates who were familiar with Zhang Chen were somewhat surprised to see him back in the elite class. Teng Qingshan frowned slightly, and then his eyes gradually lit up. Everyone in the elite class knew that Zhang Chen had been pulled aside by Wang Dashan for individual training, and they felt a mix of envy and jealousy. Seeing him return to the elite class to cultivate with everyone, Tang Qingshan instinctively thought that Zhang Chen had not gained Wang Dashan's approval and had thus been sent back to the elite class for training. Only a few people knew about the sparring between Kong Ning and Zhang Chen, as well as Zhang Chen defeating Mu Feiyu in the Catfish Demon Simulation realm. Especially the fact that Zhang Chen had signed a double S-level contract with the Starry Sky University was confidential, and Tang Qingshan and the others were unaware of what Zhang Chen had experienced in recent days or how much his combat power had changed.
Seeing him back in the elite class, they all assumed that Zhang
Chen's treatment level had been lowered to be the same as theirs.
For this reason, Tang Qingshan's fighting spirit burned fiercely. After days of relentless training, his combat power finally exceeded
20.0, and his family had sold their house to buy him potions to stimulate his awakening potential. Once successful, even if it was just the most ordinary strength potential, he was confident he could
defeat Zhang Chen.
Zhang Chen was unaware of Tang Qingshan's thoughts, but he could see the change in everyone's gaze. Fortunately, under the influence of his laid-back fate, he appeared indifferent, like
a dead pig unafraid of boiling water, ignoring the looks from others. In the blink of an eye, it was the 7th day.
Finally, people from the 7 Major Star Systems Alliance arrived. The 7 Major Star Systems Alliance has clear rules. Only by earning enough points and making significant contributions to humanity can one move from the outer city to live in the inner city, enjoying more generous material resource allowances than those in the outer city. Therefore, every person moving from the outer city to the inner city must undergo strict scrutiny, verifying the authenticity of their points and whether there are any discrepancies in the points earned. However, Zhang Chen led Zhang Lei's family directly into the inner city, unlike ordinary people who relied on points, queued for review, and
waited for approval before moving into the inner city. First, the relocation office staff did not need to verify Zhang Chen's points, they only needed to verify Zhang Chen's identity information and that of his family.
Once confirmed, they would take Zhang Lei, Zhang Qingqing, Lu Feng, and Zhang Taisheng into the inner city. They would arrange suitable housing for them in the inner city and help
them move their belongings from the outer city.
With his exceptional talent, Zhang Chen was recognized by the 7 Major Star Systems Alliance as a cultivation genius.
As long as he was given enough time
to develop, he would surely make significant contributions to humanity in the future. Thus, his family could be protected, preventing any issues from affecting his cultivation and growth.
So when the relocation office staff came to the 9th middle school to find Zhang Chen, not only were the elite class members bewildered, but even Wang Dashan and Hong Lisan looked utterly astonished.
Old young. How come the Starry Sky University is moving Zhang Chen's family into the inner city so quickly? The relocation office staff have come to the school to find Zhang Chen, Wang Dashan said, puzzled.
He immediately called Di Yang. He knew that after Zhang Chen signed the double S-level guaranteed admission contract with the Starry Sky University, the university would arrange for Zhang Chen's family to
live in the inner city together, but the premise was that they would wait until Zhang Chen completed the college entrance examination before moving in with him. How could they have allowed Zhang Chen's
family to move into the inner city ahead of time?
Once Zhang Chen moved into the inner city, he would be considered an inner city candidate during the college entrance examination, and his scores would have
nothing to do with number 9 high school. Although Wang Dashan disliked Zhang Chen's attitude towards cultivation, he still hoped that Zhang Chen would bring glory to number 9 high school in the final exams.
After all, a combat power value above 25.0 would be enough to secure the top position in the final exams. Even if Zhang Chen's combat power had stagnated due to his attitude towards cultivation, such strength could still bring honor to number 9 high school.
Ah, I haven't dealt with this yet. You must be mistaken,
Di Yang said, puzzled.
Although Zhang Chen had already signed a double S-level guaranteed admission contract with Xingkong University, moving Zhang Chen's family into the inner city required multiple layers of approval. First, the relevant authorities would recheck Zhang Chen's strength to ensure there was no falsification, then they would review Zhang Chen's family to confirm they were all direct relatives or had guardianship relationships, and finally, they would submit the relevant documents for approval.
Even with expedited processing, this would take at least a month. How could it be done in just a few days? No, it really was the relocation office staff. Wang Dashan frowned.
Did you let Zhang Chen sign an agreement with Shinwu University?
Di Yang suddenly thought of something and said angrily.
How could that be? I wouldn't dare to fool you about such things, Wang Dashan protested. The two fell into silence.
It might be old Go, let me ask for you, Di Yang said before hanging up.
Who sent you?
Wang Dashan inquired of the relocation office staff.
He didn't really believe that Zhuge Ho had helped Zhang Chen's family move into the inner city early.
First of all, points were incredibly expensive, especially for law tribute martial artists. The higher the points, the easier and cheaper it was to purchase cultivation resources. Even if Zhuge He valued Zhang Chen's cultivation talent, it was unlikely he would use his own points to secure a chance for Zhang Chen's family to live in the inner city. Moreover, Zhang Chen had already signed a double S-level contract with Shinkom University, so there was no need for him to take such unnecessary actions. Doing so would be a pure waste of points, not to mention trying to use this favor to coerce Zhang Chen. We received orders from above to escort Zhang Chen and his family to relocate to the inner city, the relocation office staff said in an official tone. Wang Dashan's frown deepened. The other party's words made him realize that there was an invisible hand manipulating all of this, one that he couldn't even see. On what basis can you move into the inner city? Tang Qingshan was genuinely confused. How could Zhang Chen suddenly move into the inner city, and with his whole family? I have already signed a double S-level guaranteed admission contract with Shinkom University, and my family will move into the inner city with me, Zhang Chen said, knowing he couldn't reveal his exceptional talent, so he used Shinkom University as a shield. What? When did this happen? Why didn't I know about this? Principal, is this true? Tang Qingshan was struck as if by lightning, firing off several questions in quick succession. His combat power value had just barely exceeded 20.0, and he was about to awaken his potential with a potion, thinking he would soon defeat Zhang Chen and redeem himself, continuing to shine as number 9 high school's dazzling new star. Unexpectedly, Zhang Chen suddenly moved into the inner city with his family as an absolute victor and signed a double S-level guaranteed admission contract with Shinkom University, becoming a guaranteed student of Shinkom University. He knew that even if he took the potion and successfully awakened his potential, at most he could only get into Shinkom University. The gap was not insignificant. It's true, but you are also outstanding. I have high hopes for you, Wang Dashan nodded. Before Zhang Chen's rise, Tang Qingshan was his most promising student. And he understood Tang Qingshan's reaction. Why does he get a double S-level guaranteed admission contract with Shinkom University? Tang Qingshan exclaimed. Was the transformation of skills so important in the eyes of Shinkom University? Because I defeated Kong Ning and, in the simulated assessment, defeated a martial arts student from the inner ring city with a combat power of 25.5, named Wu Feiyu, who is also skilled in marksmanship. You should have heard of him, Zhang Chen replied for Wang Dashan. Impossible, this is absolutely impossible, I don't believe it. Tang Qingshan waved his hand and stepped back. Defeating a 25.5 combat power student from the inner ring city, especially Wu Feiyu, what does that even mean? What he said is true, but his attitude towards cultivation has always been lax. You are more serious and hard-working than him. As long as you keep it up, one day you will surpass him, Wang Dashan tried to encourage Tang Qingshan. Are you saying that as long as Zhang Chen takes it seriously, I will never be able to surpass him in my lifetime? Tang Qingshan retorted. I assure you, I cannot cultivate seriously. The advanced player game account you gave me, I play every day. The world inside is really fascinating, Zhang Chen hurriedly assured. Advanced player game account? Wang Dashan, Honglisen, and Yang Liru all sensed the key information and looked at Tang Qingshan with suspicion. Tang Qingshan's expression froze, and he began to stammer. The game account is something I asked from Tang Qingshan. I didn't expect him to be so nice and actually give it to me when he saw I was interested. Zhang Chen realized he had misspoken and tried to help Tang Qingshan out of the situation. This is just nonsense, Yang Liru said with dissatisfaction. I didn't expect Zhang Chen to get so immersed in it. Don't worry, Teacher Yang, I'll change the password as soon as I get back, Tang Qingshan said hurriedly. But internally, he had a different thought. This guy's talent is too terrifying. Even if he doesn't cultivate much, I can't catch up to him. To be safe, starting today, I will put money into the account every day to unlock various permissions for him. I don't believe he will have time to cultivate regularly. I've heard of the story of the tortoise and the hare too. As long as I awaken my potential and cultivate harder and more seriously then. Now, I will definitely surpass him one day, just as Principal Wang said. After calming his emotions, Tang Qingshan secretly made up his mind. Zhang Chen didn't know Tang Qingshan's inner thoughts. But he was clear that Tang Qingshan giving him the advanced player game account was not out of goodwill. However, Tang Qingshan wouldn't expect that he had awakened a laid-back fate, and the more he indulged in games, the faster his combat power would increase. So Zhang Chen didn't hold a grudge against Tang Qingshan. He hurried to help him out to continue using Tang Qingshan's advanced player game account. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, an alarm sounded. Everyone's wristbands vibrated and quickly displayed a message. A catfish demon storm has occurred in the large radiation zone. Relevant personnel must remain at their posts and must not leave. Other personnel should evacuate the large radiation zone immediately. Hurry. Everyone's expressions changed drastically. My second uncle is still in the large radiation zone. Zhang Chen exclaimed in shock. He quickly called Zhang Lei.
However, due to communication issues, he couldn't get through. My second uncle is not a Yuan warrior, I have to find him. Zhang Chen couldn't just watch Zhang Lei die in the large radiation zone.
From now on, you cannot leave our site.
Relevant personnel will go to the large radiation zone to find your
second uncle. Please trust us, said a relocation office head named Wu Xingwei in an unquestionable tone. He then stepped aside to apply to his superiors for personnel to go to the large radiation zone to find Zhang Lei. Wang Dashan's frown deepened. From the very beginning, he felt something was off. Even if Zhang Chen signed a guaranteed admission contract with Starry Sky University at the SSS level, allowing his family to live in the inner ring city with him, it would still require layers of review, taking at least half a month to finalize. Not to mention that personnel from the relocation office would personally find the school to coordinate with him and bring them to relocate to the inner ring city. Moreover, when Zhang Chen's family was in danger, they actually applied for protective measures from their superiors to send personnel to the large radiation zone to search for Zhang Lei. This was an unprecedented occurrence. At the very least, a guaranteed admission contract from Starry Sky University could not provide Zhang Chen with such treatment. As someone who could call Di Yang and the others brothers on a daily basis, Wang Dashan's eyes suddenly burst with a sharp gleam after deep contemplation. He thought of a possibility. Talent. Yes, it was talent. He still remembered that back in the day, he and Ao Dagong were both martial arts students from the Outer Ring City. Later, when Ao Dagong's talent awakened and he was recognized as exceptional, his entire family, just like Zhang Chen's, was personally escorted by the relocation office staff to live in the inner ring city within just a few days. Only then would the relevant personnel pay such close attention to the safety of Zhang Chen's family, even sending people to the Great Radiation Zone to look for Zhang Lei. It was important to note that a catfish demon storm was occurring in the Great Radiation Zone. Even if a superficial martial artist went there, they might not return unscathed. Everything has been arranged. The higher-ups will send strong individuals to the Great Radiation Zone to bring your second uncle back. Wu Sengguo's application quickly received feedback. That's great, thank you all, Zhang Chen said with a grateful expression. The last time the Great Radiation Zone only experienced an invasion of catfish demons, over 300 martial artists were killed or injured. This time, with the catfish demon storm, the scale was several times, even a dozen times larger than before. Even if his combat power exceeded 30.0, it would be of no use there. Only if the people from the 7 major star systems alliance personally sent strong individuals to search for Zhang Lei would there be a glimmer of hope. Buzz. At that moment, Wang Dashan's wristband vibrated. He glanced at the information on the wristband and then looked at Zhang Chen with a mix of surprise and joy. The 7 major star systems alliance had designated him, Wang Dashan, to go to the Great Radiation Zone to find Zhang Lei and bring him back safely. At this moment, how could Wang Dashan not understand what kind of ability Zhang Chen had to gain the recognition of the 7 major star systems alliance? Beep. Suddenly, Wang Dashan's wristband popped up a holographic screen. It was Di Yang applying for a video call with him. Wang Dashan quickly clicked to open it. Di Yang spoke first. Dashan, I asked Master Zhuge, and he didn't specifically arrange for Zhang Chen to move into the inner ring city early. With the catfish demon storm happening in the Great Radiation Zone, both Lao Gu and I have to go there. I already know about it. The contract Zhang Chen signed with your Starry Sky University is void. Starry Sky University is not worthy of him anymore. I'll pay the breach of contract fee for him, Wang Dashan said before hanging up the call. Then, under the astonished gazes of everyone, he nodded at Zhang Chen and said, your second uncle will be fine, I'll go bring him back. Whoosh! In the next moment, Wang Dashan shot off from the teaching building, his physical qualities seemingly exceeding 10.0, even 20.0. His speed was faster than that of Yang Liru and the others, disappearing from people's sight in the blink of an eye, leaving behind a long trail of dust. The principal, Zhang Chen said, astonished. In the face of Wang Dashan's speed, even if his shooting skills transformed once more, or even if his combat power exceeded 40.0 and he became a powerful Dharma martial artist, he might not even be able to touch the hem of Wang Dashan's clothes. With him going to find Zhang Lei was no longer in life-threatening danger. At that moment, Zhang Chen felt an immense gratitude towards Wang Dashan, thinking about how Wang Dashan had always wanted to apply for more cultivation resource subsidies for the school through his achievements, allowing himself to bring glory to number 9 middle school, surpassing all the other major institutions like Jingxing Liren in the final exams, dominating the outer ring city. Zhang Chen then ran out of the teaching building without looking back, heading back to the West Song community. For Wang Dashan, for number 9 middle school, for the cultivation resource subsidies for all the teachers and students, he didn't care about cultivating at all. Today, he would skip class. He would ditch school. He would completely lie flat. Using Tang Xingshan's game account, he would play the game until the sky turned dark.
Hey, where are you going?
Wu Xinghua hurriedly led people to catch up, wanting to ensure Zhang Chen's safety.
Why is the principal personally going to find Zhang Chen's family? What exactly is going on with Zhang Chen? Yang Liru and Hong Lisan were still in a state of shock.
The principal just said that Starry Sky University is not worthy of Zhang Chen
anymore. What does that mean?
Tang Qingshan was baffled, not knowing why he felt incredibly uncomfortable.
Please, I beg for monthly votes and recommendation votes. Wang Dashan went to find Zhang Lei,
who was no longer in danger of losing his life. After Zhang Chen returned to the Shitsong community, he immediately logged into the high-level player game account provided by Tang Qingshan and started playing.
In the Starry Realm, a message quickly popped up on Tang Qingshan's wristband, indicating that the account was logged in from a different location.
He hurried to a corner and quietly added 1,000
yuan to the account. Zhang Chen, who was enjoying himself in the game world, immediately felt his skin upgrade, transforming into a wealthy outfit. Hello, handsome. In the game world, many girls noticed Zhang Chen, who had just spent 1,000 yuan on his skin, and they all came forward to greet him. The platform built by the Starry Realm system covers a wide range of aspects of life, including socializing, entertainment, and shopping. In this world of scarce resources, the Starry Realm system is humanity's last pure land. After work or following major disasters, people often enter the Starry Realm to seek spiritual solace. The game serves as a way for people to release stress, forget pain and fear, and acts as a psychological therapist, helping many find hope to continue living. Therefore, the gaming platforms of the Starry Realm system are diverse. The high-level player game account provided by Tang Qingshan allows Zhang Chen to traverse many platforms freely, immersing himself in them without wanting to leave. Soon, Zhang Chen met a female game streamer from the inner ring city named Sally. She had an alluring figure and was incredibly hot, surprisingly a third-year martial arts student. Not long ago, she had just participated in a training exercise on the front lines with her teachers and classmates, achieving remarkable results. Now, entering the water park game realm, she immediately noticed Zhang Chen. As someone who had killed alien creatures on the front lines and had witnessed classmates and even teachers being devoured by extraterrestrial beings, Sally was eager to help people regain their fighting spirit, encouraging them to step out of the shadows of their injuries, away from virtual games, and back into the real world to train hard. Seeing that Zhang Chen was young, the perfect age for learning and cultivation, she approached him to strike up a conversation. To bridge the gap between them, she first sat with Zhang Chen on a speedboat, rushing down from the mountain peak along with the rapids. This activity was called mountain rafting, starting from a spring over 1,000 meters high, flowing down through the undulating mountains into a large lake below. People sitting on the speedboat found it even more thrilling than riding a roller coaster. If it weren't for Tang Qingshan's high-level player game account, Zhang Chen would never have been able to enter, let alone meet Sally and enjoy mountain rafting together. The almost realistic gaming experience left Zhang Chen wanting more, unable to tear himself away. Junior brother, let's play one more time before we go to Glory Square. I have so many stories to tell you, Sally said with a smile. Glory Square is filled with countless heroic deeds of those who fought for humanity and died at the hands of alien beings. Every year during fixed holidays, teachers at the school would organize groups to take students to Glory Square to commemorate those heroes who sacrificed their lives for humanity. Sally knew that in such an environment, people's sense of responsibility and fighting spirit could be most effectively stimulated. She had already helped many break free from the shackles of gaming in this way. Sure. Zhang Chen felt particularly close to Sally. As a junior, he hoped to have a senior like her to look after him. An hour later, the two finished mountain rafting, and under Sally's guidance, they crossed into another system realm, arriving at Glory Square. In an instant, the noisy sounds disappeared, and a solemn and dignified atmosphere enveloped the entire area. The skins on both of them automatically changed to black clothes and pants. Junior brother, there are over 23 million spirit positions displayed in Glory Square. They are the heroes of our Jiangbei province and the guardians of all humanity. They protect our safety. Without them, humanity would have long been devoured by alien creatures. Their average age is less than 34. There are countless squares like this one in the 7 major star systems alliance. They are the beacons in the darkness, illuminating our path forward with fearless courage and unwavering faith. On the smoke-filled battlefield, they charge into the fray, risking their lives for the survival of humanity, unhesitatingly sacrificing their lives and shedding their blood. They are the backbone of the era, shouldering humanity's hope with ironclad will. In these difficult times, they hold fast to their beliefs, unyielding, dedicating everything to the realization of their ideals. Their spirit is like a powerful force, inspiring us to keep moving forward. Standing here, I can hear their call. Little junior brother, can you hear it? Sally's voice was passionate and strong. As she spoke, she couldn't help but open her arms, looking earnestly at Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen's eyes brimmed with tears. He was deeply moved by the solemn atmosphere and Sally's voice. He felt genuine admiration and pride for those ancestors who fought selflessly for humanity, and a desire to fight for humanity, to follow in their footsteps, to sacrifice and shed blood. I can hear it, Zhang Chen choked out. Tell me what you hear. Sally was very pleased with Zhang Chen's reaction. She used this method to awaken many people's sense of responsibility and fighting spirit, helping them break free from fear and the constraints of the game and rediscover their goals and confidence in life. Zhang Chen couldn't help but walk over and hug Sally tightly. Although they were in the Star Realm system, everything here felt just like reality, with no difference in touch or sound. Sally was slightly taken aback but instinctively pressed Zhang Chen's head against her shoulder. She understood his behavior. Humans are empathetic beings, and clearly, the endless hero plaques in Glory Square were awakening Zhang Chen's fighting spirit, making him regret wasting time in the game realm. I hear them telling me that as long as they are here, humanity will not disappear. And the 7 major star systems alliance will not collapse. Zhang Chen took a deep breath. And what else? Sally gently stroked the back of Zhang Chen's head and asked softly. They said their sacrifices are for humanity to no longer suffer, to have no survival crisis, and no shortage of resources. I told them that the 7 major star systems alliance has created the Star Realm system for humanity, filled with many fun games, so they need not worry, the prosperity before us is just as they wished. Zhang Chen said earnestly. Ha? Sally looked astonished. They risked everything just for our better lives. Sister, we can't let them down. Let's go back to the water park now and enjoy a few more rounds of river rafting. I believe they can hear our laughter. Zhang Chen said seriously, holding Sally's hand. Wait, why are you still thinking about playing games? Sally was confused by Zhang Chen. Aren't there sacrifices for our better lives? Sister, don't overthink it. I'll wait for you at the water park. Zhang Chen waved his hand. Sally considered many possibilities. For instance, Zhang Chen might get so excited that he fainted. Or he might be so pumped up that he immediately entered a study mode after leaving Glory Square. Or he might realize that his actions betrayed the sacrifices of the ancestors, regretting his past, crying out loud, and vowing to turn over a new leaf and strive for success. But unexpectedly, after such a passionate speech, this guy thought that to cherish the present time, he had to play games well, so as not to let down the ancestors' sacrifices. Sally was left dizzy by this, and after Zhang Chen disappeared, she realized she had been swept along with him. So she chased after him to the water park, intending to have a good talk with him. But when she arrived, she saw Zhang Chen had found a new playmate at the water park. Because he had acquired a more advanced speedboat, he attracted the attention of many, allowing him to enjoy the water park even more. Tug. Qingshan was worried that Zhang Chen wouldn't have enough fun, so he topped up Zhang Chen's account with 2,000 yuan, letting him soar freely in the water park games. With the upgraded equipment, he drew in a group of girls, and together they once again engaged in thrilling mountain rafting. It's simply hopeless. I don't know where this guy gets his money. Sally was furious. She knew that the living conditions in the outer ring city were much harsher than in the inner ring city, and various resources were not necessarily available even with money. As a martial artist from the outer ring city, Zhang Chen was approaching his final exams. Instead of training diligently, he was spending money on games, which was no different from being insane. If it were her, she would rather spend the money on hiring a trainer than waste time like Zhang Chen. For this reason, Sally put Zhang Chen on her blacklist. Someone like Zhang Chen could never be reformed, nor could he break away from games and seriously train to contribute to humanity. In the end, even Zhang Chen lost track of how long he had been immersed in the water park games. Until news came that his second uncle had been found. While playing the game, Zhang Chen had not blocked the message notifications from his wristband. In case of an emergency, he could know immediately. So he exited the Star Realm. He immediately sensed several powerful auras had appeared in his home. He pushed open the balcony door and saw his second uncle, cousin, younger cousin, as well as Lu Feng, Wang Dashan, and personnel from the relocation office, including Wu Xinghua. He noticed that the items in the house had already been organized, with many moved to the rooftop and packed into the flying cargo truck. Second uncle, big brother, you're finally back. Zhang Chen went over and embraced them. Thank you, we were almost unable to return, Zhang Taisheng said gratefully. Lu Feng was sobbing beside them. The impact of the catfish demon storm had exceeded everyone's expectations. If it weren't for Wang Dashan going personally, Zhang Lei and Zhang Taisheng would not have survived. Once you reach the inner ring city, make sure to train hard. I'm leaving, Wang Dashan advised. Without waiting for Zhang Chen to say anything, he hurried off to the large radiation zone. Most of the things have been moved, we can set off now, Wu Xinghua urged. He had
learned that the large radiation zone was likely to fall and the catfish demon storm might affect the outer ring city, so leaving as soon as possible was the safest option. Okay. After finally obtaining the opportunity to live in the inner ring city, no one could refuse, including Zhang Chen. So they all went to the rooftop, and under the envious gazes of the community residents, they boarded the flying vehicle together. On the opposite rooftop, Lai Jijun practiced his shooting while shouting in frustration. He still couldn't understand why, despite training much harder than Zhang Chen, he was the one who became a tiered martial artist first, quickly entering the elite class for training, and within just a few days, became a Yuan martial artist, even obtaining a double S level guaranteed admission contract from Starry Sky University, leading his family to live in the inner ring city. Why was this happening? Was his effort not enough? The more Lai Jijun thought about it, the more frustrated he became, practicing his shooting over and over again. Finally, through daily practice, he advanced from the basic shooting techniques to a higher level, achieving great success. His combat power also rose accordingly, reaching 13.7, just 15.1 points behind Zhang Chen. Lei Ge, remember to come back often. Captain, the brothers will miss you. Thank you, Captain. Those familiar faces were waving, and those teammates who had followed Zhang Lei into the large radiation zone on missions had also regained their lives thanks to Wang Dashan's appearance. They all lived in the Shitsong community, just like Zhang Lei. Watching Zhang Lei's family depart in the flying vehicle, their emotions were complex as they tearfully bid farewell. The outer ring city is so big, sitting in the aircraft, everyone looked down and discovered that the outer ring city was shrouded in a layer of pale yellow mist. The buildings were dense, and at a glance, there seemed to be no end in sight, while green plants were rarely visible. It was as if the people living here had been abandoned by this world. Except for Zhang Taisheng and Zhang Lei, whether it was Zhang Chen, Zhang Qingqing, or Lu Feng, it was their first time viewing the outer ring city from this angle. All along, they only knew that over 90% of the population of South City lived in the outer ring city. But they never expected the area to be so vast. The population was so dense that, from the air, the three felt suffocated, as if they were ants surviving in a crevice, and even if they died, no one would remember them. Look, that's the large radiation zone. What is that light? It's an electromagnetic cannon, capable of threatening surface martial artists, instantly killing the catfish demon king. The group looked towards the large radiation zone. They found that the outer ring city was covered by a layer of pale yellow mist, while the large radiation zone was enveloped in a layer of deep yellow mist, with a white beam of light occasionally piercing through the deep yellow fog. Zhang Chen strained his eyes to look. The aircraft had already reached the center of the outer ring city, and there was some distance from the large radiation zone. From afar, that deep yellow mist looked like a layer of yellow earthen wall, separating the outer ring city from the large radiation zone. People only knew that the large radiation zone was filled with pollutants, and only the physical quality of Yuan martial artists could withstand it, though they could not live there for long. However, Zhang Chen and Zhang Qingqing had never had much concept of it. At this moment, witnessing that thick yellow earthen wall with their own eyes, the siblings thought of how Zhang Lei had delivered goods to the large radiation zone every day to train them over the years, and they felt a pang of guilt. Zhang Qingqing even began to sob. Up ahead is the inner ring city. The aircraft was moving quickly. Unknowingly, they had already approached the inner ring city. Everyone couldn't help but look, and in an instant, they were captivated by the sight of the inner ring city. As a transmigrator, Zhang Chen had lived under blue skies and white clouds in his past life, where green waters and lush mountains were everywhere. Growing up in such an environment, he had no idea how precious his living conditions were. It wasn't until he crossed over to the Seven Star Systems Alliance that he realized that green waters and lush mountains were indeed gold and silver mountains. Compared to the outer ring city, although the inner ring city also had a layer of pollutants floating, the pollution in the inner ring city was relatively thin compared to the yellow haze of the outer ring city, and there were also many green plants planted. In addition, there were many ecological warehouses as large as mountains, where various flowers, fruits, and vegetables were grown, specifically provided for the citizens of the inner ring city. People could also play inside, and through the ecological warehouse projectors, they could see blue skies and white clouds, as if living on a planet that had never been polluted. Furthermore, the distance between each building in the inner ring city was 20 to 30 meters, which was nothing in his past life, but was quite rare in this world. Most importantly, sunlight could penetrate the pollutants and shine directly in, although the sky appeared gray. Compared to the outer ring city, at least some resilient plants could grow, adding a touch of green to the inner ring city. Although the living environment here could not be compared to his past life, where he could see green waters and lush mountains, it was evidently a significant difference compared to the crowded chaos of the outer ring city, which was shrouded in yellow pollutants all day long. Thus, the aircraft landed in the inner ring city, in a community called Future. The arrival of new members attracted a lot of attention.
As special talents, the 7-Star Systems Alliance provided ample care.
Not only were they allocated a house, but their family could also enjoy all the living facilities in the inner ring city free of charge, while receiving
corresponding living resource subsidies daily.
The family of 5 was allocated a 180 square meter house with 4 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, and 2 bathrooms. The community was also equipped with training rooms in many training facilities, and even had comfortable sleep pods to ensure that when their consciousness was projected into the star realm, their bodies would not suffer any harm. Everything here was extremely unfamiliar and luxurious for Zhang Lei's family.
Classmate Zhang Chen, our mission has been completed. I wish you and your family a pleasant life. There will be other personnel coordinating your arrangements in the inner ring city.
If you have any questions, you can contact them directly.
Thank you. Zhang Chen personally saw off Wu Songhua and the others from the community.
He then checked the situation in the large radiation zone, where the Xingchenji system and multiple platforms provided real-time reports of the events there. Soon, Zhang Chen was captivated by one of the videos. In the video, there was a catfish demon king that had completely evolved into a humanoid form, even growing wings on its back, dodging electromagnetic cannon attacks with extraordinary speed, and even slashing an electromagnetic cannon vehicle in half with a wave of its hand. The energy that surged from the blade seemed
to be more powerful than the electromagnetic cannon itself.
Immediately, a figure wrapped in a faint glow shot out from a distant factory, wielding an iron spear, and engaged in battle with the winged catfish demon king amidst the ruins. The speed was so fast that the video content gradually became blurry. In the end, the catfish demon king soared into the sky and flew away, while the glowing figure pursued below, 1 human and 1 demon, running deep into the large radiation zone.
Who is that guy? Such strong power, there are actually such terrifying beings among humans. How much combat power must one have to achieve that? Zhang Chen's expression was astonished.
He felt that the person wielding the iron spear, chasing the catfish demon king, was nearly as powerful as Wang Dashan. If it weren't for the catfish demon king evolving wings and being able to fly, perhaps in their earlier encounter, that person would have pierced its head with
a single shot. It was hard to imagine that humans could become that powerful.
But on the other hand, even if humans had such strong figures, they were still precarious in the face of alien races and extraterrestrial beings, which showed how terrifying those powerful alien creatures were.
It's Master Zhuge. Death-defying continuous gun. Master Zhuge is simply too cool. Zhang Chen clicked on the comments below the video and learned that the person was the marksmanship master Zhuge Ho.
Zhang Chen had heard of Zhuge Ho's deeds. Like most people, he knew that Zhuge Ho's parents had died during the chaos caused by the alien races, and he had vowed since childhood to eliminate the aliens and change the living conditions of humanity. Over the years, he had been stationed in the southern city, often lecturing at various universities, sharing insights on marksmanship techniques. Although no one had formally become his disciple, he had many students and named disciples. Countless people were eager to become his closed-door disciples to learn the essence of the
death-defying continuous gun. Zhang Chen remembered that Wu Feiyu was one of Zhuge Ho's students.
The marksmanship used by the other party that day, although not the death-defying continuous gun, was still of an outstanding level. If it weren't for his own skills undergoing a transformation and his endurance being stronger, it wouldn't have been so easy to defeat the other party. I wonder if my marksmanship will undergo another transformation. Can I cultivate it to be as powerful as Master Zhuge in the future? Zhang Chen murmured to himself.
He couldn't help but look at the information on the panel below.
Name, Zhang Chen. Fate, lying flat. Profession, Yuan warrior. Combat power, 29.1. Physical quality, 1.32011. Lying flat. Value, 26. Intermediate marksmanship. 13 styles. Great accomplishment, 58 out of 100. Title. Breathing technique, proficient, 71 out of 100. Ability, all-weather breathing and exhaling ability. Arm strength increases by 200 kilograms at any level. Speed is faster than others. All-weather body tempering ability. Since returning to the elite class, the lying flat value Zhang Chen could obtain daily was even more severe than being halved. If it weren't for Tang Qingshan's game account helping, even accumulating for 2 days, the lying flat value would hardly exceed 20. Fortunately, he had awakened the all-weather body tempering ability. His physical quality had
broken through 1.3.
The combat power had also advanced from 28.8 to 29.1, driven by the physical quality and all-weather breathing and exhaling ability. Looking at the 26 points of lying flat value, Zhang Chen added it to his intermediate marksmanship technique, lying flat value, intermediate gun technique. 13 styles, great achievement, 84 out of 100, combat power value, 29.5. Having just moved into the inner city, everything here felt novel.
After organizing their belongings, the whole family took several laps around the community.
Then they went to the community station to collect living resource subsidies. Zhang Chen finally saw fresh flowers, fruits, and vegetables, no longer the vacuum-packed, shriveled, dehydrated forms. Zhang Qingqing put a leaf in her mouth and bit down, feeling the green juice from the leaf burst in her mouth, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. Everything here was hard-earned. Compared to the outer city, it was like heaven and earth. The next day, relevant personnel arranged for Zhang Lei and Lu Feng to work, while Zhang Qingqing was assigned to continue her studies at Jingxing University, and Zhang Taisheng reported to Xingyao Group. Zhang Chen waited at home for the training office staff to come and take him to the new training location. Soon, the doorbell rang. When Zhang Chen opened the door and saw the figure standing at the entrance, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Sasha's sister." "Ah, Zhang Chen, is that really you?" Sally was dumbfounded. Please support with subscriptions and monthly votes. As a third-year martial arts student, Sally usually helped relevant departments with various tasks, such as guiding newly arrived martial arts students in the inner city to familiarize themselves with the environment or handing them over to their respective teachers. This time she received a task to lead a martial arts student named Zhang Chun from the outer city to the advanced training class. When she first saw the name Zhang Chen, she thought of the one who left her speechless in Glory Square. But considering that this Zhang Chen was assigned to the advanced training class, he clearly wasn't the same Zhang Chen from yesterday. She assumed it was a case of sharing the same name. Little did she expect it was the Zhang Chen she knew. "Sasha's sister, I didn't expect to see you in the inner city," Zhang Chen said with surprise, opening his arms to hug her. "How did you suddenly move into the inner city and even live in the future community?" Sally stepped back to avoid him. "I don't know. Either, suddenly, someone from the relocation office came to the outer city and moved me and my family here." Zhang Chen couldn't reveal his talent for cultivation, so he pretended to be confused. "You don't even know? Could it really be a mistake?" "Forget it, just come with me for now, I'll verify it later," Sally said, puzzled. The future community and the advanced training class were both prepared for geniuses. Could it be that a genius appeared in Zhang Chen's family? But why could he enter the advanced training class? Surely Zhang Chen couldn't be a genius himself, right? Under Sally's guidance, the two arrived at the advanced training class. Inside the classroom, a teacher was sharing insights on gun techniques with everyone. This teacher was a familiar face. Zhang Chen recognized him. It was Su Ziyuan, who had once been invited by Yang Liru to teach the senior class through video consciousness projection. He was skilled in imparting gun techniques and had been invited to teach the students of the advanced training class. "Hello, Teacher Su. Sorry to interrupt. This is Zhang Chen from the outer city. I received instructions to bring him here to study," Sally said apologetically. "Hello, Teacher Su, it's great to finally meet you in person," Zhang Chen quickly greeted. "It's you. You finally made it to the inner city for training," Su Ziyuan said with surprise. "Teacher Su, do you know Zhang Chen?" Sally asked curiously. "Of course, I know him. He is one of the few from the outer city who has transformed basic gun techniques. I heard you've already obtained a double S level guaranteed admission contract from Starry Sky University. Congratulations." Su Ziyuan congratulated. That day, Zhang Chen had made a deep impression on him in class with his antics, prompting him to investigate Zhang Chen, and he was astonished by the findings, each more surprising than the last. "What?" People gasped in shock. Sally covered her mouth in disbelief, never expecting Zhang Chen could transform a basic gun technique. Last week, Zhang Chen defeated Wu Feiyu in the mock assessment. A voice came from the corner. "Chen classmate." Zhang Chen was taken aback. It was actually Chen Dueling. Her mother was a psychic, and she had entered the inner city to cultivate at a young age, enjoying abundant resources and exceptional talent that few could match. She was also one of the members of the advanced training class. Besides her, Zhang Chen soon spotted Yi Xian. Compared to Chen Dueling, Yi Xian had only recently joined the advanced training class. She actually managed to defeat Wu Feiyu. A double S level guaranteed admission contract? Are martial arts students from the outer city this strong now? Everyone was dumbfounded, and the way they looked at Zhang Chen now held a hint of seriousness and wariness. "So it turns out your strength and cultivation talent are this impressive." Sally's eyes sparkled. Although her combat power was above Zhang Chen's, and as a third-year martial arts student, she was also among the best, she was still astonished that someone as young as Zhang Chen could lead his family into the inner city and defeat a student of Zhugeho. "Leave him to me, you can head back first. I heard several departments are recruiting people from your school to form a team to exorcise demons in the Great Radiation Zone," Su Ziyuan said to Sally. "Okay, everyone should train hard, I'm off." Sally ran off excitedly. With the catfish demon storm appearing in the Great Radiation Zone, students were applying to enter for training, but it was said that the danger level this time was quite high, and relevant departments had prohibited students from participating in the
Battle. Speaking of the Great Radiation Zone, Zhang Chen recalled the video from yesterday. This morning, he learned that the winged catfish demon king from yesterday had been slain by the marksmanship master Zhu Gaho. However, it was said that this time, there were already 6 or 7 winged catfish demon kings that had evolved, so students were banned from participating in the battle. The teams heading to the Great Radiation Zone were mainly composed of surface martial artists and mobile units. Teacher Su, could we ask Zhang Chen to demonstrate his marksmanship skills for us to learn from? A student surnamed Zhou suggested. His name was Zhou Changqing. His combat power had already exceeded 30.0, and his physical fitness was about to break through 3.0, making him one of the few in the advanced training class who had touched the threshold for the SSS level guaranteed admission contract to Starry Sky University. Sure. Su Ziyuan had the same intention. I'm sorry, I rushed from the outer city to the inner city yesterday and didn't rest well. Let's save the marksmanship practice for next time. Zhang Chen quickly declined. Such things could be postponed, there was no benefit in doing them now, and it could easily attract attention. It was better to sit in the corner and quietly accumulate some relaxation points. Practicing marksmanship alone is so boring, why don't you two spar? Chen Dueling was very curious to know how much Zhang Chen's combat power had changed over the past week. To be honest, Zhang Chen's sudden appearance in the inner city, along with his family, surprised her greatly. She knew the relevant procedures, even if Zhang Chen was exceptionally talented and received a double S-level contract from Starry Sky University, it would take 1 or 2 months for him to move in. Moreover, it was just a guaranteed admission contract. According to the usual process, he would wait until after the college entrance examination to move into the inner city with his family and study and cultivate here. How could he suddenly move into the inner city before even finishing the first semester finals of his senior year? She hadn't received any news either. All right. Zhang Chen, please. Since it was Chen Dueling's suggestion, Zhou Changqing naturally couldn't refuse. They could all see that Zhang Chen and Chen Dueling had known each other for a long time. Perhaps this sparring was specially arranged by Chen Dueling, wanting Zhang Chen to show off a bit in front of everyone. Zhou Changqing was eager. He took 2 long guns from the drop platform, tossed one to Zhang Chen, and held the other in his hand, quickly getting into position. This was forcing Zhang Chen to spar with him. Zhang Chen was unwilling, having just arrived in a strange place. He didn't want to engage in a sparring match where either winning or losing would be awkward. Moreover, he was reluctant. So, under the astonished gazes of everyone, he returned the long spear to the weapon platform. Is that gun not suitable? Zhou Changqing thought Zhang Chen wanted to change his weapon. I don't have time to spar with you, I'm very tired, Zhang Chen replied casually. Faced with Principal Wang's arrangement, he perhaps could not refuse. How could he be easily commanded once he was here? What do you mean, looking down on me? Zhou Changqing retorted angrily. He just moved into the inner city yesterday and isn't used to life here, it's just a misunderstanding, Chen Dueling quickly soothed, regretting her actions. Although Chen Dueling tried to smooth things over, Zhou Changqing was still quite displeased and made a mental note of Zhang Chen. Everyone, let's welcome the new student. Now, I'll talk to you about the essentials of marksmanship. Su Ziyuan, having learned a bit about Zhang Chen's temperament from Yang Liru, quickly changed the subject. The crowd first applauded to welcome Zhang Chen, then focused on Su Ziyuan's lecture. This was a knowledge class, mainly dissecting the characteristics of marksmanship techniques and related essentials like explosive power. In the outer city, Zhang Chen already had a mature strategy for dealing with such knowledge classes, knowing how to earn lying flat points. Compared to the cultivation class, where one could rest after a bit of practice, the lying flat strategy in a knowledge class relied on diverting attention and daydreaming. Su Ziyuan patiently explained the relevant knowledge to everyone. Because of Zhang Chen's arrival, he occasionally glanced at him. At first, he saw Zhang Chen, like the other students, listening attentively. But in just a little while, he was looking around, then staring out the window, lost in thought, as if contemplating some significant life issue. Since Su Ziyuan was always paying attention to Zhang Chen, the others couldn't help but glance at him a few more times. When they noticed Zhang Chen was staring out the window and not paying attention to Su Ziyuan's dissection of marksmanship techniques, they all felt it was quite strange. Did Zhang Chen really think he could cultivate basic marksmanship to the point of transformation, thus looking down on Su Ziyuan's knowledge? That was quite disrespectful and a waste of cultivation resources. But Su Ziyuan remained silent, and the others didn't dare to say anything. However, Yi Xian, sitting behind Zhang Chen, felt a strong sense of humiliation. Previously, Wang Dashan had said that Zhang Chen's attitude towards cultivation was lax and that he had never practiced seriously. Was his behavior in class really how he usually practiced? Did he truly have such a lax attitude towards cultivation that he could easily crush her without much effort? Everyone, please complete the exam paper. I will review and comment on Each one shortly, Su Ziyuan distributed the exam papers. The content of the exam was about his dissection of the Fei Lianhua spear technique. The crowd picked up their pens to answer. Zhang Chen frowned slightly. The Fei Lianhua spear was a mid-level spear technique. Tang Qingshan and Wu Feiyu had both practiced this technique. It was an indispensable part of the 7 major cultivation systems. Zhang Chen had not practiced it yet. He didn't know much, but fortunately, while Su Ziyuan was explaining, he was daydreaming but still managed to catch a few phrases. He could answer some questions, but not many. After a while, Yi Xian collected everyone's exam papers and handed them to Su Ziyuan. When she saw Zhang Chen's paper, her expression grew increasingly strange. While everyone else's papers were filled with answers and unique insights, Zhang Chen had only answered a few questions and even doodled a snake on the paper. Such a perfunctory attitude completely matched the persona of someone with a lax cultivation attitude. Could it be that Wang Dashan hadn't lied to her, and Zhang Chen was really that kind of person? She couldn't help but place Zhang Chen's exam paper on top, wanting Su Ziyuan to take a look and see what his reaction would be. Su Ziyuan glanced at Zhang Chen's paper, which was the first one, and began to examine it seriously. Looking at the few scattered answers and the blank spaces with the snake doodle, his expression turned serious involuntarily, even though he knew Zhang Chen had exceptional cultivation talent. Moreover, his attitude towards training was so lax that even Yang Li Ru couldn't do anything about him. But to behave like this in his own classroom was not only irresponsible to himself but also showed contempt towards others. So he flipped the exam paper over and covered it. Smiling at everyone, he said, "Zhang Chen truly deserves to be called a genius who can transform basic spear techniques. His understanding and mastery of spear techniques have greatly impressed me. To let you all experience his strength and skill firsthand, I decided to have classmate Zhou Changqing spar with him right here, so you can truly appreciate it. Zhang Chen, you are not allowed to refuse." After Su Ziyuan finished speaking, he took 2 long spears from the drop platform, tossing one to Zhou Changqing and the other to Zhang Chen. "Everyone, give them a round of applause." Su Ziyuan led the applause. "Zhang Chen, come on." Zhou Changqing was particularly excited. Zhang Chen realized that the content of the exam paper must have made Su Ziyuan very angry, so he wanted to show him a lesson. In order to continue lying flat and earn lying flat points, Zhang Chen had no choice but to brace himself. "Alright, please guide me." Zhang Chen cupped his hands in greeting. The two moved to the center of the classroom. Zhou Changqing was wielding the flying leaf lotus spear. With a combat power value of 30.0, he had already mastered this intermediate spear technique to a great level. His combat power was mainly due to his skills and physical fitness. He had not awakened any potential. Among the advanced training class, he was one of the few who had perfected the basic spear technique and then advanced the intermediate technique, flying leaf lotus spear, to a great level, raising his combat power to 30.0 through skill accumulation. Therefore, when he learned that Zhang Chen could transform a spear technique and was a martial artist from the outer ring city, Zhou Changqing felt very unconvinced. If he couldn't even transform the basic spear technique, why should Zhang Chen be able to? Boom! The two immediately became entangled. Their spear techniques intertwined. To save time and maximize his chances of lying flat, Zhang Chen unleashed the transformative power of the intermediate spear technique at the great level all at once. At the same time, he infused it with his superior speed and arm strength. In an instant, both his spear technique and attack speed surpassed Zhou Changqing's, breaking through Zhou Changqing's defense in just 6 moves. Then, with a move called the Azure Dragon emerges from water, he flicked Zhou Changqing's spear into the air, the spearhead pointing directly at his throat. Although their combat power values differed by only 0.5, the advantage in arm strength and speed was enough to make the confident Zhou Changqing utterly defenseless. If he had been practicing sword techniques or other skills, he might not have lost so quickly. Unfortunately, his strongest skill was spear techniques, which clashed directly with Zhang Chen's. From the moment their spears made contact, Zhou Changqing was suppressed by Zhang Chen, leaving no room for a comeback. The scene fell into an eerie silence. Even Su Ziyuan hadn't expected Zhang Chen to crush Zhou Changqing. Yes, it was a crushing defeat. From the moment their spear techniques clashed, Zhou Changqing was at Zhang Chen's mercy. After just a few moves, he lost his defense. If this were a battlefield, facing such fierce spear techniques, Zhou Changqing would have already lost his head. For a moment, everyone exchanged glances, then began to whisper. Has his combat power value already exceeded 30.0? Yi Xian thought to herself. Just a few days ago, her lightning-fast potential had finally transformed into thunderbolt power, significantly increasing her speed and raising her combat power to a high breakthrough of 24.3. That was why she was sent to the advanced training class to train alongside Chen Dueling and others. She never expected to suddenly see Zhang Chen move in from the outer ring city and rapidly increase his combat power to the point where even Zhou Changqing was no match for him. Even Chen Dueling looked at Zhang Chen in disbelief.
Horror. Mother, Huang Ling, had once predicted that Zhang Chen's combat power limit was around 30.0, and how much time had passed since then for Zhang Chen's strength to have already broken through that limit.
Alright, both of you, sit down. And take a break.
Su Ziyuan's expression was complex, suddenly realizing that Zhang Chen was taking advantage of him. It might not be an issue of his attitude towards cultivation, but rather that he simply didn't think much of him. Although he had underestimated him, he had to admit that Zhang Chen indeed had the capital to be arrogant.
But someone like that needed a lesson. Thus, Su Ziyuan decided that from that day on, he would ignore Zhang Chen completely. If Zhang Chen wanted to learn, he could; if he didn't, so be it. Such a person would only change after experiencing a lesson and understanding the importance of serious cultivation. Therefore, in the subsequent classes, Su Ziyuan no longer paid attention to Zhang Chen, who smoothly gained the lying flat value he desired. After the lessons, Zhang Chen returned to the future community. Chen Dueling also lived there, and she was very surprised by the changes in Zhang Chen's combat power, telling Huang Ling about it that very night. A catfish demon storm had appeared in the Great Radiation Zone. The city lord, along with experts from various academies and many superficial martial artists, rushed to provide support. Huang Ling was also in the Great Radiation Zone at that moment, acting as a mental power master, assisting Wang Dashan and others in slaying the catfish demon king. When she received the information from Chen Dueling, Huang Ling had just finished a battle with Wang Dashan and others, temporarily controlling the catfish demon's offensive trend and effectively preventing the storm from spreading. Upon learning that Zhang Chen had defeated Zhou Changqing, who had a combat power of 30.0, she was equally shocked. After briefly replying to Chen Dueling, she said to Wang Dashan, "Principal Wang, Zhang Chen moved into the future community in the Inner Ring City with his family yesterday and defeated a martial arts student from the Inner Ring City with a combat power of 30.0 today." Oh. Upon hearing this, Wang Dashan was somewhat surprised, then smiled and nodded. Zhang Chen's strength has changed so quickly. Principal Wang should know the reason, right?
Huang Ling said with a smile.
I'm not sure. Wang Dashan shook his head.
Zhang Chen moving into the Inner Ring City so quickly and being placed in a high-level cultivation class is something that Xingkong University couldn't arrange in such a short time. So if my deduction is correct, Zhang Chen must have awakened his potential and gained the attention of the 7 major star systems alliance to receive such treatment. As for what potential it is, Principal Wang has an idea.
Huang Ling smiled.
She hadn't expected that she had not only underestimated Zhang Chen's potential but that the last test result had also been incorrect.
After thinking
it over, she felt it was related to Zhang Chen not cooperating with her test.
Wang Dashan was stunned. Huang Ling's words made sense. Could it be that he was overthinking it?
Zhang Chen had merely awakened his potential, rather than having any special cultivation talent, which was why he was sent to the Inner Ring City early and received care and protection.
Potential awakening. It seems so.
This guy, really, if he had cooperated with my mom's test last
time, maybe he wouldn't have had to wait until now to move into the Inner Ring City.
Sigh, my mom underestimated his cultivation ability and couldn't detect his potential power. Now his reputation might be affected.
I really need to teach him a good lesson for my mom.
In the future community, in her own cultivation room, Chen Dueling looked at Huang Ling's reply and couldn't help but clench her fists. Huang Ling was certain that Zhang Chen had awakened his potential, but as for what potential it was, she didn't know yet, because Zhang Chen had not cooperated with her test last time, leading to the error. This matter could have significant implications.
Chen Dueling wanted to stand up for Huang Ling.
She was determined to find an opportunity to talk to Zhang Chen. At that moment, Zhang Chen was at home having dinner with Zhang Lei and the others. After moving into the Inner Ring City, not only was the house bigger and better, but the living resource subsidies were also more abundant, making every meal feel like a celebration in the Outer Ring City. At that moment, the television was broadcasting news about the catfish demon storm in the Great Radiation Zone being blocked by the City Lord's army, detailing how many catfish demon kings had been slain by human warriors. As a result, the humans living in the South City, whether in the Inner Ring City or the Outer Ring City, were very excited, and cheers could be heard everywhere.
Zhang Chen was also very happy.
To celebrate this victory, that night he logged into Teng Qingshan's game account and played all night in various game realms within the Starry Realm. When Zhang Chen exited the game dimension, a voice echoed in the Star Realm that only he could hear.
Detected that you possess exceptional cultivation talent. The 7 Major Star Systems Alliance has specially elevated your privileges.
Starting today, you have 2 hours each day to enter the Dharma Hall for cultivation, where dedicated teachers will guide you in your practice.
Wishing you an early awakening of your Dharma form. Dharma Hall. Zhang Chen exclaimed in surprise.
The Dharma Hall is a high-level cultivation room within the Star Realm system, accessible only to martial students with A-level privileges or Dharma warriors. The teachers in the Dharma Hall come from all corners of the world, each one a powerful figure who has mastered the Dharma form. It is said that each class there is worth tens of thousands. With his exceptional talent, Zhang Chen can freely enter the Dharma Hall for 2 hours every day, highlighting how important exceptional cultivation talent is in the eyes of the 7 major star systems alliance. Unfortunately, Zhang Chen does not need such a cultivation venue. However, he is curious about how much lying flat value he could accumulate by not attending the Dharma Hall for cultivation after obtaining the corresponding privileges. To him, the greatest value of the Dharma Hall is to help him earn lying flat value. He is not interested in how strong the Dharma warriors inside are. The next morning, a message appeared on his wristband. It indicated that there were still 2 weeks until the final exam, at which time he would participate as a martial student from the 9th High School of the Outer Ring City. Zhang Chen remembered how Wang Dashan had been eagerly hoping for him to achieve first place in the final exam. With his current combat power, first place was already within his grasp. The following day, Zhang Chen appeared in the advanced training class at the appropriate time, as required by his lying flat attribute. The advanced training class is a unique feature of the Inner Ring City, and only in the last month before the final exam do relevant departments gather outstanding martial students with exceptional talent and combat power from various schools in the Inner Ring City for concentrated training. The training location is right across from the future community. There are a total of 6 advanced training classes, and Zhang Chen and Shan Duling belong to class 3. Today, their instructor is not Su Ziyuan, but a teacher named Yin Fei, who has achieved great success in body refinement and possesses strength far exceeding that of many Dharma warriors. He is in his 40s and is a well-known master with a distinguished status in Jiangbei province. It is said that he appeared in the South City due to a catfish demon storm in the Great Radiation Zone, and he was assigned a task, which is why everyone had the opportunity to see him. Thus, the entrance to Class 3 was crowded with students. It wasn't until the class time began that the geniuses from various schools had to return to their respective classes. Zhang Chen arrived just in time, almost entering the classroom alongside Yin Fei. In class, Yin Fei earnestly shared his insights on the golden sand body refinement method and led everyone in practicing the body refinement technique to enhance their physical fitness. Zhang Chen noticed that Yin Fei's understanding of the golden sand body refinement method was even more profound than Wang Dashan's. Even though he practiced carelessly and took breaks frequently, he still felt he gained a lot. If this trend continued, even without serious cultivation, the golden sand body refinement method would eventually be recorded in his panel when the time came. Moreover, Yin Fei was indifferent to everyone. If you listened attentively, practiced diligently, and had questions, he would certainly answer them. If you were carefree and indifferent, as long as you didn't disturb other students' cultivation, he wouldn't mind. Even if you lay on the desk sleeping, he wouldn't stop you. This approach made Zhang Chen feel very relaxed, allowing him to lie flat without any hindrance. After the class ended, before Yin Fei could leave the classroom, he was blocked at the door by a group of students, all eager to ask him questions. Chen Duling was among them. Huang Ling had told her that Yin Fei was one of the few in Jiangbei province who had transformed the golden sand body refinement method and created body refinement techniques. His status was not much less than that of Ao Gong, who possessed exceptional talent. To it should be known that Aoda just so happens to be one of the top 10 powerhouses in Jiangbei province, which shows how significant Yin Fei's presence is. This time, his ability to teach in Nanchang is a blessing for everyone. When Zhang Chen saw that the door in front was blocked, he left through another door, crossed the street, and quickly returned to the future community. Yin Fei frowned slightly. He appeared indifferent to everyone, seemingly unconcerned, but in reality, he was fully aware of Zhang Chen's small actions in class. It wasn't that he didn't want to intervene, he simply believed that everyone has their own way of living. Just like him, who preferred to focus on completing a task without interruptions, he actually didn't enjoy interacting with students during lectures. He just hoped they would quietly listen to his teachings and absorb the content on their own. Therefore, whether Zhang Chen was willing to study diligently or not was of no concern to him. Over the years, traveling around, he had encountered some students who, in an attempt to catch his attention, displayed a dismissive attitude like Zhang Chen's. Of course, there were also those who thought they were exceptionally gifted and disregarded his teaching content, only to regret it later, leaving messages of repentance on his social media accounts. But regardless of what kind of person Zhang Chen was, as long as he didn't cause trouble in his own classroom, Yin Fei wouldn't impose any restrictions on him. So after the class ended, when students blocked the door, Yin Fei smiled and politely squeezed through the crowd, not staying behind to answer their questions. Instead, he returned to the hotel to rest. This morning, he received an order from the 7 Major Star Systems Alliance to establish a Dharma Hall in the Nanchang dimension of the Star Realm, specifically to teach a martial arts student named Zhang Chen. 2 hours a day for half a month. Although there were many rules to follow, Yin Fei did not slack off in the face of the 7 Major Star Systems Alliance's orders.
He knew that for a senior martial arts student, the time available to study and practice in the Star Realm was limited, mostly at night. So after a brief rest, Yan Fei set up the Dharma Hall in the Nanchang dimension of the Star Realm as required by the 7 major star systems alliance, allowing only Zhang Chen to enter for practice. Time passed quickly. Before he knew it, it was 11 o'clock at night. Yan Fei couldn't help but check the order from the 7 major star systems alliance again, confirming that he hadn't misread the content. However, after waiting all night, there was still no sign of a martial arts student named Zhang Chen entering his Dharma Hall for practice. Midnight was approaching. Yan Fei assumed that Zhang Chen simply didn't have enough time today, so he closed the Dharma Hall and exited the Star Realm. The next day, he was sent to the opposite side of the future community to continue teaching the advanced training class students. The relevant departments recognized Yan Fei's importance, and in order to ensure that every student could gain something, they specially gathered all the students in a giant conference hall today to listen to Yan Fei's lecture together. Yan Fei felt a sense of indignation. With so many people attending the lecture, interruptions and questions were inevitable, but considering that these martial arts students were the hope for Nanchang's future, and given that he had only been in Nanchang for half a month, he did not voice any objections. However, with his strong perception, even in the giant conference hall, Yan Fei could notice Zhang Chen's various small actions. If yesterday in class, Zhang Chen had wanted to attract his attention with such behavior, there was still a possibility, but in the giant conference hall, with over 200 martial arts students sitting together, it seemed a bit foolish for Zhang Chen to act this way. He couldn't help but wonder if Zhang Chen was not interested in the body refinement technique. After the lecture ended, a large number of students begged him to continue teaching, crowding at the door to ask various questions. Yan Fei once again saw Zhang Chen being the first to leave the conference hall. After he finally squeezed through the crowd and returned to the hotel, he took a short break before reopening the Dharma Hall in the Nanchang dimension of the Star Realm. Time passed quickly for Zhang Chen. After playing the game a few times, it was already past midnight. Yan Fei left the Star Realm and returned to the hotel, his expression growing increasingly uneasy. Finally, unable to hold back, he used his authority to access Zhang Chen's file information. Upon seeing it, he immediately saw a familiar face in the file, which was Zhang Chen's enrollment photo. As a remarkably perceptive martial artist with a fully developed Dharma form, Yan Fei had an excellent memory. He recognized at a glance that the Zhang Chen in the file was the same student who had been nonchalantly attending his training class for 2 consecutive days. At the same time, Zhang Chen felt a surge of heat. His chi perception transformed from 11 strands to 18, quickly merging together. In addition, there was also a new martial arts technique information on the panel. Golden Sand Body Refinement Technique, Beginner, 1 out of 300, all-weather breathing and meditation ability, capable of continuously enhancing Zhang Chen's chi perception strength, strengthening his physical foundation, and keeping his physical fitness and combat power in a state of constant increase. Although the changes were minimal at every moment, little by little, Zhang Chen's combat power would show significant changes after a period of time. The 11 strands of chi perception had long been awakened, and with the help of the all-weather breathing and meditation ability, they had already merged into a thicker strand of chi perception. Zhang Chen had been waiting for the 12th strand of chi perception to awaken. Unexpectedly, 7 strands were awakened at once, bringing the total to 18. Meanwhile, under Yan Fei's professional guidance, the Golden Sand Body Refinement Technique was also included in the panel. Zhang Chen couldn't help but look at the panel information below. Name, Zhang Chen. Fate, lying flat. Profession, Yuan martial artist. Combat power, 31.2. Physical fitness, 1.39776. Lying flat. Value, 183. Intermediate gun technique. 13 forms, great. Accomplishment, 84 out of 100. Title breathing technique, proficient, 96 out of 100. Golden sand body refinement technique, beginner, 1 out of 300. Ability, all-weather breathing and meditation ability. Arm strength increases by 200 kilograms at any level. Speed surpasses others. All-weather body refinement ability. He quickly saw that his combat power had risen from below 30.0 to 31.2 under the influence of the 7 strands of chi perception. Once all 18 strands of chi perception merged together, the combat power would change again. At the same time, the lying flat value had also accumulated to 183 points, mainly due to the high value of the advanced training class and the fact that he hadn't reported to the Dharma Form Hall for 2 consecutive days. Zhang Chen couldn't help but feel a bit hopeful. If he continued to skip the Dharma Form Hall training, would his lying flat value increase by 20 or 30 points every day? If he entered the Dharma Form Hall to train and joked around inside, what changes would his lying flat value undergo? Unfortunately, the Dharma Form Hall was not a high school, it was merely an additional training resource provided to Zhang Chen by the 7 Major Star Alliance. Essentially, Zhang Chen could refuse it. If he actively went there, it would signal a positive effort to train, which might affect the acquisition of lying flat value. However, the Star
Realm system, having not recorded his entry into the Dharma form hall for several consecutive days, would definitely have relevant personnel find him.
It wouldn't be too late to go in then.
So Zhang Chen wasn't in a hurry, as long as he could gain an extra 34 points of lying flat value every day, he would be willing to never enter the Dharma form hall in his lifetime. Looking at the 183 points of lying flat value, Zhang Chen felt a bit hesitant. If he added all these lying flat points to the intermediate gun technique 13 forms, perhaps the gun technique could undergo another transformation.
But what about the golden sand body refinement technique? I already possess all weather
body refinement ability. Even if this golden sand body refinement technique doesn't improve, my physical fitness will strengthen day by day, albeit at a relatively slow pace. Moreover, the lying flat value can directly enhance physical fitness, so why waste it on the golden sand body refinement technique?
I am still too weak now.
The most important thing is to increase combat power.
Through the transformation of gun techniques, I will surpass Yuan
martial artists as soon as possible.
Zhang Chen thought seriously.
He then allocated all 183 points of lying flat value to the intermediate gun technique 13 forms. Lying flat value, none advanced gun technique 13 forms. Beginner, 67 out of 100, combat power, 38.6. The transformation of skills becomes increasingly difficult as one progresses. Once the transformation succeeds, the resulting power change will be considerable, far exceeding people's expectations. It was still the 13 forms of gun techniques that he had already mastered. Zhang Chen felt that the same shooting techniques seemed to have gained a divine quality, making the seemingly ordinary gunplay possess an irresistible power. Even if Zhou Changqing had perfected the flying leaf lotus gun, he could still use the 13 styles of gunplay to swiftly break through the opponent's defenses and pierce through their chest with a single shot. This was the power of the second transformation of skill. During the execution of the gunplay, there was already an invisible potential energy added. Zhang Chen's heart was restless. He truly wanted to engage in a fierce battle with the proud sons of the inner ring city for 300 rounds. However, under the influence of his laid-back fate, Zhang Chen quickly regained his composure.
The next day was the weekend.
But the advanced training class continued.
Zhang Chen did not report for duty.
As long as it was a holiday, no matter how important the classes were, Zhang Chen would not go to join the crowd. He had once gone to school during a holiday, only to find that he gained no laid-back value that day. Even though his attitude towards training that day was still punctual, arriving exactly on time and leaving neither early nor late, his attitude was relaxed, yet he still gained no laid-back value. Therefore, whenever there was a holiday or bad weather, Zhang Chen would not go to school. Now that he was in the inner ring city, he needed to maintain this habit even more. Even if the teacher was the renowned Yan Fei, Zhang Chen would not let himself miss the opportunity to gain laid-back value because of him. After all, he hadn't even reported to the Law Manifestation Hall. What was Yan Fei to him? What was strange, however, was that after not reporting to the Law Manifestation Hall for 2 consecutive days, no one had contacted him? It seemed that attending the Law Manifestation Hall for study was merely a cultivation benefit provided by the 7 Major Star Systems Alliance, and whether he accepted this benefit or not, they seemed to have no intention of interfering. This was quite good. He would treat it as if he hadn't received this benefit, staying at home to improve his combat power continuously. In the future community, inside the conference hall, Yan Fei appeared before the students once again. Clap! 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 The department staff and the students present showed him great respect, all standing up to applaud and welcome him.
Yan Fei smiled and gestured for everyone
to be quiet. He casually scanned the conference hall, and with his powerful perception, he did not see Zhang Chen's figure. Ever since he learned that the person with permission to enter his Law Manifestation Hall for training was Zhang Chen, he had been filled with curiosity about him. Last night, he retrieved Zhang Chen's file. He saw that Zhang Chen had just moved from the outer ring city to the inner ring city as a martial arts student, with the most notable highlight being his transformation in basic gunplay skills. Additionally, his training talent had reached an excellent level. To be honest, Yan Fei was quite shocked after reading it. Suddenly, he understood why Zhang Chen seemed so indifferent in his class. Perhaps he truly believed that with his exceptional training talent, he could grasp the essence of the golden sand body refinement technique just by casually listening to a few words. As for why he hadn't reported to the Law Manifestation Hall, it should be because the treatment provided by the 7 Major Star Systems Alliance was too good. 2 hours of free access to the Law Manifestation Hall every day, leading him to think that the Law Manifestation Hall was just like the training class, easily accessible whenever he wanted. Therefore, he specifically applied to the 7 Major Star Systems Alliance to restrict Zhang Chen's permissions, changing his daily access from 2 hours to 1 hour. If he continued to not report to the Law Manifestation Hall for a week, he would lose his qualification to enter the Law Manifestation Hall for training as a Yuan warrior. Yan Fei's strength was formidable, and his authority was high. After consideration within the 7 major star systems alliance, they decided to adopt his suggestion. So when Yan Fei was teaching how to practice the golden sandbody refinement technique in the advanced training class, Zhang Chen, who was wandering around the future community, quickly received a message. The 7 major star systems alliance informs you that your permissions in the star realm have changed from A level to B level, and your daily training time in the Law Manifestation Hall has been reduced from 2 hours to 1 hour. If you continue to not report for a week, you will lose your qualification to enter the Law Manifestation Hall for training. As a Yuan warrior, Zhang Chen couldn't help but glance at the panel. Combat power value 38.611190. Then I'll just go in as a Law Manifestation warrior when the time comes. He then turned off the information from the wristband and continued to wander around the future community. That evening, good news came again from the Great Radiation Zone. The Catfish Demon King had suffered a heavy blow and had now retreated to the seabed, while a large number of catfish demons had once again hidden in the underground river or submerged back into the depths of the sea. The Catfish Demon Storm had been effectively halted. However, the City Lord's army and the strong from various major academies had not withdrawn from the Great Radiation Zone. They were still clearing out the remaining forces of the Catfish Demons, intending to uproot them completely. Meanwhile, the battle damage reports of the relevant personnel were also released. This time, humanity had lost over 6,000 Yuan warriors, 137 Law Manifestation warriors, and 2 Law Manifestation warriors who had reached the Muscle Manifestation realm. Zhang Chen also saw in this report the formidable Ao Dagon, who, like him, possessed exceptional cultivation talent and was among the top 10 strong in Jiangbei province. The other party was dressed in red battle armor, with a dozen peculiar flying knives inserted at his waist, his figure tall and imposing, with a rugged appearance. In the news broadcast, the city lord of Nanchang stood beside him, seemingly listening to his teachings. Although the news did not reveal who had heavily injured the Catfish Demon King, Zhang Chen felt it might be related to Ao Dagon. As one of the top 10 strong in Jiangbei province, Ao Dagon's combat power was clearly above that of Zhu Geho, Wang Dashan, and others. How strong exactly he was, Zhang Chen could not know, only that it was rumored that Ao Dagon's combat power had reached the Bone Manifestation realm. The authenticity of this remained to be verified. Yan Fei returned to the hotel. He confidently opened the Law Manifestation Hall, waiting for Zhang Chen to come in and seek him out for cultivation. However, an entire night passed, and he still did not see Zhang Chen's figure. What does this kid mean by this? Yan Fei was puzzled. Unable to resist, he used his authority to check Zhang Chen's activity records in the Star Realm. He found that Zhang Chen had logged into Teng Qingshan's game account, becoming engrossed in the ocean of the game, unable to extricate himself. Games really harm both others and oneself. Yan Fei thought he had found the reason and immediately used his authority to have the 7-star alliance arrange for someone to find Teng Qingshan, asking him to retrieve Zhang Chen's game account and punish Teng Qingshan as a warning to others. The next day, Teng Qingshan, who was practicing in the elite class of the 9th middle school, was called out of the classroom. Yang Liru, filled with righteous indignation, said, "Why did you give your game account to Zhang Chen to play, and even keep adding money to it every day? Do you know that Zhang Chen hasn't practiced for the past 2 days because of your game account?" "I'm sorry, Teacher Yang. I saw that Zhang Chen had just moved into the inner ring city and had no friends around him, so he might not adapt to life there, so I let him play the account for a few more days. I'll change the account password right away so he can't play anymore. Also, I have good news to tell you. I have awakened my potential too, its strength, which can enhance any skill." Teng Qingshan couldn't help but laugh as he said the last part. Zhang Chen was addicted to the game and hadn't practiced for 2 consecutive days. While he had been diligently cultivating and had even awakened his strength, he was eager to surpass him soon. "Change the password immediately. So you've awakened your strength, huh? Practice hard." On the second day after Zhang Chen entered the Inner Ring City, he defeated a martial arts student from the Inner Ring City with a combat power of 30.0. It won't be long before his combat power surpasses mine. You need to work hard and not let him leave you further behind, Yang Liru encouraged. "Oh, okay." Teng Qingshan felt as if he had been struck by lightning, his head buzzing incessantly. Zhang Chen had actually managed to defeat a martial arts student with a combat power of 30.0 already. On the 5th day, after finishing his class, Yan Fei continued to wait in the Law Manifestation Hall. Today was Monday, and Zhang Chen had gone to the conference hall, but he showed no interest in cultivation, appearing completely indifferent. That evening, Yan Fei did not wait for Zhang Chen. On the 6th day, Yan Fei continued to wait in the Law Manifestation Hall. That evening, he still did not wait for Zhang Chen. On the 7th day, Yan Fei kept a close watch on the Law Manifestation Hall. If he doesn't come in tonight, the next time he wants to enter, he'll have to wait until he becomes a Law Manifestation warrior. I want to see if he really doesn't care or if he just doesn't recognize the greatness before him. Yan Fei smiled broadly to Ai. In these 7 days, he only pressured Zhang Chen through the 7 major star systems alliance, without ever attempting to persuade him or having a conversation with him. Even when they met in the conference hall, he pretended not to know him, as if he had no idea who Zhang Chen was. In reality, he was competing with Zhang Chen every day. In the future community, Zhang Chen glanced at the panel information. Name, Zhang Chen. Fate, lying flat. Profession, Yuan warrior. Combat power value, 39.7. Physical quality, 1.45661. Lying flat value, 41. Advanced gun technique, 13. Styles, proficient, 61 out of 100. Title, breathing technique, mastery, 43 out of 100. Golden sand body tempering method, beginner, 62 out of 300. Ability, all-weather breathing and exhaling ability, arm strength increase of 200 kilograms at any level, speed superior to others, all-weather body tempering ability. By continuously lying flat in Yan Fei's class and not reporting to the Dharma Hall, the lying flat value he gained in recent days was quite considerable, exceeding 40 points daily. As a result, the advanced gun technique 13 styles progressed from beginner to proficient, and Zhang Chen's combat power value increased from 38.6 to 39.7. He was just one step away from becoming a Dharma warrior, with a combat power value exceeding 40. Looking at the 41 points of lying flat value, Zhang Chen did not hesitate to add it to the advanced gun technique 13 styles. Lying flat value, 0. Advanced gun technique 13 styles. Proficient, 2 out of 100. Combat power value, 42.3. Profession, Dharma warrior. Finally, my combat power value has exceeded 40.0. From now on, I am also a Dharma warrior. According to the regulations of the 7 major star systems alliance, I need to go to the testing room tomorrow for self-examination, Zhang Chen muttered to himself. To ensure that human powerhouses can be uniformly dispatched during times of conflict, one must self-report when becoming an entry-level warrior, Yuan warrior, or even a Dharma warrior. If one deliberately conceals this, they will face severe penalties, including the possibility of having their cultivation abolished. There are 2 ways to report. One can undergo assessment in the testing room or update their combat power value through ranking matches in the Star Realm system. However, participating in the Star Realm system ranking match assessment requires continuous fighting after winning, which is far less time efficient than self-reporting in the testing room. Therefore, Zhang Chen decided to go to the testing room tomorrow for assessment to update his combat power value. He logged into the game account Tung Qingshan had given him, only to find the password incorrect. After 3 consecutive wrong attempts, he lost access. In the end, he could only use his low-level gamer account to enter the game dimension and play some relatively simple, less thrilling games. Yan Fei looked at the time. When it reached 0 o'clock, he automatically closed the Dharma Hall. Even though he had a gentle mindset and believed everyone had their own way of cultivation that shouldn't be interfered with, watching Zhang Chen lose the opportunity to practice in the Dharma Hall made him seethe with anger. He had thought Zhang Chen would definitely appear in the Dharma Hall tonight, but unexpectedly, he didn't see Zhang Chen's figure until the very last second. Unable to control himself, he checked Zhang Chen's activity again, only to see Zhang Chen using his identified game account, surfing and fighting monsters in several low-level game dimensions, having a great time with a female streamer. Someone like you doesn't deserve to receive cultivation resource subsidies, let alone appear in the inner city. Yan Fei was furious. He was genuinely infuriated by Zhang Chen. He was determined to punish Zhang Chen in class tomorrow, making him understand what he had truly lost. The first subscription is extremely important. I request everyone's support. My demand is not high. As long as the first subscription exceeds 500, I will continue to explode daily, updating 10,000 words to treat everyone. Here, I offer 2 books as a sacrifice: Surviving in the Wilderness with Stars and Boundless Magic, Great Immortal. What is a Dharma warrior? Zhang Chen didn't know much. Ever since he obtained the lying flat state, he had habitually distanced himself from cultivation knowledge, and even when he could hear it, he would choose to ignore it. Through daily details, one can make their actions infinitely close to the requirements of lying flat, thus gaining more lying flat value. In Zhang Chen's memory, he only knew that the Dharma form had 8 layers of power: flesh, muscle, bones, organs, chi, and spirit. As for the differences between these 8 layers of Dharma forms and the variations in power, Zhang Chen was unaware. However, he understood the division of combat power values for entry-level martial artists, elemental martial artists, and Dharma form martial artists. A combat power value of 10.0 indicates an entry-level martial artist. A value of 20.0 indicates an elemental martial artist. A value of 40.0 falls into the category of Dharma form martial artists. As a senior martial arts student from the Outer Ring City, with only 1 semester left until graduation, his combat power value had reached 42.3. This was a height that many would never achieve in their lifetime. Even at Shinwu University,
It could not be guaranteed that every student would break through to the elemental martial artist level upon graduation and reach the Dharma form martial artist tier. Zheng Chen recalled some geniuses from his past life who, at the age of 18 or 19, had already obtained master's or doctoral degrees. In terms of academic performance, the strength he displayed now could completely be compared to those geniuses from his past life. Zheng Chen slept extremely relaxed that night. The next day, he went to the testing room for examination. Yan Fei returned to the conference hall for class, and with his powerful perception, he immediately noticed that Zheng Chen was not present. Today was not the weekend. What did this mean? Was Zheng Chen not going to practice in the Dharma Hall, nor attend even the most basic training class? However, upon further thought, if he could give up the opportunity to study in the Dharma Hall, how could he care about such a public group class? Yan Fei felt he had taken himself too seriously. After a night of reflection, he was no longer as furious as he had been the night before. Since Zheng Chen was unwilling to learn, why should he beg him? Who was he, after all? Looking across the entire Jiangbei province, how many body-refining masters like him were there? Zheng Chen's absence from class was his own loss, it had nothing to do with him. With this thought, he felt suddenly enlightened. Yan Fei seemed to forget the existence of Zheng Chen. He focused on teaching everyone in the conference room how to practice the golden sand body refining method. When the breathing method and body refining method are combined, your physical quality will significantly improve, and the Dharma form will first depend on changes in physical quality. Of course, not all Dharma form martial artists can successfully open their Dharma form. A large portion of people rely on the explosive potential of their abilities, skills, or even the quantity of their chi perception to exceed a combat power value of 40.0. Although these individuals are also Dharma form martial artists, they are not true Dharma form powerhouses. Only those who successfully open their Dharma form can be considered qualified Dharma form experts. As for what constitutes a Dharma form and how to open it, the mystery lies entirely in changes in physical quality. When physical quality reaches 4.0, people reach the node to open their Dharma form. At this point, you will find that the surface of your skin seems to have evolved. Even if a blade passes over it, it will only leave a white mark. In some cases, it can even shatter the blade, achieving a state where blades cannot penetrate and fire cannot harm, surpassing even the expensive nano-defense battlesuits in terms of defense. Hiss. Yan Fei revealed his Dharma form. He took a knife and forcefully drew it across his arm. The blade passed over the surface of his skin as if it were gliding over rock, sparking a shower of sparks, and finally, with a crack, it shattered into countless pieces. Yan Fei did this to make everyone understand the importance of the Dharma form and to let Zheng Chen know how much he would lose by not attending his class. As a renowned body refining master in Jiangbei province, Yan Fei had helped countless people open their Dharma forms. His classes were in high demand. If it weren't for the commission from the 7-Star Systems Alliance, even if everyone present were geniuses with limitless potential, very few would have the chance to see him, let alone attend his class. He knew that the 7-Star Systems Alliance's favoritism towards Zheng Chen indicated that Zheng Chen's talent was likely the strongest among this group. Perhaps it is precisely because of this that Zheng Chen appears to be indifferent to others. He attends classes from 9 to 5, never arriving early or leaving late, treating his studies like a job, yet always managing to slack off. Even if someone possesses exceptional talent for cultivation, without the aid of body tempering techniques, it would be difficult for them to unlock their Dharma form. He is curious to see how he will respond when those with lesser talents than his unlock their Dharma forms first and become Dharma form warriors. By then, he fears he may no longer be in South City. Even if the 7-Star Systems Alliance continues to look after Zheng Chen, it won't be so easy for him to offer his help. Today's class is exceptionally valuable. Yan Fei shared a wealth of practical knowledge, and even some teachers benefited greatly, listening intently to his entire day's lecture. Whether in the outer ring city or the inner ring city, there are many testing centers available for people to report and update their combat power values, making it easier for them to obtain corresponding living resource subsidies or cultivation resource subsidies. However, not every testing center can assess the strength of Dharma form warriors. For instance, the testing center in the Shitsong community of the outer ring city can only test the strength of entry-level warriors. If the combat power value reaches the level of Yuan warriors, one must go to a designated testing center established by the relevant department for an assessment to accurately determine the specific combat power value. Similarly, the combat power value assessment for Dharma form warriors also requires visiting an equivalent testing center for evaluation. In the future community, there are only testing centers for entry-level and Yuan warriors, with no centers for Dharma form warriors. Zheng Chen can only follow the map to a nearby testing center that can assess the combat power values of entry-level warriors, Yuan warriors, and Dharma form warriors simultaneously. Zheng Chen, how did you end up here? Teacher Yan is giving you a lecture, don't you know? This larger testing center has many staff members. Surprisingly, Sally is one of them. As a third-year martial arts student at Shinwoo University, Sally has already participated in battles on the front lines, killing alien races and extraterrestrial beings, and has been rewarded by the school upon her return. She usually balances her training with work for the 7-Star Systems Alliance. In this testing center, she is a junior supervisor responsible for arranging various tests for people. I've made some breakthroughs in my strength and want to update my combat power value to receive more cultivation resources and living subsidies, Zhang Chen explained. The reason the commands of the 7-Star Systems Alliance are supreme is that their original intention is for all humanity, allowing everyone from ordinary citizens to powerful martial artists to receive corresponding resource subsidies based on their combat power value points and contributions. The higher the combat power value, the more subsidies one receives. Similarly, the more one gives back to the 7-Star Systems Alliance in the future. According to relevant standards, a martial arts student receives significantly different resource subsidies at the 3 stages of entry-level warrior, Yuan warrior, and Dharma form warrior. Zhang Chen deeply understands this. If he passes the assessment and becomes a Dharma form warrior recognized by the 7-Star Systems Alliance, the resources he receives will also increase, benefiting Zhang Lei and others. According to the subsidy standards for Dharma form warriors, reaching this realm before the age of 20 can yield a bonus of 10 million. The younger one is, the higher their strength, and the greater the rewards and resource subsidies they will receive. Oh, has your combat power value reached 30.0? Sally exclaimed in surprise. She knows the reward standards for Yuan warriors. When the combat power value reaches 30.0, one can advance to the next level. A few days ago, when she took Zhang Chen to the advanced training class, she learned from Chen Dueling that Zhang Chen had transformed his basic spear technique and defeated an inner ring city martial artist with a combat power value of 25.5. During this time, he has been living in the inner ring city and has received more relevant resource subsidies. His skills could very well break through again. Perhaps he truly has a combat power value of 30.0. Although the speed of this progress was somewhat unexpected, Zhang Chen was able to enter the advanced training class and lead his family from the outer ring city to the inner ring city, even living in the future community. Sally felt that Zhang Chen's combat power could very well reach 30.0. Otherwise, why would he come over to be tested during such an important phase of Yin Fei's lecture? About that. Zhang Chen casually replied. There was no way to explain the drastic change in combat power. Telling Sally the truth directly would not only make her disbelieve him but might also lead her to think he had some issues. Only the test data could convince her. Then let me arrange for your test, Sally said excitedly. Okay. Zhang Chen did not refuse. Sally was a staff member here, and it didn't matter who arranged it. So Sally took Zhang Chen to a testing room. The structure of a warrior's combat power is composed of physical fitness, the number of chi sensations, skill level, and potential energy, among other related data, which ultimately forms a reliable combat power value. Inside the testing room, Sally first tested Zhang Chen's physical fitness. The testing process was very simple and scientific. It involved scanning Zhang Chen's body with testing instruments to collect data on his flesh and bones, evaluating his physical fitness through the relevant data. About 5 minutes later, Sally looked at the testing panel and received a set of data feedback. Physical fitness, 1.48. With the awakening of 18 chi sensations, along with all-weather breathing and body tempering abilities, Zhang Chen's physical fitness was changing, increasing rapidly as the number of chi sensations grew. Similarly, the speed of the increase in combat power was also much faster than before. However, a physical fitness of 1.48 was hard to match with a combat power of 30.0. Sally felt a bit disappointed. But thinking about the key to Zhang Chen's rise, which lay in transforming his basic gun techniques, it was normal for his physical fitness to be a bit low. It also indirectly indicated that Zhang Chen's skill level had already reached a point unattainable by ordinary people. Otherwise, with a physical fitness of 1.48, how could he have the confidence to undergo testing? Next came the assessment of the number of chi sensations. Data, 18. Sally still felt a faint disappointment. The number of chi sensations for a Yuan warrior generally exceeds 20, especially for those with a combat power of 30.0, where the number of chi sensations is at least 25, and most have already fused together. Zhang Chen only had 18 chi sensations, with only 13 fused. Chi sensations are cultivated from the meridians and ultimately condense in the abdominal cavity, continuously fusing together through daily breathing and tempering. The testing instrument could accurately identify which meridian Zhang Chen's 18 chi sensations came from and how many had ultimately fused in the abdominal cavity. Clearly, with 18 chi sensations and 13 fused, such data was also difficult to match with a combat power of 30.0. But Sally remained hopeful. Because next was the test of Zhang Chen's skill level.
Inside the testing room, a smart testing robot suddenly appeared. The testing standards for Yuan warriors are more detailed and comprehensive compared to those for entry-level warriors. The suddenly appearing smart robot had the standard for mastering intermediate skills. It could engage with Zhang Chen and collect relevant data on his skills, thus providing accurate assessment data. It would determine at which stage Zhang Chen's skill level was and whether he possessed a combat power of 30.0. Be careful. Xiao AI's physical fitness is close to 3.0, Sally reminded. The level of physical fitness relates to the strength and speed of flesh and bones. Sally found it hard to believe how far Zhang Chen would need to push his skills to compensate for his physical fitness shortcomings. Please give me your guidance, Xiao AI shouted. It wielded dual blades, stood at 1.8 meters tall, its eyes sparkling like copper bells, and quickly closed in on Zhang Chen, executing the first move of the Gale Blade technique, striking towards Zhang Chen's face. Buzz! Zhang Chen thrust his spear straight out. The seemingly ordinary thrust released a powerful roaring sound from the spear, combining the power of being a step ahead. Zhang Chen's shot exceeded Xiao AI's defensive range. Bang! Xiao AI was hit in the forehead. The defensive capability of the components on its body was incredibly strong, although Zhang Chen did not use his full strength or the advantage of his arm's power. It was enough to pierce through the Catfish Demon King's combat power value of 30.0 with a single shot. As a result, Xiao AI simply fell backward, and after a loud crash, it quickly stood up again, with an electronic screen appearing on its chest, displaying relevant inspection data scrolling across it. Sally covered her mouth. To prevent Zhang Chen from being discouraged, she had set Xiao AI's combat power value standard to 29.5. Unexpectedly, with just one shot, Zhang Chen knocked Xiao AI down, hitting it squarely in the forehead. Although its physical quality was only 1.48, the speed and power displayed by his marksmanship far exceeded a physical quality of 3.0. Zhang Chen's combat power value had definitely reached 30.0. At that moment, Xiao AI's chest also displayed Zhang Chen's combat power value, 30.0 plus with specific data that could not be detected. Sally was stunned. It was clear that Zhang Chen's combat power value exceeded Xiao AI's detection range. She excitedly said, "Zhang Chen, stay here and don't go anywhere. I'll call the captain over to personally test you." Okay. Zhang Chen nodded. The higher the combat power value, the stricter the detection standards. Especially for law manifestation martial artists, even if verified by the Star Realm system, it still required relevant personnel to confirm face-to-face to prevent system errors. "Captain, please come to room 6. Sally called over a senior martial arts student with a combat power value of 35.0, named Lian Juanmiao. Last time, when Sally killed an alien creature on the front lines, Lian Juanmiao was her vice captain, and during this time, both of them had been in the inspection room racking up points. A senior martial arts student with a combat power value exceeding 30.0? Are you sure? Sally briefly reported Zhang Chen's situation to Lian Juanmiao, who looked incredulous and accompanied Sally to room 6 for inspection. "Hello, I am Sally's captain and one of the main leaders of this inspection room. Sally said you have transformed your basic marksmanship and just moved in from the outer city not long ago to train in the advanced training class. Is that true?" Lian Juanmiao inquired. "Yes, that's right." Zhang Chen nodded. Lian Juanmiao looked skeptical, carefully examining the relevant data Zhang Chen had just received. Physical quality, 1.48, Chi Sense 18. Lines, it didn't look like someone who possessed a combat power value over 30.0. Even if the technique had transformed, it couldn't possibly make up for such a large gap. Could it be a problem with the detection instrument? Let's exchange a few moves. After some thought, Lian Juanmiao said. Sure. Zhang Chen nodded. As the inspection personnel here, he couldn't refuse the request made by the other party. Immediately, Lian Juanmiao took a long knife from the drop platform. As a being with a combat power value of 35.0 and a physical quality of 3.2, Lian Juanmiao held the knife in one hand and said calmly, "Attack me with all your strength." All right. Zhang Chen, not having awakened the potential of keen insight, was unaware of Lian Juanmiao's strength. However, since the other party claimed to be one of the main leaders of this inspection room and was also Sally's captain, it was clear that his combat power was quite impressive. Therefore, Zhang Chen planned to use all his strength, hoping to determine his own power in one go to avoid wasting time here and affecting his gaming later. Once he became a law manifestation martial artist at his age, he could directly receive a prize of 10 million yuan. Within the Star Realm system, there were many high-level game dimensions, and entering them for enjoyment required a significant amount of money. Previously, conditions had not allowed it, but if he could win 10 million yuan this time, Zhang Chen would definitely play to his heart's content, exploring every high-level game dimension. Ideally, he would elevate his game account to the highest level, allowing him to act freely in any game dimension. Buzz!
Thus, Zhang Chen eagerly launched his attack. A series of shots from the Azure Dragon emerged, covering Lian Juanmiao. The 13 styles of gunplay had undergone 2 transformations, and what was displayed now was the mastery level after the second transformation. It seemed like the most ordinary of techniques, yet in reality, the gunplay was infused with an additional force of potential. Under this force, Lian Juanmiao found Zhang Chen's advancing gunplay to be like a dead end, leaving him nowhere to escape. He hurriedly defended himself. The nonchalant attitude he had moments ago was instantly replaced by a prickling sensation at the back of his head. 32 streams of energy surged forth, enhancing his sword technique, hoping to outpace Zhang Chen's movements and block his strike. Bang! However, the gap between the two was too vast. Not only did Lian Juanmiao fail to block Zhang Chen's shot, but he didn't even touch Zhang Chen's spear. His wrist was struck, causing his long knife to fall to the ground, and his body was sent flying by Zhang Chen's spear. A loud bang echoed. Sally watched as Lian Juanmiao, who had been rampaging on the front lines, slid backward and crashed into the doorframe of the inspection room. He had been instantly killed by Zhang Chen's shot. As a fourth-year martial arts student with a combat power of 35.0, Lian Juanmiao had trained in the demon-slaying sword technique, which was also an advanced skill. But the self-transformed technique was like his own left and right arms. It was not only easy to use but also explosive in power, capable of triggering a chain reaction that showcased the advantages of the technique to the fullest. What seemed like an ordinary skill was, in fact, infused with a force of potential. This potential was confidence, and it was also destruction. "Captain?" Sally exclaimed. Lian Juanmiao's head was buzzing. As a fourth-year martial arts student at Shinwu University, he had been instantly killed by a third-year martial arts student with a single shot. If this got out, how could he face anyone? Fortunately, he had bumped his head against the doorframe. He pretended to faint. "Captain!" However, his action startled Sally. Even though they were under siege by alien forces on the front lines and both had multiple injuries, Sally had never seen Lian Juanmiao faint before. Could it be that Zhang Chen's shot had penetrated Lian Juanmiao's body? Or had it injured his head? "You didn't just kill my captain, did you?" she asked nervously. "Ah, no way," Zhang Chen replied, a bit dazed. Remembering some first aid methods from his past life, he pressed down hard on Lian Juanmiao's pressure point. Soon, Lian Juanmiao began to convulse, his face turning red, but he stubbornly refused to open his eyes, which frightened Zhang Chen into quickly releasing his grip. "I'll go get a doctor." Sally ran towards the door. Ha! Zhang Chen was worried he wouldn't get his reward later. So he sat on Lian Juanmiao's stomach, spat into his palm, rubbed his hands together vigorously, and then, taking advantage of Sally running out to call for help, began to slap Lian Juanmiao's cheeks back and forth, pretending to be unconscious. Lian Juanmiao felt like he wanted to die. At first, he could endure Zhang Chen's slaps, but as Zhang Chen's strength increased, it felt like if he didn't wake up soon, he would be slapped to death. Finally, he couldn't hold back any longer and pushed Zhang Chen off his stomach, quickly standing up. His cheeks were flushed, and his teeth felt sore as he said, "Why are you slapping me? Is this how you save someone?" "Captain, you're awake." Sally returned with a bucket of water. "What are you bringing water for?" Lian Juanmiao asked first. "I'm going to wash my hands later." "Why is your face so red and swollen?" Sally hurriedly changed the subject, wondering why Lian Juanmiao's face was as red as a monkey's. But after just stepping out for a moment, "Just now, I used a technique from our hometown," Zhang Chen tried to explain. All right, you don't need to say anything. Your name is Zhang Chen, right?" "I couldn't detect your combat power." "You wait here, I'm going to call our captain." "Sha, come with me." Lian Juanmiao sensed trouble and quickly interrupted, pulling Sally away to avoid revealing anything. "Okay." Zhang Chen looked obedient. A little while later, Sally and Lian Juanmiao returned with a fourth-year martial arts student named Yang Shouzheng, who was a master of martial arts with a combat power of 39.2 and a physical quality of 3.8. He was a peak elemental warrior on the verge of becoming a law-embodied warrior. Sally is also the captain of their small team. Yang Shouzheng has a powerful aura. Zhang Chen can clearly feel that the other party has studied the golden sandbody refinement method and has a certain level of proficiency, at least to the mastery level. Such a person will eventually be able to awaken their Dharma form and become a genuine Dharma form expert. A senior high school martial arts student, and you took out my team member with a single shot? Is your combat power already close to that of a Dharma warrior? Yang Shouzheng asked, hands in pockets. It has reached that level, Zhang Chen frowned, speaking seriously to save time. He didn't expect the verification process for becoming a Dharma warrior to be so troublesome. After Sally finished her verification, she had Lian Juanmiao come over, and after Lian Juanmiao was done, she called for Yang Shouzheng. If this dragged on, when would it end? Are you a Dharma warrior? Yang Shouzheng pulled his hands out of his pockets. incredulously saying. Zhang Chen nodded. How is that possible? How long ago were you just? Sally exclaimed in shock. Be careful, what he said might be true, Lian Juanmiao reminded. If he was taken out by a Dharma warrior in one shot, that wouldn't be embarrassing. Activate all verification equipment, you two step outside, Yang Shouzheng ordered. Yes, Sally and Lian Juanmiao went to the door and closed the entrance to the verification room. Zhang Chen saw all the testing instruments in the room come to life. As he and Yang Shouzheng sparred inside, those instruments could accurately capture their combat power levels. Yang Shouzheng's specialty was also the demon-slaying blade technique. Compared to Lian Juanmiao, he not only practiced the golden sandbody refinement method to mastery but also reached mastery in the demon-slaying blade technique. The combination of the two unleashed a combat power that could rival some Dharma warriors. In the team, he was the spiritual pillar for all members. Hiss! He couldn't wait to launch an attack on Zhang Chen. As someone who diligently trained and actively volunteered for frontline experience, Yang Shouzheng was filled with doubt about Zhang Chen's strength. A senior high school martial arts student, and one from the outer city at that, how could he possibly possess the combat power of a Dharma warrior at such a young age? Clang! Zhang Chen swung his spear. Yang Shouzheng was significantly stronger than Lian Juanmiao. He actually needed to use both arm strength and his superior speed. Moreover, he was visibly at a disadvantage. This highlighted the importance of physical quality. It also indirectly verified that the advanced spear techniques after transformation far surpassed the demon-slaying blade technique. Thus, the 13 styles of spear techniques were fully unleashed in Zhang Chen's hands, instantly compensating for various flaws and causing Yang Shouzheng's blade techniques to become chaotic. This isn't an ordinary technique transformation? And this isn't the kind of power and speed that a 1.48 physical quality can have? This guy must have awakened his potential. Yang Shouzheng felt a surge of fear. He realized that being able to withstand Zhang Chen until now was mainly due to his experience in frontline battles, but even so, he couldn't shake off the shadow of Zhang Chen's spear techniques. Moreover, Zhang Chen's spear techniques became increasingly stable. What seemed like the most ordinary moves unleashed unimaginable attack power, invisibly suppressing his demon-slaying blade technique. He felt that even if he practiced the demon-slaying blade technique to minor or even major success, it would still be difficult to withstand Zhang Chen's onslaught. Ultimately, outside the verification room, Sally and Lian Juanmiao watched through the big screen as Yang Shouzheng's long knife was knocked away by Zhang Chen. And he was hit in the waist and abdomen by Zhang Chen's spear. Bang! Yang Shouzheng crashed into the wall of the verification room, collapsing forward and lying still. For that last shot, Zhang Chen had actually held back. After all, it was a test of strength, not a life and death struggle. So seeing Yang Shouzheng lying on the ground without moving, he couldn't help but feel puzzled. With Yang Shouzheng's physical quality, it was impossible for him to just faint like that. But to avoid affecting the prize acquisition, Zhang Chen still went over, turned Yang Shouzheng over, spat into his palm, rubbed it vigorously, and waved it in front of Yang Shouzheng's mouth. Ah, what are you doing? Yang Shouzheng knew that Sally and Lian Juanmiao outside the inspection room could see what was happening inside through the screen, where Zhang Chen was lying down, having just been slapped. She quickly woke up and pushed Zhang Chen away. I thought you had fainted like brother. Lian, so I wanted to wake you up, Zhang Chen explained. Outside the inspection room, Sally kept staring at Lian Juanmiao's hot and swollen cheek. Lian Juanmiao looked gloomy. Had he known Zhang Chen was this strong, he wouldn't have needed to play dead and wouldn't have had to endure a slap from Zhang Chen. Captain! The two opened the inspection room door and walked in together. At that moment, information about Zhang Chen's combat power appeared on the electronic screen in the inspection room. It was a line of red text. This inspected individual is an important protected subject of the 7 Major Star Systems Alliance. The staff here have no right to view their level. This, Sally and the others, including Zhang Chen, felt it was unbelievable. Zhang Chen was aware that his exceptional cultivation talent was a key focus of the 7 Major Star Systems Alliance, which is why he was able to move into the inner city so quickly and gain access to the law phase hall for cultivation, among other privileges. However, he didn't expect that even the staff at the inspection agency recognized by the 7 Major Star Systems Alliance would have no right to view his combat power level. Meanwhile, the wristbands of Sally and the others vibrated, displaying a red command. The content was simple: information regarding Zhang Chen's physical fitness and energy sense quantity must not be leaked, otherwise, severe punishment would follow. Why didn't you say earlier that you are a protected subject of the 7 Major Star Systems Alliance? Yang Shouzheng rubbed her face, feeling that those slaps were in vain. Anyone who could be protected by the 7 Major Star Systems Alliance, whether in potential or ability, far exceeded ordinary people. Each one was a rare existence. Even a senior martial arts student becoming a law phase martial artist was not surprising. Losing to such a prodigy was not a disgrace. Now, the two had taken a
slap from Zhang Chen for nothing, and not only could they not know Zhang Chen's exact combat power level, but they also had to continue keeping his secret, which was truly uncomfortable.
So what do I need to do to get the Law Phase Martial Artist badge? Zhang Chen said gloomily. Only by obtaining the Law Phase Martial Artist badge could he receive the corresponding rewards and allow Zhang Lei and the others to benefit in their lives.
Someone will come to verify your strength. You should rest for a bit. Yang Shoujing arranged for Zhang Chen to rest in the VIP room. Meanwhile, pharmacist Lu Qing and mental power master Huang Ling received orders from the 7 Major Star Systems Alliance on their wristbands, instructing them to head to the inspection room where Zhang Chen was located to verify his specific strength.
A senior martial arts student at the Law Phase level, how is that possible? Huang Ling exclaimed in surprise.
It must be strength gained through drug stimulation,
Lu Feng speculated.
As a pharmacist, she could detect whether the changes in someone's strength were overly reliant on drugs. The battle in the Great Radiation Zone had just ended.
Huang Ling and Lu Feng were on the
same ship, and both were surprised and confused as they looked at the information on their wristbands.
You little brat, are you trying to drive me to death?
Wang Dashan was also on the ship. He had just learned that Zhang Chen had skipped the advanced training class again today and wasn't even attending Yen Fei's class.
It seemed that after entering the inner city, he was carefree and starting to let loose. No need to change course to take me back, I want to go to the inner city too.
Wang Dashan sighed.
Okay, we will arrive at the inner city in 20 minutes, a mechanical electronic voice announced from the ship.
People saw a battered ship emerging from the thick yellow pollutants of the Great Radiation Zone, roaring past
above the outer city and flying towards the inner city.
Due to confidentiality measures, Lu Cheng and Huang Ling did not know that the person they were about to test was Zhang Chen, nor had they considered it.
Even though Zhang Chen was sent to
live in the inner city and had signed a double S-level guaranteed admission contract with Starry Sky University, both Huang Ling and Lu Qing did not believe that Zhang Chen could become a law phase martial artist at this age, especially Huang Ling. Even though the last test was incorrect, she did not believe that Zhang Chen's abilities could exceed her expectations by that much.
Soon, the two arrived at the inspection room where Zhang Chen was located. Teachers, please follow me.
Yang Shouzhang personally welcomed them at the door. Lu Qing was a pharmacist, and Huang Ling was a mental power master. Both held very high authority and rank, and even the school leaders did not dare to neglect them.
After a while, the two
appeared in a special inspection room. In front of them stood a figure shrouded in a light curtain. Under that special light curtain, neither Lu Qing nor Huang Ling could see the appearance of that figure clearly.
However, Zhang Chen, enveloped by the light curtain, could see the outside world through it.
He did not expect that the inspectors sent by the 7 Major Star Systems Alliance would be pharmacist Lu Qing and mental power master Huang Ling. Upon seeing the figure covered by the light curtain, Lu Qing and Huang Ling exchanged glances and began their work. A senior high school martial artist with the strength of the Dharma aspect realm meant something significant. Both of them were well aware that such prodigies had always been targets for extermination by other races. Once identity information leaked out, it would lead to great trouble. Therefore, even they had no right to know each other's identity information.
Regardless of the test results, both had to keep today's events strictly confidential. If leaked, the 7 Major Star Systems Alliance would hold them directly accountable.
Thus, pharmacist Lu Qing collected blood from Zhang Chen's fingertip to test whether he had taken any genetic drugs. Huang Ling released her mental power to examine Zhang Chen's flesh and bones, each focusing on their own tasks.
Strange? Huang Ling frowned as her mental power swept over Zhang Chen's body.
Under the obstruction of the special halo, she could not capture Zhang Chen's facial outline with her mental power, but she felt that the aura on him was somewhat familiar.
After a thorough examination, Huang Ling concluded that the person in front of her had not awakened any latent abilities.
She promptly reported her findings back to the 7 Major Star Systems Alliance. Lu Qing's test results also came in quickly, showing no evidence that Zhang Chen had taken any genetic drugs, and she similarly reported the relevant data
back to the Alliance. The two then left in silence.
Once outside, they did not communicate or inquire about each other's test results. They understood that any information leak could have fatal consequences for their careers. However, both believed that the other must have made significant discoveries. Huang Ling thought Lu Qing must have found that Zhang Chen had taken genetic drugs, otherwise, how could a senior high school martial artist possess the combat power of the Dharma
aspect realm without awakening any potential?
Lu Qing also believed Huang Ling must have detected that Zhang Chen had awakened powerful latent abilities, otherwise, how could a senior high school martial artist become a Dharma aspect warrior without
taking genetic drugs?
They tacitly understood each other as they left the inspection room and parted ways at the door.
Within Nanchang, how many families can allow their children to become Dharma aspect warriors in their senior year through genetic drugs? Such people are simply disrupting the assessment order. The final exams will start in a few days. How can my daughter secure first place? Huang Ling's face was grim. This final assessment was exceptionally important for Chen. Dueling.
As a mental power master, she had learned by chance that Ao Dagong, one of the top 10 strongmen in Jiangbei province, would be selecting disciples during this final exam.
The strength Ao Dagong displayed during the recent catfish Demon Storm in the Great Radiation Zone had astonished even the marksmanship master Zhu Gaho and the president of Starry Sky University, Di Yang. If Chen Dueling could become his disciple, the Huang family would leap to become the most prominent family in Nanchang, and she could apply for more mental resource subsidies. Additionally, martial artists ranked higher with combat power values above 30.0 could enter university 6 months early for training and receive focused cultivation.so. This final assessment is exceptionally important for martial arts students who are confident in their pursuit of first place. However, unexpectedly, a martial arts student emerged halfway through, having become a Dharma Realm warrior through a genetic potion. I can only seek her out. I hope she can overlook past grievances, Huang Ling sighed, thinking of Lu Qing. Lu Qing is a pharmacist, and since others can enhance their combat power through potions, her daughter can too. What kind of latent potential can allow a senior high school martial arts student to become a Dharma Realm warrior? Lu Qing was also deeply worried. She returned home in a daze. Mom, you're back, a young boy tending to the flowers in the yard greeted her. Chen. Seeing the boy, Lu Qing felt a wave of guilt. Yi Xian has a twin brother named Yi Chen. After her divorce from her ex-husband, he took Yi Chen away from Jiangbei province, while she stayed in Nanchang with Yi Xian. She is a pharmacist, and so is her ex-husband. They had to close their laboratory and end their marriage due to differences in their research direction. Because of the two children, they often kept in touch, but Yi Chen had been training outside Jiangbei province. This time, he suddenly returned because she learned that the difficulty of the college entrance examination in Nanchang this year is much easier than in the area where Yi Chen is. If he transfers his student status back to Nanchang, it is entirely possible for him to achieve first place in the final assessment and enter the Starry Sky University for training, obtaining a 3S level contract, and even have the chance to become a disciple of Ao Dagong. So she discussed with her ex-husband about transferring Yi Chen's student status back. Everything was for the children. Upon learning that Yi Chen might become a disciple of Ao Dagong and obtain a 3S level contract from Starry Sky University, her ex-husband did not refuse and quickly completed the relevant procedures with Lu Qing, sending Yi Chen back to Nanchang yesterday. She thought victory was assured, that Yi Chen would stand out in the final exam and catch Ao Dagong's attention, but unexpectedly, a senior high school martial arts student suddenly emerged, awakening powerful latent potential and leaping to become a Dharma Realm martial artist. The presence of such a competitor completely erased Yi Chen's chances of becoming Ao Dagong's disciple. Mom, is something wrong? Yi Chen noticed Lu Qing's heavy expression. If you can't become Master Ao's disciple, will you blame me? Lu Qing tried to ask. How could I? Master Ao is one of the top 10 experts in Jiangbei province. There are so many people who want to become his disciples. Even if I fail, it's perfectly normal, Yi Chen replied. With a smile. Then why are you willing to come back to Nanchang? Lu Qing asked. This place is close to the Great Radiation Zone, with many opportunities. I want to fight for myself. Also, my sister told me there's a guy named Zhang Chen who always bullies her. I want to meet him, but mainly, I want to be with you, Mom, Yi Chen said earnestly. Chen, I really don't know what to say. Just do your best to become Master Ao's disciple and don't think too much about it. As for that Zhang Chen, he is indeed a bit despicable. He deceives Xian by saying he doesn't usually train while simultaneously giving her psychological trauma. Last week, he just moved in from the Outer Ring City, and on the first day of the advanced training class, he defeated a classmate with a combat power of 30.0 right in front of Xian. She finally managed to advance her potential, but because of him, she couldn't get into the right state for several days. If you have the chance, you must teach Zhang Chen a good lesson. He lives in Future City now. Lu Qing was filled with resentment when mentioning Zhang Chen. Knowing her son couldn't compete with the senior high school martial arts student who became a Dharma Realm warrior, she felt confident that dealing with Zhang Chen would be more than enough. Okay, Mom, don't worry. I'll go find him soon. I want to see what a martial arts student from the Outer Ring City has to be so arrogant about. Yi Chen nodded. I know a mental power master. I'll find an opportunity in the next few days to ask her to help you with a cleansing. No matter what, I'll find a way to get you to become Master Ao's disciple, Lu Qing vowed, seeing Yi Chen being so obedient and understanding. Thank you, Mom, Yi Chen said gratefully. Inside the examination room. After Huang Ling and Lu Qing left, Zhang Chen finally received his Law Manifestation Warrior badge. However, the examination data from today was erased by the 7 Major Star Systems Alliance, which simply handed the badge to him, and of course, the Corresponding rewards and benefits would be delivered swiftly.
For instance, the 10 million yuan prize.
As Zhang Chen left the examination room, the money was automatically credited to his account. With this sum, Zhang Chen could indulge in high-level gaming dimensions or allow Zhang Lei's family to live more comfortably in the inner city. He glanced at the time. After all the commotion, an entire day had passed without him realizing it, and the students of the advanced training class had all gone home. He had no
choice but to return to the future city community, pretending he had spent the whole day training in the advanced class.
On the way
back, Yan Fei also returned to the hotel. Now that Zhang Chen had lost his qualification to enter the law manifestation hall, he no longer needed to hold evening sessions waiting for Zhang Chen to show up, so he was feeling quite pleased, ready to enjoy a
medicinal bath.
Besides that, today he had also met with the relevant person in charge of the advanced training class, clearly informing them that students like Zhang Chen, who skipped classes at will and disregarded rules, were not worthy of being in his classroom. He instructed them to keep an eye on Zhang Chen, ensuring he would not appear in his sight again
as a body refining
master. He would not coddle his students, especially not someone like Zhang Chen.
He knew the final exams were approaching, and today,
the advanced training class had received explosive news that Master Ao, one of the top 10 experts in Jiangbei province, would select a martial arts student to become his closed-door disciple during this final assessment. The news caused a stir throughout the city. Every student was eager to prove themselves. Zhang Chen was surely no exception. He didn't believe that when Zhang Chen was stopped at the door tomorrow, he wouldn't feel regret and anxiety, even if he had exceptional talent, without the right attitude towards training and outstanding results, he would never gain Master Ao's recognition. Thus, Yan Fei lay contentedly in the bathtub, running the golden sand body refining technique to absorb the medicinal effects, while he couldn't help but check Zhang Chen's updates. Boo boo. Just as he was about to use his authority to view Zhang Chen's page information, he found a red alert
window popping up on Zhang Chen's information page, warning him not to intrude casually.
He then saw that the content of Zhang Chen's page had been altered, transforming from an outstanding martial arts student into an unremarkable one, an existence easily overlooked. Protection level has increased. How could this happen? Even I can't view his information. Yan Fei was dumbfounded. Although he had never understood how Zhang Chen had the ability to have the 7 major star systems alliance directly authorize him to open the law manifestation hall for him, he had applied to the alliance to downgrade Zhang Chen's treatment from 2 hours a day to 1 hour, and if he failed to report to the law manifestation hall for a week, his qualification to enter as a Yuan warrior would be revoked. All signs indicated that while Zhang Chen was good, he had not reached the level where the 7 major star systems alliance would indulge him. That was why he had sought out the relevant person today to prohibit Zhang Chen from appearing in his class, only to suddenly discover he had no authority to view Zhang Chen's related information, and everything he saw was false. Do. Suddenly, his wristband vibrated. A holographic message popped up. A monstrous level martial arts student has appeared in South City. You are ordered to fully protect their safety, open the law manifestation hall, and teach them diligently. Their identity: Senior 3 martial arts student, Zhang Chen. Address: Future City Community, Building 2, Room 605. Yan Fei's expression froze. What had he just said? Waiting to see Zhang Chen come begging him, crying and lamenting what opportunities he had missed. It turned out it was all just his own fantasies. Now, the 7 major star systems alliance not only ordered him to protect Zhang Chen's safety but also to establish a separate Dharma hall for Zhang Chen and dedicate himself to teaching him cultivation. A prodigy? A genius. Shi Lin Bei. Yan Fei wore a face full of resentment. Without waiting for the medicinal bath to finish absorbing, he quickly left the bathtub, hastily put on his clothes, and rushed to the future city community. Protecting Zhang Chen's safety was an order from the 7 major star systems alliance. He dared not disobey. He understood that if the alien powerhouses learned of Zhang Chen's prodigious cultivation talent, a fierce battle would erupt in South City. No matter how much he found Zhang Chen displeasing, protecting his life was now his responsibility. He had to see it through to the end. This brat finally returned. In the future city community, Wang Dashan finally saw Zhang Chen's figure appear at the entrance. The living conditions in the inner ring city were decent. After finally receiving a 10 million yuan bonus, Zhang Chen specially bought several skewers of catfish demon barbecue, dipping them in sauce while munching away. Wang Dashan felt a surge of anger. He had been guarding the future city community all day and hadn't even had a sip of water. Yet, he saw Zhang Chen leisurely enjoying his catfish demon barbecue on the way back. Zhang Chen. At that moment, from another direction at the entrance of the future city community, a figure appeared, blocking Zhang Chen's path. The person held a photo of Zhang Chen, and after a careful comparison, his eyes burned with anger.
The newcomer was none other than Yi Xian's brother, Yi Chen. Not good, there's danger. Yan Fei also arrived at the entrance of the future city community. The advanced cultivation class was just across from the future city community, and the hotel he was staying at was nearby, separated by only one street. Yi Chen's furious expression quickly raised his alertness. Rhythm, I swear I really have no water. I care about the logic and plot development in my writing, as well as character building. I hope every character in this book can be presented in a three-dimensional way, rather than being one-dimensional. Trust me, every piece of text is meant to make your mood more pleasant. This book has been positioned as a light-hearted, entertaining, and humorous type from the start, though it will occasionally mix in some passionate elements. Yi Chen, a third-year martial arts student from another province, had a combat power value of 37.7, a physical quality of 3.1, and mastered the dual blade technique, Dragon Slash, to great success. With both parents being pharmacists, Yi Chen never lacked cultivation resources. Although he had not undergone genetic modification, his parents continuously stimulated his physical potential with potions, gradually improving his physical quality. At such a young age, possessing such combat power and physical quality was enough to look down on others in a place like South City, even more powerful than those who had awakened their potential. Regardless of whether he could achieve first place in the final exam this semester, with his combat power value of 37.7 and physical quality of 3.1, he could easily obtain a 3S level contract from Starry Sky University. But clearly, his biggest goal was to become the closed-door disciple of Ao Dagang. As one of the top 10 powerhouses in Jiangbei province, the man who could slay the catfish Demon King and eliminate the catfish demon storm possessed an irresistible charm. Almost no martial arts student could refuse him, including Yi Chen. Who are you? Zhang Chen frowned, he did not recognize Yi Chen. Behind him, Yan Fei was poised to act, his powerful perception locking onto Yi Chen. If Yi Chen dared to make a move, he would not hesitate to strike. Wang Dashan, who was almost at the entrance of the community, also stopped in his tracks. He saw Yi Chen and noticed Yan Fei. Although Yan Fei did not reveal any aura, his gaze was sharp, like a lurking cheetah, ready to pounce at any moment. In that instant, Wang Dashan thought Yan Fei was targeting Zhang Chen and couldn't help but look at him with a warning expression. How did another guy pop up? Injured so severely, yet still daring to come out. Yan Fei instantly caught Wang Dashan's gaze and noticed the injuries within Wang Dashan's body. The two were separated by a small community fence, easily leaping over in the blink of an eye. I am Yi Xian's brother. You and Principal Wang, under the pretext of not taking cultivation seriously, lured my sister into sparring with you, using her as a stepping stone to secure your SS level contract with Starry Sky University. I want to seek justice for my sister, Yi Chen said angrily. Do you want to fight Zhang Chen? If that's the case, I have no objections, Wang Dashan said as he walked over. Yan Fei was very strong, he needed to get closer. With a hint of confusion, Yan Fei approached Zhang Chen from behind and smiled. I think it's a good idea too. Yi Chen was imposing, unable to hide the power within him. Yan Fei estimated Yi Chen's combat power to be above 36.0 through his perception. Such strength was more than enough to teach Zhang Chen a lesson. Reflecting on the days Zhang Chen had repeatedly stood him up, even skipping the most basic classes, while the 7-Star Alliance had tasked him with ensuring Zhang Chen's safety and continued to offer him classes, wholeheartedly teaching him, it would be a lie to say. Yan Fei felt no resentment. With nowhere to vent his frustration, upon learning that Yi Chen was only here to teach Zhang Chen a lesson, he immediately perked up. Principal. Teacher Yan. Zhang Chen was taken aback as Wang Dashan and Yan Fei appeared, one after the other, as if they had made a prior agreement. So you are his principal, Yan Fei said with a smile. Teacher Yan? Your surname is Yan, could it be, you are Master Yan, sent by the 7-Star Alliance to teach body tempering techniques in South City? Wang Dashan said respectfully. He had practiced the golden sand body tempering technique, and only someone who could cultivate this technique to perfection could be called a master. You're too kind, your injuries. Yan Fei clasped his hands. I sustained them while battling the catfish demon king in the Great Radiation Zone. It's nothing serious, Wang Dashan explained. Yan Fei smiled and said no more, clearly not wanting too many people to know about Wang Dashan's serious injuries. Hello, Teacher Yan, my name is Yi Chen. I was originally a martial arts student from the East Continent, and I recently transferred my student status to South City. I saw you in the Starry Sky class. I've been practicing the golden sand body tempering technique you taught. And I didn't expect to see you in person here, Yi Chen said with a flattering smile. Although Yan Fei's reputation was not as great as Ao Dagong's, he was still a well-known figure in the East Continent, a true master of body tempering. Why did you transfer? Your student status here? Yan Fei asked with a smile. To be honest, my mom wants me to apprentice under Master Ao Yi. Chen replied honestly. Who is your mom? Wang Dashan asked.
My mom is the pharmacist Lu Qing, Principal Wang, you know her, Yi.
Chen straightened his back.
So it's little sister, Wang Dashan realized, having focused all his attention on Yan Fei earlier, and not paying attention to the conversation between Yi Chen and Zhang Chen.
My mom is a pharmacist, well-known and reputable. Yi Chen reminded him. If you want to fight Zhang Chen, I can help you with that, Wang Dashan said. It was clear that Yi Chen
held grievances against both him and Zhang Chen. I haven't eaten yet, I don't want to fight him, Zhang Chen said, finishing the last skewer of grilled catfish demon meat, his mouth greasy. You can finish eating before you fight, Yan Fei interjected. I have plans to eat and then play games in the starry sky, Zhang Chen shook his head. Fight first, then play, then eat, otherwise.
Don't think about playing or eating. Wang Dashan said angrily.
That's right, you have to win against Yi Chen before you can.
Go eat and play games. Yan Fei added loudly.
Hearing that Zhang Chen wanted to play games right after eating, both of them were filled with resentment, especially Yan Fei, who had been holding classes every night for 7 days, waiting for Zhang Chen to come in to learn, only to be ignored while Zhang Chen immersed himself in games. At this moment, hearing that he was either eating or wanting to play games, all his pent-up anger erupted uncontrollably.
Why are you all so fierce? Zhang Chen said, looking gloomy.
Wang Dashan's anger was understandable, but he wasn't familiar with Yan Fei. Why was this guy acting like he was on edge, directing
all his anger at him? What Teacher Yin said is correct. Today, unless you can defeat Yi Chen, don't even think about going to eat or play games. Wang Dashan said firmly.
Suddenly realizing that since persuasion and provocation were useless, it would be better to force Zhang Chen to do something, just like Yan Fei did.
If the task wasn't completed, forget about playing games, he wouldn't even be allowed to eat. He couldn't believe that this wouldn't change Zhang Chen's attitude towards cultivation.
Without food, how can I have the strength to fight him?
Zhang Chen shook his head.
Such an important matter as eating could not be interrupted because of a spar, especially since Yi Chen was deliberately looking for trouble. Let him eat first, I guarantee that whatever he eats will be knocked out of him later.
Yi Chen rubbed his hands together, not wanting Zhang Chen to complain later
that he lost because he hadn't eaten. He didn't expect to run into Yan Fei while coming to teach Zhang Chen a lesson, and it seemed Yan Fei also disliked Zhang Chen and was looking forward to teaching him a lesson. He had to perform well later, perhaps he could earn Yan Fei's recognition and, with his help, cultivate the body tempering technique to perfection.
Alright, let him finish
his meal first. Yan Fei's mind was already filled with the image of Zhang Chen spitting food everywhere, being thoroughly beaten by Yi Chen, and finally admitting defeat, running to him and swearing to cultivate seriously to defeat Yi Chen and take revenge in the future.
Wang Dashan also looked excited. For safety's sake, he even secretly checked Yi Chen's relevant data. A genius.
Like Yi Chen had his data protected, and with Wang Dashan's previous permissions, he couldn't see it at all.
Fortunately, this time,
in the Great Radiation Zone, he had made significant contributions, and his permissions had been upgraded. He quickly accessed
Yi Chen's relevant data.
When he saw that combat power value of 37.7, physical quality of 3.1, and mastery of the dual blade dragon,
Wang Dashan almost couldn't help but chuckle.
With such a formidable opponent, even if Zhang Chen's combat power growth rate during this period was the same as before, he would still not be Yi Chen's match. Although every time he saw Zhang Chen before, he was amazed and delighted by the impossible ways he defeated his opponents. Wang Dashan had always hoped someone would teach
Zhang Chen a lesson, making him truly realize the importance of cultivation. Now, Yi Chen had finally arrived.
Firstly, they were both third-year martial arts students of the same age. If Yi Chen won, he wouldn't be criticized, nor would there be any suspicion
of unfair advantage.
This would not only convince Zhang Chen but also make him change his ways. So the three of them watched Zhang Chen finish his meal. After becoming a law manifestation warrior, Zhang Chen would be able to receive more abundant living and cultivation resource subsidies. However, he had only just become a law manifestation warrior today and had temporarily received a bonus of 10 million yuan, with living and cultivation resources yet to be updated. Even so, Zhang Chen was enjoying his meal. While others finished a meal in at most 15 minutes, Zhang Chen took almost an hour. He ate with great enthusiasm, completely immersed in it, making the three of them anxious and almost wanting to flip the table.
Wang Dashan finally realized where
Zhang Chen usually wasted his time. 3 meals a day meant 3 hours. Adding in gaming, interacting with female streamers, and dancing in the square, there was hardly any time left for cultivation.
If these bad habits weren't corrected, no matter how high his talent was, it would be of no use.
Finally, they waited for Zhang Chen to finish his meal.
Zhang Chen then accompanied them to
A closed training room opposite the future city community. Because Yi Chen's information was protected by the 7 major star Systems Alliance, the two of them could not have outsiders present during their spar. Regardless of the outcome, Wang Dashan and Yan Fei had to keep it a secret for Yi Chen. Yi Chen then took down his dual blades from the platform. With his mastery of the Dragon Slash, his swordsmanship was fluid and continuous, able to unleash the full power of his 3.1 physical quality. Zhang Chen, on the other hand, continued to hold a gun. Having just passed inspection, he had consecutively defeated Lian Juanmiao and Yang Shoujing in the inspection room, with even Lu Qing and Huang Ling personally checking whether he had taken any potions or awakened latent abilities. Even Zhang Chen, no matter how foolish, knew he couldn't lose to Yi Chen. With a combat power value of 42.3, Zhang Chen felt confident. Not only could he face the senior martial arts students, but even the third-year martial arts students from Starry Sky University would be a challenge he could take on. Otherwise, that 1 million yuan would have been for nothing. So, before making a move, he asked seriously, "Principal, Teacher Yen, we agreed that as long as I can defeat Yi Chen, you'll let me go back to play games however I want, and you can't interfere with me." "Alright, as long as you can beat him, you can do whatever you want from now on," Wang Dashan said, crossing his arms and nodding without hesitation. "If you lose, you'll have to fulfill the tasks set by the 7 major star systems alliance, especially listening to me." "Can you do that?" Yan Fei emphasized. The 7 major star systems alliance had entrusted him to wholeheartedly teach Zhang Chen, and if Zhang Chen didn't cooperate and ended up being the weakest, a prodigy losing to an ordinary martial arts student, he wouldn't be able to explain himself to the alliance. "I can do it, and I hope you can too," Zhang Chen nodded. "It's a deal," Yan Fei and Wang Dashan said in unison. "Alright. Let's go." Zhang Chen shook his spear and faced Yi Chen. "Humph, watch the blade." Yi Chen was already eager to go, ready to unleash his dual-blade Dragon Slash. The key to this technique lay in the agile footwork and the explosive power of the continuous blade strikes. Only by combining the two could Yi Chen, without awakening his potential, achieve a combat power value of 37.7. With just a physical quality of 3.1. So when his blade technique swept towards Zhang Chen, both Yan Fei and Wang Dashan were on high alert, fearing that Zhang Chen might be cut down by Yi Chen in an instant. Clang! However, a seemingly ordinary yet strangely powerful shadow of a spear suddenly erupted from Zhang Chen's hand. With just one thrust, it disrupted Yi Chen's continuous blade technique, turning the dual-blade Dragon Slash into a flailing two-headed snake, causing panic and confusion. The forward momentum quickly retreated. Wang Dashan and Yan Fei widened their eyes. What's going on? Compared to them, the one truly caught off guard was Yi Chen. He had never experienced anything like this before, a perfected Dragon Slash being disrupted by a single spear thrust, and that guy was using the simplest spear technique. It felt as if he had seen a ghost. Buzz. But before he could comprehend what was happening, Zhang Chen thrust his spear again. It was a straight thrust, yet Yi Chen found that no matter how he slashed with his dual blades, he could never touch that spear shadow. The spear came straight for his throat. At a critical moment, he changed his footwork, moving like a dragon or snake. Clang! After 2 consecutive slashes, he finally struck Zhang Chen's spear, blocking the thrust aimed at him. Howl! However, a cold glint suddenly appeared from Zhang Chen's spear technique. Yi Chen was horrified to discover that Zhang Chen's spear seemed to lock onto his wrists like a spirit snake. Despite his continuous slashes and retreating body, the spear was fast and urgent, leaving him nowhere to hide. Crack! His wrists were struck by the spear. The piercing pain made him involuntarily loosen his grip, watching helplessly as his dual blades fell to the ground, followed by a sweeping spear shadow. In despair, he closed his eyes, thinking he was about to be cut in half. Instead, a chill appeared at his neck as the spear hovered in a strange position at his throat. It was the most basic spear technique, a simple upward thrust to seek out a snake. Not only had he failed to defend against it, but he had also lost his dual blades, with Zhang Chen's spear now locking onto his throat. Moreover, he felt that Zhang Chen hadn't even used his full strength. Finally, I can go home and play games properly, no more training, Zhang Chen sighed in relief. I promise to update more frequently, and I will keep my word. I will continue to deliver, with more updates tonight, and daily updates of 10,000 words. Please give me some time to write. Yi Chen felt a sharp pain in his chest. Zhang Chen's remark about finally being able to go home and play games felt like a mockery to him, clearly telling him that defeating someone like him didn't require serious cultivation. One could easily beat him just by playing games all day. Don't be too arrogant, I tell you. Yi Chen couldn't hold back his desire to retort. What games are you playing? Do you really think you can defeat everyone like you did, Yi Chen? If you don't take cultivation
Seriously, you'll only be able to defeat people like Yi Chen in your lifetime. However, before he could finish his sentence, Wang Dashan, who had come back to his senses, quickly interrupted him, angrily addressing Zhang Chen. He never expected that even Yi Chen wasn't a match for Zhang Chen, and was easily dealt with by him. Seeing Zhang Chen's smug expression, as if he could finally go home and play games, Wang Dashan worried that Zhang Chen would become uncontrollable, thinking there were no opponents in the world and that he didn't need to cultivate seriously, relying solely on his talent to defeat anyone with just a few moves. Once such a seed took root in Zhang Chen, he would be completely ruined. Yi Chen's face turned red. Wang Dashan's words were even harsher than Zhang Chen's. Principal Wang is right, everyone should have some aspirations. Don't think that just because you can beat a few weaklings, you can be invincible. Don't look down on everyone, remember, humanity is on the brink of survival. Even if you can defeat Yi Chen, so what? Do you really think the opponents you encounter in the future will all be as useless as Yi Chen? Yan Fei chimed in. The two of them had a simple thought: they had to turn Zhang Chen's mindset around and must not let him think he was already outstanding enough to skip cultivation, wasting time and his talent by playing games every day. Weaklings? Teacher Yi Chen's face changed colors. How did he become a weakling? We agreed that if I beat him, you would let me go back and play games without interfering with my cultivation, Zhang Chen argued. Is beating him really that impressive? Yan Fei mocked. Smack! With that, he slapped Yi Chen, sending him flying into the wall of the training room. Yan Fei raised his hand and said, "See, I can send him flying with just one slap. Does that mean I don't need to cultivate and can play games every day?" Teacher Yi Chen twisted. Yan Fei's slap was quite forceful, and his cheek burned with pain. But before he could finish his sentence, a foot came flying in, kicking him in the rear, sending him from the east side to the west. Wang Dashan stood where Yi Chen had been, seriously asking, "I can kick him away with one kick too, does that mean I don't need to cultivate?" "Oh no, I need to go back and tell my mom," Yi Chen said, rubbing his backside, his face flushed as he got up. But he was grabbed by Yan Fei by the hair and pulled in front of Zhang Chen, while Yan Fei punched him in the stomach, saying to Zhang Chen, "See? He has no power to retaliate against me." Bang! Ah! Bang! Ah! Bang! Ah! With each punch from Yan Fei, Yi Chen let out a miserable scream. At first, Yan Fei didn't use much strength, but thinking about how useless Yi Chen was, he became increasingly angry at the thought of Zhang Chen completely slacking off, playing games every day without cultivating. How could he explain that to the 7-Star Alliance? So, the more he thought about it, the angrier he got, and he gradually increased his strength. Thus, amidst Yi Chen's screams, he sprayed water and food everywhere. The food was quite good, as the son of a pharmacist, he was eating vegetables and meat. With his level, he wouldn't even be able to handle a small demon on the front lines. Even if you can beat him, there's nothing to boast about. Wang Dashan took Yi Chen from Yan Fei, pressing him to the floor, grabbing his hair at the back of his head, and repeatedly banging him against the floor like playing basketball. "Mom, Dad. Ah, you are too much." Yi Chen flailed on the ground like an octopus. His meager combat power stood out in front of martial artists, but in the hands of Yan Fei and Wang Dashan, he was utterly powerless. Did you see that? Someone who can only go home to complain after being bullied outside. Even if you beat him, what does it matter? Yan Fei kicked Yi Chen in the stomach. Yi Chen doubled over in pain, retching up last night's meal. I just want to play the game properly," Zhang Chen said innocently. "You can't afford to play." Wang Dashan grabbed Yi Chen's head again and slammed it against the floor. "I can afford to play," Zhang Chen insisted. "I said you can't afford to play." Wang Dashan, furious, flipped Yi Chen over and punched him in the chest. Yi Chen's body went rigid. His tongue sticking out, his face flushed, wide-eyed, he stretched out his hand and said to Zhang Chen with difficulty, "Please, just stop playing. If you win, you can play the game, that's what we agreed on, right?" Zhang Chen wouldn't easily back down. Especially not when it came to giving up the game. "You think you can play just by beating a useless person? What if you beat a genius, what then?" Yan Fei shouted angrily. "He's not useless, he's a genius." Zhang Chen could clearly see whether Yi Chen was a genius or useless. His combat power was even stronger than that of the senior martial arts students. How could he possibly be useless? Yan Fei and Wang Dashan fell silent, both looking at Yi Chen. Yi Chen, bruised and lying on the ground, with a mournful face said, "I'm useless, I'm not a genius, please, just stop playing, I beg you." This time he truly believed that Zhang Chen hadn't been serious about training. Yan Fei and Wang Dashan turned to look at Zhang Chen. Seeing Yi Chen clasp his hands together in front of him, Zhang Chen sighed helplessly. "Alright, I'll play less often, it's getting late, I'll go back to play, read some books." Zhang Chen looked disheveled, as if he had used all his strength to pull open the door to the training room, then slowly disappeared from the sight of the three. What did you just say you were going to tell your mom? Yanfei helped Yi-chan up from the ground and asked softly. I want to tell her not to play games, Yi-chan said, sniffling. In room 605 of Building 2. In Future City, after Zhang Chen finished washing up, he charged 1 million yuan into his game account. He upgraded his account from an ordinary player to a high-level VIP player, allowing him to navigate the advanced game realms without obstruction. Due to permission issues, Yanfei and Wang Dashan couldn't access Zhang Chen's data through the Star Realm, but they could still check Zhang Chen's activities in public spaces. He charged 1 million into his game account? Where did he get that money? Yanfei and Wang Dashan were dumbfounded. Yanfei set up the Dharma Hall, waiting for Zhang Chen to come in and learn, but the hall remained unresponsive, so he and Wang Dashan had to check what Zhang Chen was doing in the Star Realm. They saw Zhang Chen had charged a huge sum into his game account. 1 million? That was equivalent to 5 bottles of nutrient solution. If purchased as a martial art student, he could buy 7 at once, but Zhang Chen was using it to play games, which made Wang Dashan's heart race. He thought this money might be the scholarship from Starry Sky University for Zhang Chen. He entered the Z-Wei game realm. Initially, the 7-Star Systems Alliance developed this game realm to help people master the rhythm of breathing techniques more easily through gaming, thereby awakening their sense of qi. Although Zhang Chen's combat power is decent, it mainly relies on skill. Could it be that he entered the Z-Wei game realm to learn breathing techniques, awaken more qi senses, and improve his physical quality? Yanfei exclaimed excitedly. In this resource-scarce world, the games developed by the 7-Star Systems Alliance, while largely used to relieve people's mental stress, had game content in all advanced realms that was basically related to cultivation, effectively helping people enhance their strength. Some game realms even hid cultivation techniques, allowing practitioners to decipher them. Once successfully deciphered, they could receive rewards in the form of techniques. The higher the level of the game dimension, the harder it is to enter. Some can be exchanged for money, while others can only be obtained through points or even contributions. Why did he run back to the Luohan game dimension again? Wang Dashan frowned. In the Luohan game dimension, there are explanations and teachings on the golden sand body refinement method, and the game rules are closely related to the body refinement method. Perhaps. Yanfei's eyes gradually sparkled with excitement. Wang Dashan also smiled, and the two couldn't help but exchange a glance, ultimately bursting into laughter. They felt that their previous efforts had finally paid off, and Zhang Chen had finally realized the importance of cultivation. This kid is smart, much more clever than us. We've been trying to get him to quit gaming, but we forgot that cultivation can be combined with gaming. If we force him to forget about gaming, it would backfire. Yanfei sighed. You're right, a balance of work and rest, and the complement of yin and yang, is what allows one to go further. Wang Dashan agreed deeply. Ever since they had beaten Yi-chan, it felt as if they had become old friends, their words and actions particularly warm. So, the two began to exchange ideas and formulate a cultivation plan for Zhang Chen, their thoughts aligning perfectly. They felt as if they had met too late and couldn't help but check Zhang Chen's social media updates. Soon, Zhang Chen updated several posts on his social platform. Family, this is Zishan Peak in the ZY game dimension. There are a total of 78 peaks here. In the coming days, I will check in and take photos at one peak each day to share all the fun things in the ZY game dimension with you. Family, I just came out of the ZY game dimension, and now I'm in the Luohan game dimension. There's a Luohan hall here, built in imitation of the ancient Luohan temple. I will take photos of everything here for you. Don't forget to give me a thumbs up for the places I've passed. High-level game dimensions are great. So many female streamers. The little fairies here are so beautiful. I think I found my life goal. This one on my left is Xiaohua, and the one on my right is Xiaomei. They are game streamers from other provinces, and I will take them to the Drunken Flower Pavilion for check-in. Zhang Chen posted dozens of updates in a row. Each one was about his experiences in the high-level game dimension and his interactions with some female streamers. Previously, he couldn't enter due to insufficient level and could only watch some big streamers play in the high-level game dimension. After playing this time, Zhang Chen increasingly understood that having money was truly enjoyable. He could even bring 2 female streamers with insufficient permissions inside, having them escort him around like a young master with 2 maidservants, exploring the mountains and waters. Unknowingly, he had completely forgotten about the importance of diligent cultivation and entering the Dharma Hall for practice. After becoming a Dharma Realm warrior, one of the benefits he received was the freedom to enter and exit the Dharma Hall for cultivation without time restrictions. However, Zhang Chen didn't care about any of this. Rather than endure the torment in the Dharma Hall, he preferred to learn to relax and enjoy himself. Moreover, the more thoroughly he relaxed, the higher his relaxation value became. So even if upgrading his game account cost $1 million, Zhang Chen didn't hesitate. Once in the game, to please the two female streamers, he spent another 200,000 to upgrade several pieces of equipment for them. In the game, he could easily overcome obstacles without breaking a sweat. But when faced with the revealed details of cultivation sets, such as the day and night breathing method or the insights of senior experts, he chose to ignore them or give them to the two female streamers to take back for proper cultivation, which made them giggle nonstop, often dancing gracefully in front of him, promising to accompany young Master Zhang for a lifetime. Because it was his first time playing in a high-level game dimension, Zhang Chen had a blast, only realizing the time limit when dawn broke the next day, and he finally exited the game, updating his status. After playing games all night, I'm so tired. Time to wash up and sleep. Wang Dashan and Yan Fei both saw this update. Neither of them had slept last night, staring at Zhang Chen's updates for the entire evening. Now that they saw Zhang Chen finally log out of the game, they were at a loss for words for a long time. In a few days, the final exams would begin. Suddenly, a Dharma Realm warrior appeared among the senior martial arts students, and Lu Qing and Huang Ling hadn't slept a wink all night. Both were hoping their children would stand out in this final exam. After much thought, Lu Qing decided to take Yi Chen to meet Huang Ling, asking her to help Yi Chen undergo a mental cleansing at the last moment, trying to see if it could awaken his potential. However, for some reason, ever since Yi Chen returned last night, he had been hiding in his room and wouldn't come out. This morning, she knocked on the door for a long time, but no matter how she called, he wouldn't respond. Teacher Lu. Just as she was about to break the door down, a voice came from the entrance. Looking at the surveillance video, it was actually Huang Ling. She was overjoyed, not expecting Huang Ling to come looking for her. Huang Ling, on the other hand, looked anxious. Although she and Lu Qing were in different circles, they were both representative women of Nan City, secretly competing with each other. She had heard that Lu Qing had brought her ex-husband's son back to Nan City. The intention was obvious, both wanted their children to become disciples of Ao Dagang. Chen Duling and Yi Chen were rivals, so Lu Qing might not sell her the potion. You say my writing is shallow, but I really don't think so. This story is lighthearted and funny, with a bit of passion. To be honest, I've never written in this genre before. My previous 2 books were about survival and gratitude. Teacher Lu. Huang Ling said with a smile. Teacher Huang, what brings you here all of a sudden? Come in, have a seat. Lu Qing welcomed her warmly. Both had requests of each other and didn't dare to be negligent. I heard that Teacher Lu has called her son back from another province. I wonder if there's a chance for my daughter to get to know him, to make a few more friends. Huang Ling started to probe. Of course, but I don't know what's going on. I've been calling him for a long time today, and he just won't come out of his room. Sorry for the trouble, Lu Qing said, knowing that revealing her own shortcomings would make her seem more approachable. Kids are all the same, my Linger is like that too. Huang Ling laughed. Teacher Huang, you must have something on your mind for coming here suddenly. If there's anything I can help with, please feel free to say. Lu Qing smiled. To be honest, I want to buy a potion for my daughter from you. Huang Ling got straight to the point. Lu Qing was slightly taken aback. After thinking for a moment, she smiled and said, for something like this, you don't need to trouble yourself to come in person. Just tell me over the phone what kind of potion you want, and I'll have someone deliver it. I really don't know how to thank you. Huang Ling didn't expect Lu Qing to agree so readily. In fact, potions weren't hard to sell. The key was in the dosage. Whether Chen Duling could succeed at the last moment depended on whether Lu Qing could specifically tailor the right dosage for her. Otherwise, if taken indiscriminately, it could backfire. Perhaps there would be a short-term surge in combat power, but soon they would hit a bottleneck. Therefore, potions needed to be configured according to physical condition and the development state of bones and muscles, not just casually ingested like nutritional fluids. Actually, I have something I want to trouble Teacher Huang with as well. Lu Qing smiled. Please go ahead. Huang Ling said directly, not wanting to owe Lu Qing a favor. I would like to ask you to give my son a comprehensive mental cleansing. You can name your price. Lu Qing said earnestly. Huang Ling was stunned. She had come to Lu Qing to buy potions for Chen Duling, while Lu Qing was asking her for a mental cleansing for Yi Chen. It seemed that as mothers, they both hoped for their children to excel and stand out from the crowd. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. The two shared a mutual understanding of their feelings. Sure, Huang Ling did not refuse. Just in time, she could take this opportunity to see just how strong Yi Chen really was. Similarly, Lu Qing needed to know the relevant data about Chen Duling to ensure the potion would work effectively in her body. Wait a moment, I'll go call my son to prepare. Lu Qing said as she ran upstairs.
Alright, my daughter is just outside the community, I'll go call her in, Huang Ling followed up. She was worried that Lu Qing would refuse, leaving Chen Duling embarrassed, so she came over to test the waters.
Unexpectedly, both had their needs, and things went surprisingly smoothly.
Okay. As a pharmacist, Lu Qing had a generous income and was skilled at making money. She lived in a villa, which had a training room and a laboratory among other things.
Ah Chen, get up.
Quickly, I invited teacher Huang to come and give you a mental power baptism, to see if it can help awaken your latent abilities. Lu Qing shouted at the door of Yi Chen's room. No need, Yi Chen replied, still not fully recovered from the nightmare of being
beaten by Wang Dashan and Yan Fei last night.
He had thought about complaining to Lu Qing, but neither Yan Fei nor Wang Dashan were easy to deal with. Moreover, he hadn't even taken his final exams yet and had already lost to a martial arts student from the Outer Ring City. It wouldn't sound good if that got out. Most importantly, he had just seen a post from Zhang Chen. This guy had really played games all night and, despite not practicing much, could easily handle him. For a moment, Yi Chen lost confidence
in his training. Who told you there's no need? Don't you want to become a disciple of Master Ao and defeat all your opponents? Lu Qing reminded him.
Asking a mental power master to give Yi Chen a baptism wasn't difficult, the key was to find a reliable
and reputable one.
Clearly, Huang Ling was the most suitable candidate.
What did you say? Yi Chen was taken aback and sat up in bed.
The bump on his head hadn't gone down yet, giving him a feeling of being rich and powerful. The bruises on his face hadn't completely faded either, making it obvious that he had been beaten badly last night, and he was still somewhat inconvenienced in his movements.
Don't you want to become a disciple of Master Ao and defeat everyone? Lu Qing thought her son was acting a bit
strange but still spoke patiently. I do, Yi Chen replied loudly, then opened the door and appeared in front of Lu Qing.
Son, what happened to you?
How did you get hurt? Lu Qing thought Yi Chen had been away from her for too long and was struggling to
adapt upon returning.
But when she saw the bump on his forehead and the bruises on his face, she was immediately startled.
It's
nothing, I just had a spar with two old guys last night and didn't gain any advantage, Yi Chen said nonchalantly. In his eyes, defeating Zhang Chen was one thing, but returning after training to take revenge on Yan Fei and Wang Dashan was another.
But what about your injuries?
The final exams are coming up soon, Lu Qing felt dizzy. How could Yi Chen participate in the finals looking
like this? Even if Master Ao saw him, he would think it was nothing, otherwise, how could he have been beaten like this? You need to tell me who did this to you. Lu Qing felt heartbroken and wanted to avenge Yi Chen.
Mom, it's just a personal grudge. I'll handle it myself, Yi Chen said firmly.
You can handle it? Is that why you ended up like this? Tell me, who exactly hit you? Mom is a pharmacist, I have connections.
Lu Qing said seriously.
Yi Chen was taken aback.
Thinking about it, his mother might not be very strong, but she was a pharmacist and from the southern city. As the saying goes, a strong dragon cannot overpower a local snake, so what if Yan Fei was a body refining master? Teacher Lu, my daughter is here, Huang Ling's voice came from downstairs. Don't go down yet, never mind, let's go down together. We'll talk about it later, Lu Qing said with a gloomy expression, bringing the bruised Yi Chen down from upstairs. Huang Ling and Chen Duling had always been curious about what Yi Chen looked like. They learned that Lu Qing had brought Yi Chen back from another province with the purpose of having him participate in the exam in Nanchang, hoping he would stand out in the final exam and gain recognition from Ao Dagang.
Huang Ling vaguely knew
that Yi Chen's combat power was above 36.0, making him a strong competitor against Chen Duling.
Teacher Huang, I'm sorry for making
you and your daughter witness this. My son got into trouble yesterday and was bullied like this, Lu Qing said, her expression difficult to bear.
Considering the upcoming mental energy baptism, she could only bring Yi Chen down. Who hurt him like this?
Teacher Lu, if you need any help, just let me know, Huang Ling said earnestly.
Thank you, Teacher Huang, Lu Qing replied.
Gratefully, turning to Yi Chen, Chen, tell me, who beat you up like this?
Mom and Teacher Huang will stand up for you. Yi Chen looked at Huang Ling with curiosity.
As long as your mom and I are here in Nanchang, no one can bully you, Huang Ling noticed the doubt in Yi Chen's eyes.
Thank you, Teacher Huang.
Speaking of which, you should know both of them. One is the body refining Master Yan Fei from another province, and the other is the principal of Zhouzhong in the Outer Ring City, Wang Dashan, Yi Chen
said. Principal Wang? Old Wang. Yan. Teacher Yan? The three were taken aback. They never expected to be connected to
Wang Dashan and Yan Fei, feeling that the situation was a bit absurd.
Wang Dashan actually dared to hit you? That old man must be tired of living
Earlier, to get Zhang Chen a contract with Starry Sky University, he tricked me and Xian to the outer ring city, and now he's bullying you, Lu Qing said, unable to contain her anger.
Principal Wang just returned from the Great Radiation Zone last night. How could he hit you? Huang Ling looked puzzled. Both chose to forget about Yin Fei. It was because of Xian. Last night, I went to Future City to find Zhang Chen, but unexpectedly ran into those two. Originally, when it came to being defeated by Zhang Chen, Yi Chen suddenly found it hard to speak. Originally what? Lu Qing pressed, anxious. Originally, it was agreed that I would have a match with Zhang Chen, but Yi Chen's face was conflicted, feeling it difficult to articulate. But Wang Dashan hit you to protect Zhang Chen? Lu Qing asked urgently. Sort of. Yi Chen nodded. Good for you, Wang Dashan. Lu Qing, will not let this go, Lu Qing gritted her teeth. What exactly happened between you and Zhang Chen? How could Principal Wang hit you for no reason? And why did Teacher Yan also get involved? Chen Dueling sensed something was off and didn't forget about Yan Fei. Yes, clarify the situation. Huang Ling also noticed something was wrong. I originally wanted to stand up for my sister and teach Zhang Chen a lesson, but Zhang Chen and Wang Dashan had an agreement that if he could beat me, he could play games freely in the future. The result. It was truly hard to say. So, Yi Chen spoke as fast as he could. The result is that Zhang Chen beat me, and Wang Dashan and Yan Fei, unable to restrain Zhang Chen's training, took their anger out on me, beating me up. That's basically it. You lost to Zhang Chen? But the three seemed to only hear that Zhang Chen had beaten him, looking at Yi Chen in disbelief. His shooting skills have evolved again. I'm no match for him, Yi Chen said, closing his eyes. Before going to settle the score with Zhang Chen, he already knew that Zhang Chen had transformed his basic shooting skills, and during their confrontation, he realized Zhang Chen's skills had evolved once more. How is that possible? Chen Dueling was dumbfounded. The data shows your combat power is above 36.0? Your physical quality is close to 3.0? Huang Ling asked, her voice trembling. The real data is 37.7, with a physical quality of 3.1, Lu Qing said, somewhat dazed. If Yi Chen wasn't even a match for Zhang Chen, how could he compare to that martial arts student who had reached the law manifestation realm in the final exam? Even if Huang Ling devoted herself entirely to his mental baptism, hoping for a potential awakening, it seemed he could only be on par with Zhang Chen. Although they learned that Zhang Chen's skills had once again transformed, the three of them, including Yi Chen, were not convinced that Zhang Chen's strength had reached the law manifestation realm. After all, 37.7 was still a bit far from 40.0. Mom, Wang Dashan and Yan Fei are trying to force Zhang Chen to train by humiliating me during the final exams, telling him that I'm nothing special, and that just because he can beat me, it doesn't mean he can easily defeat everyone else, Yi Chen reminded. He felt that his mother and Huang Ling were missing the point, focusing all their attention on Zhang Chen. No wonder he has rarely attended the advanced training classes lately. It seems he has devoted all his energy to skill training. And finally achieved a breakthrough, Chen Dueling said. It's truly unbelievable. I didn't expect his combat power to be on par with yours, or even possibly surpass you, Huang Ling said with a serious expression. They had thought Yi Chen was a strong rival for Chen Dueling, but they didn't realize how much of a threat Zhang Chen posed, especially with that law manifestation realm. Martial artist. This year's final exams were truly a gathering of talents. Lu Qing was distraught. She had thought the competition here wouldn't be that fierce, but even a martial artist from the outer ring city could defeat her son. The powerful law manifestation realm martial artist needed no further mention. Teacher Huang, please help my son awaken his potential, Lu Qing said earnestly. Huang Ling was taken aback. Asking to help her son awaken his potential was very different from asking for a spiritual baptism. Lu Qing was requesting that this spiritual baptism be carried out to the end, until Yi Chen fainted. In exchange, I can prepare the most extreme and safest potions for your daughter, Lu Qing said. Alright, it's a deal. Huang Ling nodded. She knew that Yi Chen's current achievements were certainly related to Lu Qing's usual potion nourishment, and similarly, Chen Dueling's combat power of 38.1 at her age was also connected to her as a mental energy master. Both had impressive results to show each other and trusted each other's abilities. Thus, Huang Ling conducted the spiritual baptism for Yi Chen, while Lu Qing prepared potions for Chen Dueling. Mom, Teacher Huang, didn't you hear what I just said? Wang Dashan and Yan Fei are humiliating me over and over again to force Zhang Chen to train. This bump on my head is from Wang Dashan using my head to play basketball on the floor. This handprint is from Yan Fei. Yi Chen grew more agitated as he spoke, only to find that both Lu Qing and Huang Ling were not paying attention to him. It didn't matter who had hit him. Even Chen Dueling was preoccupied with thoughts of Zhang Chen. That day in the advanced training class, seeing Zhang Chen easily defeat Zhou Changqing, she felt that Zhang Chen had the potential for a second breakthrough. She didn't expect it to happen right before the final exams. I really hope to have a good match with you. In the final exams, Chen Dueling thought to herself. Although Yi Chen lost to Zhang Chen, she still had absolute confidence when facing him. If Yi Chen were to recount the detailed process, perhaps she would change her mind. The final exams were approaching. With only 3 days left, the advanced training class had been disbanded. In the remaining time, the students were free to do as they pleased. With the help of money, Zhang Chen finally understood what it meant to play games. In just 3 short days, he squandered nearly 3 million in the advanced gaming dimension. He took lying flat to the extreme, doing whatever felt good. The lying flat value he obtained reached the highest ever recorded, and he discovered a new and more effective way to lie flat. Extravagance. Name, Zhang Chen. Fate, lying flat. Occupation, law. Manifestation, martial artist. Combat power, 42.6. Physical quality, 1.59882. Lying flat value, 661. Advanced gun techniques, 13 styles, proficient, 2/100. Title, breathing technique, proficient, 68 out of 100. Golden sand body tempering method, beginner, 72 out of 300. Abilities, all-weather breathing and exhaling ability, arm strength, increase of 200 kilograms at any level, superior speed, all-weather body tempering ability. My marksmanship has already undergone a second transformation. I wonder if it can achieve a third. If the transformation is successful, what kind of scene will it be? The all-weather body tempering ability and the all-weather breathing technique are both quite good, but to significantly enhance my physical quality in a short time and help me unlock my physical form, perhaps I can only achieve that by improving my body tempering method. Of course, I could also try using my lying flat value directly to enhance my physical quality. Looking at the panel information, Zhang Chen murmured to himself. Although he chose a laid-back lifestyle, not cultivating, not competing, and being at peace with the world, after becoming a law-form martial artist, he had also sought to understand the differences between the 8 layers of physical form, muscles, bones, organs, and spirit. He knew in his heart that the more powerful the skill, the stronger the physique needed to support it in order to bring that skill to its fullest potential. Especially after becoming a law-form martial artist, every evolution of physical quality was closely related to the awakening of the law form. Only by successfully unlocking the law form could one truly be considered a law-form martial artist. Although his combat power had reached the law form level, without unlocking the law form, even with his marksmanship having undergone 2 transformations, he could not be compared to a true law form martial artist. Zhang Chen was well aware of this gap. Of course, with his current strength, aiming for first place in the final exam was more than enough, but to achieve an absolute first among all the martial students in the senior year of South City might still hold some uncertainty. As for comparing with martial students outside of South City, such as competing with all the senior martial students in Jiangbei province to see who ranks higher, Zhang Chen did not yet have that strength and confidence. He understood that just in Jiangbei province alone, there were 58 cities. South City was the most inconspicuous existence in Jiangbei province, as it was close to the major radiation zone, constantly facing the danger of foreign invasions, coupled with a harsh living environment and scarce resources. The quality of martial students in South City, even in the inner city, was always at the bottom in the entire Jiangbei province during each college entrance examination. All along, major institutions have been trying to cultivate talent, hoping that through the rise of talent, the 7-Star System Alliance would provide South City with more living and cultivation resource subsidies. Unfortunately, South City suffered from severe talent drain. Generally, those with strengthened conditions would migrate to the main central cities of Jiangbei province, where not only was the living environment better, but the resources were also more abundant, and they enjoyed more resources. People like Yi Chen, who were brought back to South City from other places just to stand out among the martial students there and become disciples of Ao Dagang, were not common. People like them were not focused on the cultivation resources in South City, but rather on becoming closed-door disciples of Ao Dagang, following him to leave South City and live in several central cities, obtaining enviable cultivation resource subsidies. Zhang Chen's thoughts had always been simple. As someone who diligently practiced a laid-back fate and sought to gain more lying flat value, he was not concerned about Ao Dagang's plans to accept disciples. He only worried about whether someone would affect his laid-back lifestyle. In just a few days, he spent 3 million in the advanced game realm of the Starry World, and at first, he was a bit worried that the people from the 7-Star System Alliance would come to stop him from using his prize money on games and entertainment. He understood that the special bonuses set up by the 7-Star
System Alliance for martial students were meant to help them buy more cultivation resources, thereby quickly enhancing their strength and preventing them from wasting their innate talent due to insufficient resources, which would cause great losses to humanity's rise. Fortunately, the 7-star System Alliance did not interfere with how he used his prize money. Therefore, in just a few days, his lying flat value skyrocketed to the current 661 points. After thinking it over, Zhang Chen decided to first break through the advanced marksmanship 13 styles to perfection and see if this skill could undergo a third transformation. So he directly added 300 points of lying flat value to the advanced marksmanship 13 styles, lying flat value 361 13th style. Perfect gun technique, beginner, 2 of 300, combat power value 47.1. Zhang Chen saw the 13th style gun technique transform into a perfect level, its power unified and complete. The most ordinary moves, in his hands, possessed impeccable defense and a devastating offensive force. In that moment of transformation, Zhang Chen felt that all his strength could be released through the gun technique without any waste, transferring all his power onto the enemy. At that instant, he felt an indescribable resonance between his thoughts and the gun technique, as if all his strength could align perfectly with it. This state of power being unified was akin to a resonance formed between himself and the gun technique, imprinting the 13th style gun technique deeply into his very bones. As a result, his combat power value reached 47.1. However, Zhang Chen felt it was far from enough. With the emergence of that resonance, he clearly realized that he had not truly harnessed the power of the gun technique's perfection, as his physical condition was still insufficient to support that strength. Thus, he looked towards his physical attributes and the golden sand body refinement method. Zhang Chen vaguely remembered that when he first tried to enhance his physical attributes using lying flat value, he had used 36 points to only increase his physical quality by 0.2. Therefore, if he used the remaining 361 points of lying flat value to directly enhance his physical attributes, it should increase by 2, reaching around 3.6. He knew that, according to the requirements for unlocking the physical manifestation, his physical attributes needed to reach 4.0 to achieve that. He understood that when his physical attributes improved, he would be able to manifest the power of the gun techniques perfection, leading to a significant change in his combat power value. How could the third transformation of skills only increase the combat power value by a single digit? But with so many lying flat values only increasing his physical attributes by 2.0, Zhang Chen felt somewhat unwilling. After thinking it over, he decided to give the golden sand body refinement method a try, a technique highly praised by Wang Dashan and Yin Fei, attracting countless followers. Meanwhile, his value had also reached 300. Zhang Chen felt a bit of anticipation. So, he added 61 points of lying flat value to the golden sand body refinement method all at once. Lying flat value, 300 golden sand body refinement method, beginner, 133/300, physical attributes, 1.93 combat power value, 48.6. Zhang Chen saw that the 61 points of lying flat value had increased his physical attributes by about 0.34. As his physical attributes improved, the power of the gun technique's perfection could be better released, and his combat power value also increased by 1.5. He then calculated carefully and found that directly adding lying flat value to both physical attributes and the golden sand body refinement method yielded similar effects. However, with the improvement of the golden sand body refinement method's value, there would be many advantages in the future if he needed to utilize this body refinement method. While enhancing his physical attributes, he could also accelerate the progress of the body refinement method. Even Zhang Chen, no matter how foolish, knew what to choose. Thus, he used all the remaining lying flat value on the golden sand body refinement method. Lying flat value 0 golden sand body refinement method, proficient, 133/300, physical attributes, 3.6002 combat power value, 56.1. Zhang Chen was pleasantly surprised to find that as his physical attributes reached above 3.6, he could more easily manifest the power of the gun technique's perfection, leading to a qualitative leap in his combat power value, which astonishingly reached 56.1. According to the combat power value level regulations for law manifestation warriors, a value between 40.0 and 79.9 falls within the category of physical manifestation warriors. With a combat power value of 56.1, his strength was already in the lower middle tier of physical manifestation warriors, and once he successfully unlocked the first layer of law manifestation, his combat power value would undergo a significant leap. Originally, in the high-level game dimension of the Star Realm, he had spent so much money in just a few days to align with lying flat. If Zhang Chen felt no reluctance in his heart, that would be a lie. And now seeing that he had raised his combat power to 56.1 and his physical fitness to 3.61 in just a few days, Zhang Chen believed it was all worth it. Clearly,
Spending the special bonus on entertainment and consumption, as long as it didn't involve cultivation, could yield a high level of lying flat value. This was a brand new and efficient way of lying flat, and Zhang Chen felt that his path had widened. In the hotel across from the future community. In the last few days leading up to the final exams, it was the students' free cultivation time. During these days, Wang Dashan and Yan Fei stayed together, constantly paying attention to Zhang Chen's movements. The results were evidently disappointing for both of them. Not only had Zhang Chen not cultivated, but he was also completely immersed in games, spending 3 million in just a few days in a high-level gaming dimension, becoming a rising wealthy gamer in the region, attracting a group of female streamers and countless people's attention. At this rate, both felt that Zhang Chen would be consumed by the game and the female streamers. I previously spent money to buy out a female streamer to make him cultivate properly, but now there are so many female streamers clinging to him, that method is no longer effective. Wang Dashan felt utterly powerless. If it were someone else, wouldn't they be clinging to me, begging me to take them to cultivate body refining techniques? I've never encountered someone like Zhang Chen before. Yan Fei doubted his own charm. I've already checked with the dean of Shinkong University, their special bonus hasn't been allocated to Zhang Chen yet, and I don't know how he got that money, Wang Dashan said, puzzled. He was able to defeat Yi Chen because his marksmanship underwent a second transformation, which completely caught us off guard, and we fell for it. Perhaps Yan Fei had a bold idea. The law manifestation. The two exchanged glances and said in unison. I understand now. He relied on the power of the second transformation of his marksmanship to raise his combat power to the level of a law manifestation warrior, and then received a bonus, Wang Dashan exclaimed excitedly. Exactly, only in this way would his talent level suddenly rise. Yan Fei nodded. A prodigy? Wang Dashan said, trembling. Yan Fei remained silent. There were confidentiality measures in place, and he couldn't disclose anything. But silence meant that the truth was indeed as such. Moreover, Wang Dashan had previously suspected that Zhang Chen's ability to move into the inner city was due to his talent being recognized by the 7 major star systems alliance. Coupled with Yan Fei's earlier remark about the sudden rise in talent level, Wang Dashan thought carefully and felt that everything was connected. He couldn't contain his excitement, sitting on the sofa and laughing heartily, but when he thought of Zhang Chen's attitude towards cultivation, he became furious and jumped up and down. In the end, due to the chaotic breath, he triggered an internal injury and spat out a mouthful of old blood. Principal Wang! Yan Fei exclaimed in shock, quickly taking out a tube of healing potion and giving it to Wang Dashan. Wang Dashan swallowed the blood back down and pushed the potion back, saying, no need, thank you. No matter how much potion I drink now, it's just a waste of resources. Please don't say that, Yan Fei decisively opened the potion and made Wang Dashan swallow it. After a while, Wang Dashan's pale face finally regained some color, and he smiled. Nanchang is close to the Great Radiation Zone, the most resource-depleted area in Jiangbei Province. In my school, no. 9 middle school, many students are unable to become entry-level warriors before the age of 18 due to insufficient resources. In the end, they are sent to the front lines, and less than 1 in 10 returns alive. I've always been trying to change this situation, but unfortunately, I haven't achieved any results until Zhang Chen appeared. Having Principal Wang at number 9. Middle school is a blessing for all the students, Yan Fei admired. He knew, as did everyone, that the human living environment was precarious, with scarce resources. The 7 major star systems alliance established this rule to prevent humanity from perishing due to food shortages, sending those who could not become entry-level warriors before the age of 18 to the front lines to be tempered by the flames of war. Those who can survive will continue to receive living resource subsidies, fighting to the end under the protection of the 7 major star systems alliance in a harsh survival environment. The dead will become cannon fodder, and no one will remember them. After Zhang Chen obtained the SS level contract from Starry Sky University, the resource subsidies for all teachers and students at number 9 middle school were raised to a new level, but this is far from enough. I hope that after I leave, all the students at number 9, even all the martial arts students in the Outer Ring City, can become entry-level martial artists before the age of 18, and each of them can make a significant contribution to humanity in the future. Unfortunately. Sigh. Wang Dashan wept inconsolably. It was hard to find a student who could help him fulfill his wish completely, yet this student turned out to be someone like Zhang Chen. Principal Wang has done his best. As long as Zhang Chen can achieve first place in the South City during this final exam, the resource subsidies for year 9 middle school will rise another level. Based on his current level, I think getting first place shouldn't be too difficult. Yan Fei comforted. A senior martial arts student with the cultivation of the Law Phase realm, this is indeed shocking news, but as you can see, his physical quality is too poor. Even if his marksmanship undergoes a second transformation, it will be difficult for him to control that power.
If he could listen to our arrangements, practice the body tempering method well, and improve his physical quality, perhaps next semester during the college entrance examination, he could represent
South City and compete with all the martial arts students from Jiangbei province for a spot in the top 10.
At that time, no one would dare to look down on South City, and the resources provided by the 7 Major Star Systems Alliance would also tilt
in this direction.
Wang Dashan said excitedly.
South City already has a Master AO, Principal Wang is overthinking it. Yan Fei reminded.
That's not enough, otherwise, why would he return to South City to look for a closed-door disciple?
I think he, like me, wants to change the situation here.
I originally wanted to find an opportunity to recommend Zhang Chen to him, but as you can see, Zhang Chen.
Wang Dashan lamented.
It's getting late, Principal Wang, you should rest early.
Tomorrow is the
final exam, perhaps Zhang Chen can create a miracle for number 9 and for the Outer Ring City.
Yan Fei consoled.
Both of them knew that with Zhang Chen's strength, securing first place in the Outer Ring City was absolutely within reach, and even competing
for first place in South City had a good chance.
However, leading the martial arts students of South City to gain recognition from the 7 Major Star Systems Alliance and change the current situation here would be extremely difficult.
Martial arts.
Students must participate in 2 martial arts examinations each year, and the results of each examination are crucial, determining the cultivation resources and living material subsidies for the next semester. Especially for senior martial arts students.
Many see the martial arts examination as a pathway to rise.
This naturally includes Chen Duling, Teng Qingshan, Hu Bin, and others, who are gearing up and working hard to stand out in the martial arts examination. Today, Zhang Chen and Zhang Qingqing slept together in the sleep pod within Future City Community, entering the Star Realm through consciousness projection.
Entering
the Star Realm through the sleep pod not only has no time limit but also allows the brain to be more flexible, enabling a full
display of one's strength.
It is safer and more reliable than entering the Star Realm directly through a wristband. However, this benefit generally belongs only to martial arts students in the Inner Ring City. In the Outer Ring City, only those with particularly outstanding results can, with the school's help, enter the Star Realm through the sleep pod and arrive at the assessment realm designated for martial arts students from South City.
The rules for the final exam are similar to those for the
ranking competition, mainly divided into 3 stages.
The first stage allows martial arts students to enter the primary assessment
realm and fight against alien creatures to see who can earn more points within the specified time.
The second stage involves
those who score at least 100 points in the first round of assessment entering the intermediate assessment realm together, battling against more powerful alien creatures. Whoever can break through the encirclement in the shortest time will earn the highest points die in the third stage. Those who successfully pass the second stage assessment will enter the advanced assessment dimension together. Inside, they will encounter alien creatures with a combat power value of at least 20.0.
Whoever can hold out until the end will be the first to succeed.
The Star Realm system will assign the most accurate scores in combat power rankings based on each candidate's performance across the 3 stages.
Each stage will have an assessment every day. Zhang Chen and Zhang Qingqing quickly entered the primary assessment dimension of the martial arts in South City. Zhang Chen, Qingqing.
The 2 quickly found the 9th middle school camp inside.
Teacher Yang, Teacher Hong. Every martial arts assessment
is crucial, and Yang Liru, Hong Lisan, and even Wang Dashan entered the Star Realm in their respective capacities to explain the important points of the first stage assessment to everyone. Finally, seeing Zhang Chen again in the Star Realm, Wang Dashan hesitated, wanting to say something to Zhang Chen, but the words got stuck in his throat. He realized that at Zhang Chen's age, he still didn't understand the weight of the responsibilities on his shoulders and hoped that this final exam would bring about a change in his mindset. In the assessment dimension you will enter later, any alien creature you encounter will have a level above 10.0, and you may even encounter alien creatures with a level of 15.0. You must use all your strength to slay every alien creature you meet. You can fight side by side or go solo. The Star Realm system will assign the most reasonable scores based on your performance, so you don't need to worry about someone else killing the alien creature in your hands first during the battle. Under the Star Realm system, all your performances will be recorded.
Wang Dashan reminded everyone.
Yes, please rest assured, Principal.
Everyone responded.
The sound was deafening. I hope you all achieve good results and can enter
Shinwu University together in the future.
Wang Dashan encouraged. Thank you, Principal, everyone exclaimed excitedly. Soon, Wang Dashan, Yang Liru, and several other teachers left the Star Realm together and returned to the observation room at the school. The giant screen in the observation room displayed the various performances of each senior martial arts student in the Star Realm.
Who? Ha! After Wang Dashan and the others exited, there were only 3 minutes left until the assessment time.
Lai Jijun, holding a silver spear, practiced the basic 13 spear techniques repeatedly in a corner.
After diligent training, his combat power value had reached 15.2, and he had awakened 6 senses, mastering the basic spear techniques to perfection. He felt as if he had suddenly gained insight recently, with his cultivation advancing by leaps and bounds. No matter what, he wanted to amaze everyone in this final exam, making it clear that there was more than one Zhang Chen in the Shitsung community. There were many people like Lai Jijun. They were racing against time to train, either honing their skills or practicing their breathing techniques. At that moment, Zhang Chen caught a sharp gaze. The person also held a silver spear, standing tall and straight, as if ready to soar into the sky. Classmate Teng Qingshan. Zhang Chen was surprised. The person was none other than Teng Qingshan, who exuded a powerful aura, with a heavy sense of pressure like a mountain. Teng Dalong had sold his house and taken out a loan to help him invite a mental power master for a baptism and to purchase potions. With the help of the potions and the mental power master, Teng Qingshan's combat power had skyrocketed during this time. He had awakened his potential for strength. This so-called strength is the power released from the bones, with strong penetration ability, capable of causing soreness in the opponent's bones and blood clots, resulting in irreversible damage. Compared to Kong Ning, Teng Qingshan's strength potential level was not to be underestimated. Additionally, he had taken potions, and with the assistance of his strength, the potions were fully absorbed. Now, his combat power value had reached 26.7, and his physical quality had also improved to 2.2 with the help of the potions and body tempering techniques. The people from Starry Sky University had already communicated with him, willing to help him pay the breach of contract fee and offer him an S-level contract. Teng Qingshan did not agree directly. As far as he knew, Zhang Chen had obtained a double S-level contract when his combat power and physical fitness were inferior to his own, so why did he only receive an S-level contract? Was it because the potion had side effects that determined his potential was less than Zhang Chen's? Teng Qingshan felt unconvinced, so this time in the martial arts examination, he aimed to surpass Zhang Chen in every aspect, helping Zhou secure first place in the best possible way. 3 minutes passed. In the blink of an eye, the scene before him changed. The crowd was dispersed to various locations, entering the primary dimensional assessment site. They arrived in an underground cavern resembling a beehive, which was the lair of the catfish demon. South City was close to the major radiation zone, and the catfish demon was the main threat to the citizens of South City. Most of the alien creatures encountered by the candidates here were also catfish demons. Everyone stood at the entrance of each hole in the hive, with a dark and damp tunnel in front of each person, filled with various sticky substances. The simulated environment here was identical to the real catfish demon lair. However, in the real world, martial artists entering the catfish demon lair would wear nano battlesuits and protective gear to avoid being poisoned by the demon slime. Only martial artists who had activated their law forms could defend against the poison with their law forms, using their mortal bodies to block the catfish demon's venom. Therefore, the assessment environment faced by everyone was actually harsher and more difficult than in the real world. Due to time constraints and point requirements, everyone rushed into their respective tunnels. Zhang Chen was no exception. There was no choice, the environment here was harsh and not a place for humans to linger. Staying even one more second was a torment. As someone who was always looking for ways to take it easy and maximize his relaxation value, Zhang Chen understood very well that only by quickly ending this assessment and leaving this hellish place could he align with his persona and relaxation requirements. He even lamented that if this were a game dimension, he could spend money to upgrade his equipment, to block those foul odors or hire professional streamers to clear the way ahead. Unfortunately, this was a martial arts examination. No one could cheat here. No one dared to cheat here, challenging the authority of the 7 major star systems alliance. Thus, Zhang Chen could only strive to reach the end of the tunnel as quickly as possible to finish this assessment. Gah! As he delved deeper, the catfish demons in the tunnel sensed Zhang Chen's presence and rushed towards him. In the confined space, Zhang Chen had no room to maneuver and could only thrust his spear, quickly darting past the catfish demons, leaving them behind. Bang! The catfish demons struck by Zhang Chen's spear fell one after another and never got back up. With a combat power of 56.1 and a mastery of spear techniques that was perfectly unified, even Zhang Chen's most ordinary thrust possessed extremely high lethality. It seemed even he did not anticipate that any random thrust he made could instantly kill catfish demon kings with a combat power below 30.0. In the first phase, the catfish demons encountered by the candidates in their assessment dimension had a maximum combat power of only 15.0. Although Zhang Chen only used one thrust each time, it was the most lethal damage for this level of catfish demon. No catfish demon could withstand a single thrust from Zhang Chen. Once they fell, they never got back up. In the observation room, several groups of people who were particularly focused on Zhang Chen were immediately shocked by the scene before them. His spear technique is so simple, so casual, yet so powerful. Yang Liru rubbed her eyes. The catfish demons charged towards Zhang Chen one after another, but every single one that was hit by his spear never stood up again, and Zhang Chen did not look back at them, as if he knew they would never rise again. In reality, Zhang Chen just wanted to quickly leave and shake them off. He had never expected that his casual thrust would have such great power. Principal, I feel that Zhang Chen's combat power has already exceeded 30.0, Huang Lisan exclaimed in surprise. His marksmanship has undergone a second transformation. His combat power value is not over 30.0, but rather 40.0, Wang Dashan said with a smile. Zhang Chen finally didn't slack off during the assessment, making Wang feel as if he could see the hope of leading the 9th high school to rise, even representing South City and competing alongside all the martial arts students from Jiangbei province. What did you say? A second transformation in skills? Over 40.0? Then doesn't that mean he is? Yang Liru and Hong Lisan were left dumbfounded. Especially Yang Liru, who had just a few days ago lamented in front of Tung Qingshan that Zhang Chen's strength might soon surpass hers, but she never expected it to happen so quickly. He is exceptionally talented, any skill he practices can advance by leaps and bounds. If he can train properly, the surprises he brings us will exceed our imagination, Wang Dashan said with a complex expression. His physical fitness seems to have improved quite a bit, Yan Fei remarked. He was invited to watch Zhang Chen participate in the assessment. A few days ago, Zhang Chen had sparred with Yi Chen and defeated him in just a few moves, which made them realize that Zhang Chen's skills had transformed, but his physical fitness was clearly lacking. Unexpectedly, after just a few days, Zhang Chen's performance in the exam showed significant improvements in both physical strength and reaction time. He even had the illusion that Zhang Chen wasn't using his full strength. Unfortunately, the abilities Zhang Chen displayed at that moment were within the star realm, and Yan Fei couldn't directly perceive the changes in Zhang Chen's physical strength through his powerful sensing ability, otherwise, he would have been greatly astonished. He has traces of body tempering techniques, could it be? Wang Dashan frowned. Over the past few days, both he and Yan Fei had been persuading Zhang Chen to train, but Zhang Chen had been hiding in a high-level game realm, leaving the two of them helpless. They clearly remembered that Zhang Chen hadn't practiced the golden sand body tempering technique. Could it be that he casually practiced a few times and achieved such effects? Thinking of this, Wang Dashan's breath quickened, feeling as if his chest might explode. With such talent, if he trained seriously, perhaps within a year or two, he could master the golden sand body tempering technique to perfection, fundamentally transforming his body and laying a strong foundation for future transformations in his law form. Truly a prodigy, Yan Fei sighed. Although Zhang Chen was annoying, the strength he displayed and the speed of his cultivation advancement made Yan Fei look at him with new eyes. In the inner ring city. In the observation room of Jingxing High School and No. 1 High School, Lu Qing and Huang Ling were both searching for the person they had been keeping an eye on. That is, the senior martial arts student whose strength had reached the law form realm. Both of them knew that, based on the other's strength, they would stand out in the first stage, and the other's points would definitely reach the highest value. They were both hoping that as the points increased, that person would appear in various observation rooms. They both understood that the Star Realm system would filter out outstanding martial arts students and present them to qualified high-level personnel first. Coincidentally, one of them was a pharmacist and the other a mental power practitioner, allowing them to see content that was usually not visible with the school's assistance. First, in the observation room of Jingxing High School in Inner Ring City, Lu Qing saw the video content primarily focused on the martial arts students from her school, gradually followed by footage of outstanding martial arts students from other schools. Through Zhenxing School's observation room, Lu Qing was the first to see Yi Xian and Yi Chen's performance in the first stage assessment, as well as the trend of their points rising. Similarly, Huang Ling from No. 1 High School was the first to see Chen Duling's performance in the assessment. Chen Duling practiced two techniques, dual swords and flying knives. In the narrow tunnel, the dual swords spun like wheels of fire, tearing the catfish demon to shreds. The thrown flying knives could also quickly hit the catfish demon's vital points, allowing her to charge through the tunnel almost unimpeded. The points she earned were continuously rising, quickly placing her at the forefront of No. 1 High School and among the top martial arts students in Inner Ring City. Immediately observing the scene in the monitoring room, the top candidates began to emerge, along with the live broadcast of the assessment and their ranking windows. Huang Ling's palms were sweating as she saw Chen Duling slowly climbing up, suddenly entering the top 10. She almost cried out and couldn't help but look at the first place. At that moment, a figure appeared in the first place's window, fighting in the tunnel. Everyone in the various schools' monitoring rooms turned their attention to that first place. People saw that the person's score was rising like a rolling snowball, soaring upward in a cliff-like manner, leaving the second place far behind. Seeing the scene, both Huang Ling and Lu Qing thought of the senior martial arts student with the strength of the Dharma realm. So the two strained their eyes to carefully look at the person's face, and finally, a familiar figure came into view.
His marksmanship was perfect and unified. Wherever the long spear passed, no catfish demon could escape. Zhang Chen was racing through the tunnel. Ahead, a light was guiding him, like a whole new world waiting for him to explore. He couldn't remember how many catfish demons he had killed or how many spears he had thrust. In the crisscrossing tunnel, he was not a lone traveler. He had encountered other martial arts students along the way, but eager to leave this place, he passed by each time at the fastest speed. Those martial arts students who met him only saw the shadow of the spear flash by, and the catfish demons that had previously fought evenly with them all fell down. By the time they realized what had happened, Zhang Chen's figure had already disappeared at the end of the tunnel. Day. Zhang Chen ran wildly. The intricate tunnel seemed endless, but under the influence of his laid-back mindset, he maintained a balanced speed, as if he were Forrest Gump, running straight ahead. He was like a gust of wind on a marathon track, whizzing past one person after another, quickly disappearing from view. His score was also increasing at an incredible speed. First, he stood out from the night school, rapidly accumulating to 50 points, ranking among the top there. Then his score broke through the 100 mark, surpassing geniuses like Kong Ning from the Outer Ring City. He became the undisputed first in the Outer Ring City. Then he entered the Inner Ring City's martial arts student ranking, rising from 23rd place. He surpassed Yi Chen, surpassed Chen Dueling, surpassed everyone. Finally, his figure appeared in the first place's window. Inside the window was his image racing through the tunnel, crossing the catfish demon barriers, running straight ahead. With those catfish demons he struck down one by one. His figure was so graceful and domineering. Coupled with his perfectly unified marksmanship, Zhang Chen not only left everyone behind but also made his advancing steps unfold like a beautiful painting. This is Zhang Chen? Finally, people saw his figure clearly. Lu Qing exclaimed in disbelief. The person appearing in the first place's window was actually Zhang Chen from the ninth school, whose score had reached 200 and was still rising, 100 points more than Yi Xian and over 50 points more than Yi Chen. Moreover, this gap was still widening. At this rate, Zhang Chen's score would break 400 before the competition ended, or even 500. Zhang Chen, how could it be him? Huang Ling's eyes widened, unable to control herself as she stood up, even rubbing her eyes to take a closer look at the figure racing through the tunnel in the first window. She realized it really was Zhang Chen. At that moment, she and Lu Qing, who was far away in the Jingxing High School monitoring room, both felt as if they had been struck by lightning, and a terrifying thought emerged in their hearts. That is, the senior martial arts student with the strength of the Dharma realm was indeed Zhang Chen. Once this thought appeared, Huang Ling could no longer control herself and slumped back into her chair. Teacher Huang. A teacher from the first school hurriedly asked with concern. Huang Ling seemed not to hear, her mind echoing with the thought that Zhang Chen was that senior martial arts student of the Dharma realm. Asa. Mental Power Master, Huang Ling had always been confident in her testing results. Although Zhang Chen's subsequent performance took her by surprise, she believed deep down that she had simply misjudged him, as Zhang Chen's lack of cooperation during the tests had caused a minor issue. Even if the test results were flawed, Zhang Chen's potential couldn't possibly differ so greatly from her estimates. She had asserted that his combat power limit was around 30.0, and that was under serious training conditions. Yet, before the end of their senior year, Zhang Chen's strength had already reached the law manifestation realm, a truly explosive achievement in the history of South City. Thus, she kept a close watch on the leaderboard. She hoped that the senior martial artist at the law manifestation realm was someone else, someone who had yet to show their full strength and was working hard to catch up, and would soon appear on the leaderboard. However, she soon saw that Zhang Chen's points quickly surpassed 300, creating a gap of over 100 points with the second place, which was held by Chen Dueling, who had only managed to raise his combat power to 40.2 with the dual support of potions and mental power enhancement. To ensure Chen Dueling secured first place and successfully entered Ao Dagong's tutelage, Huang Ling had almost exhausted all her connections and resources, incurring great costs to achieve a qualitative leap in Chen Dueling's combat power in a short time. She had thought Chen Dueling would be the highlight of this final exam. Unexpectedly, his brilliance was completely overshadowed by Zhang Chen. The comparison of their scores revealed a stark contrast. Zhang Chen not only surged ahead but also displayed an overwhelming dominance, leaving all the other martial artists far behind. It was as if he came from another world, not even belonging to this cohort of martial artists. This blatant disregard for his opponent left Huang Ling in a daze, slumped in her chair, unable to speak for a long time. Zhang Chen, who was racing through the tunnel, continuously slaying catfish demons, had no idea of the mental impact he was having on Huang Ling. He had never intended to embarrass her, nor did he derive any pleasure from it. On the contrary, he held great respect for her, as Huang Ling had made significant contributions to South City as a mental power master. However, her earlier assertion that his combat power limit was around 30.0 had already spread, becoming a topic of gossip. Whenever a miracle involving Zhang Chen occurred, people would bring up her words to tease her. At first, Wang Ling could tolerate it. But as Zhang Chen moved his family into the inner city and secured a double S-level contract with Starry Sky University, the idle chatter intensified, gradually becoming a headache for her. Now, seeing Zhang Chen's points soaring, he was indeed the senior martial artist at the law manifestation realm, and Huang Ling felt as if she was facing a wave of online harassment directed at her. Yet, she firmly believed that her testing results were accurate, as the second test to check if Zhang Chen had awakened his potential yielded the same results as the first. However, Zhang Chen's current performance left her speechless. A lax attitude towards training, obsessed with games, taking advantage of the situation, this is what you call Zhang Chen. Lu Qing felt dizzy. Yi Chen had not awakened his potential before the assessment, but with the help of potions, his combat power had also reached 39.8, and his physical fitness was at 3.3. He was now in third place. The gap between him and Zhang Chen had exceeded 200 points, while the difference with Chen Dueling remained within 20 points. At this rate, once the assessment ended, he and Chen Dueling's combined scores might not even match Zhang Chen's. People would only remember the first place. Ao Dagon felt the same way. Moreover, Zhang Chen was so outstanding. Lu Qing and many others seemed to envision the scene of Zhang Chen entering Ao Dagon's tutelage. It's Zhang Chen. First place is Zhang Chen. The teachers in the observation room of the 9th middle school erupted in excitement. His skills have undergone a second transformation, this guy finally makes sense this time, Honlison said, trembling. First on the overall leaderboard, Principal, Zhang Chen is first, the first in the outer ring city, and also the first in the inner ring city. Yang Liru was so excited she was dancing with her hands. I saw it. Wang Dashan coughed excitedly. This guy's marksmanship doesn't seem as simple as it looks on the surface? Yan Fei wondered. Zhang Chen's shooting skills were not only fast and effortless but also flawless, as if it wasn't just a second transformation. However, as a body refining master, Yan Fei knew very well that for someone Zhang Chen's age to cultivate a skill to the level of a second transformation was already a miracle. To achieve a third transformation, there were probably not many martial arts students in the entire Jiangbei province who could do it, right? He was skeptical but didn't dare to think too much in that direction. The catfish demon he's facing now has a combat power value of at most 15.0. With his second transformation marksmanship skills, he can sweep through easily, Wang Dashan said excitedly. Watching Zhang Chen's points rank at the top, far surpassing the second and third places with a cliff-like advantage, he couldn't contain his joy. In the observation room of Starry Sky University, Di Yang quickly connected with Wang Dashan. Old Wang, Zhang Chen's contract will change from double S level to triple S level. Our school has invited teacher Zhu Ho, who will personally teach Zhang Chen marksmanship. Old Yang, let's talk about this after the assessment is over. There are many people at the school now, and it's quite busy, so let's leave it at that for now? Wang Dashan quickly closed his wristband. Wait a minute, we've already signed the contract, you can't mess this up, Di Yang reminded him. A few days ago, Wang Dashan had mentioned the possibility of breaching the contract, and he hadn't taken it seriously then, but now he was starting to worry. Zhang Chen, my good disciple. Zhu Ho, sitting nearby, had his eyes gradually reddening. Zhang Chen would definitely be able to carry forward the deadly chain gun, although his strength was not as good as Yan Fei's. As a master of marksmanship, he had a unique understanding of the skill. Yan Fei couldn't be sure if Zhang Chen's marksmanship had undergone a third transformation, but as a master of marksmanship, he could see clearly that Zhang Chen's skills had already reached a realm of perfect unity in power. Just with a basic set of marksmanship skills, he could cultivate it to such a level at his age, which was truly unique in the entire South City. Old good, don't worry, Zhang Chen will definitely become a student of our Starry Sky University. Di Yang promised. He was worried that if Zhang Chen breached the contract, Zhu Ho would do the same. Principal Qin, Director Li, has completed the procedures and is preparing to return from the front line. In the observation room of Xinwu University, a teacher with a grudge against Li Taisheng hurriedly reminded. Qin Data stared at the first-place window, the familiar identity information and the constantly rising points, and said without turning back, let him stay on the front line, he can't come back without my permission. Understood. The person left the observation room with a smile. Wait a minute, tell him that Zhang Chen has become a law manifestation martial artist. Qin Data added. Okay. The person's smile grew wider. In the frontline war zone, inside a transport warship, Li Taisheng had just fastened his seatbelt, and before the warship could take off, two people suddenly came and roughly pulled him off his ship. Just as he felt confused, one of them said, Principal Qin said the front line urgently needs talent, so you need to stay and continue participating in the battle. You can return whenever he calls you back.
Also, he mentioned that a senior martial arts student named Zhang Chen has become a law manifestation martial artist, so you should work hard on the front line and earn points for Shinwu University. Oh. Oldly looked dazed as he watched the warship fly away overhead. Some were happy, some were worried. Zhang Chen emerged like a comet, crushing everyone in his path. His points kept rising, and his name and figure appeared in various observation rooms. Even in the observation room of the city lord's mansion, there was a separate assessment screen just for him. A rugged man sat beside the city lord, watching Zhang Chen on the screen, effortlessly slaying catfish demons with every shot. He couldn't help but say, his marksmanship is perfectly powerful, with a combat power value above 55.0. At such a young age, he could easily look down on others in South City. It's a pity his physical condition is a bit lacking. His combat power mainly relies on the transformation of his skills. Once he hits a bottleneck in his techniques, advancing will be very difficult. Don't worry, Master Ao, I'll connect with Yan Fei right away and have him personally supervise Zhang Chen's training, said the city lord, Su Songlin. He knew that Yan Fei was a master of body refinement and had been in South City during this phase, making it a perfect opportunity for him to teach Zhang Chen well. In the observation room of Number 9 Middle School, Yan Fei immediately received the invitation message from Su Songlin. His mouth twitched violently. The 7 Major Star Systems Alliance had already given him orders to wholeheartedly teach Zhang Chen. However, Zhang Chen was completely ungrateful, leaving him helpless. So he replied to the city lord, I can do that, but please bring Zhang Chen to me so he can accept my guidance and follow my arrangements. Su Songlin looked at Yan Fei's message, feeling somewhat baffled, vaguely sensing a surge of anger, but still replied readily, of course, I'll thank Teacher Yan on behalf of Zhang Chen. Let's talk again when you can arrange for Zhang Chen to be in front of me, Yan Fei quickly replied. All right. Su Songlin didn't think much of it. He turned to Ao Dagang and said, Yan Fei has agreed to personally guide Zhang Chen's training and help him improve his physical condition. Improving physical condition is especially important for opening the law form. If Zhang Chen's physical condition can reach 6.0 before the next semester starts, I, Ao, am willing to take him as my disciple and lead him to compete alongside all martial arts students from South City and Jiangbei Province. I am confident he can enter the top 30, Ao Dagon declared earnestly. Thank you, Master Ao. Rest assured, I will urge Yan Fei to ensure that Zhang Chen's physical condition is improved to 6.0 before the next semester begins, Su Songlin said firmly, not considering the difficulty of this matter at all. Inside the tunnel, Tung Qingshan wielded the flying leaf lotus gun, having already reached the minor achievement stage, with a combat power value exceeding 26.0, allowing him to maintain a forward momentum against the catfish demons. Not to say he was crushing them effortlessly, but he was at least sweeping through. He estimated his points had already exceeded 100. And at that moment, 6 catfish demons with a combat power value of 15.0 appeared ahead. Gritting his teeth, he charged forward, killing one catfish demon with a combat power value of 15.0 would earn him 5 points. 6 would mean 30 points. Although he had consumed a lot of stamina along the way, with his combat power above 26.0 and intermediate gun skills at the minor achievement stage, he could still defeat 6 15.0 catfish demons by carefully utilizing the narrow space of the tunnel. However, just then, a figure dashed out from a fork in the tunnel. Zhang Chen. Tung Qingshan immediately recognized that figure, his expression excited. It was a perfect opportunity to showcase his strength in front of Zhang Chen, to let him know what it meant to be impressive after not seeing each other for 3 days. Classmate Tung Qingshan. Finally encountering a familiar face in the tunnel, Zhang Chen couldn't help but greet him, but his steps didn't stop. He continued to charge forward. Seeing 6 catfish demons ahead, Zhang Chen didn't care about their combat power values and swiftly darted past them. 6 gun shadows pierced out in succession. The 6 catfish demons fell like straw men. Tung Qingshan, who was about to unleash his full power, was stunned by this scene, staring blankly at Zhang Chen's back as he rushed forward like a gust of wind, disappearing around the bend of the tunnel in the blink of an eye. Moreover, in the 3 stages of a martial artist, crossing each stage meant a significant increase in combat power. If Zhang Chen wanted to compete with all the martial arts students in Jiangbei Province, his current combat power and physical condition were still far from enough. In this environment where resources are scarce and the human living conditions are precarious, if this little combat power could solve problems, then human survival wouldn't be so difficult. I will keep updating continuously. There's more tonight. The tunnel was as intricate as a beehive, starting as a single path for one person, slowly intertwining, and ultimately converging in a large catfish demon nest. Zhang Chen had no idea where the end was.
He only knew to keep running forward. As long as he reached the end, he could quickly leave this place and go back to rest properly. In the complex tunnels, his figure flickered and vanished, leaving the people and the catfish demon corpses behind in the blink of an eye. Tong Qingshan had just taken a deep breath, preparing to show off in front of Zhang Chen by slaying the 6 catfish demons before him. When he saw Zhang Chen rush forward like a gust of wind, weaving through the gaps between the 6 catfish demons, leaving behind 6 corpses. He felt as if struck by lightning, seeing the clean and neat wounds on the 6 catfish demon bodies, each one having been killed instantly by Zhang Chen with a single shot, hitting the vital points. The marksmanship was clean and direct, as if he had perfected a skill to its peak. No. It was a transformation that had occurred time and again. Zhang Chen. Tong Qingshan felt suffocated and couldn't help but roar towards the end of the tunnel. His parents had sold their house, hired a mental power master to baptize him, and even bought potions for him to use, finally raising his combat power to over 26.0, thinking he could surpass Zhang Chen, only to find that the gap between him and Zhang Chen was even wider. As a genius from the 9th middle school, he had never faced such continuous blows from one person, each one more severe than the last. Ha! Zhang Chen darted through the tunnel. The number of people he encountered increased, not just classmates from the 9th middle school, but also martial arts students from 1st middle school, Jinqing, Liren, and other major universities. He came across Wu Xiqin and Wu Weiwei, seeing them surrounded by 5 catfish demons with a combat power of 15.0, he weaved through them, and with 5 flashes of gunfire, easily dispatched the 5 catfish demons, leaving the 2 stunned. He also encountered Hu Bin, as well as the genius from Liren, and even Kong Ning. Kong Ning had awakened his power potential, gaining immense strength, and with the help of potions, had finally transformed into the power of a dragon and elephant, with his combat power nearing 30.0. With such strength, the agreement he signed with Xingkom University had changed from S level to double S level, and he would be training at Jingxing High School in the Inner Ring City next semester, attending the same school as Yi Xian. With the help of his potential power, his swordsmanship was like a rainbow, sweeping through, where the catfish demons either got sliced in half or were shredded to pieces by his blade. He was like a demon, indulging in slaughter within the tunnel, although it consumed a lot of his stamina. With the aid of his potential power, he felt as if he had endless energy, not only not feeling fatigued but also feeling extremely exhilarated, thoroughly enjoying this massacre. Zhang Chen, did you see that? Where are you? He recalled that day in the Star Realm Catfish Demon Dimension, when he and Zhang Chen underwent a simulated assessment, where they encountered a catfish demon king with a combat power exceeding 24.0, and he nearly died at the hands of the demon king, only to be saved by Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen not only killed the catfish demon king but also subsequently defeated Wu Feiyu, a martial arts student from the Inner Ring City. He had lost that assessment utterly. For this, he practiced day and night, seizing every moment to improve his cultivation, and finally, with the help of the mental Power Master, achieved a breakthrough in potential, obtaining a double S-level contract with Xingkom University, and then purchased potions, with the help of school teachers, raising his combat power to nearly 30.0 in less than 10 days. He believed that even if he wasn't strong enough to kill Zhang Chen in one shot now, he could easily take him down, making people realize that there was only one genius from the Outer Ring City, and that was him, Kong Ning. Therefore, as he charged towards the finish line, his mind was filled with thoughts of Zhang Chen, as if there was an endless Zhang Chen before him. Not only did he grow braver with each passing moment, but it also seemed he was starting to lose his mind a bit. They're coming. Just then, a voice came from behind him. Kong Ning felt as if he had been struck by lightning. At first, he thought it was an illusion, and just as he was about to turn around, he saw a figure flash past him and, in the blink of an eye, dash ahead towards a group of catfish demons. The person was wielding a silver spear. Their movements were agile, their physique tall, like a gust of wind blowing through. Buzz! A layer of spear shadows erupted. It was as if he had entered a realm devoid of obstacles, weaving through the group of catfish demons, charging forward rapidly. Wherever he passed, the catfish demons fell as if they had lost the will to resist. Kong Ning focused his gaze and discovered that those catfish demons had all been killed with a single thrust. And that person was actually Zhang Chen. A total of 20 to 30 catfish demons, Zhang Chen darted past them, maintaining his speed while delivering unparalleled damage. Whether it was the 10.0 combat power of the small catfish demons or the 15.0 of the adult ones, they were all killed by Zhang Chen in one shot. The process was clean and swift, without any hesitation. It was as if there had never been any catfish demons blocking Zhang Chen's path. This is impossible. Kong Ning's crimson eyes quickly dimmed as he looked at the corpses of the catfish demons before him. He seemed to regain his composure, and then a chill ran through him. From head to toe, Like Tung Qingshan, a terrifying thought emerged in his mind. Zhang Chen already possessed the strength to kill them.
In an instant. No. Kang Ning could not accept the harsh reality. He desperately ran forward, only to fall into even greater despair. For no matter how many catfish demons were ahead, they all fell dead in the tunnel from a single shot. He even saw a group of over 10 catfish demons with a combat power of 15.0 lying haphazardly in the tunnel. Each one had been killed in an instant. One shot ended the battle, and not a single catfish demon bore a second wound. Kang Ning, Tung Qingshan, Hu Bin, and many others who had interacted with Zhang Chen were all experiencing a nightmarish blow. Even Lai Jijun, whose combat power was only around 15.0, encountered Zhang Chen at an intersection of one of the tunnels. He had just caught sight of Zhang Chen's figure and hadn't had time to greet him before he saw the catfish demons that had nearly blocked his escape route all fall down. Zhang Chen resembled a top-notch hero. 10 steps to kill a man, 1,000 miles without leaving a trace. His score kept climbing, quickly surpassing 500, then 600, 700, exceeding previous final exam records. Finally, Zhang Chen burst out of the tunnel and into the catfish demon's lair. Looking around, he saw that the cave-in walls were filled with catfish demons boasting a combat power of 15.0. In previous assessments, many martial arts students had rushed into the catfish demon's lair, but none had ever swept through like Zhang Chen, arriving here first with speed and strength far surpassing others. In an instant, Zhang Chen found himself surrounded by catfish demons. Gah! These simulated catfish demons, with attributes and combat power identical to their real counterparts, saw humans as delicious food and could not control their urge to tear them apart and devour them whole. They surged forward, overwhelming Zhang Chen like a tide. Whoosh! Zhang Chen's figure darted out again. He knew this was the end point. If he dealt with the catfish demons here, he could escape. He also understood that with his current combat power, while he could kill a single 15.0 catfish demon in an instant, when their numbers reached a certain level and they all surged at once, even Ao Dagang might not be able to withstand it. So he could not allow himself to be surrounded. Thus, he relied on his superior speed to navigate through the wave of catfish demons. Wherever the spear shadows passed, catfish demons fell, and he did not allow himself to be encircled, nor did he stop to fight them. Instead, he engaged in guerrilla warfare against the catfish demons. The foul stench and the rising and falling sounds of the catfish demons made him extremely uncomfortable, prompting him to quicken his pace, eager to leave this cursed place as soon as possible. A catfish demon with a combat power of 15.0 was worth 5 points. 10 of them would be 50 points, and 100 would be 500. Zhang Chen was rampaging through the lair, and his points were rapidly increasing. Strange, why has his combat power remained so strong from beginning to end, as if he has endless energy? Someone in the observation room noticed the anomaly. Some even suspected that Zhang Chen was cheating. Thus, someone checked Zhang Chen's physical condition in the sleep pod to see if someone had been continuously injecting him with drugs or nutrients during the assessment. However, they found no issues at all. However, Ao Dagang, who was with the city lord, saw something surprising through the video feed. He felt it was unbelievable and specifically had someone zoom in to closely observe Zhang Chen's breathing, only to discover that Zhang Chen was unconsciously breathing in and out during his sleep. Because of this, his combat power could remain consistently strong, although it was weakening. The change was minimal and imperceptible in a short time. Master Ao, is there something wrong with Zhang Chen? Su Songlin asked. It's really strange. His body is clearly breathing unconsciously, a capability that only those who have cultivated breathing techniques to a certain level can possess. Why can Zhang Chen do it too? Moreover, if his body can breathe unconsciously, shouldn't his physical quality be more than just 3 points? Ao Dagang was puzzled. Despite his extensive experience and knowledge of the world's wonders, he couldn't understand Zhang Chen's physical condition at the moment. However, Zhang Chen had caught his greater attention. Boom! In the catfish demon lair, Chen Duling held a sword in each hand, with 7 throwing knives remaining at her waist. She was the second person to arrive at the catfish demon lair. She kicked a catfish demon blocking the tunnel away. Mom and Aunt Lu both said a powerful martial artist has appeared in South City. My combat power has now reached 40.2, but Mom still advises me to be cautious. It seems that the powerful martial artist they mentioned is a formidable law manifestation warrior. When did such a person appear in South City? If the opponent is really that strong, they must be ahead of me, surely in the lair right now. I want to see who they are. Even someone like me, with my background, wouldn't be their match. Seeing the light at the end of the tunnel and the rising and falling cries,
Of the catfish demons inside, Chen Duling slowly approached the tunnel's end, peering into the vast, endless cavern. Regarding the emergence of a law manifestation martial artist in South City, Lu Cheng and Huang Ling dared not disclose it but could indirectly remind Chen Duling and Yi Chen that there were martial artists in South City stronger than them. Based on her combat power and Huang Ling's tone, Chen Duling deduced that the person's strength had long surpassed 40.0, an existence she couldn't defeat. She felt very unconvinced and wanted to compete with the other party. To prove that she was the most outstanding martial artist in South City, she had rushed to the lair of the catfish demons first. However, the restless cries of the catfish demons in the lair made her realize that someone had already gotten there ahead of her. So she kept calm. Arriving at the tunnel's end, she wanted to catch a glimpse of that person's prowess. Finally, she saw a nimble figure engaging in guerrilla warfare with a group of catfish demons, each with a combat power of 15.0, using agile speed and impeccable marksmanship, as if directing the catfish demons, running around the lair following his figure. Those catfish demons, unable to keep up with his pace, were unable to block him, and as soon as they got close, they were shot dead by him, gradually becoming agitated. They spun around like they had lost their minds, being toyed with by that person. The person was none other than Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen, it really is you. Chen Duling's breath quickened when she learned that Yi Chen's combat power was 37.7 and that he had been defeated by Zhang Chen after the second transformation of his gun skills. She admitted that at that moment, she had considered whether Zhang Chen's combat power might exceed 40.0. However, the hints dropped by Huang Ling and Lu Qing suggested that the powerful martial artist at the Dharma manifestation stage had a combat power far greater than Zhang Chen's. So she didn't think much more about Zhang Chen. Moreover, Zhang Chen often skipped classes in Yin Fei's lectures, and it was already quite difficult for him to cultivate his gun skills to the second transformation. How could he possibly be that powerful martial artist? Besides, even if his skills had transformed twice, Zhang Chen's strength could not surpass hers by that much. To her surprise, that martial artist at the Dharma manifestation stage was Zhang Chen. At that moment, Chen Duling felt that Zhang Chen was very unfamiliar. Although when Yang Liru first contacted her and she saw Zhang Chen win several matches in the ranking competition, he had already impressed her. Later, he defeated Kong Ning, moved into the inner city, and even in the advanced training class, he defeated Zhou Changqing, and recently he had beaten Yi Chen. Throughout it all, Chen Duling never thought she would lose to Zhang Chen. For no particular reason. Because Huang Ling was a mental power master. Because she practiced diligently and seriously. Because she had access to various precious resources that Zhang Chen could not obtain, and she had the guidance of renowned teachers. Even if Zhang Chen was exceptionally talented, he could not compare to her. In the short term, it was only now that Chen Duling realized how wrong she had been. Zhang Chen was currently surpassing her imagination, galloping ahead in the assessment, and she believed his points had already reached their peak, especially after seeing the corpses of those catfish demons. Each one was killed with a single shot. 5 points for 1, 50 points for 10. By the time she arrived here, dozens of catfish demons had already fallen forever. One could imagine how much Zhang Chen's points had surpassed hers. Screech! But despite her shock, Chen Duling did not remain stunned. Instead, she immediately joined the battle. Even if her combat power was inferior to Zhang Chen's, she could not let her points fall too far behind his. Moreover, at that moment, she heard a familiar howling sound coming from another tunnel. It was Yi Chen. Although Yi Chen did not awaken his potential at the last moment, with the help of potions, he had raised his combat power to above 39.0. He had been hoping to encounter Zhang Chen in the tunnel to show him a thing or two. To his disappointment, Zhang Chen had been nowhere to be seen. So he simply ran towards the finish line, planning to meet Zhang Chen at the mountaintop and see what that incomparable martial artist at the Dharma manifestation stage, praised by his mother and Huang Ling, was really like. Son. In the observation room of Jingxing High School, Lu Qing quickly saw Yi Chen approaching the end of the tunnel, but there was no joy on her face. Instead, she closed her eyes in despair. It wasn't that Yi Chen wasn't performing well enough. It was that Zhang Chen was performing too extraordinarily, and she worried that Yi Chen would not be able to handle the blow when he saw that the strongest martial artist was Zhang Chen. Originally, Yi Chen's combat power should not have changed so drastically at the last moment. It was his repeated pleas to redeem himself in the assessment, or else he would leave Jiangbei province, that forced her to use potions to enhance his combat power. She thought she could fulfill Yi Chen's wish, but unexpectedly, Zhang Chen was that powerful martial artist at the Dharma manifestation stage, and at this moment he had already surpassed the combined points of Chen Duling and her son. Yi Chen is here.
Yi Chen, wielding dual blades, tore the catfish demon in front of him to shreds as he dove down from the tunnel, quickly entering the catfish demon's lair. Zhang Chen. He was immediately stunned by the scene before him. First, he saw the corpses of catfish demons scattered everywhere. The catfish demons in the lair were chasing after one person, but that person was outsmarting them. And every catfish demon that came into contact with him was killed with a single shot, and that person was none other than Zhang Chen. Don't look anymore, Zhang Chen is the strongest martial arts student. Chen Dueling understood Yi Chen's feelings and, seeing him dazed in place, couldn't help but remind him. But as soon as she said that, Yi Chen deflated like a punctured balloon, his whole being slumping. As he stared blankly at Zhang Chen's lightning-fast, straightforward shooting skills, he felt that if he faced Zhang Chen, he would be shot down in an instant. He clearly realized that Zhang Chen at this moment was far stronger than when they had fought that day. What? Are you still dazed for? Zhang Chen's points have already surpassed the total of both of ours. Chen Dueling reminded him again. Ha! Yi Chen, who had already lost his fighting spirit, couldn't help but squat down upon hearing this. Chen Dueling's intention was to encourage him, but she ended up hitting him hard, leaving him disheartened, as if he wanted to give up on the assessment. This was a complete and utter crushing defeat. There were others like Yi Chen who were also unable to lift their heads after being beaten down by Zhang Chun, Zhou Changqing, Wu Feiyu, Tong Qingshan, Hu Bin, and a host of other geniuses felt the same way. In the end, Zhang Chen achieved an undisputed first place in the first phase. His points broke the historical record, surpassing the 1,000 mark. When he woke up from the sleep pod, Zhang Chen let out a long sigh. His consciousness had been projected into the star realm through the sleep pod, and the consumption inside the star realm was not much different from that in reality. This battle had left him extremely exhausted. Your body is in an excellent state for cultivation. If you run the body refinement technique now, it will be twice the result with half the effort, and you will soon unlock your Dharma form, becoming a true Dharma form powerhouse. Yan Fei, who had returned to the inner city at some point, stood by Zhang Chen's sleep pod. Seeing Zhang Chen wake up, he spoke in as gentle a tone as possible. There was no way around it. Zhang Chen seemed a bit rebellious in his eyes, and Yan Fei dared not let him roam free, as Zhang Chen would truly enjoy that state. Thank you, Teacher Yan. I'll go back and cultivate properly now. Zhang Chen expressed his gratitude. After returning home, he took a hot bath, had some nutritional supplements, and fell asleep in bed. Teacher Yan, my brother is tired and is sleeping now, Zhang Qingxing said to Yan Fei, who was sitting in the living room. Unable to control himself, Yan Fei approached Zhang Chen's room door, wanting to kick it open and drag Zhang Chen out, but as his hand rested on the door, he ultimately sighed and left the future city community without looking back. Forcing someone to cultivate was utterly ineffective because even if he dragged Zhang Chen up to practice, as long as he couldn't concentrate fully, the results wouldn't be good. Moreover, Zhang Chen had already outpaced everyone in the first phase assessment. Perhaps he really was tired, and the matter of cultivation could wait until after the final exam. After all, a few days wouldn't make much difference. However, just as Yan Fei stepped out of the future city community, Zhang Chen got up from bed and quickly entered the Star Realm game dimension, leading a group of female streamers to battle monsters. With his all-weather breathing and body refining abilities, Zhang Chen's recovery speed far exceeded that of ordinary people. After his hot bath, he was full of energy. He had mainly been lying in bed to deal with Yan Fei, and now that he was gone, he could finally enjoy playing games. Before playing, Zhang Chen first posted a status update. He needed to notify the female streamers to log on quickly and join him in the high-level game dimension. Otherwise, playing alone would be so boring. Brother Feng, little sister is here. In the 6th dimension? I'll be there soon. Little Feng, sister has been waiting for you for half a day. Is your back feeling better? Ding dong. Master, I am online. A group of female streamers supported by Zhang Chen quickly logged on. They all replied under Zhang Chen's status and swiftly entered the Star Realm game dimension to meet up with him. Yan Fei, who was responsible for protecting Zhang Chen's safety and wholeheartedly teaching him, naturally couldn't miss Zhang Chen's update. Every move he made was under Yan Fei's watchful eye. When he saw Zhang Chen's post, the scene of a group of female streamers following Zhang Chen into the game dimension to play and fight monsters nearly made Yan Fei's veins burst. Through the live broadcasts of those female streamers, he could clearly see Zhang Chen's every move in the high-level game streamer dimension. He watched as Zhang Chen, accompanied by the female streamers, raked in gold coins, gradually losing himself under their adoration. Clearly, the high-level game dimension was developed by the 7 Star Systems Alliance to enhance people's cultivation speed, yet Zhang Chen truly treated it as a game dimension. faced with the detailed annotations of cultivation techniques or the insights of powerful beings, he showed no interest, tossing them aside while treating the useless gold coins as treasures. Just when a powerful being's insights were revealed, offering a chance for great gains if one stayed nearby and listened carefully, Zhang Chen instead took the female streamers to another place. The powerful being's insights echoed in the empty cave. It was a rare opportunity to encounter a group of special little demons born for training marksmanship, and Yan Fei wanted to seize the chance to improve his shooting skills, but Zhang Chen handed these tasks over to the female streamers. If the female streamers lacked combat power, he even spent money to upgrade their equipment, while he stood behind giving aimless commands. After finally clearing a level, which would grant him a chance to communicate face-to-face with the marksmanship master Zhuge Ho, Zhang Chen abruptly stopped accepting and took the female streamers to another game dimension, leaving Zhuge Ho, who had descended into the game, utterly bewildered. Does he really think that with his current strength, he can act recklessly and disregard everyone? I truly hope the Seven-Star Systems Alliance forcibly sends him to the front lines to let him experience how powerful the alien creatures are, and it would be best if they tore him to shreds. Yan Fei fumed. Because he had to keep a close watch on Zhang Chen's movements to prevent any threats to his life, he witnessed all of Zhang Chen's reckless actions, which clearly caused him immense harm. When Zhang Chen finally emerged from the game dimension, having enjoyed the experience and being supported by a group of female streamers, he felt elated, indulging in delicious food at home. Meanwhile, Yan Fei looked at the bountiful resource subsidies just delivered, yet he had no appetite at all. His mood was a chaotic mess, feeling as if he were undergoing torment. He wanted to confront Zhang Chen. However, since he had to set up the Dharma Hall and wait for Zhang Chen to come in for cultivation, he could only wait obediently at the hotel. What left him in despair was knowing that setting it up would be futile because Zhang Chen wouldn't come in. But not setting it up was not an option either, otherwise, he wouldn't pass the inspection of the Seven-Star Systems Alliance. He understood that a martial arts student with monstrous talent would not be allowed to be buried by the Seven-Star Systems Alliance, and with Zhang Chen's attitude towards cultivation, his talent would only be wasted. Therefore, if Zhang Chen were to be overlooked, he would be the first to bear responsibility. In other words, watching Zhang Chen indulge in games all day, he had to endure the torment now, and in the future, he wouldn't be able to explain himself to the Seven-Star Systems Alliance. Thus, Yan Fei began to report the situation to the Seven-Star Systems Alliance, hoping they could assign new personnel to guide Zhang Chen. The Seven-Star Systems Alliance had a sound intelligence system, and in response to Yan Fei's report, it first sought a replacement for him in South City. The system recommended Wang Dashan. Wang Dashan immediately received a notification, with the Seven-Star Systems Alliance inquiring about his health and whether he could take over Yan Fei's role, wholeheartedly teaching Zhang Chen cultivation and imparting the golden sand body refinement technique to enhance his physical quality. Wang Dashan replied, severe injuries, little time left, unable to assist. Yan Fei quickly received a response from the Seven-Star Systems Alliance. We have not yet found a suitable candidate to replace you in teaching Zhang Chen. Here are a few teaching guidance suggestions. 1. Understand the specific reasons for Zhang Chen's non-cooperation. Observe and communicate more, and seek feedback from multiple sources. 2. Adjust the teaching plan to enhance the interest in cultivation studies, personalize teaching, and clarify goals and plans. 3. Establish a positive teacher-student relationship, express care and support, provide positive encouragement and praise, and collaboratively set learning and cultivation tasks with Zhang Chen. Oh my, this is too outrageous. As a master of body refining techniques, do I really need you to instruct me on how to teach Zhang Chen to cultivate? I'm done with this. After seeing that content, Yan Fei lost his composure. The 7 Major Star Systems Alliance not only failed to find a replacement for him but also guided him on how to lead Zhang Chen in cultivation, indirectly reminding him that teaching is a long and arduous journey, and he shouldn't be impatient. After all this, it was still his fault that Zhang Chen wouldn't cooperate with his cultivation. Yan Fei had never faced such humiliation before. Furious, he smashed everything in the hotel room to pieces. The next day, the second phase of the assessment took place in the intermediate assessment dimension of the Star Realm. Only those who scored over 100 in the first phase could participate. In the second phase, this time, participants would encounter catfish demons with combat power exceeding 15.0 in the intermediate assessment dimension. The previous assessment was an elimination round. The elimination rate for candidates from the Outer Ring City was as high as 60%. Zhang Qingqing failed to advance, while Lai Jijun barely passed by a single point. In the past, he had trained tirelessly every day, driven by the hope of proving himself and surpassing Zhang Chen. It wasn't until the end of yesterday's assessment, seeing Zhang Chen's score of 1,674, that his heart shattered. Clearly, having passed the assessment, he couldn't feel happy about it. While waiting for the assessment to begin, he stood in a corner with a spear, his gaze vacant, as if he had lost his soul and didn't know what to think. Zhang Chen. Suddenly, there was a commotion in the crowd. As Zhang Chen's consciousness entered the star realm, he immediately attracted everyone's attention. The crowd stirred, unable to control themselves as they moved closer to Zhang Chen. One little fangirl couldn't help but ask, Zhang Chen, as a martial arts student from the outer ring city, how did you manage to surpass all the martial arts students from the inner ring city and achieve such a remarkable score in yesterday's assessment? I'd like to interview you about your cultivation secrets. I don't really cultivate much. I feel like playing games and dancing in the square is much more enjoyable than cultivating. Zhang Chen hesitated before answering seriously. You really know how to joke. As far as we know, your combat power has already exceeded 40.0. You are a rare martial artist among the senior martial arts students. Your strength must be closely related to your talent and hard work. We hope you can create another miracle in the second phase of the assessment, the little fangirl said earnestly. Woo woo. Everyone thought Zhang Chen was joking, but in the corner, Lai Jijun couldn't help but cover his face and cry. Only he knew that Zhang Chen wasn't lying. This guy really spent every day immersed in games, dancing in the square with a group of aunties. Because of this, he held on to hope, always believing that hard work could make up for his shortcomings and that one day he could surpass Zhang Chen and become the shining star of the Shitsong community. Now, compared to Zhang Chen, he felt utterly insignificant. This morning, when he left the community, he had already heard some gossip. People said he was howling on the rooftop all day, disturbing everyone's sleep, and yet he couldn't even see the tail lights of a guy dancing in the square. How pathetic. The listless ones weren't just Lai Jijun, there were also Teng Qingshan and Kong Ning among others. Of course, there were those who, spurred on by Zhang Chen, developed a stronger fighting spirit and confidence, like Chen Dueling and Yi Chen, as well as some geniuses from Liren High School. They had abundant cultivation resources. After the assessment yesterday, their families immediately hired a psychologist for them. After a round of motivational talks, Yi Chen not only regained his fighting spirit but also, after 2 bottles of nutrient solution and 1 bottle of medicine. Last night, his combat power finally exceeded 40.0, reaching 41.3. This powerful combat value brought him confidence and assurance to in the second stage assessment. He was determined to surpass Zhang Chen and make a name for himself. Soon, everyone entered the intermediate assessment realm of the second stage. Before the assessment, everyone had already learned about everything here. The catfish demons they would encounter had combat power values above 15.0, and the environment was even harsher. In the underground river, one could easily be swept away by the surging currents and sent into the lair of the catfish demon king. Moreover, the assessment criteria this time were not based on who killed more catfish demons, but rather on who could break through the encirclement first in such an environment. The shorter the time taken, the higher the points earned. This was very suitable for the dual-blade dragon slash technique, which was designed to break through encirclements, so Yi Chen was full of confidence. Ga. The deafening cries of the catfish demons echoed. As soon as everyone appeared, they found catfish demons everywhere. The demoralized Lai Jijun was quickly torn to shreds by the catfish demons, disappearing from the intermediate assessment realm. In the intricate and turbulent underground river tunnels, catfish demons with combat power values of 15.0 were everywhere. Breaking through the encirclement meant leaving the underground river and returning to the surface. There were dozens of tunnel exits in front of them, but each tunnel was guarded by catfish demons, either in groups or blocking the exits with slime. Some clever catfish demons could even use boulders or the bodies of their companions to block the tunnel exits. In this round, it was not about how many catfish demons one could kill, but rather who could be the first to break through the encirclement. This round tested not only everyone's combat power, but also their ability to respond in critical moments. How to quickly find a safe passage in a dangerous environment would effectively reduce casualties when participating in battles on the front lines in the future. Coincidentally, the purpose of this second round of assessment aligned perfectly with Zhang Chen's desire to take it easy. In such a harsh environment, he had no reason to linger for a moment longer. As soon as his figure appeared in the underground river, he immediately darted towards a tunnel, moving so fast it was like a wild horse breaking free, rushing ahead. In an instant. Although Yi Chen and Chen Dueling, with the help of potions and mental energy masters, had seen their combat power values soar to over 40.0, becoming law-embodied warriors, they still fell short compared to Zhang Chen's combat power of over 56.0. Moreover, after participating in the assessment yesterday, he had given up precious training time to play around in the game realm with a group of female protagonists, sacrificing the opportunity to train and learn in the law embodiment hall. He had truly taken the concept of taking it easy to the extreme. As a result, He gained another wave of relaxation points, reaching 78 points, which he added to his body refinement technique. His combat power and physical fitness were once again upgraded. Name: Zheng Chen. Occupation: law-embodied warrior. Relaxation points: 013 styles. Perfected spear technique, beginner, 2 out of 300, golden sand. Body refinement technique, proficient, 211 out of 300, physical fitness, 4.0332. Combat power, 58.6. Skills: all-weather breathing and exhaling ability, arm strength increase of 200 kilograms at any level, speed superior to others, all-weather. Body refinement ability. With the help of 78 relaxation points, Zheng Chen's physical fitness finally exceeded 4.0. This was the threshold for unlocking the law embodiment. Originally, Zheng Chen thought that when his physical fitness reached 4.0, the law embodiment would automatically activate, but it turned out that reaching this threshold only indicated the potential to unlock it. How to actually activate the law embodiment seemed to require a suitable opportunity or guidance through breathing techniques. Clearly, under the requirements of the relaxation fate, Zheng Chen could only wait for the right opportunity to arise. If he forcibly used breathing techniques to awaken the law embodiment, his relaxation points would be wasted. However, he was not anxious at all. Because he possessed the all-weather breathing and exhaling ability, his body could autonomously breathe and exhale, successfully unlocking the law embodiment, and awakening the power of the law embodiment was just around the corner for him. Thus, he felt no pressure at all. At this moment in the underground river tunnel, he felt as if he was fighting alone, forgetting about everyone else, as he raced ahead. With a combat power value of 58.6 and a physical quality exceeding 4.0, his speed even faster than yesterday. Although Chen Dueling and Yi Chun had both made breakthroughs, they felt the gap between themselves and Zhang Chen was growing larger. They watched helplessly as Zhang Chen charged into one of the tunnel exits. Gaga! The catfish demons near Zhang Chen were all instantly killed by his gun. In the second stage of the assessment site, in the intermediate plane, the combat power values of the catfish demons here were all above 15.0, with some even exceeding 20.0. They were the kings of this place, capable of commanding groups of catfish demons to intercept humans. Although they were simulated by the Star Realm system, aside from being illusory in essence, in every aspect, attributes, endurance, even ferocity, they were just like the real catfish demons. They were filled with a desire for human flesh. When their nests faced invasion, or their offspring were attacked by humans, they would erupt in fury, attacking in droves, even lying in wait, hiding in the corners of human spaces, planning retaliatory actions. Gaga! Thus, when Zheng Chen rushed into the first tunnel at top speed, slaughtering the catfish demons, blocking his path with one shot each, one of the catfish demon kings with a combat power value exceeding 20.0 quickly issued commands, mobilizing a large number of catfish demons to surround Zheng Chen. The assigned catfish demons all had combat power values above 18.0, with a few reaching 20.0. Clearly, the catfish demon king could sense Zhang Chen's strength, knowing that ordinary catfish demons could only serve as cannon fodder for him. At the same time, it released a strange call, prompting the catfish demons stationed in the tunnel to flank Zhang Chen from both sides, desperately trying to trap him in the tunnel, hoping to suffocate him with their numerical advantage. People then saw that a portion of the originally surging catfish demons actually charged into the tunnel where Zhang Chen was. The pressure on the others was significantly reduced, and they hurriedly entered other tunnels. In the eyes of the catfish demon king, the potential threat they posed was not enough to inflict significant harm on the group, so the obstacles they faced were far easier than what Zhang Chen was enduring. Zhang Chen. Chen Dueling noticed Zhang Chen's predicament. But at this moment, she could only rush into another tunnel, hoping that those tunnels, like yesterday's, were interconnected, ultimately leading to the same exit where they could meet again. As fellow martial arts students from the Shitsong community, coming from the outer ring city, Chen Dueling had witnessed how Zhang Chen rose from number 9 middle school, leading his family to live in the inner ring city. She did not want to see Zhang Chen fail. She hoped they could meet again in the third stage of the advanced assessment plane and compete once more. Boom! In the narrow tunnel, Zhang Chen also realized that he was being targeted by the catfish demons. There was no way around it, he had killed too many catfish demons and was running too fast. If he were the catfish demon king, he wouldn't let someone like him escape. In the eyes of the catfish demon king, not only was he the strongest, but he also seemed to be the leader of this group of martial arts students. As the saying goes, to catch a thief, one must first catch the king. The catfish demon king would not let Zheng Chen go easily. Zheng Chen could only charge forward. He had no way to turn back, kill the catfish demon king, and then return to the tunnel to continue fighting. His task was to do everything possible to quickly leave this cursed place, not to waste time killing the catfish demon king. Buzz. Thus, the 13 styles of gunplay in Zhang Chen's hands became almost invisible. The perfect realm of
Power made every shot, attack, and defense, even explosive force, flawless, allowing him to instantly kill any catfish demon that encountered the gun's shadow, whether they had a combat power value of 15.0, 18.0, or even above 20.0. No catfish demon could withstand Zhang Chen's attack. Slowly, the bodies of the catfish demons piled up in the tunnel, and the smell of blood grew stronger, with more and more slime oozing from the catfish demons. In the back, it even converged into a thick stream. In front of and behind Zhang Chen, catfish demons were recklessly closing in on him. The more he killed, the more there were. In such a confined space, unless his marksmanship reached perfection and his strength was unified, he could hardly unleash his skill smoothly. I must leave here quickly, otherwise, if I get trapped, even if I'm not torn to shreds by them, I will be poisoned to death by the slime. The slime of the catfish demons was highly toxic. As long as a wound came into contact with it, the poison would take effect and lead to death. Even martial artists at the law manifestation stage dared not underestimate the venom of the catfish demons. Therefore, both this catfish demon storm and the previous small-scale uprising of the catfish demon horde had dealt fatal blows to the defensive forces of South City. This time, the ability to control the catfish demon storm was mainly due to Ao Dagon rushing back to South City at the first opportunity, helping the city lord's army to slay the catfish demon king. Otherwise, the Great Radiation Zone would have long since fallen, and even the outer ring city could be in jeopardy. Kill. Zhang Chen's marksmanship erupted continuously, his spear advancing like a drill, and the realm of unified strength made each of his shots terrifying. No catfish demon could withstand them. Gah! The catfish demons surged forward, fearless of death, rushing towards Zhang Chen, even if it meant sacrificing their entire clan to take him down. Yesterday, he had secured first place in the first phase. In the second phase assessment, the attention of people in the various observation rooms was mostly on Zhang Chen. They saw him darting out quickly, the first to charge into the tunnel, sweeping through like a whirlwind, provoking the catfish demon king to howl incessantly, rallying most of the troops to surround and intercept Zhang Chen, making everyone sweat for him. They could all see that Zhang Chen's combat power was impressive. He was the strongest among this cohort of martial arts students, but the most formidable aspect of the alien beasts lay in their extraordinary reproductive capabilities. They could thrive in harsh environments, devour pollutants to grow stronger, and exhibited a high degree of unity, being fearless in battle. Therefore, even if there were human powerhouses with combat values far exceeding those of alien creatures, once surrounded by a tide of alien beings, they had to break through immediately, otherwise, over time, they would be overwhelmed by the tide until their strength was exhausted and they perished. This was the most terrifying aspect of the aliens. They were bloodthirsty and craved battle. The more fiercely humans killed, the more it stirred their ferocity, and they were undaunted by death. Every time such a situation arose, people felt a chill run down their spines. Those who had fought against the catfish demons in the Great Radiation Zone felt that this scene was eerily familiar. Even though this was just an assessment, even if Zhang Chen were to be overwhelmed by the catfish demon tide, he wouldn't truly die inside. However, at this moment, no matter who it was, they all hoped Zhang Chen could break through the encirclement. As for whether Zhang Chen could be the first to break out and secure first place in the second phase, it no longer mattered to many. The 7 major star system alliances established these assessment standards to enhance human strength, enabling humanity to cope with alien invasions. As long as Zhang Chen could break through, regardless of the outcome, even if he died at the last moment, as long as he could see that ray of light, he would have a greater chance of survival when he fought on the front lines and hunted catfish demons in the Great Radiation Zone in the future. At this moment, no one wanted to see a genius like Zhang Chen perish in this battle, even if it was just an assessment. Principal Yang Liru was anxious. Wang Dashan watched as the number of catfish demons in the tunnel increased, their bodies nearly blocking the passage, and the toxic slime grew more abundant, clenching his fists tightly. He knew that even if Zhang Chen's marksmanship was fast enough to kill the approaching catfish demons, once the toxic slime entered his nostrils or engulfed him, he would undoubtedly die. Damn it! Yan Fei slammed his fist on the table, shattering it to pieces. He gritted his teeth, staring at the screen showing Zhang Chen fighting in the tunnel, unable to hold back his anger as he muttered. Yesterday I went to find him, wanting to teach him the best way to practice the golden sand body refinement method, but he would rather play games than spend a little more time with me. If he had taken his training seriously since the advanced training class started, with my abilities and his talent, his combat power would definitely have reached 4.0 by now. Perhaps he could have awakened his law manifestation at this time, becoming a true law manifestation warrior. Not only would he be able to break out of the tunnel faster, but even if he got contaminated with venom, he could rely on his law manifestation to withstand it. It's infuriating. If the higher-ups knew he died in such an environment, they would definitely want to talk to me. Yan Fei Yue became more agitated as he spoke, feeling stifled, as if he were punching cotton, extremely unsatisfied and uncomfortable. As a master of the body refinement method, he was confident that as long as Zhang Chen was willing to cooperate with the latter's monstrous talent and his teaching ability, he could definitely elevate Zhang Chen's physical quality in a short time. However, Zhang Chen had never attended the law manifestation hall he established. Yesterday, he personally went to urge him to train seriously, only to be tricked into going back to sleep, thinking he was tired, but it turned out he played games all night. Now seeing him in such a dangerous situation, for a moment, Yan Fei hoped Zhang Chen would die at his hands, even if it was just an assessment. Sigh, after the assessment is over, I'll find a chance to talk to him, Wang Dashan said, unsure how to comfort Yan Fei. Every time he thought of Zhang Chen dancing the steel gun dance in the training room in front of him, and the graffiti in the tunnel, his injuries would worsen a bit. Now seeing Yan Fei furious, driven to this point by Zhang Chen, Wang Dashan's injuries had improved quite a bit. However, Yan Fei's next words made his injuries worsen again. If he can break through the encirclement, with his combat power, he would definitely achieve good results in the advanced assessment dimension, allowing the resources from number 9 high school to take a step up. Yan Fei knew Wang Dashan was a bit gloating. Wang Dashan instantly fell silent. What a pity. In the city, Lord's mansion, Ao Dagong and City Lord Su Songlin sat together, both watching Zhang Chen's assessment situation. Seeing him trapped in the tunnel, with more and more catfish monsters accumulating in front and behind, the chance of escape gradually becoming slim, they couldn't help but shake their heads and sigh. Although it was just an assessment, sometimes it could leave a huge shadow on humanity. They wondered if Zhang Chen could withstand it when facing the catfish monsters in a real environment. Would he psychologically collapse first if he encountered a similar scene? Ao Dagong understood. A strong person must first have an unyielding heart, and only then comes talent. Buzz. In the tunnel, Zhang Chen also noticed that the catfish monsters were increasing, the thick venom starting to spread to his ankles, and the light ahead was gradually being blocked by the figures of the catfish monsters. But at that moment, he felt his skin's surface begin to heat up, as if a force was awakening from the surface of his skin. In the real world, Zhang Chen in the sleep pod had skin that seemed to breathe, gradually turning bright red. With the all-weather breathing and exhaling ability activated, the 4.0 skin quality awakening node finally found the opportunity for power awakening at a critical moment. Zhang Chen, whose consciousness was projected into the star realm, felt a response in his ideological body. A physical quality of 4.0 is the node for awakening the law manifestation, but not everyone can awaken the law manifestation just because they have such physical quality. Zhang Chen was no exception. However, he was different from others. He possessed the all-weather breathing and exhaling ability. Since this ability awakened, he had awakened 18 senses in just a few months, which later fused together. At the same time, the all-weather body refinement ability could continuously enhance physical quality and stimulate the body, allowing for physical evolution. Under the influence of these two abilities, Zhang Chen knew that successfully unlocking the physical manifestation and becoming a true martial artist was just a matter of time. What he did not expect, however, was that he would find the opportunity and key to unlock this physical manifestation at such a critical moment during the assessment. In the star realm. While his consciousness was projected into the star realm, he was unaware that in reality, his physical body had turned a bright red. However, as he slept in the sleep pod, the pod was able to record his bodily data and feed it back to the star realm system, allowing the ideological power of his consciousness to be enhanced without any pause. Even just by wearing a wristband to enter the star realm, the moment his physical body broke through, his consciousness could also evolve. Therefore, the people in the observation room gradually noticed that Zhang Chen's appearance in the star realm was becoming red and hot. The speed of his shooting technique, as well as his strength, gradually increased along with the red halo. In the Lord's mansion, Ao Dagong was drinking tea, worried that Zhang Chen would be left with a shadow from this battle. He even considered whether to send someone into the assessment realm to help Zhang Chen break through the encirclement or to lower the difficulty of the assessment. He was quickly attracted by Zhang Chen's changes. As one of the top 10 figures in Jiangbei province, he not only had keen insight but was also shrewd and calculating, able to see at a glance what state Zhang Chen was in at that moment. He exclaimed, "Physical manifestation. He can actually unlock the physical manifestation in the star realm? In just one day, his physical quality has actually improved a level. Did he take some kind of potion?" Ao Dagong was shocked, unable to help but rise and walk to the screen to observe every detail of Zhang Chen, and he had someone broadcast Zhang Chen's physical condition in the sleep pod, immediately seeing Zhang Chen's body turn an incredibly bright red. His skin was rising and falling, as if a force was about to surge out from within. This was a sign of the awakening of the physical manifestation. Yesterday, Yan Fei personally went to the future city community to find Zhang Chen, perhaps. Su Songlin said excitedly. Zhang Chen was a martial artist from South City, and if he could rise, he would represent South City in battles.
against martial artists from the entire Jiangbei province. This would draw the attention of the 7-Star System Alliance to South City, gaining more resource support and perhaps even eliminating the catfish demons and other alien creatures in the Great Radiation Zone. Although it was just a hope and a fantasy, Su Songlin was also very excited. He guarded South City as its lord, always at the forefront of every battle, and he often saw outstanding soldiers or recently graduated martial artists die at the hands of aliens. Especially during this catfish demon storm, while humanity seemed to have achieved a great victory, only he and a few others like Ao Dagang knew that this battle was not over. Otherwise, why would Ao Dagang stay in South City for so long? If a little guidance can lead to such a breakthrough, it's quite astonishing. Ao Dagang frowned. What do you think? Su Songlin asked suspiciously. Check Zhang Chen's physical condition to see if he has taken any potions, Ao Dagang said. The sleep pod was a huge testing instrument, extremely valuable, especially Zhang Chen's sleep pod, which was the best in the future city community. Soon, the physical testing data for Zhang Chen appeared on Ao Dagang's wristband. He hasn't taken any potions, Ao Dagang said, dumbfounded. The only direction for testing was whether Zhang Chen had taken any potions. Could it be a potential awakening? Su Songlin suggested. It shouldn't be, Teacher Huang has already tested him twice. If there were signs of potential awakening, she wouldn't have missed it. Ao Dagang shook his head. Then it must be talent, Su Songlin said excitedly. With a prodigy like Zhang Chen emerging in South City, it seemed that next year's college entrance examination, Zhang Chen might really represent South City and compete alongside the martial artists of Jiangbei province, securing more cultivation resource support for South City. Ask Yan Fei about it. Ao Dagang felt something was off. If it was talent, what kind of talent was it? Exceptional, prodigious, extraordinary? Teacher Yan, did you go to find Zhang Chen yesterday with the intention of helping him practice the golden sand body refinement technique? Is that why his physical condition has changed so dramatically in just one day? Did he achieve this purely through talent? Su Songlin immediately initiated a video call with Yan Fei. In the observation room of the 9th middle school, Yan Fei and Wang Dashan, among others, also noticed Zhang Chen's condition, realizing that both his strength and speed were increasing, and they saw his skin surface turning red and hot, as if a terrifying power was about to awaken. In that moment, Yan Fei, Wang Dashan, and everyone present felt a suffocating sensation, overwhelmed by excitement and shock. Zhang Chen had repeatedly astonished and angered them. They had thought he would pay a painful price for his attitude towards cultivation, and everyone felt heartbroken for him, but unexpectedly, they suddenly saw signs of Zhang Chen awakening his physical manifestation. At that moment, not only Yang Liru, Hong Lisan, and Wang Dashan, who were familiar with Zhang Chen, but even Yan Fei was left speechless. Especially after answering Su Songlin's call, he found himself at a loss for words. Teacher Yan, please say something. Su Songlin urged. Did you use some special secret method to stimulate his flesh and bones, helping him improve his physical condition? Ao Dagang inquired. His figure appeared in the electronic screen window in front of Yan Fei. As one of the top 10 figures in Jiangbei province, having slain the Catfish Demon King and ended the Catfish Demon Storm, Ao Dagang's reputation was well known. Upon seeing him appear on the screen, everyone, including Yang Liru, Hong Lisan, and even Wang Dashan, bowed and greeted Ao Dagang. I went to find him yesterday, but he ignored me. After tricking me into going to sleep, he ran off to the game dimension and played all night by himself, Yan Fei replied. What did you say? Upon hearing this, both Su Songlin and Ao Dagang were incredulous, staring at Yan Fei in shock. Ever since I received the task from the 7 Major Star Systems Alliance to set up a Dharma manifestation hall for Zhang Chen, he hasn't come in to practice even once. He even skipped several classes in the advanced training program. Throughout, he has never practiced the golden sand body refinement technique in front of me, Yan Fei added. It was as if he was lamenting, feeling both angry and wronged, as if he had been insulted and belittled, feeling rage yet also sensing that Zhang Chen hadn't done anything wrong. Because even without leading Zhang Chen in practice, his cultivation had been steadily increasing, and even if he had followed Yan Fei's guidance diligently, Yan Fei had no confidence that he could enhance Zhang Chen's strength so much in such a short time. In the end, it all came down to Zhang Chen's incredible talent. Perhaps that was why he looked down on him. What? Upon hearing this, Ao Dagang, who had been worried that Yan Fei might use a method with side effects to enhance Zhang Chen's physical condition, and even Su Songlin, were both stunned. From what they understood about the situation, Zhang Chen's talent was even more monstrous than they had imagined. Initially, they thought it impossible for Zhang Chen to possess such terrifying talent, but now they realized that their initial fantasies about talent seemed insufficient to match Zhang Chen's cultivation aptitude. Master Ao, you are well informed. What do you think Zhang Chen did to achieve this? Su Songlin asked, puzzled. I don't know, I can only find an opportunity to ask him personally. Ao Dugong shook his head. He hadn't expected that a senior high school martial arts student would present him with such a dilemma. Buzz. In the tunnel, as Zhang Chen's skin turned red and hot when the state reached a certain stage, that crimson aura finally seemed to awaken a power from the surface of his skin. As he thrust out with his spear, an ordinary strike seemed to contain immense penetrating power, not only shattering the internal organs of the catfish demon before him but also causing a dozen catfish demons behind to fall back like a tide. The power of the physical manifestation warrior had finally awakened. Zhang Chen not only felt the surface of his skin, which now possessed an unyielding defense, as if blades were striking him, leaving only a white mark. Even if the catfish demon's minions bit into him, as long as their combat power did not reach 35.0, they could not break through his defense. With the awakening of this power, Zhang Chen not only made breakthroughs in strength and speed but also experienced significant changes in perception. First, it was the reaction from his skin. He could clearly sense the direction of the airflow, and he could feel the air currents stirred by the catfish demon's attacks, as well as detect dangers approaching from behind. His skin not only enhanced his defense but also evolved his perception. Along with speed and strength, everything rose in tandem. Zhang Chen discovered that his combat power had once again made a leap forward. During yesterday's first phase assessment, he felt that any shot he took could kill a catfish demon with a combat power below 30.0. Today, in the second phase assessment, with his physical attributes reaching 4.0, he felt that even a catfish demon with a combat power of 32.0 could be killed with a single shot, without any hesitation. Now that he had successfully awakened his skin, becoming a true law-embodying martial artist, his combat power quickly surpassed 60.0, and the catfish demon before him seemed incredibly small in his perception. He could easily take down a dozen with a single shot. Moreover, Zhang Chen's keen perception allowed him to catch glimpses of panic in their eyes. After all, they were living beings. No matter how fierce they were, as long as they had a sensory system, they would experience negative emotions. When he became powerful enough to make them tremble, they would bow down in submission. This was the thrill that strength brought. Zhang Chen saw the opportunity for a rise and a counterattack. He had a delusion that even if the number of catfish demons in the tunnel doubled, or even reached the level of a catfish demon king, each possessing a combat power of 20.0, he could still fight his way out. The term skin allowed every cell in the surface of his skin to unleash its power. The imminent crisis dissipated without a fight. The viscous poison beneath his feet could no longer harm him. Even if the poison entered his nasal cavity, Zhang Chen could use the power of the law to contract and block his mouth and nose, rebounding the poison out. Meanwhile, with the enhancement of his physical attributes, he had already developed immunity to some poisons. In reality, one day in the future, as his physical attributes continued to increase, even if the catfish demon's poison entered a wound or even his heart, Zhang Chen would still be immune. Of course, that was a matter for later. Boom! With a combat power above 60.0, every shot Zhang Chen fired possessed devastating destructive power, and the catfish demons blocking the passage were utterly insignificant. Zhang Chen's spear could not only kill them swiftly but also tear their bodies apart with terrifying force, pushing them backward. The waves on either side, which had been pressing inward, surged toward Zhang Chen. Now, with his strength breakthrough, the waves ahead began to retreat automatically, collapsing under his terrifying power, retreating like a tide toward the exit. As for the waves behind, they could not keep up with Zhang Chen's speed and were left far behind. A martial artist who had awakened their skin was like a slaughterhouse in front of this group of catfish demons with a maximum combat power of only 20.0. Zhang Chen was like a meat grinder in the tunnel, crushing all the catfish demons blocking his path. His perfectly unified spear technique, enhanced by his skin, finally unleashed a terrifying might. The people in the observation room were deeply shocked by him. They could hardly believe that a senior high school martial arts student could possess such terrifying combat power in front of an endless swarm of catfish demons. They had thought he would perish on the spot, but unexpectedly, he awakened the power of his skin and became a true law-embodying master at a critical moment. At the exit, Chen Duling and other geniuses from various prestigious schools finally emerged from the tunnel. The exit was like the mouth of a pot, with a large number of catfish demons blocking the way. No matter which passage one entered, it would ultimately lead to this place. The dawn was just above the pot's mouth. The catfish demons here were unusually restless, and the catfish demon king, with a combat power of 25.0, was issuing commands, surrounded by a large number of catfish demons. Chen Duling tried several times to break through with flying knives to slay it, but to no avail. Zhang Chen is still in that passage. Chen Duling noticed that in one of the passage exits, catfish demons were continuously burrowing inside. The sheer number and physical presence of the catfish demons could completely block the passage, making Zhang Chen feel suffocated inside. Just imagine how it Was possible to kill one's way out from there? Was the one with the highest combat power destined to fall in the second stage, losing the chance to enter the third stage assessment? Just. Then, Chen Duling saw that the catfish demons continuously burrowing into that tunnel began to be pushed out by the ones inside, eventually erupting like a geyser, as if they had encountered a terrifying creature inside. A powerful force sent a group of catfish demons shooting out like a tide. In the next moment, a figure wielding a silver spear charged out from the passage, stepping on the bodies of the catfish demons, quickly approaching the commanding catfish demon king. In a flash, he swept away all the catfish demons in front of the demon king, leaving behind a trail of corpses, either killed in one blow or dying from the penetrating force. Before the catfish demon king could signal anything else, the spear pierced through its body, exploding it, and blood mist filled the air. The man stepped on the bodies of the catfish demons and rushed towards the pot's mouth, disappearing from everyone's sight in the blink of an eye, successfully breaking through the encirclement and becoming the first to escape in the second stage assessment. He seemed out of place here. It was as if the second stage assessment realm was a kindergarten, and he was a powerful Special Forces soldier, not only slaughtering all the catfish demons in his path but also instilling fear in everyone who had just managed to escape from the passage. The overwhelming pressure from his strength, speed, skills, and perception made them feel as if they had been electrocuted. Zhang Chen. Watching the figure rapidly vanish above the pot's mouth, Chen Duling felt a sense of loss, even a bit disheartened. When Zhang Chen was trapped inside the catfish demon cave and unable to come out, she worried he would lose the chance to enter the third stage assessment. But seeing Zhang Chen's unprecedented speed and strength, crushing a group of experts and easily slaying the catfish demon king, being the first to rush out, she couldn't feel happy again. She didn't understand why Zhang Chen had become so powerful. But from the scene of the catfish demons being swept away by a tremendous force, erupting from the passage, and Zhang Chen swiftly slaying the catfish demon king, she clearly realized that even if all the candidates who had come to the exit combined their strength, they might not be able to block Zhang Chen's path. He was not just a gust of wind. He was a dazzling light, blinding them and making it hard to lift their heads. Even Yi Chen, who had dropped his dual blades to the ground, was oblivious, completely stunned by Zhang Chen's figure, momentarily seeing him clad in with palms like stars, trampling all the martial arts students of Jiangbei province beneath his feet. Everyone who witnessed Zhang Chen slay the catfish demon king at the cave entrance, who saw him complete the assessment first before their eyes, felt as if they had traveled through time. It was as if the assessment they were participating in now was for fourth-year martial arts students, experiencing everything that was happening. Even those observing from within were completely immersed in Zhang Chen's power, firmly captivated by his imposing presence. This is getting more interesting. I didn't expect such a martial arts student to appear in South City. I really hope he awakened through his own strength and hasn't tapped into his potential. Ao Dagang chuckled. Potential is indeed powerful, but it can also overdraw the body. Just like him, although his strength ranks among the top 10 in Jiangbei province, if he loses his potential, he wouldn't even make it into the top 100. If Zhang Chen, at such a young age, no longer needs to rely on potential as support, then his future achievements will reach a level that others can only look up to in awe. His marksmanship is perfect and unified, and he has successfully awakened his Dharma form. Old Gu, I'm afraid we won't be able to keep Zhang Chen at Starry Sky University, Di Yang said nervously. Zhang Chen's outstanding performance in the assessment was one thing, but the strength and potential he displayed left countless people dumbfounded. A Dharma form warrior in their third year of high school is indeed surprising, but not overwhelmingly shocking. However, a martial artist who, at the same age, steps into the Dharma form realm and awakens their Dharma form is extraordinary. Moreover, he has cultivated a skill to the point of 3 transformations. Just with a basic set of marksmanship, he has reached the realm of perfect and unified marksmanship. Such a genius is worthy of special treatment from the 7 Major Star Systems Alliance. It is likely that someone has already contacted Zhang Chen to provide him with better cultivation resources and living support. At this moment, Di Yang finally understood why Zhang Chen was able to move his family into the inner city without any prior arrangements from Starry Sky University. It turns out everything was arranged by the 7 Major Star Systems Alliance. No wonder Zhang Chen has spent several million in the game. Dimension in recent days, he is a master in the Dharma form realm, earning a huge bonus. The once proud 3S level contract from Starry Sky University now seems unworthy of Zhang Chen. If we can keep him, we can keep me, Zhu Geho said. Di Yang smiled bitterly, having to think of ways to improve Zhang Chen's treatment at Starry Sky University, trying to keep him from being snatched away by other institutions. He has awakened his skin form. In the observation room of number 9 middle school, Wang Dashan and others were in a state of indescribable shock. Yan Fei quietly left, turning to board a flying vehicle, quickly heading back to the inner city.
The anger in his heart had dissipated by more than half, and he decided to accept the guidance of the 7 major star
Systems Alliance and have a good talk with Zhang Chen.
No matter what, he had to get Zhang Chen into his Dharma form hall for proper cultivation.
He knew that after the skin form was awakened, it
was a critical moment for cultivating the body tempering method. At this time, practicing the body tempering method would not only solidify the skin form but also effectively enhance physical quality, allowing Zhang Chen to quickly adapt to the power of the skin form. Therefore, he moved quickly. The flying vehicle roared loudly as it appeared over the future city community. Zhang Chen. He headed straight for Zhang Chen's home, knowing that after completing the second phase of the assessment, according to his usual behavior, he would definitely run home to continue playing
games. Where is he? But he couldn't find Zhang Chen. Teacher Yen.
Where's your brother?
He hasn't come back yet, he's still participating in the assessment.
The door was opened by Zhang
Xingqing.
She had been eliminated in the first phase due to insufficient permissions and couldn't go to the observation room to check Zhang Chen's assessment footage, so she could only study and
cultivate at home. Still participating in the assessment? Yan Fei asked suspiciously.
He quickly checked Zhang Chen's status and found that Zhang Chen had already entered a high-level game dimension, accompanied by a group of female streamers, clocking in at various game dimensions to earn gold coins. He treated the high-level game dimension developed by the 7 major star systems
Alliance for Cultivation and Learning as a trendy check-in spot.
He shared everything he saw and heard in the high-level dimension. Ignoring the cultivation opportunities in the game, he ultimately led a group of game streamers to dance in front of the Luohan temple. It was hard to believe he was attracted by a stone tablet inscribed with insights on the body tempering method, only to use it as a table while playing Do Diju with 2 relatively pretty female streamers. Yan Fei believed his mindset had improved and that he could adapt to Zhang Chen's behavior, yet Zhang Chen continued to break through his expectations time and again. He couldn't help but want to find Zhang Chen's physical location and forcibly wake him from the star realm, only to discover that Zhang
Chen was still lying in the sleep pod.
After entering the star realm through the sleep pod to participate in the assessment, he immediately jumped into the advanced game dimension. It was clear he realized that lying in the sleep pod while entering the advanced game dimension of the star realm allowed for a more enjoyable and realistic experience.
Furthermore, waking up afterward wouldn't be as exhausting. It was much easier than entering directly through the wristband.
For this reason, Zhang Chen had already been looking into the price of sleep pods. He found out that an ordinary sleep pod costs around 1 to 2 million, while the one he was currently using was specially equipped for geniuses in the future city community, worth over 7 million.
There were even more
expensive sleep pods on the market, which not only allowed for extended stays in the star realm but also helped replenish physical strength at all times, so that upon waking, one would not feel fatigued but rather full of energy.
Some sleep pods could even enhance mental strength, but they were priceless, only purchased by certain mental power practitioners. Zhang Chen's thoughts were quite simple.
Previously, when he entered the star realm to play games through the wristband, after a long time, he would feel tired upon waking, even with the help of his all-day breathing and
relaxation abilities.
Clearly, spending a long time in the star realm consumed a significant amount of mental energy. To fully enjoy playing in the star realm and to relax comfortably, he clearly
needed a comfortable sleep pod. This is simply outrageous, Yan Fei said, staring in disbelief.
Zhang Chen entered the star realm to take the senior year final exam through the sleep pod. As long as he didn't come out, anyone who forcibly woke him would be provoking the regulations of the 7 major star systems alliance. Even if Yan Fei was Zhang Chen's teacher, there was nothing he could do. Therefore, he could only follow him into the star realm and search for Zhang Chen in the advanced game dimension.
Zhang Chen was still playing Do Diju with a female streamer when he
suddenly saw a figure in front of him, continuously bursting with gold coins, rushing towards him. Initially thinking it was some female streamer coming to seek him out, he focused and realized it was Yan Fei, quickly understanding the other party's intentions.
Zhang Chen, come with me quickly, I have something fun to show you, Yan Fei said, taking a deep breath. He thought that since
Zhang Chen loved to play, he could lure him with something fun.
What could be more fun than here? Zhang Chen frowned.
Just come out with me, and you'll know soon, Yan Fei said mysteriously. If Teacher Yan doesn't say, I'm not going out, Zhang Chen wouldn't fall for it. Let me put it this way, there are several female streamers waiting for you in the future city community, they want to have some fun with you in the real world, Yan Fei said, glancing at the group of female streamers beside Zhang Chen, and had a sudden idea.
What are you talking about? Who isn't a female streamer? Brother Lingfeng, don't listen to his nonsense. What are you doing here, you pesky fly? Sisters, let's push him out together. What a buzzkill. Get out, don't disturb us from being with Brother Feng.
As a result, when the group of female streamers heard this, they were all unhappy. Playing games with Zhang Chen not only allowed them to level up their equipment, but The gold coins and skills they burst were also theirs. In their eyes, Zhang Chen was like a living bodhisattva. It was hard-earned to be with him, so how could they let him be taken away by Yan Fei? Thus, the group of female streamers rushed forward, pushing Yan Fei back. Yan Fei was powerful and could easily crush this group of female streamers in real life, killing a batch with a single slap, but in the advanced game dimension, there were power restrictions. In fact, because he had just entered and was at a lower level, his combat power in the game dimension was far inferior to those female streamers. As a result, not only did he fail to take Zhang Chen out, but he was also pinned to the ground and beaten by a group of female streamers. The so-called advanced game dimension was an experience of extremely high realism. This naturally includes the enhancement of combat power and various changes in sensory systems, where injuries will manifest as real pain in consciousness. At the same time, if the techniques or skills obtained through cultivation here are upgraded, there will also be intuitive awareness of that. In reality, people can gain some guidance and feelings through the experience in games, making it easier to successfully cultivate a technique or skill. This is the immense role of advanced game dimensions. However, after Zhang Chen entered, he only knew how to have fun with a group of female streamers, either taking them to various game dimensions to check in or chatting about life with them. The hard-earned techniques and skills, or rare cultivation opportunities, such as guidance from specific teachers, he completely disregarded, giving them all to the accompanying streamers. This left Yan Fei and others gritting their teeth in anger. This time, taking the initiative to enter the game dimension to find Zhang Chen, in an unfamiliar game dimension, Yan Fei, as a newcomer, needed to level up and fight monsters to gradually increase his strength. Outside, he was unparalleled, a renowned body refining master. In the unfamiliar game dimension, he was a weakling with a combat power value of only 5, and soon Zhang Chen saw Yan Fei being quickly overwhelmed by the crowd. Faced with the punches and kicks from the female streamers, he could only cover his head and flee. But after just a few steps, he was thrown to the ground by a female streamer with muscular arms. Then, a group of female streamers swarmed in, pinning him down and taking turns to pummel him. As for Zhang Chen, he was sent to another location by the remaining streamers, fearing that he might really be taken away by Yan Fei. "Teacher Yan, you wait for me outside first," Zhang Chen shouted to Yan Fei. He was being escorted by several female streamers, quickly disappearing from Yan Fei's sight. After a while, Yan Fei woke up from the Star Realm system. He entered through the wristband. Although the physical injuries sustained in the game would not feed back to reality, the psychological trauma was unavoidable. He lay sprawled on the bed, unable to help but recall the last female streamer who sat on his head, saying she would smother him. He couldn't take it anymore and actively withdrew from the Star Realm back to reality. Lying on the bed, he reflected on his experiences in the Star Realm, unable to control a tear from falling. At the same time, a message popped up on his wrist, a notification from the 7 Major Star Systems Alliance, reminding him that it was time to open the Dharma Hall to teach Zhang Chen cultivation. As a result, he twitched uncontrollably several times, knowing full well that Zhang Chen was playing in the game dimension and would not enter the Dharma Hall for cultivation. He still had to open the Dharma Hall as usual, or he would be penalized by the 7 Major Star Systems Alliance. Let you continue to be arrogant for a few more days. When you fall into my hands, you will know what the experience of body refining cultivation is like. Yan Fei slowly sat up from the bed, muttering to himself in a somewhat dazed manner. This time, I'll endure it first. After all, it's not the first time for Zhang Chen. Yan Fei decided to hold back. Ding dong. However, at that moment, the wristband popped up another message, a penalty announcement. Detected that you had excessive physical contact with a group of female streamers in the game dimension, reported by multiple female streamers simultaneously. Violating teacher ethics. The 7 Major Star Systems Alliance has decided to deduct 30 points from you, hoping you will reform and remember your mission to contribute to all humanity. I can't stand this. A bunch of little girls daring to report me, making me lose 30 points for nothing. My opening liquid. Originally calm and having adjusted his mindset with great difficulty, Yan Fei finally couldn't help but smash everything in the hotel room into pieces after seeing the penalty announcement. Number 1, I have arrived at Future City Community. Zhang Chen is still in the sleep pod, and I have not yet seen him. Protect him well, he is the hope of South City. The shadow understands. A shadow fell upon Future City, on top of a residential building. He looked towards the sleep room, monitoring the basic information, knowing that Zhang Chen was lying inside. Today, he was far away from Jiangbei Province, executing a mission in a forbidden area, when he suddenly received an order from the 7 Major Star Systems Alliance to enter Jiangbei Province for a task. It wasn't until he arrived in Nanchang that he learned his mission was to protect a senior martial arts student named Zhang Chen. He quickly gathered information about Zhang Chen's whereabouts and appearance. Thus, he blended into the darkness, watching every move in the sleeping chamber. His department was responsible for protecting various prodigies, preventing them from being slaughtered by powerful alien creatures or being betrayed by human traitors, among other duties.
They also undertook some relatively dangerous tasks.
Protecting prodigies was a task with a lower risk factor but required a lot of time, as it involved following them 24 hours a
day to ensure their safety from any threats.
Suddenly, at the entrance of the future city community, a menacing figure walked in. This person quickly caught the Shadow's attention due to their overwhelming aura, their physical form seemingly impervious to even an electromagnetic cannon. Compared to the Catfish Demon King in the Great Radiation Zone, they seemed equally formidable. With such a terrifying figure suddenly appearing, the Shadow focused intently, not daring to relax for a moment.
He could blend into the darkness. Having practiced the art of concealment, even some strong practitioners of bone structure could not detect his presence.
Not good. The Shadow felt a sense of foreboding as he noticed the person heading towards the sleeping chamber where Zhang
Chun lay.
If anything were to happen to him, it would be a disgrace for his department. How could one accept a mission only to have the target killed? But this was the inner ring city, and within the future city community, the Shadow did not act rashly, yet he was poised to strike. If that person dared to cause trouble, he would swoop down like a swallow, striking swiftly to eliminate
them in the night.
However, he discovered that the person approached the sleeping chamber but did not enter. Instead, they sat on a stone stump at the door, seemingly waiting for someone to come out. As a body refinement master, Yan Fei had never felt so humiliated. With good intentions, he entered the advanced game realm of the Starry World to find Zhang Chen, intending to bring him out
to train, only to be overwhelmed and beaten down by a group of female streamers.
He watched helplessly as Zhang Chen was taken away by several female streamers, quickly disappearing from his sight. He had planned to endure for a while, hoping to collect some interest from Zhang Chen later, but instead, he was reported by a group of female streamers for harassment, resulting in a deduction
of 30 points.
Every single point was hard-earned, meant for exchanging training resources. He had intended to complete the task assigned by the 7 Major Star Systems Alliance, to properly
guide Zhang Chen in his training, and later use the points to obtain a pulse-opening liquid.
However, because Zhang Chen had not gone to the Dharma Hall for training, and he had not provided Zhang Chen with practical guidance, his points had not increased.
But that was not all.
Now, because of Zhang Chen, he had lost 30 points and was reported as a lewd man by a group of female streamers, which was also reported to the 7 Major Star Systems Alliance. Even with a good mindset, Yan Fei could not suppress his urge to kill.
After the Dharma Hall session ended, he immediately
rushed to the future city community, learning that Zhang Chen was still in the sleeping pod, playing games with a group of female streamers. He suppressed his anger, holding an iron rod at the door. No matter what, as soon as Zhang Chen came out, he would swing a few times at his head. Since soft measures had failed, he would resort to hard ones. No matter what, tonight he would make Zhang Chen sign a guarantee. If he did not agree to train properly in the future, he would be dealt with tonight.
It was no wonder Yan Fei was so angry. He could tolerate not earning points, he
could endure being beaten by a group of female streamers in the advanced game realm due to insufficient level.
Even being deducted 30 points was bearable.
But being reported as a lewd man because of Zhang Chen by a group of female streamers was something Yan Fei could not swallow. How had he, a dignified master of body refinement, become a lewd man, and even be reported by the 7
Major Star Systems Alliance?
The Shadow felt puzzled. He secretly recorded Yan Fei's appearance and checked the other party's identity information.
Yan Fei, Master of Body Tempering, expert in bone structure realm.
The latest incident involved him in the advanced game dimension of the Star Realm, where he had excessive physical contact with a group of female streamers, leading to multiple
reports against him.
So he's just an old fool, perhaps a traitor to humanity, the Shadow mused inwardly. The title of Bone Structure Realm Expert made him particularly cautious facing such a strong opponent. He only had one chance to strike. If he failed, he would have to retreat immediately. But for Zhang Chen, he could only fight to the end.
Time quietly passed. Yan Fei had been waiting outside the sleep chamber.
He was waiting for Zhang Chen to come out, and in his anger, he failed to notice the Shadow's presence. His mind was still calculating how to deal with Zhang Chen later. However, according to Zhang Chen's dynamic display, he noticed there were no signs of Zhang Chen coming out. Time flowed before his eyes.
The lights went out. The night faded away. By
the time dawn broke the next day, and the third phase of the assessment began, he saw Zhang Chen emerge from the advanced game dimension and immediately jump into the assessment dimension. Resting in the sleep pod, his body's consumption was minimal. Coupled with his all-weather breathing and meditation ability, even after playing games all night, Zhang Chen was still in high spirits. When he appeared in the assessment dimension, and everyone could clearly feel that he seemed to possess boundless energy. People were buzzing with discussion, their eyes filled with awe.
Zhang
Chen ranked first in the first phase, and again in the second phase, helping everyone slay the Catfish Demon King, allowing many to pass the assessment more easily. However, in the harsh reality, the number of people who successfully entered the third phase of the assessment was less than 200, combining both the outer and inner ring cities. Those who reached this stage had a combat power value of at least 20.0. They were genuine martial artists, with many martial students from the inner ring city boasting combat power values of 30.0. They would face catfish demons with combat power values reaching or even exceeding 20.0 in the third phase assessment. This round of assessment was simpler compared to the first and second rounds. It was no longer about the number of kills or completion time, but rather about who could endure the longest. When Zhang Chen saw this rule, he was a bit confused. He had been thinking about quickly finishing the assessment and returning to the game dimension. He had just drawn a good hand and called the landlord. If he won, he could tease two female streamers a few times. Unfortunately, the rules for the final exam were even stricter than those of the Star Realm ranking matches. If he deliberately threw the game or surrendered here, he would face various severe penalties. Not only would he lose points, but he would also forfeit his chance to enter the Star Realm. That would mean no more games or interactions with female streamers, and life would lose much of its fun. Thus, Zhang Chen could only hope that he would encounter powerful catfish demons soon, and that everyone would struggle to last long, completing the assessment together. To this end, he looked at the information panel below. Name, Zhang Chen. Profession, Law Manifestation Martial Artist. Lying flat value, 6113 Styles. Perfect gun technique, beginner, 2 out of 300, Golden Sand Body Tempering Method, proficient, 211 out of 300. Physical quality, 6.2 combat power value, 67.1 skills, all-weather breathing and meditation ability, arm strength increased by 200 kilograms at any level, faster speed, all-weather body tempering ability. After successfully unlocking the skin manifestation, Zhang Chen's physical quality rose from 4.0 to 6.2, enhancing both his immunity and bodily functions. Additionally, with the boost from his physical quality, he could more easily manifest the perfect realm of his gun technique. As a result, his combat power value increased from 58.6 to 67.1. His strength shifted from the lower tier of the skin manifestation realm to the upper tier. Such strength was enough to stand out in South City, and even when compared to martial students from the entire Jiangbei province and the other 51 cities, Zhang Chen would not be overlooked. The mastery of marksmanship is complete and unified. This level of power can still be enhanced. I just wonder, what will this power become when cultivated to its utmost? Should I add the lying flat value on top of that? Or should I continue to add it to the body tempering method? I feel that with my current physical condition, I can already perfectly embody the power of marksmanship. It would be best to continue enhancing my marksmanship now. Zhang Chen thought to himself. But if I enhance my strength now, won't that mean I'll have to hold on longer later? That goes against the idea of lying flat. Zhang Chen realized the problem. The first and second stages of enhancing strength were to complete the assessment faster. The third stage assessment, however, is about who can hold on longer in the advanced assessment realm. Clearly, the higher the strength, the longer one can persist. As someone with a lying flat fate, enhancing strength at this moment clearly does not meet the requirements of lying flat. If I do enhance, I might not gain any lying flat value today. Thus, Zhang Chen decided not to act rashly. At the entrance of the sleep room in Future City, Yan Fei's wristband popped up another message, indicating that the 7 Major Star Systems Alliance had found a suitable candidate to protect Zhang Chen, notifying him that he only needed to continue wholeheartedly teaching Zhang Chen and did not need to worry about his safety. This blind fool, I want to get rid of him, yet he wants me to keep protecting him, no. Upon seeing this message, Yan Fei felt an intense anger. But suddenly, he sensed something was off. He hurriedly stood up from the stone platform, unable to control himself as he looked around every corner, his back quickly drenched in cold sweat, especially when he saw the stick in his hand. He was so frightened that he quickly let go and threw it away. The message indicated that the 7 Major Star Systems Alliance had found a suitable candidate to protect Zhang Chen, meaning that person had already arrived and was nearby. He knew that the 7 Major Star Systems Alliance had a department called Hidden Kill. The people in this department not only practiced stealth techniques but also mastered lethal skills. They usually appeared like a dragon, elusive and hard to catch. Even if he was a strong practitioner at the bone level, he might not be able to withstand it, especially with the opponent's stealth techniques. If he wasn't careful, he wouldn't even notice them. At that moment, Yan Fei spotted a shadow. The shadow was still on the roof, but at that moment, it blended perfectly with the light above. Yan Fei looked up and felt the light on the roof was blinding, making him instinctively want to lower his head. Suddenly, he sensed something was wrong. He then saw a figure blending perfectly with the light. The shadow swore that if Yin Fei hadn't thrown away the stick and instinctively stepped back, away from the sleep room, he would have struck without hesitation. When Yin Fei noticed him, Yin Fei felt unwilling but had no choice but to leave. With the expert from the Hidden Kill Department protecting Zhang Chen, if he wanted to teach Zhang Chen a lesson, he could only wait until Zhang Chen entered the Dharma Hall for cultivation. In the Star Realm, within the Advanced Assessment Realm for third-year martial arts students. Gah! This time, everyone arrived in a ruined area. Everywhere were broken skyscrapers, pollutants filling the air, and the ground cracked, with catfish demons constantly emerging from the crevices. The simulated realm here was in a high radiation zone. Looking around, traces of catfish demons were everywhere. Buzz! Zhang Chen stood atop a crumbling building. Catfish demons with a combat power value of 20.0 kept rushing up from below, wanting to hunt him down. This time it's about who can hold on until the end. It doesn't say we must kill these catfish demons. Rather than wasting energy fighting these beasts, it would be better to find a place to hide within the rules and wait until everyone else disappears, leaving only me. Then the assessment will be over. Zhang Chen muttered to himself. As a martial artist with a combat power value of 67.1 at the skin level, he was absolutely confident that he would become the first in Nanchang in this assessment. Since he had to hold on until the end anyway, he might as well choose a lying flat approach to persist to the end. He leaped through the buildings, searching for the best hiding spot. To his surprise, the catfish demons in this assessment realm seemed endless. Even if he found a rare location to hide, as soon as he stayed there for a little while, a swarm of catfish demons would appear. Zhang Chen realized that the catfish demons simulated in this assessment realm seemed to be able to lock onto everyone present. There was nowhere to hide. It was impossible to take advantage of the chaos. With no other choice, Zhang Chen had to stay atop a building, killing the catfish demons that charged at him one by one. When the area around the building was crawling with catfish demons and he was once again overwhelmed by the swarm, he would leap to another building, repeating this process, trying to avoid falling into a prolonged frenzy of battle while constantly looking for opportunities to rest. As time passed, more and more martial arts students were eliminated. Looking around, those who had managed to hold on until now had combat power values of at least 30.0. By chance, he spotted Tung Qingshan. He intended to rush to help, to let him hold on a little longer, but it seemed as if the catfish demons had locked onto him, with more and more of them pouncing towards him. As a result, not only could he not help Tang Qingshan last longer, but he also caused Tang Qingshan to be overwhelmed by the swarm of catfish demons. Don't come over! Before Tang Qingshan disappeared, Zhang Chen heard that ghostly scream. Tang Qingshan had originally found a prime location, backed against a triangular building, avoiding enemies from all sides, with only a few scattered catfish demons in front of him. He could have held on for a while longer, but after Zhang Chen arrived, he was quickly overwhelmed by the swarm of catfish demons and vanished from the assessment realm in an instant. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Zhang Chen, filled with regret, suddenly had a bold idea. He immediately saw Kong Ning, who was struggling, along with Wu Feiyu, Zhou Changqing, and even Yi Chen and Chen Dueling. If they all disappeared, wouldn't the assessment be over? He would be first, and how could there be any competition then? Even if he had to wait until he was devoured by the catfish demons before disappearing, by that time, all the catfish demons would attack him at once, and he wouldn't last long. He could quickly leave and complete the final assessment task. So, he joyfully ran towards Kong Ning. Kong Ning, I'm here to help you. Zhang Chen shouted. Great! Kong Ning was overjoyed. He recognized Zhang Chen's voice immediately. Seeing Zhang Chen become a martial artist of the skin level, with a combat power value exceeding 60.0, he had felt jealousy and grievance before. But as the distance grew, he gradually calmed down and no longer viewed Zhang Chen as a rival. Instead, he regarded Zhang Chen as an idol, striving to catch up, hoping to become as strong as Zhang Chen one day. So at this moment, hearing Zhang Chen's voice, Kong Ning was extremely excited. This third stage of the assessment was about who could hold on until the end. Everyone knew in their hearts that it would definitely be Zhang Chen. Moreover, this assessment did not oppose people fighting side by side. Zhang Chen coming to help him, allowing him to hold on a little longer, would not violate the assessment rules. However, Kong Ning saw Zhang Chen leap over his head and quickly spring to another building. Gagaga! At the same time, hundreds of catfish demons surged in from behind. He felt the overwhelming pressure, and before he could say anything, he was engulfed by the catfish demons, quickly disappearing from the assessment realm. Wu Feiyu, watch out behind you. Thanks. What the hell? Zhou Changqing, leave the catfish demon on the left to me. Okay, thank you. Damn it. Yi Chen, are you okay? I'm fine. Damn it, don't come over. Chen Dueling, your swordsmanship is impressive. Thank you for the compliment, but compared to you, I'll take you down.
Zhang Chen visited one by one, each time leading a group of catfish demons to greet them. At first, when people heard his voice, they felt joy in their hearts, even Chen Dueling was no exception. Now, in their eyes, Zhang Chen had become the absolute number one. They accepted their defeat wholeheartedly and hoped that one day they could become as powerful as Zhang Chen. Even the proud Yi Chen had to admit that the gap between him and Zhang Chen was growing wider. It was no longer possible to surpass Zhang Chen in a short time, so he prepared to learn from Zhang Chen, but he was quickly thrown off guard by the catfish demons Zhang Chen brought along. Even the usually gentle Chen Dueling was so angry she was shouting. Just as Zhang Chen had imagined, when the other martial arts students disappeared, all the catfish demons pounced on him, and he felt as if he was experiencing a storm of catfish demons. Even with a combat power value of 67.1 and successfully unlocking the skin power, facing the endless swarm of catfish demons, he quickly lost his ability to resist and vanished into the advanced assessment dimension, of course, successfully securing first place. He had originally wanted to jump into the game dimension to relax, but encountered a time limit, needing to leave the star realm for 24 hours before re-entering. So he woke up from the sleep pod and stepped out of the sleep room to stretch his muscles. After lying down for nearly 2 days and 2 nights, although his bodily functions had been replenished by the sleep pod and the all-day breathing exercises, his physical strength and spirit were fine. Zhang Chen still habitually stretched his muscles. Zhang Chen. A voice came. Teacher Yen. Zhang Chen was startled. Yan Fei had suddenly appeared in front of him from nowhere. You have good talent, and your final exam results are among the top. The 7 Major Star Systems Alliance has commissioned me to establish a Dharma form hall for you to help you lay the foundation for your Dharma power. Haven't you received any related information prompts these days? Yan Fei inquired. Oh, I saw it, but I forgot. Zhang Chen scratched his head. No problem, come with me to the training room now, and I'll teach you how to solidify your Dharma form and awaken it, Yan Fei said kindly, grabbing Zhang Chen's wrist. The Dharma form hall can be established in the star realm as well as in reality. All right. I'll go with you. Zhang Chen realized that he had to go with Yan Fei today no matter what. After a while, Zhang Chen followed Yan Fei to a training room specifically set up for cultivating the Dharma form, where he found 2 familiar faces. It was Yi Chen and Chen Dueling. Both had combat power values exceeding 40.0 and were Dharma realm martial artists who had not yet unlocked their skin form. Since their breakthroughs, they had quickly received attention from the 7 Major Star Systems Alliance, gaining the opportunity to enter the Dharma form hall for training together. However, compared to Zhang Chen, the 2 had come here to wait for Yan Fei after receiving the notification. Upon seeing Zhang Chen again and recalling everything that happened in the advanced assessment dimension, both Chen Dueling and Yi Chen did not give Zhang Chen a good face. They were both planning that once they successfully unlocked their Dharma forms, they would find a way to give Zhang Chen a good beating. The 8 layers of Dharma power from skin, flesh, muscles, organs, chi, and spirit are what all Dharma realm martial artists aspire to unlock throughout their lives. The skin form awakens power from the skin, allowing the surface of the skin to evolve. It not only resists the poison of catfish demons but also makes it difficult for ordinary weapons to cause harm. At the same time, speed and reaction will also improve with the help of this layer of Dharma form. Awakening the skin form is equivalent to awakening a set of the most suitable armor. When the power at the surface of the skin accumulates enough and continues to rise and evolve, this power can stimulate the flesh, allowing people to awaken power from the flesh, which is the second layer of Dharma form, the flesh form. The difference between the flesh form and the skin form lies in the defense penetrating from the surface of the skin into the flesh. The flesh will possess explosive power like a beast, and physical quality will break through 20.0. Even if the poison of catfish demons enters the body, it can still be resisted by the Dharma power. The reason why alien beasts are so powerful is that their physical bodies possess natural advantages for humans to confront them, awakening the Dharma aspect to achieve physical evolution and summon more power from within the body is one of the most effective methods. This is also why, when alien creatures invade human territories, it often requires the intervention of powerful Dharma aspect practitioners to quell the chaos. Therefore, the awakening of the Dharma aspect is crucial in cultivation. The higher the Dharma aspect, the stronger the power, and the defenses, speed, immunity, and even vitality will all rise accordingly. Some practitioners at the dirty aspect or organ aspect level, even if their internal organs are shattered, can still repair themselves through the Dharma aspect. Each strand of Dharma aspect power they possess is worth countless times more than the common potions available on the market. Moreover, when the Dharma aspect power accumulates to a certain level, it can awaken divine abilities from the physical body, reaching the realm of physical divinity. To make the 3 realize the importance of the Dharma aspect, especially Zhang Chen, Yan Fei first conducted a brief education and motivation session before teaching them how to cultivate the Dharma aspect.
Upon hearing this, Chen Duling and Yi Chen's eyes lit up, their hearts eager to act. The phrase physical divinity left them both defenseless. Even Zhang Chen found his mind racing. Lying flat was meant to keep him from competing and striving, but it did not mean he would lose hope and imagination for the future. Teacher Yan, I heard my mother say that a physical quality of 4.0 is the threshold for unlocking the skin aspect. Does that mean when my physical quality reaches 4.0, I can automatically unlock the skin aspect? Yi Chen asked. Of course not. To unlock the skin aspect, you need to combine breathing techniques and body tempering methods, repeatedly stimulating the skin until you receive a response from it. That response is the power of the skin aspect. As long as you awaken it, you can successfully unlock the skin aspect, Yan Fei explained. Then why did Zhang Chun unlock the skin aspect during battle? Can the awakening of the Dharma aspect be achieved solely by talent? Chen Duling followed up with a question. She and Yi Chen were both Dharma aspect warriors with combat power exceeding 40.0, and they were eager to awaken their Dharma aspects. Everyone's opportunity to unlock the Dharma aspect is different, but relying on breathing techniques and body tempering methods to awaken the Dharma aspect power is a more reliable approach. Of course, when you encounter urgent situations, such as life and death crises, you might also unlock the Dharma aspect directly through battle, and such examples are common in the archives of the Seven Star Systems Alliance, Yan Fei said patiently. If I successfully unlock the Dharma aspect, what is the most important thing I need to do? Yi Chen asked again. He had already made up his mind to wholeheartedly cultivate the breathing techniques and body tempering methods, striving to unlock the Dharma aspect in the shortest time possible. Once he awakened the Dharma aspect, he hoped to surpass Zhang Chen, consolidate the power of the Dharma aspect. Yan Fei said, looking at Zhang Chen, clearly directing this statement at him. Zhang Chen could see the expectation in Yan Fei's eyes, hoping he would ask questions, such as how to consolidate the power of the Dharma aspect. So he took a sip of water, looked at Yi Chen, and subtly encouraged him to continue asking. Yi Chen thought to himself, I haven't even unlocked my Dharma aspect. Yet, why ask so much? How to consolidate? Chen Duling, without much thought, not only picked up the conversation but also took out a notebook to jot down every key point Yan Fei mentioned. Her serious study demeanor made Yan Fei increasingly fond of her. It's very simple. By using breathing techniques and body tempering methods, continuously stimulate the existing Dharma aspect until your Dharma aspect power is awakened to its fullest. Ensure that every layer of Dharma aspect power is fully awakened. This way, you can both consolidate the power of the Dharma aspect and strengthen its foundation. By awakening the Dharma aspect power, you can stimulate the next layer of the Dharma aspect, and as for successfully unlocking the 8 layers of Dharma aspect power, ultimately reaching the realm of physical divinity, Yan Fei explained patiently. Chen Duling nodded. It seemed that breathing techniques and body tempering methods indeed played a crucial role in unlocking the Dharma aspect. I wonder if potions and mental energy can effectively stimulate the awakening of the Dharma aspect? Yi Chen raised his hand to ask. He has 2 pharmacists at home, and being able to become a martial artist with a combat power value exceeding 40.0 in such a short time is mainly due to the assistance of Lu Qing's potions. Of course, but overly relying on potions for awakening will affect the foundational strength of the law phase. For example, while others can awaken 100% of their law phase power, you can only awaken 80%, or even just 60% of it. As for mental power, the side effects are somewhat less than those of potions. Generally, those who possess the resource of a mental power master will combine breathing techniques and body tempering methods, using mental power to assist in obtaining responses from their bodies more easily until they successfully awaken the law phase. However, whether it's potions or mental power, excessive reliance is not a good thing. The law phase has 8 layers, especially the last few layers, where it is difficult to find a response. If a solid foundation is not laid in the early stages, accumulating law phase power and continuously stimulating the next layer, along with having strong perception, even with exceptional talent, one will ultimately stagnate. Such people are not uncommon in the 7 major star systems alliance. Every year, every day, even every moment, many geniuses lose the possibility of becoming strong due to excessive arrogance, neglecting cultivation and learning. Yan Fei continued. By the end, his emotions were somewhat uncontrollable, subtly criticizing without naming names. But he was also worried that if he scolded too harshly, Zhang Chen might get upset and not come to practice next time, so he stopped just in time. Zhang Chen naturally could tell that Yan Fei was talking about him. He could only smile and remain silent. Teacher Yan, rest assured, I will definitely work hard to cultivate and strive to surpass everyone around me, successfully awakening the 8th layer of law phase power, Yi Chen said excitedly. Good, I look forward to that day, Yan Fei said with admiration. Teacher Yan, you just mentioned that after awakening the flesh phase, the physical quality will break through 20.0. I wonder if
The note for opening the flesh phase is when the physical quality reaches 20.0? Zhang Chen casually asked. He was filled with curiosity and just wanted to understand a bit, casually asking a question. As long as he didn't attempt to continuously stimulate the skin phase through breathing techniques and body tempering methods, working hard to open the flesh phase as soon as possible, his actions would fall within the realm of being laid back. One or a few questions wouldn't affect his laid back value acquisition. He had verified this before in the 9th middle school. Classmate. Zhang Chen, you just awakened the skin phase not long ago. The most important thing now is to consolidate the power of the skin phase, not to aim too high and think about when to open the flesh phase. Teacher Yen has already said that the law phases are interconnected. You need to stimulate one layer at a time. Wait until your law phase power accumulates enough before asking how to open the flesh phase. Upon hearing this, Yen Fei felt a surge of excitement. Zhang Chen had finally raised his hand to ask a question. However, Yi Chen, seizing the rare opportunity to tease Zhang Chen, couldn't help but mock him. Zhang Chen has already opened the skin phase. What's wrong with understanding the node for opening the flesh phase in advance and making the necessary preparations? Yen Fei retorted angrily. Zhang Chen had finally developed an interest in learning, and if he felt unhappy because of Yi Chen's words and didn't come to study next time, Yen Fei would have swallowed Yi Chen whole. I spoke out of turn, Yi Chen said with a gloomy face, lowering his head. Ling Feng, you are right. The node for opening the flesh phase is indeed a physical quality of 20.0. Many times, people cannot open the second layer of the law phase even if their combat power exceeds 80.0, entering the realm of flesh phase martial artists, because they haven't accumulated enough skin phase power. So you must awaken all the power of the skin phase as soon as possible and raise your physical quality to 20.0. If your physical quality can enter the realm of flesh phase martial artists along with your combat power, then when you open the flesh phase, the awakened law phase power will erupt even more. Your combat power increased too quickly earlier, and the skin phase lagged behind, causing your physical quality to not keep up with the changes in combat power for a period of time, preventing you from fully manifesting the realm of gun technique power. Although your physical fitness is already quite good for your age, it does not correspond to your combat power value. Generally speaking, a combat power value exceeding 60.0 requires a physical fitness level of at least around 8.0. So, even though you have awakened the skin aspect power, the strength you have awakened is still far from enough. It won't be considered fully awakened until your physical fitness can continuously awaken alongside the skin aspect power and reach 20.0. During this period, you cannot rely on other forces to enhance your physical fitness, such as potions or mental powers, except for body tempering methods. Yen Fei was very excited. He provided a detailed answer to Zhang Chen's first question. Thank you, Teacher Yen, I will remember that, Zhang Chen said respectfully. Like Yang Liru, Wang Dashan, and others, Yen Fei was eager for him to make progress and fully unleash his innate powers. His guidance was both wholehearted and generous. Under the influence of lying flat, although Zhang Chen could not follow a step-by-step cultivation method, he remembered the kindness shown to him and vowed to repay it when the opportunity arose in the future. So, what is the physical fitness requirement to awaken the muscle aspect? Even Zhang Chen couldn't help but give a thumbs up, and Yi Chen and Chen Dueling were captivated, prompting Yi Chen to uncontrollably ask, "What do you mean by fitness? You haven't even awakened the skin aspect yet, and you want to awaken the muscle aspect? Who do you think you are? Why don't you say you're Ao Dagang?" Yen Fei couldn't help but scold. A guy who hasn't even activated the skin aspect suddenly asks about the requirements for awakening the muscle aspect. Isn't that just playing around? I spoke out of turn. Yi Chen lowered his head again, feeling that Yen Fei was so passionate that he wanted to continue speaking, which is why he asked seriously, not expecting to be scolded again. Teacher Yen, what is the physical fitness requirement to awaken the muscle aspect? Zhang Chen, filled with sympathy for Yi Chen, thought of his own actions during the advanced assessment and wanted to make amends, so he proactively asked. 60.0 After the flesh aspect awakens, the power derived from the flesh can rapidly enhance physical fitness, allowing the flesh to explode with strength comparable to that of demon creatures. Generally, after the flesh aspect is fully awakened, physical fitness can reach the 60.0 threshold, Yen Fei said with a smile. It was rare for Zhang Chen to be so interested, and for some reason, the more he looked at him, the more pleasing he found him. Yi Chen remained silent with a dark face, feeling discriminated against. Thank you, Teacher Yen. After Zhang Chen finished asking, he realized Yi Chen was unhappy. After Yen Fei finished his explanation, he began to lead the three in cultivation, teaching them how to awaken the law aspect and consolidate its power. The method of cultivation was quite simple. It involved how to combine body tempering methods with breathing techniques, relying on one's perception to gradually receive responses from the skin Zhang Chen had already awakened the law aspect and possessed skin aspect power, so Yan Fei took the initiative to lead everyone, continuously stimulating the skin aspect through body tempering and breathing techniques until the skin aspect power was fully released. Zhang Chen knew that Yan Fei had good intentions. But if he followed the cultivation step by step, it would inevitably backfire and he wouldn't be able to gain lying flat value. Therefore, during the serious cultivation process, Zhang Chen timed it so that whenever the body tempering and breathing techniques reached critical points, he would stop to rest, ensuring he didn't take it too seriously and didn't put pressure on Chen Dueling and Yan Fei. Yan Fei had persuaded him many times, but Zhang Chen repeatedly failed to change his ways, gradually losing patience. Regardless, compared to Zhang Chen not reporting to the law aspect hall and muddling through the cultivation process, it was nothing. As long as Zhang Chen could remember the key points of cultivation and practice diligently after returning, with his monstrous talent, he would definitely surpass Yi Chen and Chen Dueling. After the cultivation ended, Yan Fei specifically said to Zhang Chen in private, "Zhang Chen, I don't care how your usual cultivation talent is, or how you view my course, or what you want to do after leaving the law aspect hall. I don't care about any of that. I don't care, even if you sleep in the Dharma hall, I won't bother you in the future, but I only ask one thing from you, that is, every day at this fixed time, come to my class with Yi Chen and the others until the next semester starts, okay?" Yan Fei had resigned himself to the situation. He realized that forcing Zhang Chen to take cultivation seriously was impossible in the short term. He could only find a way to keep Zhang Chen around, ensuring that he reported to the Dharma Hall every day, to avoid being punished by the 7 Major Star Systems Alliance for Zhang Chen's tardiness in cultivation, or missing out on relevant points because of him. "Sure, of course, as long as Teacher Yin can keep his word, I can definitely do it." Zhang Chen's eyes sparkled. He had just seen that by refusing to cultivate effectively in Yan Fei's Dharma Hall, his lying flat value had increased by more than 30 points in just 2 hours. Compared to refusing to come to the Dharma Hall for cultivation, the lying flat value he gained was even a bit more. He had been worried that if this continued, Yan Fei might explode or kick him out of the Dharma Hall, but he didn't expect Yan Fei to be so considerate of him. "If the teacher can do it, I hope you can too." Yan Fei felt quite dejected. Hearing Zhang Chen disregard him made him feel much worse than if Zhang Chen had gained new cultivation knowledge from himself. He really couldn't understand why the heavens would bestow such monstrous cultivation talent upon Zhang Chen instead of Yi Chen or Chen Dueling. "Teacher Yan, actually, my situation is quite special. I can't take cultivation too seriously, or it will backfire. Can you believe me?" Zhang Chen noticed Yan Fei's lonely figure and couldn't help but remind him. "I believe you, just take care of yourself," Yan Fei replied with a smile. Clearly, even if he told him the truth, Yan Fei couldn't believe it, and others felt the same way. Sigh. Zhang Chen felt helpless. "Even if you don't need to like it, you don't have to make it obvious to everyone. That will only make those who care about you feel heartbroken. Even if you have exceptional talent and repeatedly amaze them with your strength, when you waste time, they will still feel uncomfortable for you." Chen Dueling hadn't walked far. Hearing the conversation between Yan Fei and Zhang Chen, and recalling Zhang Chen's attitude towards cultivation, she couldn't help but come over to say something. After speaking, she walked away directly. She felt quite upset. Zhang Chen didn't need to cultivate much to leave her far behind, which was indeed infuriating. "You're right," Zhang Chen replied as if struck by lightning. Chen Dueling turned back to look at Zhang Chen, hesitated to say something, then ran ahead, worrying, "If I casually say a few words to him, he won't really change his attitude towards cultivation, right? If that's the case, won't I fall further behind him? No, I need to hurry back to cultivate." What she said is true. If you don't want to take cultivation seriously, there's no need to make it known to everyone. Zhang Chen suddenly realized. This time he understood that letting Yang Liru, Wang Dashan, Hong Lisan, and others who hoped for him to improve know that he was obsessed with games all day and neglecting cultivation was a torment for them. They were all good people and shouldn't be treated that way. Yan Fei was the same. After all, lying flat only required attribute matching. It didn't matter if others knew or not. Additionally, Zhang Chen also discovered that as he overly relied on games, the amount of lying flat value he gained was gradually decreasing. Every time he wanted to increase his score, he had to pay more, such as in money or in arranging the number of female streamers. So, if he wanted to continue gaining lying flat value, he had to change his approach. Playing games was something he could do every day. If he persisted, he could achieve unexpected gains. But if he only relied on games to achieve lying flat, it would not only hurt those who cared about him but also affect the acquisition of lying flat value. Realizing this, Zhang Chen's mind quickly became active. As someone who had lived in a resource-rich world in his past life, Zhang Chen was clear about which behaviors in his previous life would be considered unproductive and a waste of life in this world, especially for someone like him, a martial arts student. Fishing. The two words immediately flashed in Zhang Chen's mind.
In his previous life, during peaceful times, his neighbor, the big brother next door, would be scolded mercilessly by his wife whenever he went fishing, no matter what time he returned.
In such an
environment, many people viewed fishing as a waste of time, let alone in this era of scarce resources where everyone revered martial arts and every martial arts student was diligently training. If he could keep fishing for a few hours every day before the next semester started, perhaps after a certain period, he could gain new abilities.
Additionally, the laid-back value would accumulate daily.
Whether it was combat power or physical fitness, he would eventually reach his ideal state. The key was that fishing, when done in reality, could be carried out without anyone knowing.
As long as he didn't post about it, Wang Dashan, Yan Fei, and others would think he was seriously training.
Since it made them happy and allowed him to gain more laid-back value, even abilities. It was simply a win-win situation.
What a great idea! Why didn't I think of this before? I've been narrowing my own path. Zhang Chen was excited, planning to report to Yan Fei at the Dharma
hall at a fixed time, using those 2 hours to rest well. After class, he would go fishing, then return to dance in the square, and finally play games for an hour or two, making for a perfectly spent day. He then went to a fishing tackle shop to buy a complete set of equipment. Since it was already late, he could only go to dance in the square first, then played games for 2 hours, and
finally tinkered with his fishing gear at home. Has he really changed? Chen Dueling noticed that Zhang Chen's gaming updates today were significantly less than usual.
No, I can't rest tonight, I
have to keep training. Chen Dueling felt conflicted.
As far as she knew, Yi Chen had already entered a closed-door training state. She couldn't afford to lose to Zhang Chen and then to Yi Chen. The next day, Zhang Chen arrived at the Dharma Hall as scheduled. When Yan Fei saw him, he was filled with anticipation since he had noticed Zhang Chen only played games for 2 hours last night. He handed Zhang Chen and the others a book on Dharma. During the process, he was surprised to see Zhang Chen engrossed in it, almost calling out in excitement. But if he had walked behind Zhang Chen, he would have seen a fishing comic novel placed in front of the Dharma book.
Zhang Chen, not very familiar with fishing, was studying it earnestly. After the training ended, Yan Fei looked at Zhang Chen leaving with excitement, feeling as if he had successfully changed a person. He noticed Zhang Chen had forgotten to take the Dharma book with him. So he picked it up, intending to catch up and give it to him, only to suddenly find something tucked inside the book. Upon opening it, he discovered it was a brand new fishing comic novel. He then saw Zhang Chen, carrying fishing gear and wearing a sun hat, running towards the Mother River in the inner ring city. It turned out that to save time, Zhang Chen had deliberately left his fishing gear outside the training room, so after finishing his training, he could conveniently carry it to go fishing. Zhang Chen, you.
Wang Dashan's expression froze, feeling like he had been played again.
The Mother River
in the inner ring city was called Jiulong River. There were many sentry posts on both sides, and patrol personnel frequently passed by.
There were also many flying vehicles monitoring the area to
prevent catfish monsters and other alien creatures from entering the inner ring city along the Jiulong River to attack its citizens. Zhang Chen casually found a fishing spot, set up his gear, and
cast his line.
As a novice, he was a bit flustered. Fortunately, his main purpose for fishing was to achieve a laid-back state. Whether he caught fish or not was irrelevant to him.
So after casting his line, Zhang Chen sat by the riverbank, admiring the scenery on the water's surface.
He noticed that there weren't many people fishing at Jiulong River, but there were still a fair number. Looking around, most of them were older martial artists whose combat power had declined or who had been injured and could not improve their combat power through training, their lives seemingly. On a countdown, suddenly, a fisherman of martial arts student age appeared by the riverbank. People instinctively glanced at him a few more times, but they didn't think much of it. Those who often fished here knew that there were usually martial arts students who couldn't bear the pressure of training and came here to relax. Generally, they would unwind for a day or two, or stay for an hour or two before returning to their rigorous training, continuing to strive for improvement. However, the nearby fishermen quickly noticed that Zhang Chen was very different from the martial arts students they usually saw. First, after casting his line, Zhang Chen didn't care whether the bait was taken or not. Secondly, he would lie there all day long, and several times, his fishing rod was dragged away by a fish, only to be reminded by them before he noticed. It seemed he came here to fish not to find joy in it or to relax and relieve the pressure of training and studying, but rather to waste time. This unusual behavior made the old men nearby unable to help but whisper among themselves. He must have done poorly on his final exams, feeling disheartened, and came here to pass the time. The young people nowadays really can't handle setbacks. They're nothing like us back then. Whatever difficulties we faced, we just pushed through. What a shame for such a young person to give up on himself like this. People like him shouldn't receive training resources and living allowances. I really can't help but want to report him to his school. Lying on the chair, wearing an eye mask and enjoying the river breeze, Zhang Chen couldn't help but frown upon hearing those voices.
Young man, you don't look very old, you should still be a martial arts student. You probably just finished your final exams recently. Is it that your grades weren't good, and you came here to escape reality? An old fisherman surnamed Zhou couldn't help but shout. Upon hearing this, Zhang Chen removed his straw hat and took off his eye mask. To look at the old man Zhou. You're fishing while wearing an eye mask. Old Zhou was taken aback. You're really just wasting time. Damn, this young man. The expressions of the other fishermen grew increasingly unfriendly. Old Zhou took out a medal from his pocket, put it on, and said, when I was your age, I not only trained in an elite class but also received a guaranteed admission contract from Shinwu University. I could receive 3 portions of training in living resources every day. I wonder where you're training. And how your grades are. I just turned down the contract from Shinwu University and am currently training at the Dharma Hall, Zhang Chen casually replied. It was rare to have a few old men to chat with, so he exchanged a few words with them. You're not afraid of tripping over your own words. Old Zhou forcefully cast his fishing line. Standing with his hands on his hips by the riverbank, he said, you're about the same age as my grandson. Which school are you at? I'll ask my grandson and find out how capable you are. What's your grandson's name? Zhang Chen rested his hands behind his head and lay back on the chair again. Old Zhou's grandson is quite impressive, he's trained in an advanced class. In this final exam, he ranked in the top 100 of the inner ring city. His name is Zhou Changqing, you can't say you haven't heard of him. An old man surnamed Su immediately chimed in. You're Zhou Changqing's grandfather, Zhang Chen said, surprised. You know my grandson, old Zhou said proudly. A defeated opponent isn't worth mentioning, Zhang Chen laughed. What did you say? Old Zhou was furious, blowing his beard and glaring. Grandpa. Coincidentally, Zhou Changqing appeared on the river surface on a flying skateboard, bringing food for old Zhou. Changqing, you came at the right time, quickly help me teach this classmate of yours a lesson for being so rude. Old Zhou immediately pointed at Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen locked eyes with Zhou Changqing and couldn't help but wave at him, casually putting on the Dharma warrior badge from his pocket, then lay back on the chair, stretching lazily, and said, classmate Zhou, the final exam rankings are out, where did I place? Zhang Chen? Zhou Changqing's expression darkened. Seeing Zhang Chen leisurely fishing by the river, it seemed that after getting first place, he no longer regarded any of his competitors seriously. Changqing, tell him loudly, you rank. Old Zhou had a proud look on his face, but halfway through his words, he quickly noticed the badge hanging on Zhang Chen's chest. He had once been a 2, but after his abilities deteriorated and he got injured, his combat power no longer reached the level. However, he still remained, and ordinary catfish demons couldn't harm him at all. Grandpa, he's the top student among this year's senior martial arts students, Zhou Changqing said, his face flushed. His own strength seemed insignificant in front of Zhang Chen. He also knew that his grandfather loved to boast about his achievements, but this time he had hit a wall. Even if you got first place, you shouldn't waste time here. Don't think that just because you become you can do whatever you want. Only when you truly awaken the power can you be considered a qualified. Old Zhou was particularly stubborn. While speaking, he took out a fish slicing knife and made a deep cut on the back of his hand, leaving a white mark for Zhang Chen to see. Zhang Chen understood what old Zhou wanted to say and quickly rubbed his own hand against a protruding rock, leaving a similarly clear white mark. The words old Zhou was about to say were instantly swallowed back. Zhou Changqing fled as if escaping, stepping on his flying skateboard and quickly disappearing from sight. It seems your grandson has been scared away by you, old Su reminded. Old Zhou often boasted about how powerful his grandson was, and now seeing him at a disadvantage, the old men around him couldn't help but chuckle. Old Zhou's face turned red, and he stubbornly said, a moment's success or failure means nothing. Knowing shame and then striving for success, my grandson will surpass him sooner or later. Unless he comes here to fish every day, old Su laughed, pointing at Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen hesitated, wanting to say that the more he hid here fishing, the less likely Zhou Changqing would win against him, but he knew that this would provoke old Zhou, and he didn't want to escalate the situation, so he kept his mouth shut. He revealed his badge to old Zhou mainly to avoid further nagging. He could understand why everyone around him felt indignant whenever they saw him wasting his days. It was because, as a martial arts student, he enjoyed many benefits in today's society, such as receiving training resources and living allowances, and participating in ranking competitions where winning a few matches could earn him bonuses, etc. People couldn't tolerate someone enjoying benefits they couldn't obtain while choosing to slack off, and they especially couldn't stand the thought of rare training and living resources being wasted on someone like Zhang Chen. This was particularly intolerable for someone like old Zhou, who had participated in battles on the front lines and had been injured because of it. Now that he learned Zhang Chen had ranked first in the final exam, and that even his proud grandson was no match for him, old Zhou could only sulk alone. He was puzzled. His grandson usually trained diligently, how could he lose to someone who liked to waste time? So after hearing old Su's words, he said to Zhang Chen, if you have the ability, come here to fish every day, and we'll accompany you. As long as the old senior doesn't mind me being an eyesore, I'll come every day. Zhang Chen nodded. Young man, don't take it seriously, old Su kindly reminded. It's fine, school is on break, and apart from training in the for 2 hours each day, I have plenty of time to come. Here, Zhang Chen said nonchalantly. Just don't regret it later, old Zhou snorted coldly. I should be thanking you instead. Zhang Chen smiled. Old Zhou felt that Zhang Chen was mocking him, so he fell silent, secretly thinking, good grandson, I'll help you keep this kind of opponent occupied, you must make me proud. But this guy seems so casual about fishing, he might get bored in a few days. No, I need to find a way to make him addicted, I need to teach him how to fish. As long as he catches a few fish, I don't believe he won't get hooked. Old Zhou had a lot on his mind. Since we're talking about gratitude, let me teach you a few things. When it comes to fishing, you first need to learn how to bait the spot and cast the line, and you must also understand the depth of the water and the habits of the fish. Old Zhou changed from his earlier angry demeanor and came over to teach Zhang Chen how to cast the fishing line, when the fish would bite, and how to bait the spot. What kind of bait are you using? The fish here won't eat this stuff at all. And your bait has issues too. Alright, since you're classmates with my grandson, I'll give you a set of bait. Use this for your spot. The fish here are already scarce, you need to put enough bait down, or they won't bite. Old Zhou was full of enthusiasm, not only helping Zhang Chen bait the spot but also changing his bait. When the fish bit, he directed Zhang Chen on what steps to take. His hands-on teaching was even more affectionate than how he treated his own grandson. Thank you, senior. Under old Zhou's guidance, Zhang Chen caught a mutated African fish weighing over 30 pounds, with scales protruding like armor, blood-red eyes, and a mouth full of yellow spots. It required special processing before the meat could be eaten, and ordinary people couldn't even cut through its scales. Great, great. I'll have someone help you process the fish meat, and you can take it home to marinate and dry into jerky. Old Zhou provided a full range of services for Zhang Chen. Thank you, senior. Zhang Chen expressed his gratitude. Hey, silly boy, why are you thanking him? Old Su sighed, unable to watch any longer. It was Zhang Chen's first time fishing, and he caught a big fish. It would be strange if he didn't get hooked. He also knew old Zhou's intention was to have Zhang Chen come fishing every day. He regretted speaking up earlier and didn't know what to do now. Since Grandpa Zhou is teaching me to fish, of course, I have to thank him. I've never caught such a big fish in my life. Zhang Chen explained. Some people are just jealous of our closeness. Don't listen to their nonsense. Let's set a time, I'll be waiting for you here every day. I'll bait the spot in advance, which will save a lot of time and ensure you come back with a full catch every day. Old Zhou put his arm around Zhang Chen's shoulder. Old Zhou, that's too much. Old Su couldn't stand it any longer. We're talking, what are you interrupting for? Old Zhou retorted angrily. Grandpa Zhou, then I'll trouble you from now on. I promise to come every day. Zhang Chen said gratefully. No problem, from now on, we're family. But I'm quite curious about your strength. What's your combat power now? Can you tell me? Old Zhou wanted to get a clearer picture of Zhang Chen's abilities. My physical condition is quite poor. Although I've activated my appearance, my combat power is only 67.1. Zhang Chen replied readily, even showing old Zhou his assessment score data. The 67.1 combat power nearly made old Zhou fall into the river from the bank. He was shocked, thinking to himself, my goodness, that's more than double my good grandson's strength. 67.1 is already quite good. In the past, only geniuses from Divine Martial University could reach your level of combat power. Even if you don't train for a year, not many can catch up. If I were you, I'd come here to fish every day too, and forget about training. Old Zhou forced a smile. You're right. I once heard a poet say that one should enjoy life to the fullest and not let the golden cup face the moon empty. I've already achieved first place, so I need to rest well. Zhang Chen felt like he had found a long-lost friend, sharing a mutual appreciation with old Zhou. That's right, that's how people should be. Old Zhou praised. So, in the following days, Zhang Chen reported to Yin Fei's Dharma Hall first every day, playing around secretly, and then went to the riverbank to fish with old Zhou. Old Zhou kept his word, preparing a good fishing spot for him each time, even providing him with a brand new, more comfortable lounge chair, installing a sunshade, and preparing some juice and jerky for Zhang Chen to enjoy several times, because he couldn't catch any fish. He secretly had someone throw a few big fish into the river. Whenever Zhang Chen caught a fish and pulled it in, he would cheer like a cheerleader, drawing the attention of others, hoping to make Zhang Chen become obsessed with fishing, spending the entire month on it. At the same time, he was buying potions for Zhou Changqing, hiring a mental power master to baptize Zhou Changqing, and trying every means to enhance Zhou Changqing's strength.
Zhang Chen accepted everything without refusal. After fishing, he would dance in the square every day as a routine, then return home to play games for 2 hours, repeating this cycle. Soon, a week had passed. With the help of Yin Fei and Old Zhou, Zhang Chen's laid-back value was increasing at a rate of about 60 each day. Meanwhile, his free and happy days over the past week had caused a small stir in the eyes of some people. First was Shadow. As an expert from the Hidden Kill Department, Shadow received a mission to protect Zhang Chen's safety. The information indicated that Zhang Chen was the hope of South City, a rare Dharma realm martial artist among the senior high school martial arts students. He initially thought that the person he was guarding would become an extraordinary powerhouse in the future, leading South City to eliminate all alien creatures in the large radiation zone. However, after a week, this guy was either playing games or fishing by the river with a group of old men, or dancing in the square in the community. He only went to the Dharma Hall to practice for 2 hours each day, and according to his observations, Zhang Chen wasn't studying or practicing at all in the Dharma Hall. He was either reading comic books or novels. Occasionally, when he seemed to be writing seriously, Shadow thought he was summarizing, but upon closer inspection, he realized Zhang Chen was planning his life, with content all about how to enjoy himself in the future and where to travel. From start to finish, there was not a trace of him wanting to contribute to humanity. And he was actually protecting such a person. Shadow couldn't help but report the situation to the organization, wanting them to send someone else over. Zhang Chen could waste time and indulge in pleasure all day, but he couldn't afford to do that. Spending time on such a person was a waste of life. No matter how talented Zhang Chen was, as long as he didn't change his attitude, he would never grow to the point of elevating South City. Moreover, he had protected others with monstrous cultivation talent before. Every one of them had aspirations to eliminate all alien creatures and contribute to humanity. None of them wasted time like Zhang Chen, who squandered his talent. To be honest, Shadow had thought several times about teaching Zhang Chen a lesson, showing him some consequences. However, the organization quickly responded, instructing him to protect Zhang Chen and ensure he faced no threats. Frustrated, Shadow destroyed Old Zhou's fishing gear that very night. Meanwhile, Wang Dashan was also reporting Zhang Chen's situation to Su Songlin. Master Ao said before that as long as Zhang Chen's physical fitness reaches 6.0, he can help Zhang Chen compete for a spot in the top 20 among martial arts students in Jiangbei province. But if Zhang Chen continues with this attitude, even with exceptional talent, Master Ao won't be able to guide him in cultivation. A person like Master Ao has seen all kinds of geniuses. Su Songlin felt somewhat overwhelmed after learning about Zhang Chen's behavior during this period. I've thought of many ways and talked to him, but every time it's the same. Wang Dashan felt powerless. If Zhang Chen didn't practice much and failed to achieve good results in assessments, it would be one thing. They could use the ranking to show him the difference of not practicing. However, this guy was so talented that he could still come in first without much practice and successfully open the Dharma realm, leaving everyone astonished. Because of this, Wang Dashan had never given up on Zhang Chen and paid close attention to him, and Su Songlin felt the same way. If Zhang Chen can compete alongside all the martial artists in Jiangbei province during the college entrance examination next semester, not to mention entering the top 20, as long as he can make it into the top 30, it would bring glory to Nanchang and secure more cultivation resource subsidies for the city. Perhaps the threat of the Great Radiation Zone could also be resolved. He might be lacking a life and death trial, Su Songlin said. After a moment of thought. A life and death trial? Wang Dashan was taken aback. No matter how thrilling and dangerous the ranking matches and assessments in the Star Realm are, they are not real combat. Only by letting Zhang Chen experience life and death will he realize the importance of strength, thus turning over a new leaf and working hard to cultivate, Su Songlin explained. How do you plan to arrange this? Wang Dashan asked, puzzled. There's a martial artist at Starry Sky University named Xiu Kuei, whose combat power has already reached 75.0. She just returned from the front lines. After achieving merit, she practices the Lonely Wolf Blade technique, which is full of killing intent and fierce energy, perfect for letting Zhang Chen experience the thrill of death, Su Songlin said. Good idea, but the 7 Star Systems Alliance has already sent people to protect Zhang Chen. This matter. Wang Dashan's eyes lit up. I will arrange everything. This time, I want Zhang Chen to stay honestly in the Dharma Hall to cultivate. Su Songlin was full of confidence. As the city lord, he naturally knew that Zhang Chen was under the protection of the 7 Star Systems Alliance, so he needed to communicate with the relevant departments before arranging for Xiu Kuei to pretend to assassinate Zhang Chen to avoid any misunderstandings. At Starry Sky University, in a luxurious cultivation room. Hiss. Xiu Kuei, a third-year genius martial artist, was practicing the Lonely Wolf Blade technique over and over again. The power of this blade technique lies in its relentless advance. Every
Move pushes forward like a lone wolf fighting, full of killing intent, with each strike being lethal, instilling fear in enemies and alien creatures alike. To master this technique, Shokue rejected all social interactions, immersing herself in cultivation day and night. She had even ventured alone into the Great Radiation Zone multiple times to hunt catfish demons, refining her blade technique repeatedly with their blood. She firmly believed that real combat was the best way to improve her skills. No matter how hard she practiced in the Star Realm, even with various guidance, it could not compare to the thrill and decisiveness of breaking through in actual combat. Therefore, during her usual training, she was either in the cultivation room or in the Great Radiation Zone, rarely honing her skills in the Star Realm. Moreover, due to the lethal nature of this blade technique, few were willing to spar with her. Over the years, several people had been accidentally injured by her. Thus, she often applied to go to the front lines to participate in battles, and each time she went, it lasted 1 to 2 months, returning only after a satisfying kill. This time, she made a breakthrough in her skills on the front lines, achieving a combat power of 75.0 and a physical quality of 18.2. She felt that in another 6 months, she would become a martial artist at the flesh realm. This was a year earlier than she had previously anticipated. This was inseparable from her hard work and also related to her training methods. She increasingly believed that only through real combat, constantly fighting against others, and continuously slaying alien creatures on the front lines could her blade technique stand out and ultimately make her a powerful martial artist at the Dharma realm. For this reason, Shokue set a goal for herself. She aimed to raise her combat power to over 100.0 and her physical speed to over 30.0 before graduation, striving to become a powerful martial artist at the muscle realm within 10 years. Hiss. The Lonely Wolf blade technique consists of only 7 forms. She practiced these 7 forms back and forth several times, each time feeling as if countless alien creatures were watching her in the spacious cultivation room, as if she were experiencing a bloody battle. After performing this set of techniques continuously for 20 times, she finally stopped. Satisfied. Clap, clap, clap. Junior's sister has exceptional talent and works so hard, she will definitely become the strongest martial artist at Starry Sky University in the future. In the cultivation room, there was another figure, a 4th-year martial artist, who also practiced the Lonely Wolf blade technique and had participated in several battles on the front lines. The combat power has already exceeded 80.0, with physical fitness at 26.0, on the verge of unlocking the flesh manifestation stage. Alongside Shokue, he is one of the few martial arts students recognized by Shokue. Compared to my senior brother, I'm still a bit lacking. I wonder if my senior brother has unlocked the flesh manifestation in the past month. Shokue inquired. Ah, not yet, Lin Chengfeng sighed. He had received a guaranteed admission contract from Starry Sky University early on and was a 3S level student. He initially thought he would unlock the flesh manifestation before the end of his junior year, but now, with only 1 semester left in his senior year, he still hadn't found the response to unlock it. Maybe my senior brother needs to go to the front lines again, Shokue suggested. If it were her, she would definitely stay at the front lines until she successfully unlocked the flesh manifestation, otherwise, she wouldn't give up. Just like this time, she waited until her skills broke through before returning from the front lines. Let's see, Lin Chengfeng nodded. Shokue didn't say more. She knew everyone had their own aspirations, and not everyone was like her, willing to go to any lengths for a breakthrough. After your skills broke through, Master has been waiting for you to return. Let's go see him now, Lin Chengfeng said. Okay, Shokue agreed. Their master, Lin Xieying, was a master of swordsmanship, renowned alongside Zhuge Ho in South City. Disciple pays respects to master. After a while, the two arrived at Lin Xieying's courtyard. Greetings, Master Zhuge, Lord City. Master, the two noticed that the master of spear techniques, Zhuge Ho, and the city master, Su Songlin, were also in the courtyard, and they hurriedly bowed in greeting. Xiao Chou, you came at the right time. Lord City Master has something to trouble you with, Lin Xieying said. He was thin, with tattoo scars on his face. Although he concealed his aura, there was a powerful killing intent between his brows, clearly having cultivated the lone wolf sword technique to its peak. His swordsmanship was natural and seamlessly integrated with his body, every word and action exuding a natural sword force that made people not dare to underestimate him. This resonated with the soaring momentum of Zhuge Ho's spear techniques. As masters in their respective fields, the two often sat together to exchange insights. However, compared to Zhuge Ho, Lin Xieying had already found his favored disciple. Both Shokue and Lin Chengfeng were his proud students. Especially Shokue, although she was a woman, possessed the ambition and determination to slay all foreign creatures, with every cell in her body resonating with the lone wolf sword technique. Sooner or later, she would be able to cultivate the lone wolf sword technique to its peak, and it was even possible that this sword technique would undergo a transformation.
Every time Lin Xieying mentioned her to Zhu Geho, he would smile broadly. Please. Speak, Xiaokuei said, cupping her hands. She knew that over the years, Su Songlin had done many things to protect South City from the great radiation catfish demon for the citizens, so she held great respect for him. I want you to teach someone a lesson, to let him experience a life and death trial, Su Songlin said. Teach someone a lesson? Who? Xiaokuei asked, puzzled. His name is Zhang Chen, a senior martial arts student this year, ranked first in the final exam. He will become Master Zhuge's disciple in the future, Su Songlin explained. Due to Zhu Geho's relationship, he had to personally oversee this matter. Oh, why do that? Xiaokuei felt confused. She also knew that Zhu Geho had been looking for a disciple to inherit the 13 deadly spears, and for Zhang Chen to catch Zhu Geho's. I indicated he had extraordinary talent, plus he was the top student in the senior martial arts final exam, with quite good strength. Geniuses often have some issues, they think their talent is exceptional and that they can surpass others without much effort. Zhang Chen is like that. Only by letting him experience life and death will he change his ways and train seriously like you. Your lone wolf sword technique can help him correct this bad habit, Zhu Geho said. As someone who had been paying attention to Zhang Chen, he was well aware of Zhang Chen's fluctuating combat power and lifestyle habits. He also didn't want Zhang Chen to join his ranks and be as careless and laid back as before, causing him a lot of trouble. So when Su Songlin mentioned this matter, he not only did not oppose it, but also came with Su Songlin to find Lin Xieying. A senior high school martial arts student, having my junior sister take action personally, isn't that a bit of an overreaction? Lin Chengfeng whispered. Xiaokuei said nothing, but she shared the same thought. He is the only one among this year's senior high school martial arts students in Nanchang who has awakened his physical appearance. Moreover, he has cultivated a basic spear technique to the third transformation, achieving a state where the spear technique and strength are perfectly unified. Even if your combat power and physical quality far exceed his, if you don't go all out, it will be hard to make him feel afraid, Zhu Geho said. Although he had not officially met Zhang Chen yet, he had already regarded Zhang Chen as his disciple. In his heart, sometimes, praise should be given, and protection should be offered. I know what to do now, Xiaokuei said, suddenly interested. Remember, you can intimidate him, but you absolutely cannot harm him, Zhu Geho reminded. Okay, Xiaokuei nodded, but in her heart, she thought it depended on Zhang Chen's abilities. After attending Yan Fei's class, Zhang Chen ran to Jiulong River again to find old Zhou to fish. Chen Duling and Yi Chen saw him running around all day with fishing gear and felt quite speechless. Through these 7 or 8 days of learning, under Yan Fei's guidance, both of them could feel the heat waves from the surface of their skin and successfully awakened their physical appearance within the past month or two. But Zhang Chen seemed indifferent to them, as if he never worried about them surpassing him. Because of this, both of them held their breath, wanting to see the shocked expression on Zhang Chen's face. The more casual and relaxed Zhang Chen appeared, the harder they practiced. On the way, Zhang Chen couldn't help but glance at his panel information. Name, Zhang Chen. Profession, law. Appearance, martial artist. Lying flat. Value, 11. Title, breathing technique. Minor success, 76 out of 100. 13 forms. Perfect spear technique, entry level, 2 out of 300. Golden sand body refinement technique, minor success, 33 out of 300. Physical quality, 9.5. Combat power value, 76.3. Skills. All-weather breathing and exhaling ability, arm strength increase of 200 kilograms at any level, speed superior to others, all-weather body refinement ability. During this time, with the assistance of Yan Fei and Old Zhou, his lying flat value increased by more than 60 every day, gaining over 500 lying flat points in just 7 days. Combining Yan Fei's teaching content, Zhang Chen gradually realized the importance of physical quality. Even with all-weather body refinement ability, physical quality can continuously strengthen, but to fully manifest the power of skills, physical quality is of utmost importance. Furthermore, the awakening and consolidation of law appearance are also related to the enhancement of physical quality. The stronger the physical quality, the greater the power of the law appearance, and the easier it is to exert skill power. Even now, the release of this law appearance power is still closely related to physical quality. Therefore, during this time, whenever he gained lying flat points, Zhang Chen added them to the body refinement technique to enhance his physical quality. In just 1 week, he gained a little over 500 lying flat points, allowing the golden sand body refinement technique to rise from proficient, 211 to 300, to its current minor success, 33 out of 300. His physical quality also increased from 6.2 to 9.5. His combat power value changed from 67.1 to 76.3. The change of 3.3 in physical quality only resulted in a change of 9.2 in combat power value, which made Zhang Chen feel quite dissatisfied, while also realizing the importance of physical quality at the law appearance martial artist stage.
It was precisely because his physical quality was too weak that he failed to fully unleash the power of the physical appearance, resulting in little change in combat power value. 4.0 is the threshold for awakening the physical appearance, and a physical quality below 20.0 falls within the category of physical appearance martial artists. Clearly, Zhang Chen's current physical quality is still far from being sufficient to fully unleash the power of the physical appearance, which is why his combat power value has not changed much. Generally, very few people can, like him, quickly awaken the power of the law appearance right after reaching the threshold. Typically, people continue to stimulate their physical qualities using body tempering methods and breathing techniques after reaching a score of 4.0, successfully unlocking their physical manifestations as their physical abilities grow stronger. However, Zhang Chen possesses the ability to breathe and temper his body at all times, which means he can unlock his manifestations more easily than others at each level. This is both a blessing and a curse. It all depends on how Zhang Chen chooses to wield this power in the future. If he accumulates enough lying flat value and then uses it to significantly boost his physical qualities all at once, surpassing the manifestation threshold, the changes in power that come with the initial manifestation might astonish everyone. At the current rate, Zhang Chen estimates that in just over a month, his physical qualities could reach 20.0. By then, as his skills grow alongside his physical abilities, the combat power formed will far exceed that of ordinary manifestation warriors, truly leaving them in the dust. Of course, this is contingent on him consistently acquiring enough lying flat value each day. Thus, Zhang Chen is diligently practicing his approach. Soon, he arrived at the Nine Dragon River and saw Old Man Zhou again. Usually, by this time, Old Man Zhou would have already set up a fishing spot for him, but yesterday, his fishing gear was destroyed by a shadow, and today it was too late to buy new equipment. As a result, Old Man Zhou couldn't prepare a spot for Zhang Chen today, but he brought along a niece, considering that Zhang Chen's age is the perfect time for romance. As the saying goes, young lovers are the most likely to forget about studying and training, so Old Man Zhou planned to take this opportunity to arrange a romantic encounter for Zhang Chen. When Zhang Chen ran over with his fishing gear, he immediately introduced, "Xiao Feng, let me introduce you. This is my friend's granddaughter, named Xiao Mei. She's a first-year martial arts student, and after I mentioned you, she wanted to be friends." "Hello, my name is Su Xiaomei, nice to meet you," Su Xiaomei said, extending her hand. "Hello, I'm Zhang Chen, nice to meet you too," Zhang Chen replied, shaking her hand. "Grandpa Zhou often says you have a talent for fishing, let's fish together today," Su Xiaomei suggested. Sure. With a beautiful girl accompanying him, how could Zhang Chen refuse? "You two take your time chatting. I'll go find you something to eat," Old Man Zhou said, seeing how quickly the two were getting familiar, and hurried off to avoid interrupting them. "Thank you, Grandpa Zhou," Su Xiaomei said in a sweet voice, with a hint of tobacco scent about her. Zhang Chen could vaguely tell that Su Xiaomei was not really a first-year martial arts student but rather a young woman from society. Not everyone can become a Yuan warrior or get into college. Most people with average qualifications and resources are already very lucky to become entry-level warriors before the age of 18. Many have to go through the trials of war to achieve transformation. Su Xiaomei had clearly been through the front lines and, having survived by chance, was now involved in some special trades in South City. Such people also survive in the cracks of society. Zhang Chen held no prejudice against her, he just thought Old Man Zhou had really gone to great lengths to prevent him from training by arranging for a girl to accompany him fishing. It seemed today's lying flat value would be a bit more. So, Zhang Chen taught Su Xiaomei how to cast the line and other tasks, just as Old Man Zhou had taught him, and their laughter and joy made the shadow lurking in the dark grit its teeth, unable to help but look around, wanting to drag Old Man Zhou out and give him a good beating. Then, he spotted Old Man Zhou hiding behind a tree trunk, peeking at Zhang Chen and Su Xiaomei's every move, and seeing how close they were, he covered his mouth and chuckled. The shadow could hardly contain itself and was about to go over and take off one of Old Man Zhou's arms. But at that moment, a girl with a powerful aura, carrying a long knife at her waist, appeared in his line of sight. The shadow's eyes lit up this morning. He had already received a reminder that someone would conduct a special training session for Zhang Chen, targeting a junior martial arts student whose skill was the lone wolf blade technique. He had already reviewed the identity characteristics and other information. It was this woman before him, Xiao Kuei. Xiao Kuei was unaware of the shadow's presence. She arrived by the riverbank and quickly found Zhang Chen, who was standing behind Su Xiaomei, teaching her how to cast and reel in a fishing line, completely oblivious to her arrival. Considering Su Xiaomei's presence, Xiao Kuei did not rush to take action. Instead, she deliberately moved to a corner, sitting on a stone to contemplate how to enhance her blade technique more rapidly. Recalling everything she had experienced on the front lines, she reviewed her actions and pondered how she would cope if the environment and the enemy's strength suddenly escalated. As someone who was extremely eager to grow stronger, Xiao Kuei would not miss any training.
Opportunities, even while on her way to carry out a mission, she was still thinking and summarizing. However, the laughter of Zhang Chen and Su Xiaomei was indeed jarring, making her feel somewhat uncomfortable. To avoid being disturbed by them, she deliberately kept her distance, further solidifying her resolve to make Zhang Chen unforgettable later. She could not tolerate someone who enjoyed high-quality resources wasting time on matters outside of training and learning. Even flirting with girls should not happen at this moment. Why aren't you making a move yet? The shadow watched anxiously. I brought you food. I have some issues at home, I need to go back first. Xiaofeng, take good care of Xiaomei, and remember to send her home later. Old Zhou put down the items and quickly ran off, hiding at a distance to spy, afraid of disturbing Zhang Chen and Su Xiaomei. This old man, I should have thrown him into the river to feed the fish long ago, the shadow gritted his teeth. Feeling that Zhang Chen had been led astray by old Zhou. Grandpa Zhou bought a lot of fruit, let me feed you, Su Xiaomei said, shoving a piece of fruit into Zhang Chen's mouth. Thank you. Zhang Chen said gratefully. Old Zhou had gone to great lengths to make him addicted to fishing and to match him with Su Xiaomei, truly going all out. In this resource-scarce apocalyptic environment, fruit was a rare food even in the inner city. His feelings were somewhat complicated, knowing that old Zhou had ulterior motives, he still sincerely wanted to thank him. If it weren't for old Zhou's crazy support, he wouldn't have gained so much in these past few days. His combat power and physical fitness wouldn't have increased so rapidly. He couldn't help but wonder how old Zhou would feel when he discovered his strength was advancing by leaps and bounds at this stage. Zhang Chen. Suddenly, a voice came from behind, accompanied by a chilling aura. Seeing Zhang Chen and Su Xiaomei so close, feeding each other fruits and vegetables, playing by the river, it seemed they could go on like this all day. Xiao Kuwei couldn't hold back any longer. After teaching Zhang Chen a lesson, she needed to return to train and spar with Lin Chengfeng. Wasting time here was torture. Plus, her master and the city lord were waiting for her response, so she didn't have much time to waste with Zhang Chen. Who are you? Zhang Chen frowned, he didn't recognize Xiao Kuwei. I'm here to kill you, Xiao Kuwei replied. The long knife at her waist was half drawn, its cold light flashing on Su Xiaomei's face. Under that intimidating aura, Su Xiaomei panicked, scrambling up the riverbank and running off without daring to pause for a moment. Kill me? Zhang Chen frowned, wondering why there was so much talk about killing. Xiaomei, why did you run? Old Zhou had been keeping an eye on the situation and, seeing Su Xiaomei suddenly flee, hurried down from the tree to block her and ask. Someone wants to kill Zhang Chen, it's terrifying, that look in their eyes, Su Xiaomei said, her face filled with panic. You must be mistaken, who would dare to touch Zhang Chen in broad daylight? Old Zhou found it somewhat absurd. Su Xiaomei didn't want to attract trouble and fled in a panic. Old Zhou decided to go back and take a look. From too far away, he only saw an extra person by the riverbank, not knowing who that person was. Howl. Scaring off Su Xiaomei, Xiao Kuwei no longer held back. With a long knife drawn, she dove down, slashing towards Zhang Chen's vital points. The lone wolf knife technique consisted of 7 forms, each a deadly move, carrying an unstoppable momentum that was hard for an ordinary person to withstand. What the hell? Zhang Chen was still puzzled, wondering if Xiao Kuwei was just trying to scare him, when suddenly he saw her pounce down like a tigress, the terrifying blade light sweeping towards him. Instinctively, he used the fishing rod like a spear, the perfect realm of power seeping out from the rod, quickly blocking Xiao Kuwei's first strike, and he leaped to the riverbank. What grudge do I have with you? Zhang Chen's face was filled with frustration. Xiao Kuwei's knife technique was full of murderous intent, her moves decisive and direct, clearly not a joke. Xiao Kuwei remained silent. Seeing Zhang Chen leap to the riverbank, she pressed the attack, wanting to follow him up. Zhang Chen swiftly swung the rod like a whack-a-mole, keeping Xiao Kuwei at bay. After all, a fishing rod was just a fishing rod, no matter how good it was, it couldn't compare to a spear. Once Xiao Kuwei reached the riverbank, in a head-on clash, the fishing rod would quickly shatter, and at that moment, empty-handed, even if his combat power was higher than Xiao Kuwei's, he would still be no match for her. Moreover, that murderous aura was indeed frightening. What's going on? Old Zhou finally ran over. Help me find a gun. Zhang Chen shouted, seeing Xiao Kuwei trying to rush up from another direction, he hurriedly dashed over to block her, using the terrain to suppress her. Strange, how did this guy's combat power suddenly increase so much, the shadow said, astonished. Xiao Kuwei's knife technique was like a rainbow, yet Zhang Chen managed to suppress her with just a fishing rod. Although he had the advantage of terrain, it was far from something a person with only 67.1 combat power could achieve. The only possibility was that Zhang Chen's combat power had significantly increased over these days. Alright, wait for me. Old Zhou didn't take advantage of the situation and quickly got a long spear from old Su Old Su practiced spear techniques as well, and over the years, to slow down functional degradation, he would always bring a spear when fishing by the river, practicing whenever he had free time, not expecting it would come in handy. Once I get up there, I'll definitely chop you to pieces. Xiaokuei was a bit anxious. She never expected to be suppressed by Zhang Chen with just a fishing rod, but as their techniques clashed, the rod had already been chopped down significantly. Once she charged onto the bank, she could easily tear Zhang Chen apart. The gun's here. Old Zhou quickly threw the spear to Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen's expression brightened. He tossed aside the fishing rod and swiftly caught the spear. Taking this opportunity, Xiaokuei finally leaped up from the riverbank, without a word, quickly slashing towards Zhang Chen's chest. Zhang Chen was frustrated. Although he couldn't understand why he had provoked Xiaokuei, he instinctively raised the spear to defend, channeling the strength of his arms and his superior speed into his spear technique. Hey, I recognize this girl. She seems to be a third-year martial arts student from Starry Sky University. What was her name again? Oh right, Xiaokuei. She just returned from the front lines after achieving merit, and I heard she's a disciple of the knife master Lin Xieying. Why on earth does she want to kill Zhang Chen? Could it be a misunderstanding? When Xiaokuei leaped onto the riverbank, Old Su finally saw her face clearly and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. What? A third-year martial arts student, a disciple of Master Lin? My goodness. Xiaofeng, is that impressive? Old Zhou was dumbfounded. Seeing Zhang Chen, now armed with a spear, actually fighting evenly with Xiaokuei on the riverbank. Wasn't it said that his combat power was only 67.1? Why can't I break through his defense? And his spear technique is even faster than my knife technique? Is this the perfect realm of spear technique? Upon reaching the riverbank, Xiaokuei initially thought she could quickly take down Zhang Chen, letting him experience the feeling of being enveloped by the lone wolf knife technique. However, she didn't expect that with the spear in hand. Zhang Chen seemed to be aided by the gods. Her knife technique not only failed to cover Zhang Chen but was instead locked down by his perfectly executed spear technique. Faced with the most ordinary gun techniques, his lone wolf knife skills showed signs of fluster. What have I done to offend you that you must cling to me? Zhang Chen wanted to ask for clarity. Seeing Xiaokuei exuding murderous intent, as if they had an irreconcilable feud, he couldn't care much anymore and exerted all his strength to pressure her. In front of him, Xiaokuei's only advantage was her rich combat experience. Unfortunately, under the realm where gun techniques were perfected and unified, Zhang Chen's attack and defense were practically impenetrable. Coupled with their combat power being closely matched, and Zhang Chen having advantages in strength and speed, Xiaokuei quickly fell into a disadvantage. Facing Zhang Chen's airtight gun techniques, she could only keep retreating. Are you sure she is Master Lin's disciple, a third-year martial arts student from Xingkong University, who returned from the front lines after achieving merit? Seeing Zhang Chen so fierce, Old Zhou couldn't help but ask again. I'm sure, it's really her. If you don't believe me, look, this is a report about her. Old Su quickly tapped a few times on his wristband, and a holographic screen popped up, displaying information all about Xiaokuei. Combat power value 75.0? Is it really her? Old Zhou looked bewildered, rubbing his eyes vigorously, unable to believe that brat clearly told me his combat power value was only 67.1. How could he compare with a martial arts student from Xingkong University in just a few days? What comparison? Didn't you see that girl being chased and beaten by Xiaofeng? Old Su reminded. Could it be that this guy secretly practiced at home after fishing with me? Old Zhou was puzzled. I knew you had bad intentions. She's a martial arts genius, even if she spends all day fishing with you. Your grandson can't keep up. You might as well give up on that thought and stop wasting her time. Old Su taunted. Then all the money I've spent recently would be in vain. Old Zhou felt depressed and wanted to cry. Now that you are friends with him, if he rises in the future, he can look after your grandson, you won't lose anything. Old Su reminded. That's true. He asked me to find a gun, and I immediately went to get it. He shouldn't blame me, but I just feel so uncomfortable. Old Zhou was on the verge of tears. Maybe Zhang Chen made you realize that your grandson is not a genius at all, but a waste. He spends all day fishing and doesn't need to practice much to leave your grandson far behind. Don't brag about how great your grandson is in front of me anymore. Old Su laughed. My grandson is a waste, but your grandson isn't much better than ours. Old Zhou retorted angrily. Look, that girl is getting anxious. Old Zhou didn't want to argue with Old Zhou anymore and pointed excitedly at Zhang Chen. In the realm where gun techniques were perfected and unified, combined with arm strength and superior speed, Xiaokuei's knife techniques finally lost their rhythm. Zhang Chen's spear quickly broke through her defense, swiftly knocking her long knife away and sweeping his spear across her abdomen, sending her flying several meters away. Xiaokuei, enduring the pain, leaped up, drawing two broken knives from her waist, wanting to continue fighting Zhang Chen. However, Zhang Chen didn't give her a chance, quickly charging forward, knocking her two broken knives away again, breaking her arms, and pressing the spear against her chest, pinning her to the ground. This guy really is exceptionally talented, the shadow side. Seeing Zhang Chen defeat Chokue, he felt both happy and disappointed, happy that Zhang Chen, as his protected target, didn't let him down, and disappointed that Chokue couldn't give Zhang Chen a good beating to change his temperament. Now, it would be difficult to make Zhang Chen change his attitude towards cultivation. Tell me, who sent you? Zhang Chen questioned from a high position. If you have the ability, kill me, Chokue snorted coldly. Having lost to a third-year martial arts student, she felt like she wanted to die. Little brother, don't be impulsive. I know her, she is the disciple of the sword master Lin Xieying, a third-year martial arts student at Xingkou University, just back from the front lines after achieving merit. This is some news about her, and I think there must be a misunderstanding. Elder Su rushed over, fearing that Zhang Chen would take action. People from Xingkou University? Zhang Chen was taken aback upon seeing the information on the light screen, recalling Wang Dashan's earlier suggestion for Yi Xian to teach him a lesson. He suddenly realized. He then retracted his spear and kicked the long knife back to Chokue. Chokue picked up the long knife, silently stood up, and left. Her wrist was broken by Zhang Chen, and while she could slightly move it to reconnect the bone, it would require time to rest. After today's battle, my swordsmanship will soon break through. Just wait for me, Chokue said as she walked a short distance before turning back. Even if you break through, you still won't be my opponent. Save your energy. Zhang Chen reminded her, as the endless challenges were quite disruptive to his desire to relax. Chokue left with a dark expression. Zhang Chen's words only ignited her fighting spirit. Seeing her determined look, Zhang Chen inwardly cursed himself for provoking someone like her. Soon, Chokue returned to her master Lin Xieying's home. The master of spear techniques, Zhu Gehou, as well as the city lord Su Songlin and even Wang Dashan, were all present at Lin Xieying's home, clearly waiting for news about Chokue. Junior sister is back. Lin Chengfeng opened the door for Chokue. Your hand is injured? Lin Xieying frowned, noticing Chokue's weak hands. He hadn't expected that after Zhang Chen's life and death test, Chokue would have to pay a price. Bang! Master, I'm sorry, I've embarrassed you. Chokue knelt down and heavily knocked her forehead on the floor, feeling wronged. Junior sister, what's wrong? Lin Chengfeng asked in confusion. Chokue's kneeling startled everyone. Speak up after you get up. Lin Xieying signaled for Lin Chengfeng to help Chokue up. Chokue had always been strong-willed and unwilling to admit defeat. Even if she faced great injustice, she would usually keep it to herself. This was the first time such a situation had occurred. Master, I am incompetent. I couldn't teach Zhang Chen a lesson and was defeated by him, Chokue said, lowering her head. What? Although everyone had some expectations, hearing Chokue admit it personally still left them in shock. How could you lose to Zhang Chen? How were you defeated by him? Wang Dashan pressed for details. Zhang Chen's combat power is definitely not 67.1, it clearly exceeds 76.0. From the very beginning of our fight, I was suppressed by him. His spear technique is perfectly unified, and I couldn't break through his defense or attack at all, Chokue said, feeling wronged. What? Over 76.0? How is that possible? Since the end of the final exam, he hasn't practiced at all. Although he reported to the Law Manifestation Hall, according to Yin Fei, he just treats it as a place to sleep and read novels, Wang Dashan said, puzzled. Are you saying that no matter how hard I train, I can't compare to someone who doesn't train at all? Chokue said angrily. That's not what I mean, but the fact is he really hasn't trained properly, Wang Dashan explained. How could someone who hasn't trained defeat my junior sister, especially a third-year martial arts student? Lin Chengfeng questioned. Don't rush to conclusions, Zhu Gehou soothed. Perhaps during this time, Zhang Chen's law manifestation released a tremendous amount of power, allowing him to enhance his combat power without much training. Zhu Gehou thought for a moment and said seriously. Even if a person has great talent, it's impossible to improve their strength without training. Zhang Chen is no exception. I think Master Zhuge is right. Zhang Chen has only recently activated his manifestation, and at this stage, it's the time for the manifestation to release its abilities. Perhaps he didn't anticipate this, which led to Chokue's loss, Su Songlin added. What do you think of Zhang Chen's spear technique? Lin Xieying asked. The power is complete and unified, both offensive and defensive. If my swordsmanship cannot achieve a breakthrough, transitioning from minor success to major success, I can only rely on my physical advantages to unlock my physical form first in order to defeat him. However, although I lost to her this time, I gained immensely. From his marksmanship, I have comprehended a new power in my swordsmanship. I believe that given me 10 days, my swordsmanship will achieve a breakthrough, easily defeating him, Chokue said confidently. Good, as expected of my disciple Lin Xieying. Master looks forward to you defeating Zhang Chen in 10 days, making him rethink his life. Lin Xieying encouraged. Ahem, old Lin, Zhang Chen will be my disciple in the future. He is young and has many opportunities. Perhaps even if your disciple cultivates the lone wolf sword technique to its peak, he may not be his match, Zhuge He said with a cough. He knew the level of the lone wolf sword technique far exceeded the deadly chain gun, and when cultivated to its peak, it could unleash extraordinary power. But he was fond of the deadly chain gun because it was his creation, not his highest technique, just the deadly chain gun. Are you so eager to see them compete? Lin Xieying laughed. Young people are full of vigor. If they don't compete now, when they grow old, they won't have the energy to compete, Zhuge He chuckled. Disciple, you just said you can defeat Zhang Chen in a few days? Lin Xieying asked Xiu Kuei. Within 10 days, Xiu Kuei replied. Originally, the plan was to defeat Zhang Chen after 10 days, but hearing Lin Xieying and Zhuge He competing, and thinking about her previous loss, she set the deadline within 10 days. Unless Zhang Chen seeks you out to learn during this time, within 10 days, my disciple will definitely make him change his ways, Lin Xieying said. If he can truly change his ways, that would be best. I'm just afraid you will encourage his sharpness. Zhuge He understood Lin Xieying's meaning, suggesting he not instruct Zhang Chen. During this time, Teacher Zhuge, please rest assured. Within 10 days, I will make Zhang Chen come to you to seek guidance, Xiu Kuei said earnestly. Good, that's the spirit, Zhuge He nodded. Master, why do I feel like Teacher Zhuge is intentionally provoking junior sister? After Zhuge He and the others left, Lin Chengfeng said. Zhang Chen is exceptionally talented. If he doesn't learn a lesson, it won't be easy to discipline him in the future. Plus, your junior sister just lost to him. If she can defeat him within 10 days, it will leave a deep impression on him, Zhuge He explained. I see, Lin Chengfeng realized. Spend these days well accompanying your junior sister in her training. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me, Lin Xieying reminded. Yes, disciple understands. Lin Chengfeng knew that Xiu Kuei could lose to Zhang Chen once, but not twice, otherwise, it would be Lin Xieying's face that would be lost. Future City Community. When Wang Dashan saw Zhang Chen returning with fishing gear, he forced a smile and said, Xiao Feng, did you go fishing again today? Yeah, I could have caught fish, but then a crazy woman broke my fishing rod, so I didn't catch anything, Zhang Chen casually replied. Seeing Wang Dashan at the community entrance, he seemed to have anticipated it. Her name is Xiu Kuei, a disciple of the swordsmanship master Lin Xieying. She suddenly came to find you at my suggestion, Wang Dashan explained. Someone always has to take the blame for this, and it certainly couldn't be Su Songlin. I had already thought of that. Principal, you don't need to worry anymore. It's not that I don't want to cultivate, it's just that my way of cultivation is different. Fishing, dancing in the square, playing games, and joking around, those are all my ways of cultivation. To be clear, my talent is somewhat special. The less I cultivate, the stronger I become. Do you understand? Zhang Chen said seriously. I understand. Everyone knows you are exceptionally talented, but the lone wolf sword technique is not as simple as you think. On the front lines, Xiu Kuei has already achieved a breakthrough once, and the swordsmanship is only one barrier away from major success. She would break through again within 10 days. Once the lone wolf blade technique reached perfection, that killing intent would seep out of her body. Even if your marksmanship was flawless, you would gradually lose your mind under the influence of that killing intent. This is the most terrifying aspect of the lone wolf blade technique. Do you understand what I'm saying? Wang Dashan said with a serious expression. I understand, but don't worry, I won't lose to her. If you're really concerned about me losing, just help me keep an eye on these things. Zhang Chen handed the fishing gear over to Wang Dashan. He could tell that Wang Dashan didn't take his words seriously at all. He clearly wouldn't believe that someone could improve their strength without training, and that the less they trained, the stronger they became. Alright, give them to me. When the day comes. Wang Dashan slung the fishing gear over his back, holding a folding chair in one hand and a fishing net pole in the other. He thought Zhang Chen was going to turn over a new leaf, train hard, and face Xiu Kuei, but instead, he saw Zhang Chen running towards the community courtyard. It turned out it was time for the square dance. Wang Dashan's face twitched. He really wanted to smash everything in his hands to pieces, but he was afraid of provoking Zhang Chen, who might become even more reckless afterward. So he endured, watching Zhang Chen finish the square dance before taking back the things. Lingfeng, my time is short. When he handed the items to Zhang Chen, Wang Dashan looked pained. What's wrong? Where are you going? Zhang Chen was taken aback. I'm going to die soon. I might not see you represent Nanchang and compete alongside martial artists from the entire Jiangbei province. Wang Dashan said gravely. Principal, you look full of life. Why are you cursing yourself?
Zhang Chen didn't believe it at all. Rip! Wang Dashan tore open his shirt, revealing a black wound on his chest.
Although the wound showed signs of healing, black blood
beads kept seeping out.
If it weren't for the special cotton fabric on his chest absorbing it, Wang Dashan's clothes would have been dyed black long ago.
What happened to you? Zhang Chen was shocked. Caused by the catfish demon king, Wang Dashan said. In the Great Radiation Zone? Zhang Chen asked. Yes, that catfish demon storm was not as simple as it seemed. If Master Ao hadn't rushed over from outside, perhaps the outer ring city would have already fallen. The breeding speed of the catfish demons far exceeds human imagination. Even if they are driven back to the ocean, if the queen isn't exterminated, they will quickly regain their strength and, in terrifying numbers, devour human territory. At that time, it won't just be the outer ring city that falls, it will be the entire Nanchang, even the whole Jiangbei province. Wang Dashan said earnestly. Is it that serious? Zhang Chen was taken aback. Within Nanchang, you have the highest talent.
Whether Nanchang can hold its ground depends on how far you can grow in the future.
I believe you don't want to see Nanchang occupied by the catfish
demons, with all your friends and family being devoured by them, nor do you want to see me die with my eyes closed. Wang Dashan became more and more agitated
as he spoke. Of course I don't want that. Principal, I understand your meaning.
Don't worry, I will work hard to improve my strength.
Please believe in me. Zhang Chen said seriously. As long as you say that, I can rest easy.
No matter if you can withstand the lone wolf blade technique, as long as you are willing
to train, even if Zhou Kuei masters the lone wolf blade technique to its peak, she won't be your opponent in the future.
Wang Dashan was overjoyed.
Yes, I understand your intentions, Principal. I will not let you down, and that woman shouldn't think she can defeat me.
Zhang Chen vowed.
Good, I look forward to your performance. Wang Dashan felt a sense of relief. Zhang Chen thought for a moment, then placed the fishing gear and net pole in the corner before running back home. Lingfeng, where are you going? Wang Dashan called out. I'm going to improve my strength. Zhang Chen replied without looking back. All right. Wang
Dashan's expression was filled with joy looking at the fishing gear and nets tossed in the corner, which the fisherman cherished. A smile appeared on his face. He couldn't help but place his hands on his hips and sighed. This kid may be a bit arrogant, but if you talk to him properly, he can still listen. After all, this heartfelt expression finally made him turn over a new leaf. My efforts weren't in vain. In the future, if he gets hurt and even dies, I can rest easy. Suddenly, a strong light shone over. Wang Dashan squinted and saw a person running towards him, with a searchlight on their head, several fishing rods in hand, wearing rain boots and carrying a water tank. As they got closer, the smile on Wang Dashan's face froze. The person was none other than Zhang Chen. Principal, why haven't you gone back yet? I told you, time is tight, I have to go. Considering the seriousness of the situation, Wang Dashan sincerely hoped to become stronger and better. Zhang Chen didn't want to disappoint him, so he changed his plans, packed his gear, and decided to go night fishing. Originally, the night was meant for playing games. But he thought about how he could fish at night while playing games. After all, both activities involved lying down, so he might as well maximize his relaxation and accumulate more relaxation points. No matter what, he couldn't let Wang Dashan down. He just didn't expect to find him still in the community, watching over the fishing gear and nets. Now that they had met, there was no time for further explanation. In short, he thought, I will continue to relax, and in the future, you will see my strength increase, and you can rest easy. Wang Dashan was so angry he couldn't speak, watching Zhang Chen run out of the future city community in the middle of the night. It's all that old guy Zhou's fault, just wait until I deal with you. The shadow followed Zhang Chen all the way. Originally, he planned to rest a bit after returning to the future city community, but now Zhang Chen had run out again for night fishing. This meant he had to sit by the river, braving the cold wind, watching Zhang Chen lying on a chair, playing games while fishing. Although he hadn't faced any challenges yet while ensuring Zhang Chen's safety, spending all day following Zhang Chen to the river to bask in the sun or endure the cold wind was not pleasant. It made him want to buy some fishing gear to join in the fun. In the following days, Zhang Chen continued to clock in at Yin Fei's Dharma Hall and spent almost all his remaining time fishing. Day fishing, night fishing, it went on continuously. However, one thing puzzled Zhang Chen. Ever since he started night fishing, he hadn't seen old Zhou for several days. Suddenly missing someone who used to bring him tea and set up good fishing spots, Zhang Chen found it hard to adjust. To find out what was going on, he specifically asked old Su about old Zhou's situation and learned that old Zhou had offended someone and was dragged out of bed in the middle of the night and beaten up. It was said that night, Zhou Changqing was practicing his shooting in the yard when a Shadow flashed by, followed by a series of sounds like firecrackers going off, and he saw his grandfather curl up at the door, wailing incessantly. By the time he went out, the person had already disappeared, and all the fishing gear and similar items in the house had been destroyed. Even his spare long gun, which was placed with the fishing rods, had been chopped into several pieces.
Zhang Chen found it somewhat unbelievable, wondering if old Zhou had long
occupied a good fishing spot and offended a crazy fisherman. Unable to figure out the problem for the time being, he could only wait for old Zhou to come over and find an opportunity to ask clearly.
Days passed one by one. Zhang Chen divided his time into several parts, one part for dealing with Yin Fei's Dharma Hall tasks, and another part for fishing and playing games. Before he knew it, a week had gone by. That night, Zhang Chen went night fishing again by the Jiulong River. When he cast his line, a line of text suddenly appeared before him. You have fished at Jiulong River every day for half a month, gaining the power of a tranquil heart. Tranquil heart. Is it the power of a calm mind? Zhang Chen had been waiting for his abilities to manifest. After half a month, a new power finally appeared, but he didn't expect it to be related to the strength of the mind. However, it is said that fishing can cultivate one's state of mind, perhaps. That was how he gained the tranquil heart of mind. Zhang Chen couldn't help but look at the information panel below. Name, Zhang Chen. Profession, Dharma manifestation.
Warrior lying flat value, non-tidal breathing technique, great accomplishment, 31 out of 100, 13 forms perfect gun technique, beginner, 2 out of 300, golden sand. Body refinement technique, great accomplishment, 99/300, physical quality, 11.5 combat power value, 80.3 skills, all-weather breathing and exhaling ability, arm. Strength increase of 200 kilograms at any level, speed superior to others, all-weather body refinement ability, heart as calm as still water. This week, Zhang Chen continued to practice lying flat as usual. The lying flat value he earned daily remained between 50 and 60. Zhang Chen clearly realized that when one continuously lies flat on a single matter, the lying flat value would gradually decrease over time.
Perhaps when one persists in something for long
enough, it ceases to be lying flat and becomes a hobby. Therefore, when gaining abilities in a certain area, one must find different ways to approach it. For example, in gaming, one must progress from low-level realms to intermediate realms, and then to high-level realms. Fishing and square dancing are no different. Fortunately, after so many days of fishing, not only had he accumulated a certain amount of lying flat value, but he had also gained the mental strength of a calm heart. Unfortunately, due to his physical quality, the change in combat power at this stage was not significant. Thankfully, with a combat power value of 80.0, he already belonged to the category of flesh manifestation warriors. Even if his physical quality did not meet the requirements, the current Zhang Chen was not someone anyone could easily provoke. Xiao. In a training room at Lin Xieying's home, Lin Chengfeng desperately blocked a full-force strike from Chokue. He retreated, feeling a chilling blade aura emanating from Chokue's sword technique, making him shiver. It should be noted that his combat power value had already exceeded 80.0, and his physical quality was above 26.0, which shows how strong the killing intent in Chokue's sword technique was. It was enough to disturb one's mind and affect the power exertion of a Dharma manifestation warrior. Faced with such terrifying killing intent, Zhang Chen, as a senior martial arts student, could not possibly withstand it. Master, junior sister has already mastered her sword technique, Lin Chengfeng said, bringing Chokue before Lin Xieying. I can feel it. Lin Xieying, as a master of sword techniques, could sense the killing intent released from Chokue's aura without her even demonstrating her sword technique. Master, I want to find Zhang Chen, Chokue said. Within 7 days, she had elevated the lone wolf sword technique to great accomplishment, successfully releasing enough killing intent to disturb the mind, all to defeat Zhang Chen. Go ahead, but before you go, inform Zhuge Ho, he will arrange for someone to take good care of Zhang Chen, Lin Xieying said with a smile. Yes, I will go find him in the future city community right now, Chokue nodded. He's not in the future city community. During this time, he has been night fishing at Jiulong River every day, Lin Xieying reminded her. Night fishing? Chokue was a bit confused. Zhuge Ho had Wang Dashan remind him, but it seems he doesn't take you seriously. He even intensified it by going night fishing, Lin Xieying said, filled with anger regarding this matter. I will go find him right now, Chokue said, suppressing her anger. Zhang Chen might not know she was seeking revenge, but knowing she was challenging him and still going night fishing was nothing short of blatant provocation. By the banks of Jiulong River, Zhang Chen noticed the fish nibbling at the line. He calmly picked up the fishing rod and slowly reeled in the line, expecting an empty-handed return. But he was enjoying himself. Fishing was about achieving a state of lying flat. Night fishing was about taking lying flat to the extreme. As for whether he could catch fish,
Or if he would return empty-handed, Jiang Chen didn't care at all. He only cared about whether he could earn lying flat value. He even enjoyed fishing while watching the news or playing games, emphasizing the importance of doing something fun during wasted time. By this time, it was getting late. Jiang Chen was packing up while listening to the latest news reports from Jiangbei province. Recently, the fugitive Shi Pijian has been on the run in Jiangbei province, fleeing towards the Great Radiation Zone. According to relevant speculations, Shi Pijian may have already entered the South City. We hope the city guard and other departments will strengthen their vigilance and capture this person as soon as possible. Next, we have some identity information and physical characteristics of this individual. We urge everyone, if you have any clues, to report them to the city guard immediately or notify the personnel of the martial hall. Shi Pijian, from Baiyang County in Jiangnan Province, was originally a commander of the city guard. He was sent to the front lines for embezzling cultivation resources. And, feeling discontent, incited his teammates to escape from the war zone, robbing cultivation and living allowances along the way, causing a series of tragic incidents, with 13 martial artists' lives on his hands. A law manifestation martial artist, in the flesh manifestation realm, with a combat power value between 112.0 and 120.0, and physical attributes between 29.0 and 31.0. His skills in both sword and saber are exceptional, with his saber technique, twin sabers flying dragon slash, perfected, and his sword technique, 1.red, nearly complete. Immediately, a light screen popped up. It displayed Shi Pijian's full appearance, along with information about his combat skills and footage of his fights in the Star Realm ranking matches. A commander of the city guard actually embezzled cultivation resources, incited others to betray, and robbed warzone supplies. It's truly shameful. How could someone like this escape to Jiangbei province and even enter the territory of South City? Jiang Chen muttered to himself. The human living environment was harsh, and resources were scarce and tense. People often did outrageous things for survival and cultivation resources. Some even colluded with alien races, becoming traitors to humanity. Traitors, or those who violated the regulations of the 7 major star systems alliance and national laws, had appeared in both the outer and inner ring cities, facing severe sanctions. Such people also existed in the Shitsong community. But someone like Shi Pijian, who was powerful and a commander of the city guard, had access to resources far exceeding those of ordinary citizens and martial artists, yet still disregarded laws to seize resources and even incited others to betray. Such individuals were relatively rare, especially since he managed to escape from Jiangnan province to Jiangbei province, heading straight for the Great Radiation Zone. This showed just how formidable his strength and intellect were. For someone like him, Jiang Chen was at least 30 combat power values weaker. If they were to cross paths, his perfectly honed marksmanship would seem like child's play before Shi Pijian. Unless his physical attributes could match the opponents, or he successfully activated the flesh manifestation, he would have no chance of fighting back. Of course, Jiang Chen didn't think he would encounter such a person. He was just fishing and listening to the news broadcast, inadvertently learning about Shi Pijian. That was all. Finally, after the broadcast ended, he packed up his things and carried his fishing gear to the shore. At that moment, a figure approached from ahead, tossing a long spear to him from a distance. Jiang Chen reached out to catch it, only to realize that the person was actually Chokuei, a disciple of the sword master Lin Xieying, who he had seen 7 days ago. He instantly understood what the other party wanted to do and threw the spear back, planting it beside the other person. With a serious expression, he said, "I haven't been cultivating much lately, so I'm not your opponent. If you want to take revenge, I admit defeat." Confirming that Chokuei had no malicious intent, Jiang Chen saw no need to spar with him. Moreover, he had learned from Wang Dashan that this guy had been practicing the lone wolf saber technique all day. Once perfected, it would exude a chilling killing intent that could easily disturb one's mind or even leave one paralyzed and numb. Even if Jiang Chen were foolish, he wouldn't easily engage in a fight with him. "Shao, whether you want to or not, we have to fight." Chokuei, however, didn't care about that, using his long knife to flick the long spear back to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen dodged to the side, thinking, "I just don't want to fight. What can you do to me? Do you dare to kill me?" As a result, a flash of blade light swept towards her. With a belly full of anger, Chokuei didn't care about Jiang Chen's thoughts. She only knew her knife skills were fierce and full of killing intent. No one could just stand by and watch their body be covered by this layer of knife techniques, and Jiang Chen was no exception. Damn! In fact, it was true. Jiang Chen hurriedly dodged, using the fishing net pole as a spear. However, after a few strikes, the fishing net pole broke into several pieces. Helpless, Jiang Chen smashed the fishing gear towards Chokuei, and when the gear was split apart by Chokuei, he finally retrieved the gun she had brought with her. "Don't push me." Jiang Chen's face was filled with anger. After fishing for half a month, although he hadn't caught many fish, he had developed feelings for his gear. Watching them being chopped to pieces by Chokue, it was a lie to say he felt no anger inside. If you have the ability, defeat me like last time. Chokue snorted coldly, quickly charging towards Zhang Chen. If I had half of that girl's ruthlessness, I wouldn't worry about Zhang Chen not training properly. Wang Dashan sighed. Chiokuei's knife skills had broken through, and she had come to the riverbank overnight to seek revenge on Zhang Chen. He quickly received a notification that Zhuge He wanted him to keep an eye on Zhang Chen to prevent any accidents. So, he had witnessed everything that had just happened. He was filled with admiration for Chokue. Although she was unreasonable, her methods were ruthless and direct. Zhang Chen didn't want to fight, but he had no choice. If he were as fierce as Chokue, would Zhang Chen become increasingly excessive? As the saying goes, a strict teacher produces outstanding students, and Wang Dashan suddenly realized. Well done. It's a pity that all that gear is ruined. The shadow looked at the fishing rod in his hand, feeling a bit pained for the gear that Chokue had destroyed. Although he was a martial arts enthusiast, he couldn't be practicing all the time. After squatting by the river for half a month watching Zhang Chen fish, he finally couldn't hold back and bought a fishing rod, sitting nearby to pass the time fishing with Zhang Chen. In the past couple of days, he had caught a lot of fish and gradually grown fond of the sport. However, seeing Zhang Chen's fishing gear destroyed by Chokue, he suddenly worried that Zhang Chen might lose his passion for fishing. Realizing this, he knew he had become a bit obsessed and hurriedly put away the fishing rod, waiting for the next opportunity to use it. What did I do to offend you? Zhang Chen took a stance, watching Chokuei's sweeping knife techniques. He quickly unleashed the perfected realm of his gun techniques, continuously blocking Chokuei's knife skills. Ha! An uncomfortable knife wind seeped out from Chokuei's techniques, making her seem like a god of death. Her knife skills became faster and stronger, as if she had turned bloodthirsty on the battlefield, treating Zhang Chen like a catfish demon. Each move was deadly, coming in waves, as if she was pouring out all her skills at once. The terrifying knife winds surged towards Zhang Chen like a tsunami. Not good. Wang Dashan's expression changed drastically. He sensed a strong killing intent from Chiokuei's knife techniques. This killing intent didn't emanate from Chiokuei's body but erupted from her knife skills. Although it wasn't Chiokuei's inner thoughts, it made her knife techniques seem to undergo a transformation, even causing the onlookers to feel a chill. Although Zhang Chen was intelligent, he lacked practical experience, especially in life and death battles. If his gun technique showed any flaws and he couldn't withstand Chokuei's fierce attacks, after a few moves, Zhang Chen might be in danger of losing his life. This girl has such a strong malice, it's the seed of hidden killing. The shadow also sensed something was off, focusing intently on the movements of the two. If Zhang Chen encountered danger, he would act instantly to ensure Zhang Chen's safety. At the same time, he was captivated by Chiokuei's malice and her unstoppable determination. The hidden kill had always been cultivating fresh blood, and Chiokuei's malice seemed to be born for it. Clang! Zhang Chen had been using the 13 styles of gun techniques to block Chiokuei's knife skills, his perfected realm, making his gun techniques impenetrable despite the powerful momentum of Chiokuei's swordsmanship, advancing fearlessly with one slash after another in a seemingly endless flow. He could never break through the last line of defense. No matter how fast or strong Chiokuei's techniques were, he could always hold his ground. For a moment, the swordplay and gunplay of the two became intertwined. Chokue, as if fueled by adrenaline, grew bolder with each clash, his shouts growing louder, while Zhang Chen remained calm, his 13 styles of gunplay appearing rough and simple yet always managing to block Chokuei's relentless attacks at critical moments, thwarting each fierce slash. As for the menacing blade winds that could disturb one's mind, Zhang Chen ignored them. To be precise, they were refined away by his tranquil state of mind. Chokue believed that with his swordsmanship reaching great heights, he could unleash a strong killing intent and hostility, making his techniques awe-inspiring and instilling fear in his enemies. He aimed to shatter the enemy's defenses from within, leaving them terrified of his swordplay. However, under the influence of Zhang Chen's calmness, his mental state had undergone a transformation. Not to mention that Chiokuei's swordsmanship was merely at a great level. Even if it were perfect and could manifest substantial killing intent, it would hardly intimidate Zhang Chen, let alone cause him to panic or falter. At this moment, Zhang Chen could feel that Chiokuei's strength had significantly improved compared to a week ago, with his combat power nearing 79.0. But Zhang Chen was a physical realm warrior with a combat power of 80.3. Even without activating his physical form, his combat power still fell within the realm of physical warriors. Moreover, his gunplay was perfectly unified in its mastery. The real strength lay in his flawless attack and defense. If Chokuei's blade winds could affect his mind, it would be one thing, but since the blade winds had lost their effect, the gap between them needed No further explanation.
Additionally, Zhang Chen had advantages in strength and speed. With an arbitrary increase of 200 kilograms in arm strength at any level, this meant that at any level, Zhang Chen's arm strength exceeded that of others by 200 kilograms. His speed was also superior.
When facing
opponents of the same level, he was always faster. Unless the opponent was someone who specifically focused on strength and speed training within the same level, Zhang Chen's arm strength and speed would far surpass the average for that tier. These advantages compensated for his physical shortcomings. Thus,
Wang Dashan
and the Shadow gradually began to notice the issue. Zhou Kuwei seemed to have the upper hand from the start, her swordplay pressing relentlessly against Zhang
Chen, who appeared to be retreating under the onslaught yet always managed to hold firm at critical moments. Moreover, his gunplay became increasingly steady.
In contrast, after failing to break through Zhou Kuwei's relentless assault, she began to grow impatient. At this moment, she felt a sense of confusion within herself. Clearly, her swordsmanship had reached a great level, capable of generating blade winds infused with killing intent and hostility, easily disturbing the
enemy's mind and even causing them to panic. Why, then, did it seem ineffective against Zhang Chen?
He merely frowned at first, but then grew increasingly calm. As if he completely disregarded the killing intent she had painstakingly cultivated. It was as if he were immune to such harm. She had never seen anyone so composed, as if her displayed strength was nothing more than a joke in his eyes. Zhang Chen, she shouted in frustration, wishing to unleash all her power. The terrifying sound of her blade echoed like thunder by the river, the cold light flashing as her long sword attempted to break through Zhang Chen's defense,
aiming to end the battle in one move. Clang!
Yet Zhang Chen remained silent, simply deflecting her strike with a gentle shot, neutralizing the power of her swordplay with his perfectly unified gunplay. She felt as if she had struck a cotton ball with all her might, leaving her feeling stifled and uncomfortable,
causing her to lose control of her swordplay. Problems arose in her rhythm and momentum. Bang bang! Zhang Chen took advantage of the momentum to sweep out two shots.
One shot struck Zhou Kuei's wrist, sending her long knife flying into the river, while the other shot hit Zhou Kuei in the abdomen, knocking her back as if she had been hit by a powerful martial artist. For this last shot, Zhang Chen used considerable force, almost pouring all his arm strength into it. With only superficial defenses, Zhou Kuei was sent flying, crashing to the ground and unable to get up for quite some time.
As Zhou Kuei was knocked down, Wang Dashan
and Shadow, who were ready to rescue Zhang Chen at any moment, were instantly petrified. Seeing Zhang Chen remain calm in the face of Zhou Kuei's relentless attacks, they realized that he possessed extraordinary composure, and the outcome of this battle might still change. But just as that thought crossed their minds, they saw Zhou Kuei, who had been in the advantageous position, have her swordplay instantly broken by Zhang Chen, as if she had lost the will to resist. She was heavily injured by Zhang Chen's shot and lay on the ground, unresponsive for a long while. Upon closer inspection, her body trembled slightly, as if she were crying. Clearly, this defeat had dealt her an unimaginable blow, otherwise, how could a woman filled with killing intent and a desire to fight be lying on
the ground crying?
"I'm sorry, your swordplay was too fierce, and I couldn't hold back, so I struck a bit harder," Zhang Chen said apologetically. Up close, he could see Zhou Kuei crying on the ground most clearly. Zhou Kuei continued to lie there without speaking. "It's getting late, I'll take my leave," Zhang Chen said. Feeling awkward and unsure how to comfort her, he returned the long spear to her and quickly left the area.
Girl, Wang Dashan emerged after he left.
Zhou Kuei finally lifted her head, enduring the pain, and sat on a stone pier by the river, rubbing her belly. As someone who had participated in battles on the front lines, Zhou Kuei had experienced life and death and was not weak at heart. However, her proud swordplay had lost to the same person twice, and that person was
just a senior high school martial arts student.
What was worse was that this person hardly practiced at all, and she bore the expectations of her master. Filled with confidence, the reality had dealt her a fatal blow, breaking her defenses on the spot.
Victory and defeat are common in battle, don't take it too
seriously, Wang Dashan comforted her. "I'm fine, Principal Wang, you don't need to worry about me," Zhou Kuei wiped her tears and said.
"As long as you're okay, don't think too much about it. Although Zhang Chen has good talent, his attitude towards cultivation is lax.
A person like that, you will surpass him sooner
or later," Wang Dashan nodded.
"If someone with a lax attitude towards cultivation can defeat me twice in a row, what if he suddenly takes his training seriously?
Wouldn't he be able to surpass even my master in the future? Is that what you mean?"
Zhou Kuei said excitedly. She knew that Wang Dashan and Zhuge He were
in cahoots. "That's not what I meant.
I meant to say that no matter how talented a person is, if they don't work hard at cultivation, they won't achieve anything. In the end," Wang Dashan explained, "he hasn't even graduated from high school, and his combat power is already approaching the physical realm.
Moreover, he isn't affected by my sword energy at all. What can't he achieve? Xiao Kuei questioned. I just wanted to comfort you, Wang Dashan said, looking bewildered. There's no need, your way of comforting me only makes me realize even more that I'm just a waste, Xiao Kuei said angrily as she left. After all this, it turns out I was wrong? Wang Dashan said, feeling gloomy. But recalling the scene of Zhang Chen defeating Xiao Kuei, he couldn't help but smile, exclaiming, as expected of a student from my school, not only did he get first place in the final exam, but even the martial arts students from Starry Sky University are no match for him. It seems he will represent Nanchang in the competition against the martial arts students from Jiangbei province. Bang! Xiao Kuei ran all the way back to Lin Xieying's courtyard. Lin Xieying and Lin Changfeng were both waiting for her good news. Compared to last time, this time Xiao Kuei entered and immediately knelt down, burying her head in the ground, unable to control her sobs again. Junior sister, defeating Zhang Chen is worth celebrating, but you don't need to be so emotional, Lin Changfeng said with a smile. No, I lost, said Xiao Kuei without raising his head. Lin Changfeng's expression froze. Lin Xieying was also stunned. Zhang Chen is unaffected by my blade's aura, and his combat power has increased significantly, already entering the realm of physical martial artists, Xiao Kuei explained. Impossible, Lin Changfeng said in disbelief, pacing in circles. For the past few days, I've had people observing him. He spends his time fishing, playing games, and dancing in the square. How could someone who rarely practices martial arts have such a drastic change in strength? Did he eat some miraculous elixir, with a pharmacist attending to him every day? Master, I don't believe Zhang Chen can defeat my junior sister without practicing, relying solely on talent. There must be something wrong here, Lin Changfeng said, agitated. There is definitely a problem, but I don't know where it lies. Lin Xieying also expressed her doubts. Let me go meet him, Lin Changfeng requested to battle. Nonsense, Lin Xieying decisively blocked him. The younger one lost, let the older one take over. What do you think of Zhang Chen and me? This was originally just a common contest, meant to make Zhang Chen reflect on his actions, not to escalate things further. Besides, your combat power far exceeds his, and your physical fitness is close to 27.0. If you go to teach Zhang Chen a lesson, where will I put my face? Disciple knows I was wrong, but I can't swallow this anger. I feel like my junior sister was fooled. I refuse to believe that someone as outstanding as her could be inferior to a high school martial artist who hardly practices. If there's no trickery involved, I won't believe it even if it kills me, Lin Changfeng said, feeling frustrated. The power of the lone wolf blade technique lies in its 7 forms, which progress layer by layer, increasing the killing intent and hostility, gradually doubling the strength. The only possibility for Zhang Chen to be unaffected by your blade technique is that your blade wind isn't strong enough, Lin Xieying said to Xiao Kuei. Master, I still have hope, right? Xiao Kuei asked. Of course, you have participated in dozens of battles on the front lines, experiencing life and death tests. How could your will be weaker than Zhang Chen's? As long as you can regain your confidence and work hard to refine your blade technique, you will be able to defeat him when the next semester starts, Lin Xieying said earnestly. Thank you, Master. I will not disappoint you, Xiao Kuei said, her face full of excitement, as if she had regained her confidence. Get up. A momentary victory or defeat means nothing. A martial artist must have a heart that is always willing to admit defeat. Only by facing the strong can one reveal their true heroism. By confronting difficulties, one can show the demeanor of a brave person, Lin Xieying encouraged. Yes, disciple understands, Xiao Kuei said, bowing again. She then returned to the training room to practice diligently. Master, don't you really think there's something wrong with Zhang Chen? Lin Changfeng asked. There is definitely a problem, but no matter what it is, it cannot be that one can become stronger without practicing. Even the strongest talent in the world cannot achieve that. If I'm not mistaken, perhaps those 2 hours in the Dharma Hall were not as simple as the rumors suggest, and the time he spends resting at home is not just for sleeping, Lin Xieying believed in her judgment. She had become a master of blade techniques through hard work and perseverance, growing step by step to reach her current level. I didn't expect him to have such a pure heart at such a young age, able to withstand the disturbance of killing intent. He will surely be able to carry forward my deadly chain gun in the future, Zhuge He said, smiling broadly after hearing the details from Wang Dashan. At this moment, Master Lin and the others must be pondering whether Zhang Chen has taken some potion or received your guidance, otherwise, how could he continue to defeat his female disciple? Wang Dashan laughed. After so many years of rivalry, he will definitely find a way to have Xiao Kuei defeat Zhang Chen, Zhuge He said. I think we shouldn't delay any longer, you should take Zhang Chen as your disciple soon. Also, I think Xiao Kuei's approach is quite suitable for teaching Zhang Chen.
Once he becomes your disciple, you must be strict and never slack off. If you let your guard down even once, that guy won't take you seriously.
Wang Dashan reminded him. Ha ha ha, I am different from you. A gun is the king of all weapons.
Zhang Chen chose to practice gun techniques and being able to refine
his skills to the point of transformation shows his deep affection for them.
If I were to teach him the deadly chain gun, with my reputation, he would
be begging me to teach him. Zhu Gaho was full of confidence.
He had heard people say that Zhang Chen's attitude towards training was lax, but he never took it seriously, always feeling that the guidance of others did not align with Zhang Chen's interests.
He and Zhang Chen were kindred spirits.
One had refined his gun techniques to the third transformation, while the other was a renowned master of gun techniques, having created the advanced deadly chain gun.
They appreciated
each other. Zhang Chen might ignore others, but he would not overlook his presence. This was the confidence of a master of gun techniques.
I'm worried
that if someone else takes an interest in Zhang Chen and wants him to be their disciple, that wouldn't be good, Wang Dashan reminded him.
Seeing Zhu Gaho so
confident, he felt an ominous premonition in his heart and couldn't help but urge him.
What you said makes sense. How about this, you call him now and say I want to see him tomorrow. Zhu Gaho said.
All right.
Wang Dashan had the same intention and quickly dialed Zhang Chen's number. When the call connected, Wang
Dashan cleared his throat and immediately said, Zhang Chen, I have some good news to tell you. I've gone through a lot of trouble to find the master of gun
techniques, Zhu Gaho.
He learned about your perfect mastery of gun techniques and has taken some interest in you. Originally, he wanted to wait a while before meeting you, but I used my silver tongue to persuade him to make time for you tomorrow. I'll wait for you at the entrance of the community, remember to get up early, and I'll take you to see him.
Since the master is busy, then forget it.
It's getting late, I need to sleep now, let's leave it at that, bye.
Zhang Chen yawned.
After hanging up, to avoid being disturbed during sleep, he habitually turned off his wristband, preventing any information disturbances that could affect his lying flat value. A person who chooses to lie flat would never keep their wristband on while sleeping, allowing others to interrupt them.
Hey, Zhang Chen, hello? Wang Dashan called out several times. He hung up. Wang Dashan looked at Zhu Gaho. Zhu Gaho recalled what Wang Dashan had just said and couldn't help but say, I am a dignified master of gun techniques.
If you tell him I don't have time to meet him, he would naturally feel embarrassed
to disturb me.
You need to call him back and say I'm the one inviting him over.
Okay. Wang Dashan dialed Zhang Chen's number again. The number you have dialed is turned off. Soon, a voice echoed back. It's turned off, what do we do now? Wang Dashan asked.
It's late, he needs to rest.
If you call him so many times, it's strange if he doesn't turn it off, Zhu Gaho said angrily. Didn't you tell me to call? Wang Dashan looked frustrated. I meant for you to.
Fine, tomorrow we'll go to Future City to find him.
Zhu Gaho waved his hand helplessly. The next day, Zhang Chen arrived at Yan Fei's Dharma Hall. As agreed.
To his surprise, there was a familiar face inside.
It was Chokue. Lin Xieying decided to let Chokue get to know Zhang Chen better, wanting to see what Zhang Chen usually did in the Dharma Hall. Coincidentally, Chokue's age and talent qualified her to enter Yan Fei's Dharma Hall for training. Let me introduce you all. This is Chokue, a third-year martial arts student from Starry Sky University. She just returned from the front lines after achieving merit in battle,
and hasn't rested for a few days before coming to the Dharma Hall to train.
I hope you can learn from her, especially you, Zhang Chen. Stop running to the river to fish all the time, being so carefree and not doing anything serious. Yan Fei introduced Chokue to the three, and at the end, he couldn't help but scold Zhang Chen a bit. Hello, senior sister, my name is Yi Chen. I just became a Dharma warrior not long ago and am determined to successfully unlock my skin appearance before the semester starts. Please give me your guidance. Yi Chen quickly introduced himself to Chokue. Hello, senior sister Chokue, Chen Duling.
Smiled her mother. Huang Ling was a mental power master.
Chokue had once come to Huang Ling for a test and had undergone a spiritual baptism. Chen Duling had
always respected this senior sister who was strong in every aspect.
Hello everyone, Chokue said simply. Zhang Chen remained silent. He had made Chokue cry last night and didn't know how to handle the situation. Zhang Chen, why don't you greet senior sister Chokue? Yi Chen scolded. No need to greet her, I've met him twice already, Chokue explained. Oh, where did you meet? Yi Chen asked, a bit curious. I've regained my confidence. Losing to you twice, I absolutely won't lose to you a third time.
That's why I'm here at the Dharma Hall, to cultivate with you, Chokue said, looking at Zhang Chen. As soon as these words were spoken, it stirred up a storm. Even Yan Fei looked confused.
Losing to you twice? What does that mean? They had privately competed, and Xiaokuei had lost to Zhang Chen twice in a row? Yi Chen and Chen Dueling looked at Zhang Chen in disbelief. Zhang Chen rubbed his neck, wanting to ease the tension, and said, Senior. Sister Xiaokuei's swordsmanship is impressive. It was purely luck that I won against you yesterday. You really competed? And you actually won? Yi Chen couldn't help but exclaim. The moment he saw Xiaokuei this morning, he felt a sense of suffocation. He had never seen a woman so heroic and fierce. Inside, he felt an urge to give her all his strength and do anything for her. The result was that the goddess he held in high regard had actually been defeated by Zhang Chen. And she had lost to him twice in a row. Could it be that Zhang Chen's strength had increased significantly during this period? Even Chen Dueling and Yan Fei found it hard to believe, as if they had seen a ghost. Because according to the news about Xiaokuei's return, they all knew that her combat power had reached 75.0. While on the front lines, this meant that Zhang Chen's current combat power was already approaching the physical realm. I just got lucky and won against her. Twice, Zhang Chen explained, not wanting Yi Chen to get too excited. The first time, my swordsmanship was only at a minor success, and I couldn't break through her defense. She broke my wrist and hit my abdomen. The second time, my swordsmanship had reached a major success, yet I still couldn't break through her defense. She knocked my long sword away and hit my abdomen. Xiaokuei corrected him. Lin Xieying had told her to face her inner self, not to avoid failure, so she could conquer her fears and defeat Zhang Chen to redeem herself. Therefore, she told others that losing to Zhang Chen was not shameful. The real shame was being afraid of letting others know she lost to him and hiding the truth. As a fierce swordsman, Xiaokuei believed she was qualified and worthy to continue challenging Zhang Chen. After explaining, she faced everyone with a new attitude. In that moment, it seemed her mindset was undergoing a transformation. Even if she continued to lose to Zhang Chen, her spirit would not be crushed, and she would rise again and again from failure. At that moment, Xiaokuei found her inner self and eliminated all fear. Thus, she became unprecedentedly confident. She just didn't realize that after her powerful declaration, the expressions on Yi Chen and Chen Dueling's faces were quite grim. In a daze, both felt out of place with Zhang Chen, unworthy to stay in the Dharma Hall. Even Yan Fei couldn't help but reassess Zhang Chen. Clearly, this guy was always involved in things unrelated to cultivation. Why was his cultivation level rising steadily? Could it be that cultivation was related to mindset? Perhaps it was that relaxed and carefree attitude that allowed Zhang Chen to maximize his innate power? In the 7 major star system alliances, there were often people who had sudden insights in their daily lives, advancing rapidly in their cultivation, while others toiled day and night for decades without progress. Perhaps Zhang Chen belonged to the former. Fishing, playing games, dancing in the square. For 5 years, my cultivation has been stuck in the skeletal realm. Why not try like Zhang Chen? Maybe there will be unexpected gains, Yan Fei thought to himself. It was no wonder he had such thoughts. As someone who had tracked Zhang Chen for a while, he was 100% convinced that Zhang Chen didn't need to cultivate it all in his daily life, yet his combat power kept rising inexplicably. Perhaps this is fate. Senior sister is generous and open-minded. I admire that, Zhang Chen said sincerely. You don't need to worry about hurting my feelings. Even if you never cultivate and rely solely on your talent to enhance your strength, going fishing every day, even if I still lose to you next time, I won't give up on myself. With the transformation of his mindset, Xiaokuei no longer had the thought of needing to defeat Zhang Chen at all costs for a third time. If he failed, he wouldn't be able to bear it. Even if you can defeat senior sister Qiu, you can't really think that just fishing everywhere will improve your strength. I don't believe that your recent changes in strength are solely due to fishing and talent. Teacher Yan, don't you agree? Yi Chen said, his face full of disbelief, pulling Yan Fei out as a shield. He suspected that Zhang Chen had taken some kind of potion or awakened his potential through mental power. I'll go fishing with you later, Yan Fei said seriously to Zhang Chen, as if he hadn't heard Yi Chen's words. Zhang Chen, Yi Chen, Chen Doling, and Xiaokuei all felt speechless. However, just as the training time in the Dharma Hall was about to end, a delivery guy arrived with a complete set of fishing gear, placing it right at the door of the training room. The shadow guarding outside the training room couldn't help but pull out the fishing rod hidden behind his back, filled with confusion and bewilderment. Everything he had seen and heard these days suddenly made him realize that perhaps fishing wasn't a waste of time after all. Otherwise, how could Zhang Chen's rise in strength be explained? Zhang Chen felt a bit speechless. He worried that if Yan Fei discovered that fishing didn't actually increase cultivation, he would find a way to stop him. So after the training in the Dharma Hall ended, Zhang Chen ran outside. Yan Fei followed behind, carrying the fishing gear and holding a fishing net stick. At that moment, Wang Dashan brought Zhu Gaho to the future city community.
He had timed it perfectly, knowing that Zhang Chen had just finished his Dharma class, and this was a good opportunity for him to interact with Zhuge Ho. As soon as they reached the entrance, they saw Zhang Chen running towards them, with Yan Fei chasing behind him carrying fishing gear. Initially, both of them were a bit confused, thinking that Yan Fei was angry and had snatched Zhang Chen's fishing gear to teach him a lesson, which scared Zhang Chen into running away. Ahem. Seeing this scene, Zhuge Ho smiled silently, unable to help but cough lightly, standing at the entrance with his hands behind his back, waiting for Zhang Chen to come over. As a master of marksmanship, he didn't believe that Zhang Chen wouldn't recognize him, nor did he believe that Zhang Chen didn't admire him. At this age, what else could one pursue if not stars? Hello, principal. As a result, Zhang Chen rushed past him like a gust of wind, seemingly not seeing him at all, only greeting Wang Dashan. Zhang Chen, don't rush. I've bought all the equipment, and I'm going fishing with you, wait for me. Yan Fei then ran past them with the fishing gear, his eyes only on Zhang Chen. But before the two could react, a shadow carrying a fishing rod also ran towards the entrance. It was none other than the shadow himself, equipped simply, holding a red bucket that swayed as he walked. Zhang. Zhuge Ho was left in disarray by the wind. Zhang Chen didn't even greet him. Was going fishing more important than becoming his disciple? And what was Yan Fei doing, joining the fun? Old good, should we chase after them to take a look? Wang Dashan asked. I don't have the time for that. You find a chance to tell Zhang Chen to come find me within 24 hours. If he exceeds the time limit, he can forget about becoming my disciple in this lifetime, Zhuge Ho said arrogantly. Being able to come to the future city community with Wang Dashan to find Zhang Chen was already a concession on his part, yet Zhang Chen didn't even greet him when he saw him. If he chased after Zhang Chen now, what kind of image would that leave for him as a master of marksmanship? If you were saying this to someone else, that would be fine, but dealing with Zhang Chen, I think you should save your breath. Wang Dashan splashed cold water on him. Did you see? Who is chasing behind? That's Master Yan Fei, someone of your level, and he's following Zhang Chen to go fishing. If you want to throw a tantrum, Zhang Chen won't pay you any mind. Wang Dashan said calmly. Having seen Zhang Chen's abilities, he knew very well that if he wanted Zhang Chen to come begging to be his apprentice, perhaps only Ao Dagang in the entire South City could make that happen. You can't expect me to go fishing with him, can you? Zhuge Ho said, his face flushed. By the banks of the Jiulong River, Zhang Chen sat in his familiar spot, fishing. Yingzi, using the sunlight for cover, sat upstream from Zhang Chen, while Yan Fei sat downstream, fully focused, trying to comprehend the changes in his own mental power, hoping for a breakthrough. Principal. Suddenly, Zhang Chen saw Wang Dashan and an elderly man who looked somewhat familiar, carrying fishing gear as they came down the steps and sat down right between Yingzi and him. Whoosh! The elderly man, who looked somewhat familiar, cast his fishing line as if it were a gunshot, creating a natural sonic boom that sent a large wave of ripples across the river. Yan Fei and Yingzi couldn't help but look at him. He was none other than Zhuge Ho. Zhuge Ho's idea was simple. If he didn't show Zhang Chen a thing or two, how would Zhang Chen know his prowess and come to him to learn? So after casting the line, the hook, as if it had eyes, surprisingly dragged a mutated African fish out of the river. Bang! The 30-kilogram mutated African fish landed heavily on the riverbank. Zhuge Ho swept his fishing rod, like a bone knife, and with just a couple of gentle strokes, he made the fish scales fall off automatically and removed the internal organs and other useless parts. With another couple of gentle flicks, the fish meat was sliced into pieces. Yingzi and Yan Fei both looked on with admiration. As a master of marksmanship, Zhuge Ho had long since formed a shooting momentum. What seemed like casual movements actually contained potential energy within, something that ordinary martial artists couldn't withstand. Zhang Chen was also captivated by those few shots and recognized that the man was the renowned marksmanship Master Zhuge Ho, who often appeared on television and in the news. During the recent eradication of the catfish demon storm, Zhuge Ho had taken the lead, uniting several experts to withstand the pressure for South City before Ao Dagang arrived. Faced with such a master, Zhang Chen felt a deep respect in his heart. Lingfeng, let me introduce you, this is the renowned marksmanship Master Zhuge Ho. His self-created deadly chain gun has already been included in the marksmanship training system of the 7 Major Star Systems Alliance, Wang Dashan introduced. Student Zhang Chen, it's an honor to meet Master Zhuge. Zhang Chen did not slack off. Being polite and courteous is a basic quality unrelated to being laid back, especially since Zhuge Ho truly deserved respect. Do you enjoy fishing? I heard from Principal Wang that you've been coming here to fish every day for over half a month, Zhuge Ho said, his expression serious. I can't say I enjoy it, but coming here to fish makes me feel very comfortable. Isn't that why you come here to fish? Zhang Chen asked curiously. Zhuge Ho's
Expression darkened considerably. If it weren't for Zhang Chen, he wouldn't be here braving the cold wind. Master Zhuge is extremely busy and rarely has time to come here. Today, he just happened to run into you. He sees your exceptional talent and that you can cultivate basic marksmanship to the third transformation. He believes you have potential and wants to take you as his apprentice. What do you think? Wang Dashan quickly interjected, getting straight to the point. Become your disciple? Zhang Chen looked incredulous. In this world, there are very few who can earn my recognition. If from now on, you can diligently practice with me and dedicate your time to serious matters, I might make an exception and take you as my disciple, Zhuge said, giving a precautionary statement. To gain Master Zhuge's recognition is a stroke of luck for me, but Zhang Chen looked troubled. Zhang Chen, countless people in the world are eager to become Master Zhuge's disciples. Don't be ungrateful, Wang Dashan reminded him. Principal, I can't handle a teacher who's too strict, you know that, Zhang Chen explained. If the teaching is not strict and the teacher is lazy, I will pass on my gun techniques to you. Being strict with you is for your own good. If you spend your days making jokes and wasting your life and time in places like this, no matter how great your talent is, you will never grasp the essence of the gun techniques, let alone form the power of gun momentum. Do you understand? Zhuge said seriously. Lingfeng, old Gu is right. You have already perfected your gun techniques to a seamless state. As long as you can undergo another transformation, you will be able to form the power of gun momentum. Once you possess your own gun momentum, you will be a master in this field. To be honest, the first 3 transformations of gun techniques are all about accumulating power for the formation of gun momentum. Without a qualified teacher to guide your training correctly, no matter how high your talent is, you cannot cultivate gun momentum on your own. Do you understand? Wang Dashan said earnestly. Momentum is a brand new power, a leap and transformation in skill. Your previous 3 transformations were merely about continuously repairing the flaws of the 13 gun techniques, making them both offensive and defensive. In the face of true momentum, even a casual shot can break your 13 gun techniques. Even if you reach the ultimate state of seamless power, you cannot withstand a shot that carries momentum. Yan Fei couldn't help but agree. As a master of body tempering, he could sense how strong Zhuge He's gun techniques were, and that momentum had even evolved. If Zhang Chen could become Zhuge He's disciple, his future would be immeasurable. Is momentum really that strong? Zhang Chen asked, intrigued. Upon hearing this, a look of disdain appeared on Zhuge He's face. He then swept the fishing rod, inserting it into the water, and with a flick of his wrist, stirred it gently. Splash! The river's surface instantly boiled. The mutated African fish living in this water area leaped out of the depths as if electrocuted. Buzz! Then a vibrating sound emerged. Zhuge He thrust the fishing rod forward, and a special wave permeated from the rod, like a large net, capturing all the mutated African fish in the air. The special wave trembled continuously. Suddenly, there was a loud bang. Those mutated African fish turned into a mist of blood, torn to shreds by that special wave, which was the momentum, the gun momentum of Zhuge He. This, Zhang Chen gaped. He never expected that after the 4th transformation of gun techniques, forming gun momentum would possess such immense power. Of course, Zhuge He's gun momentum had surely undergone many evolutions. The momentum formed by an ordinary person could not initially possess such strength. But Zhang Chen could also see that Zhuge He's move was merely a casual display, not a full display of his power. If he were to fully unleash his momentum, even the Catfish Demon King in the Great Radiation Zone might not be his match. At least under such momentum power, no matter how many catfish demons there were, Zhuge He could kill his way out. No wonder he could roam freely in the Great Radiation Zone, pursuing the Catfish Demon King and clearing obstacles for Ao Dagang and the City Lord's army. Teacher Zhuge has great skills, Zhang Chen praised sincerely. Zhuge He threw down the fishing rod and smiled. You have exceptional talent. At such a young age, you have managed to achieve 3 transformations in gun techniques. If you follow me and train diligently, I guarantee that before you turn 30, you will awaken the power of gun momentum and become a master of gun techniques. Zhang Chen was only 18 years old. His gun techniques had already undergone 3 transformations, but even so, in Zhuge He's eyes, achieving the 4th transformation to form the power of gun momentum might still take nearly 12 years. This shows how difficult it is to become a master in a field. As someone who has been through it, Zhuge He, in his youth, although he could not achieve 3 transformations in a skill at the age of 18 like Zhang Chen, he vaguely remembered that it took him a full 30 years from completing the 3rd transformation to forming the power of gun momentum and comprehending the deadly chain gun. He estimated that Zhang Chen's talent was above his own. With his wholehearted guidance, Zhang Chen should be able to comprehend the gun momentum within 10 years.
However, nothing is absolute, so to be safe, he extended the time by 2 years.
12 years? Zhang Chen was taken aback.
He couldn't help but glance at the data related to the complete level of the 13 styles of gun technique.
Entry, 2 of 300. To allow this skill to undergo another transformation, he would need over 1800 lying flat points.
Based on his current rate of gaining lying flat points, if he used all of them on this skill, as long as he continued to practice lying flat, he could probably achieve the 4th transformation of the gun technique and awaken the so-called power of gun momentum in just over a month. Even if his physical fitness was insufficient, he would need to enhance his physical condition first to awaken this power. According to the current progress, at most in 3 to 4 months, he could form the power of gun momentum and possess sufficient physical strength. In contrast, following Zhuge He for training would take nearly 12 years, and he would still have to work hard to achieve it.
Anyone who wasn't a fool should know what choice to make.
If you are more proactive and willing to focus on gun techniques, perhaps you could form the gun
momentum in less than 10 years, or even 8 years.
A gun technique master in their 20s is a rarity in the entire Jiangbei province, Zhuge He encouraged.
Ling Feng, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity.
Once you become a master of gun techniques, it means your entire identity and status will undergo
a tremendous change.
Especially as a young master of gun techniques, the creativity and benefits you will enjoy are beyond your current imagination, Wang Dashan
reminded. Thank you, Principal.
Thank you, Master Zhuge, Zhang Chen said with a grateful expression, then added apologetically, I've been free-spirited since childhood and don't aspire to become a master of gun techniques.
I can't endure high-intensity training, so I'm sorry, Master Zhuge.
Please see if there are any suitable candidates in Nanchang. I think Wu Feiyu and Teng Qingshan from our 9th high school are both quite good.
Zhang Chen, do you know what you are saying right now? Wang Dashan reprimanded.
He was Zhang Chen's principal, and because of Zhang Chen's rise, the training resources and living subsidies for all the teachers and students at 9th high school had improved. He could indulge Zhang Chen and persuade him earnestly. But Zhuge He was a true master of gun techniques, having created the deadly chain gun training method, and was included in the gun technique cultivation system.
No matter how high Zhang Chen's talent was, Zhuge He would never lower himself to beg Zhang Chen to join his school.
The only reason he was fishing together at Jiulong River was that Wang Dashan had persuaded him, which had significantly increased Zhuge He's tolerance. At this moment, in front of Yan Fei and the experts from the Hidden Kill department, refusing Zhuge He was a sign of contempt and insult. You should immediately bow and apologize to Master Zhuge and practice gun techniques with him properly from now on, Wang Dashan urged. Zhuge He's face turned red, his fists clenched, staring at Zhang Chen without speaking.
Zhang Chen felt a pressure, a
force emanating from the master of gun techniques, making his combat power of 80.4 and physical fitness of 11.5 seem pitifully weak in front of Zhuge He. It felt as if the other party could crush him with just a flick of a finger. But if he really joined Zhuge He's school and learned gun techniques from him, that was not the way to lie flat. How could he align with the lying flat fate, gain lying flat points, and form the gun momentum in a few months to become a so-called
master of gun techniques?
So he gritted his teeth and bowed, saying, I apologize for my ignorance, master.
Zhang Chen knew in his heart that Zhuge He meant
well. He genuinely wanted to pass on his skills to him and hoped he would inherit the legacy. If he joined Zhuge He's school, he would surely treat him as his own and wholeheartedly teach him to cultivate. He absolutely deserved a competent teacher. So, bowing respectfully to Zhuge He, Zhang Chen willingly explained his situation, hoping that Zhuge He would no longer force him and could soon forget him.
Bang! Zhuge He stomped on the stone steps, leaping to the riverbank without looking back.
To get Zhang Chen to join him, he could teach at the Starry Sky University, threaten Di Yang, and find ways to ensure Zhang Chen entered the university for training. He could even have Wang Dashan notify Zhang Chen overnight or come to the future city community to find him, or even fish together at the Jiulong River. But all of this was predicated on Zhang Chen joining him, following him to train diligently, and promoting the deadly chain gun. At this moment, after being continuously rejected by Zhang Chen, it would be a lie to say Zhuge He felt no anger. He hated Zhang Chen for being so unaware of his own limitations. He was angry at himself for compromising and lowering his status to seek out Zhang Chen, thus inflating Zhang Chen's arrogance.
Old Gu. Zhang Chen, you will regret this.
Old Gu, wait for me. At this moment, even Wang Dashan was filled with righteous indignation, feeling that Zhang Chen
was arrogant and dismissive of others.
It was one thing to perform a steel gun dance in front of him, but to dare reject Zhuge He, especially in front of Yan
Fei and the experts from the Hidden Kill department, was unacceptable. Wang Dashan regretted rushing to bring Zhuge He over.
Now, not only was it impossible to have Zhang Chen join Zhuge He, but they would also become enemies. How could Zhang Chen represent Nanchang and compete with martial arts students from over
50 cities in Jiangbei province in the upcoming college entrance examination and achieve good results? I'll take my leave. Zhang Chen had no words to defend himself. You came here to fish just to avoid training, is it really that simple? Yan Fei asked. Pretty much. Zhang Chen looked at Yan Fei's fishing rod and various equipment, unable to help but nod.
Fishing here could enhance his strength, while Yan Fei fishing here would only waste time. They were both doing this for their own good, he shouldn't drag them down.
Upon hearing this, Yan Fei's face twitched uncontrollably with anger. Unable to contain himself,
he smashed his fishing gear into pieces with a slap and threw it all into the Jiulong River. Like Zhuge Ho, he stomped on the stone steps and leaped to the
riverbank, leaving in a huff.
He never expected that one day he would be foolish enough to think of fishing as a shortcut to a breakthrough in cultivation.
He was a master of body tempering.
If people found out, his reputation would be ruined. The shadow upstream also disappeared under the cover of light, making it difficult for Zhang Chen to spot him. Every time he looked upstream, he only knew someone was sitting there but could never see the person's figure clearly.
I've
been fishing with him for so many days, the department shouldn't know, right? The shadow felt a bit worried.
If the department personnel found out, they would probably think he was an idiot.
Especially when looking at the red bucket, where he had just managed to catch a mutated loach, he was so angry that he smashed it to bits. Sigh, Principal Wang and Teacher Yen must be extremely disappointed in me right now, Zhang Chen said helplessly. He cast the fishing line again. You refused to join Zhuge Ho, choosing to lie flat in practice to the end, gaining 1831 points of lying flat value.
Suddenly, a line of text appeared before him. Zhang Chen was taken aback, rubbing his eyes in disbelief.
Since awakening the lying flat fate, he had always accumulated lying flat value gradually
over time.
But now, because he refused to join Zhuge Ho, he suddenly gained 1,831 points of lying flat value. This was a first in history.
He thought he was hallucinating. Could it be that Teacher Zhuge is extraordinary, giving me such a large feedback value? Could it be that every time I refuse a master's invitation, I can gain so much lying flat value?
Zhang Chen's thoughts raced. He remembered that Yan Fei was a renowned master of body refinement techniques.
If Yan Fei insisted on becoming his disciple and was determined to learn from him, would he be able to gain so many relaxation points all at once, even if he was unwilling?
Unfortunately, Yan Fei was not around, otherwise, Zhang Chen would really want to test the effects of rejecting Yan Fei.
Name, Zhang Chen. Occupation, law.
Manifestation Warrior. Relaxation points, 1852. Title Breathing Technique, Great Achievement, 31 out of 100, Perfect. 13 Styles of Gunplay, Beginner, 2 out of 300, Golden. Sand Body Refinement Technique, Great Achievement, 99/300, Physical Quality, 11.5789. Combat Power, 80.4688. Skills, All-Weather Breathing and Energy Absorption. Ability, Arm Strength Increase of 200 kilograms at any level, Speed Superior to others, All-Weather Body Refinement Ability, Mind as Calm as Water. Previously, due to insufficient physical quality, I overly relied on my gunplay skills, which made my combat power somewhat inflated. Now, having gained so many relaxation points at once, I can finally compensate for my physical quality deficiencies. I have already cultivated the Golden Sand Body Refinement Technique to great achievement. I wonder how much impact it will have on my physical quality after I elevate this technique to its peak and undergo transformation. Since my physical quality broke through 10.0, I have vaguely sensed that Teacher Yan's physique is extraordinary. He can be called a master of body refinement. And the techniques he practices cannot possibly be limited to just the Golden Sand Body Refinement Technique. Unless something unexpected happens, he must also be someone who has cultivated body refinement techniques to their utmost, undergoing multiple transformations. Only such individuals can be called masters in a certain field. However, according to the value changes of body refinement techniques, any transformation is far more difficult than mastering gunplay. I just wonder how many times Teacher Yan's body refinement technique has transformed to earn him the title of master. So far, as his student, I know he possesses combat power at the bone structure level, and he appears much younger than Teacher Zhuge and the others. Perhaps this is the advantage of body refinement techniques. If he knew that I had cultivated the Golden Sand Body Refinement Technique to the point of transformation, I wonder if he would be as eager as Teacher Zhuge to take me as his disciple. If that possibility truly exists, then if I refuse him at that time, would I be able to gain a generous reward of relaxation points like today? Zhang Chen muttered to himself. Gaining so many relaxation points at once left him so excited that he was at a loss for words. The shadow, who was keeping an eye on Zhang Chen's safety from a distance, felt that Zhang Chen's current demeanor was somewhat deranged, talking to himself and laughing foolishly as if he had found a treasure. His crazy appearance showed no signs of a gifted talent. He couldn't help but feel a sense of melancholy. Was protecting Zhang Chen really just a misunderstanding? Zhang Chen's combat power had surged during this phase, but it was merely consuming the residual brilliance of his talent. Once the power of his talent was exhausted, he would encounter a bottleneck, making it difficult to progress. Even if he practiced diligently, he might not be able to break through. Such individuals were not rare in the 7 major star systems alliance. There were always those who could inexplicably achieve breakthroughs, rapidly advancing their cultivation in a short period. But once they stopped, they would find it difficult to move forward, with no possibility of breakthroughs for the rest of their lives. There were such talented prodigies in the hidden kill department. The Shadow even felt that he was one of them. Since his combat power broke through to the bone structure level, he had consumed countless potions and undergone numerous gene modifications. Yet he still could not unlock the power of the bone structure. Although he was a strong bone structure warrior, he was not outstanding among them due to his failure to awaken his bone structure. If it weren't for the hidden kill department's emphasis on ambush victories and one-hit kills, he would have no way to contend with true bone structure warriors in a frontal charge. Thus, seeing Zhang Chen waste his talent in such a manner and refuse teacher Zhuge's guidance, he knew it was a very foolish act. Ultimately, Zhang Chen decided to first elevate the golden sand body refinement technique to perfection and undergo transformation. So, he added 552 relaxation points to the golden sand body refinement technique all at once. The panel information changed. Lying flat value, 1300 Jade Sand Body Tempering Method, Beginner, 53/300, Physical Quality, 15.3 Combat Power Value, 85.7. Zhang Chen was pleasantly surprised to discover that after the transformation of the Golden Sand Body Tempering Method, it had actually turned into the Jade Sand Body Tempering Method. At the same time, the moment his physical quality reached 15.3, he felt that every aspect of his strength and perception, from his eyes to his ears, was undergoing a change. He felt that even if a catfish demon bit into his body, even without the resistance of his, with a physical quality of 15.3, he could withstand the invasion of venom, at least buying himself some time for rescue. He wouldn't be taken down instantly. He was now almost completely immune to the pollutants in the large radiation zone, thanks to his physical quality of 15.3. Meanwhile, Zhang Chen felt the blood in his body making a rushing sound, like jade rolling, continuously, enhancing his physical quality with the help of the all-weather body tempering ability. It was evident that with the transformation of the golden sand body tempering method, under the influence of the all-weather body tempering ability, the speed of his physical quality evolution was gradually accelerating. Previously, he could improve by 0.03 every day, but now he could improve by about 0.08 daily. I can't let my physical quality hinder my skill growth and affect the power of my techniques. Moreover, to awaken thee, I need a sufficiently strong physical quality. Now that my combat power value has entered the realm of warriors, if I can't awaken thee due to insufficient physical quality, that would be a bit of a loss, Zhang Chen muttered to himself. After thinking it over, he decided to continue enhancing his physical quality. Thus, he raised the Jade Sand Body Tempering method to a small success in one go. Lying flat value, 452 Jade Sand Body Tempering method, small success, 1/300, physical quality, 23.7 combat power value, 105.1. With the transformation of the Golden Sand Body Tempering method into the Jade Sand Body Tempering method, every increase in value also enhanced the change in physical quality. The 848 lying flat value exchanged for 8.4. In physical quality allowed Zhang Chen's physical quality to directly break through 20.0, reaching 23.7. This also meant that his physical quality exceeded the critical point for awakening the. With the perfect realm of gun technique power, Zhang Chen was finally able to unleash it freely. His body could finally exert this power to the fullest, resulting in an astonishing change in his combat power value, which surprisingly broke through the 100 mark, reaching 105.1. It was evident how high the importance of physical quality was. Moreover, there were still 452 lying flat points remaining. Zhang Chen thought it over and decided to use them to enhance his gun technique power. Zhuge Hou had said that the first 3 transformations of skills were all for the accumulation towards the 4th transformation. When the gun technique underwent its 4th transformation, it would awaken the power of gun momentum, allowing one to become a master of gun techniques. Zhang Chen did not aspire to become the youngest master of gun techniques in Jiangbei province, but he hoped to awaken this power soon and have sufficient physical quality to unleash it. He was somewhat curious about what kind of physical quality would be needed to fully exert this power after awakening. Was it the muscle realm or the bone realm? Whether it was Lin Xieying, Zhuge Hou, or Yan Fei, they were all masters in their respective fields, and their realms were all in the bone realm. Their combat power values far exceeded what people could imagine. Zhang Chen couldn't help but recall the scene when Wang Dashan was ejected into the large radiation zone outside the outer ring city.
That moment lingered in his mind. At that time, he thought that such a capability could only be achieved with a physical quality exceeding 10.0 or 20.0. Now that his physical quality had reached 23.7, Zhang Chen felt that he still did not possess the strength of Wang Dashan. Thinking of Wang Dashan, who, as the principal of the 9th middle school in the outer ring city, could get along so harmoniously with Zhu Gaho, Zhang Chen suddenly realized that perhaps Wang Dashan's strength, even if not as strong as Zhu Gaho and the others, should not be too far off. Otherwise, how could he chase after the Catfish Demon King with Zhu Gaho and the others in the Great Radiation Zone? Zhang Chen hoped to become as powerful as Wang Dashan and the others soon, allowing his marksmanship to undergo its 4th transformation and become a master marksman. He then added 300 points of lying flat value to the 13 styles of perfect marksmanship. Lying flat value, 152. 13 styles of perfect marksmanship, proficient. 2/300, combat power value, 115.3. With his mastery over the realm of power reaching perfection, transitioning from beginner to proficient, Zhang Chen's combat power value also rose significantly, from 105.1 to 115.3. A physical quality of 23.7 was sufficient to support his explosive skill power. However, to be safe, he decided to unlock the physical manifestation early and become a qualified physical manifestation martial artist, using the remaining 152 points of lying flat value to enhance his physical quality, adding it to the Jade Sandbody refinement technique. Lying flat value, non-Jade Sandbody refinement technique. Minor success, 153/300, physical quality, 25.2. Combat power value, 118.7. As his physical quality increased again, Zhang Chen's combat power value also saw a slow rise, which meant that his current physical quality could support a stronger explosive skill power. In the time to come, any lying flat value he gained could be used to enhance his skill training. Physical quality, speed, strength, and even perception were all interconnected, and as his values broke through 25.0, Zhang Chen couldn't help but look in the direction of the shadow. Although he found nothing, he felt as if something was watching him. But when he turned to look, he found nothing again. Although the shadow hadn't activated its bone manifestation, its combat power value was between bone manifestations. Moreover, it practiced the concealment technique. If it weren't for the emotional agitation and Zhang Chen's feeling of frustration, causing a fluctuation in its aura, even if Zhang Chen's physical quality reached 60.0, the critical point for activating the muscle manifestation, it wouldn't have been able to detect the shadow, let alone his current strength. At this moment, the shadow was hiding, and Zhang Chen didn't even see a ghostly figure. He thought it was just an illusion caused by his body quality just breaking through and not yet adapting. This guy's eyes have become quite strange. The shadow was startled. As an assassin, when Zhang Chen turned to look at him, he instinctively felt that Zhang Chen sensed his presence and knew he was standing in the shade of the tree, which was why he looked in his direction. But the shadow was well aware of Zhang Chen's strength, so while he was shocked, he considered it a coincidence and didn't take it to heart. With his strength breakthrough, Old Su and Old Zhou were not around, and Zhang Chen felt joyful, thinking it was necessary to celebrate, so he packed up and left Jiulong River. He thought he should find a restaurant to celebrate properly. After becoming a martial artist of the law manifestation realm and receiving so many bonuses, he still hadn't used them all. Previously, my combat power value was only 80.3, and I never went for the physical manifestation martial artist test. Now that my combat power value has reached 118.7, even without activating the physical manifestation, I can still take the test and get that bonus. Zhang Chen thought to himself. With the upgrade in strength, he could enhance resource subsidies and receive related rewards, a rule jointly established by the 7 Major Star Systems Alliance, making him the best beneficiary. He decided to have a meal and then go for the test. So he sat down in a restaurant, placed his fishing gear and other equipment at the front desk, and ordered a table full of meat dishes for himself. Meanwhile, 3 people entered the restaurant, one after another, sitting separately and surrounding Zhang Chen in a fan shape. As his physical quality improved, Zhang Chen's perception became increasingly sensitive, and he instinctively sensed something was off, causing him to look at the 3 people. Not good. At the same time, the shadow responsible for protecting Zhang Chen's safety was drawn to a figure sitting in the corner near the window from another direction. Shi Pijian. As a member of the Hidden Kill department, he often undertook various assassination missions. Shi Pijian is a wanted criminal by the 7 Major Star Systems Alliance, and he has naturally received news reports about fleeing to Zhongbei province, heading towards the Great Radiation Zone. However, he never expected that Shi Pijian was hiding in the Inner Ring City and had not gone to the Great Radiation Zone, and that he would actually run into Zhang Chen. At the same time, Zhang Chen's wristband popped up a message. Run, wanted criminal Shi Pijian is behind you.
Upon seeing this message, Zhang Chen's body shook and he dared not look back. Instinctively, he wanted to get up and leave, but then he heard a voice behind him. "Don't move, or you'll die," Shi Pijian said casually while slurping noodles, his voice filled with a casual yet murderous intent. Shadow, who was stealthily trying to enter the restaurant, aimed to strike Shi Pijian with overwhelming force. As a killer with a combat power reaching the bone realm, Shadow's strength was unquestionable. Even if he had not yet awakened his bone form, as long as he acted first, he could easily take down Shi Pijian. The premise was to enter the restaurant and strike first. However, just as he was about to act, Shi Pijian's gaze turned towards him, making him feel like a hungry wolf ready to pounce. Shadow froze. As a master of stealth techniques, Shi Pijian had a combat power of only 120.0. Even if he had awakened his flesh form and his flesh had undergone evolution, making his perception sharp, it was impossible for him to detect Shadow. It should be noted that even Yan Fei, a powerful figure who had opened the bone realm, only realized something was wrong at the door of the sleeping chamber after receiving a notification from his wristband that the protection task had been cancelled, and then locked onto Shadow's figure through his perception. What merit did Shi Pijian have to instantly lock onto his figure? Reflecting on his earlier actions, Shadow realized the problem. He had been watching Zhang Chen enter the restaurant, following him while guarding against him, but had not guarded against others. Perhaps it was this way that Shi Pijian, who had been paying attention to the surroundings, noticed him. But this reasoning was a bit far-fetched. Shadow knew there must have been a flaw somewhere. Under Shi Pijian's gaze, he did not act rashly. Although his combat power far exceeded that of Shi Pijian, in a face-to-face confrontation, even without a sneak attack, he could kill Shi Pijian with a single move. But at that moment, Shi Pijian was sitting just 5 meters behind Zhang Chen. He was separated from Zhang Chen by 40 to 50 meters, with a specially made explosion-proof glass of the restaurant in between. Standing outside the restaurant, he could only see the situation inside through the explosion-proof glass. Shadow understood that even with his superb skills and terrifying physical qualities, and even a one-hit kill technique, in such an environment, he could not ensure that he could kill Shi Pijian while keeping Zhang Chen safe. So he quickly connected with the personnel from the Martial Hall through the stealth kill department. About a minute later, 3 Martial Hall personnel, positioned in a fan shape near the entrance of the restaurant, received the same message on their wristbands. The content was very simple. The young high school martial artist in front of Shi Pijian was a dazzling new star from Nanchang, a key protection target. Even if they allowed Shi Pijian to leave, they had to ensure the safety of the other party. In that instant, all 3 felt the pressure, because Shi Pijian was also looking at them, signaling that their whereabouts had been exposed. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the restaurant became extremely tense, and the restaurant staff sensed something was wrong and hurriedly left after serving the dishes. Slurp. Shi Pijian continued to slurp his noodles, pouring sauce over them, stirring and eating as if the dish in front of him was the best delicacy in the world. As a commander of the city guard, even if he was just a commander of a small area, he managed to escape from Jiangnan province all the way to Jiangbei province and arrived in Nanchang. If he did not possess extraordinary abilities, relying solely on his combat power in the flesh realm, on the day he was wanted, he wouldn't even have been able to leave Jiangnan province, let alone enter Jiangbei province and run to Nanchang. This was all thanks to his successful opening of the consciousness sea during his escape. Forming a mental force, with the assistance of mental power, he not only possessed strong perception and insight but also had his physical functions enhanced, making his combat power far exceed the so-called range of 112.0 to 120.0. He devoured resource subsidies solely to open the gateway to the Sea of Consciousness, forming mental power and becoming a mental power master, allowing him to leap from a minor leader of the city guard to the second in command, or even the top leader, in his field. Unfortunately, opening the gateway to the Sea of Consciousness required many precious resources, which were distributed by the 7 Major Star Systems Alliance to martial students who showed promise in becoming mental power masters. These martial students not only received various attention and care but also had mental power masters guiding their training. Each time they received their resource subsidies, the relevant departments would conduct thorough checks. Shi Pijian's act of devouring resources soon revealed traces, and he was caught red-handed. Considering he was a martial artist of the flesh realm and a leader of the city guard, the 7 Major Star Systems Alliance, after review, ultimately assigned him to the war zone for a 3-year campaign, stripping him of his position and power, giving him a chance to reform. However, during his service in the war zone, Shi Pijian discovered once again that he could not control his desire for resources that could assist in opening the Sea of Consciousness and forming mental power. Having learned a lesson, he resorted to manipulating his teammates, making them scapegoats. Unfortunately, under strict scrutiny, Shi Pijian once again exposed himself.
After 2 thefts of resource subsidies, specifically targeting those for mental power masters, Sherpiong knew what kind of punishment awaited him. He might have to spend 10 to 20 years in the war zone or even undertake the most dangerous missions to atone for his sins. He was unwilling and yearned to become a mental power master. Thus, he chose to betray, escaping the war zone, and preemptively killed several inspectors, fleeing towards Jiangbei province. He inadvertently learned that in the southern city of Jiangbei province, there was a catfish demon's lair, which contained a type of mental power crystal that could help him open the sea of consciousness, form mental power, and become a powerful mental power master. He understood that humanity's survival was precarious at this stage, and if he became a powerful mental power master, even if he made mistakes, the 7 major star systems alliance would likely turn a blind eye. To his delight, he unexpectedly opened the sea of consciousness during his escape, forming a weak mental power. As long as he found the mental power crystal in the catfish demon's lair and refined it, he could become a powerful mental power master. Relying on that thread of mental power, he had successfully evaded several dangers, making his way into Jiangbei province and arriving in the southern city. At this stage, the large radiation zone had just experienced a catfish demon storm, and the security was tight. He dared not act recklessly, especially since his whereabouts had already been exposed, and personnel from the Martial Hall were pursuing him to the southern city, conducting extensive searches in the outer ring. Thus, he entered the inner ring city, preparing to lie low for a while. When the time was right, he would enter the large radiation zone to search for the mental power crystal, allowing his mental power to undergo transformation. He knew that even if he opened the sea of consciousness and possessed weak mental power, becoming a mental power master without strong mental power would not be enough to gain the recognition and forgiveness of the 7 major star systems alliance. What he did not expect was that the Martial Hall personnel would find him so quickly and corner him in a tavern. Even more terrifying was that outside the tavern stood a figure that made his mental power tremble. It was none other than Shadow. In that instant, Sherpiong's mind raced. He realized he was trapped in an encirclement, and even if he could break through the Martial Hall personnel's blockade, he could not escape Shadow's grasp. So he began to buy time, racking his brain to devise a plan for escape. Zhang Chen's appearance just happened to give him hope. He could tell from Zhang Chen's outward appearance that he was a martial arts student, and having a martial arts student from the inner city in his hands was enough to make the personnel of the Martial Hall think twice. But that Shadow, for some reason, when he noticed the other party, he saw tension in their eyes and sensed their powerful aura fluctuations. Sherpijian felt a bit suspicious. Could it be that his actions had angered this person to the point where they wanted to kill him immediately? Because of the Shadow, he focused all his attention on it. As for Zhang Chen, he regarded him as a hostage. As a dignified martial artist at the flesh realm, awakened to spiritual power, a senior martial arts student from a place like South City, Sherpijian didn't need to take Zhang Chen seriously. Even looking at him once was an overreaction. Slurp. Zhang Chen ordered a noodle set. Sherpijian's voice, filled with murderous intent and threat, struck him like an electric shock, especially the identity information prompt on his wristband, which made him dare not act recklessly. However, at this moment, Zhang Chen also realized that the 3 people facing them, backed against the entrance of the tavern and forming a fan-shaped encirclement, were coming for Sherpijian. Sherpijian was planning how to escape, and Zhang Chen was doing the same. With a tense expression, he slurped his noodles to divert attention, hoping to make Sherpijian lower his guard. Images of the broadcast he had heard that day about Sherpijian's identity information flashed through his mind. He vaguely remembered that Sherpijian was a martial artist at the flesh realm, had awakened his fleshly form, and his combat power was between 112.0 and 120.0, with physical attributes between 29.0 and 31.0. His own combat power seemed to be on par with Sherpijian's, but his physical attributes were far inferior, which highlighted the gap between their realms. As a martial arts student, Zhang Chen had a clear understanding that Sherpijian had managed to escape from Jiangnan province to Jiangbei province, evading the relentless pursuit of the Martial Hall personnel, and had made it all the way to South City, which certainly indicated exceptional abilities. It was not as simple as it appeared on the surface. Such a ruthless character, even if his combat power exceeded Sherpijian's by a few points, was not something a single martial arts student could handle. So while slurping his noodles, Zhang Chen thought about how to escape later. He never considered helping the Martial Hall personnel capture Sherpijian or earning a reward for it. He only hoped to avoid causing trouble for the Martial Hall personnel and to escape unscathed. This thought aligned with his identity, strength, and fate. At this dangerous moment, Zhang Chen would not act recklessly. Of course, he wouldn't just sit and wait for death. He briefly observed the surroundings, images flashing in his mind. He understood that Sherpijian had called out
To him to take him as a hostage, only by making himself the other party's hostage could Sure PGN escape. Therefore, as long as he didn't push the other party into a corner, he shouldn't be in any life-threatening danger. Thus, if the other party attempted to take him hostage, he could use his perfected marksmanship to break free from the other party's grasp and create distance between them. The three Marshall Hall personnel nearby would then be able to quickly subdue Sure PGN. So the moment Sure PGN made a move would be the best time for him to escape. No matter what, Sure PGN would not think that he was a martial arts student with combat power reaching the flesh realm, close to 120.0. So the opportunity for escape was right in front of him. With this thought, Zhang Chen gradually calmed down. As long as he could withstand a wave of Sure PGN's attacks with his own strength, the Marshall Hall personnel would block all subsequent attacks for him, allowing him to withdraw. However, releasing the power of marksmanship required a qualified and suitable long gun. Being unarmed, even facing just one wave of attacks, could be life-threatening if he wasn't careful. After all, his combat power of 118.7 mainly came from his skills, and if he couldn't utilize a skill, relying solely on his physical attributes of 25.2 would make it very difficult to withstand a wave of Sure PGN's attacks. Zhang Chen wanted to survive and leave unscathed. Fortunately, the tavern was well-equipped, built strictly according to the safety standards set by the 7 major star systems alliance. The walls not only had fire extinguishers but also housed knives, guns, and staves. This was to prevent humans from being instantly devoured by alien invaders due to a lack of suitable weapons. Therefore, after the construction of public places like shopping malls and taverns, they were required by law to adopt corresponding weapons, placed in the most conspicuous locations, just like fire extinguishers. In the event of an alien invasion, humans could quickly enter a combat state to reduce casualties. Right next to Zhang Chen's table, there was a long spear hanging on the wall, easily within his reach. He had chosen to sit in this position instinctively, subconsciously seeking a safer spot for himself. This was a habit everyone in this world had followed since childhood. Of course, the position of the craftsman was also relatively safe, allowing for both offense and defense. He originally thought about escaping through the window. However, the appearance of the shadow forced him to change his plan. He could not confront the shadow head-on. Capturing Zhang Chen was a crucial step for him to survive. But relying solely on the life of a martial arts student to persuade the personnel of the Marshall Hall to let him go was not so easy. After much contemplation, the craftsman came up with a clumsy idea. The most valuable thing he had now was the faint mental power that had just awakened after opening his consciousness. See, if he could combine this ability with the life of a martial arts student, perhaps the 7 major star systems alliance would give him a chance to redeem himself. Of course, the premise was that he not only had to subdue Zhang Chen but also make the 3 Marshall Hall personnel feel the fluctuation of his mental power, especially the shadow. Only then would they have some reservations. Thus, the craftsman exerted all his strength to release his mental power, which pierced into the minds of the 3 Marshall Hall personnel like steel needles, and spread towards the shadow. At the same time, he quickly lunged for Zhang Chen. He dared not delay. He knew that the Marshall Hall had many powerful weapons that could instantly lock onto his figure and shoot him dead before he could react. So, although this process seemed to take a long time, in reality, from the moment he sensed danger and called out to Zhang Chen to the moment he acted, he had barely eaten a few bites of the noodles in the bowl. Similarly, Zhang Chen had just picked up his chopsticks and slurped a couple of mouthfuls of noodles. With his heart racing and fully focused, the moment the craftsman moved, he also quickly reached for the gun on the wall. With a swift motion, he drew the gun and aimed it at the craftsman's throat. Ah! The 3 Marshall Hall personnel screamed in agony. The mental power emanating from the craftsman pierced into their minds like 3 steel needles. To make the 7 major star systems alliance realize that he was a person of potential, capable of becoming a powerful mental power master to serve the alliance, the craftsman violently shook his consciousness, causing his already weak mental power to surge as if infused with flesh and blood strength. This unexpectedly injured the 3 Marshall Hall personnel. The shadow rushing towards the tavern also sensed an invisible special fluctuation heading towards him. As a powerful being with combat strength at the bone level, who had successfully awakened the 3 layers of the flesh and muscle law phase, even if the shadow stood still and allowed the craftsman's mental power to charge at him, he would remain unharmed. The craftsman's goal was merely to display his mental power to the shadow, making him wary enough not to kill him at first sight. He poured all his strength into it, wishing he could empty his sea of consciousness, letting all his mental power boil out at once, wanting the 7 Galactic Alliance to recognize his worth. For this, he felt a bit dizzy. Although he had successfully opened his sea of consciousness and awakened his mental power, he had little understanding of how to use it.
In fact, the reason he could open his sea of consciousness and form mental power was due to his excessive consumption of cultivation resources. If a true talent for mental power cultivation had absorbed those resources, they might have directly become a mental power master. Sure Pion did not know about these differences. He was still pleased with himself for being able to open his sea of consciousness and awaken his mental power, always feeling that the Seven Galactic Alliance had wronged him. If they had let him consume those cultivation resources earlier, perhaps he could have become a mental power master long ago. Whoosh! Zhang Chen's spear was as fast as lightning. Faced with a villain like Sure Pion, he had no reason to hold back, eager to unleash all his combat power in one go. The moment the spear covered Sure Pion, he noticed Sure Pion's gaze was vacant, his steps unsteady. Although he was charging towards Zhang Chen, the sudden sense of crisis dissipated without a trace. He did not understand why the other party had become like this, nor could he capture the mental power being released from Sure Pion's sea of consciousness. To make the personnel of the martial hall and a few shadows realize his importance, Sure Pion not only used his mental power beyond limits but also ignored Zhang Chen. A high school senior martial artist did not require him to ambush with mental power. Even if using mental power beyond limits affected his physical condition, causing his combat power to drop sharply in a short time, he was unafraid. From the moment Zhang Chen sat down, he had never cared about him. In Sure Pion's eyes, Zhang Chen's greatest value was merely to provide the Seven Galactic Alliance with a humane excuse to let him off the hook. Nothing more. However, when Zhang Chen's spear turned back to stab, Sure Pion's floating gaze suddenly snapped away, and he sensed a strong sense of crisis, as if a shadow stood before him. His mind quickly tilted to the left. Puff! The spearhead pierced through his neck, taking a chunk of flesh with it. The pain quickly brought him back to his senses, but using mental power beyond limits meant he could not manifest his combat power. Buzz! Zhang Chen's spear technique continued to thrust forward. The perfect realm of spear technique unleashed all at once upon Sure Pion. He had originally planned to block a wave of Sure Pion's attacks and then quickly retreat, leaving Sure Pion to the martial hall personnel. However, the first thrust had gained an advantage, nearly piercing Sure Pion's throat. At the same time, his spear had already covered Sure Pion. If he did not press the attack now and instead retreated, once Sure Pion's body adapted and blocked the dizziness, he would pounce on him like a prehistoric beast. At that time, he would be at a disadvantage and only flounder. As for the three martial hall personnel, Zhang Chen did not know why they were lagging behind him so much. The earlier screams had caught him off guard, but at this critical moment, he understood that the best response was to keep his spear technique covering Sure Pion, buying precious time for the three martial hall personnel. Whoosh whoosh. Thus, Sure Pion was horrified to find that the spear technique covering him, clearly the most ordinary basic 13 style spear technique, contained a perfect power in every move. Whether attacking or defending, it seemed impenetrable. Having cultivated the twin blade dragon slash to perfection and the sword technique 1. Read to great success, he now held a sword, facing Zhang Chen's nearly overwhelming spear shadows, and he continuously bumped into tables and chairs while retreating. Moreover, the spear shadows, in his incredulous gaze, broke through his sword defense and quickly stabbed into his shoulder, chest, and even his abdomen. In the brief moment of their encounter, not only had Zhang Chen nearly pierced his throat, but he had also been shot multiple times in critical areas such as his shoulder, chest, and abdomen. At that moment, he couldn't help but think that Zhang Chen was a member of the martial hall, disguised as a senior high school martial artist. But if he was indeed a member of the martial hall, why were his skills so ordinary yet advanced? His power is perfectly unified. This kid's marksmanship has undergone 3 transformations. Damn it! Sure Pion finally realized the problem. He noticed that Zhang Chen was targeting his wrist, trying to break his hands. This guy actually wanted to capture him alive. Ah! Sure Pion couldn't help but scream. Bang! Then, with all his strength, he smashed through the special explosion-proof glass window. This type of glass was sufficient to deal with an ordinary catfish demon king or a regular martial artist, but it was impossible to trap a physical realm martial artist. Moreover, Sure Pion had already activated his physical form. His physical quality was close to 31.0. Even an iron door could be broken through by him, let alone a piece of glass. As he sensed something was off, he witnessed the most unbelievable scene of his life. Zhang Chen, who had been in a dangerous situation and whose life was in jeopardy, not only noticed Sure Pion's movements but also took the initiative, shooting towards Sure Pion's throat. Immediately, utilizing the perfectly unified realm of his marksmanship, he enveloped Sure Pion with the shadow of his gun, forcing Sure Pion, who was preparing to attack and capture him, into a defensive state. He quickly seized the openings, firing several shots that struck Sure Pion's vital points. Sure Pion was actually forced to retreat step by step. Ultimately, he smashed through the special barrier and burst out of the tavern. At that moment, it seemed that Shi Pian would rather face him than provoke Zhang Chen. It was as if Zhang Chen's marksmanship could take his life directly, and if he fell into Shi Pian's hands, perhaps he would show him mercy due to the influence of his mental power. Boom! The sound of the special glass shattering caused quite a stir on the street. Many people were startled, thinking that an alien had invaded the inner city, only to see two human powerhouses fighting their way out of the tavern onto the street. A senior high school martial artist wielding a steel spear was chasing down a middle-aged man filled with malice and ferocity. The middle-aged man's swordsmanship was extraordinary, his speed as fast as lightning, yet under the continuous assault of the senior high school martial artist, he was flustered and unable to escape the impenetrable shadow of the spear, constantly being covered by the martial artist's marksmanship. Ah. Zhang Chen also managed to suppress his scream. The name Shi Pian felt like a death warrant. He couldn't understand why the opponent's combat power had suddenly diminished, leaving him dizzy and unsteady on his feet. He only knew that at that moment, either Shi Pian would fall or he would. As for what was happening with the three martial hall members, Zhang Chen had no time to think further. Poof! Thus, under the continuous eruption of marksmanship, Zhang Chen gained absolute advantage, and the wounds on Shi Pian's body multiplied rapidly, adding more than a dozen in the blink of an eye. His body was like a container filled with blood, bleeding profusely from countless wounds, with blood even shooting out in jets. Finally, the sword in Shi Pian's hand was knocked away by Zhang Chen, who then broke Shi Pian's hands and shot through his throat. The moment the spear was withdrawn, a blood arrow shot out from Shi Pian's throat, and he stared wide-eyed in disbelief at Zhang Chen, slowly collapsing in front of him. Until his death, he couldn't believe that he would die at the hands of a martial artist, killed by a boy he deemed to pose no threat whatsoever. The opponent's marksmanship, physical quality, speed, and strength all caught him off guard. From the moment they made contact, it seemed the outcome had already been predetermined. He seemed to have mistaken the greatest threat for the most inconspicuous presence. If it weren't for his excessive use of mental power, which burdened his body and caused dizziness and weakness in his legs, Zhang Chen would not have been able to kill him. He certainly would not have lost to Zhang Chen. However, now that it had come to this, Shi Pian lay outside the tavern, filled with resentment and unable to close his eyes in death. He had evaded layers of pursuit and had fought wits and courage against the personnel of the martial hall, never imagining that the final outcome would be death at the hands of a third-year martial arts student. Shi Pian. The three martial hall personnel, whose consciousness had been attacked and who were even more dizzy and weak than Shi Pian, finally regained their composure and rushed out through the broken window. When Shi Pian crashed through the special glass and ran into the street, he finally saw the scene before him. Zhang Chen, holding a silver spear, was chasing Shi Pian down the street. By the time they wanted to rush over to help, Shi Pian had already been pierced through the throat by Zhang Chen's spear and lay lifeless. What was going on with you just now? Why did it take you so long to come? I almost scared myself to death, do you know that? Zhang Chen was drenched in cold sweat. His confrontation with Shi Pian, though it lasted only a few moments, felt as long as a river, thrilling and intense. He had truly experienced a life and death test. If he had relaxed even a little during the process, Shi Pian could have regained his strength and successfully counterattacked. The reported combat power value of 112.0 to 120.0 was clearly incorrect. After successfully opening his sea of consciousness and gaining mental power, Shi Pian's flesh and bones seemed to undergo a transformation. His combat power had already reached around 130.0. Even if Zhang Chen had perfected his spear technique to a state of complete unity, he would still not be Shi Pian's match in a head-on charge. If Shi Pian unleashed his mental power on him, attacking his sea of consciousness, even if Zhang Chen's combat power exceeded Shi Pian's, he might not survive. Moreover, if Shi Pian hadn't pushed his mental power to the limit to draw the attention of the martial hall personnel, leaving no trace behind, then during their confrontation, if he had even a hint of mental power that could pierce into Zhang Chen's head like a steel needle, the situation would have turned in an instant. The one lying down would have been Zhang Chen. He awakened his mental power, and I was attacked by his mental power. What's your name? You killed Shi Pian, which is a great achievement. The 7 Major Star Systems Alliance will reward you with unexpected cultivation resources, Nya said. He was the team leader, having tracked Shi Pian from Jiangnan Province to Zhongbei Province. Initially, upon learning that Zhang Chen was a key protected target, the three were very nervous, while also curious about what qualifications Zhang Chen had to be a protected target, as he appeared quite ordinary. They even saw the fishing gear he had placed at the front desk. They had almost entered the tavern one after another. Zhang Chen's behavior seemed to them more like that of a lazy martial arts student growing up under the protection of his parents, without any great ambitions. Who would have thought he could withstand Shi Pijian's attack?
He even managed to counter-kill Shi Pijian, leaving the three, who had just regained their senses, dumbfounded.
My name is Zhang Chen, a martial arts student from the 9th middle school in the Outer Ring City.
Zhang Chen registered his identity information. Although he had already moved into the Inner Ring City, his school record was still at the 9th middle school, and since Wang Dashan had always wanted to enhance the cultivation resource subsidies for all teachers and students at the 9th middle school, Zhang Chen took the initiative to mention it.
Secure the scene. Today's incident is somewhat
special. For now, no one will leak your information or the situation here, so the rewards and resource subsidies will take some time to be in place, ranging from 1 or 2 days to 3 or 4 days, roughly like that.
Okay, thank you. Seal this place off.
Zhang Chen is a key protected target. The fact that he killed Shi Pijian must not be leaked easily. Erase all surveillance data and track and investigate all personnel nearby.
Hurry! Nye De had received information alerts and was aware of Zhang Chen's identity value.
Under the intervention of the Martial Hall, the incident of Zhang Chen killing the carpenter Shi was tightly
covered up.
For a while, very few people knew about it. Those who witnessed the events on the street were called over for questioning, and the recorded content
was mostly erased.
Zhang Chen and Nye De waved goodbye, carrying fishing gear and a fishing net pole as they headed towards Future City. His combat power is approaching 120.0, and his physical quality is around 25.0. How could he achieve this in such a short time? Could fishing really help with cultivation and allow
him to quickly enhance his strength? I must be going crazy. How could a person possibly improve their strength through fishing without any cultivation? But I followed him all day. Talent, it must be talent.
Some people, even without much cultivation, can rely solely on talent to grasp the essence of techniques and progress rapidly. Of course, we can't rule out that Zhang Chen's body has some special factors.
Perhaps it's his bloodline. That's even
more terrifying than potential, a power comparable to mental force. The shadow had been following Zhang Chen closely. When he saw Zhang Chen chase the carpenter Shi and force him to crash through the special glass, running out of the tavern, he was astonished and quickly concealed himself.
He then witnessed Zhang Chen pierce Shi's throat with a single shot.
The crisis was automatically resolved. At this moment, looking at Zhang Chen, who was leisurely walking towards the Future City community with his fishing gear, he pondered deeply and suspected that Zhang Chen might have awakened his bloodline power.
He couldn't help but report everything he saw to the relevant personnel in the hidden kill department.
After a while, Zhang Chen returned to the Future City community.
Under the
special handling of the Martial Hall personnel, everything that happened in the tavern seemed to have sunk into the sea, and Zhang Chen was not affected in the
slightest. He first finished dancing in the square within the community.
This activity had persisted until now. Aside from gaining some relaxation points daily,
Zhang Chen had yet to gain any abilities from square dancing.
But he would continue to stick with it. However, compared to the Shitsong community in the Outer Ring City, the Future City community had fewer people, and most were elite individuals, unlike the Shitsong community, where many injured or retired elders could
join him in dancing.
Usually, only 3 to 5 people could maintain the habit of dancing in the square, and Zhang Chen often had to start dancing by himself. After turning on the speaker, if a dance partner heard him, they would come over to join. Most of the time, he finished the square dance alone. The kind of formation with dozens or even hundreds of people like in the Shitsong community had never occurred here. Over time, the story of a martial arts student who loved to dance in the square all day and went fishing whenever he had the chance spread throughout the Future City community.
People often pointed and whispered about Zhang Chen.
When Zhang Chen finished dancing in the square and was heading back to Building 2, Room 605 with his fishing gear, a few older martial artists teaching their children on the balcony couldn't help but scold their kids, warning them not to go astray, spending all day fishing and dancing, forgetting about cultivation, bringing shame to humanity, and becoming a burden to the 7 Star Systems Alliance. Zhang Chen was unfazed. In a world where resources were scarce, and everyone was striving to become stronger, being laid back was inherently unusual. He had long grown accustomed to the gazes of those around him.
Director Liu, take care.
Oh, Xiaofeng is back. Comrade Xiao Zhang, remember what I just told you, don't forget.
Okay, I understand, Director Liu, take care.
Upon returning home, Zhang Chen saw that guests had arrived, consisting of the property management staff from the Future City community, led by Lu Jinxin, the property director. He was about the same age as Zhang Lei but often referred to Zhang Lei as Comrade Xiao Zhang. He had visited several times, each time trying to persuade Zhang Lei to stop dancing in the community courtyard, claiming it had a negative impact and could lead other martial arts students to become lax in their cultivation. Even if he achieved excellent results in the final exam, there were often complaints about him.
Ling Feng. After sending off Director Lu Zhonglei looked at Zhang Chen with a helpless expression. Second uncle, you don't need to say anything, I understand. Don't worry, tomorrow I will go to the testing room to participate in the physical warrior assessment, and then I will give you the physical warrior badge. Director Lu won't dare to trouble you again in the future. Zhang Chen said seriously. You became a physical warrior? Zhang Lei looked surprised. Brother, is it true? Zhang Qingqing rushed out of the room. During the winter break, she had been hiding at home, secretly cultivating, hoping that one day she could help the family. Sort of, you'll know after the assessment tomorrow. After saying that, Zhang Chen went back to his room to play games. Brother, is it true that fishing and dancing in the square can really enhance strength? Big brother wrote a plan and intends to submit it to Xingyao Group. It seems to be based on your situation. Zhang Qingqing shouted. How can you enhance your strength without cultivation? You didn't see me practicing regularly. Do you really think I can improve without training? There's no such easy thing in the world. Zhang Chen opened the door and poked his head out, speaking sternly. He could mislead anyone, but not Zhang Qingqing and Zhang Taisheng. Then how do you usually cultivate? Can you take me with you? Zhang Qingqing bit her lip. I can't take you. Zhang Chen slammed the door shut. The next day, after finishing his training at the Dharma Hall, Zhang Chen hurried to the testing room. Coincidentally, Chen Duling and Yi Chan were also there to undergo the physical warrior assessment. Their combat power had long surpassed 40.0 with the aid of potions and mental energy, but their physical fitness was not strong. They had always hoped to improve their physical quality through body tempering methods, ideally awakening their physical form as soon as possible. Unlike Zhang Chen, who came from a poor background, they had a superior upbringing and abundant resources, so they didn't care much about the so-called resource subsidies. They wanted to make a remarkable impact. Therefore, they had been diligently training. Heaven rewards the diligent, and Chen Duling and Yi Chen successively awakened their physical forms. They arrived at the testing room where Sally was, ready to take the physical warrior test together. When they saw Zhang Chen walking past the testing room door with fishing gear, both were momentarily stunned and couldn't help but look towards a serious figure standing nearby. Yan Fei glanced at Zhang Chen indifferently, sitting in the reception room, continuing to watch the news report. Zhang Chen's actions yesterday had greatly disappointed him, and he no longer held any hope for Zhang Chen. Even if Zhang Chen had exceptional talent, he didn't care at all. Someone who overly relied on talent and was oblivious to their own shortcomings, even a master of marksmanship could ignore them, was destined not to go far. As for why Zhang Chen came to the testing room, it was presumably to undergo an assessment. A few days ago, he defeated Qiu Kuei, and his combat power reached 80.3. After 2 days of settling, based on his talent, his combat power should stabilize above 80.0. Transitioning from a physical form warrior to a meat form warrior would not only grant him better cultivation resource subsidies but also a bonus that would allow Zhang Chen to splurge in the Star Realm game dimension. Given Zhang Chen's personality, he would naturally come to take the assessment as soon as his strength met the standard. Just thinking about the abundant cultivation resources and the huge bonus that Zhang Chen would squander made Yan Fei feel heartbroken. If only Chen Duling and Yi Chen had half of Zhang Chen's talent, with the corresponding resource subsidies and their hard work, they could completely surpass Zhang Chen and become the hope of South City together. Unfortunately, even though both had awakened their physical forms, their combat power was only around 60.0, still a significant gap from Zhang Chen. Teacher Yan. Student Chen. Student Yi. Student Zhang Chen. Suddenly, another person entered the testing room, and it was actually Qiu Kuei. After breaking through the lone wolf sword technique, her combat power had already reached nearly 80.0. After 2 days of consolidation, under Yan Fei's careful guidance and Lin Xieying's pointers, Qiu Kuei's combat power finally also reached 80.0. The four of them appeared in the testing room as if they had made an agreement. Zhang Chen was caught off guard when everyone encountered each other during the testing. Moreover, Yan Fei was also present. Chen Duling and Yi Chen had been diligently practicing the golden sand body refinement technique under his guidance to enhance their physical qualities and successfully awaken their physical manifestations. Therefore, the two invited Yan Fei to participate in their physical manifestation warrior test together. Yan Fei personally witnessed Chen Duling and Yi Chen, under his guidance, step-by-step mastering the golden sand body refinement technique to a proficient level. He had once asserted that once the two mastered the technique, they would successfully awaken their physical manifestations and become true physical manifestation warriors. Now that the two had made breakthroughs, he felt a deep sense of pride as their teacher and naturally did not refuse the invitation from his two students, but he was somewhat surprised to encounter Zhang Chen and Qiu Kuei during the testing. However, he was extremely disappointed in Zhang Chen at this moment. When Zhang Chen greeted him, he ignored it completely and merely nodded slightly at Xiaokuei. Hello, I am the person in charge here. My name is Yang Shouzheng. I'm sorry to inform everyone that our testing equipment is currently being upgraded. Today, only one device and one testing room are available for use. If you wish to undergo testing, you will have to line up one by one. Yang Shouzheng said as he appeared in the reception room with Sally and Lian Juanmiao. The three knew Zhang Chen and had interacted with him, knowing he was a key protected individual. After entering, they nodded at Zhang Chen and briefly explained the situation here. No rush, we'll go one by one, Yi Chen said. So, who will go first? Sally asked. I will. Yi Chen raised his hand and then looked at Zhang Chen and the others. No one had any objections. They all watched as Yi Chen was taken away by Sally and the others. Testing would take time. To obtain good data, Chen Dueling and Xiaokuei were both ready to go, seizing the rare opportunity to combine their breathing techniques with the golden sand body refinement technique to strive for greater strength. Zhang Chen, feeling bored, noticed that the reception room was piled high with books, but unfortunately, most of them were related to cultivation, which made his head ache just looking at them. He had originally wanted to take one to study carefully but had to retract his hand. Fortunately, he discovered a magazine in the corner about famous strong individuals from various places. Compared to reading about cultivation techniques, looking at the contents of these magazines was clearly a more enjoyable way to pass the time. He had initially wanted to be the first to undergo testing, finish early, and leave to go fishing. However, since Yi Chen was eager to go first, he naturally wouldn't compete with him over such trivial matters. He then took the magazine and casually flipped through it while sitting in the corner. Yan Fei glanced over and saw Zhang Chen heading towards the bookshelf. He thought Zhang Chen was going to check out cultivation techniques and study them well, secretly believing that Zhang Chen had made some improvements and might have realized that refusing Zhugeho last night was indeed his mistake. Unexpectedly, he was going to grab a magazine about famous strong individuals, filled with amusing anecdotes about related figures, which had no value for cultivation whatsoever. A dog can't change its habit of eating shit, he muttered to himself, no longer paying attention to Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen reclined in the chair. The magazine was thick, and he flipped through it casually, mainly looking at pictures of famous strong individuals, hardly reading the text. In fact, at this moment, he could enter the star realm through his wristband and play a game. But there would come a day when he would tire of gaming. When something becomes tedious, continuing to do it goes against the idea of lying flat. At this moment, Zhang Chen, half reclining in the chair, flipping through the magazine in his hand, felt it was the most comfortable way of life. Gradually, he took off his shoes, placed both feet on the long bench, one hand resting on his head, the other holding the magazine, his whole body sprawled out on the long bench, casually flipping through the magazine in his hand, looking back at Chen Dueling and Xiaokuei, who were sitting cross-legged on their chairs, practicing breathing exercises. Zhang Chen felt like a pile of rotten mud, so much so that Yan Fei could smell the stench. He swore that if he had known Zhang Chen would also be here for the test today, he would have preferred to stay in his room alone. But thinking about Zhang Chen's recent behavior, Yan Fei couldn't help but feel helpless. Zhang Chen had never been serious in front of him. Even in the Dharma Hall, he could sneakily read comics and novels, so expecting him to focus on cultivation while waiting for the test was utterly impossible. After a while, the reception room displayed a scene of Yi Chen in the testing room. Yan Fei, being Yi Chen's teacher and having been invited by him, could check Yi Chen's test results and the process of the examination. He could also view Zhang Chen's testing process, as he held the position of a dedicated Dharma Hall teacher. It was known that he stayed in South City at the behest of the 7 Major Star Systems Alliance, to wholeheartedly teach Zhang Chen. Although there had been instances where he couldn't access Zhang Chen's personal page while checking his data, the main reason was that he was using a private account. If he logged in through the 7 Major Star Systems Alliance's official website and entered his personal information, he would still be able to view Zhang Chen's data. However, Zhang Chen hadn't updated his data in the Star Realm for some time, so even if Yan Fei accessed Zhang Chen's information through the Alliance's permissions, the data would be 1 or 2 weeks outdated, not reflecting Zhang Chen's current status. In the reception room, Xiaokuei and Chen Dueling could also see the relevant testing content of Yi Chen due to Yan Fei's presence. Of course, they would also be able to see their own testing process later, as well as Zhang Chen's testing data. As long as Yan Fei was in the reception room, he could directly view it through the permissions of the 7 Major Star Systems Alliance, allowing Chen Dueling and Xiaokuei to feast their eyes on it. Whoosh! The equipment in the testing room first examined Yi Chen's twin blade dragon slash. He had already mastered this technique, and after experiencing setbacks during the final exam, he practiced it even more diligently. Additionally, Lu Qing had invited Lin Xieying to give
Yi Chen a few lessons, which accelerated his progress, allowing him to reach a perfect stage. This skill also earned him a very high combat power score. Next was the assessment of physical fitness. The first test was to see if he had activated his Dharma form. As expected, Yi Chen successfully activated it, with an astonishing power emanating from the surface of his skin. The blade scraped across, leaving only a white mark. Coming from a well-off family, he had access to various nutritional liquids and medicines. With the help of the medicine, the golden sand body refinement method, and Yan Fei's assistance, Yi Chen's physical fitness reached 8.1 after awakening his skin form, which was 1.9 points higher than Zhang Chen's initial score of 6.2. Ultimately, with his perfected twin blade Dragon Slash and an 8.1 physical fitness score, Yi Chen successfully passed the Dharma Warrior test, with his final combat power value displayed as 59.7. The twin blade Dragon Slash was not an ordinary technique, it was something that ordinary martial artists could not cultivate. It wasn't that the technique was restricted by the school, but rather that practicing it required abundant resources, such as guidance from a technique instructor and nutritional supplements. Only someone from Yi Chen's background could cultivate it and achieve certain results. It was worth noting that Shi Pijian, a young leader of the city guard, also practiced the twin blade Dragon Slash, demonstrating the immense combat power that could be achieved once this technique was mastered. At such a young age, Yi Chen was able to cultivate the twin blade Dragon Slash to a perfect beginner level, relying not only on talent and hard work but also on resources. Finally, Yi Chen returned to the reception room, satisfied with his combat power value of 59.7. Clap. Clap. Yan Fei knew that this achievement was not easy. He stood up to applaud Yi Chen, and Chen Duling and Shou Kuei quickly followed suit. Zhang Chen lay in the corner, completely uninterested in Yi Chen's testing process. But upon hearing the applause, as a classmate and a fellow practitioner in the Dharma Hall, he felt it was inappropriate not to join in. He reluctantly put down his magazine, stood up, and clapped for Yi Chen. Thank you. Yi Chen cupped his hands in gratitude. Noticing Zhang Chen's unwilling expression, he secretly snorted. He used to feel hopeless about surpassing Zhang Chen, and his heart was filled with frustration and resentment. Now that he had successfully awakened his skin aspect, he realized just how powerful the Dharma aspect was and how many possibilities it held. As long as he worked hard to cultivate and pushed his skin aspect to the extreme, his physical quality would surely reach 20.0. Even if he couldn't surpass Zhang Chen in the skin aspect stage, once he awakened his flesh aspect, he could easily leave Zhang Chen far behind. Moreover, this guy was lazy and half-hearted in his training. It was impossible for him to rely solely on talent to stay ahead of both him and Chen Duling for a lifetime. Yi Chen, regaining his confidence, made a gentlemanly gesture to Chen Duling, inviting her to go ahead. Chen Duling smiled and nodded, immediately walking towards the testing room with Sally. Yi Chen then sat down next to Yan Fei, carefully asking him about the areas he could improve during the testing process, hoping Yan Fei would generously offer his advice. He even took out a notebook, leaned in closer to Yan Fei, and adopted an attentive posture, showing that he understood social nuances. Yan Fei could see through Yi Chen's little tricks, but at that moment, these tricks were very useful to him, making him feel the respect and recognition he couldn't get from Zhang Chen. So he pointed out the issues Yi Chen encountered during the testing one by one. Yi Chen's expression brightened, and he wrote down every word eagerly. Even Shou Kuei perked up her ears to listen intently. No matter what, Yan Fei was a master of body refinement, an existence that had always been unattainable for martial arts students like them. Even Shou Kuei, as Lin Xieying's disciple, did not dare to neglect Yan Fei. Every time she saw him, she was respectful and did her best to fulfill his instructions. After a while, the testing results for Chen Duling appeared in the reception room. Chen Duling practiced the Changchun sword technique and the double butterfly sword. The Changchun sword technique was taught by a teacher and practiced with many classmates, while the double butterfly sword was a skill that Huang Ling had paid a high price for, allowing Chen Duling to enter the martial arts class for training. Therefore, in terms of skills, Chen Duling's score was also impressive. About half an hour later, the testing results for Chen Duling were presented to everyone. Combat power value 60.7, physical quality 8.5, observable cloud-like energy appearing in the mind, suspected to be in the awakening stage of the sea of consciousness. When the combat power value of 60.7 and the physical quality of 8.5 appeared before everyone, apart from Yi Chen feeling a bit dejected, Zhang Chen and Shou Kuei remained calm, while Yan Fei was pleased for Chen Duling. When the latter statement appeared before everyone, the smiling Yan Fei instantly stood up from his chair, unable to control himself as he walked to the light screen. Meanwhile, Yang Shoujiang and Lian Juanmiao in the testing room were ecstatic, quickly reporting Chen Duling's results to their superiors. Is she going to become a mental power master? Shou Kuei exclaimed in disbelief. Why does luck always favor others?
Yi Chen felt dejected and unwilling. He had worked just as hard as Chen Duling, their family backgrounds were similar, and he even had it better because both of his parents were pharmacists. Chen Duling's father was just an engineer, while her mother, Huang Ling, was the mental power master. Mental power master. The scene of yesterday's battle with the skin craftsman involuntarily flashed in Zhang Chen's mind. He had already learned that the reason the 3 members of the martial hall had been delayed for so long was due to the mental power attack from the skin craftsman. Mental power can not only be used to detect whether one has awakened their potential or to purify the body, allowing for the evolution of both the physical form and the very essence, but it can also be used for attack. The practitioner, however, has only awakened a faint mental power, yet under extreme conditions, it can still inflict serious injuries on the personnel of the martial hall. In combat, if one encounters a mental power user who suddenly disregards everything to unleash their mental force and assaults their brain, what kind of manifestation would be needed to withstand it? Or rather, can mental power even be resisted by any manifestation? In any case, mental power is a terrifying existence, not only possessing a high status and enjoying enviable resources, but also contributing greatly to humanity. It is a privileged and respected group. Now, seeing Chen Duling, who is expected to become a mental power user, Zhang Chen would be lying if he said he wasn't envious. However, under the calming influence of his mind, he felt relatively peaceful and did not experience jealousy or resentment, nor did he feel precarious as negative emotions arose. Ms. Huang is one of the few mental power users in South City, so it is only natural for her daughter to become a mental power user as well, Yan Fei remarked after regaining his composure. He understood that Chen Duling's potential to become a mental power user was closely related to Huang Ling's usual guidance and the repeated mental power purifications she underwent. Of course, Chen Duling also needed to possess certain talents and potential to become a mental power user. This was related to her family background, as well as her own efforts and dedication. In any case, Yan Fei felt happy for Chen Duling's prospects of becoming a mental power user. Teacher Yan, if Chen Duling successfully opens her sea of consciousness and becomes a mental power user, how much will her combat power exceed ours? Yi Chen asked. At this moment, he felt that the pressure Chen Duling exerted on him was much greater than that of Zhang Chen. That depends on what level Chen Duling can cultivate her mental power to, but regardless of the level, as long as she masters the methods of using mental power and gains knowledge in that area, her combat power will soar. You might think that the 8th level of manifestation is the strongest power within the human body, but in reality, the power within the sea of consciousness is the strongest. Of course, when all manifestations awaken and undergo a series of transformations, that would be another matter, but that is still very far from you and me, Yan Fei explained. Zhang Chen nodded in deep agreement. The peak combat power of the practitioner was only between 120.0 and 130.0, but the damage inflicted by that mental power far exceeded this figure. Zhang Chen could clearly sense that the combat power of those 3 martial hall personnel was not weaker than that of the practitioner, demonstrating the immense destructive capability of mental power. However, from Yan Fei's words, Zhang Chen could vaguely discern that mental power seemed not to be included in the combat power calculation system, or rather, it had a special calculation method. How to measure the changes in combat power caused by mental power seemed to exceed their understanding. Teacher Yan. Students. Chen Duling walked out of the testing room with a smile and a confident expression, approaching the group. Make sure to rest well, Yan Fei said with a smile, knowing that from today onward, Chen Duling's fate would undergo a tremendous change. Teacher Yan, I'm going for the test now, Xiao Kuei said after congratulating Chen Duling, heading towards the testing room. One Zhang Chen had already made her feel pressured, as she sensed that this year's senior martial arts students had an anomaly, and now another. Chen Duling had appeared. The fact that she would become a mental power user was unexpected. Once she successfully opened her sea of consciousness and awakened her mental power, no matter how powerful the lone wolf blade technique was, she would not be able to withstand the opponent's mental power attack unless her blade technique was faster than the opponent's mental power attack. Originally proud of her combat power value exceeding 80.0, Shokue now felt a bit disdainful. Student Chen, we have reported your situation to the relevant personnel of the Divine Sect. They will be here soon to contact you. During this time, you must stay here and not wander around, as we do not yet have enough strength to ensure your safety, Yang Shoujing said earnestly and respectfully. Thank you all, Chen Duling replied with a grateful expression. The Divine Sect has cultivation methods to open the sea of consciousness. It seems we won't be able to see you in the Dharma Hall anymore, Yan Fei sighed. The sea of consciousness appeared in Chen Duling's mind. Once successfully opened, she could become a mental power master. Any mental power master is a national treasure.
The Divine Sect, as a department nurturing mental power masters under the 7-Star System Alliance, would immediately take in anyone who showed signs of having a sea of consciousness, nurturing them until they became a mental power master. Serving the 7-Star System Alliance, the Divine Sect, and contributing to humanity, among other things.
I can't be on site, but I can enter the star
realm and study in Teacher Yan's Dharma Hall, Chen Dueling smiled.
Yes, awakening mental power is more important than opening the Dharma form. When mental power
becomes strong enough, it can nourish every inch of the physical body, making it easier to open higher-level Dharma forms in the future.
The courses in the
Dharma Hall are no longer crucial for you, you just need to focus on cultivating the Golden Sand Body Refinement Method.
Perhaps one day, you can use your mental
power to assist in transforming this body refinement method, turning the Golden Sand Body Refinement Method into the Jade Sand Body Refinement Method, Yan
Fei said seriously.
I will never forget Teacher Yan's teachings, nor will I forget to practice the Golden Sand Body Refinement Method.
If possible, I will
definitely cultivate the Golden Sand Body Refinement Method to transformation to repay Teacher Yan, Chen Dueling said, her eyes a bit misty. Her mother was a mental power master, and having been influenced since childhood, she understood that once she entered the Divine Sect, she would be isolated from the world until she became a mental power master. Under the guidance and protection of the Divine Sect, she would practice day and night to open the sea of consciousness in the shortest time possible, becoming a mental power master and continuously strengthening her mental power. During this time, she would feel very lonely, but once successful, she would also gain supreme honor.
Alright, teacher will wait for that day, Yan Fei said, moved. This trip to Nanchang finally brought Chen Dueling some comfort.
He hadn't expected that among his students, there would be a mental power master, giving him something to boast about when he returned.
Teacher Yan, as a body refinement master, how many transformations has the body refinement method you practiced gone through? Zhang Chen couldn't help but ask.
When it came to the Jade Sand Body Refinement Method, the reception room was quite small.
Yan Fei and Chen Dueling's conversation was hard for Zhang Chen to ignore.
The Divine Sect, opening the sea of consciousness, awakening mental power, Jade Sand Body Refinement Method, and a series of related cultivation terms
involuntarily entered Zhang Chen's mind.
He had already learned that when the gun technique underwent its 4th transformation and successfully awakened the gun momentum, he could become a gun technique master.
However, how many transformations the body refinement method needed to undergo to deserve the title of master was something he did not know. Why are you asking these questions? Do you want to cultivate the Golden Sand Body Refinement Method to transformation? Don't think that just because you have some talent, you can act recklessly. I've tolerated you for a long time.
Let me be clear, no matter how high your talent is, with your current attitude towards cultivation, you will never be able to cultivate the Golden Sand Body Refinement Method to transformation in your lifetime.
Do you think the transformation of the body refinement method is as simple as the transformation of gun techniques? Skill transformation can be understood
through talent, but body refinement transformation can only be achieved through years of diligent practice.
Do you understand?
Thinking of Zhang Chen's actions, Yan Fei was filled with anger, and upon learning that Chen Dueling was about to leave the Dharma Hall to cultivate in the Divine Sect, his heart was even more chaotic. He felt happy for Chen Dueling, but also a sense of loss for himself as he would be losing such an outstanding student. I just wanted to ask later. Please don't be angry, Zhang Chen smiled and moved a bit further away from Yan Fei. As someone who always sought to take it easy, he wouldn't argue with Yan Fei over this matter. Since the other party was unwilling to answer, then so be it.
Teacher Yan, I want to know, how many transformations has your body refining method undergone to be called a master? Chen Dueling asked on behalf of Zhang Chen. She was also filled with curiosity. Twice, Yan Fei said with a beaming
smile, explaining, before the transformation of the Golden Sand Body Refining Method, one could only refine the whole body through the sensation of qi. After the first transformation, when it became the Jade Sand Body Refining Method, one could mobilize the qi and blood throughout the body, continuously refining it, allowing the physical body to undergo comprehensive evolution, thus more easily unlocking the 3 layers of physical manifestations: flesh, tendons, and even bones. When the body refining method undergoes the second transformation, becoming the Blood Sand Body Refining Method, each operation not only drives the qi and blood throughout the body but also invokes the root bones and even the power of the manifestations, refining the body together.
This allows the
manifestations to continuously evolve, making it easier to unlock the next layer of manifestations, causing every cell and even the blood and bones to undergo evolution again. Some exceptionally gifted individuals can awaken their bloodline powers through the strength of the Blood Sand Body Refining Method. This power
is as rare and formidable as mental force, something that can be encountered but not sought. Bloodline power?
I didn't expect the Golden Sand Body Refining Method to have such great power.
Chen Dueling and Yi Chen were both dumbfounded, and Zhang Chen looked equally surprised. The Golden Sand Body Refining Method is included in the body refining cultivation system. If it weren't powerful enough, how could it catch the eye of the 7 major star systems alliance? Yan Fei said proudly. Then why doesn't the 7 major star systems alliance divide the body refining method into 3 parts, organizing the Golden Sand Body Refining Method, the Jade Sand Body Refining Method, and even the Blood Sand Body Refining Method into cultivation textbooks, allowing those who cannot refine the body method to the point of transformation to practice directly? Zhang Chen couldn't help but ask. Yi Chen and Chen Dueling also found this reasonable and looked at Yan Fei. Considering Chen Dueling's face and the rare attention Zhang Chen was giving, Yan Fei didn't put Zhang Chen down and patiently explained. Whether it's the transformation of skills, techniques, or the evolution of powers in other fields, it all stems from oneself refining a certain power to its peak, resulting in transformation. The body possesses countless treasures, vast as the universe, and every transformation of power is closely related to one's own dojo. When the most basic power cannot be mastered, attempting to grasp higher-level powers will only backfire, even leading to madness. Upon hearing this, the 3 of them chewed on the words thoughtfully. Zhang Chen pondered. It wasn't hard to hear that although the cultivation methods were the same, the differences in physical strength or quality led to varying powers after transformation. At the same time, without sufficient physical quality and foundational strength, directly cultivating higher-level powers could burden the body, leading to adverse effects. Thus, there are distinctions in skills. It's not that holding a miraculous skill cultivation method and practicing diligently will make one invincible. Rather, one must start from the most basic skills and progress step by step. It's like learning. One must first grasp the foundational logical information, gradually accumulate knowledge, and only then can one gain insights and master techniques when encountering more advanced information. Therefore, even if the Jade Sand Body Refining Method or the Blood Sand Body Refining Method, or even more advanced body refining methods were organized, not everyone could practice them directly. A solid foundation must be laid, and one must strengthen step by step before advancing to higher level methods. The same applies to body refining methods as it does to skills. That's why there are basic, intermediate, and advanced gun techniques, each level containing various intricate styles like the Flying Leaf Lotus gun, the Life-Taking Chain gun, the Shin Ming gun technique, the Taihang gun technique, and so on. The transformation advantage of skills and techniques lies in their ability to resonate more easily and at a higher level with the body, making it relatively easier to grasp their essence. Your marksmanship has undergone 3 transformations, with power perfectly unified. If you were to become a disciple of Master Zhuge, his deadly chain gun technique would not only be the most suitable for your training, but you would also be able to grasp its essence the earliest and promote this gun technique. It's a pity, however, that you are overly ambitious and short-sighted, actually rejecting his kind offer to take you as a disciple. Zhang Chen, you have missed the greatest opportunity of your life. Reflecting on yesterday's events, Yan Fei couldn't help but vent his frustrations, ultimately lamenting and scolding Zhang Chen. What? Master Zhuge wanted to take you as a disciple? You turned him down? Upon hearing this, Chen Dueling and Yi Chen were both dumbfounded, looking at Zhang Chen in disbelief. It was clear they thought Zhang Chen's actions were beyond their reasonable understanding. Yi Chen didn't know whether to laugh or breathe a sigh of relief. With Zhang Chen's intelligence, no matter how high his talent, he would eventually be left far behind. Ding dong! At that moment, a detection screen popped up in the reception room, showing the status of Xiao Kuei. Everyone couldn't help but look over. Zhang Chen let out a quiet sigh of relief. Yan Fei didn't know his situation, and no matter how much he explained, it would only lead to remarks about this child being of little use. Xiao Kuei, through skill enhancement and the arduous practice of the Golden Sand Body Refinement Method, finally stabilized her combat power at over 80.0. In just half an hour, her detection data finally appeared before everyone. Combat power, 81.2. Physical quality, 18.8, mastery of the Lone Wolf Blade technique, proficient in the Golden Sand Body Refinement Method, minor accomplishment in the day and night. Breathing technique, unlike Yi Chen and Chen Dueling, Xiao Kuei's detection results not only reflected combat power and physical quality but also revealed the levels of her skills, body refinement method, and breathing technique. Zhang Chen realized this time that the higher the level of the martial artist, the more detailed the detection. This is to avoid errors in detection or someone taking advantage of the situation, as great strength means higher level resource support and related rewards, which also entails various responsibilities. In the end, Xiao Kuei successfully became a powerful physical manifestation realm martial artist. With a physical quality close to 19.0, she would, with the assistance of Yan Fei and the Golden Sand Body Refinement Method, reach the point of unlocking her physical manifestation and successfully awaken it, becoming a true physical manifestation realm martial artist in the near future. Clap! Clap! When she walked into the reception room, everyone applauded to welcome her. They all congratulated her. "Thank you, Teacher Yen." Xiaokui bowed in gratitude to Yen Fei. She was well aware that the changes in her physical quality during this time would have been impossible without Yen Fei's guidance, the golden sandbody. Refinement method had allowed her to find a new way of refining. Zhang Chen, sensing the atmosphere, quickly left. He noticed the battle intent in Xiaokui's eyes. It was clear she wanted to have a fierce duel with him. But he had no interest in that. He hadn't expected so many people to show up for a single test. Had he known, he wouldn't have come in. However, today's explanations from Yen Fei regarding the transformation theory of body refinement and the explanations about mental power had indeed benefited him greatly. He just didn't know if he could become a mental power master like Chen Dueling in the future. If he could attend the mental power master's classes and joke around during the lessons, would he gain corresponding strength after a while? For a moment, Zhang Chen had a bold idea. After becoming a physical manifestation realm martial artist, could he use his prize money to hire a mental power master as a personal tutor and then just lie down in his class? Upon careful consideration, the logic seemed a bit flawed. But he couldn't dwell on it for long. He was soon led by Sally into the testing room. The testing for physical manifestation realm martial artists is more detailed than that for skin manifestation realm martial artists. It not only includes skills and physical quality but also tests the foundations of breathing techniques and body refinement methods. Although they felt displeased and resentful towards Zhang Chen, when he walked into the testing room, Yen Fei's gaze uncontrollably shifted to the light screen in the reception area. Similarly, Chen Dueling, Yi Chen, and Xiaokui were the same. The more they understood Zhang Chen's attitude towards cultivation, the more they wanted to know about his progress. Deep down, they couldn't help but wonder if one day Zhang Chen would stagnate in his cultivation due to his attitude or encounter a bottleneck, allowing them to gradually surpass him. This was not a matter of narrow-mindedness, but rather that Zhang Chen's efforts, in their perception, simply did not match his gains. "Please initiate the breathing technique," came the voice from the testing equipment in the room. Zhang Chen felt a sense of urgency and immediately began practicing the tidal breathing technique. He had hardly ever practiced this technique, but under the influence of his all-weather breathing ability, the values of this breathing technique had been steadily increasing. After this period of accumulation, the value of the tidal breathing technique had reached a major achievement, 38 out of 100. This was a fundamental breathing technique. Generally, after establishing a foundation with it, one would practice the day-night breathing technique. Many martial arts students began to switch to the day-night breathing technique when they entered university, while a few outstanding students could transition to it when they entered elite classes. But without exception, a solid foundation had to be laid first. Zhang Chen had long established a strong foundation in breathing techniques. Meanwhile, at number 9 high school, Hong Lisan and Wang Dashan had attempted to teach Zhang Chen the day-night breathing technique, but due to Zhang Chen's playful interruptions, he had never managed to practice it, and it had never even been recorded on his panel. Fortunately, with the support of his all-weather breathing ability, this breathing technique had now reached a major achievement level. This level was quite exceptional among all third-year martial arts students, but it was somewhat surprising to see such data from Zhang Chen. The fundamental breathing technique was meant to lay a foundation, not necessarily to be cultivated to perfection. Generally, having a proficient level was sufficient to practice the day-night breathing technique. However, during the test, Zhang Chen was using the tidal breathing technique. After the breathing technique test came the skill assessment. A silver long spear appeared in Zhang Chen's hand. The instruments in the testing room began to shoot steel balls at him. Buzz! Zhang Chen wielded the spear. His mastery of the 13 forms of spear technique had reached a proficient level, 2 of 300, and his control over the realm of perfect strength had transformed from beginner to proficient. His attacks and defenses were not only flawless but also appeared effortless and simple, as if he were strolling leisurely, blocking all the steel balls in front of him. The shadows of the spear converged into a tangible light screen, placing Zhang Chen's body in a safe domain. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The speed of the steel balls being shot increased. Zhang Chen's spear technique also accelerated, showing a trend of becoming increasingly stable. It was as if, with each thrust of the spear, he anticipated the position of the steel balls, stopping the spear in that spot and allowing the balls to collide with it. This seemingly prophetic mastery of the spear technique left Yen Fei, Chen Dueling, and even Xiaokui and Yi Chen in the reception area utterly astonished. "This guy's skills have broken through again," Yen Fei exclaimed in surprise. He knew that Zhang Chen's breakthrough in skill was due to his enhanced mastery of the realm of perfect strength, as if he and the spear had achieved resonance, transforming towards the stage of a spear master. He could hardly believe that Zhang Chen, without much cultivation, could improve his spear skills so rapidly. This speed of advancement was comparable to that of entering the tutelage of a spear master, perhaps even faster. Was this why Zhang Chen had rejected Zhuge He, believing that following Zhuge He to cultivate would not yield as much progress as cultivating on his own? Yan Fei couldn't help but slap his own head, feeling that this thought was somewhat absurd. How could it be possible for someone to progress in their training faster than under the guidance of a master marksman? But what was happening right now? Bang! However, compared to the unbelievable Yan Fei, Zhou Kuei beside him couldn't help but sit down in her chair. Once full of confidence, upon seeing Zhang Chen's shooting skills that could almost predict the enemy's attack positions, she felt a wave of despair. She suddenly realized that even if she perfected the lone wolf blade technique, she would never be a match for Zhang Chen. Even if Zhang Chen stopped training now and waited for her to master the lone wolf blade technique, at that time, with just his shooting skills, he could break through her blade technique and leave her unable to defend herself. The realm of perfect power meant that both attack and defense could reach an impeccable level. Now that Zhang Chen's skills had broken through, it was as if he could predict the enemy's attack direction, and the steel balls shooting towards him would be blocked like a torrential rain, naturally allowing him to anticipate his own blade techniques. At the very least, Zhou Kuei knew that even if her blade technique broke through and she perfected the lone wolf blade technique, her attack speed could not compare to the speed of the detection instruments firing. Moreover, the attack values on the detection instrument were continuously rising. Starting from 80.0, it climbed to 90.0, then to 95.0, followed by 100.0, and then it changed to 105.0. That attack value was equivalent to combat power. It meant that a master with a combat power of 105.0 could not break through Zhang Chen's shooting defense. And even at this moment, Zhang Chen's shooting was still effortless, the gun shadow steady and fast, easily blocking the attacks in front of him. As a result, the attack value on the detection instrument continued to rise, from 105.0 to 106.0, slowly increasing one value at a time. Each increase felt like a wall pressing down on her, making her feel suffocated and desperate. Even she felt this way. Yi Chen and Chen dueling needed no further words. When they saw the attack value on the detection instrument start to rise from 85.0, their expressions became very serious, feeling as if their throats were being choked. They hoped that the attack value on the detection instrument could be paused, but as Zhang Chen's shooting gradually accelerated, the attack value kept climbing. It quickly surpassed 90.0. In that moment, Yi Chen felt as if his heart had shattered. Then it was 95.0, and Chen Dueling suddenly felt that even if she awakened her mental power now, she would not be Zhang Chen's opponent. When the value reached 100.0, Zhou Kuei already felt weak all over. When the value reached 110.0, even Yan Fei was pacing back and forth, pondering what he had done wrong earlier, realizing he shouldn't have yelled at Zhang Chen. Given Zhang Chen's current rate of skill improvement, his refusal to join Zhuge He's faction didn't seem unreasonable. In fact, if Zhuge He were to witness this, he would have to carefully consider whether he was qualified. However, what he couldn't accept was that when the attack value reached 110.0, Zhang Chen's shooting rhythm remained undisturbed. All the steel balls shot out were blocked by Zhang Chen. He could always use incredible speed and angles, even with the most ordinary moves, to block all the steel balls. Thus, the attack value on the detection instrument continued to rise. Starting from 110.0, it climbed to 120.0, one value at a time. Ah, Zhang Chen. In the end, even the detection staff, Sally, couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. The last time Zhang Chen came here for the martial artist test, the three of them personally received him, and at that time, the test results showed that Zhang Chen's combat power was only around 46.0. Unexpectedly, less than a month after the final exam, the value had more than doubled. As witnesses, whether it was Sally, Lian Juanmiao, or Yang Shouzheng, they couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Initially, the three were delighted by the emergence of a psychic seed in the testing room. They quietly discussed Chen Dueling's future and the rewards they were about to receive, but unexpectedly, an even more outrageous martial arts student appeared. A senior in high school who hadn't even graduated yet, with a combat power value of 120.0. At that moment, not only them, but even Chen Dueling felt breathless, as if she had forgotten about the awakening of her psychic powers. Even Yi Chen was stunned, as if every shot fired by Zhang Chen was piercing through him, leaving him riddled with wounds and in tears. Zhou Kuei was even more demoralized, unable to utter a single word for a long time. Bang! Puff! Suddenly, a steel ball broke through Zhang Chen's gun defense. The attack value reached 123.0. Under the advantage of his superior speed, Zhang Chen, due to the gap in combat power, allowed one of the steel balls to break through his defense, causing his shooting technique to gradually become chaotic. The skill assessment also came to an end.
The final evaluation result was 3 transformations in shooting technique, with power perfectly unified and proficient control of the realm. Not right. Even if his shooting technique breaks through again, it's impossible for him to have such a high combat power value, unless his physical quality. Yan Fei exclaimed. His words made Ji Chen, Chen Duling, and Xiao Kuei shudder. They all thought of a possibility. That is, during this period, although Zhang Chen seemed to have not practiced much, he relied on his extraordinary talent in the golden sand body refinement method to significantly enhance his physical quality. Because of this, he was able to fully unleash the realm of perfectly unified power, thus blocking the attacks of opponents with a combat power value of 122.0. But it was also because of this method that the 3 felt even more fearful and suffocated. Could it be that this guy's talent is so abnormal that it's beyond comprehension? Even if he comes to the Law Manifestation Hall every day and casually listens for 2 hours, he can still improve his body refinement method? Yan Fei paced back and forth. As a master of body refinement, he knew very well how much hard work was required to see results in body refinement practice. He had never encountered an anomaly like Zhang Chen and had never dared to imagine it. At that moment, Zhang Chen underwent the 3rd assessment, which was physical quality. The first test was speed, followed by strength. A track appeared in the testing room, and Zhang Chen charged forward on it, with the track's rotation speed increasing, and his speed also rising. Finally, his speed reached a steady state. It was only after surpassing this critical point that Zhang Chen lost control and fell. Then came the strength test. A red dot appeared in front of Zhang Chen, who was poised to strike. According to the testing requirements, he punched the red dot several times in succession. However, after this test ended, the relevant data did not immediately manifest, but instead entered the 4th round of testing, which was the body refinement method assessment. Physical quality could be reflected in speed and strength. But the 7 major star systems alliance wanted to know whether a person's physical quality was achieved purely through diligent practice of techniques or through potions or other resource supplements. Without determining the specific level of Zhang Chen's body refinement method, they could not ascertain the composition of his physical quality. The body refinement method assessment was relatively simple. Zhang Chen just needed to operate according to the method's principles within the testing room. Now, the golden sand body refinement method had undergone transformation, becoming the jade sand body refinement method, and had reached a minor success, 153/300. With a physical quality of 25.2, Zhang Chen had almost entirely achieved this through the body refinement method. Therefore, when he practiced this method, it was particularly smooth. For the first time, he felt that when the jade sand body refinement method was in operation, the qi and blood within his body flowed like sand, constantly rubbing and pulling through the meridians, refining his body over and over again, allowing his flesh and bones to continuously evolve and grow through this repeated refinement. Due to the effects of lying flat, Zhang Chen had never seriously practiced this body tempering technique. Previously, Yan Fei had said that the golden sand body tempering method, before its transformation, could only allow one to feel the energy in the abdominal cavity while repeatedly reinforcing the flesh and blood. When the golden sand body tempering method transformed into the jade sand body tempering method, one could feel the energy and blood throughout the body, continuously refining the bones and roots under the guidance of the technique. This kind of refinement was initially unbearable for ordinary people, but as one's mastery of the technique deepened, the process would become quite comfortable. It would also quickly manifest on the surface of the body. When immersed in the practice of the golden sand body tempering method, before any transformation, those below the minor achievement level would generally experience cold sweats all over. Upon reaching the minor achievement level, the body would turn red and hot, feeling as if a fierce flame was burning within. And when the golden sand body tempering method transformed into the jade sand body tempering method, during practice, the body would not only turn red and hot but also emit waves of heat, and one could even hear the sound of blood flowing. After the first transformation reached the minor achievement level, the sound of the flowing energy and blood would turn into a gentle stream, particularly pleasant to hear. In addition, the red and hot color of the body would gradually shift towards a white jade hue, resembling a pure and flawless jade giant, as if practicing the technique. It was filled with a sacred aura. Yan Fei had never mentioned these changes before, because he had never imagined that this trip to Nanchang would allow him to see someone practice the golden sand body tempering method to the point of transformation and reach the minor achievement level, especially happening to a slacker who usually didn't practice much. But when Zhang Chen's skin began to turn red and hot, he entered a petrified state, especially when he heard the gentle stream sound coming from Zhang Chen's body. Yan Fei looked on in a daze, as if he had lost his soul. When he saw Zhang Chen fully display the complete mastery of the first level of gun techniques, he had thought that Zhang Chen's understanding of the golden sand body tempering method might have reached an astonishing level.
However, at that time, he couldn't be
sure and doubted whether Zhang Chen had taken some genetic potion to significantly enhance his physical quality, which allowed him to possess such a
high combat power in a short time.
In the end, Zhang Chen had purely practiced a body tempering technique to its extreme, achieving transformation, and
continued to practice to the minor achievement stage after the transformation.
Yanfei felt as if he had just experienced a dream today, otherwise, how
could things have become so bizarre and strange?
Although the golden sand body tempering method was not of a high level, it was an indispensable technique
in the body tempering cultivation system.
It was like the multiplication table, laying the foundation for mathematical logic. In the 7 major cultivation systems, the presence of the golden sand body tempering method could be seen almost everywhere.
Yanfei's explanation gave Zhang Chen a
completely new understanding of the body tempering method, and at this moment he was immersed in practicing the technique.
He had already learned that the
reward standard for martial artists at the flesh manifestation level was generally 3 million, with younger individuals receiving more.
As a senior
martial arts student, he could receive a bonus of 20 million at once. At the same time, cultivation resources and living allowances would also increase significantly, but as one's cultivation reached the flesh manifestation level, it also meant bearing more responsibilities.
If there were an
invasion by alien races or a beast tied in the large radiation zone, Zhang Chen would have to respond to the call for support.
As someone who practiced
the attribute of lying flat everywhere and fished in troubled waters within the rules, even if he had to fulfill his responsibilities, Zhang Chen would still seek the most ample resource support. At the same time, he understood that the 7 major star systems alliance had always had protective measures for some talented prodigies. If he was strong enough and had limitless potential, then when facing danger and alien invasions, the 7 major star systems alliance would generally choose to give him ample time to develop, not letting him charge into battle during his seedling stage. Therefore, to ensure that he could develop more safely, Zhang Chen maximized all his abilities during the testing process.
The operation of the body tempering
method was no different. The body gradually took on the appearance of jade, with the vital energy and blood within flowing like a gentle stream, swiftly
traversing through the limbs and meridians.
Slowly, in the reception room, Yanfei, who was checking the testing screen through the light curtain, saw Zhang Chen sitting like an old monk in meditation, the sound of his internal energy flowing resonating like the pleasant chime of a bell. Soon, his relevant data also appeared before everyone. Combat power, 118.9, physical quality, 25.23, skill, basic gun techniques 13 forms, realm power. Perfectly unified, tidal breathing technique, great accomplishment, golden sand body refinement technique, first transformation minor accomplishment. At that moment, Zhang Chen opened his eyes, stood up from the testing room, and glanced at the camera in the room, as if making eye contact with Yanfei and the others from afar.
Yanfei and Chen Dueling felt a wave of pressure in their hearts. Zhang Chen silently left, not returning to the reception room
to greet Yanfei and the others, but instead went to the front desk, shouldering his fishing gear and net before departing.
Since the test was over and
his combat power had been updated to that of a Flesh Realm Warrior, the Flesh Realm Warrior badge and related items would soon be sent to the future city community, and Zhang Chen did not need to wait here to collect them.
Regarding his testing data, those in the testing room would need to report
to the higher-ups for verification, and only after passing the review would rewards be issued. Cold River, Lonely Shadow, old friends in the martial world,
why must we meet if we have not known each other before?
Sally murmured as she watched Zhang Chen walk towards the door with his fishing gear. Unable to shake the feeling that everything around her was out of sync with Zhang Chen, as if no one had ever truly understood him.
Yanfei came out of
the reception room, looking at Zhang Chen's figure, hesitating to speak. All along, they had thought Zhang Chen was wasting time and resources on cultivation, until this moment when Yanfei realized that perhaps the so-called lax attitude towards cultivation was merely what they saw on the surface. In reality, Zhang Chen was diligently practicing day and night in a way they could not comprehend. Otherwise, how could he have cultivated the golden sand
body refinement technique to the point of transformation, allowing the jade sand body refinement technique to also reach the minor accomplishment stage? Recalling their first encounter during the advanced cultivation class, Yanfei remembered Zhang Chen entering the classroom with him, and he had a deep impression of this student who arrived right on time. Perhaps from that moment on, after learning about the golden sand body refinement, Zhang Chen had been working hard to cultivate, and even when Wang Dashan taught him the technique, Zhang Chen had never slackened. They just hadn't noticed. Teacher Yan, if I awaken my mental power, will I be able to catch up to Zhang Chen in the future? Chen Dueling asked.
You and Zhang Chen are both outstanding. You each have vast potential. I believe in every one of you, Yanfei replied with a smile.
However, to Chen Dueling, this sounded very dismissive. I'll be leaving first. Okra left in a daze. After losing to Zhang Chen, she had been planning how to redeem herself, not just for herself, but for Lin Qiaying. Unexpectedly, after the test, she saw Zhang Chen completely overpowering her, and at that moment, she felt utterly demoralized, unable to muster any courage to challenge Zhang Chen. Yi Chen, on the other hand, did not even greet anyone, as if he had never been there, disappearing until the sounds of his shouting echoed from the nearby running track of the testing room. After a while, someone from the divine sect arrived. Huang Ling was among them, smiling as if she had known all along that Chen Dueling's test today would attract the attention of the divine sect personnel. As a member of the divine sect, she had been waiting for the higher-ups to send word for her to bring people to the testing room. Finally, she received the message. In the reception room, she saw Chen Dueling and Yan Fei, but for some reason, Chen Dueling appeared listless, as if she had been struck down. Meanwhile, upon seeing her, Yan Fei let out a sigh of relief and said to her, "Teacher Huang, you came at the right time. I'll leave your daughter to you, I have something to attend to." Yan Fei's mind was still preoccupied with Zhang Chen. He felt it was necessary to talk to Zhang Chen. His previous tone had indeed been inappropriate, facing a senior martial arts student who could cultivate the golden sand body refinement technique to the point of transformation. He needed to recognize himself and readjust his attitude. Besides that, the Dharma Hall must continue to operate to ensure that Zhang Chen could always come to the Dharma Hall for cultivation. "Hey, Teacher Yan, where are you going?" Huang Ling called out. "He's going to find Zhang Chen," Chen Dueling replied. "What do you need to find Zhang Chen for? You've just formed your sea of consciousness, and you have the potential to become a mental power master. Isn't that more important than Zhang Chen?" Huang Ling said angrily, feeling that Yan Fei was underestimating Chen Dueling. Zhang Chen was just here for testing. He is now a flesh realm martial artist, Chen Dueling explained. "I know, didn't he defeat Master Lin's female disciple, Xiao Kuei? His combat power seems to have reached around 80.3. At his age, that's indeed impressive, but you are about to become a mental power master, and your strength will soon surpass Zhang Chen's, making you the most outstanding martial arts student in Nan City. If all goes well, you should represent Nan City in this year's college entrance examination, competing alongside all the martial arts students from Jiangbei province," Huang Ling said excitedly, holding Chen Dueling's hand. She always knew her daughter was the best. However, even she was somewhat surprised that Chen Dueling could form a sea of consciousness in her senior year, with the potential to become a mental power master. This talent was even more extraordinary than her own. "Mom, Zhang Chen's test results show a combat power of 118.9 and a physical quality of 25.23, Chen Dueling reminded her. "It's nothing to worry about. Once you enter the divine sect, you'll soon be able to." "Wait, what did you just say? What is Zhang Chen's combat power?" Huang Ling asked, suddenly waking up from her daze, her face filled with disbelief. "Combat power 118.9, physical quality 25.23, this is Zhang Chen's test data from just now," Chen Dueling repeated. "Impossible. Did Zhang Chen take some kind of drug? Clearly, not long ago, his physical quality was only around 11.0, Huang Ling said. As a mental power master, she had a wide network. She had long heard about the battle between Zhang Chen and Xiao Kuei. When she learned that Zhang Chen had defeated Xiao Kuei twice in a row, she was already shocked. She never expected that so little time had passed and Zhang Chen's combat power had actually broken the 100 mark, with his physical quality reaching 25.23. However, what Chen Dueling said next left her feeling as if she had been struck by lightning. He didn't take any drugs, he simply cultivated the golden sand body refinement technique to the point of transformation, Chen Dueling said. Transformation of the body refinement technique? How is that possible? Huang Ling was dumbfounded. Transformed to the minor completion stage, during operation, the blood and qi flow like a gentle stream, and the body automatically becomes jade-like. During the testing process, both teacher Yen and I saw it clearly, Chen Dueling patiently explained, knowing that this information was too shocking. How did he do that? Huang Ling felt her head buzzing. Zhang Chen's emergence was breaking her common sense. Zhang Chen is currently safe, please rest assured, I will do my utmost to ensure he is not harmed, the shadow replied after sending the message, looking at Zhang Chen with fiery eyes. The matter of Zhang Chen slaying the carpenter sure had been sealed by the Martial Hall. Only personnel from the Martial Hall and relevant members of the Hidden Kill Department knew about it. However, today, his test results regarding the changes in combat power quickly alerted the relevant leaders of the Seven-Star Alliance. As a result, the Hidden Kill Department issued an order to him that if danger arose, he might need to sacrifice his life for Zhang Chen. The Shadow, having received the order, had no complaints. He saw in Zhang Chen the possibility of humanity defeating alien races and repelling extraterrestrial beings. So he picked up his fishing rod again, following Zhang Chen to the Zhoulong River to fish.
Soon, he spotted Yan Fei's figure.
A bunch of foolish guys, he couldn't help but exclaim, feeling that a master of the body refinement technique should have better judgment.
But he was only responsible for ensuring Zhang Chen's safety and did not interfere with the interaction between Yan Fei and Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen Yan Fei bought a new set of fishing gear halfway and came to Zhang Chen's vicinity, casting out the fishing line while smiling and greeting him.
"Hello, Teacher Yan." Zhang Chen stood up to return the greeting.
Yan Fei was a master of body refinement, having nurtured many talents and made significant contributions to humanity, which Zhang Chen had
always respected deeply. "When will you cultivate the golden sand body refinement technique to the point of transformation? Why didn't you tell me earlier, so I could celebrate with you in advance?"
Yan Fei said, thick-skinned. As Zhang Chen's teacher, he felt it was his responsibility to have
noticed Zhang Chen's progress sooner.
"It's been a while since the breakthrough. I didn't think it was necessary to mention it, so I kept quiet," Zhang
Chen replied casually.
"You have exceptional talent and limitless potential. Being able to cultivate both skills and body refinement to transformation
means your future is boundless."
"I misunderstood you before and said some harsh words. Please don't take it to heart," Yan Fei said with a smile.
"Don't worry, Teacher Yan, I know you mean well." Zhang Chen understood completely.
"I used to wonder why you refused Master Zhuge's offer to take you as a disciple, but now I finally understand. Your talent is remarkable. Even without Master Zhuge's guidance, you can refine a skill to perfection based
on your knowledge. You must think that refining your marksmanship to the fourth transformation, forming a gun intent, shouldn't be too difficult, right?" Yan Fei said. I didn't think of it that way. Skill transformation comes from gradual accumulation and step-by-step cultivation. It's not that
easy to achieve it all at once." Zhang Chen shook his head. He had never underestimated Zhuge Hou and held deep respect and gratitude for him. Without Zhuge Hou, his strength wouldn't have changed so dramatically in such a short time. And thinking about how refusing to become Zhuge Hou's disciple could earn him over 1,800 points of lying flat value, Zhang Chen's gaze towards Yan Fei gradually became fervent. Yan Fei was also a master
of body refinement. If Yan Fei insisted on taking him as a disciple, then it's good that you think this way. I'm just afraid you might overly rely on your talent and completely neglect cultivation.
However, being able to refine the body technique to transformation shows that you've put in hard work, and you're not as carefree as you seem. I hope you treat marksmanship with the same seriousness, Yan Fei advised earnestly.
Yes, I understand.
Thank you for the reminder, Teacher Yan, Zhang Chen replied with a compliant expression.
If you really don't want to take Master Zhuge as your teacher,
you can still communicate with him more. Perhaps you'll become a master of marksmanship sooner, Yan Fei suggested tentatively.
I will. By the way, has Teacher Yan ever taken on disciples? Zhang Chen seized the opportunity to ask.
I have, but unfortunately, they had effort but lacked talent. So far, the only disciple of mine who has refined the body technique to transformation is over 30 years old, Yan Fei replied casually.
Then aren't you planning to take on another disciple, Teacher Yan? Zhang Chen asked again. I've thought about it, but where can I find a good disciple? Yan Fei shook his head with a sigh. Zhang Chen remained silent, his gaze fervently fixed on Yan Fei.
Feeling the intensity of Zhang Chen's stare and seeing his excited expression, Yan Fei's heart couldn't help but tremble. But thinking of the scene where Zhuge Hou was rejected felt like a cold splash of water. And he couldn't help but sigh. Actually, you're quite good. It's just a pity that even Master Zhuge couldn't satisfy you. As an outsider, how could I catch your eye? Otherwise, when I opened the Dharma Hall in the Star Realm, you wouldn't have never visited. Yan Fei sighed deeply, aware of his own
limitations. How would Teacher Yan know if you don't try? Zhang Chen reminded him. What do you mean? Yan Fei's dim expression suddenly became
fervent again, his gaze equally intense as he looked at Zhang Chen. Teacher Yan, your strength is formidable, your magical power boundless, and your abilities vast, renowned across the 4 seas and 8 wastelands. Someone like you, if I could become your disciple, I believe anyone would feel like their ancestors' graves were smoking with pride and would want to break their heads to join your ranks. Zhang Chen stood up excitedly.
Ah, Zhang Chen. I never expected you to have such insight.
I, Yan Fei, am truly fortunate to meet you in this life.
Yan Fei was overjoyed, gradually losing himself.
In Zhang Chen's praise, he leaped onto the railing by the riverbank, looking down from a height, turning his back to Zhang Chen, his gaze fixed on the shimmering waters of the Jiaojiang River. With his hands clasped behind his back, he suppressed his excitement, preparing his emotions before asking.
In a booming voice, Zhang Chen, I ask you, are you willing to take me as your master and join me in promoting the golden sand body tempering technique? Teacher Yan, I didn't hear you clearly, could you say that again? Zhang Chen excitedly dropped his fishing rod and asked. I ask you, are you willing to take me as your master and follow me to cultivate the golden sand body tempering technique to promote it widely? Yan Fei raised his voice, unable to contain the powerful aura he released, enveloping the surroundings. Teacher Yan, I don't want to, I really don't want to. Zhang Chen shouted. Bang! Teacher Yan! Thud! Zhang Chen saw Yan Fei stumble and fall from the railing, rolling down the slope and landing in the Zhejiang River. Meanwhile, Xiao Kuei had also returned to Lin Xieying's courtyard, where she saw two familiar figures, Zhu Gahou and Wang Dashan. Zhu Gahou intended to explain to Lin Xieying that he wanted to cancel the idea of having Zhang Chen and Xiao Kuei compete against each other. Junior sister is back, Lin Chengfeng greeted at the door. Xiao Kuei replied lightly. Seeing both Wang Dashan and Zhu Gahou present, she first bowed to Lin Xieying. Disciple pays respects to Master, greetings to Master Zhuge and Principal Wang. You're back just in time, Master Zhuge has something to say to you, Lin. Xieying smiled. What does Master Zhuge have to say? Xiao Kuei turned to Zhu Gahou. Previously, I mentioned to your master that I wanted you and Zhang Chen to compete against each other, but it seems now that I don't need to, Zhu Gahou sighed. Indeed, there's no need. Competing with someone like that would only bring humiliation. I know what to do without Master Zhuge's persuasion, Xiao Kuei said with a self-deprecating smile. Zhu Gahou and Wang Dashan exchanged glances, sensing that Xiao Kuei's tone seemed a bit off. Wang Dashan explained, Master Zhuge originally wanted to take Zhang Chen as a disciple, which is why he encouraged you to compete against each other for mutual improvement. Now that there's been a situation, you and Zhang Chen don't need to vie for strength anymore. Although he has exceptional talent, unfortunately, he lacks knowledge and cannot compare to you. As he spoke, Wang Dashan sighed. No matter what, Zhang Chen was still a member of the 9th high school, having risen from there. What does Principal Wang mean by that? Xiao Kuei asked, somewhat angrily. She felt that Wang Dashan's words had hidden meanings, as if he were mocking her. In her view, how could Wang Dashan, being so close to Zhang Chen, not know about Zhang Chen's changes in strength? I mean, you and Zhang Chen don't need to compete anymore. Wang Dashan clarified. I know, there's nothing to compare between us. I'm not his opponent at all, are you satisfied now? She had come back hoping for some comfort, but unexpectedly, as soon as she entered, she was teased by Wang Dashan and Zhu Gahou. Do not be rude, Lin Xieying reprimanded. Junior sister, did something happen? How did your test results turn out? Lin Chengfeng asked, puzzled. I'm fine, I passed the test, and Zhang Chen also passed. This is my martial artist badge, and Zhang Chen's will take a bit longer to receive, Xiao Kuei said solemnly. Since you passed, why aren't you happy? Did you and Zhang Chen have a conflict in the testing room? Did he bully you because he now has higher strength? Lin Chengfeng asked angrily. If he bullied me, that would be one thing. Xiao Kuei's face was filled with resentment. If she had just been defeated by Zhang Chen, it wouldn't matter. As long as she worked hard to cultivate, she could always stay in the frontline war zone, facing life and death every day, seeking breakthroughs in battle. Sooner or later, she would be able to defeat Zhang Chen. But Zhang Chen didn't give her any chance, directly throwing out a combat power value of 118.9 and a physical quality of 25.23, crushing her completely, and he had also refined the body tempering technique to the point of transformation. What on earth happened? Lin Xieying became more and more confused as she listened. Xiao Kuei looked seriously at everyone and found that even Wang Dashan had a puzzled expression, while Zhu Gahou looked completely innocent. She couldn't help but whisper, don't you all know? Zhang Chen's test result today was a combat power value of 118.9 and a physical quality of 25.23? What? Everyone exclaimed in shock. Can you say that again? Wang Dashan stood up. Zhang Chen took the test with me today, and his results were a combat power value of 118.9 and a physical quality of 25.23. Principal Wang, do you really not know anything about this? Xiao Kuei asked earnestly. A combat power value of 118.9 and a physical quality of 25.23. I can't be hearing this wrong, right, old Go? Is this true? Wang Dashan couldn't help but grab Zhu Gahou's hand and shake it vigorously. It seems to be true. Girl, you're not lying, are you? Please explain in detail what happened during the test, Zhu Gahou said, equally confused and shocked. Did junior sister make a mistake? It's only been a few days, how could Zhang Chen have such capabilities? Did he take some kind of potion? Lin Chengfeng couldn't believe it and found it hard to accept that Zhang Chen had such a terrifying rate of advancement. Tell us everything you saw in detail, Lin Xieying demanded. In Such a short time, going from a combat power value of 80.3 to 118.9 felt utterly unbelievable to him. Yes. Complying with Lin Xieying's order, Chokue said seriously, today, a total of 4 people underwent the Dharma manifestation test. Yi Chen, Chen Duling, myself, and Zhang Chen, and teacher Yin happened to be there as well. The first to be tested was Yi Chen, followed by Chen Duling, then me, and finally Zhang Chen. Chokue recounted what happened in the testing room to everyone. If it weren't for Lin Xieying and Zhu Gehou, one a master of sword techniques and the other a master of gun techniques, along with Wang Dashan who had made significant contributions in the Great Radiation Zone, leading the charge to help Ao Dagon kill the catfish Demon King, and thus had a very high authority, they wouldn't have dared to share the details of the incident. In her narration, she briefly mentioned that Chen Duling had formed a sea of consciousness and was expected to become a mental power master, but she felt that Chen Duling's abilities were insignificant compared to Zhang Chen's. The people present were also more eager to hear how Zhang Chen had turned the tables. So when she talked about how Zhang Chen, through the perfect unity of his gun technique, blocked an attack with a detection value of 122.0, Zhu Gehou couldn't sit still. Upon learning that Zhang Chen had mastered his skills to a proficient level, Wang Dashan couldn't help but defend Zhang Chen, arguing that his refusal to join his school wasn't out of arrogance, but because he felt that training alone was nearly as effective as joining him, which was why he declined. When they found out that Zhang Chen had refined the golden sand body tempering technique to the point of transformation and had cultivated the transformed power to a minor success, rather than relying on potions to achieve a physical quality of 25.23, even his own master, Lin Xieying, couldn't remain calm. Wang Dashan was even more eager to ask everyone if Zhang Chen could represent Nanchang and compete alongside martial arts students from Jiangbei province. With the transformation of his gun technique and the transformation of the body tempering technique, as long as either of these two powers took another step forward, it would lead to another transformation. Zhang Chen would either become a master of gun techniques or a master of body tempering techniques. If both transformed together, he would be a dual master of gun techniques and body tempering techniques. Such a person, even if his combat power value was not as high as some bone frame realm experts, would still hold an unparalleled status. I don't believe it. Until a voice broke Wang Dashan's wild thoughts. Lin Xingfeng's face was grim. Master, you often say that cultivation is like rowing upstream, if you don't advance, you will retreat. No one's cultivation can be achieved overnight. Even if Zhang Chen is exceptionally talented, he cannot surpass junior sister by so much in such a short time, let alone be on par with me. Lin Chengfeng clenched his fists. As a direct disciple of Lin Xieying, with a physical quality of 26.0, his combat power had long exceeded 80.0, and matched with his physical quality, it reached 125.2. He originally wanted to teach Zhang Chen a lesson on behalf of Chokue, but was stopped by Lin Xieying. During this period, he had been diligently training, trying to awaken his physical strength. Although he had not succeeded, he believed that his current strength was enough to crush Zhang Chen. Even if Zhang Chen's combat power reached 118.9 and his physical quality was almost the same as his, Zhang Chen could not be his opponent. He didn't care how powerful others said Zhang Chen was, he just wanted to face Zhang Chen himself. What do you want? Lin Xieying asked. I want to fight Zhang Chen. I'll bring him here, in front of all of you, to show you whether his combat power is inflated. I don't believe he could become this strong in such a short time, especially without much cultivation. Unless he took some kind of potion. A guy who relies on potions, even if he has such strong combat power in a short time, won't be able to control it. Once we engage, he will reveal his true self. Lin Chengfeng declared emphatically. All right. Lin Xieying nodded. He also felt unconvinced, doubting that Zhang Chen could be so extraordinary. After all, during this period, he had devoted himself to teaching Chokue and had Lin Chengfeng practice with her day and night, yet even so, Chokue's combat power had only increased by a few points. How could Zhang Chen possibly increase so much all at once? Master Zhuge, Principal Wang, what do you think? Lin Xieying looked at the two. Fine. Zhuge Hou also had doubts in his heart. As far as I know, your combat power has already exceeded 125.0. Wang Dashan's expression was serious. He had heard that Lin Xingfeng's physical quality reached 26.0, which he and Zhuge Hou had known beforehand. This time, when the Skinner entered Nanchang, Lin Chengfeng had even cooperated with the Martial Hall personnel to search for the Skinner, only to find that the Skinner had been killed by someone else first. To be honest, Principal Wang, my combat power is 125.2, and my lone wolf blade technique is perfected. With my strength, regardless of whether Zhang Chen's strength is inflated, I can detect it. If it weren't
For not encountering the Skinner this time, the credit for killing the Skinner would definitely be mine, Lin Chengfeng said proudly.
Alright, since everyone has doubts, please go and persuade him to come over. Wang Dashan nodded.
He knew Zhang Chen's stubborn character, a hard approach wouldn't work. So he had to use a soft one. Okay, please wait a moment, Master Zhuge, Principal Wang, I will be back shortly. Lin Chengfeng cupped his fists.
Persuade him?
He didn't take that to heart. In his view, if Zhang Chen was unwilling to come, that would be perfect. He would first teach Zhang
Chen a harsh lesson and then drag him over to see what everyone would say.
A mere high school martial arts student couldn't possibly turn the tables.
In front of him,
senior brother, Zhang Chen went fishing at Jiulong River, Zhou Kuei reminded.
Okay, I got it.
Lin Chengfeng stepped onto his flying
skateboard and left. Fishing?
That was just right, he would let Zhang Chen drink a few mouthfuls of water.
By the Jiulong River. Watching Yan Fei fall.
From the railing, rolling down the riverbank and into the Jiulong River, Zhang Chen picked up his fishing rod, slung his fishing gear over his shoulder,
and without saying a word, ran home.
No matter what, Yan Fei was a proper body refinement master. If he got angry, even if his combat power multiplied several times, he wouldn't be a match for him. But in order to improve his strength and gain more combat power, Zhang Chen shouted while running, I
would rather die than go. Put. Yan Fei emerged from the water, lying on the shore, listening to Zhang Chen's ghostly screams. Unable to control himself, he cursed, You little brat, you dare to play me?
Just wait, do you believe I won't chop you into 8 pieces? As soon as he finished speaking, Yan Fei felt a chill all over his body. A shadow loomed over him. Looking up, he saw a ghostly face staring down at him. Brother, I was just joking. Don't take it seriously. Yan Fei suddenly remembered that Zhang Chen had hidden assassins for protection, especially with such a significant change in combat power this time. The level of protection must have increased considerably. Although the shadow was not as strong as him, he felt that the shadow could fight him to the death. The shadow said nothing, blending with the light. Using the concealment technique, he seemed like a transparent person,
quickly disappearing from Yan Fei's sight as he chased after Zhang Chen.
Daring to mess with Lin Bei, there's no law anymore.
Yan Fei looked gloomy.
When Zhang Chen looked at him with fiery eyes, he felt as if he were floating, imagining Zhang Chen becoming a master of body refinement under his guidance, picturing the scene of his success and fame, and even leading Zhang Chen to introduce him to Zhu Gaho.
However, that series of unwilling thoughts left him utterly defenseless.
You refused to apprentice under Yan Fei to practice body refinement techniques, choosing to lie flat and carry it through, gaining 320 points of lying flat value. At that moment, Zhang Chen, carrying fishing gear and holding a fishing rod and netstick, was running along the riverbank back to the future city community, and a line of text appeared before him.
Here it comes. Why only 320? Is there really some fluff in Teacher Yan's title as a master?
No, Teacher Yan is indeed a well-known figure. Could it be that the lying flat value decreased because
I intentionally lured Teacher Yan, and that day Master Zhuge personally ran from home to the riverbank to find me?
Zhang Chen realized the problem.
I was too anxious.
If I had been patient and slowly lured him, making Teacher Yan as sincere as proposing marriage, the lying flat value I would gain
would be as much as Master Zhuge's, or even possibly more. Zhang Chen sighed. He couldn't help but look at the information panel below. Name, Zhang
Chen. Profession, Law Manifestation Warrior. Lying flat value, 342. Title, Breathing Technique, Great Achievement, 42 out of 100, 13 Forms. Perfect Spear Technique, Proficient, 2/300, Jade Sand Body Refinement Technique, Minor Achievement, 155/300, Physical Quality, 25.23. Combat Power Value, 118.9. Skills, All-Weather Breathing and Exhaling Ability, Arm Strength Increase of 200 kilograms at any level, Speed faster than others, All-Weather Body Refinement Ability, Mind like still water. Now my physical quality can match my skills. If there's still a gap, once I successfully awaken the flesh manifestation, my physical quality will rise to another level. Flesh manifestation awakens power from flesh and blood, allowing the flesh to evolve, and
the released power and enhanced physical quality will far exceed skin manifestation.
Once the flesh manifestation is successfully awakened, physical
quality can definitely reach around 35.0 or even 40.0. So the urgent task is to continue improving the level of spear technique. Zhang Chen thought to himself.
Thus, he allocated all 342 points of lying flat value to the spear technique. Lying flat value, none. 13 Forms. Perfect Spear Technique. Mastery, 44/300, Combat Power Value, 130.7. As his physical quality improved, the power of his skills could be smoothly unleashed. Each leap in skill level brought a significant change in combat power, and Zhang Chen felt that his physical quality of 25.23 was already unworthy of the mastery level of his skills. He needed to work hard to improve his physical quality and find a way to awaken the flesh manifestation as soon as possible, allowing this
power to truly explode once again. Zhang Chen.
Suddenly, a very displeased voice came. Lin Changfeng, riding a flying skateboard along the banks of the Jiulong River, finally found Zhang Chen, blocking his path in a fit of anger. In an undeniable tone, he commanded, "I am the senior brother of Okra,
and I now require you to come with me. What do you want?" Zhang Chen didn't recognize the person in front of him. "I need you to come with me, Lin," Changfeng ordered. "You think I'll just go with you because you say so? Why should I?" Zhang Chen mocked. Although the flying skateboard under Lin Changfeng's
feat was quite impressive, as long as he had the prize money from being a martial artist, he could afford one too. In fact, such flying skateboards
could be bought for tens of thousands.
However, many would malfunction in the large radiation zone, and only those of higher grade that could resist
pollutants could navigate through the radiation smoothly.
"My master, Master Zhuge, and Principal Wang are all waiting for you.
They asked me to bring you over. They have something to say to you."
Lin Changfeng didn't expect Zhang Chen to dare to challenge him. No wonder he was a senior martial
art student with a combat power of 118.9. He was indeed quite arrogant. Fine, he would tolerate him for now.
He didn't want to fight Zhang Chen here.
"How do I know you're not lying?
If they want to see me, why don't they notify me themselves or come find me directly?"
"What does it mean for you to bring me over?" Zhang Chen said, looking wary.
He recalled having rejected Zhuge Ho. No matter how one looked at it, he was a master marksman, famous in South City, and a hero recognized for assessing the catfish demon storm in the large radiation zone. If this got out and was posted online, he might face a wave of online bullying, being labeled as ungrateful, immoral, and disrespectful to the elderly and young. He felt that going would lead to criticism.
"Stop with the nonsense. I said, come with me, do you understand?"
Lin Changfeng shouted angrily. He didn't expect Zhang Chen to continue
opposing him. "What if I don't go? I don't have time."
Zhang Chen wanted to ignore Lin Changfeng, feeling that this guy was strange.
Not only did he block
his path on a flying skateboard, but he also acted arrogantly, as if he were some kind of master, which was infuriating.
"You have to go, whether you like it or not. Don't force me,"
Lin Changfeng threatened. "I want to go home, sleep, and play games.
I don't have time for you." Zhang Chen sidestepped.
"Zhang Chen, I'll say it again, come with me, or don't blame me for being serious." Lin Changfeng landed in front of him again on his skateboard, cracking
his knuckles. "You want to fight me?" Zhang Chen frowned. "That's right.
Anyway, once we get there, we'll have to fight, so why not warm up here
first?"
Lin Changfeng sneered.
"Are you crazy? I haven't provoked you." Zhang Chen looked frustrated.
Lin Changfeng pulled out a long knife from under his
flying skateboard.
In this perilous world, carrying a weapon was a habit every martial artist had to develop.
After experiencing the battle with Shi
Piang, Zhang Chen understood the importance of weapons, so he also had a long spear among his fishing gear. Seeing Lin Changfeng's aggressive stance, a
surge of hostility emanated from Zhang Chen, and he reluctantly assembled his spear, ready for battle. First form of the lone wolf blade technique. Lone shadow walks alone. Howl.
With a physical quality of 26.0, Lin Changfeng surged forward like a ghost, slashing down with his long knife, accompanied by a chilling wind, as if one could hear the howl of a wolf.
Clang! Zhang Chen did not let his guard down.
With his spear technique perfectly
unified in power, and his combat power exceeding Lin Changfeng's, he easily blocked the strike.
Lin Changfeng's expression remained calm as he unleashed
another cold moon howl, enveloping Zhang Chen.
Having perfected this blade technique and combining it with his physical prowess, he possessed a combat power of 125.2 without the aid of latent abilities, indicating that he had nearly reached a transformative stage in this advanced blade technique.
It was not as simple as just being perfect. Clang!
However, Zhang Chen's spear technique had progressed from proficiency to mastery, and his control over the perfectly unified power had become second nature. He had moved beyond mere proficiency to eye in the testing room, under the assault of the instruments. He could predict the position of the steel balls in advance with his shooting skills, reaching a level of mastery. No matter how strange and swift Lin Changfeng's knife techniques were, Zhang Chen could clearly see the trajectory of his attacks and easily block them.
Clang! 2 consecutive strikes failed to subdue Zhang Chen.
Lin Changfeng couldn't help but accelerate his knife techniques, layers of knife shadows converging, creating a
cacophony of ghostly wails. The two seemed to be fighting in a canyon.
Zhang Chen was surrounded as if by a pack of hungry wolves. His shooting speed and power surged rapidly, and for a moment, his gun shadows filled the surroundings, as if a fierce wind of gunfire had formed. No matter how fast or strong Lin Changfeng's knife techniques were, he could never break through that layer of wind. Under such mental pressure, Lin Chengfeng gradually became
anxious.
impossible. Even if his shooting power is perfect and unified, he can't possibly block my knife techniques.
My master said that when the lone
wolf knife technique is cultivated to perfection, the killing intent and hostility it releases can disturb a person's mind, and I have already cultivated this technique to the verge of transformation. The killing intent and hostility I generate, along with the attacking power, are beyond what Zhang
Chen can withstand.
So why can't I break through his shooting?
Where is the problem? Ah!
Lin Chengfeng began to panic. Although his knife techniques were imposing and increasingly fierce, such a sustained outburst of power placed a heavy burden on his physical condition.
Once he relaxed, Zhang Chen could instantly kill him.
Moreover, Zhang Chen's shooting technique remained flawless. No matter how fast or powerful his knife techniques were, he could always block Lin Chengfeng's attacks at critical moments, maintaining a sense of ease. His mindset was like an ancient well, calm and undisturbed. As if even surrounded by 1,000 troops, he could still release his shooting power step by step, avoiding any mistakes. Thus, Lin Chengfeng realized that Zhang Chen's shooting defense not only had no flaws but seemed to strengthen over time. He appeared to master his rhythm, effortlessly blocking all of Lin Chengfeng's attacks.
Ah! Impossible!
This abnormal and suffocating realization made Lin Chengfeng uncontrollably want to go mad. For a moment, although the power of his knife techniques had increased significantly, the rhythm had also become problematic.
Clang! But Zhang Chen
was not in a hurry.
He felt very frustrated. How could he suddenly encounter such a madman?
Since they were already engaged, he had to teach this person
a big lesson. Otherwise, what would happen if he came knocking again next time? Zhang Chen, break through for me!
Lin Chengfeng roared, putting all his strength into a fierce downward slash.
Clang!
Zhang Chen easily blocked it again, then shifted from defense to offense, unleashing a barrage of
gun shadows towards Lin Chengfeng.
Lin Chengfeng felt surrounded by Zhang Chen's gun shadows. His knife techniques were utterly defenseless.
For some
reason, the long knife in his hand suddenly flew into the air. His clothes were rapidly shredded, blood streaked across his face, and with a crack, his hands were broken by Zhang Chen. Then he felt a pain in the inner thigh, a pain in the groin, a pain in the anus, and his mouth and nose were also
hurting. Boom!
Finally, Zhang Chen swept a shot across his abdomen. Lin Chengfeng felt as if he had been struck by 100,000 pounds of force. His body flying back like a kite with a severed string, crashing heavily onto the riverbank. The so-called superficial defense, under Zhang Chen's shooting power, was like paper. Although he wasn't riddled with holes, he was nearly as miserable, lying on the riverbank like a filthy beggar, bloodied and battered. Don't use the names of Master Zhuge, your master, and Principal Wang to pressure me.
If they need to find me, they can just send a message. Or make a call, and I'll go.
There's no need for you to come flaunting your power, pretending to discuss matters with me while actually trying to
humiliate me.
I've seen many people like you, Zhang Chen snorted coldly. He would not let Lin Chengfeng find any leverage against him, quickly carrying the fishing gear away. It was as if he had never crossed paths with Lin Chengfeng on the riverbank. This combat power value, it should be around 130.0.
Right? Did he hide his strength during the assessment?
The shadow murmured as he watched Lin Chengfeng's agonized figure. When Lin Chengfeng landed in front of Zhang Chen and showed hostility, he was ready to deal with Lin Chengfeng at any moment. Unexpectedly, Lin Chengfeng fought with Zhang Chen and didn't even touch the hem of Zhang Chen's clothes before being beaten to such a state. What kind of disciples of a knife master are these? Why are
they also weak? Inside the inspection office, Huangling, representing the Divine Sect personnel, completed the relevant registration for Chen dueling.
Just as she was about to lead Chen dueling away, her wristband suddenly popped up with a message, an order issued by the Divine Sect. It actually instructed her to contact Zhang Chen and check whether he had formed a sea of consciousness.
If he hadn't formed a sea of consciousness, she was to lead Zhang Chen into the Divine Sect for training.
This was an order from the 7 Major Star Systems Alliance.
The content required that if Zhang Chen had
formed a sea of consciousness, he would be prioritized for cultivation, utilizing the best resources of South City on him. If he had not formed a sea of
consciousness, then Zhang Chen would train alongside Chen dueling.
The 7 Major Star Systems Alliance had just finished verification, believing that Zhang Chen's combat power value was genuine, and concluded that his rapid progress in cultivation was not merely due to talent. He might have already formed a sea of consciousness. Such cases were not uncommon within the 7 Major Star Systems Alliance. Therefore, a task was issued to the Divine Sect, stating that even if Zhang Chen had not formed a sea of consciousness, resources should still be utilized to see if he could form one. Once successful, Zhang Chen's potential would reach a new level. In addition, Yan Fei also received the latest news from the 7 Major Star Systems Alliance. instructing him to continue staying in South City to teach Zhang Chen, helping him to awaken his physical form and become a qualified body refinement
master as soon as possible.
At the same time, his points were skyrocketing, as the 7 Major Star Systems Alliance credited Yan Fei for Zhang Chen's
ability to cultivate the body refinement technique to transformation. Upon seeing the rewards, Yan Fei finally managed to suppress his laughter. His
current points were finally enough to exchange for a bottle of Meridian Opening Liquid.
With the Meridian Opening Liquid, he could attempt to awaken the power of his bloodline.
As a body refinement master who had successfully cultivated the body refinement technique to transformation twice, his chances
of awakening the bloodline from his physical body were very high.
As long as he had the Meridian Opening Liquid, he had a great hope of successfully opening his meridians, becoming a powerful bloodline warrior, and quickly breaking through to the bone form realm, becoming a master of the Zhangxiang
realm.
Flesh, muscle, bones, organs, chi, and spirit, the 8 layers of Dharma forms become increasingly difficult to unlock, especially when it comes
to the 4 major Dharma forms of organs, chi, and spirit.
Without the support of bloodline power, it is generally very difficult to unlock the Dharma
forms, and even using mental power for baptism would be futile.
If it was so difficult for Yan Fei as a body refinement master, one could imagine how hard it was for others, which indirectly confirmed how powerful and important bloodlines were.
Mom, what's wrong? Chen Duling asked, feeling puzzled.
The higher-ups want Zhang Chen to enter the divine sect for training together, Huang Ling said. Chen Duling was already a part of the divine sect, so whether or not to tell her, she would find out when Zhang Chen appeared.
What? Has he formed a sea of consciousness too? Chen Duling couldn't help but ask.
It's not that easy, but his talent is indeed high. The higher-ups want me to conduct a test for him first to see if he has formed a sea of
consciousness.
They believe his recent changes in strength might be related to the formation of a sea of consciousness, but I don't think it's that easy. Huang Ling said, knowing how difficult it was to form a sea of consciousness. Zhang Chen had only risen to prominence not long ago, it was impossible for him to achieve such high accomplishments.
Can someone who hasn't formed a sea of consciousness cultivate through the divine sex methods? Chen Duling asked again. This depends on talent, it depends on physique and mental intent.
Some people, even if they merge the power of 8 layers of, or even surpass warriors, cannot form a sea of consciousness. To become a mental power master, not only does one need talent, but also a bit of luck. Zhang Chen has already cultivated his marksmanship and body refinement techniques to the point of transformation. At such a young age, having such strength, heaven has already favored him enough. If he were to become a mental power master, who knows how many people would be infuriated?
Huang Ling said with a smile.
She didn't believe Zhang Chen could surpass Chen Duling in every aspect, especially in mental power.
What you say makes sense. Chen Duling nodded. No matter how abnormal a person is, it's impossible to crush everyone in every aspect, right?
Even if such a person exists, it's unlikely they would encounter one another.
Hey, what's wrong with you, kid?
Just after receiving a reward, Yan Fei was in a great mood, sweeping away all his displeasure. He was about to find someone to celebrate with over drinks when he suddenly spotted someone lying on the riverbank. There was also a flying skateboard nearby. Lin Changfeng was dazed, lying on the ground without saying a word. His hands were broken by Zhang Chen, his face was covered in blood, and he had been struck on the inner thigh and groin. Although he could recover, the impact on his reputation was too great. He was so angry that he felt weak and powerless, unable to even stand up. Yan Fei happened to pass by and, not understanding why Lin Changfeng was in such a state, saw the flying skateboard next to him. Judging it to be Lin Changfeng's, he placed him on the skateboard, letting it carry Lin Changfeng back. Nowadays, flying devices are already intelligent. Even if Lin Changfeng couldn't input commands, the skateboard could remember where he came from. So, in the yard, Lin Xieying and others, who were waiting for Lin Changfeng and Zhang Chen to arrive, soon saw a flying skateboard descending with a limp figure
on it. Who is it? Lin Xieying frowned.
Lin Changfeng was lying down, his hands and feet dangling, and the others couldn't see his face clearly.
It's
the senior brother's flying skateboard. Xiao Kuei couldn't help but turn the person over, and upon seeing his face, she gasped, "Ah, senior brother."
Master, it's senior brother. Although he was a bit disheveled, Xiao Kuei could still recognize him. What? Changfeng, what happened? Who hurt you like this? Lin Xieying was furious. His direct disciple had been injured in the inner ring city.
The injuries on him seemed to be caused by marksmanship.
Zhu Gaho said.
As a master of marksmanship, he could tell at a glance how Lin Changfeng's injuries were inflicted.
Marksmanship, could it be? Wang Dashan instinctively thought of Zhang Chen, but then reconsidered, feeling it was impossible. How could Zhang Chen, with a combat power value of 118.9, Possibly deal with Lin Changfeng, who had a combat power value of 125.2? Who hurt you like this?
Lin Xieying was also puzzled.
Lin Changfeng went to find Zhang Chen, so why did he return alone and in such a state? It was Zhang Chen. I asked him to come over, but he didn't. In a moment of desperation, I fought with him, but I didn't expect.
Lin Chengfeng's face was filled with shame.
I didn't expect even you would lose to him. Lin Xieying was exasperated.
Zhang Chen's combat power value is at least 130.0, not the 118.9 that the junior sister mentioned. Moreover, his marksmanship skills are not at the proficient level of perfect power, but at a mastery level. If it weren't for that, I would never have lost to him, and lost so badly.
Lin Changfeng knew he had no place to hide but still wanted to argue a bit. But when he was checked, it was clearly only 118.9, Xiao Kuei countered. He didn't use his full strength at all. The realm of perfect power is something I've encountered before.
With my knife skills, breaking through his
defense is not difficult. But Zhang Chen's marksmanship is as solid as a fortress, impenetrable.
I exerted all my strength and still couldn't break through
his defense. If it weren't for his mastery level, I wouldn't believe it even if I were killed.
Lin Changfeng said seriously.
Master, I know I've
embarrassed you, but if it weren't for Zhang Chen hiding his strength and my momentary impatience, otherwise, he wouldn't have won so easily.
Don't
worry, once I awaken my physical form, I will definitely seek him out to avenge my humiliation, Lin Changfeng said excitedly.
Shut up, do you still not feel embarrassed enough? If you can awaken your physical form, why can't he?
A person who has cultivated the body refinement technique to the point of transformation will definitely awaken his physical form faster than you, Lin Xieying waved his hand. He despaired to find that the two disciples he had poured all his effort into teaching were actually no match for a talented youth who hardly practiced.
Old good, you're right, this competition is meaningless.
My two useless disciples can't even compete with Zhang Chen, Lin Xieying sighed.
He had come to accept it. A combat power value of 130.0.
Having cultivated the gun technique to the third transformation, and having refined his body to the point of transformation, he was likely to become a master of gun techniques or body refinement in the future. The potential was terrifying to say the least.
Losing to someone like that was not shameful.
It was just a pity. How great it would be if he had such a disciple under him. Originally, he refused to take me as his master, and I thought he was
ungrateful.
Now it seems, it's not that he looks down on me, but that I underestimated his potential and strength, treating him the same way I treat others. Thinking he was just a gun technique master, and that everyone would want to take me as their master, Zhu Gaho sighed, unable to contain his feelings. Old Go, although Zhang Chen is unwilling to take you as his master, you can still teach him gun techniques. His usual training attitude is lax.
He clearly doesn't like being constrained.
If he were to take you as his master and follow you around all day, he definitely wouldn't be able to stand. Perhaps that's why he refused to take you as his master, not because he looks down on you, Wang Dashan explained.
What you say makes sense. I was too impatient before. Let's find an opportunity to talk to him again.
As long as he can follow me in training, it doesn't matter whether he calls me master or not, it's just a title, nothing serious. Zhu Gaho felt it made sense and couldn't help but nod. That's right, as long as he can carry on your deadly continuous gun technique, continuously improving and transforming it, in the future when people mention this, you'll also have glory, Wang
Dashan said happily. Yes, I was narrow-minded.
Promoting the gun technique and working hard to benefit human society is the most important thing.
Old Wang, thank you for enlightening me. Zhu Gaho felt enlightened and relaxed all over. I'm relieved to hear you say that. Let's find a time to talk.
To Zhang Chen again, Wang Dashan smiled.
There's no time like the present.
You call him and ask where he is now, Zhu Gaho said excitedly.
Okay.
Wang Dashan contacted Zhang Chen through his wrist device. On his way back to the future city community, Zhang Chen saw a video screen pop up from his
wristband. It was Wang Dashan.
He had always respected Wang Dashan and did not refuse the call. After opening it, the two engaged in a video call.
Zhuge
Ho and Wang Dashan immediately saw Zhang Chen carrying fishing gear, heading back to the future city community.
Zhang Chen also saw Wang Dashan, Zhuge
Ho, and Xiao Kuei, along with a stranger who he realized was Lin Xieying after a moment of thought. As a master of sword techniques, Lin Xieying was well known and often appeared on television and online. There were many free teaching videos of him in the Star Realm, so Zhang Chen had some impression
of him.
Hello, Principal.
Hello, Master Zhuge.
I had a misunderstanding with Lin Changfeng, and I hope Master Lin won't mind, Zhang Chen thought. Lin Xieying wanted to question him, so he took the initiative to soften his stance, believing that as a junior, as long as he admitted his mistake, Lin Xieying
wouldn't do anything to him.
Your gun technique is impressive, and your talent is exceptional. Changfeng and Xiaokui losing to you is not unjust. Lin Xieying said generously. Thank you, Master Lin, for your praise. In fact, I have always admired you deeply, especially your lone wolf blade technique. It feels like it has been forged from a sea of blood and mountains of corpses. To be honest, I have already fallen in love with this blade technique. But I just don't know if my physique is suitable for practicing it, Zhang Chen said. Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback. Wang Dashan and Zhuge Ho looked at Lin Xieying with envy, while Chokui and Lin Chengfeng were quite nervous. What did Zhang Chen mean by this? Did he want to become Lin Xieying's apprentice and be their junior brother? Hee, if you're interested, I can teach you a few moves. Lin Xieying couldn't help but laugh. It would be false to say he wasn't fond of such an outstanding talent as Zhang Chen. Not to mention that Zhang Chen had already cultivated a gun technique too. The third transformation, perhaps in a few years, he could become a master of gun techniques. Moreover, Zhuge Ho was also going to teach him the deadly continuous gun, so he didn't dare to act recklessly. Thank you, Master Lin. I will definitely visit you when I have the chance, Zhang Chen said. Knowing the benefits of fishing for big catches in the long run, he cast a hook to leave an impression on Lin Xieying, hoping to gradually have Lin Xieying take him as a disciple, just like Zhuge Ho. Alright, I'll have Principal Wang send you the address later. You are welcome to come anytime, Lin Xieying smiled. He felt that the recognition he received was far greater than what Zhuge Ho got. After all, Zhang Chen was interested in learning his blade technique, while Zhuge Ho wanted to take Zhang Chen as a disciple but was rejected. For a moment, Chokui and Lin Xingfeng's defeat to Zhang Chen seemed to be completely forgotten by Lin Xieying. Lingfeng, Master Zhuge has come to a conclusion. It doesn't matter whether you want to be his disciple or not, as long as you are willing to practice the deadly continuous gun, he is willing to open the door for you anytime. Just let him know when you have time to meet with Master Zhuge, Wang Dashan said with a smile. Okay, thank you, Master Zhuge. I will find an opportunity to learn a few moves from you. Zhang Chen nodded. It wasn't the right time to refuse, and saying a few polite words wouldn't hurt his laid-back attitude. Moreover, Zhuge Ho had indeed treated him well. You can come any time. As long as you are willing to learn, I can teach you anything. I guarantee that within 8 years, no, within 5 years, I will make you a master of gun techniques, Zhuge Ho said excitedly. Thank you, Master Zhuge. I will find a time to visit you. Again, Zhang Chen nodded. Good. Zhuge Ho didn't expect the conversation to go so smoothly. Lingfeng, let's leave it at that for now, Wang Dashan said, feeling satisfied that he had successfully made the connection. Wait, Principal, are you looking to take on a disciple? Zhang Chen hurriedly asked. He remembered that Wang Dashan's injuries were quite severe and not suitable for fishing for big catches, so he asked directly. Take on a disciple? Who? Wang Dashan was a bit puzzled as to why Zhang Chen would ask that. Do you think I would be suitable? Zhang Chen inquired. Upon hearing this, Wang Dashan froze, and Zhuge Ho looked visibly annoyed, not understanding why Zhang Chen would have his sights set on Wang Dashan. Even Lin Xieying, who was nearby, couldn't comprehend it. Although Wang Dashan was also a strong practitioner of bone structure like them, his skills were clearly inferior, and his combat power was significantly lower. Lingfeng, I have a few things to handle, so let's leave it at that for now, Wang Dashan said, feeling a stir of emotions. He didn't understand why Zhang Chen would choose him, but in front of Zhuge Ho, he didn't dare to say he was suitable. If he became Zhang Chen's master, wouldn't Zhuge Ho turn against him? But thinking about his limited time left, if he could have such an outstanding disciple before he died, he would have no regrets. So Wang Dashan felt a stir of emotions. He found an excuse and sent Zhang Chen a message. I think you are suitable and want to take you as a disciple, what do you think? In less than 10 seconds, Zhang Chen replied via voice message, You're daydreaming. Damn it. Wang Dashan couldn't help but curse, feeling a pain in his chest as if his wound had split open. Just as he was about to scold Zhang Chen, he suddenly saw Zhuge Ho appear in front of him, his face dark as thunder. Old Gu, let me explain. Wang Dashan realized that his thoughts had been seen through by Zhuge Ho. Wishful thinking, you think you deserve it. Zhuge Ho walked away with his hands behind his back and, after taking a dozen steps, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha ha. Old Wang, you dare to have such delusions. You. Wang Dashan clutched his chest, really wanting to video call and curse Zhang Chen a few times, but he was afraid that Zhang Chen would throw a tantrum and refuse to practice with Zhuge Ho in the future, so he could only try to calm himself down while leaning against the wall to leave. No lying flat value? It seems that the voice rejection tactic is not effective. Zhang Chen discovered that refusing to acknowledge Wang Dashan as a master did not yield any lying flat value. It seemed that the more perfunctory the situation was, or if there was no sincere face-to-face inquiry, even if he rejected via voice, he
wouldn't gain any lying flat value. After a while, he returned to the future city community and found it bustling with activity. Property Director Lu Jinxin led the community staff, banging gongs and drums, celebrating a middle-aged man who had become a physical manifestation martial artist and finally awakened his physical manifestation after 3 years. The apartment, originally 120 square meters, was exchanged for a spacious 260 square meter flat. In this resource-scarce living environment, every martial arts expert could create value for humanity, especially the law manifestation martial artists, who often determined the outcome of battles. The cultivation resources and living subsidies provided by the 7 major star systems alliance far exceeded what ordinary people could imagine. In a place like the Inner Ring City, where every inch of land is precious, being allocated a 260 square meter flat in the future city community was something many people could hardly dream of in their lifetime. Even though Zhang Chen was exceptionally talented and recognized by the 7 major star systems alliance, leading his family to move from the Outer Ring City to the Inner Ring City ahead of time, becoming a member of the future city community, the house he lived in with Zhang Lei was just over 100 square meters. This shows how popular martial artists who successfully awakened their physical manifestations were in the South City. However, Zhang Chen's rewards were not bad either. Although he couldn't exchange for a spacious flat, a bonus of 20 million yuan could allow him to get a flat in some lower-end communities in the Inner Ring City if he left Future City. The higher end the community, the stronger the security measures, and some property staff were law manifestation martial artists themselves. The security in the future city community had always been good. Lu Jinxin, as the property director, was a law manifestation martial artist who had not yet awakened his physical manifestation, with a combat power value of 112.0. With such protective measures, the popularity of the future city community remained very high. This also led many people to scramble to move into the future city community, but unfortunately, the spots were limited, unless they received special care from the 7 major star systems alliance or exchanged points. Otherwise, ordinary people simply couldn't move in. Mr. Yang, could you share with everyone how you became a powerful physical manifestation martial artist? Lu Jinxin handed the microphone to Yang Darong. Suddenly, with the addition of a physical manifestation martial artist in the community, the security level skyrocketed, and neighbors came over to congratulate him. The Yang family also prepared a banquet. Zhang Chen saw that his uncle and aunt were among them, but since they had just moved into the future city community and were only at the entry-level martial artist level, they sat in the corner. Seeing Yang Darong being supported by everyone, the old couple felt very envious. As the saying goes, a true transmission is worth a single word, while a false transmission is worth 1,000 volumes. To become a powerful law manifestation martial artist, besides talent, the most important thing is to work hard, persistently learn, and strive day and night. Only in this way can one become a powerful martial artist. Never take time for granted just because you have some cultivation talent. For example, if you are young and do not practice diligently, but instead run out to fish, dance in the square, or even indulge in games, such people, no matter how high their talent, their future achievements can be imagined. This not only ruins their future but also negatively influences those around them, leading them to mistakenly believe that they can become law manifestation martial artists without much effort. Well said, Mr. Yang. Everyone, applaud. Lu Jinxin led the applause. Clap, clap, clap. The applause at the scene was thunderous, and people couldn't help but look at the couple, Zhang Lei and Lu Feng. The two wore awkward expressions, finally understanding why Lu Jinxin had invited them to Yang Durong's celebration banquet. It turned out that this was meant to make fun of Zhang Chen. However, faced with the strange gazes of the crowd, the couple could only force a smile. Ever since they moved into the future city community, Zhang Chen had been dancing square dance in the community courtyard every day. A martial arts student dancing square dance was indeed eye-catching, and during this period, he often carried fishing gear to the Jiulong River to fish, coming and going at odd hours. Many diligent students, after seeing this, felt restless and wanted to go out for a stroll. As a result, many people complained to Lu Jinxin, who had also visited Zhang Lei multiple times to provide feedback. Zhang Lei had spoken to Zhang Chen about it, but Zhang Chen's strength was visibly increasing, so Zhang Lei didn't want to say much. Thus, facing the crowd's accusations, the couple felt very embarrassed. Zhang Chen heard it clearly and understood that Lu Jinxin was targeting his uncle and aunt. The old couple had moved in from the Outer Ring City, and after much difficulty, they finally settled in the Inner Ring City community. They usually acted very cautiously, not daring to offend anyone. Faced with the crowd's criticism, and knowing that their behavior was indeed a negative example, they didn't dare to retort and could only smile awkwardly. Uncle, aunt,
Zhang Chen shouted loudly while carrying his fishing gear and holding a fishing rod and net. With a combat power of 130.0 and a physical quality of 25.23, his voice was like a bell, instantly drawing people's attention. Hey! Zhang Lei responded, surprised that Zhang Chen had come back a bit early today. There was no way around it. After tricking Yan Fei into the river, Zhang Chen had to return early. I passed the meat manifestation martial artist assessment, and the bonus just arrived. I'll transfer you 10 million, remember to buy something to celebrate. Zhang Chen said with a smile. Although his assessment as a meat manifestation martial artist was not yet complete and the bonus had not actually been credited, he had contributed by slaying the skin craftsman, and the martial hall had completed the review, with the bonus being exactly 10 million. It had just arrived. Zhang Chen then transferred the bonus to Zhang Lei and left with his fishing gear, heading back home. What did he just say? He passed the meat manifestation martial artist assessment. How is that possible? Goodness, he's just a senior martial arts student. The scene erupted in an uproar. Zhang Gu, did your nephew really transfer you 10 million? Someone leaned in to check if Zhang Lei had received the transfer. Zhang Lei, usually honest, wanted to stand up for himself at this moment, so he generously showed the bank account information to everyone. Damn, it really is 10 million. Is Zhang Chen going to defy the heavens? They moved directly from the outer ring city to our community. If they didn't have some skills, how could they pull that off? People couldn't help but discuss. No way. But some raised doubts. It was Yang Darong, who had just awakened his meat manifestation. Zhang Chen's recent behavior had affected his son's cultivation, and he had been continuously reporting this to Lu Jinxin, which was why Lu Jinxin kept talking to Zhang Lei. What's wrong, Mr. Yang? Lu Jinxin quickly asked. I remember that for someone his age, if they become a law manifestation martial artist, there would be a 10 million bonus. Perhaps this 10 million is his bonus for becoming a skin manifestation martial artist. If he becomes a meat manifestation martial artist, the bonus would be 20 million, Yang Darong said. Are you saying that Zhang Chen is falsely claiming to be a meat manifestation martial artist? Lu Jinxin's eyes widened. Director Lu, Mr. Yang, my nephew wouldn't lie. He may seem like he doesn't practice much, but in reality, he is very talented. When he seriously practices, you all haven't seen it, Zhang Lei defended. Right, Ling Feng wouldn't lie, nor would he joke about such things, Lu Feng chimed in. Whether he passed the test or not, I can find out with a quick inquiry, Yang Darong said as he tapped a few times on his wristband. As a meat manifestation martial artist, he still had some connections. As long as he contacted a friend in the testing lab, he could find out if Zhang Chen had become a meat manifestation martial artist today. Oldly, let me ask you, today in the inner ring city, is there a martial artist named Zhang Chen who passed the physical manifestation realm warrior test? Let me check. No, there's only a martial artist named Xiao Kuei who successfully passed the physical manifestation warrior test. There's no one named Zhang Chen as you mentioned. The other side quickly replied. Yang Darong amplified his voice for everyone to hear. Wow! The scene immediately erupted in an uproar. Brother Zhang, although Zhang Chen has good talent, claiming to be a physical manifestation realm warrior is illegal. If the martial artists in the community all think he can become a physical manifestation realm warrior without much training, the impact would be significant if they all start learning from him. Lu Jinxin reminded. I think it's a misunderstanding. Ling Feng should have meant to say he became a skin manifestation warrior. Zhang Lei defended. Yes, we must have misheard. Lu Feng echoed. He was so loud just now, saying he became a skin manifestation or a physical manifestation warrior, we all heard it clearly. Yang Darong snorted coldly. As a physical manifestation realm warrior, his words left Zhang Lei and Lu Feng too intimidated to speak. Mr. Yang, what do you think we should do about this? Lu Jinxin inquired. It was clear that Yang Darong wanted to address Zhang Chen's behavior. The resources allocated to us by the 7 major star systems alliance are meant for us to contribute to humanity, not for someone like Zhang Chen, who has a bit of talent and thinks too highly of himself, wasting time every day and affecting others' training. If this matter is left unchecked, once someone learns from him, we will be the ones to suffer. I believe you wouldn't want your children to become as lazy as Zhang Chen. Yang Darong incited. You're right, let Zhang Chen come out and apologize. Notify the martial hall personnel to report him for falsely claiming to be a physical manifestation warrior. The crowd was filled with righteous indignation, all clamoring. Mr. Yang, this matter isn't that serious. Ling Feng is just a child. Even if he said something wrong, it shouldn't be like this. Zhang Lei hurriedly intervened. It's understandable for a boy his age to boast about his strength for vanity, but I'm worried he might use the identity of a physical manifestation realm
Warrior to deceive others for training resources. Yang Darong reminded. Deceiving for resources deserves death. If he dares to deceive for resources, he must not be spared. How could someone who spends all day dancing in the square and only knows how to fish be a physical manifestation warrior, and how old is he anyway? The crowd erupted like a boiling pot. He wouldn't do that. Zhang Lei turned pale with fright. Excuse me, which way to building 2? Suddenly, a voice overshadowed everyone. Nya Did appeared, leading 2 Martial Hall personnel into view. Captain Nya! Yang Darong exclaimed in surprise. He recognized Nyeda, having fought together on the front lines before. Now he was serving in the city guard while Nyeda was in the Martial Hall. One in Jiangnan province, the other in Jiangbei province. It was truly a stroke of luck to meet. Oh, brother Yang. Seeing Yang Darong, Nyeda was equally surprised. I heard that sure. Pijian ran from your Jiangnan province to Jiangbei province, and since you work in the Martial Hall, I thought you might come over, but I didn't expect to actually run into you. Yang Darong was visibly excited. Coincidentally, the person who killed Shi Pijian is in your community. Nyeda remarked. Oh, who is this hero? Yang Darong was astonished. It's no longer a secret. His name is Zhang Chen, a senior martial artist. Nyeda casually mentioned. What did you say? Yang Darong and the others froze. Captain, building 2 is this way. Zhang Lei quickly reacted and led the way. Zhang Chen continued to dance in the future city community, undeterred by the weather. This activity, which he had persisted in until now, still hadn't awakened any abilities. Zhang Chen felt a bit puzzled. Could it be that continuously dancing in the square, aside from earning a certain amount of lying flat value, wouldn't grant him any abilities? If he could gain abilities, what kind of abilities would they be? But no matter what, he felt it was still necessary to persevere. As for those strange looks, ever since the personnel from the Martial Hall came to commend his achievements, and everyone learned that he had slain the skinning craftsman, no one dared to slander Zhang Chen anymore. They no longer thought that his square dancing was a waste of time. Instead, they generally believed it was a way to balance work and rest, releasing physical and mental energy. As a result, the number of people dancing in the square increased several times, and other young people joined in, asking him for tips on cultivation. Zhang Chen always had the same 6 words: work hard and cultivate seriously. The next day, Zhang Chen reported to Yan Fei's Dharma Hall as usual. Regarding his slaying of the skinning craftsman, the news quickly spread to every corner after he received the commendation from the Martial Hall last night. Yan Fei, Yi Chen, Xiaokui, Chen Duling, and others all received the news. They were surprised to learn that Zhang Chen could casually kill the skinning craftsman while having a meal at an inn. This explosive news greatly changed everyone's perception of Zhang Chen. They suddenly realized that Zhang Chen only appeared to be not putting in effort in cultivation, but in reality, he was diligently practicing every day in his unique way. Otherwise, how could he have easily encountered the skinning craftsman and successfully killed him? Defeating an opponent with a combat power of 120.0 and killing a notorious criminal with the same combat power are 2 entirely different concepts. It was no different from fighting on the front lines against alien races. Whether it was Yi Chen, Chen Duling, or Chou Kuei, even the injured Lin Changfeng, upon hearing the news, all held Zhang Chen in high regard. After the Dharma cultivation session ended, as soon as Zhang Chen stepped out, he ran into Huangling. Zhang Chen, I received an order from the Divine Sect to take you to the testing facility for another examination of your physical condition to see if you have formed a sea of consciousness, Huangling said seriously. Sea of consciousness? Yi Chen and Chou Kuei, who were about to leave, were both astonished. Didn't the examination conclude yesterday? I haven't formed a sea of consciousness? Zhang Chen felt a bit frustrated. He had planned to change things up today, looking to find a park to play chess with an old man to pass the time. It's a requirement from above, you need to cooperate with my work, Huangling said, having already witnessed Zhang Chen's temperament, and forcibly took him to the testing room. About an hour later, Huangling emerged from the testing room, looking exhausted, and shook her head at Yan Fei, Yi Chen, Chou Kuei, and Chen Duling, who were waiting for news in the reception room. He hasn't formed a sea of consciousness. This time, she was extremely certain. Phew! Yi Chen, Chou Kuei, and even Chen Duling all secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Zhang Chen was already formidable enough. If he had formed a sea of consciousness, he could potentially become a mental power master, and how would they survive then? Teacher Huan, is it really necessary to test me like this? Zhang Chen was sweating profusely. To ensure whether he had formed a sea of consciousness, Huangling had consumed a considerable amount of mental power. This time, confirming that he hadn't formed one, but his body had also borne a significant burden. During the testing process, it felt as if a giant rock was pressing down on his head. Any mental power master is worth their weight in gold. You have exceptional talent, and your strength is advancing too quickly. The higher-ups ordered me to ensure a thorough examination to prevent
your mental talent from being overlooked, Huang Ling explained. Although you haven't formed a sea of consciousness, with your talent, you will eventually become a master of marksmanship or a body refining master, or even excel in both marksmanship and body refining, contributing to humanity in the future, Yan Fei comforted Zhang Chen, worried he might feel disheartened. After all, becoming a mental power master not only comes with high status and power but also far exceeds the resources and living allowances that ordinary people could imagine.
Huang Ling was only a
third-level mental power master, yet as a body refining master, Yan Fei had to treat her with respect and courtesy, highlighting the high status of mental power masters.
Not forming one is for
the best. I'm just afraid of having to go to the divine sect for cultivation like classmate Chen. That would leave me with very little time to rest each day, Zhang Chen explained.
Everyone looked speechless.
Huang Ling sneered, there's another order from above, regardless of whether you have formed a sea of consciousness or not, you must join my daughter in the mental training
class for 3 hours every day, not a minute less.
Ah, why should I?
I haven't formed a sea of consciousness, Zhang Chen said angrily. But that's the spirit mind class, a mental power
training course established by the spirit sect.
You can't possibly look down on it, can you? Yi Chen reminded him.
I don't want to go, who cares who goes? Zhang Chen waved his hand, clutching a chessboard, intending to head to the park to play chess with an old man.
Training starts today.
If you don't stay in the spirit mind class for 3 hours, you can't go anywhere, Huang Ling
blocked Zhang Chen's path. Teacher Yan, can you help me say something? Zhang Chen sought Yan Fei's assistance.
Yi Chen and Xiao Kuei gritted their teeth, dreaming of entering the spirit mind
class for training.
Even if they couldn't form a sea of consciousness or become mental power masters, they would still be willing.
Zhang Chen had such an opportunity but was only thinking about refusing.
If it weren't for knowing him for a while, they would have thought he was just pretending. Does having high combat power mean he can act so recklessly and disregard the spirit
mind class?
Go to the spirit mind class and train properly.
3 hours a day isn't too much, thank you for your hard work, Teacher Huang. Yan Fei's cheeks twitched. Once upon a time, his
biggest dream was to become a mental power master. If he had such an opportunity when he was younger, he would have gladly given up becoming a body refining master.
Training in the spirit mind
class for 3 hours a day is not only an order from the spirit sect but also a mandatory requirement from the 7-Star Systems Alliance. If you dare to refuse, it will be seen as a provocation against the authority of the 7-Star Systems Alliance, and all the privileges you enjoy will be revoked.
You and your family will be sent out of the inner city and forced to return to the outer city to live, Huang Ling warned. She knew this was the only way to deal with Zhang Chen.
Zhang Chen originally thought there were only him and Chen Dueling in the spirit mind class. But to his surprise, there were as many as 20 or 30 people. They ranged in age from young to old. The youngest was only 12, while the oldest was already a 4th-year martial arts student. Most of them, like Chen Dueling, had formed a sea of consciousness, while a few had the beginnings of a sea of consciousness. Only Zhang Chen had neither formed a sea of consciousness, nor had any semblance of one, yet he was sent to the spirit mind class for training. This left many people puzzled. Everyone knew that entering the spirit mind class meant enjoying significant resources and treatment. They couldn't understand what qualifications Zhang Chen had until the news of him slaying Shi Piang and receiving recognition from the martial hall spread.
Only then did people realize he had exchanged his merits for the opportunity to enter the spirit mind class for training. My mom said that when practicing mental power, you need to concentrate especially hard. 3 hours a day, 2 classes a day, taught in rotation by different mental power masters. She asked me to remind you that whether you genuinely don't want to train or just want to become a master of marksmanship or body refining, the mental power class will help improve your skills and techniques. The spirit mind class will have assessments every half month, and new students will come in while old students will leave. So if you really can't handle it, you won't have to come back to study after half a month, Chen Dueling reminded him. Thank your mom.
For me, I understand, Zhang Chen nodded, accepting the situation.
After a while, a wave of dizziness hit everyone. Chen Dueling frowned, beads of sweat instantly appearing on her forehead.
Several others in similar situations, all of whom had formed a sea of consciousness, felt their seas of consciousness rippling.
Zhang Chen shook his head, and the dizziness finally faded. But
he noticed that the others remained the same, not understanding why this was happening.
Mental power master?
Just as Zhang Chen was thinking about this, a lean old man entered through the door, his face serious, especially when he saw everyone drenched in sweat. He is Teacher Hua, a level 5 mental power master, my mom's teacher, the strongest mental power master in South City.
And even Ao Da Gang is his student, Chen Dueling reminded him.
Having grown up hearing about it, she was well informed. Oh, Zhang Chen said, surprised. Suddenly, a strong light shot over. It was Teacher Hua's eyes. Zhang Chen had a strange illusion, feeling as if Teacher Hua was shining a spotlight on him. He couldn't help but shake his head and opened his eyes wide to look at the other person, only to see circles of lines appearing in front of him, resembling incense coils. An irresistible sense of dizziness washed over him, causing him to faint on the spot. He didn't know how much time had passed, but when Zhang Chen woke up, he found that all the classmates from the mental power class were gone, and he was the only one left in the entire classroom. "You are Zhang Chen, it was you who killed Shi Pijian." A figure came from behind. Zhang Chen was startled and realized it was Teacher Hua. "Hua." "Teacher Hua," Zhang Chen hurriedly stood up to greet him. "Do you know that Shi Pijian was also a mental power master?" Unfortunately, he had only just opened his Sea of Consciousness a few days ago, and his mental power was too weak. He hadn't come into contact with the orthodox methods of mental power cultivation. But even so, when his mental power erupted, it could give the Martial Hall personnel a splitting headache. "Tell me, if he had used his mental power against you back then, could you have killed him?" Teacher Hua was writing on the green board behind Zhang Chen, not revealing what he was illustrating. "No, if he had released his mental power against me, I would be the one dead," Zhang Chen admitted with self-awareness. "That's good to know." Teacher Hua turned to look at Zhang Chen, and Zhang Chen could see clearly that those murky eyes, though somewhat serious, no longer resembled a spotlight. It seemed that the strong light earlier and the continuously circulating circles like incense coils were both the result of Teacher Hua's mental power's wave of force. Even if you are exceptionally talented and rank among the top martial arts students in your senior year, if a mental power master were to target you, even if the opponent was only a beginner mental power master, they could still kill you in an instant. This is the power of a mental power master, and it's also why so many people are eager to become one. Teacher Hua reminded him. "The student understands, with my level of power, any mental power master could kill me with a snap of their fingers." Zhang Chen laughed. All the classmates had left, and he was the only one remaining. Teacher Hua must have something to do, and even Zhang Chen knew to be perceptive. "It's not as outrageous as you say, otherwise, during every alien riot, there would be no need for the Dharma manifestation warriors to hold the front line and buy time for the mental power masters to unleash their powers." Teacher Hua continued, "The main reason you fainted was that your Sea of Consciousness is too weak?" "Sea of Consciousness? Do I have a Sea of Consciousness too?" Zhang Chen asked in astonishment. "Of course, everyone has a Sea of Consciousness. The issue is whether it can be discovered and whether it can be opened. Generally, those who cannot easily discover their Sea of Consciousness fall into two categories. Either too weak or too strong." Teacher Hua continued to write on the green board. "I understand, I definitely belong to the former," Zhang Chen nodded. "The 7 cultivation systems we encounter ultimately aim to continuously evolve the physical body, breaking through bodily constraints through repeated transformations until the physical body becomes divine. So even Dharma manifestation warriors who have never cultivated mental power can continuously strengthen their Sea of Consciousness during the process of opening their Dharma manifestation, until they can perceive it through introspection and even form a strong defense. However, they cannot utilize the hidden powers within their Sea of Consciousness like mental power masters can. So mental power is not invincible. Some martial artists who have become divine in body, even without forming mental power, can have their Sea of Consciousness defenses match their own Dharma manifestation. Thus, the mental power of a mental power master can not only be used to attack the enemy's Sea of Consciousness, creating effects of soul capture and illusion, but can also manipulate objects to kill enemies, refine the body to become holy, save lives, and undergo transformation, bringing the dead back to life. After finishing, Teacher Hua turned to look at Zhang Chen again. The patterns behind him seemed to come alive, forming a magical array that made Zhang Chen feel as if he were standing on the surface of a lake. Meanwhile, Teacher Hua floated above. Suddenly, with a casual gesture, Teacher Hua summoned the water from the lake, causing it to surge and form towering columns, which ultimately transformed into ice spikes that shot towards Zhang Chen. "Ah!" Zhang Chen exclaimed. Even with the power of a calm mind, when the force exceeded that of his mental state, he would still be vulnerable. He covered his face with his hands and found himself back in the classroom, once again facing Teacher Hua. It turned out that what had come at him was not ice spikes, but the chalk in Teacher Hua's hand, which now floated in front of Zhang Chen. This was the art of manipulating objects to attack. A flicker of surprise crossed Teacher Hua's murky gaze. 2. Induce an illusion in Zhang Chen and shatter his mental defenses from within, making him develop a strong desire and dependence on becoming a mental power master. He had expended nearly double the mental energy compared to his physical strength and combat power. Just moments ago, he had claimed that Zhang Chen's mental sea was weak, easily grasped by any novice mental power master. Who would have thought that creating such an illusion would require so much mental energy? Otherwise, it would not affect Zhang Chen at all. Here, the calm mind played its role. I barely used 1% of my mental energy, and look at how scared you are, Teacher Hua said nonchalantly. He summoned the chalk floating in front of Zhang Chen back to him, letting it fall into the chalk box. I've never had this experience before, Zhang Chen explained. From now on, you will practice in the mental power class for 3 hours every day. And after half a month, you will be assessed. If your mental C can grow effectively, you can stay and continue your training, and perhaps one day become a mental power master, Teacher Hua stated. Oh, I understand, Teacher, Zhang Chen nodded. This is a beginner's method for cultivating the mental C. Take it back and study it. For the next half month, your practice will be based on the content in the textbook. Whether you can form a visible mental C depends on your talent, potential, and effort. Teacher Hua used his mental power to manipulate a thick book, sending it flying to Zhang Chen. For the first time, Zhang Chen saw how coolly mental power could be used. He took the book with both hands, then bid farewell to Teacher Hua and left the classroom to return to the future city community. Master, how did it go? Huang Ling waited in the office and hurriedly asked when she saw Teacher Hua return. Chun Dueling was also among them. Just dealing with a little brat. What do you think? Here, no one slacks off in their training, especially in the mental power course, even if this student has talent at a monstrous level, Teacher Hua said confidently. Thank you, Master. Zheng Chen is truly fortunate to have encountered you, Huang Ling expressed her gratitude. I'm also entrusted by the 7 Major Star Alliance, so there's no need to thank me, Teacher Hua waved his hand dismissively. Xiao Ling, Zhang Chen's talent for cultivation is above yours. But his mental C is not as good as yours. In terms of mental power, you must not let him surpass you, Teacher Hua regarded Chen Dueling as his disciple. Rest assured, Master. I will not let you down, Chen Dueling vowed earnestly. In the future city community, within Victory Park to the east, Zhang Chen finally found a few leisurely old men. He took out a chessboard and invited a few of them to play chess together. The stone bench was quite hard and uncomfortable to sit on, so he used the beginner's method for cultivating the mental C as a cushion, battling with the old men on the chessboard. The old men, seasoned by life, were all skilled at chess. Zhang Chen lost 13 games in a row, and after dark, the old men, one hand waving a fan and the other patting their bellies, laughed heartily as they headed home. Zhang Chen packed up the chessboard and also returned home, only to remember at the community entrance that he had forgotten to retrieve the beginner's method for cultivating the mental C that he had used as a cushion. Fortunately, books like this, which are equivalent to quantum mechanics knowledge in the previous life, have a very small audience. When Zhang Chen returned, he found the book still there, but the imprint on the back was too obvious, and the last page was almost stuck to the stone slab. Due to the severe penalties imposed by the 7 Major Star Systems Alliance, Zhang Chen had to spend 3 hours every day in the mental power class. Fortunately, cultivation could not be forced. Moreover, the course on mental power was indeed profound, making it difficult for ordinary people to understand. Even with renowned teachers, some still struggled to grasp the essentials. Zhang Chen was one of them. The winter vacation for third-year martial arts students lasted a total of 37 days. Now, more than half of the winter vacation had passed, and as usual, Zhang Chen went to Yanfei's Dharma Hall for 2 hours every day, then went to the park to play chess. In between, he played some games and interacted with a female streamer. To his surprise, the game streamer who had disappeared for over a month, Angry Little Girl, was finally online again. When asked why she had been unreachable for more than a month, she replied that a principal had spent money to buy her a cultivation study course, a rare opportunity, and she had been diligently practicing for the past month, significantly increasing her combat power. Zhang Chen had a brief interaction with Angry Little Girl, and they agreed to play games together online that night, where he would lead her into a high-level gaming dimension for an experience. In the afternoon, Zhang Chen practiced in the mental power class with Chen Dueling and others. He noticed that the number of people in the mental power class seemed to be increasing by 1 or 2 each day. The 3-hour course each day was packed with information, and everyone, except Zhang Chen, was fully focused, taking notes. At that moment, 2 mental power masters arrived at the door. One was Huang Ling, and the other was teacher Hua Guoqian. The master and apprentice were well known in Nanchang. Even the city lord and Ao Dagong treated them with respect upon seeing them. Although they did not enter, their presence made a teacher named Ma, who was giving a lecture, unable to control his volume. The effects of mental power are very broad, so there are many types of mental power masters. There are attack-type mental power masters, defense-type mental power masters, awakening-type mental power masters, healing-type mental power masters, and destruction-type mental power masters. As the name suggests, attack-type mental power masters primarily use mental power to attack enemies. Through corresponding cultivation methods, they master the techniques of releasing mental power, allowing it to form a powerful attack during transmission, capable of penetrating the enemy's sea of consciousness, shattering their heart, and controlling their body, among other things.
Defense-type mental power masters mainly use mental power for defense and blocking. By following special rules for releasing mental power, they can create an invisible barrier in front of them, deflecting the enemy's moves, strength, and trajectory. These two types of mental power masters can work together with Dharma realm martial artists on the battlefield, achieving twice the result with half the effort. Every attack type and defense type mental power master has powerful Dharma realm martial artists lining up to seek partnership. The higher the level, the stronger the Dharma realm martial artist partner. Awakening type mental power masters can help humans awaken their potential through mental power baptism, making it easier for the human body to evolve. These mental power masters are invaluable, reducing the chances of geniuses being overlooked and providing a strong influx of fresh blood for humanity. As for healing type mental power masters, as the name suggests, their mental power can save lives and heal injuries. Through special mental power fluctuations, they can unleash powerful life functions in the human body, automatically repairing injured bodies. This type of healing has minimal side effects and quick recovery, but it consumes a lot of mental power, so every healing type mental power master is the most precious logistical resource on the battlefield, usually guarded by multiple Dharma realm martial artists. Finally, there are destruction type mental power masters, the most powerful among the 5 types, known as all-round mental power masters, possessing the abilities of attack, defense, awakening, healing, and destruction. Simultaneously, the value of this type of mental power master is immeasurable. Every destruction type mental power master is a pillar of the alliance. Their mental power can easily penetrate the physical defenses of demon kings and even control them as puppets. In every major battle, their figures can be seen. They are the key to determining the outcome of the war and the hope for humanity's rise, driving out alien races and exterminating extraterrestrial beings. Currently, in the entire Jiangbei province, there is only one destruction type mental power master. Over a decade ago, the Great Radiation Zone experienced the most powerful catfish demon storm in history, and South City was on the verge of falling. In the end, it was that powerful destruction-type mental power master who led the top 10 of Jiangbei province to provide support. With just one wave of mental power, he annihilated 2,000 catfish demon kings on the spot, and even the catfish demon king hiding 10 miles away in the depths of the ocean was severely injured by him. He is the strongest in Jiangbei province, the king of Jiangbei, Zhao Qua, Teacher Ma said slowly. The crowd listened, entranced, and began to discuss among themselves. They were all talking about destruction-type mental power masters. There is only one destruction-type mental power master in the entire Jiangbei province. How difficult must it be to form? I wonder if any of us can become a destruction-type mental power master. How great it would be if I could. Teacher Ma, are there any mental power masters who are both offensive and defensive? An all-rounder mental power master seems so far away for us. Of course, but dual-type mental power masters are also very rare. What does it take to become a dual-type mental power master or a destruction-type mental power master? The crowd couldn't help but ask. First, it depends on the capacity of the sea of consciousness. Only a powerful sea of consciousness can accommodate enough mental power. Only on such a foundation can one have the opportunity to become a dual-type mental power master, or even a tri-type, quad-type, and destruction-type mental power master. Every mental power composition is closely related to the sea of consciousness. The more complex the formation of mental power, the stronger the sea of consciousness needed to support it. As for how to create a sea of consciousness, making it boundless and continuously giving birth to an accommodating powerful mental power, that is a more profound course. You will only understand the related concepts after you have laid the foundation and truly captured the existence of the sea of consciousness. I won't elaborate on that for now. After piquing everyone's interest, Teacher Ma began to explain the basic information related to mental power. Everyone opened their notebooks to record, not wanting to miss a single word from Teacher Ma, constantly thinking and summarizing during the recording process. The king of Jiangbei, Zhao Qua, a destruction-type mental power master, annihilated 2,000 catfish demon kings with one mental power wave, and with another mental power wave, severely injured the catfish demon king hiding 10 miles away in the ocean. These words made everyone envision mental power masters, and they couldn't help but fantasize about what it would be like if one day they could be as powerful as the king of Jiangbei, using mental power to control catfish demons and severely injure the catfish demon king. According to relevant data regulations, everyone present knew that the battle power value of catfish demon kings was above 20.0, which is the level of A. Each catfish demon king can control hundreds or even thousands of catfish demons. To annihilate 2,000 catfish demon kings with one mental power wave, even if all the catfish demon kings had battle power values around 20.0, it would still be an unimaginable scene.
It would be equivalent to killing 2,000 newly promoted with a single thought.
What kind of mental power and battle power value would one need to possess such immense strength?
Even Zhang Chen was filled with curiosity.
Master, it seems your teachings yesterday had an effect.
I've never seen Zhang Chen take notes so seriously in class and maintain a state of contemplation, Huang Ling sighed.
Zhang Chen possessed a monstrous level of cultivation talent.
And his entry into the for training was not due to his merit in slaying the carpentershire, but rather a special approval from the Seven-Star Alliance. Therefore, Huang Ling did not dare to be negligent and specifically asked Hua Guoqiang to use mental power to open Zhang Chen's eyes. Unfortunately, his consciousness C is too weak. Even if he trains seriously,
he may not be able to form it in half a month.
Ha! Hua Guoqiang, with his hands behind his back, was indifferent to Huang Ling's praise. For him, dealing with a martial arts student was a piece of cake. He felt no sense of achievement at all. But as he spoke halfway, his expression froze.
What's wrong?
Huang Ling felt puzzled. A child cannot be taught.
Hua Guoqiang turned and left, utterly disappointed in Zhang Chen.
Huang Ling, confused, couldn't help but glance at Zhang Chen in the classroom. He was clearly deep in thought, occasionally scribbling on paper, looking like he was studying earnestly. Why would Hua Guoqiang be angry? She found it truly strange. So, standing outside the window, in order not to disturb the students' training, she couldn't help but expend her mental energy to probe Zhang Chen's notes.
Upon seeing them, Huang Ling's expression immediately darkened.
At that moment, she wished she could rush in and drag Zhang Chen out, tearing him apart. It turned out that Zhang Chen hadn't been paying attention at all, nor had he taken any notes. He was studying chess strategies. After being crushed by a group of old men in the park during a chess game, every time he recalled the scene of those old men laughing around him, Zhang Chen clenched his fists in secret. Even with the power of a calm mind, he wanted to turn the tide and dominate the chessboard, leaving those old men speechless. So, while the mental energy class was in session, Zhang Chen studied the chess strategies, drawing the board on paper, pondering how to break the game and lure the old men into traps. After class, he would go back to the park and test his strategies against those old men to see if his research was effective. He listened to quite a bit of what the teacher, Mr. Ma, said, but he also forgot a lot. However, he was very clear about the differences among various types of mental energy masters, especially the deeds of Jianbei Wang Zhaoqua. This was not part of the learning content but rather common knowledge, which felt pressure-free and didn't require intense thought. As for which type of mental energy master he would become, Zhang Chen had never considered it. Whether he could capture the consciousness C or open it to form mental energy and become a mental energy master, he hadn't thought about any of that. His mind was filled with images of being utterly defeated by the old men. Whenever the teacher spoke of profound topics, it felt as if the laughter of the old men surrounded him. As a senior martial arts student, he was at that age of youthful arrogance, where he had to be strong in everything. How could Zhang Chen endure being crushed and defeated by a group of old men? He had to redeem himself. This was a matter of face. It was no longer about lying flat or whether he could gain lying flat points. But the more he thought this way, the faster his lying flat points grew. The first key point of the lying flat attribute is being obsessed with things that people consider useless, merely wasting time. In the valuable mental energy class, he focused all his attention on the chessboard, trying every means to figure out how to defeat a group of old men, immersing himself in studying the chess strategies. Essentially, he had taken lying flat to the extreme. There was even a moment when Zhang Chen forgot about lying flat points. All he wanted was to win against those old men, even if it was just one game. He couldn't afford to lose 10 games in a row again. So, after 3 hours, Zhang Chen rushed to Victory Park with the chessboard in hand, feeling as if the chess god had descended upon him. No matter what, today he had to defeat old Lu and make him experience the consequences of being crushed in 10 consecutive games. Have someone investigate where he went. Huang Ling watched Zhang Chen dash out like the wind, unable to help but rub her head. Zhang Chen had never seemed this enthusiastic while studying. General, take your rook. Point your cannon. Pull your knight. Hit your bishop. In Victory Park, old Lu's laughter echoed as he looked at Zhang Chen sitting across from him, head down, silent, staring at a deadlock, feeling hopeless. The old men around old Lu were mocking him. It's getting late, we need to go back for dinner. Young man, you should practice more. The chess games you've been studying are just at an elementary school level in our eyes. It's not a good thing for a young person to be obsessed with chess. At your age, you should be a martial arts student. You should focus on your training. You won't be able to beat us at chess. Haha, you actually thought you could checkmate me with a horse rear cannon? That's just hilarious. Old Lu, you've made him depressed. A group of old men laughed. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river, just wait for me.
Zhang Chen packed up the chessboard and left angrily, not expecting that after 3 hours of hard study, the result would be as miserable as last night, still kneeling for over 10 games, completely crushed by old Lu. You haven't taken your book. What book are you looking at? The Beginner's Cultivation Method for the Sea of Consciousness. Can you even understand this kind of book? Oh, this guy is even studying the Sea of Consciousness. Old Lu, he wants to become a mental power master and control you to let him win. The old man laughed again. It turned out Zhang Chen had forgotten about the Beginner's Cultivation Method. For the Sea of Consciousness that he used as a cushion, he looked gloomy and turned back to take it. The book in your hand seems to be the same as the one my granddaughter brought back from the mental class. Of course, with your level, how could you possibly enter the mental class for cultivation? Those who can cultivate there will eventually become mental power masters. Old Lu mocked. What's your granddaughter's name? Zhang Chen asked. Lu Baoqin. Old Lu replied. Zhang Chen thought for a moment and realized there was indeed a girl named Lu Baoqin in the mental class, who was very active in class and had good grades. That evening, Teacher Huang, the ratings for this batch of students are out. Lu Baoqin's Sea of Consciousness is the most active, and she might be the first to unlock her Sea of Consciousness. As for Zhang Chen, so far, no observable Sea of Consciousness has been detected. The teacher with the surname Ma said. He handed Huang Ling a document. Teacher Huang, the investigation you asked for has yielded results. This contains information on the people Zhang Chen has interacted with since leaving the mental class, all of whom are old men. An intern said. Old men? Huang Ling was quite surprised and couldn't help but flip through it. He actually went to the park to play chess with a group of old men and lost over 10 games in a row. With such poor chess skills, he still has the face to play. Zhou Ronxing, age 72, owner of Unit 1201 in Building 3 of Yangzhou Community, moved to the Inner Ring City with his children 13 years ago, frequently active in Victory Park. Hobbies include playing chess and the Eru. Dongbo, age 63, retired due to injury from the front lines, moved to the Inner Ring City 20 years ago. Hobbies include playing chess, drinking, and dancing with others' spouses. Zhen Er, age 59, lives in Xinyang Community, moved to the Inner Ring City 10 years ago. Hobbies include playing chess, drinking, and massage. Was once detained by the city guards for issues related to prostitution. Lu Jinshan, age 69, owner of Unit 25 in the Appreciation Villa District. Hobbies include playing chess, walking birds, playing the swana, and kicking the shuttlecock. Granddaughter Lu Baoqin, student of the 19th session of the mental class. Huang Ling carefully reviewed each person Zhang Chen had interacted with and found that they were all prominent old men, until Lu Jinshan caught her attention. He was actually the grandfather of the most promising student in this session to become a mental power master. Zhang Chen spent the whole afternoon playing chess with Lu Baoqin's grandfather. Could it be Zhang Chen wants to get close to Lu Baoqin? Huang Ling frowned. Lu Baoqin was not only the most outstanding student in this session but also a first-year martial arts student at Starry Sky University, exceptionally beautiful and particularly eye-catching. In some aspects, she was even more dazzling than her daughter Chen Duling. Realizing that the senior year of high school is when feelings begin to blossom, Huang Ling recognized the problem and felt it necessary to investigate further to avoid wasting the cultivation talents of two geniuses. She then reported the situation to Hua Guoqiang. If that's the case, Zhang Chen doesn't need to stay in the mind class. I will personally report the situation to the 7 Major Star Alliance and have Zhang Chen expelled from the mind class. No need to say more, the mind class does not nurture waste, especially not someone who has lost in over 10 matches. Hua Guoqiang's attitude was firm. Zhang Chen was unaware of the uproar his situation had caused. That evening, he had arranged to play games with the angry little girl, and only after the game ended did he notice several messages on his wristband from Huang Ling and Chen Duling. The mother and daughter were both reminding him that he wasn't taking his training seriously, and that Hua Guoqiang was very angry. If he didn't correct this in time, he would lose the opportunity to cultivate in the mind class. After simply replying that he understood, Zhang Chen fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, he checked his panel information. Name, Zhang Chen. Occupation, Law Manifestation Warrior. Lying flat. Value, 147. Title, Breathing Technique. Grade accomplishment, 73 out of 100. 13 styles. Perfect gun technique, proficient, 44/300. Jade Sandbody Refinement Technique. Minor accomplishment, 168/300. Physical quality, 25.47. Combat power. Value, 131.09. Skills, all-weather breathing and exhaling ability. Arm strength increase of 200 kilograms at any level. Speed superior to others. All-weather body refinement ability. Mind like still water. Thanks to the extreme lying flat achieved in the mind class and playing chess with the old man in Victory Park, Zhang Chen had accumulated 147 points of lying flat value in just one day. Considering his current skill level far exceeded the physical quality requirements, he realized that due to insufficient physical quality, he couldn't truly unleash his skill power. Additionally, since he had yet to unlock the flesh manifestation, Zhang Chen decided to use the 147 points of lying flat value on the body refinement technique. He felt it was necessary to unlock the flesh manifestation as soon as possible and become a powerful expert in the flesh manifestation realm, rather than just becoming a master of gun techniques. Moreover, only with strong physical quality could he fully exert the power of a gun technique master. Furthermore, according to the data calculations, allowing the body refinement technique to undergo its second transformation would evidently be faster than the fourth transformation of the gun technique. Additionally, as long as the body refinement technique underwent 2 transformations, he could become a body refinement master. As long as he was a master, the treatment should be good. Whether he became a body refinement master or a gun technique master, Zhang Chen needed whichever one he could become now. Thus, he added the 147 points of lying flat value to the jade sand body refinement technique. Lying flat value, non-jade sand body refinement technique. Great accomplishment, 15/300, physical value, 28.7 combat power value, 136.1. With the improvement in physical quality, Zhang Chen could more easily manifest the advantages of gun technique power, and his combat power value also saw a noticeable increase. He carefully sensed his body, and the only regret was that there was still no response from the blood and flesh. Regarding the awakening of the flesh manifestation, this left him somewhat frustrated. With his current mastery of the jade sand body refinement technique, perhaps after diligently training for a few days, he could obtain a response from the blood and flesh through the technique, thereby unlocking the flesh manifestation and allowing his combat power value and physical quality to leap once again, becoming a powerful warrior in the flesh manifestation realm. However, doing so would violate the lying flat attribute. That feeling of being able to see but not touch was indeed somewhat uncomfortable for him. Fortunately, he possessed all-weather body refinement ability and all-weather breathing and exhaling ability. These two abilities not only enhanced the values of the breathing technique and body refinement technique but also continuously stimulated his flesh and bones, improving Zhang Chen's combat power value and physical quality. Under the stimulation of these two abilities, he would eventually unlock the flesh manifestation on his own. It was just a matter of time. But to achieve lying flat and gain more lying flat value, Zhang Chen could only temporarily endure the torment. He deeply wished that unlocking the flesh manifestation could be as simple as unlocking the skin manifestation. Back then, when he reached the critical point for the skin manifestation, his body could automatically awaken it. Now, with his physical quality already exceeding the critical point for the flesh manifestation, yet still showing no response, it was indeed somewhat frustrating, but thinking about how the higher level Dharma forms are increasingly difficult to unlock, Zhang Chen gradually felt at ease. He was not the only one who had yet to unlock his Dharma form after surpassing the critical point. Lin Chengfeng was one of them. However, if the physical form was already so challenging, one could only wonder how long it would take for the muscle and bone forms to unlock, and what level of physical fitness would be required. Zhang Chen remembered that the critical point for the muscle form was a physical fitness of 60.0. Based on the current data, it seemed that even after reaching the critical point, unlocking the muscle form would still be quite difficult. Zhang Chen, you didn't forget what my mom told you last night, did you? After the Dharma Hall training ended, Chen Dueling asked. I know, you told her not to worry about me, I'll be fine. Zhang Chen hurriedly left, holding the chessboard. After losing 10 consecutive games yesterday, he planned to forgo his gaming time today at noon to spend quality time playing with old Lu. To prepare for this, Zhang Chen studied chess for another 2 hours in the Dharma Hall this morning. When Yan Fei saw him so seriously analyzing the chessboard, he felt quite uncomfortable. During the teaching process, he repeatedly reminded everyone of the importance of awakening the Dharma form and how failing to do so after reaching the critical point could severely harm their cultivation, even possibly making it impossible to awaken the Dharma power again. Zhang Chen listened halfway. Soon, he found old Lu Jinshan, in Victory Park. To his surprise, as noon approached, there was a beautiful female student accompanying old Lu, and she looked very familiar. After recalling, Zhang Chen realized she was old Lu's granddaughter, Lu Baoqin, who was quite popular in the mine class, even more so than Chen Dueling. It was said that she was the most powerful among this group of students in terms of consciousness strength, and once she successfully opened her sea of consciousness and awakened her mental power, she had a great chance of becoming a dual-system mental power master. Therefore, Lu Baoqin received focused training, and the teachers paid her a lot of attention. Just last evening, Zhang Chen thought old Lu was bragging, but it turned out he really had a granddaughter studying in the mind class. Hey, little Zhang, you're back again, old Lu said with a smile when he saw Zhang Chen with the chessboard.
Lu Baoqin was also at Victory Park because he had called her over to confirm whether Zhang Chen was really practicing in the mind class.
Zhang Chen, it really is you, Lu Baoqin exclaimed in surprise.
She hadn't expected that the boy who had been utterly defeated in chess for 2 consecutive days at Victory Park, losing game after game, was indeed Zhang Chen from their mind class. Zhang Chen recognized her because she was so outstanding in the mind class that it was hard not to remember her.
Similarly, she
remembered Zhang Chen because he had defeated Shi Pijian and was the top martial arts student in the final exam of the last semester in senior year. To her, Zhang Chen, at such a young age, had such combat power, which suggested he must be someone who practiced diligently and studied tirelessly. She never imagined he would come to the park to play chess with her.
grandfather.
Senior sister, I want to play a few games with your grandfather, Zhang Chen said earnestly. Then go ahead, I'll just watch, Lu Baoqin replied without refusal.
Immediately,
Zhang Chen and old Lu sat down at the stone table in the pavilion. Zhang Chen placed the beginner's Sea of Consciousness cultivation manual under him as he sat down.
Lu Baoqin
watched with her mouth slightly agape. Last night, old Lu had told her about this, and she hadn't believed it. She was surprised to see Zhang Chen actually using the manual as a seat
cushion.
To them, this book was like a sacred text, and Zhang Chen's action was quite bold.
The two set up the chessboard.
Zhang Chen immersed himself in the game, completely ignoring Lu
Baoqin, his mind focused on how to win a game against old Lu.
Unfortunately, old Lu had been navigating the sea of chess for many years. His skills were not just profound but far beyond
Zhang Chen's amateur level.
Even though Zhang Chen had studied the chess positions, he was still no match for old Lu.
Each game ended with him being utterly defeated. Let's go again,
he said, unwilling to give up, growing more determined with each loss. Xiao Zhang, you're young and full of energy.
I'm old and can't compare with you. I need to go home for dinner,
old Lu reminded him. He glanced at the time, it was well past mealtime.
Then I'll wait for you here.
Hurry back after you finish eating, Zhang Chen insisted, looking determined and
unyielding. Aren't you going to the mind class for training this afternoon?
After you eat, time will be running out, Lu Baoqin reminded him. She felt that Zhang Chen was a bit obsessed. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she wouldn't have believed that a genius capable of slaying Shi Pi would be so fixated on chess.
Then you go back and bring your grandpa some food.
I'll play a few more games with him, Zhang Chen suggested after thinking for a moment.
I don't have time for that. Grandpa, let's go. Don't mind him, Lu Baoqin said, a bit annoyed, feeling like Zhang Chen was treating her as a lackey.
Hey, don't go,
Lu Deyi. I'm too hungry to continue.
Let's leave it at that for today.
Baoqin, is he really your classmate? How can someone like him enter the mind class for training? Yeah, just ignore him from now on.
Old Lu was pulled away by Lu Baoqin. Young man, stop shouting. If you love playing chess so much, come, I'll play a few games with you. I just finished eating, and I'm not afraid of playing until dark, an old man with a fan approached after hearing the
commotion.
Sure, please have a seat, sir. To show respect, Zhang Chen placed the beginner's Mind Sea cultivation manual under the new old man's seat. Thus, the two began to battle it out
on the chessboard.
This guy is really strange. Lu Baoqin hadn't walked far when she saw Zhang Chen find an opponent and immediately ignored them. His obsession with chess was simply
unbelievable. Time passed quickly.
Soon it was time for the mind class training. After entering the classroom, Lu Baoqin scanned the surroundings but did not see Zhang Chen's figure.
Strange, could he really be so engrossed in chess that he lost track of time? Lu Baoqin thought.
If this happened among the students of the mind class, it would be absurd.
Teacher Huang, Zhang Chen hasn't come for training. As class time approached, someone immediately reported the situation to Huang Ling. What? Is he not afraid of punishment? Does he really want to give up the opportunity to train in the mind class? Huang Ling's face was filled with anger.
She hurriedly tried to contact Zhang Chen, only to find that his communication device was in sleep mode, clearly indicating he had blocked messages.
What is this guy up to? Does my teacher know about this? Huang Ling felt uneasy. Yes, he just went to the classroom to check, the intern replied. You go do your thing,
Huang Ling said helplessly, nervously knocking on Hua Guoqiong's office door.
Come in.
Hua Guoqiong's face was dark, and his powerful mental energy felt like a bomb that could explode at any moment. Upon learning that Zhang Chen hadn't come for training today, he immediately reported the situation to the 7-Star Alliance, using harsh language and a tough attitude, demanding that they revoke Zhang Chen's qualification for training in the mind class and impose severe punishment. The feedback he received, however, was a rejection of his request, suggesting he try to communicate with Zhang Chen to help him overcome his psychological barriers and find a way to make him
enjoy the mental energy training course.
This almost preferential pampering made it seem as if Zhang Chen were the son of the 7-Star Alliance, which infuriated and distressed the
Usually decisive Huaguoqiang. Master, Zhang Chun.
Huangling said nervously, especially after seeing Huaguoqiang's expression.
Bring him back. But instead of preparing for
Huaqiang's wrath, she heard him sigh in resignation.
Okay.
After Huangling stepped out, she began asking everyone if they knew where Zhang Chen had gone, such as Wang Dashan and
Yan Fei.
Upon learning that Zhang Chen hadn't come for training in the mine class, the two were heartbroken and promised to help look for Zhang Chen together.
Remembering that Zhang Chen
had been studying chess games recently, they rushed to various chess halls, but ended up with nothing until Huangling asked everyone in the mental class if anyone knew Zhang Chen's
whereabouts. Lu Baoqin's answer finally gave Wang Dashan and Yan Fei a direction.
For this reason, the two rushed to Victory Park together. They finally saw Zhang Chen sitting in a
crowded pavilion, engaged in a fierce chess match with old Lu.
After finishing dinner, old Lu couldn't help but return to Victory Park for a stroll, only to find Zhang Chen and several other elderly men battling it out over the chessboard, both sides completely absorbed in the game. A few idle old men, seeing Zhang Chen's poor chess skills, were sweating with anxiety and eagerly offered strategies to help him win a few games. Old Lu's fighting spirit surged instantly, and he forgot all about Zhang Chen going to the mental class for training.
Amidst
the shouts of the elderly men, the two of them fought back and forth over the chessboard.
With the help of the old men, Zhang Chen's chess skill skyrocketed. Although he was still not a match for old Lu, he managed to hold his own, and at this rate, perhaps in a few days, he would be able to win a game against old Lu. He was so immersed in it that the matter
of going to the mental class for training had long been cast aside, truly taking the concept of lying flat to the extreme. This state of self-forgetfulness was a different concept from deliberately avoiding training in the mental class, and the lying flat value gained was significantly different.
Bang!
Until Wang Dashan squeezed through the crowd and slapped
Zhang Chen on the shoulder.
Zhang Chen was startled awake. In his chess frenzy, he turned to see Wang Dashan's eyes, even redder and more terrifying than his own.
Seeing Zhang Chen hiding
in the park, playing chess with a group of old men instead of going to the mental class for training, both Wang Dashan and Yan Fei were heartbroken. The moment they saw Zhang Chen, they truly wanted to knock some sense into him. However, a cold gaze locked onto them firmly. It was Shadow. Seeing Zhang Chen so engrossed in chess that he forgot to go to the mental class for training, Shadow was also speechless, especially when he saw Zhang Chen being utterly defeated in almost every game. He simply couldn't understand how someone with such poor chess skills could forget about training in the mental class for the sake of playing chess. Nevertheless, he did not forget his important duty to protect Zhang Chen. Under the pressure of the two's presence, the group of old men in the pavilion quickly realized something was off and hurriedly got up to leave.
Hey, don't go. The game isn't finished yet. Zhang Chen shouted.
Old Lu and the others left even faster, because Wang Dashan and Yan Fei's gazes were as if they were about to kill.
You are continuously immersed in the chess game, sleepless
and tireless, taking the concept of lying flat to the extreme, gaining the ability to expand the sea of consciousness around the clock.
Suddenly, a piece of information appeared before Zhang Chen.
His eyes widened in surprise.
The ability to expand the sea of consciousness around the clock? It was actually obtained through playing chess. However, thinking about it,
this lying flat activity consumed the most mental energy, so gaining the ability to expand the sea of consciousness around the clock seemed quite reasonable.
Zhang Chen couldn't help but glance at the panel information.
Skill, ability to expand the sea of consciousness around the clock. Sea of consciousness, 0.0338/100. Zhang Chen discovered that there was an additional item in the skill directory, the ability to expand the sea of consciousness around the clock. In addition, a value indicating the expansion of the sea of consciousness appeared. Although he hadn't paid much attention in the mental class, Zhang Chen knew a thing or two about the importance of the sea of consciousness. The size of the sea of consciousness was related to whether one could awaken mental power. The prerequisite for awakening mental power was the ability to open the sea of consciousness. According to the teacher's explanation in the mental class, when the expansion of the sea of consciousness reached 0.1%, one could capture the form of the sea of consciousness and successfully open it. He vaguely remembered that Lu Baoqin and Chen Duling's sea of consciousness detection values seemed to be between 0.06 and 0.08. Once the value reached 0.1, the two would awaken their mental power. It was said that the sea of consciousness value for dual system mental power masters had to reach at least 1 or higher, while the value for destruction type mental power masters, like Zhang Bei Wang, was rumored to be close to 10.0. However, the rumors have never been confirmed. The value of Zhang Bei Wang's consciousness sea remains unknown to the public. The teacher of the mind class merely mentioned it in passing, allowing everyone to grasp the importance of the consciousness sea and how difficult it is to develop and cultivate. Teacher Huang seems to have said that the consciousness sea value of an ordinary person is around 0.005. My value has reached 0.0338, surpassing most ordinary people. I just don't know how much consciousness C value can be developed each day and how many points of lying flat are needed to increase it by a decimal, Zhang Chen mused to himself. Focusing on studying the chess game, he had forgotten to eat and sleep while coming to the park to play chess with a group of elderly men, and he unexpectedly gained the ability to develop his consciousness C around the clock. He thought about how this was related to thinking and also to his immersion in studying chess in the mind class. Perhaps it was this confusion that led to the awakening of this ability. In any case, no matter what, he had struck it rich. Zhang Chen, is it fun to come here to play chess? Wang Dashin questioned. I'd rather play chess here than go to the mind class for cultivation. You really have some skills, Yan Fei added with a dark expression. The principal and teacher Yan misunderstood. I came here to play chess not to avoid going to the mind class for cultivation, but because I feel that playing chess requires brain power, which is similar to the content of the mind class. Look, I even brought the basic cultivation method. For the consciousness C, Zhang Chen said as he pulled down the book that had almost stuck to the stone bench, gently patted the cover, and seriously placed it into his backpack. Not everyone can enter the mind class for cultivation. For the next few days, the two of us will take turns watching you and making sure you go to the mind class. Wang Dashin had already agreed with Yan Fei. Whether you can become a mental power master is up to you, we are only responsible for getting you there, Yan Fei nodded. You two don't need to trouble yourselves. I can go by myself. It's getting late, and I need to go back to catch up on my studies, Zhang Chen said without arguing. To avoid conflict, he wanted to take the opportunity to slip away, but Wang Dashin firmly gripped his shoulder. Wang Dashin said, the leader of the mind class is teacher Huang's master, and he is a level 5 mental power master. He was the first to discover that you didn't go to the mind class for cultivation. Now you need to come with us and explain it to him properly. Don't struggle, it will hurt a lot, Yan Fei warned. Principal, Teacher Yan, please don't do this, Zhang Chen pleaded as he was escorted away by the two. To ease Hua Guoqiang's anger, Wang Dashin and Yan Fei first explained to Huang Ling that Zhang Chen did not intentionally avoid going to the mind class for cultivation but had taken a different approach, believing that playing chess could also help develop the consciousness C. They hoped Huang Ling would explain this to Hua Guoqiang in advance so that it would be easier to clarify later. What kind of excuse is this? Does he think the mind class is his family's business? Huang Ling nearly flipped the table. But she still went to Hua Guoqiang's office and said in advance, Master, I've investigated the matter. The reason Zhang Chen is obsessed with studying chess is that he believes playing chess and analyzing games helps develop the consciousness C. He didn't come to class today because he was so dizzy from thinking about the game while playing chess with someone that he mistakenly thought his mind was forming a storm and that his consciousness C was growing, which made him forget to come to the mind class for cultivation. Young people nowadays always have some strange ideas that seem absurd to us, but sometimes they can indeed be effective. Of course, not going to the mind class for cultivation and instead going to the park to play chess with old men is clearly wrong. I will definitely deal with him tomorrow. Even if he wants to increase his consciousness C development value, he should choose to trust the teachers of the mind class, don't you think? Huang Ling changed her tone several times, nervously looking at Hua Guoqiang. Xiao Ling, you are someone I trained. Among this batch of students, we both know how many will reach a consciousness C value of 0.1 and become a mental power master. I don't want to hear anything more about Zhang Chen. I won't deprive him of his right to practice in the mind class, but if he chooses not to come, it's his own violation of the regulations of the 7 Major Star Systems Alliance, and any punishment he faces is his own business, not ours. Similarly, even if he does come, whether he studies or can become a mind power master is his own fate, and we cannot interfere. Therefore, in future classes, pay special attention to Lu Baoqin, your daughter, and the changes in the consciousness C values of the people on this list. It would be best if, before the start of the semester, their consciousness C values reach at least 0.08. Especially for Lu Baoqin and your daughter, I hope that after they leave the mind class, their consciousness C values can reach 0.1, and that they can become mind power masters before graduating from the martial arts exam. Hua Guoqiang said earnestly. As a level 5 mind power master, possessing abilities in attack, defense, and healing, he is unique in Nanchang, and even ranks among the best in the entire Jiangbei province. Hua Guoqiang has seen all kinds of geniuses. There are many with monstrous cultivation talents, not just Zhang Chen, some heirs of large corporations, with the help of potions and resources, unleash powers and potentials far beyond Zhang Chen. Yet, even they are cautious around him, and every class is taken seriously, as if they want to copy every word the teacher says 100 times. Someone like Zhang Chen, who has no resources or background and is so arrogant as to disregard mind power masters, is someone Hua Guoqiang has never encountered before. Faced with such a person, his usual approach would be to expel them, but unfortunately, Zhang Chen has the backing of the 7 Major Star Systems Alliance, which leaves Huoguoqiang feeling helpless. Therefore, his approach to Zhang Chen is to ignore him completely. Disciple understands, but if Zhang Chen is left unchecked, what if the 7 Major Star Systems Alliance investigates? We won't be able to handle it. Huang Ling said cautiously. It's not that we don't care, it's that we can't manage it, can't deal with it. Huoguoqiang said, tapping the table. Master, please don't be angry. Huang Ling, understanding Huoguoqiang's temperament, quickly poured him a glass of water. Teacher Hua, the principal of 9th Middle School in the Outer Ring City, and Master Yan Fei want to see you. An intern reported. What do they want? Huoguoqiang frowned. Wang Dashan had made contributions in the Great Radiation Zone, helping Ao Dugong slay the Catfish Demon King, and he was familiar with both Yan Fei, who was sent to teach in Nanchang, and Wang Dashan. They are here to bring Zhang Chen to apologize to you. Huang Ling explained. This kid has quite a bit of influence, being able to invite Wang Dashan and Yan Fei. Huoguoqiang said, surprised. Zhang Chen is there. Student, master. Why don't you meet with them? It might save you some trouble if issues arise in the future. Huang Ling advised. Let them in. Huoguoqiang sighed. Wang Dashan is a hero, and Yan Fei is a master of body refinement. Although he is a prestigious level 5 mind power master, it wouldn't be right to refuse them entry. Teacher Hua. After a while, Wang Dashan and Yan Fei entered Huoguoqiang's office with Zhang Chen. Smack. Both of them slapped Zhang Chen on the back of the head. Teacher Hua, I'm sorry. I thought playing chess could also enhance my consciousness, see, but I lost track of time. I hope you won't hold it against me. From now on, I won't make such mistakes again. Zhang Chen said respectfully. There was no other way. Under the pressure and persuasion of Wang Dashan and Yan Fei, he could only yield, especially since his behavior did seem a bit outrageous to outsiders. You don't need to apologize to me. Cultivation is your own business, and whether you can become a mind power master is also your own matter. Whether you choose to cultivate or not has nothing to do with me. No matter what kind of person you become in the future, it won't cause me any loss or bring me any benefit, understand? Huoguoqiang snorted coldly. I understand. Zhang Chen nodded. You don't understand anything. Wang Dashan, feeling angry, quickly forced a smile and stuffed a pack of cigarettes into Huoguoqiang's hand, saying, Teacher Hua, don't take it to heart. This kid's strength has risen too quickly and he never takes cultivation seriously, thinking that mental power is as easy to cultivate as marksmanship and body tempering. I've already criticized him, so please don't mind, he will definitely correct himself. In this resource-scarce apocalyptic environment, tobacco is extremely rare, even in the inner city, it is a precious commodity. Hoof. Huoguoqiang turned slightly and snorted coldly. Teacher Hua, we assure you that Zhang Chen will never miss a single class in the mental power class again, Yan Fei said solemnly. If it weren't for Principal Wang and Teacher Yin pleading for you, you wouldn't even think about entering the mental power class again, Hua. Huoqiang reminded. Hearing this, Wang Dashan and Yan Fei both secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Zhang Chen, however, brightened up and couldn't help but ask, really? Of course it's true. Do you think you can just come and go as you please in the mental power class? Wang Dashan said, squeezing Zhang Chen's shoulder. Zhang Chen felt the pain in his shoulder and could only remain silent. At such a young age, you've already cultivated marksmanship to the 3rd transformation and body tempering to the 1st transformation. If I'm not mistaken, the reason you look down on the mental power class is that you think you can still become a master of marksmanship or body tempering in the future, or maybe even excel in both, right? Hua. Huoqiang said with a smile that didn't reach her eyes. No, Zhang Chen shook his head. He truly didn't have that thought. Still daring to lie? Let me tell you the truth, I've seen many people your age with such achievements. Do you think you can sail smoothly, with your strength rising as quickly as drinking water, and continue to grow rapidly? Do you really think that becoming a master of marksmanship and body tempering is that easy? Do you believe that perhaps you will never become a master of marksmanship or body tempering in your lifetime? Do you believe that you have already hit a bottleneck, making it difficult to advance in either skill or body tempering? Huoguoqiang asked. I believe you, you're right, Zhang Chen nodded. With a laid-back attitude, he wouldn't take the initiative to conflict with others, especially over just a few words. But to Huoguoqiang, this behavior seemed more like a refusal to admit defeat. So Huoguoqiang smiled and asked, let me ask you, when you first awakened your physical manifestation, was your physical quality just reaching the threshold, and did it naturally awaken your physical manifestation? Yes, Zhang Chen nodded again. Then look at you now, your physical quality has long exceeded 20.0, even reaching above 25.0. Why can't
You opened the second layer of your law manifestation? Huo Guoqiang continued. Is this the bottleneck you mentioned? Zheng Chen asked in astonishment. That's right. When we first met, I tested your sea of consciousness. Your sea of consciousness value is just a little higher than that of ordinary people, which indicates that to capture the response from your body, your perception is very weak. If you cannot obtain a response from your flesh for a long time and awaken it to successfully open the second layer of your law manifestation, it means that your limit in this lifetime will only be the physical manifestation, and you won't even be able to become a martial artist with a second layer of law manifestation. How can someone like you become a master of marksmanship and body tempering? Do you know how difficult it is to form the opportunity for the fourth transformation of marksmanship and the second transformation of body tempering? If you don't believe me, you can ask Teacher Zhuge and Teacher Yin. Huo Guoqiang said earnestly. Zhang Chen, do you understand? To become a master of marksmanship or body tempering, you need to have a sufficiently strong sea of consciousness. Only then can your perception grow, helping you find the response of the law manifestation and the opportunity for skill transformation, Yin Fei reminded. Teacher Hui is right, your physical quality has already surpassed the threshold of the physical manifestation. According to your talent, it should be easy to open it, but look at you now? Wang Dashan felt a bit embarrassed saying this, as it had only been a few days since Zhang Chen became a physical martial artist. But to intimidate Zhang Chen, he had to emphasize his words. Even if you become a master of marksmanship, without the support of the Dharma form's power, it will be difficult for you to unleash your skills. Huang Ling added, if you diligently practice and pay attention in the mental training class, perhaps before the martial arts exam arrives, you can unlock the second layer of the Dharma form and become the strongest senior martial artist in Nanchang, representing Nanchang and the other 51 cities in Jiangbei province to compete for rankings. As far as I know, there's a martial artist named Lin Sentong in Beicheng, whose combat power is on par with yours, and he is expected to unlock the second layer of the Dharma form before school starts. Do you think you can compete with him? Huo Guoqiang asked again. As an old fox who had weathered many storms and experienced various situations, Huo Guoqiang never doubted his ability to handle a martial artist. It was merely a matter of whether he wanted to or not. Zhang Chen understood what everyone meant, he sighed, wanting to admit his mistake and go back to play games, but the words stuck in his throat. Suddenly, a surge of heat erupted, spreading throughout his body, and he felt as if countless voices were shouting within his flesh, countless powers rising up. With the help of his all-weather breathing and body tempering abilities, combined with his physical fitness, he had just reached a value above 28.0 in his lying flat value. The power of the second layer of the Dharma form finally awakened at this moment. Wang Dashan, who had his hand on Zhang Chen's shoulder to prevent him from saying something wrong, suddenly noticed that Zhang Chen's flesh was tightening like stone, then softening, then hardening again, as if it were breathing on its own, as if a tremendous force was about to burst forth from his flesh. He could even feel that Zhang Chen's flesh was releasing waves of power, and this power was the second layer of the Dharma form, the physical form. He quickly released his grip on Zhang Chen's shoulder. The others quickly noticed that Zhang Chen's face was flushed, his flesh burning like a furnace, and a powerful Dharma form force was uncontrollably erupting from his body. Ultimately, it formed the second layer of the Dharma form power, the physical form. Boom! Zhang Chen seemed to hear an explosion within his flesh. Every cell became vibrant with life, every muscle grew strong and powerful, as if he could twist a steel pipe into a spiral with his bare hands. He even felt he could kill Shi Pijian with a single punch. His combat power and physical fitness rapidly soared under the influence of this layer of the Dharma form. Zhang Chen discovered that both his sensory system and his strength and speed were quickly improving. The power from the Dharma form made him feel as if he had donned armor, feeling invulnerable and able to withstand electromagnetic attacks with his bare hands. This transformation of his flesh, in terms of defense, vitality, and strength, brought him an unprecedented sense of exhilaration and security. He felt as if he had become the Hulk from his past life. The sheer power of his flesh was enough to annihilate a group of physical martial artists. He couldn't help but look at the information panel below. Name, Zhang Chun. Profession, Dharma form martial artist. Lying flat value, 211. Title, breathing technique, great accomplishment, 79 out of 100, 13. Styles, perfect marksmanship, proficient, 44 out of 300. Jade sand body tempering technique, great accomplishment, 18 out of 300. Sea of consciousness, 0.0339/100. Physical fitness, 48.9. Combat power, 178.7. Skills, all-weather breathing and tempering ability, arm strength increased by 200 kilograms at any level, speed superior to others, all-weather body tempering ability, mind like still water, all-weather sea of consciousness expansion ability. Zhang Chen was pleasantly surprised. First of all, today's extreme lying flat not only granted him the
all-weather sea of consciousness expansion ability, but in just one day, his lying flat value had actually reached 211 points. Secondly, the value of the consciousness sea also changed at the decimal point, from 0.0338 to 0.0339. Although it only advanced by one digit, this meant that he could slowly increase the value of the consciousness sea without any training. As for how much the lying flat value could enhance the consciousness sea value, that would have to be tested after use. Of course, it was also possible that the lying flat value could not be directly added to the power of the consciousness sea. However, the power of the second layer of the had just awakened, granting him over 20.0 in physical quality, and his combat power value increased from around 136.0 to 178.7. This was a qualitative transformation and leap. He could intuitively feel an astonishing increase in both strength and speed, and the world he belonged to became wider and broader, as if there were opportunities waiting for him to explore. Zhang Chen sincerely felt how insignificant his former self had been. He never expected that the awakening of the second layer of the could bring about such a significant change. He vaguely remembered Yan Fei saying that a physical quality of 60.0 was the threshold for the third layer of the awakening point of the muscle aspect. Generally, when the flesh aspect's power reached its peak, the physical quality could reach around 60.0 or even higher. Zhang Chen did not know what the limit of his flesh aspect's physical quality was, but he was sure it would not be less than 60.0. This meant that with the awakening of the second layer of his physical quality would continue to improve in the days to come, and perhaps before long, it would reach around 60.0. Of course, this was also closely related to the enhancement of the body tempering method. In short, the changes that had occurred made Zhang Chen feel as if the world had transformed. First was the atmosphere in the office. Huang Ling was so shocked that she leaned against the wall, covering her mouth and unable to speak. Yan Fei's eyes were as wide as copper bells, unable to control himself as he squeezed Zhang Chen's shoulder. Wang Dashan circled around him as if he had found a treasure. As for Hua Guoqiang, his expression kept changing, filled with shock and surprise, wanting to laugh, but unable to, wanting to frown but feeling it inappropriate. For a moment, he seemed very awkward, unsure whether to congratulate Zhang Chen or encourage him to continue his training. He originally wanted to use the bottleneck to pressure Zhang Chen, but unexpectedly, Zhang Chen opened the second layer of the right in front of him. Moreover, the degree of the exceeded everyone's expectations. Everyone felt that Zhang Chen had become a different person. Huang Ling realized that her mental power could no longer easily induce dizziness. In Zhang Chen, under the protection of the power of the second layer of Zhang Chen's consciousness sea had already formed a certain level of defense. This was the power of once awakened, it could benefit the consciousness sea. How did you suddenly awaken the second layer of Yan Fei broke the silence. In the past few days, my mastery of the body tempering method has improved a bit. I have already reached great success, Zhang Chen explained. Oh. Yan Fei nodded, his heart filled with joy, gritting his teeth, wanting to laugh, but not daring to. No matter what, Zhang Chen was his student. If Zhang Chen became a body tempering master, it would bring him glory, and he would receive more rewards, perhaps 2 bottles of opening meridian liquid. Wang Dashan's face was also flushed. Zhang Chen had opened the second layer of so early, and it was a sure thing that the martial arts exam would represent Nanchang in the competition, and he really had a chance to achieve a good ranking. In short, the resources for cultivation and living allowances for all the teachers and students of the 9th middle school could be raised a level, and what he had been thinking about seemed to have a chance of realization. The surprise came too suddenly. He was completely unprepared and couldn't control himself, so he turned his back, covered his mouth, and began to chuckle. Although the laughter did not escape, his trembling body seemed to be dancing wildly. It's getting late, I'll take you back. Huang Ling hurriedly pushed the 3 of them to leave. She didn't dare to look at Hua Guoqiang's eyes, but she knew he must be in great agony. Teacher Hua, I'm leaving first. Zhang Chen felt it necessary to greet Hua Guoqiang. He didn't feel the slightest bit of satisfaction from slapping someone in the face. Hua Guoqiang responded softly. It wasn't until everyone had left that he let out a long breath and exclaimed, Shaoanaima. Wang Dashan and Yan Fei escorted Zhang Chen back to the future city community, and after discussing the training plans for the next day, they left. I have successfully unlocked the physical manifestation. I can help my second uncle and the others get a bigger house now, Zhang Chen muttered to himself. A few days ago, Yang Darong became a martial artist of the physical manifestation realm and was rewarded with a large flat by the 7 Major Star Systems Alliance, inviting all the residents of the community to a banquet, which was lively and bustling with drums and gongs, making Zhang Chen envious. Given the opportunity to enjoy a large flat, Zhang Chen naturally wouldn't refuse. Upon returning home, to test whether the lying flat value was useful for expanding his consciousness sea, Zhang Chen decided to give it a try. He glanced at the lying flat value and the consciousness sea value. Lying flat value, 216 consciousness C, 0.0341/100. After serious contemplation, Zhang Chen decided to add all the lying flat value to the consciousness C to see if he could directly enhance it. The panel information changed immediately. Lying flat value, 0. Consciousness C, 0.1482/100. Combat power value, 178.70. Great. The lying flat value can directly enhance the consciousness C expansion value. But with just over 200 lying flat values, it only increased the value by about 0.11. Zhang Chen felt both happy and frustrated. If he had used the 216 lying flat value on the body tempering method, the level of the body tempering method would be close to perfection, just one step away from becoming a body tempering master. However, using it on the consciousness C only increased the value by about 0.11, and surprisingly, the combat power value did not increase with the growth of the consciousness C value. Could it be because he had not yet unlocked the consciousness C and had not obtained mental power, so the growth of the consciousness C value was unrelated to the combat power value? Or perhaps the calculation methods of the two were not in the same system. Even if he became a mental power master in the future, the combat power value would not change due to mental power but would have a separate column. Teacher Huang once said that the purpose of this mental power class training is to ensure that each student's consciousness C value reaches 0.1. Only by reaching this critical point can one unlock the consciousness C and obtain mental power. Now that my consciousness C value has reached the standard, I just don't know when I can unlock the consciousness C and what the state of mental power will be like once it's open, Zhang Chen pondered. There is a relevant explanation in the beginner's cultivation method for the consciousness C. That book, which several old men had worked on together, was on the table, but Zhang Chen was too lazy to flip through it. Anyway, the boat will naturally straighten when it reaches the bridge. He possessed the ability to expand the consciousness C at all times, and with the help of this ability, he would eventually unlock the consciousness C and become a mental power master. The next day, Zhang Chen went to the Law Manifestation Hall to cultivate as usual. He noticed a familiar face in the Law Manifestation Hall, Lu Baoqin, a freshman martial arts student from Starry Sky University. With Hua Guoqiang's help, she had also gained the qualification to train in Yan Fei's Law Manifestation Hall. As more and more students joined, Yan Fei's attention remained focused on Zhang Chen. Now that Zhang Chen had cultivated the Jade Sand body tempering method to a high level, at this rate, he might become a body tempering master in less than 2 years. He would also receive substantial rewards, so during today's 2-hour class, Yan Fei mostly shared insights about the transformation and timing of the body tempering method. He didn't care whether Zhang Chen could absorb it. As long as he was speaking, Zhang Chen would inevitably pick up some information. Zhang Chen remained silent, continuing to study his chess game. He noticed that ever since his consciousness C value exceeded 0.1, his thinking seemed to have accelerated significantly. In the past few days at the park, playing chess with a group of old men, the chess positions he encountered seemed to replay in his mind like a movie, and his chess skills were visibly improving. He felt that the previous defeat at the hands of the old man, leaving him with nothing, was not due to his lack of skill in chess, but rather because his mind wasn't sharp enough. If he were to face them again now, he was sure he would wipe the floor with that group of old men. After the session at the Dharma Hall, Zhang Chen quickly packed his things. Are you going to find my grandfather to play chess again? He didn't go to the park today, Lu Baoqin said, seeing Zhang Chen holding a chessboard. I need to make a trip to the lab first, then I'll go to the park. If your grandfather isn't there, I'll play with the others. It won't take long anyway, Zhang Chen replied. What do you need to go to the lab for? Yi Chen, Chen Dueling, and Xiao Kuei asked in unison. I unlocked the second level of my Dharma form yesterday, and I want to report it at the lab and also change to a larger apartment, Zhang Chen casually said. Impossible, I don't believe you could unlock your Dharma form so quickly, Yi Chen shook his head. If you don't believe me, ask Teacher Yin yourself, Zhang Chen quickly ran out. The others couldn't help but look at Yan Fei, who nodded seriously. Suddenly, the three felt dizzy. I must become a mental energy master. Chen Dueling ran towards the mental energy class, eager to study and practice in the classroom. A physical form warrior, no wonder they don't take the mental energy class seriously, but what is a Dharma form warrior in front of a mental energy master? Lu Baoqin thought to herself, then followed to the mental energy class to study and practice. Xiao Kuei went back to practice his knife skills frantically, while Yi Chen returned to find Lu Qing to ask for potions. He wanted to become stronger and stronger. In Victory Park. Tap. Check. Old Lu had originally followed Lu Baoqin's arrangement and didn't come to Victory Park to play chess today, but his phone rang incessantly at noon. A group of old friends said that Zhang Chen's chess skills had greatly improved, wiping out a bunch of old geezers, and they all contacted him to hurry over and deal with Zhang Chen. Unable to resist, he jogged over. Now the two had played 3 games, and as Zhang Chen gradually grasped his Rhythm, old Lu had only narrowly won the first game, while the remaining two were decisively lost to Zhang Chen. The fourth game was about to reach a deadlock, causing him to sweat profusely, his brows furrowed, staring intently at the pieces on the board, racking his brain to figure out how to break the deadlock. Faced with the call of check, he shivered, feeling as if it were a death warrant. I've waited so long, the flowers have wilted, hurry up. Zhang Chen urged, suddenly feeling that old Lu was being overly cautious, taking a moment to think about each move, no longer the arrogant figure that had made him kneel for over 10 games. The group of old men behind him also stopped their chatter, quietly discussing strategies to help old Lu. Zhang Chen sat on the stone bench, suddenly feeling a sense of battling a crowd of scholars, with the spirit of, though a million oppose, I will go on. After a while, I lost, old Lu sighed, realizing the game had reached a deadlock, and there was no way to win against Zhang Chen this time. Let's go again. But he was not willing to give up. However, a hand pulled Zhang Chen up from the stone bench, and then two figures carried Zhang Chen away. That's enough for today, come back tomorrow and think about how to win against me. Zhang Chen waved and shouted to old Lu and the others. Old Lu and the others gritted their teeth in anger, unable to control themselves as they analyzed Zhang Chen's moves today, pondering how to turn the tide and dismantle Zhang Chen piece by piece. In the following days, Zhang Chen reported to the Dharma Hall every day, then played chess with old Lu and the others in the park. As his consciousness C value continued to grow, Zhang Chen's thinking became agile, and his chess skills improved by leaps and bounds. Old Lu and the others racked their brains but found it increasingly difficult to win a game against Zhang Chen. Almost every time, they were completely wiped out, feeling dejected, and even began to recruit help, summoning experts from other parks to deal with Zhang Chen. Initially, a few experts did give Zhang Chen some trouble, and he lost several times, causing old Lu and the others to burst into laughter. However, with the help of the all-weather consciousness C expansion ability, Zhang Chen's chess skills grew at a speed far beyond their expectations. Faced with various techniques, he could always draw inferences from one instance to another, breaking through in desperate situations and turning the tide. Not only did he quickly achieve victory, but the hair on Lu Laotu and the others' heads was also reduced to just a few strands, as if they were possessed, studying the chessboard every day, pondering how to defeat Zhang Chen. During this time, Zhang Chen reported to the mime class every day under the escort of Wang Dashan and Yan Fei, studying the chessboard while listening to the teacher's lectures. After his consciousness C value reached 0.1, he discovered that many things, even if he didn't pay close attention, could replay in his mind what others said, leaving a memory behind. As a result, a week later, an additional column appeared in the panel information. Basic Consciousness C Cultivation Method, Entry Level, 3/100. Meanwhile, with the help of the all-weather Consciousness C Expansion ability, the Consciousness C value increased daily at a rate of 0.001. After 7 days, Zhang Chen's Consciousness C value had become 0.1553/100. Although it was only a 0.01 increase, Zhang Chen felt that both his thinking and perception had undergone a brand new change. This was also why he could incorporate the basic Consciousness C cultivation method into the panel without focusing on cultivation, even while joking around. He completely overwhelmed Lu Laotu and the others, leaving them at their wits' end, unable to turn the chessboard around. In addition, through these days of listening and observing, Zhang Chen gained a new understanding and experience of how to open the Consciousness C and awaken mental power. It turned out that it wasn't enough for the Consciousness C value to reach 0.1 to automatically open the Consciousness C or awaken mental power. Instead, it required continuous exploration and communication with the Consciousness C's power, allowing one's perception and consciousness to resonate, thus gaining the ability of inner vision. Inner vision had always been a hallmark of martial arts masters, typically only possessed by powerful law-embodying warriors, such as those who could awaken bone or organ manifestations. Zhang Chen didn't expect that a mental power master could possess this ability in advance. However, making perception and consciousness resonate was not an easy task. It required a sufficiently powerful Consciousness C. Otherwise, one would need to cultivate diligently, trying again and again to succeed. Clearly, Zhang Chen could not seriously cultivate, nor could he repeatedly attempt to make perception and consciousness resonate. Fortunately, lying flat meant not competing or striving, not working hard or improving, rather than completely giving up and disregarding cultivation. Plus, there were teachers patrolling. Sometimes, to cope, Zhang Chen would also try to cultivate a bit. As a result, under the already strong Consciousness C power, after 10 consecutive days of intermittent attempts, Zhang Chen's perception and consciousness finally resonated. He also developed a certain inner vision ability. Zhang Chen saw what the so-called Consciousness C looked like. It turned out that his Consciousness C appeared in his mind like a swirling nebula shimmering with stars. With the help of inner vision, he not only saw the form of the Consciousness C but also observed the fluctuations of energy in his internal organs and blood, as well as the restless energy within the Consciousness C. Gaining inner vision and finding the consciousness sea was a key step in opening the consciousness sea. Once this step succeeded, there was 100% chance of successfully opening the consciousness sea and awakening mental power from it, ultimately becoming a mental power master. Zhang Chen didn't expect that he would take this step so easily. Since his consciousness sea value exceeded 0.1 in just 10 days, he had gained inner vision, and at this moment, his consciousness sea value had also reached 0.158. Half stronger than the so-called 0.1. Students, tomorrow is the time for your consciousness sea assessment. All members whose consciousness sea power does not reach 0.08 must leave the Spirit Thought class. I hope that on this last night, you can work hard to cultivate and strive to stay in the Spirit Thought class and become a mental power master in the future, Huang Ling said as the 3-hour class was about to end. Yes. Although everyone responded in unison, it was clear that some were low in spirits, and even some students were saying their goodbyes to each other. After tomorrow, I will no longer go to the Dharma Hall for cultivation. My consciousness sea value has already reached 0.09, and from now on, my cultivation will be related to becoming a mental power master. I hope that when we meet again in the future, I will have become a powerful mental power master, and you will have become a so-called master of marksmanship or a master of body refinement. Chen Duling also said her farewells to Zhang Chen. Expanding the consciousness sea is not as easy to cultivate and achieve as marksmanship and body refinement. Everyone has seen Zhang Chen's actions during this time. Even Hua Guoqiang was extremely disappointed in him. All the teachers in the Spirit Thought class actively ignored him, and no one believed he could become a mental power master and continue to stay in the Spirit Thought class for cultivation. This naturally included Chen Duling and Huang Ling. But as classmates, and having lived together in the Shizong community, Chen Duling knew that after tomorrow, their paths would diverge. One on the path of the mental power master, and the other on the path of the marksmanship master or body refinement master. Perhaps the next time they meet or collaborate, it will be on the battlefield, slaying alien creatures or ambushing extraterrestrial beings. In any case, after tomorrow, she would enter closed-door cultivation and would no longer be able to go to the Dharma Hall, where she could see Zhang Chen every day like now. So this was a farewell. Can I become a marksmanship master, a body refinement master, and a mental power master at the same time? Zhang Chen asked. With your talent, if you cultivate seriously, there might be a slight possibility, but of course, excluding the mental power master. Since I was young, I followed my mother, wanting to become a mental power master. It's not just about talent, it's also closely related to the power of the consciousness sea. Some people, even if they have a consciousness sea, if their value does not increase, they cannot become a mental power master, no matter how outstanding their talent is. Do you understand what I mean? I'm not trying to discourage you or belittle you. I hope you can cultivate well and become a marksmanship master or a body refinement master as soon as possible. For example, mastering both marksmanship and body refinement. With your talent, as long as you take it seriously, you should be able to achieve it, Chen Duling said earnestly. I understand, thank you, Chen classmate. I won't let you down, Zhang Chen nodded. He could tell that Chen Duling was sincerely encouraging him, not mocking him. Although she also felt despair every time the combat power value was updated. That despair stemmed from the crushing pressure of talent, not from hostility towards him. He could feel that in the human survival plan established by the 7-Star Alliance, many teachers and classmates hoped he could become stronger and contribute to humanity in the future by eliminating alien and extraterrestrial beings. That's why teachers like Wang Dashan, Yang Li Ru, and Hong Lisan would go to great lengths to encourage him to cultivate hard. Although they could gain corresponding resource rewards, it cannot be denied that they all hoped he would become even stronger. So every time he broke through, although Zhang Chen felt joy in his heart, he did not take pleasure in slapping them in the face. I hope you can keep your word. Chen Duling sighed, as she actually held little hope in her heart. Teacher Huang. I awakened. I saw my consciousness sea. Suddenly, an excited voice came. It was Lu Baoqin. As the one recognized among this group of students with the best foundation in consciousness sea power and the strongest talent in this aspect, Lu Baoqin's consciousness sea value finally reached 0.1 yesterday. She had repeatedly tried to make her consciousness and perception resonate, and finally today, she gained the ability of inner vision and saw the appearance of the consciousness sea. After taking this crucial step, she would undoubtedly become a mental power master in the future. Perhaps in just a few days, she would be able to open her consciousness sea and unleash her mental power. This was an exhilarating moment, and everyone looked at her with envy. That's great, Baoqin. You should follow the basic cultivation method for the consciousness sea and use introspection to sense the energy of the consciousness sea. When you can touch that energy, you will successfully open the consciousness sea, awaken your mental power, and become a mental power master, Huang Ling encouraged. Yes, I will work hard.
Thank you, Teacher Huang, and classmates, see you at the top of the mountain. Lu Baoqin was extremely excited. Gaining the ability of introspection and finding the location of the consciousness sea felt like discovering a whole new realm, the value of which was self-evident. Even Hua Guoqiong came out of the office to give Lu Baoqin a few serious instructions while encouraging everyone not to give up until the very end. Of course, this did not apply to Zhang Chen. Even if Zhang Chen opened the second layer of the, he held no hope for him. Zhang Chen congratulated Lu Baoqin along with everyone else, then went to the park to play chess with old Lu, who seemed to have already received the news about Lu Baoqin developing introspection, his gloomy expression lifting. While playing chess with Zhang Chen, he said, "Young man, do you know my granddaughter is about to become a mental power master? Starting tomorrow, you won't be able to meet her easily." "General, we will meet again," Zhang Chen replied calmly. Old Lu's face darkened as he pondered how to break the deadlock. That night, in the future community, after Zhang Chen and the angry little girl played a few rounds of the Star Realm game, he lay in the bathtub soaking in hot water while browsing the latest news. Suddenly, a surge of heat flowed out from the consciousness sea. The consciousness sea, which had originally been as vague as a cloud, with what seemed like stars flickering inside, suddenly became bright, as if forming a galactic power. With the help of the all-weather consciousness sea development ability, Zhang Chen finally opened the consciousness sea and awakened his mental power. He didn't know how to release his mental power. But looking at the soap by the edge of the bathtub, he suddenly felt a strong urge to attack, and with a thought, buzz. It was as if an invisible current shot out from Zhang Chen's mind. His head throbbed painfully. The soap by the bathtub flew off as if struck by an unseen force, crashing against the wall with a smack and sticking there. There are related tricks to releasing mental power. The tricks had not been taught by the mental power class teacher. It wasn't that they didn't teach, but rather that no one thought someone would open the consciousness sea and awaken mental power during the training phase. Even Lu Baoqin, who had the strongest aptitude and the most solid foundation in the consciousness sea, had only developed her introspection ability today and found the consciousness sea. Let alone Zhang Chen, who hardly practiced. So, although he had opened the consciousness sea and awakened his mental power, when he first used this power, Zhang Chen felt a splitting headache. Clearly, releasing mental power was not as simple as he had imagined. There must be many intricacies involved. Recalling how Shi Piang had released his mental power, leading to a significant drop in his combat power, which Zhang Chen had exploited, he realized that he was now in the same situation as Shi Piang, suffering from the release of mental power. It seemed that to become a powerful mental power master, one not only needed to possess mental power but also to understand how to release it. As for which type of mental power master to become, or whether to be a dual-type master, that remained to be explored. Zhang Chen currently understood very little. If it weren't for his all-weather consciousness sea development ability and the ability to increase the consciousness sea value by lying flat, he wouldn't have been able to become a mental power master. The next day, after finishing his training at the, Zhang Chen went to Victory Park again to play chess with old Lu and the others. Ever since Lu Baoqin entered the mental power class and was expected to become a mental power master, old Lu's voice had been the loudest in Victory Park. Now that Lu Baoqin has awakened his inner vision ability, he has taken a crucial step towards becoming a mental power master. Old Lu was eager to speak to everyone with the loudspeaker. When Zhang Chen appears, he actively sets up the chessboard, signaling everyone to be quiet as he wants to play a game with Zhang Chen without interruptions. The result, of course, is that Zhang Chen wipes him out completely, leading to a quick breakdown of defenses. He starts shouting and gathering a group of partners to jointly besiege Zhang Chen on the chessboard. Unfortunately, ever since he opened his consciousness sea, Zhang Chen's thinking and perception have undergone a new evolution. The combined consciousness sea value of old Lu and his group is still less than 0.1, leaving them only to be pressed down and rubbed by Zhang Chen. Soon, it was time to go to the mental class for assessment. Today is a crucial lesson. Wang Dashan and Yan Fei have already heard the news and dare not be negligent. Regardless of whether Zhang Chen can pass the assessment, they must take him there to let him undergo the evaluation. Both are prepared, and after the assessment, they plan to give Zhang Chen a mental baptism, making him realize the importance of cultivation. They hope to take this opportunity to help him turn over a new leaf and start anew. Neither of them harbors any illusions about Zhang Chen becoming a mental power master. They only wish for this failure to teach him a lesson, prompting him to reform and take life seriously. Zhang Chen also takes this opportunity to check the information on the panel below. Name, Zhang Chen. Profession, Law Manifestation Warrior. Lying flat. Value, 569. Title, Breathing Method, Perfect. 97 out of 100. 13 styles. Perfect. Gun technique, Proficient, 44/300. Jade Sand Body Refinement Method, Great Achievement, 111 out of 300. Primary Consciousness Sea Cultivation Method, Entry,
56 out of 100, Consciousness C, 0.1596/100, Physical Quality, 50.2 Combat Power Value, 179.7 Skills, All-Weather Breathing and Exhaling Ability, Arm Strength Increase of 200 kilograms. At any level, speed superior to others, All-Weather Body Refinement Ability, A Mind as Calm as Water, All-Weather Consciousness C Expansion Ability. Over the past 10 days, Zhang Chen has followed the routine diligently, not forgetting the essentials of lying flat. Although he hasn't been able to enter the state of forgetting himself again and push lying flat to the extreme to gain considerable lying flat value through the accumulation of time, his lying flat value has reached 569 points. His physical quality has also improved under the influence of the all-weather body refinement ability and all-weather breathing and exhaling ability, which in turn has fed back into the breathing method and body refinement method. Now, the tidal breathing method is just one step away from reaching perfection. The value of the Jade Sand Body Refinement Method is also closer to perfection if he adds the current accumulated 569 points of lying flat value to the Jade Sand Body Refinement Method. It will transform into the Blood Sand Body Refinement Method. Zhang Chen will then become a body refinement master. Although his combat power value is still far inferior to Yin Fei's, the resources and treatment he enjoys will also rise significantly, granting him greater influence in South City. If he adds it to the Consciousness C, the value would be around 0.4. Ever since he captured the existence of the Consciousness C and opened it, gaining mental power, Zhang Chen has understood the importance of the power of the Consciousness C. Thus, he feels a bit hesitant, unsure whether to directly add the lying flat value to the Consciousness C or to become a body refinement master with the physical quality to unlock the muscle manifestation. He has now realized that the combat power value range for muscle manifestation warriors is above 195.0. Based on his current combat power value, once the Jade Sand Body Refinement Method becomes the Blood Sand Body Refinement Method, his physical quality will surely exceed 60.0, and his combat power value will inevitably reach the realm of muscle manifestation warriors. Whether as a body refinement master or a muscle manifestation warrior, both hold high status in South City and are not to be overlooked. If his gun technique undergoes a transformation in the future, his combat power value might even hope to reach the critical point of Bone Manifestation Strongman. So, after careful consideration, Zhang Chen decides to see how Huang Ling and others explain mental power in detail after today's assessment. If the power of the Sea of Consciousness far exceeds that of techniques and body tempering methods, then one should invest these laid-back values into the Sea of Consciousness, and vice versa. Every mental power master holds a very high status and is one of the rarest talents among humans. Whenever the divine sect opens a mental power class anywhere, it attracts significant attention, especially on the day of assessing students to see if they can become mental power masters. Relevant leaders will be present to watch. Nanchang is no exception. The city lord, Su Songlin, along with Ao Dagong, one of the top 10 powerhouses in Jiangbei province, are important guests today, personally received by Hua Guoqiong. In addition, Di Yang, the president of Starry Sky University, Xin Dada, the president of Divine Martial University, as well as the master of marksmanship, Zhu Gaho, and the master of swordsmanship, Lin Xieying, are also among them. Old Gu. The two presidents, the two masters. After escorting Zhang Chen over, Wang Dashan and Yen Fei immediately gathered with Di Yang and the others, discussing Zhang Chen's recent actions, sighing while expressing admiration. In their view, Zhang Chen, at such a young age, has become a martial artist. At the physical manifestation level, with a combat power value approaching 180.0, surpassing the martial arts students of various major academies, comparable to the top martial arts students of Starry Sky University and Divine Martial University. The martial arts examination replacing Nanchang, competing alongside martial arts students from the other 51 cities in Jiangbei province, is already a done deal. Zhang Chen sat down in his position. Many big names had come today, especially the presence of Ao Dagong, which made every student quite nervous. Under the effects of being laid back and having a calm mind, Zhang Chen maintained a very composed expression until a gaze fell upon him, which was Ao Dagong. As the strongest in Nanchang and one of the top 10 in Jiangbei province, Ao Dagong is a legend in people's eyes, a martial arts myth of Nanchang. There are songs sung in his praise. Born and raised in the lower part of Nanchang, he vowed to protect this land, practicing martial arts day and night, just to safeguard his hometown's peace. Influenced by what he heard and saw, Zhang Chen was filled with curiosity and respect for this legendary figure. Sensing the others' gaze, he turned to look back and smiled slightly. Ao Dagong also nodded at Zhang Chen, clearly a bit surprised. First, he was sitting behind Zhang Chen, and second, his strength was formidable, his gaze deep and inscrutable, like distant stars that are hard to capture, yet Zhang Chen was able to perceive it with just a glance. This truly surprised him. Could it be that Zhang Chen's Perception and consciousness resonated, granting him the ability of inner vision, or even opening the sea of consciousness, becoming
a mental power master?
However, Ao Dagon was well aware of Zhang Chen's actions during this phase to elevate his physical quality to over 40.0 in such a short time had already made him take notice.
Could it be that he is the chosen one, capable of becoming a master of marksmanship and body tempering, as well as a mental power master? Ao Dagon found it somewhat absurd, no matter how
extraordinary a person is, it is impossible to excel in every aspect, achieving good results in techniques, body tempering methods,
and even mental power. He thought it might be a coincidence.
You mentioned before that as long as Zhang Chen's physical quality reaches above 6.0 before the school starts, you would teach him a few moves to help him bring glory to Nanchang.
Now that he has
awakened the second layer of the, if you can lead him in training, even if he doesn't take first place in the future, Nanchang will still attract the attention of the 7 major star system alliances and gain more resource support.
Su Songlin's attention had been focused on Zhang Chen. Although Chen Dueling and Lu Baoqin could also become mental power masters, the hope of competing for rankings
had always rested on Zhang Chen.
As the city lord, he needed more resources and living allowances, only then could he change the situation in Nanchang and keep it standing strong.
Once I go to the Great Radiation Zone again and take down the catfish demons lair, I will fulfill my promise and wholeheartedly teach him to cultivate. Ao Dagon nodded.
This guy is exceptionally talented and
seems to have no interest in fame and fortune, but in reality he has a wild heart.
As far as I know, both Zhuge Hou and Yan Fei
wanted to take him as a disciple, but he rejected them both. Even Teacher Huai is not in his eyes, so be careful when dealing with him,
Su Songlin reminded. Ao Dagon had also heard some rumors. That's why he was seriously observing Zhang Chen. After
observing, he felt that Zhang Chen was a polite and sensible good kid, not someone who would cause trouble,
no matter how he looked.
At it, his unwillingness to become a disciple of Zhuge Hou and Yan Fei didn't seem to be his fault.
Welcome, leaders, to the 4. This session's mental power class assessment.
I hereby announce that the assessment officially begins.
Huang Ling said to everyone.
Today's assessment was particularly simple. It only required testing everyone's consciousness C value to see if it reached 0.08 and whether they had the potential to resonate perception and consciousness to form inner vision. As long as both criteria were met, that person would surely become a mental power master in the future.
However, to prevent any issues during the testing that might lead to missing out on a potential mental power master, the testing method did not rely entirely on instruments. Instead, it combined the efforts of mental power masters, using their mental power to guide and see if the students could form inner vision capabilities at the last moment.
0.1 is the critical point for opening the consciousness C.
To form inner vision, a consciousness C value of around 0.06 is sufficient.
If one can form inner vision, even if their consciousness C value is not enough, they can continue to stay in the mental power class for training, and with the help of several mental power masters, ultimately become a
mental power master.
The person testing everyone's consciousness C power value and guiding their perception and consciousness to resonate was none other than Huoguoqiong. He was the only level 5 mental power master here and also a tri-system mental power
master. His personal involvement was the most compliant with regulations and effectively ensured that no talent would be overlooked.
So after Huang Ling finished speaking, Huoguoqiong stood up and walked among the students.
Even Ao Dagon had once been his
student, and at the moment he stood up, everyone applauded and welcomed him, even bowing in respect.
On his first day in the mental
power class, Zhang Chen had experienced Huoguoqiong's mental power, and to this day, he still didn't know how Huoguoqiong released his mental power to create illusions and controlled the chalk to fly and hover in front of him. When you feel an unusual wave in your mind, you can automatically walk to the testing instrument, put on the helmet, and accept the consciousness C power test. Your consciousness C energy value, whether you possess inner vision capabilities, and whether you can become a mental power master, will all be displayed on the instrument, Huoguoqiong said.
Buzz. With his swift and decisive manner, he released his
mental power after speaking. As a fellow mental power master, with a consciousness C value of 0.159, Zhang Chen finally managed to
capture the fluctuations of Huoguoqiong's mental power. The fluctuations were like ripples on the water's surface, gently flowing into everyone's minds. But he felt like a stone on the water's surface, automatically ignored by the ripples. This was not because his consciousness C value exceeded that of other students, allowing him to automatically form a defense, but rather because Huoguoqiong had no intention of guiding his consciousness and perception to resonate. In Huoguoqiong's eyes, Zhang Chen was merely going through the motions, and there was no need to waste time on him. After today, Zhang Chen would have to say goodbye. Out of sight, out of mind. Huang Ling sighed. As a student of Huoguoqiang and a level 3 awakened mental power master, she and the other mental power masters could see that Zhang Chen was being overlooked by Huoguoqiang. She knew that Huoguoqiang was genuinely angry, which was why he chose to ignore Zhang Chen. But she had nothing to say because she had witnessed all of Zhang Chen's actions. Ao. Da Ganyan Su Songlin frowned slightly. Although they were not mental power masters, they had taken courses in this area and had some understanding of mental power. They could also capture the fluctuations of mental power released by Huoguoqiang and noticed that Zhang Chen was being ignored by him. Although the two were puzzled, they did not ask further questions. Here, Huoguoqiang not only had the most experience but also held the most authority. Whatever he did, even Su Songlin had no right to question. Wang Dashan, Yan Fei, Zhu Gahou, and Lin Xieying, each of whom was a strong practitioner at the bone frame stage, even in the process of using the meridian liquid to attempt to awaken their bloodline powers, were not mental power masters, but under their strong perception, they could still catch Huoguoqiang's relatively gentle mental power fluctuations. Noticing that Zhang Chen was being ignored by Huoguoqiang, the four could only sigh helplessly. They just hoped that after this incident, Zhang Chen would learn a lesson and change his ways. Zhang Chen hesitated to speak, quietly sitting in his place. At that moment, the students whose heads were vibrating began to walk towards the instruments, putting on helmets to undergo testing. Gradually, the people beside Zhang Chen left one by one. Lu Baoqin, Chen Duling, and other students all stood before the instruments, donning their helmets. Seeing this, Zhang Chen felt he couldn't just sit there alone, so he went to a corner, wanting to undergo the test as well, but he discovered that the number of instruments had actually decreased by one. It seemed that Huoguoqiang had arranged this intentionally. Huoguoqiang appeared to be oblivious to him, retracting his mental power fluctuations and returning to his seat, picking up his tea and bringing it to his mouth. For a moment, everyone's gaze was focused on Zhang Chen. Everyone felt embarrassed for him. Not only did Huoguoqiang not use mental power to guide him in perceiving and forming resonance, but he also hadn't prepared an instrument for him to undergo testing. If he wanted to complete the test, he could only wait for the other students to finish. Moreover, the tests related to the Sea of Consciousness power and other values were even more rigorous and detailed than the combat power tests. And the time consumed was not something that could be resolved quickly. This meant that Zhang Chen would have to wait alone for over an hour. Huang Ling sighed again. She had long noticed that there weren't enough instruments and had reported it to Huoguoqiang. But he had told her not to worry. Now she understood that Huoguoqiang wanted to embarrass Zhang Chen, making him realize how foolish it was not to practice in the mental power class. Zhang Chen also realized this point, seeing everyone looking at him as if they were embarrassed for him. He forced a smile, then stepped forward, his gaze landing on a water bottle on a nearby seat. Buzz! Zhang Chen released his mental power in the most crude manner. He felt as if a striking electric arc shot out from his mind, and the water bottle on the seat exploded with a bang. Huoguoqiang had just brought the teacup to his lips, and before he could take a sip, he was distracted by the sudden noise and the violent mental power fluctuations, his hand freezing in place. Sorry. The update is late. Zhang Chen's idea was simple. Since there weren't enough instruments, he would make do with mental power. He didn't try to be mysterious or put on airs. Instead, he released his mental power as he had before, but since he didn't know the tricks of releasing mental power, the fluctuations he produced didn't form any rules. However, the destructive power formed was not to be underestimated in the eyes of ordinary people. The water bottle, 5 meters away, seemed to be torn apart by the mental power fluctuations, resulting in a loud bang as the plastic bottle flew into the air. Water splashed everywhere. Zhang Chen watched the traces of the water splashing, and for some reason, the 0.159 Sea of Consciousness seemed to form a connection with it. As he watched the water splash fall, an idea unexpectedly sprouted in his mind to catch it with mental power. Thus, the speed at which the water splashed and fell gradually slowed down, as if it were about to hover. At that moment, everyone turned to the source of the sound. They quickly saw the exploded water splash and the flying water bottle. As the strongest practitioner in Nanchang, Ao Dagang could even clearly see the entire process of the water splash blooming and the water bottle being blown apart by the mental power. He had a keen eye, able to detect subtle nuances. The world moved much slower before him than it did for those around him. He also noticed Zhang Chen frowning deeply. Not knowing how to release his mental power, he used the most rudimentary means to pour out the mental energy from his sea of consciousness in a single surge. The mental energy waves released from his sea of consciousness resembled a propeller made of blades, instantly shattering a water bottle 5 meters away. Huoguoqiang, who was just about to sip tea to moisten his throat, was the second to witness this phenomenon. As the strongest mental energy master present, he perceived more information than Ao Dagang.
First, he noted the patterns of Zhang Chen's mental energy waves, as well as Zhang Chen's level of mental energy and the method he used to release it. Especially when the water splashed down, Zhang Chen's mental energy blossomed everywhere, cushioning each droplet and causing them to hover momentarily.
This. Hua Guoqiang's eyes widened, and he couldn't help but stand up.
The sound of the water bottle exploding was like a boulder crashing into a lake, creating waves that took everyone by surprise, even startling the students who were about to undergo testing while wearing helmets.
Splash! The water droplets hit the ground.
Zhang Chen had a fleeting thought in his mind, wanting to catch the droplets, but he realized that although they
hovered, it was only for an instant.
The trick involved not only the method of releasing mental energy but also the values of the sea
of consciousness, which Zhang Chen couldn't yet achieve. However, seeing the water bottle still spinning in the air, having burst open yet still connected at both ends, Zhang Chen couldn't help but release another wave of mental energy towards it. Although he didn't know the secret to releasing mental energy, each time he did, he felt arcs of electricity shooting out from his forehead. A strange sensation as if the mental energy waves were visible to the naked eye. This made Zhang Chen irresistibly curious to explore further. Rip! Thus, 3 waves of mental energy surged forth from Zhang Chen's sea of consciousness, striking the spinning water bottle as if it had been hit 3 times in succession. The sounds of tearing echoed in everyone's minds. After the third shattering, the water bottle turned into countless fragments, scattering across the testing site. Zhang Chen couldn't help but close his eyes, shaking his head vigorously. He was drenched in sweat, his face pale, clearly having exceeded his physical limits after releasing mental energy 4 times in quick succession. If he hadn't successfully activated the second layer of his, with his physical quality reaching over 50.0, he might have already fainted. Yet at that moment, the scene was so quiet one could hear a pin drop. Everyone stared in disbelief at him, their expressions more astonished than when they had witnessed him activate the first layer of his during the second phase of the final exam. Even Ao Dagang himself looked at Hua Guoqiang with a strange expression, filled with confusion. Hua Guoqiang, the strongest mental energy master here, should have known that Zhang Chen had awakened his mental energy, becoming the only mental energy master among this group of students. But if that were the case, why had he previously ignored and neglected Zhang Chen? This meant that even though Zhang Chen had been coasting through the mental energy class without serious training, he had still relied on his innate talent to become a mental energy master in a completely impossible manner. This was something even Hua Guoqiang had not anticipated. With this thought, Ao Dagang looked at Zhang Chen with a very complex gaze, feeling that Zhang Chen was not a prodigy but rather an anomaly. As a former student of Hua Guoqiang, he had experienced mental energy cultivation himself, and recalling those years, he remembered how much effort he had put in to become a mental energy master, only to find that he could never achieve resonance between his consciousness and perception, unable to capture the existence of the sea of consciousness through introspection, and thus unable to activate it and become a mental energy master. He was all too aware of the difficulties involved, which is why he had always held a deep respect for every mental power practitioner. However, the appearance of Zhang Chen gave him a strange illusion, as if anyone could become a mental power practitioner. After all, how could Zhang Chen become one after just half a month of training? It should be noted that the main purpose of this assessment was to test whether people's consciousness C values reached 0.08 or if they possessed inner vision abilities. Yet, Zhang Chen had directly become a mental power practitioner, and he was the one who had been overlooked. Ao Dagang felt that this year's mental power class was a bit chaotic. Hua Guoqiang, as the strongest mental power practitioner, seemed to have made a huge mistake, nearly eliminating a student who should have been a mental power practitioner. For a moment, everyone was shocked and looked at Hua Guoqiang with confusion. When Hua Guoqiang felt the puzzled gazes from everyone, he became uncomfortable, unsure of what to say for a while. Zhang Chen, when did you become a mental power practitioner? Huang Ling broke the silence, asking in disbelief. When she saw Zhang Chen being ignored by Hua Guoqiang, she felt sympathy for him. Now, seeing Zhang Chen become a mental power practitioner and sweep away the other students, she thought the world was too unfair. Why did her daughter always lose to him? She saw Chen Duling and Lu Baoqin take off their helmets, unable to help but stop their tests, all looking at the shattered pieces of mineral water on the ground. It was clear that the 2 proud girls were undergoing various ruthless tests and torments in their hearts. They practiced tirelessly, treating each other as the strongest opponents. They had always been holding their breath, wanting to see who would be the first to open their consciousness C, awaken as a mental power practitioner, and become the most outstanding among this year's mental power class. Yet, Zhang Chen had unexpectedly risen to prominence, becoming a mental power practitioner first. In fact, the
Two had already lost to Zhang Chen in terms of combat power and law forms, they could accept losing to him in mental power as well. However, in the past half-month, Zhang Chen had either not come to the mental power class for training or had been playing chess with an old man in Victory Park, even studying chess games in class. He showed no signs of serious training at all. The two couldn't understand why they would lose to Zhang Chen. It should be noted that Zhang Chen entered the mental power class for training due to his merit in killing Shi Piang, not because he met the basic requirements for the consciousness C. He was selected to enter the mental power class. And yet, such a person had once again become number one. Recalling the farewell from last night, Chen Duling's breath quickened, her chest rising and falling, her knuckles turning white as she gripped her helmet, wanting to smash it to pieces. She was not a narrow-minded person. She hoped Zhang Chen could continue to grow stronger and contribute to humanity. But, seeing with her own eyes that what she had pursued with great effort was always within Zhang Chen's easy reach, Chen Duling felt a strong sense of imbalance each time. Chess game? Could playing chess really enhance the power of the consciousness C? But my grandfather has played chess for half his life, and the night before last, he was tricked into buying health products. Could it be that the chess games Zhang Chen studies are different? Lu Baoqin muttered to herself, starting to become a bit obsessed. She felt the problem lay in the chess games, otherwise, how could she explain Zhang Chen inexplicably becoming a mental power practitioner? Chen Duling shivered, and an uncontrollable thought crossed her mind. Could it really be like that? The two exchanged glances, unable to suppress the same thought. Playing chess, let's play chess together, go to the park and find the old man to play chess. Last night, right? Zhang Chen replied. What about inner vision? Huang Ling asked again. A few days ago, Zhang Chen casually said. Then why didn't you say so? Huang Ling asked in confusion. I was studying the chess game and forgot, Zhang Chen explained. Upon hearing this, Chen Duling and Lu Baoqin became even more convinced that the key to victory lay in the chess game. They decided to study the chess games Zhang Chen had studied, to play chess in the places where Zhang Chen played, and to find the old man with whom Zhang Chen had played chess to play together. Play chess. Play chess. Play chess. They must play chess. Chen Duling and Lu Baoqin nodded secretly. Huang Ling looked speechless, cautiously glancing at Huoguoqiong. She knew that Zhang Chen's answer could easily provoke Huoguoqiong. Could it be that the teaching level of the mind class was not even as good as a chess game? What chess games are you studying? Can you tell me? However, Huoguoqiong's reaction took everyone by surprise. They're just some common chess tricks from the Jianhu. If Teacher Huo wants them, I can send the game records to you, Zhang Chen said, scratching the back of his head. All right, bring them over for me to see, Huoguoqiong replied, her expression complex as she sat back down in her chair. Chen Duling and Lu Baoqin, having found their direction, also put on their helmets and entered the testing state. Meanwhile, an additional set of testing equipment was added to the scene. The accurate values of the sea of consciousness are difficult to judge directly through mental power, and the related data must be submitted to the divine sect to formulate corresponding training courses and resource allocations for everyone. Therefore, under the arrangement of the two mental power masters, Zhang Chen, like the other students, sat inside the testing equipment and put on the helmet to undergo testing. This kid has really kept us in the dark, Wang Dashan exclaimed after recovering from his shock. He is your student from number 9 middle school. Regardless of whether he can achieve good results in the provincial exam, your resources from number 9 will be secured, Yan Fei remarked. The 7 Major Star Systems Alliance has allowed you to set up a special class for him. Now he has already cultivated the body refinement technique to the first transformation. If he can perfect it before the provincial exam, perhaps the opening liquid you receive won't just be one bottle. If he becomes a body refinement master in the future, your resource subsidies will also increase again, Wang Dashan said with a smile. Although he makes me so angry I want to jump up and down, the returns have indeed never disappointed, Yan Fei nodded and smiled. He's like a heavenly bodhisattva, Wang Dashan deeply agreed, recalling the image of Zhang Chen dancing the steel pole dance in front of him, suddenly feeling it was very sexy and harmonious. Has Master Ao really decided to guide Zhang Chen in his cultivation after clearing out the catfish demon king's lair? Su Songlin asked. Zhang Chen's performance today had caught them all off guard. As the lord of a city, Su Songlin felt a stir in his heart, really wanting to take Zhang Chen as his disciple, but seeing Huoguoqiong's fiery gaze, he knew that the old man must have the same idea. A budding talent who could become a mental power master without much cultivation during the training phase was like a piece of uncut jade. He didn't believe Huoguoqiong wouldn't be tempted. In fact, it was true. Huoguoqiong was pondering how to make Zhang Chen realize his own strength and sincerely seek him as a master. So he spoke to Huang Ling privately.
For the benefit of humanity and to resist the invasion of foreign races, I have decided to take on another disciple. Spread the word and tell every student who passes the assessment that if they are willing to resist the foreign races and fight alongside me, they should come to my office before midnight tonight. There is only one spot, and latecomers will not be considered. Understood. Huang Ling couldn't help but glance at Zhang Chen, who was undergoing testing, her heart feeling quite complicated. She would have to call Zhang Chen junior brother in the future. Chen Duling would have to call him junior uncle. She wondered what her reaction would be. He has too much brilliance, it might be better to let him cool down first. Let's talk after the dangers of the large radiation zone are cleared, Ao Dagang said. As the strongest in South City and among the top 10 in Jiangbei province, he still had that confidence and didn't think it would be difficult to take Zhang Chen as a disciple. At the same time, he had a plan. If Zhang Chen wanted to be his disciple, he would have to go through layers of scrutiny, otherwise, being a master would be too casual. Sigh. Zhuge Ho sighed, turning to look at Lin Xieying, unable to help but smile bitterly. Clearly, both of them could sense what Ao Dagang and Hua Guoqiang were about to do regarding Zhang Chen. Everyone's attention was focused on Zhang Chen. Time passed quickly, the instrument testing quickly came to an end. And the testing data for Lu Baoqin, Chen Duling, and others appeared on the device. Zhang Chen, having the latest testing time and the strongest consciousness C among this group of students, took the longest to complete his test. Therefore, while everyone else finished and returned to their seats, Zhang Chen was still undergoing testing. It wasn't until the others had left the instrument that a ringing sound indicated the end of his test and his relevant data appeared on the screen. People couldn't help but move closer to check, immediately captivated by the data displayed, their expressions once again dumbfounded. Seeking recommendation votes and monthly votes, this book is extremely difficult to write, and I need everyone's support. There were 2 days of single updates previously, resulting in 2 chapters owed, which I will make up for in the next few days. There will also be a big chapter tonight. That will be very exciting. I hope you can continue to support me. Consciousness C value, 0.1611. Mental Power Master, Primary. Mental Power Attribute, Attack. Before this, Lu Baoqin, who had the strongest consciousness C value, was only at 0.101. Although it seemed that Zhang Chen's value was not much higher, those like Hua Guoqiang and Huang Ling, who were mental power masters, understood what it meant for Zhang Chen to reach a consciousness C strength of 0.1611 in just half a month during the training phase. Moreover, he had also become an attack-type mental power master. Without exception, Zhang Chen's data ranked at the top, achieving first place. Even those like Zhuge Ho, who were not mental power masters, realized Zhang Chen's strength after comparing his data with Lu Baoqin and the others. After the assessment ended and the invited guests left one by one, Huang Ling organized a discussion. First, congratulations to Zhang Chen for becoming an attack-type mental power master. Let's all applaud and wish him well, Huang Ling said, leading the applause. Although everyone looked gloomy, seeing Zhang Chen's consciousness C value surpassing theirs by so much and being the first to become a mental power master, they genuinely felt admiration in their hearts and joined in the applause. Of course, where there are people, there are disputes. Among them, some questioned Zhang Chen's achievements. A chubby boy named Yang Chang proactively asked, Teacher Yang, is there a potion in this world that can enhance consciousness C strength and directly make someone a mental power master? There are indeed such potions, but if one does not have a certain foundation of consciousness C strength, taking it forcefully will only backfire, leading to madness at best, or death from bleeding. From the 7 orifices at worst, Huang Ling understood Yang Chang's implication. Then how can one determine which category their mental power belongs to among the 5 systems? Zhang Chen can use mental power to explode a water bottle. Does that mean he is an attack-type mental power master? Yang Chang asked again. His consciousness C value reached 0.08, just meeting the standard. And his awareness and perception were at a resonant stage, ready to form inner vision ability at any moment. This needs to be judged based on the fluctuations of mental power. Hua Guoqiang walked in from outside. He glanced at everyone, his gaze lingering complexly on Zhang Chen, and in front of everyone, he released his mental power again. Suddenly, the water bottle on Yang Chang's table floated up. Then, a dazzling wave of mental power, like a blade, sliced through the bottle, splitting it in two. The water inside fell down, but at the critical moment, both the water flow and the severed bottle remained suspended above Yang Chang's head. Buzz! Zhang Chen caught a strange frequency of mental power release. Hua Guoqiang noticed Zhang Chen's gaze and smiled slightly, saying, the mental power awakened from the consciousness C is actually no different for everyone. The reason it can have different effects lies entirely in the changes of thought. When you want your mental power to have attack capabilities, it can release
Powerful attack strength. When you want it to have strong defensive capabilities, it can form powerful defenses.
Awakening, healing, and destruction are the same.
But due to the size of the sea of consciousness, under normal circumstances, an average person
can only use one thought for their mental power.
Therefore, the moment mental power is generated, the thought that imbues it with purpose is particularly important.
Of course, just because you think of destruction doesn't mean you can become a destruction type.
Mentalist. Generally, most people's mental power only possesses offensive capabilities.
If you want your mental power to have other
functions, you must put effort into cultivating your thoughts, allowing your thoughts to resonate with the fluctuations of your
mental power.
You need to make your mental power an extension of yourself, something you can manipulate at will. Soul capture and illusion creation, controlling objects to kill enemies, these are merely the most superficial techniques.
A true mentalist not only
excels in both offense and defense but can also help people awaken their potential, assist teammates in healing injuries, and even shatter the nervous systems of 2,000 catfish demon kings with a single mental force.
Of course, a mentalist like Zhang Beiwang is an unattainable ideal, but we can settle for less.
Through diligent practice, utilizing the methods of releasing mental power and
controlling thoughts, we can become dual, triple, or even quadruple attribute mixed mentalists.
Hua Guoqiang said slowly.
Where do thoughts come from? How do you cultivate them? Lu Baoqin and Chen Dueling asked in succession. Thoughts are the sea of
consciousness. Mental power awakens from the sea of consciousness. How to use it and release it is directly related to the sea of
consciousness.
The beginner's cultivation method for the sea of consciousness you have in your hands can not only enhance the power of the sea of consciousness but also allow you to convey your thoughts to your mental power through the sea of consciousness, thus using this power more intricately, Hua Guoqiang explained. So, as long as you have a powerful sea of consciousness, you can freely
release mental power and give it various abilities? Yang Chang asked again. In theory, yes, but so far, humanity's control
and understanding of the sea of consciousness have not reached the level you mentioned. The spiritual power cultivation system established by the 7-Star Systems Alliance has many tips for releasing mental power, methods for strengthening the sea of consciousness, and diverse ways to use mental power. Attack type, defense type, awakening type, healing type, destruction type, these 5 types
of mental power usage methods are all available in the Divine Sect. As long as you become a mentalist, you can learn whichever type you wish.
But first, you must learn to control your thoughts. Let the fluctuations between your thoughts and mental power resonate.
Each type of cultivation method has detailed explanations in this regard.
Generally, very few people can escape the influence of their thoughts, meaning that after issuing the first attack command to their mental power, how to enable their mental power to possess defensive, awakening, or even healing capabilities is a challenge. This requires not only a high level of cultivation, talent and sound methods but also guidance from a renowned master.
Coincidentally, my disciple Huang Ling initially issued an attack
thought as her first command to her mental power, but now she has become a highly sought-after awakening type mentalist, and her mental power level has reached level 3, Hua Guoqiang said, raising her voice towards the end.
I owe my success today to my master's excellent teaching.
Without your guidance, I would never have achieved what I have now, Huang Ling quickly echoed.
She then announced something to everyone. By the way, my master wants to take on another disciple. If anyone is willing to become his
disciple, you can go to his office to find him before midnight tonight.
Whether you can become his disciple depends on your talent and performance.
Also, no latecomers will be accepted.
Wow! The crowd erupted. Teacher Hua, I want to be your disciple. Teacher Hua, you are my idol. Teacher Hua, please take me as your student. Teacher Hua, I am willing to give my all for you.
A group of students clamored, some even kneeling on the ground to bow to Hua Guoqiang.
It's not that easy to become my disciple. Come one by one tonight. Hua
Guoqiang said kindly. With so many people eager to become his disciples, it was a perfect opportunity for Zhang Chen to witness his prestige.
Teacher Hua, how are mental powers classified? Lu Baoqin asked.
Hua Guoqiang's sudden decision to recruit disciples made both her and Chen Dueling glance at Zhang Chen, realizing that Hua Guoqiang was hinting at something. However, the chance to communicate directly with Hua Guoqiang and inquire about mental power cultivation was too good to pass up, so both Lu Baoqin and Chen Dueling were determined to seize the opportunity. Of course, they would also seek out Hua Guoqiang later tonight to discuss things, regardless of whether they could become his disciples or not. It mainly depends on the value of the consciousness C, each digit represents a level, Hua Guoqiang explained.
Zhang Chen was taken aback. Could it be that a consciousness C value of 1 meant being a level 1 mentalist? Huang Ling was a level 3 mentalist, so her consciousness C value must be between 3.0 and 3.99.
Similarly, since Hua Guoqiang was a level 5 mentalist, his consciousness C value
would be between 5.0 and 5.99.
Indeed, the consciousness C was crucial for mentalists. His own consciousness C value was only 0.1611, not yet reaching 1, so his mental power level was merely beginner, not even qualifying as level 1. This meant that becoming a level 1 mentalist was not as easy as it seemed.
No wonder Hua
Guoqiang, at such a young age, had become a level 5 mentalist and could dominate in Nanchang. Even Ao Dagang had once been his student. It was clear how difficult it was to improve the consciousness C value.
Zhang Chen couldn't help but check his lying flat value.
He found that it had increased from 569 to 575 over the past few hours, gaining a few points. He had been hesitating about whether to invest these lying flat points into body tempering techniques to become a body
tempering master sooner.
Now, realizing how hard it was to improve his consciousness C value, Zhang Chen really wanted to use all his lying flat points on
enhancing his consciousness C power. But before that, he couldn't help but raise his hand and ask, Teacher Hua, what are the obvious differences between a beginner mentalist and a level 1 mentalist?
Hua Guoqiang remained silent. Finally, seeing Zhang Chen raise his hand to ask a question, he instinctively maintained his composure, determined not to let Zhang Chen think that becoming a mentalist would earn him his respect. So, he took a sip of water leisurely. The others exchanged
glances, many secretly amused, thinking that even if Zhang Chen became a mentalist, he still hadn't gained Hua Guoqiang's approval. Earlier, they had thought
Hua Guoqiang's sudden recruitment of disciples was specifically for Zhang Chen, but it seemed that was not the case. Even Zhang Chen realized that Hua Guoqiang was likely still upset with him. The biggest difference between a beginner and a level 1 mentalist lies not only in the strength of mental power but also in the transformation of thoughts once the consciousness C value reaches 1. This allows for easier control and release of mental power, awakening more mental energy from
the consciousness C. Bang!
A chair in the classroom suddenly exploded. The mental power wave I just released was minimal, much weaker than the full force
of your mental power during the assessment, yet the impact was significantly greater than before. This is the advantage of levels. Not only can one release mental power more effectively, but they can also maximize its effects.
One could say that a beginner mentalist is not truly a mentalist. To become one must understand thought control and how to release mental power, ensuring that each mental energy exerted delivers maximum value at critical moments, ideally mastering different methods of using mental power. Hua Guoqiang stated emphatically. Teacher Hua, is it true that a mentalist like you cannot become a destruction type
mentalist? The chubby young Chang asked again. In the entire Jiangbei province, there is only one destruction type mentalist, Jiangbei Wang. Do you think I can do it?
Hua Guoqiang retorted. I think you can. Yang Chang scratched the back of his head.
I thank you.
Hua Guoqiang said seriously, every dual system telekinesis master must have a consciousness C level of at least level 2 or 3. My consciousness C value is only a mere 5.8, and to become a trisystem telekinesis
master is already a blessing from above.
If it weren't for my exceptional focus on everything since childhood, my thoughts being different from others, and my
diligent and serious practice, do you think becoming a trisystem telekinesis master is that easy? Hua Guoqiang kept emphasizing thoughts, which made Zhang Chen unable to help but think of the power of a calm mind.
He didn't know if that counted as a thought. But the complexity of mental telekinesis was something he hadn't anticipated. Through the explanations from Hua Guoqiang and Huang Ling, Zhang Chen and the others gradually understood that the consciousness C is the source of mental telekinesis, and how to use mental telekinesis must start from thoughts. When thoughts and mental telekinesis fluctuations resonate, they can effectively release mental telekinesis, allowing the fluctuations to take on forms imagined by oneself and achieve surprising victories at extraordinary speeds.
Zhang
Chen finally understood why he felt his mental telekinesis fluctuations were like an electric arc. It turned out that was the influence of thoughts, resonating with mental telekinesis, and his thoughts made the mental telekinesis form an electric arc shape, shooting out at the water bottle.
However, in the eyes of Ao
Dagang and Hua Guoqiang, his mental telekinesis fluctuations resembled blades, nearly forming an electric arc shape, indicating that his thoughts were not solid
enough.
The power of the consciousness C was also not strong enough. To give his mental telekinesis a certain lethality, he needed to not only improve his consciousness C value but also strengthen his thoughts and understand how to utilize mental telekinesis. Thus, in front of Zhang Chen and the others, a series of 5-system mental telekinesis techniques appeared, which were powers of thought and methods for using mental telekinesis. Originally, the group would not have
easily accessed these techniques, but because a mental telekinesis master like Zhang Chen appeared among the students, and with Hua Guoqiong's willingness to teach, they were able to encounter this content. Zhang Chen couldn't help but pick up one book on the cultivation methods of attacking thoughts. He discovered that so-called mental telekinesis attacks were not merely about forming electric arcs or blade shapes. True thought cultivation was about making thoughts more easily controlled. Mental telekinesis, while being able to release the strongest mental telekinesis fluctuations in the shortest time without affecting oneself, avoiding dizziness and other issues. In the section on attacks, there was a passage that caught Zhang Chen's attention. When thoughts become powerful enough, mental telekinesis can not only be used to attack enemies but also to control them. Soul capture and illusion creation were just one of the attack methods. Confinement, restriction, and enslavement were the strongest attack methods of mental telekinesis. There were also illustrations and explanations, citing a historical mental telekinesis. Master Hu, in combat, used his mental telekinesis to confine the enemy's body and even control their weapons, forcing the enemy to stab themselves with their own weapons. He could even forcibly enslave the enemy, making them watch as they slaughtered every friend and family member around them while fully conscious. Confining the enemy's power. Restricting the enemy's speed. Enslaving the enemy to kill each other. In addition, there were methods on how to control the enemy's weapons or surrounding objects to form various powerful attacks. Through the explanations above, Zhang Chen clearly realized that thoughts and the consciousness C are closely related. The higher the consciousness C value, the stronger the thoughts. As for which system of mental telekinesis master one could become, it depended on how many thoughts one could generate. He was shocked, then closed the book on attack system cultivation methods. As someone with a laid-back fate, he could only roughly understand the content above. He couldn't focus on studying like others, eager to memorize every sentence in his mind. But with his exceptional consciousness C power, even though he only skimmed through it, he had already committed some important content to memory. He then randomly flipped through the cultivation and usage methods of the four thoughts: defense, awakening, healing, and destruction. Lying flat does not mean being isolated from the world or avoiding any information. Rather, it means maintaining a calm mind when encountering new content, without being radical, struggling, or competing. It's like when facing a brand new skill, people often practice tirelessly and study diligently, while Zhang Chen only needs to touch upon it lightly, not getting lost in it, always keeping a calm heart. That is a form of lying flat. Therefore, casually browsing through the usage and cultivation methods of the other thought systems would not affect Zhang Chen's lying flat value at all. Soon, night fell. Hua Guoqiong had already returned to her office, waiting as everyone calculated the time, lining up to enter her office. Zhang Chen felt it was getting late, and with a sense of fulfillment, he took the chessboard back to the future city community. Pass it down. According to the power of the Sea of Consciousness, from large to small, one by one, Hua Guoqiong ordered. She had no time to waste with everyone and hoped to see Zhang Chen immediately to confirm their master-disciple relationship. Then, Lu Baoqin, with a Sea of Consciousness power of 0.101, appeared in Hua Guoqiong's office, bowing respectfully. "Hello, Teacher Hua, I'm very pleased to meet you. Why are you here? Where's Zhang Chen?" Hua Guoqiong looked confused. He went back. He said it was getting late and he needed to go back to play games. "A group of female streamers is waiting for him to start a team," Lu Baoqin replied. "Truthfully. Nonsense. Doesn't he know I asked him to come to the office to see me?" Hua Guoqiong said angrily. "Does Teacher Hua want to take Zhang Chen as a disciple?" Lu Baoqin asked, disappointed. "Who said that?" I just wanted to tell him a few things. If he wants to be my disciple, it's not that easy." Hua Guoqiong defended herself. "Oh, I misunderstood." Lu Baoqin nodded obediently. The next morning, Zhang Chen found that his lying flat value had fluctuated, surprisingly reaching 812, an increase of over 200 compared to when he returned last night. Reflecting on the importance of mental power, Zhang Chen thought it over and decided to use it to enhance his Sea of Consciousness value. He understood that mental power could unexpectedly determine victory or death at critical moments. Just imagine if he encountered someone like Shi Piang or someone stronger than himself. If a mental force shot out suddenly, even if it couldn't severely injure the opponent, it could provide him with a chance to escape. A Sea of Consciousness value of 0.161 was not to be feared. Only when the Sea of Consciousness value reached 1.0 could it possess terrifying lethality. The panel information changed. Lying flat value, unconscious C value, 0.563. Combat power value, 180.1. The increase in the Sea of Consciousness value did not actually bring any change to the combat power value. These were completely two different systems of calculation, and did not combine. However, a martial artist at the flesh realm with a combat power value of 180.1, while also possessing a Sea of Consciousness power of 0.563 could effectively release mental power, and the resulting lethality would not be something of the same level of strong opponents could resist. In an unexpected situation, it might even severely injure someone whose combat power reached the muscle realm. Buzz. Zhang Chun uncontrollably released a mental force, shooting towards a bottle cap in front of him. This time, he not only clearly felt his mental power shooting out like an electric arc, but he also saw the fluctuations of the mental force, which at the end resembled a blade, cutting into the bottle cap, shattering it into pieces. He also witnessed the scene of the cap shattering in mid-air. Buzz. He continued to release mental power, with a thought to wrap the shattered pieces of the cap, making them hover in the air. Yesterday, at the assessment site, he had already managed to make a droplet of water hover for a moment. Although it was just a moment, it was an incredible feat at this moment. With the sea of consciousness value enhanced several times, Zhang Chen felt that his thoughts had also been strengthened, and the urge to make things hover became increasingly intense. He realized that an attack is not just a single thought. Hovering, imprisoning, enslaving, and restricting are all thoughts within an attack. How to make one's mental power more lethal depends on whether these thoughts can be effectively applied to the mental power and resonate with it. Hua. Guoqiang truly does not deceive me. Zhang Chen felt the thought strengthening. The shattered bottle cap, which wanted to shoot out in all directions, seemed to be stuck in a quagmire under his hovering thought, like a flower slowly blooming in the air, eventually coming to a halt. About 5 seconds later, crash. The bottle cap fragments finally fell to the ground. Although it only hovered for 5 seconds, it was a world of difference compared to a mere instant. Moreover, this time when he released the mental power wave, Zhang Chen did not feel a splitting headache or dizziness. It was as if his thoughts and mental power had already aligned, forming an effective resonance. He could not only control the mental power effectively but also release it better. This change delighted him immensely. He was worried that in combat, releasing mental power would lead to a situation similar to that of Sherpion, or if he could continuously use mental power, each wave would catch the enemy off guard and effectively harm them. Given his current combat power, even when facing someone with a combat power reaching the realm of muscle warriors, he would still have the strength to fight back. Of course, Zhang Chen also understood that the defense of any law manifestation warrior could not be compared to a mineral water bottle and its cap. The reason Sherpion was able to delay the 3 Martial Hall members was mainly due to his excessive use of mental power, which he directed entirely at the consciousness sea of the 3, causing them to feel dizzy. Before they could recover, he subdued them, resulting in his own counter-kill. Therefore, if he encountered a master, his mental power should also be directed towards the opponent's consciousness sea, rather than impacting other parts of the opponent. After half a month of training in the mental class, although he had not focused seriously, as his consciousness sea grew, Zhang Chen had also absorbed a lot of useful and valuable information. The consciousness sea is the strongest yet most vulnerable part of the human body. Especially for those law manifestation warriors who have not yet developed introspective abilities, attempting to impact their consciousness sea with mental power is much easier than severely injuring other organs of their body. This is because the waves formed by mental power can effectively influence the stability of the opponent's consciousness sea. Even if there is a law manifestation blocking it, that wave can still penetrate. Even a slight wave can cause the opponent a splitting headache. Unless the opponent's law manifestation is truly powerful, capable of introspecting themselves and has automatically generated a defensive fortress for their consciousness sea, otherwise, no law manifestation warrior can ignore such damage. This is why Sherpion could harm the 3 Martial Hall members with weak mental power. If he had used mental power to attack the chests of the 3 Martial Hall members, even if that wave could penetrate the law manifestation, by the time it reached the internal organs, the damage caused might only make Nieda and the others frown, at most causing a slight pain in their chests, which would not effectively influence the change in the battle situation. On the way to the law manifestation hall, Zhang Chen deliberately observed the people around him. Under the influence of a 0.563 consciousness sea power, he found that everyone seemed to have a cloud above their heads. That seemed to represent people's consciousness sea, or rather, their brains. When the mental power was released, he had a strong thought to let his mental power enter the opponent's consciousness sea, forming a special wave. He discovered that the so-called cloud was not visible to the naked eye but was the feedback of information obtained from the radiation of his own mental power waves. He could only confirm that everyone had a consciousness sea, but he could not determine the strength or weakness of their consciousness seas, nor could he judge whether they had awakened their mental power, and so on. Presumably, Huang Ling and Hua Guoqiang were in the same situation. I just don't know. When the power of the sea of consciousness reaches a certain level, say above level 5 or even 10, can one directly determine if the other party is a mental power master through the radiation of mental energy? If one possesses this ability, they could take precautions in advance. Suddenly, Zhang Chen felt someone behind him. The fluctuations radiating from his mental energy made him sense a mass of consciousness behind him, but when he turned to look, that mass of consciousness vanished without a trace. He felt a bit puzzled and couldn't help but take a few steps back to look more carefully. The perception of a mental power master is indeed terrifying. The shadow looked fearful, unable to resist glancing at the chess manual in his hand. After studying it all day yesterday, the chess game became increasingly confusing, yet his resolve grew stronger. No matter what, he had to thoroughly understand the chess game Zhang Chen was studying. After a while, Zhang Chen arrived at the Dharma Hall. Yi Chen and Xiao Kuei were inside, while Chen Duling and Lu Baoqin were nowhere to be seen. After passing the assessment, the two would undergo closed-door training arranged by the Divine Sect until they became powerful mental power masters. The reason Zhang Chen didn't have to was not that he was already a mental power master or faced exclusion, but because the 7-Star System Alliance believed he had a very high chance of becoming a body-refining master. Thus, they had the Divine Sect and Yan Fei work together to teach Zhang Chen. Yi Chen and Xiao Kuei had no idea. Upon seeing Zhang Chen appear in the Dharma Hall, both secretly breathed a sigh of relief, fearing that Zhang Chen and Chen Duling would also disappear. They could be crushed by Zhang Chen in terms of combat power, but they couldn't accept being crushed by him and the power of the Sea of Consciousness as well. Zhang Chen's timely appearance indicated that he had not passed the assessment. Zhang Chen, Teacher Hua just called me. From now on, your training time at the Divine Sect has increased from 3 hours to 5 hours. This means you will have to spend an entire afternoon training at the Divine Sect and cannot privately go to the park to play chess anymore. Oh, by the way, organize a copy of the chess game you were studying for me. Both Principal Wang and I are very interested lately, Yan Fei reminded as soon as he saw Zhang Chen enter. He still has to go train at the Divine Sect? Yi Chen was puzzled. Did Zhang Chen pass the assessment, or is it because he achieved merit by killing Shi Piang? Xiao Kuei asked. Don't you know Zhang Chen is now a mental power master? Didn't he tell you? Yan Fei asked curiously. What? Yi Chen and Xiao Kuei's expressions froze, looking at Zhang Chen in disbelief. 5 hours a day? Does that mean I won't have much time to play? Zhang Chen frowned. I'll kill you. Yi Chen and Xiao Kuei instantly broke down. You are now under the close attention of the 7-Star System Alliance, which wants to cultivate you into a body-refining master, a marksmanship master, and a mental power master. So starting today, Master Zhuge will also spend 2 hours every day teaching you, helping you become a marksmanship master as soon as possible, Yan Fei said with a smile. Ling Feng, my teaching method has always been gentle, so you don't have to worry. After the Dharma Hall ends, come find me, our training room is right next door, Zhuge Ho said at the door. After Zhang Chen became a mental power master last night, Zhuge Ho received an order from the 7-Star System Alliance to be responsible for teaching Zhang Chen marksmanship, helping him become a marksmanship master. Although he couldn't take Zhang Chen as a disciple, he was willing to guide Zhang Chen's training and help him comprehend the deadly continuous gunfire. No way. Zhang Chen's head throbbed. It was still winter break, with 2 hours in the Dharma Hall, 2 hours for marksmanship skills, and 5 hours for the mental energy class, adding up to 9 hours of training a day. Who else worked this hard like him? Moreover, he couldn't refuse. He could only find ways to muddle through during the training process. 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Zhang Chen walked into Zhuge Ho's training room. Boom! The advantage of a marksmanship master lies in the ability to transcend the realm of techniques, forming a force of momentum. This power can rival mental energy on many levels. My power of momentum has 3 layers. The first layer, lock-on. In the realm of marksmanship, it firmly locks onto the enemy's figure, leaving them nowhere to hide. Under the power of this layer of momentum, the enemy will feel as if they are bound, making it difficult for them to unleash their full strength. The second layer, follow. In the realm of marksmanship, it follows the enemy's figure like a shadow, always sticking to their movements and techniques. Combined with the locking power of the first layer, when the momentum erupts, the enemy will not only feel their strength suppressed but will also be unable to execute their skills. The third layer, penetration. In the realm of marksmanship, it allows one to permeate their entire strength into the enemy's body through marksmanship techniques in an invisible manner. This layer of penetration is vastly different from subtle strength. It can ignore the enemy's defenses, creating the most terrifying waves of power, even more excessive than mental force, directly shattering the major organs within the opponent's body. If you can combine the 3 layers of momentum, lock-on, follow, and penetration, then even when facing a martial artist with a powerful physical manifestation, even if their internal organs are protected by strong defenses, you can still severely injure them with these 3 layers of marksmanship power. However, martial artists who can successfully unlock The two layers of physical manifestation have extremely strong vitality. Even if their internal organs are shattered, they can automatically heal. Therefore, the explosion of marksmanship power relies on continuity and ceaselessness. Through the stacking of momentum, at the moment the spear touches, the momentum continuously pours out until the opponent loses their life skills, with no possibility of recovery. When Zhang Chen appeared before Zhuge He, the excited Zhuge He wished he could pour all his skills and ideas into Zhang Chen's mind. He not only demonstrated the 3 layers of marksmanship power but also fused them together. With a loud bang, he pointed his spear at the target. Zhang Chen quickly saw the traces of 3 layers of power penetrating through the target's center. 3 layers of cracks appeared behind the target. The so-called lock-on and follow are not merely about locking onto the opponent's figure or completely covering them with one's marksmanship techniques, making their moves shadow-like and leaving them flustered. Rather, it is based on this foundation that the opponent feels as if their brow is constantly locked by the marksmanship, creating a sense of imminent danger, making them involuntarily flustered and at a loss. At the same time, it binds them, making them feel surrounded by deadly figures, crushing them from psychological, offensive, and defensive perspectives. Come, spar with me for a few moves. Zhuge He's teaching method was quite different. He emphasized practical combat to enhance Zhang Chen's skills through sparring. Teacher Zhuge, slow down. Ah, my hand, no, it's broken. Injuries to muscles and bones take 100 days to heal. Teacher Zhuge, I need to rest for a bit. Zhang Chen was no match for Zhuge He. Even with a perfect mastery of marksmanship power, he was still a soft persimmon in front of Zhuge He. One careless move led to Zhuge He striking his wrist, causing him to clutch it and sneak towards the door, but Zhuge He had already learned about Zhang Chen's nature from Wang Dashan and quickly pulled him back. Then he repeated the previous method, continuing to teach Zhang Chen. His idea was simple: with Zhang Chen's strength, whatever he taught would eventually be learned, even if Zhang Chen didn't practice seriously or pay close attention. As long as his talent didn't regress, he would eventually master everything Zhuge He taught. With this mindset, Zhuge He became the happiest teacher in history while instructing Zhang Chen. He didn't care whether Zhang Chen was serious about learning, he only knew that as long as he taught earnestly, Zhang Chen would learn one day. Thus, while Zhang Chen joked around, Zhuge He taught seriously, delivering substantial content in every lesson without holding back. As a result, Zhang Chen gained a deeper understanding of marksmanship momentum. He also eagerly anticipated the day he could become a powerful marksmanship master. For this, he added all his laid-back values to the power of his consciousness. Time flew by quickly, and soon it was time for school to start. As a student who had attracted the attention of the 7 major star systems alliance, Zhang Chen's schedule remained the same as before, with 9 hours of training each day, and he didn't need to report to school. Meanwhile, his student status was still registered in the Outer Ring City, belonging to number 9 high school. Now, he was the coveted gem among martial arts students, and many universities in the Inner Ring City were trying every means to compete for Zhang Chen's enrollment. However, thanks to Wang Dashan's significant contributions in the Great Radiation Zone, and with the interference of Ao Dagang, Zhang Chen remained with number 9 high school. In the future, when he represented South City in the provincial examination, he would also compete as a martial arts student from number 9 high school, and regardless of the outcome, the honor would belong to number 9. Once this matter was settled, the weight in Wang Dashan's heart was lifted. On the second day of school, he rushed back to the Great Radiation Zone, joining Ao Dagang to eliminate the Catfish Demon King's lair. In the following 2 days, Huoguoqiang sought out Zhang Chen alone. He showed Zhang Chen a video. The footage displayed human warriors surrounded by a swarm of catfish demons, with a dual-system telekinetic master who controlled both attack and defense, releasing mental energy to assist the human warriors in battle, tearing a path through the catfish demons for his companions to escape. It had been a week since the assessment ended, and 2 days since school started. Although Zhang Chen reported to the mental energy class every day, Huoguoqiang noticed that Zhang Chen was just going through the motions, not seriously training or showing any intention of seeking a mentor. He could no longer hold back and wanted to talk to Zhang Chen. The telekinetic master you just saw is named Xiaoishan. He is a level 7 dual-system telekinetic master and one of the top figures in Zhongbei province. When he entered the mental energy class for training, he was in the same phase as you, becoming a telekinetic master, but he trained much harder than you. Recently, he just became a level 7 telekinetic master and went to the Great Radiation Zone a couple of days ago to join Ao Dagang and Principal Wang in eliminating the Catfish Demon King, Huoguoqiang said. What? They actually sent a level 7 telekinetic master? Zhang Chen exclaimed in surprise. South City is an inconspicuous place. Even if it falls, it won't cause much loss to Zhongbei province, but for the people here, it is a matter of life and death. Ao Dagang is a strong figure who came from South City, and both he and Principal Wang hope for a better future here. Of course, I feel the same way. I hope you can too, Hua Guoqiong said earnestly. I hope South City becomes better, Zhang Chen nodded. In that case, I will take you to the Great Radiation Zone. Only by reaching there can you truly appreciate the charm of combining mental energy with martial arts. Then you will train seriously and diligently, Hua Guoqiong said with a serious expression. This. Teacher Hua, I have to report to the Law Manifestation Hall and Teacher Zhuge every day. Is it really okay for you to just take me away like this? Zhang Chen hesitated. It's fine. I've already asked them for a few days off for you. With your talent, even if you don't train for a few days, it won't have much impact on you, Hua Guoqiong insisted. But I am someone who is under special attention and will represent South City in the provincial examination in the future. The Great Radiation Zone is so dangerous, I can't go, Zhang Chen reminded him. Precisely because of that, you should see what the Great Radiation Zone is like, Hua Guoqiong said as he led Zhang Chen into the flying boat, giving instructions to the craft to head straight to the Great Radiation Zone overnight. The flying boat moved swiftly, so fast that the shadow couldn't react in time, watching helplessly as Zhang Chen flew over his head, making him anxious and jumpy, quickly applying for a flying skateboard to chase after the Great Radiation Zone. Sitting inside the airship, Zhang Chen soon saw them leave the inner ring city and enter the airspace above the outer ring city. From the high vantage point, he saw the outer ring city still shrouded in a light yellow mist, with flickering lights appearing here and there. Soon, he spotted the Shitsong community, densely populated and the brightest in lights. As the value of his consciousness continued to rise, Zhang Chen's eyes became exceptionally sharp. When the airship passed over the Shitsong community, he seemed to see classmate Lai Jijun practicing basic marksmanship on the rooftop. But just then, the airship suddenly descended. It did not head towards the large radiation zone but stopped near the Shitsong community. Upon disembarking from the airship, he encountered three familiar faces. It was actually members of the martial hall, Niede and the others. However, this time the leader was not Niede, but a powerful muscle-type martial artist, the captain of Niede, Tao Chiohong, a female law-type martial artist. Teacher Hua, I didn't expect you to come in person. With your assistance, the ghost monkey won't be able to escape this time, Tao Chiohong said excitedly. Captain Tao, you misunderstood. The one assisting you in capturing the ghost monkey is not me, but the newcomer Zhang Chen, Hua Guoqiong chuckled. Zhang Chen didn't care about cultivation or take mental power seriously. So he was actively assigned a task to assist the martial hall personnel in capturing the suspect. Surely, when he realized that his mental power could not assist his teammates, he would feel ashamed compared to other mental power users and would change his ways. Tao Chiohong frowned. Zhang Chen looked like just a senior martial arts student. Didn't you say you were going to the large radiation zone? Zhang Chen said gloomily, finally understanding what Hua Guoqiong was up to. This old guy wanted him to take the spotlight but couldn't. He had even scared him a bit in advance. There will be another chapter tonight, which will be a crucial battle after Zhang Chen becomes a mental power user. Assisting the martial hall in capturing criminals is just as valuable as going to the large radiation zone for training. Both can allow your mental power to play a role, Hua Guoqiong said. Tao Chiohong was one of the captains of the martial hall. Although young, she was one of the top geniuses in Jiangbei province, possessing muscle-type strength before the age of 25. The martial hall specifically assigned her to lead Niede and others from Jiangnan province to capture the ghost monkey in the outer ring of the city. To avoid harming innocent people and alarming the public, Tao Chiohong requested the assistance of mental power users. Through the mental attacks of the mental power users, the ghost monkey would be put into a state of confusion. As long as it lasted for a moment, she could ensure the safety of the surrounding citizens and successfully capture the ghost monkey. However, she didn't expect that the one assisting them would be Zhang Chen. Thanks to Nieda's reminder, she realized that Zhang Chen was the senior martial arts student who had recently slain the carpenter Shi. She didn't expect that such a young person would be both a law-type martial artist and a mental power user, so she carefully scrutinized Zhang Chen. With such a big operation, is the ghost monkey very strong? Zhang Chen asked. A muscle-type martial artist, combat power value 260.0, I can handle him alone, but I'm mainly worried about him harming the surrounding citizens, which is why I need your mental power user's assistance, Tao Chiohong explained. I've only just opened my consciousness, and I'm just a beginner mental power user. How can it be so easy to help you subdue a muscle-type martial artist? Zhang Chen said, feeling troubled. He was self-aware. It is indeed difficult, but you are the most suitable candidate, Tao Chiohong said seriously. Why? Zhang Chen was puzzled. The ghost monkey is cunning and shrewd. At the slightest disturbance, he will be alerted.
He has escaped from the martial hall several times. You are a senior martial arts student, so he won't suspect you are a mental power user. Approaching him will allow him to let his guard down. Tao Qiuhong explained. This, fine, but you must ensure my safety. A muscle-type martial artist is not the same as the carpenter. Sure, I can't handle him, Zhang Chen reminded. Don't worry. Tao Qiuhong smiled and nodded. Then, Tao Qiuhong pointed out the location of the ghost monkey to Zhang Chen, instructing him to approach as a senior martial arts student. Coincidentally, he originally lived in the Shitsong community, making it easy for him to assist the martial hall members. According to the location, Zhang Chen discovered that the ghost monkey actually lived right across from Lai Jijun's house, where the buildings were less than 2 meters apart, damp and dark, with only those living on the top floor able to catch a glimpse of sunlight. The ghost monkey was very cunning. He did not live on the top floor but on the first floor, allowing him to avoid being locked onto by airships and electromagnetic cannons. Once danger approached, he could quickly navigate through the corridors and alleys. Additionally, the dense crowd around him meant that he could easily take a hostage to break through the encirclement. This was why Tao Qiuhong and the others dared not act rashly, nor could they disperse the crowd in advance for fear of alarming the ghost monkey. They could only request assistance from a mental power master. And Zhang Chen was the best candidate. As he moved forward, Zhang Chen looked at the information panel below. Name, Zhang Chen. Profession, Law Manifestation Warrior. Lying flat value, 433. Title, Breathing Method, Perfect, 100 out of 100. 13 Styles, Perfect. Gun Technique, Proficient, 44 out of 300. Jade Sand Body Refinement Method, Major Achievement, 189/300. Consciousness C Beginner Cultivation Method, Proficient, 12 out of 100. Consciousness C, 0.573/100. Physical Quality, 53.8. Combat Power Value, 183.2. Skills, All-Weather Breathing and Exhaling Ability, Arm Strength Increase of 200 kilograms at any level, Speed Faster than Others, All-Weather Body Refinement Ability, A Mind as Calm as Water, All-Weather Consciousness C Expansion Ability. It had been a week since the assessment had passed. During this week, Zhang Chen had been living methodically, practicing the principle of lying flat every day. Except for the day he did not go to talk in Huoguoqiong's office, which caused a significant fluctuation in his lying flat value. For the next 7 days, his lying flat value was roughly around 60. Zhang Chen had realized that when something is repeated continuously, the growth of the lying flat value would become relatively slow after gaining abilities. For example, playing games, fishing, chess, and so on were all the same, so recently he was changing his lifestyle in various ways. Now, with 433 points of lying flat value accumulated, Zhang Chen originally intended to use it on the body refinement method to break his physical quality past 60.0, becoming a body refinement master and a muscle manifestation realm warrior. He also wanted to give Yan Fei an explanation. He had learned from Wang Dashan that if he became a body refinement master, Yan Fei would receive a generous reward, which would be 2 bottles of meridian opening liquid. The meridian opening liquid could stimulate the bloodline, awakening the power of the bloodline, allowing Yan Fei to become a bloodline powerhouse. As a body refinement master himself, with a solid foundation in law manifestation power, 1 bottle of meridian opening liquid would give Yan Fei a good chance to awaken his bloodline. But he also wanted to earn a bottle of meridian opening liquid for his wife as a gift, so Zhang Chen originally planned to surprise Yan Fei by helping him obtain 2 bottles of meridian opening liquid. Unexpectedly, he encountered this situation today. Faced with a criminal whose combat power value exceeded 260.0 and who was wanted by the martial hall, Zhang Chen did not dare to be careless, nor did he think that seizing this opportunity to become a body refinement master and raise his physical quality above 60.0, thus becoming a muscle manifestation realm warrior with a combat power value exceeding 200.0, would allow him to compete with the ghost monkey. It should be noted that in a narrow environment with dense personnel, capturing the ghost monkey was one thing, ensuring the safety of the surrounding people was of utmost importance. Otherwise, why would Tao Qiuhong and the others request the help of a mental power master? How could Huoguoqiong have brought him here? As Tao Qiuhong said, at his age and with his identity, he was the most likely to make the ghost monkey let down its guard, so the urgent priority was to ensure the task was completed, preventing the ghost monkey from escaping and ensuring it did not harm anyone nearby. Thus, Zhang Chen allocated all 433 points of lying flat value to the consciousness C. Lying flat value, unconscious C, 0.776/100, combat power value, 183.2. The stronger the consciousness C, the stronger the thoughts. Although the increase was only a couple of decimal places, Zhang Chen felt his mind becoming clearer, and all the sounds around him were instantly absorbed into his mind. He had never understood the Shitsong community so clearly. The neon lights of the inner city were not real, the human joys and sorrows here, the
everyday life of the common people, were the true norm. Returning to the place where he once lived, using the power of his consciousness C to observe, Zhang Chen had a different experience. When the consciousness C value is 0.15, my attack range is 5 meters. At 0.563, the attack range is about 33 meters. Now that the value has reached 0.776, the attack range should be around 40 meters. But the ghost monkey is a muscle realm warrior, with a combat power value of about 260.0, and has activated the third layer of the. If the distance is too far, my mental power may not be able to harm him, Zhang Chen thought to himself. Under the perception of the consciousness C, he found Tao Qiuhong just 50 meters behind him. Confident that he could take down the ghost monkey, as long as Zhang Chen could make the ghost monkey experience a brief dizziness, Tao Qiuhong's combat power was far above that of the ghost monkey. 50 meters was just a moment for her. The difficulty lay in ensuring the safety of the surrounding crowd during the capture of the ghost monkey. Considering that the people living here were familiar neighbors, after some thought, Zhang Chen decided to release his mental power within 5 meters of the ghost monkey. He believed that Hua Guoqiang would not have brought him here if she couldn't guarantee his safety, and she knew that his mental power's effective attack range would not exceed 10 meters. Hua Guoqiang could not possibly know that his consciousness C value had already reached 0.563, especially now at 0.776. However, based on his rate of growth, Hua Guoqiang might think his consciousness C value was around 0.2. In any case, a 10-meter range should be within the controllable range of Hua Guoqiang and Tao Qiuhong. With this in mind, he continued toward the ghost monkey. Whoosh! Lai Jijun, as usual, day after day, would practice basic gun techniques on the rooftop after school. After practicing a few times, he would glance at the small balcony room that Zhang Chen once occupied. That room had now been sold by Zhang Lei and had a new owner. The small balcony room had turned into a storage room. But Lai Jijun always felt that Zhang Chen was still there. He practiced the basic gun techniques with great enthusiasm, repeating them over and over. Finally, after completing 3 more rounds of basic gun techniques, he couldn't help but walk to the edge of the rooftop, take a sip of water from his kettle, and glance again at Zhang Chen's former small balcony room. Suddenly, at that moment, he saw a familiar figure appear downstairs. He was somewhat incredulous, rubbed his eyes, and couldn't help but excitedly exclaim, "Zhang Chen, is that you? You came out of the inner city." Zhang Chen had already entered the 20-meter range of the ghost monkey. The ghost monkey was in the room at the end of the alley. Lai Jijun popped his head up from the building and shouted, his voice booming in the alley due to his excitement. "Oh, yes, I came to visit an old classmate," Zhang Chen immediately replied. "I didn't expect that after becoming a warrior, you would still think of us guys." "Ha, I really didn't misjudge you," Lai Jijun said excitedly. "Buzz." As soon as these words were spoken, Zhang Chen's expression changed drastically. The term warrior could easily alert the ghost monkey. Sure enough, under the powerful perception of the consciousness C, Zhang Chen heard faint footsteps coming from the ghost monkey's room. The ghost monkey sensed something was wrong and burst out of the door, darting into another alley. Zhang Chen saw a shadow flash by. Without any hesitation, the 0.776 mental power wave was released all at once, piercing into the ghost monkey's head like an iron nail. "Ah!" A scream echoed from the alley. The ghost monkey's eyes turned crimson as he looked back at Zhang Chen. In disbelief, and with a loud crash, he smashed a window to pieces, quickly diving inside and bursting out of another window. At the same time, from the shattered window, 2 figures were thrown out by the ghost monkey. One was an adult, and the other was a child. Whoosh! An even faster shadow flashed past Zhang Chen, quickly catching the adult and the child. Whoosh! Zhang Chen saw the ghost monkey about to dive into another familiar household. With a physical limit of 53.8, he launched himself forward. In Tao Qiuhong's incredulous gaze, he shot out from across the street. At the same time, a strong wave of mental energy quickly struck the ghost monkey 30 meters away. With a consciousness C value of 0.776, the fully unleashed mental power could not be ignored, even by a martial artist. At the muscle realm, the scream that followed was its end. However, this guy was too crazy. Even if he was going to die, he wanted to drag a few people down with him. The intense dizziness and headache made him realize that escape was impossible this time, so he went on a killing spree, specifically targeting the old, weak, sick, and disabled. Zhang Chen saw that the ghost monkey had locked onto its target, Lai Dazu, Lai Jijun's father. Lai Dazu was just a beginner martial artist, running a small business. Recently, Lai Jijun had made a name for himself by getting into Shinwu University, and he was always smiling, sitting on the sofa watching a movie. Suddenly, the doors and windows shattered. A figure rushed in. An arm reached for his throat. He widened his eyes, wanting to dodge, but was too scared to move. Zhang Chen saw the ghost monkey's fingers about to pierce Lai Dazu's throat. With the ghost monkey's third-level Dharma power, its fingers could easily pierce through a commoner's throat, let alone a steel plate. At that moment, Zhang Chen was extremely anxious. Although he was only classmates with Lai Jijun, watching a familiar figure die right in front of him would be heart-wrenching. His mental energy had already poured out. Yet the ghost monkey continued to advance, almost madly, disregarding everything as it charged toward Lai Jijun's father. Suddenly, the shattered pieces of the door and window, as if caught in a quagmire, appeared to slow down in Zhang Chen's perception. At the same time, in his consciousness the images of those shattered pieces emerged, and a strong thought of controlling the fragments to pierce the ghost monkey's arm suddenly appeared in his mind. Buzz! It was as if a blood-red electric arc shot out from Zhang Chen's forehead, attaching itself to a piece of glass shard, swiftly cutting off the ghost monkey's finger with lightning speed. Blood sprayed from the severed finger, splattering onto Lai Dazu. Boom! Then a figure rushed into Lai Jijun's home, kicking the ghost monkey out, entangling it in the alley across. Zhang Chen was drenched in sweat, half-squatting on the ground. Soul capture and illusion, controlling objects to kill. He still couldn't manage soul capture. But controlling objects to kill seemed within his grasp. At the critical moment, a strong thought of manipulating the glass shards appeared in his consciousness. Resonating with his mental energy, and from 30 meters away, he controlled the glass shards to sever the ghost monkey's finger, saving Lai Dazu's life and preventing other casualties. Buzz! A strong wave of mental energy surged. Ah, ah, ah! The ghost monkey shrieked violently in the alley. Hua Guoqiang stepped on a piece of iron plate, descending from the air, hovering above the ghost monkey. This time, he was the main character. He brought Zhang Chen along, wanting to test and stimulate him. Unexpectedly, things exceeded both his and Tao Qiuhong's expectations. The ghost monkey had discovered the danger early, not only rushing into other people's homes but also throwing an old man and a young boy out of the window. If Tao Qiuhong hadn't been guarding Zhang Chen's back, catching the two at a critical moment, it would have resulted in 2 lost lives. What surprised him the most was that Zhang Chen had unleashed an unexpected wave of mental energy. Even controlling objects to kill, manipulating glass shards to sever the ghost monkey's finger. At the moment the finger was severed, he had already arrived above Lai Jijun's head, watching as the ghost monkey was kicked away by Tao Qiuhong from in front of Lai Dazu, flying into another alley. Seeing the ghost monkey still struggling, he released a wave of mental energy, causing the ghost monkey to howl in pain on the ground. This capture was something both he and Tao Qiuhong were confident about, but seeing the ghost monkey's broken finger and the bloodshot eyes that seemed ready to burst, both of them realized that Zhang Chen's consciousness C-value was not around 0.563 or 0.2, but rather exceeded 0.6 or 0.7. It had only been a week since then. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Hua Guoqiang wouldn't have dared to believe it. He stepped onto the iron board and crossed through the living room of Lai Jijun's house, arriving in front of Zhang Chen, who was squatting in another alley. Zhang Chen slowly raised his head and, upon seeing Hua Guoqiang could actually control the iron board to fly, his eyes couldn't help but widen. If you can manipulate objects to kill enemies, you can control objects to carry your body and fly everywhere like I do. However, to be as skilled as I am and to support a person's body weight, the consciousness C-value must reach at least 2.0, and you also need to strengthen your thought cultivation, Hua Guoqiang reminded. Oh, thank you, Teacher Hua, Zhang Chen nodded. When his consciousness C-value reaches 2.0, he also wants to fly around on an iron board like Hua Guoqiang. That would be much more stylish and impressive than riding a flying skateboard. You are the most talented student I have ever seen, and you are the hope for the rise of South City. I can pass on all my skills to you, help you develop your consciousness C, and make you a dual system or even a triple system telekinetic. What do you think? Hua Guoqiang said, deliberately flying higher on the iron board, looking down from above. He knew that if others found out about Zhang Chen's talent, there would definitely be stronger telekinetics than himself wanting to take Zhang Chen as a disciple. If he acted too mysterious, it would only backfire. Ah? Do you mean? Zhang Chen felt a surge of joy inside, but asked seriously on the surface. I am asking you if you are willing to take me as your master, follow me in cultivation, and become a powerful mental telekinetic? Hua Guoqiang thought Zhang Chen was too surprised by the sudden happiness and couldn't believe what he was saying, so he clarified. After controlling the ghost monkey, Tao Qiuhong and Niede, who heard the commotion, looked at Zhang Chen with envy. After all, Hua Guoqiang was the strongest telekinetic in South City, with a telekinetic level of 5, and he was also a rare triple system telekinetic, knowledgeable in attack, defense, and healing. I don't want to. Upon hearing this, Zhang Chen said seriously. The words took Tao Qiuhong
and the others by surprise, and Hua Guoqiang's face fell, but thinking of Zhang Chen's outstanding talent, which was definitely a hot commodity, he realized that in less than a month, the consciousness C value could reach above 0.70 and formed the thought of manipulating objects to kill. Such a rare talent could not be easily given up. So Hua Guoqiang suppressed his anger and said earnestly, Zhang Chen, if you take me as your master, I will do my utmost to help you develop your consciousness C and make you a triple system telekinetic. I wouldn't want to even if you beat me to death. Zhang Chen was resolute and shook his head. Whoosh! Hua Guoqiang shot into the sky like a monkey, stepping on the iron board, disappearing from Zhang Chen's sight at the fastest speed. After being rejected by Zhang Chen twice, even though he cherished him, he felt his face burn with embarrassment, wanting to find a hole to hide in, furious as he vanished without a trace. Damn it, so it turns out they are in the Shitsung community. The shadow, covered in dirt, ran back from the great radiation zone. The flying skateboard under his feet was far slower than an airship. Hua Guoqiang suddenly took Zhang Chen away, catching him off guard. He really thought they had gone to the great radiation zone, and after chasing all the way there without finding anyone for a long time, he realized something was wrong and ran back from the great radiation zone. Just as he returned to the outer ring city, he saw Hua Guoqiang flying like a monkey on the iron board. You refuse to take Hua Guoqiang as your master and will lie flat to the end, gaining 2,671 points of lying flat value. Hua Guoqiang vanished like a monkey, and a line of text quickly appeared before Zhang Chen, instantly gaining 2,671 points of lying flat value, which was even more than the lying flat value gained from refusing to take Zhuge He as a mastered. It seems that a level 5 tri-system psychic is indeed extraordinary, which indirectly illustrates how difficult it is to cultivate mental powers. To become a mental power master, one must pay a significant price. Otherwise, it would be impossible to suddenly gain so much lying flat value. Aren't you a mental power master? Teacher Hua wants to take you as a disciple. Why are you unwilling? Tao Qiuhong felt puzzled. Teacher Hua is too strict. If I join him, I have to practice with him every day. And I can't stand it. Regarding Hua Guoqiang's reputation, Zhang Chen dared not speak carelessly and took all the blame upon himself. Upon hearing this, Tao Qiuhong, Nyede, and the others looked at Zhang Chen as if he were a fool. If it weren't for Zhang Chen's contribution in subduing the ghost monkey this time, they would have really wanted to give him a good scolding. In their eyes, Zhang Chen was being ungrateful and blind, unable to understand how someone like him could become a mental power master and even achieve first place in the final exam. Eventually, Zhang Chen took Tao Qiuhong and the others' airship back to the inner ring city, while the shadow continued to chase behind on a flying skateboard, infuriated and constantly applying to the hidden kill department for faster and more efficient flying equipment. Back at the future city community, faced with over 2,000 points of lying flat value, Zhang Chen carefully studied the various data. Name, Zhang Chen. Profession, Law Manifestation Warrior. Lying flat value, 2671. 13 styles. Perfect gun technique, proficient, 44 out of 300, Jade Sand. Body refinement method, major achievement, 190/300, consciousness C. Beginner cultivation method, skilled, 13 out of 100, consciousness C, 0.777/100, physical quality, 53.8. Combat power value, 183.2. Skills, all-weather breathing and exhaling ability, arm strength increase of 200 kilograms at any level, speed superior to others, all-weather body refinement ability, calm mind, all-weather consciousness C. expansion ability. Zhang Chen discovered that the existing lying flat value could further enhance both the body refinement method and gun technique to a transformative level, turning himself into a master of gun techniques and body refinement. Moreover, he would still have over 1,000 points of lying flat value left, which could be used to increase the consciousness C value, allowing it to break through 1.0 and elevate him from a beginner mental power master to a level 1 mental power master. If he added all his lying flat value to the consciousness C value, following the trend of 200 points of lying flat value raising a decimal point, he could leap directly from a beginner mental power master to a level 2 mental power master. Both Sherpai and the ghost monkey made Zhang Chen realize the importance of mental powers. If possible, he also hoped to become a powerful mental power master. However, Yan Fei and Zhuge He both had their own tasks. Yan Fei was a body refinement master from another province, staying in the southern city, assigned by the 7 Major Star Alliance to establish a law manifestation hall for himself. All along, Yan Fei had wanted to exchange his merits for opening vein liquid, allowing his cultivation talent to be released and explode in the body refinement method. If he became a master of body refinement, Yan Fei would also receive substantial rewards, which would be a perfect way to repay him. As for Zhuge He, he was dedicated in his teaching, hoping only to promote the deadly chain gun without ever expecting to receive rewards from the 7 Major Star Alliance. He was truly selfless.
If Zhang Chen could become a master of gun techniques during his instruction, it would not only allow Zhuge He to receive rewards from the 7 Major Star Alliance but also fulfill his wish to promote the deadly chain gun. Therefore, after much thought, Zhang Chen decided to become a master of body refinement, a master of gun techniques, and a level 1 mental power master simultaneously. He first added 411 points to the Jade Sandbody Refinement Method. Lying flat value, 2260 Blood Sandbody Refinement Method. Entry level, 1/300, physical quality, 69.2 combat power value, 217.3 as the Jade Sandbody Refinement Method transformed into the Blood Sandbody Refinement Method. Successfully becoming a master of body refinement, Zhang Chen's physical quality also broke through 60.0, reaching 69.2. His combat power value also surpassed 200.0, reaching 217.3. Zhang Chen finally possessed the strength of a muscle manifestation realm warrior, and if he successfully opened the 3rd layer of law manifestation, his combat power value would rise again. As a master of body refinement, it is not just about cultivating the body refinement technique to achieve 2 transformations, the power after these transformations can also be reflected in the physical body. Now, Zhang Chen's physical strength and speed have already surpassed the limits of the 2nd layer of the, exceeding the node by 9.2, and this is only after the initial transformation, with the Blood Sandbody Refinement technique reaching 1/3 of the entry level. In the days to come, as the all-weather body refinement ability feeds back into the Blood Sandbody Refinement technique, Zhang Chen's physical quality will continue to rise. Perhaps it won't be long before he can unlock the 3rd layer of and become a high school martial artist with the cultivation of. This achievement, if not the best in the world, is certainly among the top ranks. Immediately, Zhang Chen added 1157 points to the perfected level of the 13-style spear technique. Lying flat value, 1103 13-style spear momentum, 1st layer, 1/1000, combat power value, 277.7. Zhang Chen was pleasantly surprised to find that the power of the 1st layer of spear momentum had actually increased his combat power by 60 points, demonstrating the immense strength generated by skill. The image of Zhuge He infusing power into a fishing rod, transmitting it into the Jiulong River, and sending a group of fish flying came to his mind again. Previously, Zhuge He had said that the power of momentum could be compared to mental force. At first, Zhang Chen did not take it seriously. However, after becoming a master of spear technique, he realized that merely touching the 1st layer of momentum power had raised his combat power by 60 points, reaching 277.7. It can be said that Zhang Chen's current strength has already surpassed that of the ghost monkey. The perfected value locked by the 1st layer of spear momentum is 1000. Once this value is surpassed, he can comprehend the 2nd layer of spear momentum, followed by the 3rd layer of spear momentum penetration. The so-called 3 layers of spear momentum and subtle strength share a similar essence, as if the spear technique returns to its original simplicity, but Zhang Chen understands that the two are not the same concept. The power formed by the 3 layers of spear momentum far exceeds many advanced spear techniques. Now that he is both a master of body refinement and a master of spear technique, the combat power formed by the combination of the two is far beyond the superficial 277.7. In becoming a master of body refinement, Zhang Chen not only underwent a transformation in his physical body, but the speed of his physical recovery also far exceeds that of other strong individuals with the same physical quality. This is because he relies solely on the body refinement technique to enhance his physical quality, while others may rely on potions, mental force baptism, or potential awakening from various aspects. Therefore, in terms of physical consumption and recovery, Zhang Chen holds an absolute advantage. Coupled with the perfect unity of spear technique power, his offense and defense are impeccable, and now with the formation of spear momentum power, it can be said that he has gained wings like a tiger. Even if his opponent has cultivated a high-level technique to perfection and has undergone a transformation, Zhang Chen is not the least bit afraid. Moreover, he is also a mental force master. Thinking of this, Zhang Chen allocated the remaining 1103 lying flat points entirely to his Sea of Consciousness. Lying flat value, non-occupation, level 1 mental force master Sea of Consciousness, 1.328/100, combat power value, 277.7. The power of the Sea of Consciousness, skills, and techniques are in 2 different calculation systems. The Sea of Consciousness value reaching 1.328 did not change Zhang Chen's combat power value, but he knew that as the Sea of Consciousness value increased, after becoming a level 1 mental force master, even if he encountered a martial artist with a combat power value of 300.0 and unlocked the 3rd layer of, he would still have the strength to fight. As an attack-type mental force master, and having mastered the ability to manipulate objects to kill, Zhang Chen understood how much damage he could inflict on when he fully unleashed the fluctuations of his mental force. The ghost monkey's finger was one example.
At that time, the sea of consciousness value was only 0.777, and at a distance of 30 meters, with the intention of manipulating objects to kill, he was able to sever a finger of the ghost monkey at a critical moment, saving Lai Daz's life. Now that the consciousness C value is surpassed 1.0, Zheng Chen has transformed from a junior mental power master to a first-level mental power master. The mental power fluctuations he releases have significantly increased the damage to the buzz. With this thought, Zhang Chen couldn't help but release his mental power. The intense image of arcs of electricity surging from his mind did not appear. Instead, the mental power fluctuations were within Zhang Chen's control, causing a pen to levitate. Whoosh! Zhang Chen focused his thoughts. The pencil flew around him rapidly, forming a red line. Whoosh! The sound of wind rushed in. Zhang Chen intensified the release of his mental power. The pencil transformed into red lines, wrapping around his body. When the pencil finally stopped, the lead even sparked. Teacher Hua does not deceive me. The stronger the consciousness C value, the greater the power of thought. I didn't expect that just stepping into the first level, my control over mental power has improved several levels. Zhang Chen sighed. He noticed that when releasing mental power, it was no longer as intense as before but rather gentle and casual, as if mental power were his left and right arms. The resonance between thought and mental fluctuations became increasingly effortless and simple. When mental power was applied to an object, it felt as if he could resonate more harmoniously with the object itself through the mental power fluctuations. Not only could he freely change the position of the pencil, but he could also alter its shape through the fluctuations. Previously, when manipulating shards of glass to sever the fingers of the ghost monkey, Zhang Chen applied speed and force to the glass shards through mental power, giving them extraordinary lethality. But now, with the consciousness C value surpassing 1.0 and becoming a first-level mental power master, Zhang Chen discovered that the mental power fluctuations could also serve a refining purpose while manipulating objects. When controlling glass, he could not only apply speed and force but also make the glass sharper and harder through mental power fluctuations. He could transform what seemed like ordinary glass into a formidable weapon. This different experience of mental power made Zhang Chen increasingly aware of the strength of mental power masters. He finally understood why, when he rejected Hua Guoqiang, he could increase his lying flat value by over 2,000 points at once, and why Tao Qiuhong and others looked at him as if he were an idiot. A mere first-level mental power master could wield such powerful mental fluctuations. How much more so a fifth-level mental power master? Although Teacher Hui is not the strongest in Nanchang, with his fifth-level mental power, he should be among the top in Nanchang. Zhang Chen sincerely marveled. His first encounter with a mental power master was with Chen Duling's mother, Huang Ling. At that time, he only thought mental power could detect others' latent abilities or help awaken latent abilities through mental baptism. He didn't expect that mental power masters had 5 different systems. Just the attack-type mental power masters, at the first level, could deliver fatal damage to at critical moments. No wonder. It is said that every mental power master has lining up to beg to become partners. It turns out their mental power can play a surprising role in achieving victory, especially on the front lines. Having a mental power master as a partner is like having an extra talisman for protection, capable of saving lives at critical moments. Therefore, the resource subsidies for mental power masters are generally much higher than those for. What is this kid doing? Zhang Chen hid in the room, and the shadow had no idea what he was up to, but when Zhang Chen manipulated the pencil to spin rapidly around him, a spark could be seen seeping through the curtains. Having finally returned here from the outer ring city, he wore a face of resentment, feeling that Hua Guoqiang was deliberately playing him. He didn't believe that someone of Hua Guoqiang's status would be unaware that there were personnel dedicated to protecting Zhang Chen. Suddenly, the curtain was lifted by Zhang Chen. The shadow trembled, realizing Zhang Chen was standing at the window, smiling at him. It was deep into the night. He merged with the darkness through the art of concealment. Although he stood on the opposite rooftop, an ordinary person would be unable to detect him. However, when Zhang Chen glanced in his direction, he felt as if he had been stripped bare, exposed for Zhang Chen to see completely. Just as he was about to say something, Zhang Chen pulled the curtain shut again, seemingly unaware of his presence. For a moment, the shadow's expression stiffened. He didn't know whether Zhang Chen had noticed him or not. What a strange aura, able to blend with the darkness. If it weren't for my consciousness C having undergone a leap, I wouldn't have been able to detect him at all. He holds no hostility towards me. But why is he following me? Could it be that the 7 Major Star Systems Alliance has dispatched him? Zhang Chen thought to himself. I'll ask Teacher Huang and the others tomorrow, perhaps they know what's going on? Now that I am also a martial artist at the Muscle Realm, if I haven't awakened my mental power, would I not be able to detect him? With the kind of mental power that Teacher Huang and the others possess, can this person
really evade their scrutiny? Zhang Chen's mind was filled with various doubts. He realized that after gaining strength, everyone around him was changing. He had never dared to believe that one day, masters of body tempering, marksmanship, and even mental power would revolve around him. Moreover, he could simultaneously hold these three identities. Tomorrow I have to undergo testing again. I wonder what those who work hard to cultivate will think. Zhang Chen wore a mischievous smile before falling into a deep sleep. At the Southern City Martial Hall branch, Tao Qiuhong had just reported to her superiors about the capture of the ghost monkey, and soon received feedback from above. You say this Zhang Chen has issues? Not long ago, he helped the Martial Hall slay the carpentershire, and now he's assisting you in dealing with the ghost monkey, even using mental power to sever one of the ghost monkey's fingers, causing it immense pain. In just a month. Even if he were a prodigy, it would be impossible for him to change so drastically. The headquarters suspects that someone is colluding with Zhang Chen to deceive the cultivation resources, so regarding his merits, the headquarters will send personnel to verify and check personally. All personnel from the Southern City Department of the Divine Sect must undergo scrutiny together. If there is any discrepancy in Zhang Chen's data, all of you will face severe punishment. The attitude of the higher-ups was firm, expressing doubt over Zhang Chen's two significant assists to the Martial Hall in such a short time, and decided to send relevant personnel to assess Zhang Chen's strength and investigate the incidents. They aimed to ensure that no one had exploited these two cases to deceive cultivation resources and rewards. In this resource-scarce world, there were numerous cases of people deceiving cultivation resource compensations or even conspiring to seize cultivation resource subsidies. Therefore, when Zhang Chen frequently received various rewards in a short time and his cultivation advanced at an extraordinary speed, it quickly raised suspicions among the relevant departments. Consequently, Tao Qiuhong, Hua Guoqiang, Yan Fei, and Wang Dashan all received the red-headed documents simultaneously. Master, the personnel from the suspended mirror division suspect Zhang Chen's strength is fabricated, believing that the divine sect personnel are colluding with him to deceive cultivation resource rewards, Huanling said, her expression grim after reading the contents of the document. His rapid rise in strength, I had already anticipated this day would come, I just didn't expect it would lead back to us, Hua Guoqiang said, looking dejected. The most significant change in Zhang Chen was his combat power. Just days before the final exam, he became a Law Phase martial artist, unlocking the first layer of Law Phase during the second stage assessment, and achieved first place in the final exam. Then, in just over 40 days, he first transitioned from a skin phase martial artist to a flesh phase martial artist, then unlocked the second layer of Law Phase, and during this phase, transformed from a blank slate in the consciousness to a beginner mental power user. During this period, he also cultivated the body tempering technique to the point of transformation, with hopes of becoming a master of body tempering and marksmanship. All these events occurred within the same person. Even witnessing it firsthand, Hua Guoqiang found it unbelievable. Thus, he had long anticipated Zhang Chen would be investigated, but he never expected it would come to this. Zhang Chen had actually mastered the ability to manipulate objects to kill enemies, and his consciousness C value had exceeded 0.5. In such a short time, and while hardly practicing, he had reached this level solely based on his talent, and he had once again helped the Martial Hall capture the muscle manifestation realm warrior, the ghost monkey. All these deeds strung together made Zhang Chen seem almost mythical, appearing very mysterious and unreal. Even witnessing it firsthand, Hua Guoqiang couldn't understand how Zhang Chen had accomplished this. Master, is it true that Zhang Chen's consciousness C value has exceeded 0.5 and that he has mastered the ability to manipulate objects to kill? Huang Ling wanted to confirm. She knew that the suspended mirror division would definitely investigate thoroughly. If Zhang Chen wasn't as powerful as they reported, all their resources would be deducted, and they would be labeled as deceiving the divine sect to obtain cultivation resource subsidies. The ghost monkey is very alert. To confuse him, I took Zhang Chen with me. Of course, my intention was also to give this kid a lesson, to make him realize the importance of mental power. I didn't expect that as soon as he made a move, his mental power easily pierced through the ghost monkey's consciousness C defenses, and at a critical moment, he used his mental power to manipulate glass and sever one of the ghost monkey's fingers. At that time, I was right above him and could easily control the ghost monkey, but I suddenly noticed his mental power was unusual, and I watched him use his mental power to save his classmate's father. It was precisely because she had witnessed the entire process that Hua Guoqiang was eager to become Zhang Chen's master, but unexpectedly, she was rejected by Zhang Chen, who was determined not to yield. That phrase, "I'd rather die than agree," was like a tightening spell, giving Hua Guoqiang a splitting headache, making her suddenly feel that being a level 5 mental power master was nothing special. As long as the personnel from the suspended mirror division confirmed that Zhang Chen
can manipulate objects to kill and that his consciousness C-value is stable above 0.5, we won't have any trouble.
Huang Ling breathed a sigh of relief. The ability to manipulate objects to kill was something Huo Guoqiang had witnessed firsthand, so it couldn't be wrong.
I'm suddenly a bit worried that he triggered
this ability in a moment of desperation.
The person he saved was his classmate's father, and the place where the ghost monkey appeared was right below the building where he used to live, surrounded by his friends and family.
As a level 5 mental power master, Huo Guoqiang understood that mental power masters could trigger
skills at many times, and sometimes once a skill awakened, it could exist permanently, while other times it was just a fleeting moment. At that time, because she was eager to become Zhang Chen's master and was infuriated by him, she didn't have time to think it through and forgot to say a few words to Tao Qiuhong before
quickly leaving to return to the inner city. Tao Qiuhong reported everything she saw truthfully to the upper echelons of the Martial Hall, submitting it for
review by the 7 Major Star Systems Alliance, attributing part of the credit to Zhang Chen. During this time, Tao Qiuhong also submitted the report for him to review. Because she was angry and as a level 5 mental power master, Huo Guoqiang looked down on competing with Zhang Chen for credit, so she attributed all
the credit to Zhang Chen.
Unexpectedly, this led to scrutiny from the suspended mirror division, resulting in trouble. I'm going to find Zhang Chen to verify this.
Right now, Huang Ling said. It's too late.
The personnel from the suspended mirror division will have the 7 Major Star Systems Alliance send someone to
monitor Zhang Chen's every move before issuing the documents.
Right now, even contacting Zhang Chen by phone would only increase suspicion, Huo Guoqiang realized the seriousness of the situation after calming down. I hope he truly relied on his extraordinary talent to awaken the ability to manipulate objects to kill, and that his consciousness C-value can reach above 0.50, Huang Ling prayed. Huo Guoqiang rubbed her head, and she too strongly hoped for this.
Once labeled as
deceiving to obtain cultivation resource subsidies, the penalties from the 7 Major Star Systems Alliance would not be a joke.
That night, aside from Zhang
Chen sleeping soundly, those who received the red-headed documents were anxious and struggling to get by.
This included Yan Fei.
As a body refining master, he had achieved his current strength without any embellishment, and it was precisely because of this that he understood how difficult it was to become a body refining master. Originally watching Zhang Chen's rapid progress in strength, his combat power continuously increasing, transforming from a law manifestation martial artist to a flesh manifestation martial artist, and even unlocking the second layer of law manifestation while refining his body technique to the first transformation.
He was filled with awe from beginning to end.
His heart was filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred towards Zhang Chen. He also daydreamed about the rewards he was about to receive until he saw the red-headed document, which made him break out in a cold sweat. Carefully recalling the experiences of the past 40 days, he realized how terrifying Zhang Chen's changes were. In the face of substantial rewards, he lost himself, constantly thinking about how he would act after obtaining the meridian opening liquid and becoming a bloodline powerhouse. It was only when he suddenly saw the review content on the red-headed document that he jolted awake. The personnel from the suspended mirror division not only needed to check whether Zhang Chen had refined his body technique to the point of transformation but also had to carefully discern whether the transformation of the body technique was purely achieved through innate talent or through the aid of potions or other means. They also needed to investigate whether Zhang Chen had refined the Jade Sand body refinement technique to perfection and whether he had unlocked the second layer of law manifestation through it. All along, Yan Fei had judged how far Zhang Chen had refined the body technique based on Zhang Chen's assessments and changes in combat power. During the first transformation of the body technique, he had seen through the large screen in the inspection center, alongside Chen Dueling and others, Zhang Chen operating the Jade Sand body refinement technique, with the sound of blood and energy flowing within his body, and his physical quality exceeding 30.0 at that time. As for the Jade Sand body refinement technique reaching perfection and unlocking the second layer of law manifestation, he had witnessed it firsthand in the office of Huo Guoqiang with Wang Dashan. The changes in Zhang Chen's body that day and the release of the power of the second layer of law manifestation were still fresh in his memory, and the next day he completed the inspection for the flesh manifestation martial artist, for which he received a set of large flat floors. All signs indicated that Zhang Chen had indeed refined the golden sand body refinement technique to transformation and reached a level of perfection, thus unlocking the second layer of law manifestation. Yan Fei originally had no reason to panic, but the document indicated that a thorough investigation was needed to determine whether Zhang Chen had taken potions or used techniques like genetic modification to achieve his current strength, which made Yan Fei anxious. As Zhang Chen's teacher, Yan Fei sometimes doubted whether Zhang Chen truly possessed strength beyond his peers solely based on talent or if he secretly took genetic potions and used underhanded means to enhance his power.
He understood that the resources and rewards obtained from strength enhanced by potions were different from those gained through cultivation techniques. If any foul play was confirmed, not only would he be unable to obtain the meridian opening liquid, but he would also likely have to return the resources already distributed and face various penalties. Why is there a need to review Zhang Chen, and why does it have to happen at this time? Wang Dashan said, puzzled. He was in the Great Radiation Zone, following Ao Dagang and a level 7 mental power master, Chao Ishan, to eradicate the Catfish Demon King's lair. While they were fighting fiercely, he received the review information from the red-headed document. Concerned about the cultivation resources and living allowances for all the teachers and students at number 9 middle school, he couldn't help but feel anxious. Upon further inquiry, he learned that the trigger for the incident was Zhang Chen assisting members of the martial hall in capturing the muscle manifestation martial artist, Ghost Monkey, which raised suspicions among the higher-ups when reporting the merit distribution. This led to the investigation by the suspended Mirror Division. As the principal of number 9 middle school, Wang Dashan could not remain uninvolved. He could only retreat from the Great Radiation Zone and return to the Inner Ring City overnight to accept the investigation by the suspended Mirror Division personnel. Gun technique inspection, a bunch of boring people. Zhuge Ho also received the red-headed document, but he was not one of the investigated personnel. Instead, he was assisting the suspended Mirror Division personnel in examining Zhang Chen's gun technique. He had been commissioned by the 7 Major Star Systems Alliance to teach Zhang Chen gun techniques for only a few days and had not received any resource rewards from it, so he was considered innocent. Moreover, as the only gun technique master in South City, the suspended Mirror Division personnel asked him to assist in the case, investigating whether Zhang Chen's gun power had reached a perfect and unified realm, with hopes of becoming a gun technique. Master Wang Dashan had documented these abilities in his report, which led to several increases in the training resource subsidies for all teachers and students. At the 9th high school. Investigate Zhang Chen? Let me cooperate? Not only did Zhuge Ho need to assist the suspended Mirror Division, but also Qiu Kuei, Chen Duling, Lin Chengfeng, Lu Baoqin, and even Yi Chan were among the candidates. They had trained with Zhang Chen, had sparred with him, and were all defeated by him. They knew better than anyone whether Zhang Chen's strength was inflated. Initially, the few of them felt it was somewhat absurd. It wasn't until they saw the news that Zhang Chen had assisted the Martial Hall personnel in capturing the Ghost Monkey that they began to harbor doubts about Zhang Chen's training speed. It should be noted that the Ghost Monkey was a practitioner at the Muscle Realm. Just a few days into the last semester of the college entrance examination, Zhang Chen was already able to deal with such a person, and this rate of advancement was indeed unexpected. Being scrutinized by the suspended Mirror Division seemed to be a matter of course. That night, everyone had their own thoughts. Some were gloating, while others looked worried and even anxious, but only Zhang Chen slept soundly until dawn. When he got up in the morning, he pulled back the curtains and looked towards the spot where the shadow had been last night. He found it strange that he couldn't sense the other party's presence this time. Was the other party gone? But he didn't think much of it. After a quick wash-up and finishing his resource subsidy, he was about to report to the Dharma Hall when he suddenly noticed several new messages on his wristband. Yan Fei informed him that the Dharma Hall would not hold classes today, and the class schedule would be announced later. Huanling also told him that the mine class would not hold classes today, with the schedule to be announced later. Even Zhuge Ho's message was similar. Could something have happened in the Great Radiation Zone? Zhang Chen thought. They had all gone to the Great Radiation Zone to exorcise demons. He quickly checked the news hotspots. After flipping through several pages, he found no news about any incidents in the Great Radiation Zone. Whatever, if I can skip training, that's best. I can just go to the testing center to check my strength and upgrade my training resource subsidy. Zhang Chen knew that the resources for Muscle Realm practitioners were much richer than those for Flesh Realm practitioners. After a while, he arrived at the testing center where Sally was located. Why is it closed? There are still a group of people guarding it. He then saw that the testing center where Sally and the others were located was not open to the public today, and relevant personnel were coming in and out, seemingly checking instruments and related data. He even saw that in one of the rooms with the window open, Sally and Lian Juanmia were standing together, apparently undergoing testing. At that moment, someone inside looked over at him. The person had a hooked nose and deep, dark eyes, resembling a pair of ghostly eyes, and an unusual wave of energy seemed to emanate from him. Zhang Chen frowned and instinctively turned his head away, avoiding the other person's gaze. "Boss, that's Zhang Chen." A young man pointed at Zhang Chen downstairs. In a hellhole like South City, a senior martial arts student could potentially become a body refining master and a marksmanship master, and even a junior telekinetic, with a combat power value of around 180.0 as a flesh realm practitioner, and no one finds it suspicious? 2. Deceive for resource subsidies. These people are simply insane. The hooked-nosed man said indignantly. Boss, should we bring him in? The young man asked. Bring him in for testing here? Take him back to the suspended mirror division. I want to personally test his various strengths using our methods, the hook-nosed man insisted. Understood. The young man immediately led people down to surround Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen, you are suspected of defrauding the resource rewards of the 7 Major Star Systems Alliance. Please cooperate with the suspended mirror division's investigation, the young man said, showing his credentials. Zhang Chen was bewildered as he was taken aboard an airship by a group of people. Of course, he wasn't the only one taken away, everyone related to him was also taken by the suspended mirror division, and they all cooperated unconditionally with the personnel for various checks. They were even directly taken away from South City. Clearly, the inspection by the suspended mirror division would not take place in South City to avoid any influence on the testing data. Such incidents have occurred before in the 7 Major Star Systems Alliance. To ensure fairness and justice, the personnel from the suspended mirror division chose an unexpected method to verify Zhang Chen's various data, one that Hogwarts and others did not anticipate. In an environment where resources are scarce and human survival is precarious, the 7 Major Star Systems Alliance has a strict review system for every supplement of cultivation resources and living resource subsidies. Zhang Chen, a martial arts student from the Outer Ring City, was originally obscure, but within a few months, he became the strongest senior martial arts student in South City, and now he has even become a physical manifestation realm warrior, destined to represent South City in competitions against the geniuses from the 51 cities of Jiangbei province. There have long been reports about his unusual phenomena. However, with the endorsement of the inspection data and corroboration from Yanfei, Wang Dashan, and others, the 7 Major Star Systems Alliance had not sent any officials to investigate. It wasn't until the Martial Hall once again requested credit for Zhang Chen, citing his assistance in capturing the ghost monkey through mental power, that the matter was reported and immediately raised the alert of the suspended mirror division personnel. They assessed the data from the inspection agency and the relevant information from the Star Realm, along with the reports from Yanfei and Wang Dashan, and concluded that this could be a malicious incident led by multiple parties, using the talented youth as a gimmick to defraud the 7 Major Star Systems Alliance of resource subsidies and related rewards. The scope of the incident was extensive. From Zhang Chen's friends and family, school teachers, to the principal, body refinement masters, mental power masters, and even the city lord, all were beneficiaries of this incident. Consequently, the suspended mirror division launched a swift raid on South City, first preventing outsiders from approaching Zhang Chen, and then taking all relevant personnel away from South City within 24 hours. They confiscated wristbands and scrutinized each person's communication content. Even Hogwarts faced various restrictions and was taken away from South City at that moment. Zhang Chen was isolated in an airship. Until the truth of the matter was revealed, the personnel from the suspended mirror division would not allow him to contact Wang Dashan, Yanfei, and others. On the airship, although Zhang Chen was confused, he was not at all nervous. As a prodigious genius, he was under close scrutiny and was a key training target for the 7 Major Star Systems Alliance. Even if he was suspected of resource fraud, as long as he cooperated with the investigation, he could ultimately clear his name. However, Zhang Chen was unaware that Yan Fei and others were also taken away one by the personnel from the suspended mirror division, each imprisoned in a small room, and they could not meet until the truth was revealed. Thus, Zhang Chen soon fell asleep on the airship sofa, realizing that the airship from the suspended mirror division was far more luxurious and comfortable than any he had seen in South City. Its value should range from tens of millions to even over 100 million, and it was a rare opportunity to ride in one, so he intended to enjoy it. Head, Zhang Chen has fallen asleep, a young man quickly reported to the hawk-nosed man. Asleep? The hawk-nosed man, Du Fei, looked incredulous. In his years of working for the suspended mirror division, he had dealt with many cases, and those taken away by the suspended mirror division were always anxious and desperate to contact the outside world for help. This was the first time he encountered someone like Zhang Chen, who could sleep directly on the airship. He seems unaware of what this inspection means, the young man, Lin Xiaoan, said. Not knowing is better, that way, we can catch them all in one net, Du Fei sneered. He had carefully observed Zhang Chen and could not believe that a martial arts student like him, who was both a physical manifestation realm warrior and a junior mental power master, even had the potential to become a body refinement master and a marksmanship master. Even if the talent assessment standards for Zhang Chen's prodigious level in the South City Star Realm system were not mistaken, this was not a level of strength that a
Prodigious genius could possess. So when the Marshall Hall's request for merit report was sent to the suspended Mirror Division, he immediately sensed a conspiracy, a multi-person collusion aimed solely at deceiving cultivation resources and living allowances, a grand corruption case that toyed with the 7 major star systems alliance. The extent of the involvement and the complexity of the personnel were simply beyond his comprehension. He was both shocked and delighted. He understood that if he could crack this case, it would be a significant achievement, not only gaining more cultivation resource allowances but also having a greater say within the suspended Mirror Division. Therefore, he personally led the team, rushing to South City overnight, swiftly extracting the relevant personnel from South City to ensure that the investigation would not be interfered with by the forces there. About 5 hours later, the airship finally landed. Zhang Chen, wake up. We've arrived at our destination. Lin Xiaoan rudely kicked Zhang Chen awake. He didn't believe that those taken by the suspended Mirror Division were innocent, especially since Zhang Chen's case was so outrageous. Zhang Chen rubbed his eyes and got off the airship, finding it had landed in a lush forest area, with fresh air and a blue sky above. He thought he was hallucinating. Where could humanity find such a paradise? Then he saw a massive light screen closing behind him. Outside the screen was still a gray sky and suffocating pollution. It turned out the airship had landed in a space concealed by a giant light screen. There were similar places within the inner ring of South City, but the coverage of greenery, air quality, and size could not be compared to this place. In a daze, Zhang Chen almost thought he had returned to his previous life, living in a land of peace and abundance. He looked around carefully and discovered that the area covered by the light screen was vast, seemingly the size of the entire inner ring city, and the people present appeared to be very busy. They wore uniforms and badges that clearly indicated they were all personnel of the suspended Mirror Division. It turned out this forest was actually the headquarters established by the suspended Mirror Division in Jiangbei province. They lived in such an environment, which was truly enviable and jealousy-inducing. Compared to this place, the inner ring city was just a major radiation zone. Zhang Chen even saw butterflies and bees. It seemed there was a complete ecological cycle system here. Follow me. Under the guidance of the suspended Mirror Division personnel, Zhang Chen entered a building where people were already waiting, including mental power practitioners, pharmacists, and a piece of equipment he had never seen before. Sit on it, and don't move. Lin Xiaoan instructed. Zhang Chen obediently complied. The device had special tools that wrapped around his arms and legs, bringing a cool sensation. Soon, a mental power practitioner, after a brief exchange with Du Fei, approached Zhang Chen with a smile, releasing a wave of mental energy that enveloped his entire body. The sea of consciousness was extremely mysterious, both powerful and fragile. Generally, no mental power practitioner would dare to use their mental energy to probe another sea of consciousness unless they harbored malicious intent, attacking the other's sea of consciousness with their own mental energy. Otherwise, during the probing process, if the fluctuations were hidden, the least that could happen was that the subject's sea of consciousness would suffer severe damage, and at worst, both parties' seas of consciousness could collapse simultaneously. Therefore, the data of the sea of consciousness is usually assessed through instrument testing. Of course, if the sea of consciousness value far exceeds that of the other, with a difference of 7 levels or more, it can also be detected through mental energy. However, the person before him clearly did not possess that capability. Moreover, the purpose was not to test Zhang Chen's sea of consciousness value, but to capture whether there were residual genetic agents in Zhang Chen's flesh through the fluctuations of mental energy. Whether that talent recognized by the Star Realm system as a prodigy was enhanced by genetic agents. Any genetic modification could leave hidden dangers and flaws. Perhaps in the short term, one's cultivation could advance rapidly, but at a certain point, various bodily data would plummet unless further genetic modifications were continued. In other words, a single gene modification means a lifetime of gene modification, leading to a dependency on gene drugs, and it may even result in gene backlash, going out of control, and other extreme phenomena. Therefore, the resources provided by the 7 Major Star Systems Alliance for those who become strong through gene modification are vastly different from the support plans for those who gradually become strong through cultivation techniques. Once it is confirmed that Zhang Chen has taken gene drugs, it will substantiate that Wang Dashan and others deceived the cultivation resource subsidies, categorizing this incident as a gang fraud case. Thus, the first check is to determine whether Zhang Chen has taken gene drugs. The testing is meticulous and thorough. It lasted a total of 1 hour, during which 2 mental power practitioners were replaced. Du Fei, who was originally confident and assured of victory, gradually grew serious. Through the feedback from the instruments and the mental power practitioners, he learned that Zhang Chen had never taken gene drugs and his body had never been modified. The testing equipment belonged to the suspended Mirror Division and the mental power practitioners. were also personnel from the Suspended Mirror Division, not Huang Ling and others. Therefore, the truth of the matter is that Zhang Chen has not taken gene drugs and has never undergone gene modification. Regarding his monstrous talent, it only requires an investigation into the South City star system to check if there has been any tampering, and this work is already underway, with a response expected soon. The system is fine. The 7 Major Star Systems Alliance has conducted its own review and issued task orders to Yan Fei and others, assigning them to teach Zhang Chen cultivation. After receiving the information feedback, Lin Xiaoan immediately reported to Du Fei. Even if the talent is not fabricated, it is impossible for Zhang Chen, at such a young age, to possess the physique of a martial artist, let alone have gun techniques cultivated to the 4th transformation and body refining techniques to the 1st transformation. A high school martial arts student is actually considered likely to become a master of both gun techniques and body refining? This is nonsense. Du Fei always felt something was off. Have you forgotten? The Divine Sect also reported that he is still a junior mental power practitioner, Lin Xiaoan reminded. I haven't forgotten. Have you arranged the next round of tests? Du Fei snorted coldly. Everything is ready. Additionally, Hua Guoqiang has used her authority to require all investigated personnel to witness Zhang Chen's testing process firsthand, ensuring they know what mistakes they made. The feedback from the 7 Major Star Systems Alliance allows them to observe individually, Lin Xiaoan added. At this point, they still dare to negotiate with me? Fine, according to the instructions of the 7 Major Star Systems Alliance, arrange a separate room for each of them so they can watch Zhang Chen's examination together. I want to see their expressions when Zhang Chen's various indicators are not as outrageous as they reported, Du Fei sneered. Understood, I will arrange it immediately, Lin Xiaoan replied before stepping back. Where is this? Zhang Chen, holding a silver spear, arrived at a dilapidated ruin. Weeds were everywhere, entangled with withered yellow vines. And the crumbling high-rise buildings, many of which had collapsed, showed no signs of human presence. Above was a pale yellow sky. Zhang Chen felt as if he had entered a large radiation zone. The pollutant levels in the air here were far higher than in the outer ring city, and all the weeds and plants were a withered yellow color, making it seem like he had arrived in a lifeless wasteland. He glanced back at the gray, hazy door behind him. When Lin Xiaoan let him in, she told him that this was the Xian Realm, a place for law manifestation martial artists to train, where there were alien creatures and human warriors leveling up and fighting monsters. He re-equipped his wristband. This was not in the star system, nor in a simulation space, but in a harsh real environment. Ding dong! The wristband displayed a message. It ordered him to walk straight towards the city center, where he would encounter powerful alien creatures and human warriors. Real combat. The Suspended Mirror Division's testing is too hardcore. Zhang Chen looked speechless. In the past, strength assessments were conducted either at the testing facility, in the Star Realm, or in relatively safe environments for martial arts competitions. This time, however, being taken to a wasteland environment similar to a large radiation zone for a strength test was a first for him. When he was brought in, the Suspended Mirror Division only provided him with a suitable silver spear and nothing else in terms of combat gear. It's worth noting that generally, in harsh environments, even law manifestation martial artists would wear nano battle suits or defensive armor, along with various exploration equipment for safety. As a result, he only had a silver spear. Fortunately, his physical fitness had reached over 69.0, so even without a nanosuit or protective clothing, the pollutants here posed no harm to him. Xian Realm. The Suspended Mirror Division is so overbearing, insisting on testing Zhang Chen's strength in the Xian Realm. Don't you fear that Zhang Chen might encounter danger in the Xian Realm? This is bad. Zhang Chen lacks practical experience, especially in harsh environments. The Suspended Mirror Division's method of testing is unfair. The means of the Suspended Mirror Division are indeed extraordinary. At the same time Zhang Chen was arranged in the Xian Realm, others like Hua Guoqiang, Wang Dashan, Yan Fei, Huang Ling, Shadow, Tao Chouhong, Niede, and other relevant personnel, who were also placed in separate rooms, were watching Zhang Chen's every move in the Xian Realm through the large screen of the Suspended Mirror Division. To monitor the changes in Zhang Chen's strength, 6 drones hovered above him, recording his every action. Boom! In the center of the city, a lithe figure burst out from a building, cleaving a Silver Moon Wolf King in two with a single strike. The upper half of the Silver Moon Wolf King howled a few times before its life force faded away. A mere beast with a combat power of around 190.0 dares to flaunt its strength before me. My whirlwind blade technique has been perfected. I wonder when it will undergo transformation. This is a high-level skill, and if I can successfully transform it, perhaps I can undergo another transformation and become a master of blade techniques, Wu Zhilong muttered to himself.
to become a member of the Suspended Mirror Division. He specialized in martial arts during university and entered the division after graduation. Now, his combat power had reached 230.0, making him a martial artist in the muscle manifestation realm who had yet to unlock the third layer of law manifestation. He was also a member of the Suspended Mirror Division's anti-corruption team. At this moment, he entered the Xian realm for training, aiming to achieve a state where his blade technique power is perfectly unified. He had already been in the Xian realm for 6 days, having killed dozens of alien creatures, and his points were steadily increasing. Ding dong! Suddenly, his wristband vibrated. It was a directive from the Suspended Mirror Division. Zhang Chen, a senior martial arts student, combat power around 180.0. Spear technique power perfectly unified, with the potential to become a master of spear techniques and a master of body tempering, and also a junior psychic. Energy master? TSK, a martial arts student from the outer ring of South City actually disguises his data to be comparable to that of a bloodline martial artist. I wonder what he's thinking. I hope you can withstand my blade. Wu Zhilong glanced at the corpse of the Silver Moon Wolf King and then shot towards Zhang Chen's location. The directive was issued by Lin Xiaoan. After Zhang Chen entered the Xian realm, although he was making his way to the city center, he was moving leisurely, as if he were sightseeing, treating the Xian realm like a tourist attraction. Who knows how long he would have to wait to encounter a powerful alien creature? Thus, Wu Zhilong was dispatched to assess Zhang Chen's combat power. Whoosh! As a martial artist in the muscle manifestation realm, Wu Zhilong moved at incredible speed, each leap covering over 50 meters. Following the information guidance, about 15 minutes later, he finally spotted Zhang Chen. He saw Zhang Chen enter an abandoned supermarket, rummaging through some dilapidated items on the shelves. Zhang Chen, he called out quietly, his figure shooting forward like a rocket, directly entering the supermarket from the street. Whoosh! Before he even entered the supermarket, his long knife was already drawn. At the entrance, the whirlwind knife technique was perfected, and the distance to full power was just a step away, with a combat power value exceeding 230.0. One could only imagine how strong Wu Zhilong's strike was. So ruthless. Tao Qiuhong cursed under her breath. Although Wu Zhilong's combat power was not as high as that of the ghost monkey, in the case of a surprise attack on Zhang Chen, even if Zhang Chen was a mental energy master, he might not be able to hit Wu Zhilong's consciousness C. And once the mental energy failed to take effect, Zhang Chen would not be able to withstand that strike. Therefore, the information she reported contained false elements. So upon witnessing this scene, she, along with Hua Guoqiang and Huang Ling, were all nervously sweating for Zhang Chen in their respective rooms. Boom! In the blink of an eye, a figure flew out of the supermarket and crashed into an abandoned restaurant across the street, shattering the wall and flying out onto the street behind the restaurant. Ah! Tao Qiuhong and Huang Ling couldn't help but scream. The supermarket was on the first floor. Drones were filming from above, but before they could descend to capture the scene inside the supermarket, it ended, prompting 3 of the drones to quickly fly towards the street behind the restaurant to film the figure that had suddenly flown out. Ah! Then, a strange face appeared before Hua Guoqiang, Tao Qiuhong, and the others. It was none other than Wu Zhilong, a member of the Suspended Mirror Division's anti-corruption team. At that moment, he lay on the ground wailing, his long knife already vanished. There was a horizontal indentation on his abdomen, seemingly struck by a long spear, having flown out from across the street, crashing through the restaurant wall and landing on the street behind it. As a martial artist in the muscle realm with physical attributes exceeding 60.0, Wu Zhilong was not in life-threatening danger. However, his injuries were serious, requiring treatment with medicine worth millions to heal completely. It's not Zhang Chen. How could it be him? Where's Zhang Chen? Tao Qiuhong, Hua Guoqiang, Wang Dashan, and others felt ecstatic. In the observation room, Du Fei and Lin Xiaoan were momentarily stunned before they couldn't help but curse loudly. At that moment, the drone captured Zhang Chen, who was seen holding a silver spear, swinging the long knife with the spear to create a circular blade shadow, looking gloomy as he walked out of the supermarket. Wu Zhilong's sudden attack had indeed startled him, causing him to fail to control most of his power and severely injure Wu Zhilong with a single move. As a master of spear techniques who had undergone 4 transformations, any shot from Zhang Chen was impenetrable and as solid as a fortress in the eyes of martial artists of the same rank. To deal with a character like Wu Zhilong, he didn't even need to use mental energy, a single shot would easily take him down. Puff! He flung the long knife away, piercing through the restaurant and embedding itself near Wu Zhilong's cheek. Ding dong! The wristband vibrated, displaying a message. It was a notification from the Suspended Mirror
division, informing him that Wu Jilong was a member of the division and the sudden attack was merely to test his reaction and combat ability in emergencies. Reminding him not to continue harming Wu Jilong. He's done for, hurry and find someone to take him out. Zhang Chen shouted at the drone. The drone zoomed in on him, and Hua Guoqiang, Tao Chouhong, Wang Dashan, Yan Fei, Huang Ling, and others all saw Zhang Chen's face appear on the television in their rooms, as if it were about to cover the entire screen. They couldn't help but laugh out loud. Tao Chouhong's report clearly stated that Zhang Chen only had a combat power value of around 180.0. How could he be a martial artist in the muscle realm? Lin Xiaoan felt puzzled. Send him to the city center, I want to see every move he makes clearly. Du Fei said with a dark expression. Zhang Chen actually possessed the combat power of the muscle realm, which was something he had never expected. He realized that this test was far from as easy as he had imagined. Yes. Lin Xiaoan then dispatched 3 more drones into the mysterious realm to capture every move of Zhang Chen. At the same time, he issued an order for Zhang Chen to quickly head to the city center. To this, Zhang Chen paid no mind and ignored it, although the Suspended Mirror Division is a department under the alliance of the 7 major star systems. It cannot represent the alliance itself. Some of the orders they issue are indeed mandatory, and failing to comply comes with consequences. However, Zhang Chen can clearly distinguish which orders need to be taken seriously and which can be ignored. Being brought from South City to the headquarters of the Suspended Mirror Division to undergo various tests and being suspected of fraudulently obtaining training resource subsidies, it would be a lie to say that Zhang Chen felt no displeasure. It was just that under the influence of his laid-back attitude, he didn't show it much. At this moment, in the harsh environment of the Xian realm, Lin Xiaoan, using a drone to communicate, arrogantly ordered him to rush to the city center, and how could Zhang Chen possibly be willing? Even though he had just entered the Xian realm, he knew that the city center was a relatively dangerous place. Therefore, his pace was slow, walking and stopping, taking breaks frequently, or stepping into some buildings to observe the traces of human life left behind. For this reason, Lin Xiaoan and Du Fei, who were at a loss for what to do with Zhang Chen, were both angry and frustrated, while on the other hand, Hua Guoqiang, Wang Dashan, and others couldn't help but laugh heartily. For the first time, they found it adorable that Zhang Chen was disobeying orders, taking advantage of the situation, and deliberately going against others. Restricted in their freedom and under various forms of surveillance, they naturally held a strong disdain for the Suspended Mirror Division. Finally seeing Zhang Chen venting their frustrations, everyone felt very satisfied. Boss, Zhang Chen is doing this on purpose. At this rate, he won't reach the city center until tomorrow, Lin Xiaoan said angrily. Don't worry, he has no supplies and won't last long. Du Fei sneered. Not good, boss, look. Zhang Chen ran back and stole all of Wu Jilong's supplies. Lin Xiaoan exclaimed in horror. Zhang Chen, I command you to drop the supplies and quickly head to the city center, or I will report to the alliance of the 7 major star systems that you are not cooperating with the inspection. Du Fei shouted at Zhang Chen through the drone. Do as you please, I don't believe that eating something to fill my stomach will get me punished, Zhang Chen replied fearlessly. How outrageous. Where is Scorpion now? Du Fei asked indignantly. To the southwest of the city center, about 100 kilometers from Zhang Chen, Lin Xiaoan replied. Have him come deal with Zhang Chen and test his shooting skills to see if he has reached the realm of perfect unity and strength, Du Fei ordered. Do you want to use Scorpion's poison needles against Zhang Chen? Lin Xiaoan asked. Wang Dashan said his shooting skills have reached the realm of perfect unity, both offense and defense are impeccable. Can he not even block a few poison needles? Du Fei sneered. What you say makes sense, but if Zhang Chen gets hit by the poison needles, it will be his and Wang Dashan's responsibility. Scorpion's combat power is around 265, and I'm worried that the higher-ups will think we are deliberately retaliating, Lin Xiaoan reminded. I told you to relay the orders to Scorpion, why are you being so wishy-washy? Du Fei snapped. Yes, Lin Xiaoan dared not say more and quickly conveyed the orders to Scorpion. About 100 kilometers away from Zhang Chen, a man less than 1.5 meters tall, resembling a poisonous scorpion, clung to a building as his wristband popped up a message. Whoosh! At that moment, he leaped to the top of the building, and 6 poison needles shot out in succession, hitting a giant python that was giving birth in a vital spot. The potent poison invaded the giant python was severely weakened during childbirth. The fetus died in the womb. In a frenzy, it tried to devour Scorpion but was continuously evaded, resulting in the worsening of the poison's effects, ultimately leading to its death from poisoning. Scorpion removed the snake gallbladder, soaked it in a vial of liquid medicine to expel the toxins, and then swallowed the gallbladder. In an instant, his blood surged, and he felt his strength increase a few notches.
He was a martial artist who had undergone genetic modification. Due to the rarity of the potion, in order to maintain his combat power and break through his physical limitations, he had been consuming snake gallbladders and the flesh of powerful alien races, refining the strength within their blood and flesh. You want me to deal with a senior high martial arts student? Wu Zhilong really is a waste. Scorpion checked the information on his wristband and learned that a senior martial arts student named Zhang Chen was suspected of defrauding cultivation resource subsidies. When Wu Zhilong went to verify, he was unexpectedly severely injured by Zhang Chen with a single shot. As a fellow member of the anti-corruption team, Scorpion did not shirk his duty but instead ran overnight towards Zhang Chen's location. Under the stimulation of the snake gall medicine, his vital energy surged, as if he had endless strength. His small frame darted through the buildings, startling many alien creatures, yet none could intercept his figure. He was like a poisonous scorpion in the night, swiftly darting out from the city center. In less than an hour, he arrived at Zhang Chen's location. At that moment, Zhang Chen was resting. After experiencing Wu Zhilong's ambush, Zhang Chen realized that this inspection was clearly different, even carrying personal grudges. It seemed like it wasn't just directed at him alone. So, while it appeared he was deliberately stalling to lie flat, in reality, Zhang Chen was pondering how to deal with the upcoming inspections. He understood that this was not a testing facility but rather within the Xian realm, where not only alien creatures roamed but also powerful human martial artists were waiting for an opportunity. Even if the human martial artist coming to test his strength had no murderous intent, those powerful alien creatures could still take his life. Thus, Zhang Chen became particularly cautious, secretly using his consciousness to sense the surroundings. Last time, Wu Zhilong had startled him. This time, Scorpion was quickly detected by him. The other party wasted no words, as if considering him prey, swiftly approaching with ghostly movements. Whoosh! Whoosh! Once within 30 meters, Scorpion threw out 6 poison needles in succession. As a martial artist skilled in hidden weapons, with a combat power value of around 265.0 and having unlocked the third layer of the Dharma form, Scorpion's physical quality was on par with Zhang Chen. He struck as fast as lightning, giving Zhang Chen no chance to react. Clang! However, under the sensing power of his consciousness, those 6 poison needles were completely visible to Zhang Chen. At this moment, with a mental power of about 1.328, he was not yet able to forcibly alter the direction of Scorpion's 6 poison needles with his mental force, but he could track their trajectories and quickly block them with his spear. Despicable. The inspection actually used poison needles, and Zhang Chen was furious. The others in the various rooms, including Hua Guoqian, were also red-faced with anger, but they knew that Du Fei dared to do this because he had a way to deal with any mistakes, and protesting would be useless. Buzz! Zhang Chen shot towards Scorpion. With a move of the Azure Dragon emerging from water, he unleashed a series of shots at Scorpion. Although it was the most basic gun technique, as a master of marksmanship, every shot Zhang Chen fired at this moment had the power to crush and destroy. Scorpion, wielding 2 curved blades, immediately sensed the danger and felt that Zhang Chen's marksmanship was unstoppable, as if he couldn't withstand more than a few moves. Puff! At the same time, he felt pain in his shoulder and thigh. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be the 2 poison needles he had just shot. It turned out that Zhang Chen had only used his marksmanship to draw his attention, while his true intention was to manipulate the poison needles through fluctuations in his mental force, using their own methods against them. Control objects to kill enemies. Hua Guoqiang shouted. To hit a martial artist at the muscle realm, his consciousness value must be above 0.50. My master and I no longer have to worry about Zhang Chen being punished for insufficient data, Huanling said, letting out a sigh of relief, her face filled with gratitude. She and Hua Guoqiang were both mental force practitioners. Although they saw Zhang Chen manipulate the poison needles through video, they both knew that the needles originally embedded in the wall suddenly flew back and pierced Scorpion's chest and shoulder because they were controlled by Zhang Chen's mental force. Scorpion was a martial artist at the muscle realm, and even he couldn't evade Zhang Chen's poison needles, indicating that Zhang Chen indeed had the ability to manipulate the glass to sever a finger from the ghost monkey. Finally, it was a close call, Tao Qiuhuang said, her face also filled with surprise. She only had a connection with Zhang Chen regarding this matter. Even if Zhang Chen's body refining technique and marksmanship had issues, she wouldn't have to bear any responsibility. Clang! Hit by 2 poison needles, the Scorpion hurriedly dropped his twin blades, wanting to take the antidote to alleviate the severe poison. Zhang Chen snorted softly, his spear darting forward to break both of the Scorpion's arms, then he shot the thrown antidote, causing it to explode. What are you doing? That's the antidote. Seeing the antidote spill all over the ground, quickly absorbed by the soil and his hands
Broken by Zhang Chen, the scorpion questioned. Sorry, I thought you were going to throw some more poison needles or liquid, Zhang Chen replied innocently. You. Bang. The scorpion wanted to retort, but immediately began to convulse on the ground. Although he wasn't as severely affected as the giant python, he was still in great pain. Two drones swooped down, hovering a meter above his head, scanning various indicators of his body. Hurry up and save me, the scorpion struggled. Sorry, someone asked me to rush to the city center. If I'm late, I'll be in trouble. Bye. Zhang Chen ignored the scorpion and instead rushed towards the city center. Useless, a bunch of useless people. Du Fei said indignantly. Boss, Zhang Chen is indeed a mental power master, controlling objects to kill enemies. His consciousness C value meets the 0.50 standard. Hua Guoqiang and Tao Qiuhong have cleared their suspicions, and they want to see you now, Lin Xiaoan cautiously reminded. Zhang Chen only distanced himself from the scorpion, he wasn't really running straight to the city center. This test wasn't fair to him. Even if the Xianying division wanted to investigate whether he had defrauded the resources of the 7 major star systems alliance, the testing method shouldn't be arranged in the mystic realm. It should be conducted in a testing facility or training room. They could send someone to spar with him to verify his strength. But sending him into the mystic realm, facing the danger of attacks from alien creatures, and having the testers skilled in ambush and using hidden weapons, this was not a test, it was clearly an attempt to set him up. Since that was the case, why should Zhang Chen hold back? He knew that as his strength increased rapidly and he gained more resources, the chain of interests involved would also grow longer. Not everyone would be willing to watch him acquire more cultivation resource subsidies. Moreover, his rise in strength could also allow Yan Fei and others to receive related rewards. The so-called opening veins liquid is a potion that can stimulate the bloodline and awaken power from it. This potion has no side effects. Once the bloodline power awakens, it will accompany one for a lifetime, which is very different from gene potions. Each bottle of opening veins liquid is priceless. The market price for a bottle of opening veins liquid is nearly 10 times its original value. Therefore, exchanging merits for opening veins liquid from the 7 major star systems alliance is the best way, but not everyone can obtain enough merits to exchange for it. However, currently, Yan Fei and Wang Dashan can obtain generous cultivation resources through Zhang Chen, which inevitably makes others envious. Even with Zhang Chen's rise, the resource subsidies for the entire South City could be enhanced. Jianbei Province has a total of 52 cities. If the resource subsidies in South City rise, it means that the subsidies in other cities will be weakened. So this test, seemingly targeting only Zhang Chen, was actually aimed at Wang Dashan, Yan Fei, Su Songlin, Hua Guoqiang, and even the entire South City. Zhang Chen gradually sensed a hint of conspiracy. This ignited his rebellious spirit. He decided to give Du Fei some trouble. Lying flat means not getting involved, not striving, not fighting, not complaining, and not sitting idly by while being bullied. Although the persimmons are soft, not everyone can take advantage of them. Notify Zhu Gaho, tell him that if he doesn't want to be held accountable, he should do everything possible to deal with Zhang Chen. I want to clearly see if Zhang Chen's marksmanship has reached a perfect state, Du Fei said with a dark expression. Yes. Lin Xiaoan nodded. Ha, Teacher Hua, Captain Tao. Du Fei then changed his expression, smiling broadly as he entered another room to meet Hua Guoqiang and Tao Qiuhong. Buzz, Hua Guoqiang released a wave of mental power, intending to give Du Fei a jab, but unexpectedly, Du Fei was powerful, and his sea of consciousness was enveloped by a layer of light, having even swallowed consciousness elixirs, granting his sea of consciousness a strong defensive capability. The Xuanjing Sea is quite extravagant, a single governor can actually enjoy consciousness elixirs, Hua Guoqiang said gravely. As a mental power master, the resources allocated to him by the 7 major star systems alliance were all related to the power of the sea of consciousness. They either helped consolidate the power of the sea of consciousness or awaken more mental power from it, or included some cultivation manuals regarding the sea of consciousness and mental power, etc. Therefore, Hua Guoqiang understood that the preciousness of consciousness elixirs was on par with that of meridian opening liquids. Yet Du Fei had actually consumed them, and there was a powerful bloodline force within him. Although he was merely a governor, his strength was outstanding among governors. Of course, no matter how strong Du Fei was, he could not be compared to his student Ao Dagang. Teacher Hua, please remain calm. I know the orders from the Xuanjing Sea have caused you some inconvenience, but it is all for the sake of the 7 major star systems alliance and contributing to human development, so I hope you can understand, Du Fei said with a forced smile. As a level 5-3 system mental power master, although Hua Guoqiang's combat power was not as high as his, if he were to unleash his mental power all at once, Du Fei would not gain any advantage. Moreover, Huo Guoqiang was highly respected, being the strongest mental power master in Nanchang, and he had a student named Ao Dagang, who was the most difficult to deal with among this group of inspectors and the one he feared the most. Therefore, when Huo Guoqiang cleared his suspicions and requested to see him, he did not dare to refuse.
I cannot understand. Zhang Chen's
combat power and mental power were all tested through instruments at the inspection site or assessed in the Star Realm, yet you let him enter the Xian Realm
to endure the alternating attacks from your Xuanjingxi personnel.
This is clearly targeting Nanchang,
Huo Guoqiang said angrily.
Teacher Hua, Zhang Chen has helped
the Martial Hall capture criminals twice in a row. Could that also have been completed at the inspection site and in the Star Realm? I also know the Xian Realm
is fraught with danger, and the detection methods of the Xuanjingxi are somewhat radical, but this is all to help clear Zhang Chen and Teacher Hua's suspicions. I believe Teacher Hua wouldn't want anyone to continue reporting to the Xuanjingxi after the detection, causing issues for you and even the entire Nanchang's cultivation resources. Du Fei said with a smile that didn't reach his eyes.
I've heard of the Xuanjingxi's methods of handling cases. I hope that after
Zhang Chen passes all assessments, you can still gloat as you do now, Huo Guoqiang snorted coldly. As a level 5 mental power master, being monitored and taken away from Nanchang without a proper explanation was unacceptable to him. Of course, the premise was that Zhang Chen could withstand the investigation. Du Fei also knew the trouble involved. After all, whether it was Huo Guoqiang, Wang Dashan, Yan Fei, or even Huang Ling and Tao Qiuhong, they all held important positions and had significant power. At the same time, restricting their freedom without providing a satisfactory answer would leave him and the Xuanjingxi in a difficult position. But at this point, Du Fei could only brace himself, hoping to find flaws in the upcoming tests to prove that someone colluded with Zhang Chen to fabricate false data and deceive the cultivation resource subsidies. Teacher Hua, I always feel that the Xuanjingxi's investigation this time is somewhat strange, as if they must find a problem with Zhang Chen.
Has Zhang Chen offended someone? Tao Qiuhong said.
This time, she came to Nanchang to carry out a mission and successfully captured the ghost monkey with Zhang Chen's help. She didn't expect that because she sought credit for Zhang Chen, she would also be brought to the
Xuanjingxi for investigation.
Fortunately, Zhang Chen was indeed a mental power master, possessing the ability to control objects and kill enemies. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so easy to extricate herself. He shouldn't have. He spends his days idly, and aside from his rather infuriating attitude towards cultivation,
it seems he hasn't offended anyone?
Huo Guoqiang didn't know much about Zhang Chen, but she never thought he would stir up trouble.
Of course, if he didn't
practice martial arts and spent all day playing chess in the park, provoking a group of teachers to rage, then that could indeed be considered troublesome. This
is strange.
If he hasn't offended anyone, why would the suspended mirror division go to such lengths, even restricting our freedom at the same time, looking
determined to find a problem and not rest until they do? Tao Qiuhong felt it was incomprehensible.
This statement made Huo Guoqiang shudder, as if she had thought
of something.
She said, if there are no personal grudges involved, then it must be about the allocation of training resources.
Could it be that Zhang Chen's rise has threatened someone's interests? What kind of training resources could warrant the suspended mirror division investigating Zhang Chen? Tao Qiuhong asked.
Puzzled. Zhang Chen has cultivated his marksmanship to the 3rd transformation and his body refinement technique to the 1st transformation.
He is expected to
become a master of marksmanship and body refinement, and he is currently also a junior psychic energy master. Most importantly, he is just a senior martial arts student, yet his combat power has reached the physical manifestation realm. With his talent and potential, once he breaks through in cultivation, the training resources he might receive could far exceed what ordinary people can imagine. At least they are very rare training resources, Huo Guoqiang explained.
What are they? Tao Qiuhong inquired.
Huo Guoqiang did not answer but instead activated her wrist device to connect with Ao Dagang.
Teacher Hua, when the red-headed document
was issued, I had already instructed someone to start investigating this matter.
It's somewhat unexpected, so please don't be angry when you find out, Ao Dagang said.
He was still in the Great Radiation Zone, accompanied by a level 7 Psychic Energy Master, Xiao Yishan.
As a standalone Psychic Energy Master, Xiao
Yishan's psychic energy attacks could easily penetrate the consciousness sea of martial artists at the muscle manifestation realm, inflicting heavy damage on those at the bone manifestation realm.
He was Ao Dagang's partner.
I won't be angry, go ahead, Huo Guoqiang nodded.
A few days ago, Jiangbei Province just obtained 3 vials of Divine Pulse liquid from the 7 Major Star Systems Alliance. The Jiangbei King plans to use them as prizes for the provincial exam, rewarding the top 3 candidates.
Zhang Chen's strength has skyrocketed, and he is expected to become both a master of marksmanship and body refinement, and now he has also become a psychic energy master.
This has already attracted the attention of others in the province. Many believe that if he can achieve another transformation in marksmanship and body refinement before the provincial exam, he has a great chance of being in the top 3 and receiving a vial of divine pulse liquid as a reward, Ao Dagong explained. Who are these many people? Hua Guoqiang asked. He knew that divine pulse liquid was a more powerful potion than opening pulse liquid. The latter could only help awaken bloodline power, while the former could guarantee a 100% awakening of bloodline power and more easily release bloodline potential, making it an invaluable and rare potion. There were rumors that the rise of the Jiangbei King was also related to divine pulse liquid. The Jiangbei King was both a destruction-type psychic energy master and a powerful law manifestation martial artist. As the strongest presence in Jiangbei province, Ao Dagong and Xiaoishan, among others, looked up to him. The value of divine pulse liquid was self-evident. The Wu family of Jinchang, Ao Dagong said. Hua Guoqiang's expression changed, and she said angrily, a bloodline family actually uses such means to compete for resources with a martial arts student from the outer ring city. Wu Shaoqing is a once-in-a-century martial arts prodigy. He has already become a master of swordsmanship. The Wu family has had ancestors who awakened high-level bloodlines, and they want to use divine pulse liquid to help Wu Shaoqing awaken a high-level bloodline, Ao Dagong explained. As one of the top 10 in Jiangbei province, he knew much more about the Wu family than Hua Guoqiang. He had seen many more outstanding talents than others in Nanchang. Wu Shaoqing was the same age as Zhang Qian and was the strongest senior martial arts student in Jinchang, which was a prefecture-level city with far superior resource allocation and training environment compared to Nanchang. Nanchang, due to its proximity to the Great Radiation Zone, had a precarious geographical environment, and the subsidies from the 7 Major Star Systems Alliance had always been limited. Every time it made the trending news, it was because something had happened in the Great Radiation Zone. No1 expected that after the emergence of Ao Dagong in Nanchang, another Zhang Chen would appear. He's already a master of swordsmanship, is he really afraid that Zhang Chen will take his spot? Hua Guoqiang said angrily. What if Zhang Chen becomes a master of both spear techniques and body refinement? Don't forget, he's still a junior psychic energy master. With his potential, he could easily compete for a top 3 spot in the provincial exam, Ao Dagong reminded. Even so, he shouldn't resort to such despicable means to try to disqualify Zhang Chen from the provincial exam through scrutiny. The Wu family should just back off. As a member of Nanchang, Hua Guoqiang, like Wang Dashan and others, longed to see Nanchang rise and gain the attention of the 7 Major Star Alliance. Due to its proximity to the Great Radiation Zone, the geographical environment was precarious, and discussions were ongoing within the 7 Major Star Alliance about possibly abandoning Nanchang, turning it into a frontline war zone, leaving those unable to leave to fend for themselves. Therefore, Wang Dashan and Hua Guoqiang had been working to prevent such a situation from occurring. Now, even Ao Dagong was stationed in Nanchang, even pledging to the 7 Major Star Alliance that he would eliminate the catfish demon within 3 years and bring the factories back to the Great Radiation Zone. All of this was to avoid Nanchang becoming a war zone. The Wu family's actions are within the law. We can only hope that Zhang Chen can withstand all the tests from the suspended mirror division. Once this is over, I will take Zhang Chen as my disciple and spare no effort in enhancing his cultivation, ensuring that he becomes a master of spear techniques and body refinement before the provincial exam. No matter what, a portion of the divine pulse liquid must remain in Nanchang, Ao Dagong declared firmly. He would not sit idly by. If Zhang Chen failed to stand out in the provincial exam or lost the opportunity to participate, it would also affect Nanchang's reputation and resource allocations. Conversely, if Zhang Chen rose to prominence and became a figure like him, Nanchang could avoid becoming a war zone, and the 7 Major Star Alliance and the Wang family of Jiangbei would tilt their resources toward Nanchang. Alright, but Zhang Chen is stubborn, it won't be easy for you to take him as a disciple. Hua Guoqiang reminded. The student understands, Ao Dagong nodded. He knew that when Hua Guoqiang tried to take Zhang Chen as a disciple, he was firmly rejected, and that phrase, I would rather die than agree, had already spread throughout Nanchang. However, as the strongest in Nanchang and a top 10 figure in Jiangbei province, tasked with leading Nanchang out of the war zone and eliminating the catfish demon, Ao Dagong was confident that if he took Zhang Chen as a disciple, Zhang Chen would not refuse him, especially after being specifically targeted by the suspended mirror division and the Wu family. He believed Zhang Chen would realize the importance of having a strong backing. If Zhang Chen had been his disciple from the start, even if the Wu family offered Du Fei many benefits, Du Fei would still have to weigh his options. Big Wu, Big Wang, Little Wang. In the Xuanjie. In the center of City 1, in a dilapidated building.
Filled with the corpses of exotic beasts and humans, Jugaho stood on the top floor with a black spear, overlooking the central area of City 1. Teacher. 4. Figures shot out from nearby buildings and stood behind Jugaho. Jugaho turned to them and said, "You go to Zhongshan Street and find a guy named Zhang Chen. He, like me, is from Nanchang and almost became my disciple. His combat power is within the realm of muscle manifestation warriors, and he is also a junior psychic. Energy master. Once you find him, use the deadly chain gun I created against him, forcing him to use his spear techniques against you. You only need to verify whether he has perfected his spear techniques. Be careful not to injure him." "Yes, teacher." Big Wu, Little Wu, Big Wang, and Little Wang replied in unison. All four were Jugaho's students, working in the Suspended Mirror Division, each possessing peak combat power of muscle manifestation warriors, and all had unlocked the second layer of their law forms. As Jugaho's students, they had all mastered the deadly chain gun to a high level. It was an advanced spear technique. And the four had inherited this powerful technique. The four of them immediately shot towards Zhongshan Street together. "Zhang Chen, I hope this trial will make you realize that the world is not as beautiful as you imagine, and that you can change your attitude towards cultivation and take on greater responsibilities." Jugaho sighed. He himself was also an employee of the Suspended Mirror Division, but he had applied to stay in the South City to fight against the Catfish Demon. So during this review of Zhang Chen, although he helped to corroborate, he still had to assist the Suspended Mirror Division in reviewing Zhang Chen. During this time, he had taught Zhang Chen gun techniques for 2 hours every day, and he had already shared the essence of the deadly chain gun with him. The gun technique he created, when executed by multiple people together, could form a gun formation, significantly enhancing the power of the gun techniques. Even if someone had a perfect realm of strength, if their skill was not deep enough, it would be difficult to break through. After confirming their positions, De Wu, Xiao Wu, De Wang, and Xiao Wang quickly found Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen's consciousness quickly detected their presence. He intended to take the initiative, but the four of them approached without hiding anything. De Wu clasped his fists and said, "We are students of Teacher Zhuge. Teacher Zhuge asked us to use the deadly chain gun to test your gun technique realm and strength." "I see, well then, please." Zhang Chen suddenly understood. No wonder the four were so straightforward. They were indeed Jugaho's students. He didn't know much about Jugaho being a member of the Suspended Mirror Division, but he trusted Jugaho's character. In an instant, De Wu, Xiao Wu, De Wang, and Xiao Wang set up their formation, surrounding Zhang Chen. What are they doing? Why are they wasting words with Zhang Chen? Lin Xiaoan asked in confusion. Gun formation. Jugaho wants to use the gun formation to help us verify Zhang Chen's strength. This method is both efficient and can minimize Zhang Chen's injuries, Du Fei explained. Go! At that moment, De Wu, Xiao Wu, De Wang, and Xiao Wang simultaneously drew their guns, each executing different techniques from the deadly chain gun, enveloping Zhang Chen with 4 distinct attacks. In an instant, 4 gun shadows formed an impenetrable gun formation. And Zhang Chen, standing in the middle, seemed to be surrounded by gun shadows from all sides. A slight misstep could leave him riddled with holes. Buzz! Zhang Chen's long gun hummed. In a flash, he swept out with a horizontal strike, the technique containing locking power, causing De Wu, Xiao Wu, De Wang, and Xiao Wang's long guns to seem as if they were drawn towards him, all struck by that one sweep. Boom! A loud explosion echoed. De Wu, Xiao Wu, De Wang, and Xiao Wang's 4 long guns flew out of their hands, each heading in different directions, embedding themselves in various spots on the street. The 4 felt numbness in their hands and soreness in their arms, staring at their empty hands in disbelief as they looked at Zhang Chen. Despite their simultaneous attack and taking the initiative, they couldn't withstand Zhang Chen's single strike. The so-called gun formation seemed utterly fragile under Zhang Chen's technique. Thank you for your guidance, Zhang Chen said, cupping his hands. He hadn't used his full strength. The power of his gun technique was comparable to mental force, especially that of a master of gun techniques. Moreover, he was a martial artist with a combat power value exceeding 270.0. In contrast, De Wu, Xiao Wu, and the others were only at the peak of the flesh realm, with combat power values not exceeding 190.0. Although they had cultivated the deadly chain gun to a high level, it was difficult to compare with the transformed power of Zhang Chen's technique. Even if Zhang Chen hadn't unleashed all his power, merely infusing a trace of strength into his technique was beyond what De Wu, Xiao Wu, and the others could resist. How did you do that? De Wang asked in confusion. When you cultivate your gun techniques to a perfect state and reach the pinnacle realm, your attack and defense will be flawless and as solid as a fortress. Although the gun formation you formed is not weak, unfortunately, your combat power values are too far from mine, and you cannot fully unleash the power of the formation, Zhang Chen explained. He left the 4 of them with enough face. Even if all 4 were martial artists at the muscle realm, their fate would still be the same as it is now when he fully unleashed the power of his gun intent. The gun intent is an existence comparable to mental power. Zhang Chen understood very well that his combat power value of 278.0 was not due to becoming a master of gun techniques, but rather because he was unable to fully unleash the power of his gun techniques, which is why it was only 278.0. Once he successfully opened the third layer of the becoming a true martial artist at the muscle realm, the power of the gun intent carried within his techniques would be completely released. Not to mention knocking the long guns out of Dawu and Xiaowu's hands with a single shot, even killing them in one shot, would be effortless. His physical quality of 69.3 was now a burden to Zhang Chen. However, the 4, unaware of the truth, were convinced and respectfully admitted defeat. After picking up their long guns, they bid farewell to Zhang Chen and went to report to Zhuge Hou. What are they doing? Lin Xiaoan asked, puzzled. Useless, a bunch of useless people. Does Zhuge Hou think that by doing this, he can help Zhang Chen avoid scrutiny? Du Fei said indignantly. He felt that Dawu and Xiaowu had not used their full strength, otherwise, how could Zhang Chen have knocked their long guns away with a single shot? Although Zhang Chen's mastery of gun techniques had indeed reached a perfect level, the power of the gun formation created by Dawu and Xiaowu was not so easily broken. The only question was whether the 4 had deliberately held back. So what do we do now? Lin Xiaoan asked. Du Fei's expression was serious. Although there was suspicion of Dawu and Xiaowu holding back, Zhang Chen's shot could indeed be seen as having reached the perfect level of gun technique, so the 3 transformations of the gun technique were not an issue. The only thing that could prove Zhang Chen had a problem was the body refinement technique. If the body refinement technique also passed the test, then the problem would lie with their suspended mirror division. So after thinking it over, Du Fei said, arrange for the Bee Venom squad to deal with him. What? Lin Xiaoan's expression changed. The Bee Venom squad was a sharp blade of the suspended mirror division, skilled in using poison, and their methods were more secretive and sophisticated than the scorpion's venomous stinger. While the scorpion's stinger had a medicinal liquid for treatment and repair, the poison powder of the Bee Venom squad, even if inhaled by a martial artist who would open the third layer of, would leave significant hidden dangers. It could even damage their vital energy and weaken their life force, making future advancements as difficult as if they had taken a genetic agent. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Wang Dashan and Yan Fei reported that Zhang Chen has cultivated the body refinement technique to the first transformation and has reached a level of great success. If that's the case, even if he inhales the bee venom, he can refine it away with the jade sand body refinement technique. Am I not following the rules by doing this? Du Fei questioned. My subordinate is worried that Yan Fei and Wang Dashan won't let it go afterward, Lin Xiaoan replied. So what? Even if something goes wrong, we can push the responsibility onto the Bee Venom squad or Zhang Chen. Just go ahead and do it, Du Fei ordered. Yes. Lin Xiaoan had no choice but to notify the Bee Venom squad to test whether Zhang Chen's body refinement technique had reached the level of great success in the jade sand body refinement technique through the Bee Venom. What did you say? He only used one shot? Yes. Zhang Chen said he has cultivated the power to perfection to the peak level. Dawu and Xiaowu quickly returned to Zhuge Hou's side to report everything that had happened. Good. Zhuge Hou was overjoyed and also relieved for Zhang Chen and Wang Dashan. In terms of gun techniques, Zhang Chen had finally passed the test. Under the watchful eyes of the relevant personnel, Zhang Chen slowly made his way to the city center, dragging his feet. About an hour later, Zhang Chen saw 3 people on flying skateboards coming towards him. He was on high alert, ready to spring into action, but saw that they merely flew over his head without stopping, quickly disappearing from his sight. However, as they flew past, a faint fragrance lingered. Zhang Chen released a wave of mental power and saw some pollen. The Bee Venom squad. Huo Guoqiong recognized the sharp blade of the suspended mirror division. This is outrageous. The suspended mirror division actually used poison powder to test Zhang Chen's body refining technique level. This is going to cut off Zhang Chen's path to cultivation, Yan Fei said, unable to contain his anger. How can the suspended mirror division do this? Wang Dashan pounded on the door, demanding an explanation from the suspended mirror division. I want to see Du Fei, Huo Guoqiong said, filled with righteous indignation. It's so hot. Not good, the pollen is toxic. Zhang Chen finally sensed something was wrong. Zhang Chen, if your body refining technique has indeed undergone a transformation, you can detoxify through the technique itself, even refining the toxins away, Du Fei shouted to Zhang Chen via a drone, seemingly ignoring the complaints from Wang Dashan and others. This is absurd. You're not testing me, you're trying to cripple me, Zhang Chen retorted angrily.
He couldn't understand what he had done to offend Du Fei, and saw the so-called B-Venom team members coming and going, gliding on flying skateboards, watching him from 100 meters away. But the most pressing issue now was detoxification. The heat and dizziness made him extremely uncomfortable. It should be noted that this was the Xian realm, and he couldn't entrust his safety to others. As a master of body refining, Zhang Chen's vital energy not only possessed immense vitality and destructive power, but also had the charm to continuously transform his physical body until breaking through its shackles. This was the advantage of cultivating the body refining technique to the point of transformation. When the body refining technique underwent its first transformation, the flow of vital energy was like a gentle stream, producing a sound like rushing water. When the technique experienced its second transformation, becoming the blood sand body refining technique, the flow of vital energy allowed Zhang Chen's internal organs to expel and absorb power, continuously strengthening his flesh, bones, and even his internal organs. In an instant, the heat flow rapidly diminished. The weak dizziness was immediately alleviated. Zhang Chen's complexion gradually returned to normal. As a master of body refining, whether it was recovering physical strength, refining vital energy, or expelling residual toxins, Zhang Chen was always a step ahead. In no time, the drone above detected that Zhang Chen's heart rate and body temperature had returned to normal. While others feared the bee venom like it was a deadly poison, for Zhang Chen, it seemed trivial and could be resolved in an instant. The three members of the bee venom team on flying skateboards were astonished to see his rapid recovery. Yanfei, Wang Dashan, Hua Guoqian, and others gradually calmed down. Head, the body refining technique is fine. Lin Xiaoan felt uneasy. Let them come again, Du Fei ordered. This. Lin Xiaoan hesitated, worried that he would be torn apart by Yanfei and the others. Take Zhang Chen down, Du Fei personally issued the command to the bee venom team. He was running out of time. After receiving the order, the three members of the bee venom team on flying skateboards flew towards Zhang Chen again. Zhang Chen sensed something was wrong. He had suffered because he didn't know these people would use poison. Now that he knew their true colors, how could he just sit back and wait? Buzz, buzz, buzz. He quickly released a wave of mental energy, attacking the consciousness of the three outsiders. Thought his consciousness value was only around 0.50, completely unaware that he was not a novice mental energy master but a first-level mental energy master. At this moment, he unleashed his mental energy to the fullest. Even if the three members of the bee venom team had defensive measures, they couldn't ignore it. For a moment, although they didn't fall off their skateboards, they felt unsteady and had splitting headaches. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Chen shot out 3 poison needles under the control of his mental energy. Since realizing that this test was targeted at him, Zhang Chen had kept a backup plan, taking the poison needles from the scorpion he defeated. Now was the perfect time to use the poison needles against the bee venom team. Under the control of his mental energy, the 3 poison needles simultaneously struck the vital points of the bee venom team members, causing them to fall from their flying skateboards. Even with defensive techniques, falling from dozens of meters high left them disoriented and unable to stand up for a while, and the bee venom he wanted to release was also inhaled into his mouth and nose. Ding! Detected level 1 psychic energy fluctuations. At that moment, data feedback came from the drone above. This time, in order to deal with the bee venom squad, Zhang Chen exerted all his mental energy and finally released the psychic fluctuations expected of a level 1 psychic. This also allowed the drone monitoring his various data to collect important information. Head, Zhang Chen is not a junior psychic, he is actually a level 1 psychic? Lin Xiaoan stammered, her body trembling uncontrollably. Impossible. Du Fei nearly pressed his face against the projection screen. But the data collected by the drone clearly showed that the psychic fluctuations Zhang Chen had just released were not junior but level 1. Level 1 psychic. Wang Dashan, Yanfei, Huang Ling, who were locked in their respective rooms, as well as Yi Chen, Chen Duling, Lu Baoqin, and Xiao Kuei, who were collectively detained. In one room, all saw the data content transmitted back by the drone on the screen. The words level 1 psychic struck everyone like a jolt of electricity. Especially Chen Duling and Lu Baoqin, who were still trying to figure out how to open their consciousness seas and awaken their psychic powers. Zhang Chen, in a muddled way, had actually become a level 1 psychic. Level 1 psychic? Even Hua Guoqian was momentarily dumbfounded, forgetting to find trouble with Du Fei. Level 1 psychic, Zhang Chen is actually a level 1 psychic. The anger from Master being rejected should be alleviated now. Huang Ling felt suffocated. She quickly regained her freedom and stayed in the same room as Hua Guoqian. Could it be that day when he used level 1 psychic fluctuations to control the blast and cut off a finger of the ghost monkey? Tao Qiuhong suddenly realized. Hua Guoqian did not answer, he wanted to say no but dared not speak. That day, He had been above Zhang Chen's head, and he had clearly felt that the psychic fluctuations Zhang Chen released did not exceed 0.8, yet now it had reached over 1.0. And only a day had passed. Could it be that Zhang Chen had hidden part of his psychic energy at a critical moment, only releasing all of it when he sensed danger? Exposing the strength of a level 1 psychic? Head, Zhang Chen has no issues in all aspects, he is still a level 1 psychic. Are we in trouble? Lin Xiaoan said anxiously. The difference between a level 1 psychic and a junior psychic, though only a single word apart, meant different treatment in status. There. Current detection clearly had issues. Once the divine sect intervened, he and Du Fei would be held accountable. As a small leader, he was likely to take the blame. Du Fei remained silent, his face dark, as the situation was completely beyond his expectations. Zhang Chen's combat power was fine, his marksmanship and body refinement methods were also fine, and his psychic energy was all fine. Even the various detection data were better than the reported data. Even if Zhang Chen could endure the humiliation, Yan Fei, Wang Dashan, and even Huo Guoqiang would not let it go easily. Being held accountable and pursued for responsibility was already a foregone conclusion. But at this point, regret was of no use, so after calming down, he sent all of Zhang Chen's relevant data to one person. He left a message. Young Master Wu, Zhang Chen is only 30 kilometers away from you, you can handle it yourself. 30 miles away, in an abandoned underground plaza, young Master Wu, who was slaughtering a pack of silver moon wolves, felt his wristband vibrate rapidly. Phew! He released his force energy, locking onto 6 silver moon wolves with his long knife, and with one slash, 6 blood arrows shot out, restoring silence to the underground plaza. He then checked the message content. Upon seeing it, his previously relaxed expression turned serious in an instant. Marksmanship power perfect and unified, reaching the peak? Jade sand body refinement. Method, outstanding? Psychic energy fluctuation level, level 1? How is this possible? A martial artist from the outer ring city, someone from a small place like South City, can actually match me. If he becomes a master of marksmanship and body tempering before the provincial exam, combined with a level 1 mental force, I might not be able to win against him. Wu Shaoqing muttered to himself. As a master of swordsmanship, he understood how terrifying it was to have someone like Zhang Chen at the same age, possessing such extraordinary cultivation talent. Even bloodline families might not produce many like him. At the very least, he had paid various prices to achieve his current strength. Well, let's treat this as a skill exchange. I want to see what he relies on to reach this level of cultivation. After some contemplation, Wu Shaoqing decided to investigate further. He quickly left the underground plaza and rushed towards Zhang Chen's location. The Xian realm was a place comparable to a large radiation zone, filled with ferocious beasts and lurking dangers. Anyone aspiring to become strong would enter the Xian realm for training. Wu Shaoqing was one of them. Of course, his coincidental appearance in the Xian realm was related to Zhang Chen's assessment, meant to handle unexpected situations, which is why he was positioned in the city center. He didn't expect it would actually come in handy, requiring him to scout ahead. Personally, with a combat power of 290.0 and having practiced body techniques, a distance of 30 miles was not far for him. He propelled himself forward, each leap covering over 100 meters. Everyone, Zhang Chen has passed all assessments, and your suspicions have been cleared. At this moment, everyone was arranged in a luxurious observation room, personally attended by Du Fei. When will Zhang Chen come out? Yan Fei questioned, having reported the issues here to the Body Tempering Association, determined to hold Du Fei and the suspended mirror division accountable. Huo Guoqiang and others felt the same way. Soon, the experts from the Hidden Kill department responsible for Zhang Chen's safety have already entered the Xian realm to find him. You will see Zhang Chen shortly. Du Fei smiled. You better ensure he comes out unharmed, otherwise, the entire South City won't spare you. Wang Dashan warned, as everyone had already sensed the smell of conspiracy. Don't worry. Du Fei maintained his smiling demeanor. The group could only temporarily watch the footage returned by the drone. Inside the Xian realm, after Zhang Chen took down the 3 members of the Bee Venom squad, he heard the drone's voice informing him that the assessment was over and to wait in place for someone to come and escort him out. Ling Feng. A familiar voice came from behind. Teacher Zhuge. Zhang Chen saw it was Zhuge Ho, followed by De Wu, Xiao Wu, De Wang, and Xiao Wang. Congratulations on completing the suspended mirror division assessment. You can return to South City to continue your cultivation. Zhuge Ho smiled. Since you are here, it seems the suspended mirror division is not just investigating me. Zhang Chen said. Yes, it concerns you. Those who can obtain cultivation resource subsidies through you are basically under investigation by the suspended mirror division. Zhuge Ho did not hide this. Why do I feel like this investigation is targeting me? Otherwise, why arrange it in the Xian realm? Zhang Chen asked. There are indeed some issues, but don't overthink it. Someone will help you seek justice. Zhuge He wanted to keep Zhang Chen from getting involved in more matters that could affect his future cultivation. The sudden inspection by the suspended mirror division was arranged by our Wu family. Just then, a figure shot over from a distant building and landed in front of everyone. It was none other than the genius of the Jin City Wu family, Wu Shaoqing. Young Master Wu. De Wu, Xiao Wu, De Wang, and Xiao Wang all recognized each other. During their training in the Xian realm, the four had sparred with Wu Shaoqing, using gun formations against him, but Wu Shaoqing had only used a single sword strike, not only disarming them but also sending them flying. The four had a deep impression of him. Students pay their respects to teacher Zhuge. Wu Shaoqing first bowed to Zhuge He. Although he had cultivated the power of sword intent and became a master of swordsmanship, his experience was still shallow, and his cultivation was not on par with Zhuge He. Having also practiced the deadly chain gun, it was appropriate for him to regard Zhuge He as a teacher. Young Master Wu, your timing is impeccable. Zhuge He spoke meaningfully. The Wu family reported that someone was fraudulently obtaining training resource subsidies, prompting the suspended mirror division to conduct a surprise inspection of Zhang Chen and others, which was within legal bounds. Even if Zhang Chen and the others cleared their names, the Wu family would not be held accountable, only Du Fei and others would be in trouble. Therefore, Wu Shaoqing did not hide his intentions. He knew that Zhang Chen and the others would always find out about this matter, as the Wu family had raised questions about Zhang Chen's strength through normal procedures. I just learned that Zhang Chen passed the review, so I came to see him and take this opportunity to spar a few moves, Wu Shaoqing said with a smile. As he looked at Zhang Chen. You report that I fake my strength, and after the review is over, you immediately come to challenge me. What are you up to? Zhang Chen frowned. Human resources are scarce, and every resource subsidy from the 7-Star Systems Alliance is meant to sustain human heritage. My Wu family is part of the 7-Star Systems Alliance, committed to eradicating alien races and eliminating human parasites. Reporting your situation to the suspended mirror division is not targeting you, it is to prevent anyone from defrauding resource subsidies and causing losses to humanity. If you think there is an issue with my Wu family, you can also report it to the suspended mirror division. Teacher Zhuge is a member of the suspended mirror division. If you don't believe me, you can ask him if my Wu family is in the wrong for doing this, Wu Shaoqing said with a calm expression. The Wu family is not wrong, the suspended mirror division is not wrong, and Zhang Chen is certainly not wrong. You two are representatives in your respective regions, and in the provincial examination competition, you can compete for the existence of the divine pulse liquid. If you get injured or lose the opportunity to participate in the provincial examination due to some issues, it would be a loss, Zhuge He said with a meaningful smile, continuing, Lingfeng, you may not know, but young Master Wu is a master of swordsmanship and has already condensed his sword intent. He is different from you, not only has he had abundant training resources since childhood, but his family also has a bloodline power. Inheritance. His sword intent is derived from advanced sword techniques, unlike your gradual cultivation through basic spear techniques to reach perfection. Although your method is solid and firm, you are still far from young Master Wu's opponent. I see, no wonder young Master Wu was so confident, Zhang Chen realized. Understanding that Zhuge He was reminding him that it was all because of the divine pulse liquid, and he hoped he would endure and not challenge Wu Shaoqing. At this time, as he had no chance of winning. Teacher Zhuge, you flatter me. I believe that martial arts is not just about resource subsidies, but also about an unwavering martial spirit that never admits defeat. If your mind is disturbed, even if you escape today, you will still be defeated next time you encounter it. Zhang Chen, what do you think? Wu Shaoqing provoked. You are right, I also want to see just how strong the sword intent of a master like you really is, Zhang Chen nodded. Lingfeng. Zhuge He was startled, he had indirectly indicated Wu Shaoqing's strength, yet Zhang Chen still dared to confront Wu Shaoqing head-on. Which was unlike his past character. Teacher Zhuge, please trust me, Zhang Chen smiled. Lying flat is not about avoiding competition, not striving, not being radical, and not complaining, but rather not letting others ride over him and act recklessly. If he ignored Zhang Shaoqing's provocation, he would not be able to swallow this anger, and he would also feel guilty towards Yin Fei and others' teachings, knowing that they, like him, had been treated unfairly. No matter what, this anger had to be vented. Then you must be careful, the sword technique young Master Wu practices is called Ghost Wolf 13 Slashes, which is more